I woke up as an ordinary person being watched by 8 billion people worldwide. To my surprise, I found out that all of humanity had disappeared. News revealed that due to the depletion of resources on Earth, humans collectively left the planet for a new habitable one. This was all part of a top-tier show called Tomorrow Blue Planet, created by a global collaboration. The show aimed to explore human nature in the face of adversity. The production team randomly selected 8 unknowing individuals worldwide for observation experiments. The winner would receive $1 billion in mental compensation. The team also spent 5 years constructing 8 huge deserted islands, replicating a city from the observer's country in a 1:1 scale. I was selected to go abroad to inspect my graduation design. I became the only person from Siagway in the program. Just as everyone was preparing to see me scared in the face of adversity, a strange electronic alert sounded in my mind. 100 days later, the cosmic invasion race will descend on Blue Star to destroy civilization. I discovered that I could gain talent points through exercise, and all knowledge could be obtained by spending talent points. When the invasion race arrived after 100 days, everyone thought the real doomsday had come. I slowly raised the starship I had built, with 36 ion cannons firing simultaneously, annihilating everything. On the evening of May 1st, 2024, at 8 o'clock, during the prime time after everyone had finished dinner, all screens worldwide went black at the same time. When they lit up again, 2 hosts appeared on the screens in front of them, welcoming everyone to watch our reality show Tomorrow Blue Star. This program is not for any commercial use, but to discuss together what choices humanity will make at the end. Now, what we see is a deserted island, but after 5 years of effort by the Human Alliance, it has been completely transformed into a modern city. The entire city is based on the island, replicating all the functions of a human city, and all sea and air transport has been damaged to prevent observers from leaving the island. The environment where each observer is located is not much different from their original residence, making it easy for us to judge cultural inheritance and ethnic genes. We anesthetize the 8 observers from different countries, and they will gradually wake up 10 hours later. The voice of the host disappeared here. At this moment, every audience in front of the screen is extremely excited, blatantly peering into others' inner worlds and the darkest aspects of human nature, making their blood boil with excitement. On major media platforms, the topic remains hot, with people from all over the world leaving comments. Such an inhumane act has already violated human rights, and I want to report it. There should be billions in compensation at the minimum, and I want to participate. Our country of Sakura will definitely be able to hold on until the end, because our humanity is the most glorious. Our country of Bangzi is the benchmark of human origin in the universe, and our nation is impeccable. I think the country of Iron Bear should be able to hold on until the end. You yellow monkeys will definitely be the first to give up. My Sia country has a heritage of 5,000 years and is the kindest, most hardworking, and bravest nation. In just a few hours, countless online battles erupted, and for a while, Tomorrow Blue Star stood at the forefront of the storm. The screen then switched to me. I slowly opened my eyes, with a dazzling sunlight shining into the room. I looked around the hotel environment in confusion, my head pounding. I had no impression of what had happened before. Is anyone there? I shouted loudly, but no one responded. Little did I know, in a place unknown to me, there were hundreds of densely packed nano cameras transmitting all my actions in high definition to the world. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the tap, preparing to take a bath to clear my mind. What? Why aren't they showing the footage inside? For privacy reasons, the production team chose not to sync the footage from the bathroom. 5 minutes later, I came out shirtless and put on clothes. This figure is too good, right? He's out. What do you think he should do now? All the Huaxia people are addicted to playing games. I guess he will take out his phone to play games. I picked up my phone but just checked the time and started my daily morning exercise, not realizing that the date was already off. It had been 3 days since I passed out. My goodness, why do Xiamen have such good figures? At the same time, the other 7 people also woke up one after another. After seeing a news alert on their phones, Hara, from the Iron Bear country, rushed outside yelling, only to find the hotel completely empty. He then went straight to the hotel lobby, grabbed the most expensive bottle of XO, and started drinking recklessly. Meanwhile, Megan from the beautiful country searched high and low but found nothing. Frustrated, she grabbed a chair from the hotel and started smashing things, shattering all the glass in the hotel. What on earth is the Sakura country doing? I exercised continuously for an hour until I was drenched in sweat and finally stopped. Suddenly, an electronic alert sounded in my mind. Ding, host has consumed 500 calories. 500 calories will be converted into talent points, which can be exchanged for any talent. Friendly reminder, in 100 days, the infamous mosquito race from the universe will invade the Blue Star. What does this mean? Talent points. Universe invasion race? I was filled with confusion. Everything felt off since I woke up. No signal on my phone. Just some news alerts. Nobody at the hotel paid any attention to me. I hurried back to my room, found my phone, and as soon as I turned it on, dozens of alerts popped up. Blue Star's resources are depleted. In a joint decision by all of humanity, it was decided to leave the home planet and head to a new habitable planet. After reading all these tweets, Yuan didn't know what to say. The mind was incredibly confused at the moment. The time on the phone was clearly only 2 or 3 days old. Has all of humanity vanished into thin air? Or is the time on one's phone stagnant in time and space and unable to flow? He doesn't believe it. He's going out to see it. He left the hotel and headed out of the hotel in search of his answer. Foreign viewers started spraying up again when they saw this. He's seen the message. He should be so confused right now. Does he want to cry his eyes out and let himself go? Ha ha ha. It's just as well he didn't see those messages. Otherwise, how much better do you think he is than our observer? I can't wait to see what kind of crazy behavior he'll do when he learns the truth. Upstairs, stop your blind barren thin spraying and mind your own country's observers. It's just ugly and shameless. We believe in him, and even if he learns the truth, he won't feel sorry for himself. He'll definitely rise to the occasion. Don't mind that group of dogs. They all have darkness in their eyes. Yijin is just letting out a fart. They can all spray him for polluting the environment. No need to talk nonsense with them. The moment he walked out of the hotel, Yuan thought a lot within this short period of time. A million images flashed through his mind. Though he was orphaned as a child, he has been a lonely guardian of all things since childhood. If one day, all the familiar people around him all disappeared, then he really didn't know how to face the situation. 100 days later, the cosmic invading races descended. All the creatures of blue water would all be decimated. Resources would be extracted, and the entire planet would be turned into a deserted dead planet. He took a deep breath, hoping he was just experiencing a dream. But this dream is so real. It was so real that he didn't dare to think about it in detail or believe it. Once he went to think about it, he was clogged up inside. He walked briskly down the street with his cell phone in his hand, which remained on the unquit news. It's quiet out there. So quiet it's scary. There was the sound of wind and birds, but the streets were empty. Cars were parked along the street in 2s and 3s, cluttered, even some with the doors open and the keys still in them, as if they had left in a hurry. Chadan, Ford, Geely, Honda, BMW and even luxury cars like Ferrari, Lamborghini. It was all left randomly on the street. His pupils shrunk slightly when he saw them. Even though he felt that the matter of all of humanity traveling to the new planet was too absurd, he had to believe it when he saw the scene in front of him. No one would casually abandon a luxury car of this caliber on the road without even removing the keys. He walked forward at a brisk pace, past the other streets. It was now a little after 7 o'clock in the morning, and at the usual time the early risers should be busy walking the early morning streets at this moment. The stores on either side should also be open and ready for business. Vehicles should also taper off at this time of year. But looking at this moment, the streets were empty, the stores on both sides were open, and the people had all disappeared. Everything seemed both quiet, and yet it was horribly quiet. The chirping of the early birds brought a little life to this eerie morning. The subtle chirping of birds made the lost world seem less hollow. After walking a few streets again, it's just as hollow. The same silence. If he hadn't known from his cell phone that everyone had all emigrated to the outer planets, I'm afraid he would have thought that there was a great horror looming over the world, and that humanity had strangely disappeared. Audiences around the world were intrigued by him. The people of Xia were even a little nervous in their hearts, afraid that he would do something crazy. The heart seized the heart and shouted wildly, "Must be calm. It's all a sham. They're just pretending to be missing." Some even tried to fly to his ear and break the news to him. Yuan also finally got tired of walking. He sat down by the river and looked at the calm river with infinite thoughts in his mind. Why is everyone gone? I was the only one who stayed. That's exactly why. Being so lonely since childhood, I didn't realize that I would still have to be lonely now. The spring wind blew over, blowing the leaves on the shore rustling. It was a gentle breeze, but the crowd saw the loneliness from it. If you replace the people in there with them, I'm afraid they would have broken down long ago. That feeling of abandonment, that despair that can only be felt by being there. Host Brian looked at his demeanor and said from the side, several of our other observers, after learning that they had been abandoned by the world, all of them made crazy moves. I wonder what choice Yuan of Xia will make. Does he give himself up and mingle? Or does he go crazy and take revenge on everything around him? Or does he make the most extreme choice, beyond despair to the point of suicide? Please be assured, viewers, that if he does attempt suicide, we will save him moments before he completes it. Brian smiled as he explained to the world audience, they are deciding the winner. But if an accidental death occurs during the program, it's ultimately a nuisance. It's better to avoid it if you can. There seemed to be thousands of stars falling in Yuan's eyes. His heart slowly changed from trepidation to calm. A smile came to his eyes. After all, it was one man who carried it all. I have guarded the stars of all generations since my childhood, so let me guard the mother star after that. He suddenly figured it all out in a flash. Since he was the only one left in this world, it was up to him alone to fight this roaming invader. Damn, now that I'm here, I'll borrow her dog's head for a while before I get a little bored living in this world all by myself. He spat the words out wordlessly. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast saw his lips move slightly and wondered what he was talking about. But only the Summerlanders would smile after seeing the shape of his mouth on the first two words. What is he saying? Is he cursing the world? Why is he still so calm after learning the truth? Could it be that he didn't receive those messages at all? No, this is not how I wanted it to turn out. How can he stay so optimistic? That's never possible. Could it be that he himself is the one who knows the truth about the disappearance of humans? Faced with such and such a doubt, the host, Arya, hurriedly came out to explain. In order to ensure the authenticity of the program, all of the subjects were all randomly selected, and the panel of psychologists can testify to that. The crowd of Xia, after seeing his performance, couldn't help but swing their fists hard at picture. That's great. That's a long face. Compare that to the behavior of a few others, and it's a world of difference. Yuan was the last to know about the disappearance of humans, but his performance was the brightest among the crowd. On the contrary, in other countries, after the disappearance of humans, the order in their hearts collapsed. Andrew from Sam's country stormed into the gun store in his city, shooting up the skyscrapers on either side of the city like a madman. Duke of Gaul broke down in an instant and stormed into the large theater and started performing alone on stage, crying and laughing. Igor of the Woolly Bear country rushed into the winery, found the most precious batch of wine in the winery, and vented his frustration while drinking bitterly. Park Kwokchang of the Stick country stormed into the midst of the city's power structure, leaving urine in his wake. Inuyasha of the Eastern Kingdom fared slightly better, but not much better, returning to the hotel with a huge pile of discs and food in his arms and kicking off a day and night of drama watching. The two observers, from the African and the Celestial Kingdom, both chose to loot, except that the former only wanted money and gold. The latter, that's what you want, what you see: food, drink, computers, cell phones, clothes, shoes, gold, silver. Finally, take a big truck and pull it directly. The crowd watching the livestream was directly stunned. As soon as I saw that it was Tennessee, I got it instantly. Base fuck, do not 6. Yuan's post-awakening performance, compared to the crowd, was simply higher than the sky, and blowing up was not too much. On his first day, Yuan managed to attract countless attention, spotlighting the vast majority of people's eyeballs. Just then, Yuan suddenly came to the entrance of a store. Looking at the name of the store, the crowd showed their doubts. What is he doing here? Starflight equipment. He drew the vast majority of attention again with this move. What's he doing here? Flying equipment. Is that something the average person can play with? This isn't some low-end drone. This is real high-flying equipment and parachutes that can't be mastered without hundreds of hours of training and countless dollars invested. As I recall, he's just an orphan, right? And even his own schooling was funded by the orphanage. So what's he going to do to play this high-end sport? I'm afraid I didn't have this dream before and now I want to go in and steal it, right? It's not out of the question. I think it's more likely that he's trying to get in there and trash the store. Yuan's unexpected move instantly caused them to rebel. There were words of derision. The players of their own country had just been humiliated in front of the whole world, and even they themselves felt disgraced. Now Yuan finally made a move that they couldn't understand, which gave them hope. 7 out of 8 contestants make a fool of themselves. Why? You're the only one who stands out. When 7 underperformers show up, the better that one remaining performs, the more it is an original sin. The summer audience also looked puzzled. There was a flurry of defense. Yuan just went in for a visit. Do you guys use such cynicism? You think everyone is like you, committing those bandit acts? They stared closely at Yuan, even more nervous than him. Some of them were even starting to sweat inside their hands. A pinch of heart. Yuan's mood gradually became calmer, even as a wave of chi surged within him, prompting him to first go through the exercise that he had never dared to think about before. Wingsuit flying. He may be the only one left in the world nowadays anyway, and all the crazy moves need not be understood. Beyond that, he wondered if he could have all the gifts. This is the key to defending the home planet. If a simple winged flight was something he couldn't accomplish, then what about later? He walked over to the front of the winged flight suit and sat right down. A video of wingsuit flying played in front of him. One thrilling movement at a time. One thrilling action. Forests, canyons, and cliffs, where every misstep represents a challenge to life. His movements puzzled viewers all over the world. What the hell is this? Instead of stealing and vandalizing, you sat there and watched the video. Are you sick? What's he looking at? What the hell is there to see? I suspect he's gone mad, too shaken up and schizophrenic. It's fucking pointless. I come in here with my pants down in a hurry and this is what I'm shown. Who are you looking down on? Start moving, ya. Tear up and smash everything in sight. Then set a fire and burn this place to the ground. That's what you should do. Spectators around the world, their eyes are getting red. I can't wait to rush in and help him go through all the extremes all over again. Yuan didn't move like a mountain and silently watched the video all the way through. Ding! Whether or not to learn the winged flight skill, spend 50 heavenly empowerment values to raise the skill talent to the master level. Yuan's eyes lit up. Sure enough it can. One's own talent value is really movable. Learn the skill of winged flight. Ding! Talent value reduced by 50. Remaining talent value 450. Ding! Gain new skill. Master winged flight. An electronic beep sounded in his head. Immediately afterward, an amazing amount of information surged through his mind, merging with his past and integrating into his muscle memory. That's true integration, and not indoctrination. All the doubtful points about wingsuit flying are cleared in a flash. The mind is instantly clear, and all the information is as if it were in the palm of one's hand. He watched the video again and thought there were a million holes in the people in it. If he had gone for it, he could have done it more perfectly and with a higher degree of sophistication. So, he put it in his backpack after looking at the tag price, took the parachute after loading. The very moment he made those moves, audiences around the world went wild. What's he doing with these things? Is it because he thinks he can finish? Ha ha ha. The inner nature has finally been exposed, hasn't it? The calm and coolness before was all feigned. Finally started stealing? I see he's no different from those other watchers. However, after Yuan took these things, walk to the door and pull out your cell phone. Open the payment page and scan the code to pay. His cell phone has been specially treated so that he can't get news from the outside world, but he can use the mobile network to pay for it. After the payment is complete, it was only then that he felt as if he had been moving a bit unnecessarily. Hadn't he? After all the humans in the world have disappeared now. But he couldn't live with himself if he didn't pay. Audiences around the world have been left wondering what to say. What's he doing with his cell phone out? Taking a picture of that paper? Ha ha ha. Don't even take out your credit card. You really think you're paying for it? Sure enough it's a thief. I bet he doesn't have that much cash in his bag. Unlike our country, just use a credit card. How convenient and convenient. Watch these remarks. The Summerlanders simply don't know what to say. The village doesn't have internet access yet? Never even heard of mobile payments on your cell phone? You guys are still stuck in the age of credit cards, while we can go everywhere with one cell phone, and even pay all our bills without a cell phone, with one face. Upstairs is really laughable. This is a cell phone payment, no? Do you know that this is a cell phone payment? Don't come out without culture. You don't even know how to pay by cell phone, and you have the face to come out and taunt others. Go online and look it up yourself. People are paying for it. You think everyone is like you. Ha ha ha. I only have these 3 words for you. Yuan carried a bag of things, feeling a bit heavy and inconvenient. Turning my head, I saw a used car dealership next door. So he turned his head and went inside, looking at the wide array of used cars, left and right. I don't know what to choose. The main street is the presence of countless luxury cars, but he always felt that he still had to live by the rules. The amount remaining in his account was not much, so he looked at the Wuling Hongguang that was placed in the corner as soon as he entered the door. Wuling Hongguang, always drop God, lots of space, can hold people, can carry things, can drag race, easy to repair, easy to use. The AK-47 of the weapons world, the Nokia of the cell phone world. It can carry and build and is durable. Simply a great choice for his price/performance ratio. And it wasn't like he hadn't driven one before. The familiar feel of it would add to the nostalgic feeling. $5,300. A 10-handed Wuling Honda. Still scanning the code to pay. Ding. Whether to learn the driving skill, spend 20 talent points to raise the skill talent to master level. Study. Ding. Talent value reduced by 20. Remaining talent value 430. Ding. Gain new skill. Master level driving skill. Yuan pulled open the door of the rickety car. Insert the found key into the key port and start it up. The rumble of the engine signals the years this Wuling Honda has seen. The audience was stunned. This? There are so many luxury cars on the street. You don't want them. You ran down here and picked the most beat-up car you could find. I don't even want this car as a gift. I'm selling it for scrap. How can you still pay for it? Does this car really drive? I'm deeply skeptical. This should be the legendary Wuling Hongguang of Xia. It is said that it used to come from racing cars, but why would any racing car look like this? It doesn't fit the dynamics at all. I wouldn't drive this car even if it was given to me. It's too embarrassing to drive out. The car doesn't look good. It must be a junker. Various comments from foreign viewers were unpleasant. The domestic audience was a very different story, with eyebrows so raised that they almost jumped out of their skin. Lined up among the comments. Wuling Hongwang, forever dropping God. Wuling Hongwang, forever dropping God. Wuling Hongwang, forever dropping God. Times 5, times 10, x 200, times 1000. The number of comments is still going up like crazy. The rows of formation were spectacular. It ended up directly on pile of specials and tubes, covering the entire screen and breaking the internet. When has a foreign audience ever seen this kind of battle? They are simply stunned. What kind of god car is the Wuling Honda? How come I've never heard of it before? Those Ferrari Lamborghini luxury cars came out before and I didn't see you guys so frenzied. Now get all worked up like this over a crappy car. Uneducated. Bumpkin. Masterful driving is no longer just technique. It's art. The art of speed. When Yuan's hands gripped the steering wheel, the cranium instantly climaxed, a tingling sensation from the top to the bottom, and the whole person was immersed in the most wonderful to the peak of the art of driving. Push in the clutch, put it in gear, and blast the gas. The sound of a worn-out engine instantly lit up the room. It's an orgy of speed. Everyone wondered why the summer people why so excited. Like, faith, target, due north, a high mountain. He's going to take off at the bluff overlooking the city. The sound of the engine roaring, like the first clap of thunder, instantly ignited everything. The speed of the car began to soar. 10, XX, 50, 70, 90. The gears crackled with maneuvering as the car continued to gain speed. It went up to 5th gear in a matter of seconds. And the speed of the car is still increasing. The car was going over 102. God! How is this possible? Countless people couldn't hide their inner horror and covered their mouths. No! His speed hasn't stopped. It's still rising. How is this possible? A broken down car that can go over 120 yards. Look ahead. He's got a congested road ahead of him with a lot of cars set up sideways. He's definitely going to wreck if he goes over at this speed. Ha ha ha. Let you go wild. Let you race. Wait to die you. Finally, we're going to witness the death of the first person? It's just so exciting. I can hardly wait. The Summerlanders were also getting hot under the collar by the speed of his car. It's like having your soul set on fire. Seeing these people singing the praises, they immediately retorted. Upstairs has a dirty heart and always can't wait for someone to die. Let me tell you, I, Yi, am the most awesome. Yi, forever dropping God. The curve is reached ahead. Danger is not only here. Above the curve also placed dozens of cars. If he hit a certain one, with his current speed, will definitely fall into a car crash. Bend appears. Traffic is heavy. The car is not slowing down. Either way, it looks like certain death. At this moment, the hearts of countless people clenched. Isn't he slowing down yet? Taking corners and going over obstacles at this speed would be difficult for even the world's top racers to accomplish. It's a pity. The person is quite young, but his heart is too wild and crazy. In your next life, you should cast a good birth. Dense cameras projected him on top of a large screen. Not only that, but the nano cameras, they've gotten into his car. In this moment, they are the first view. It was as if they had transformed into Yuan. Staring at that one image, their pupils slammed. That's the truest reflection of human instinct when danger looms. Occupying the first viewpoint, they truly felt the terror, the fresh feeling that they had never experienced before, as if death was sitting right beside them, and their ears were full of whistling gusts of wind. The car was going 150 yards at the moment, and Yuan's speed remained unabated, and it looked like he was about to crash directly into it. Countless people held their breath, heart beating wildly, heart in throat. Eyes were glued to the place at all times, afraid to miss every detail. However, on the verge of collision, Yuan foot clutch and brake, hand brake a pull, a beautiful S-type dumping in one go. Like heaven, he practically passed the car next to him. The two cars are less than 5 centimeters apart. Just react even slightly slower than 0.1 seconds and you'll crash right into the car. Let go of the brake, let go of the clutch, let go of the brake, and put one foot on the gas. The Wuling Hongwang accelerated furiously like lightning in the void. The moment. The amazing operation completely conquered the audience all over the world. Someone had tea poured on them without realizing it. Someone's smoke burns their hands senseless. Someone's mouth open forgetting their throat. In that moment, cold sweat. It's so strong, so cool. This is not a Wuling Honda, which is a broken car. This is the true king of racing. Wuling Hongwang, bull, God Yi, awesome. It's so fried. I want to do it again. Countless people were reveling and cheering, celebrating their return from the dead. Before the screen, A number of racers were silent as they looked at the exaggerated number. The outsiders look at the fun, but the insiders look at the fun. 150 yards. Not high. They even ran over 300. But what track is that for people and what track is it for them? What kind of car is that? A $5,000 car for less than $1,000 US. As for his own race car, even the most common configuration would cost more than $200,000 US. And a little higher end, $1 million US would be a rarity. If they were replaced in Yuan's position, they ask themselves that they can't do it. It's the art of manipulation at a master level. Even a most ordinary car can be driven at the top level of the world. Wait, his speed, it hasn't even decreased. His foot, he hasn't even let go of the gas. It's 180 yards. Can anyone tell me what kind of a miracle this is? Why is a broken car able to drive at such an amazing speed? It's already approaching breakneck speed. No, it's over the speed shown on the dashboard. 200 yards, but why is it still accelerating? This is not scientific. Someone please explain it to me. Yi Shun, am invincible. God Yi. Awesome. How could anyone pay attention to the other players at this moment? What do the others have to see? And here, a game of missing out on going to the netherworld. It's only exciting. This is what sluggers should be watching live. Yi Zhuan's eyes looked ahead. All the obstacles that were in his way were reduced to nothing in his eyes. The foot remained on the gas. The numbers on the dashboard already show 200 kilometers per hour, which is beyond the limits of what this car can handle. Countless people stared. This super god car could climb mountains and cross rivers, and could cross 10,000 seas and thousands of mountains. But they had never thought that such a small broken car could run as fast as a hurricane. It's a perversion of perception. 200 kilometers per hour. This is the theoretical value of the maximum speed. Often the only way to run it is to test it. Even if someone wants to run in real life, they don't dare to run. Really, because the body is too light, and the whole body starts to float after the speed exceeds 150. So even in other aspects of performance, the items are unbeatable. But at this theoretical speed, no one can rush up either. Now it came to them as a miracle. Many throats are a little dry. What other sport is more exciting than when you sit in the first view and experience death? Their adrenaline spiked. I can't wait to be transformed into the main character. Yi Zhuan looked at the speed on the dashboard, which had reached its peak value, but he felt as if his speed could still be increased. This car seems to have been modified. The engine should be changed, he muttered. All the viewers also sensed that there was a hint of something wrong. The speed on the dashboard had reached its peak value, but why did it feel as if the speed continued to accelerate? They looked over from the first viewpoint. Things outside the car window were becoming a blur. The car is now fast to an extreme. Someone please explain to me how his speed seems to continue to increase. The car has reached its final speed, I think, and it feels like this car will fall apart if we keep driving. It seems like the car's engine has been modified, but the body simply can't hold up to such a swift speed. Even I can't do it. Unless, he's already superb. A famous rally driver commented. Yi Zhuan noticed the change in his speed, and the corner of his mouth pulled up in an arc. The world has left anyway. Then let yourself go crazy one last time. Experience the ultimate in speed. All obstacle vehicles posed no threat in his eyes. The human brain, the most powerful masterpiece in the world. There are infinite possibilities to take the thoughts in our heads and change the objective environment we are in through bodily functions and behaviors. Amplifying the body's functions through strengthening and extension endlessly promotes brain development. There is a certain level of brain development in the average person, but there are always geniuses who can break through the limitations. Neuronal spines will increase with better conductivity. A master class in the art of driving. That's the genius of geniuses. He suddenly remembered a line from the header D. He says he's seeing things slower and slower. When, in fact, it's not the world that's slowing down. It's him that's getting faster. The car exploded into speed again. Turning, changing lanes, dodging. One after another operation that could be called genius was operated in his hands as if they were flowing like clouds in water. Slow eyes could no longer see his maneuvers clearly. It just feels mighty or mighty. Anyone who said anything sardonic at this moment would probably be spat on. Countless masters of the racing world have marveled at his handling abilities. Hurriedly started the recording. To learn this section of the operation as a classic maneuver. Where is he going? What does he want to do? Countless people have such doubts in their minds. The camera pulls away. Gradual elevation. A forward trajectory was marked. The way forward is finally indicated as MT. Tainan. MT. Tainan, why did you run to this mountain? Did you go to see the scenery and take a break? Only a very few people connected his current strange behavior to the winged flight suit with the parachute he had just taken. An incredibly scary possibility flashed through his mind. No way! They shouted wildly in their minds. This is just going to break the mold, and let the other contestants live. Like the light of God, the Wuling Hongguan kills through all roads and passes through the speedometer at the foot of the mountain like a raging storm. A number that shocked a field of eyeballs. 220 kilometers per hour. Crap, crap, crap. Can someone tell me how strong he is? Ye gods are invincible. Ye gods are super gods. At the moment, the golden rays of the sunrise spread over the earth. Under the pale sky, a Wuling Hongguan, like faith, traveled through the nowhere streets, bringing up a gust of wind. The car was going unimaginably fast. The road up the mountain has not yet been repaired. Countless amounts of dust and gravel were rolled up and thrown down the mountain. And from a distance, it looked as if Tiananmen had kicked up a dust storm. Yi Zhuan's face was projected above the screen, cool and calm. In his eyes, it was as if nothing was a problem. Not the least bit of death racing. He completely fused all the muscle memory of the master skill. Even some of the top rally drivers nowadays wouldn't necessarily be able to do better than him if they were on the same stage. Man can be God because God does what is impossible for man to do. Yi Zhuan, at this moment, became a god in the minds of many people. This is God's orgy, a feast of speed. This is definitely the explosive player of the year. All the spectators were looking at the rugged mountain road and their hands were all sweaty. It's all turned into a mountain road now. There's not even a guardrail. So if you wash down, people are gone. I feel like I'm suffocating. My breath is already catching. Call me an ambulance. I don't dare look anymore. I feel like I'm going to fall if I look again. Why is he still so calm? I can't see a single expression of fear on his face. Isn't he scared? Many people's hearts were beating wildly and they simply couldn't watch. Scream after scream. Some of the spectators were not without evil thoughts in their minds, and could not wait for him to die at once. Fall down, fall down. Drive faster and sprint down the mountain road. Die. You yellow monkey. The dead yellow monkey, the eternal sick man of East Asia, will never be allowed to be stronger than our country's players. Yi Zhuan was traveling alone on top of a high mountain. Every time you get to a thrill, you break out in a cold sweat. Yi Zhuan always wore a smile. Clutch, brake, shift. It goes back and forth. It even changed all gears in just 2 or 3 seconds. Finally, the light was seen on the hill, directly towards the cliff. What's he doing? He's not slowing down. Charge down. Charge down. Go to hell. Aha. It's going to fall. Countless people stood up and shouted wildly. Yi Zhuan looked at the nearby cliff, the corner of his mouth an arc. The hand movements were non-stop. Steering wheel speed turn. Clutch. Brake. Brakes. A loud piercing sound rang out. Countless dust rises. 2 extremely deep ruts in the ground extended all the way to the side of the bluff, and the stones that had been stirred up fell down the cliff, stirring up a flurry of flying birds, but any more than 30 centimeters. The whole car went down. Countless people waited until the dust settled before they dared to open their eyes. Sweating profusely and soaking wet, everyone felt their scalps tingling, like they were walking on the borderline of death. By the time the car stopped, the fear in his heart still hadn't subsided. Take a big breath of fresh ground air, enjoying the aftermath of the robbery. Countless people have slumped into their seats. It's no wonder those top rallies rarely parse the footage from the first viewpoint. It's just that the scenes are so exciting that it detracts from the viewing experience. But this image really makes one's blood swell, and one's body is hot and excited. I can't wait to drag my roommate, who's in bed and is watching HS, straight down and beat him up. You don't want to see this kind of excitement. You want to see that kind of excitement. Simply won't appreciate it. International social media was flooded with comments. It's so exciting. The extreme speed of life and death. Every time I feel like I'm going to die, I'm pulled back from the middle of the edge of death. Unbelievable. Is this what top racers are capable of? Yi Zhuan seems like he's only had his driver's license for less than 2 years, and he's never participated in a rally or formula race. So why is he so strong? If he goes to participate, then maybe the next world champion will be him. With the strength he's showing now, I believe that even after it's over, those top luxury car teams will invite him to join them. After all, this technology already has the strength to win the championship. Those who wanted to forcefully discredit Yi Zhuan because their own players performed extremely poorly. Is this racing? This is drag racing. Oh, it's the dark side of humanity on display. Without the bondage of morality and law, it unleashes his dark nature, disregarding the law and putting the lives of others everywhere. I want to strongly condemn this behavior. This is also in the middle of the live broadcast. If in my Sam's country, dare to disregard the life racing, minutes to beat into a sieve. Upstairs, you cannot blindly, Baron Thin said. Their own country, what performance heart do not have a bit of force to count? You guys are just typical of those who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Really chicken double standard. Don't force black without that strength. Pull down the class. That's what top racers are made of. How's that? Not convinced? Bite me if you're not convinced. Summer viewers have come over the wall. I really can't stand to see people with their eyes wide open slinging mud for no reason. The strength of the summer audience is not a vegetarian, and soon occupied the high ground of comments, coupled with the fact that the vast majority of the audience was already leaning towards Yuan. So in a short amount of time, they disliked those brainless spammers so much that they had nothing to say. Yuan's incomparably stunning performance directly pulled away from the other choices by a large margin, and it inadvertently pulls the show up a notch. Before the show started, the crowd thought it was just one guy ing around, but I didn't expect to see such a great scene. It was just a superb surprise. What's the point of watching a live picture? The figure is exciting. Things that you normally wouldn't dare to do, that you can't do. There's always someone on the air who can do it. It was as if he himself was there, becoming the protagonist in it, doing things in the midst of his thoughts that he could never do. It's enough to get them excited to the point of bursting. As for a few other players, what kind of crap is that? It's either a violent maniac or a mongrel. What qualifications are there to be compared to Yuan? Even their own countrymen weren't too interested after a few scans. The crowd closed their eyes and recalled Yuan's performance just now. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but pull out curves. It was just too evocative. Yuan opened the car door and walked down. Even if he was as calm as he looked, he couldn't help but be excited in his heart. An electronic beep came from his head as well. Racing may be short and without exercise, but the calories in your body are burning like crazy due to the high level of mental focus. In just 20 short minutes, he had consumed 500 calories, 500 more for talent value. It opened up a new world to him. He got out of the car and walked to the edge of the bluff, and the city under his feet became extremely tiny, like blocks on the side of the road. There would have been a swarm of ants, but now look over and it's all gone. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of sky blue sea at the furthest point beyond the point of vision. He frowned lightly. Where the hell was this place? There didn't seem to be such a city in his own memory. No, neither. At a glance, the whole city was huge, with skyscrapers, low huts and everything, not at all like a reef island. Could it be that he had traveled to a parallel world? That's not scientific at all. The end of science is metaphysics, though, but it doesn't look as if it's metaphysical at all. He rubbed his temples, his mind reeling. Viewers' hearts skipped a beat when they saw him frown, and they took to the comments to express their concern. Holy shit, he's not onto something, is he? Wouldn't the program be a failure if the truth was discovered? Gosh, I haven't gotten enough of it. Pray I never find out. The audience was gripped. It was their greatest pleasure. Once you poke it, there's nothing left. Brian, the show's host, rushed out to explain. Please rest assured, our city is a replica of the original scale. Even if he has doubts, but being in an unfamiliar environment, he won't be able to notice that something is wrong. So please rest assured. Please believe that we have the ability and the financial resources to make it this far. Our presence will never be exposed early, and even if it will be, we have a remedy. After receiving assurances, the audience let go. As expected, although Yuan vaguely felt that something was wrong, he couldn't say where it was wrong. One can only put aside the doubts in one's mind. 100 days later, the cosmic invading races descended. All of humanity has disappeared, and when the time comes, you'll be left to fight alone and alone. I don't know if those missile defense systems can withstand it. If it can't be resisted, then you're on your own. He exhaled and withdrew his gaze, opened the car door and took out the 2 items he had gotten at the flying equipment store and threw them on the floor. The audience was puzzled. The brainless spammers instantly found an opportunity. What did he buy those 2 things for? That's funny. Know how to spell death. What an ungrateful person. Thinking that by buying a winged flight suit, he can accomplish such a difficult exercise by himself. Wait for death. There's no shortage of people defending him inside the comments section. Who says ordinary people can't play wingsuit flying? Maybe Yuan used to be an advanced enthusiast of this sport. Don't pussyfoot around if you don't know. It's hilarious. You guys can't do anything when you're a barren thing and you won't allow anyone else to be all-powerful anymore. Can you keep that pig mouth shut, okay? Both foreign and domestic audiences have inexplicable confidence in him, but the next moment their eyes dropped out. Yuan opened the package. Suddenly I don't know how I should dress. So, he pulled a book out of it and began to look at it carefully. Crowd. Yuan, you don't play me. I'm scared. You've come to wing flying. Don't tell me you don't even know how to wear a flight suit yet. The comments sections on all the major sites are bursting at the seams. All the talk revolves around him. Every move generates powerful buzz and heat. I was expecting him to show a wave of unrivaled maneuvers again, but it turns out that he can't even wear a winged flight suit. So he's here for a laugh. He really has a pit in his brain. He really seeks his own death. Even if my Lord Jesus came to life, he could not save him. What's the point of pretending if you don't have the ability? I thought it was so great, but I didn't expect it to be a piece of trash. Real names agree with all the answers upstairs. What with the previous excellent performance? It's all a lie. His real purpose was actually to come up here and kill himself. It's true. Yellow-skinned monkeys have the worst mental qualities, choosing to commit suicide just at the beginning. Garbage. Many people with dark hearts feel they have found a breaking point, citing example after example used to discredit Yi Jin. Many people who cared about Yi Juan were in no mood to pay attention to them. They were only concerned about Yi Juan's safety right now. They substituted themselves into Yi Jin's state. It was even more heartbreaking to see him go down the path of suicide. Can't wait for the show to stop everything he's doing. But there are many others who don't realize how brutal wingsuit flying really is. What's so great about wingsuit flying? Isn't it just plain old gliding? It's just that the gliding suit is a little smaller and it comes with a parachute. What's there to worry about? That's right. Yellow-skinned monkeys are just pretentious. What's the big deal? I'm going to order a set right now, and I'm going to test fly it tomorrow. So remember to come see me live. Doesn't it look like regular gliding to some people? And with a parachute, it's just like playing. The comments section became polarized. Those familiar with the sport thought he was looking for death. Those unfamiliar with the sport thought he was pretentious and glassy-eyed. It was at this time that a tweet from world's top wingsuit flyer, Chrissy, set the internet ablaze. Wingsuit flying is one of the advanced games derived from skydiving, in which the athlete, through the wingsuit worn on the body, performs difficult maneuvers in the air by adjusting various postures, and then uses a parachute to land on the ground when descending to a certain altitude. The process of wingsuit flying is extremely challenging and dangerous, making it the craziest extreme sport in the world and the ultimate in extreme sports. Certain state laws require that every wingsuit flyer must have experienced more than 200 high-altitude jumps before learning the sport of wingsuit flying in order to be eligible to learn. An extremely high bar, and low-altitude skydiving, is recognized around the world as the most dangerous, the most exciting extreme sports. Many countries have explicitly banned this sport. According to incomplete statistics, less than 1,000 people around the world to participate in this sport, and Yi Jin, who is about to perform the low-altitude wingsuit, which is a combination of wingsuit flight and low-altitude parachuting, is considered to be the most dangerous and frightening sport in the world, bar none. As for Yi Jin, the information shows that he has never been trained in professional wingsuit flight jumping. Jumping from such a high altitude will surely kill him. When the world's top wingsuit flying athlete Chris came out to popularize the danger of wingsuit flying, such people realized what kind of mountain Yi Jin was challenging. For someone with no foundation, that's a death wish. Even for those with a foundation, a few die each year. The dangers of wingsuit flying are evident. Chris's words were like a deep water bomb exploding in the hearts of the crowd. No one would doubt the truth of his words, because Chris is globally recognized as one of the top and bravest wingsuit extreme sports pilots in the world, has been through 1,000 extreme skydives in 16 countries, dancing on the knife's edge of death at every turn, once traversed Tianmen Mountain, known as the world's most dangerous mountain, at a speed of 220 kilometers per hour. The thrill is equivalent to a thread successfully entering the eye of a needle in one pass with pinpoint accuracy. A miracle in the world of wingsuit flying. No one has broken that record yet. His words are a well-deserved sounding board in the world of wingsuit flying. Chris concluded his tweet by expressing his regrets to the show's crew and his hope that Yi Jin's suicidal behavior could have been prevented. Untrained people, once they jump off a cliff, almost dead or alive. Wingsuit flying has always been a niche sport, rarely entering the public eye. Thanks to Yi Jin, the whole world now knows about this extreme sport. Many viewers have been asking questions to the program. Hosts Brian and Arya also came forward with a timely response. Hello viewers, because of the special nature of the program, we can't intervene in the personal behavior of the observers, and if we force them to intervene, there will be some unforeseen consequences occurring. That's why we treat all observers equally, and the show will not intervene until it's clear that serious injury or fatal behavior has occurred. Please be assured that in the event of serious uncontrollable behavior, we will be the first to ensure the safety of the observers. The audience from various countries looked at Yi Jin sympathetically. Some wished him dead. There are those who wish him a real miracle. Even if the miracle is only 1 in a million, faith has only just risen, and if it were to fall again, it would be a serious spiritual blow to them. But they alone can't intervene in the program. One can only place hope in himself. Yi Shun, you have to be steady. You can't let those guys make a joke of it. Yi Shun, if you survive this one, damn it, I won't play games for a year to support you. The underground black market has also seized the opportunity. Straight up sky-high betting odds. The money swept up exceeds billions. Countless people killed and red-eyed. And at no moment did they look forward to foreseeing the life or death of a person more than now. Countless topics have rushed to the top. The domestic media, in particular, directly triggered the top 10 hot searches. Even those traffic stars don't dare to buy hot searches at the moment. Even if you buy it, it will be squashed before long. It's really that this campaign is too exciting and too topsy-turvy. It's more exciting than the racing we just did. Enough to drive people crazy. Yuan finally finished reading the instructions and stood up. Every move touches the heart. He stood up. Going to start the operation? Don't ever jump down. Get back up. Yuan closed the manual. Although he had already mastered the master-level winged flight skills, he was still quite interested in some of the introductions. The world's most dangerous extreme sport. Doesn't that suit him? In one's old age, one can still write a novel about one's experiences. Perhaps hundreds of years from now, mankind will return home and be able to look at their writings and know that there was once an ancestor who challenged the world's most thrilling life and death sport. Following the instructions, he soon had his wingsuit on and a parachute on his back. You can't have one without the other. If you were really stupid and jumped without a parachute, I guess even the gods can't save themselves. He was standing on the edge of a cliff. A stone was kicked down by him. It took a long time to hear back. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A thrilling extreme sport of life and death. But unfortunately he was the only one to enjoy it. He unfolded his arms. Then, jumped. No, don't jump. Oh, my God. How could he jump so righteously? So courageous. Has his disregard for life gone too far? It's a pity. Such a young genius. If he had come back alive, those luxury car fleets would have been scrambling to hire him. But now it's all too late. I'd be him. But I'm afraid there's despair in my heart when the whole world has gone away and I'm the only one left where I am. Did you guys notice that when he jumped? His face was very calm and even had a smile on it. How calm his face was when he jumped. How desperate his heart should have been. Many of the spectators also developed a sense of despair in their hearts the moment they watched him jump. No one would think that an ordinary person with no foundation, even if he was a master of the driving class, would have a hard time coming back alive from such a situation. The best case scenario is a serious injury and death. That would have been an immediate exit from the game. But at least a life was saved. Yuan wore a fiery red winged flight suit without a helmet or an oxygen tank. He was like a fiery red feather falling from a high mountain, the most brilliant splash of color among the green hills. It seems to ignite the whole spring. Countless people couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts as they looked at his fiery red fearless figure. That would be the last impression he left on the world. Face death and meet it with the most splendor and fearless courage. Is this the Summerland nation? True to form, it is one of the oldest peoples in existence in this world. It was etched in their bones and made them all feel intimidated. Countless compatriots of Xia, looking at Yuan who leapt down, their hearts did not know where a wave of moving came from. They can't help but ask themselves, if they were in their place, would they really do a better job than Yuan? The answer is, it can't be. He's definitely beyond 99% of the population. Pity. Somewhere in the conference room of the highest authority in the Summer Kingdom, the chief director watched as he leapt and jumped, like the most brilliant flame bursting through the air. He slowly removed his glasses and let out a sigh that lasted a long time. What a nice kid. For being involved in this choice for no good reason. Ultimately, he chose to end his life this way. It's really too bad. He actually wanted to save him. But this show was put together by the League of Human Destiny, and no one could intervene unless the worst happened. Suddenly he looked at the screen and eeped softly. He saw the mystery in it. A slow smile appeared. Sure enough, there are always miracles. The players from the other 7 countries were the most miserable, because in this moment almost no one was focusing on their actions anymore, and everything they did became irrelevant. Yuan took up almost all the hotspots as well as the spotlight. High-tech nano cameras were dropping in on him even before he set out with him. It was meant to document his last-minute death gesture, but now it serves a different function. It recorded Yuan's most fearless gesture. Yuan unfolded his arms, and the air humidity, the wind, and the free maneuverability of his body converged into all sorts of information that passed into his mind. Everything seems to come naturally. He wasn't wearing a mask or carrying an oxygen tank. It's one of the most death-defying acts of wingsuit flying. In this state of extreme speed, a person is close to being unable to breathe, and must rely on oxygen cylinders to support the body's oxygen supply. Otherwise it is likely to fly without any problems but produce an accident due to insufficient blood supply to the brain from asphyxiation. This is the freest state of human flight among the high altitudes. This has been the ultimate goal pursued by mankind for thousands of years. You can travel like a bird between heaven and earth. Fly wherever you want to go. The crowd once again looked down at the fiery red figure, no longer resembling a falling leaf. Rather, it was like the most brilliant flames that were going to burn up the entire sky, leaving behind his most invincible gesture. Countless people have nothing but a fire in their eyes. That was Yuan's figure. That's burning fire. That's the freedom that mankind has sought for thousands of years. It was the most addictive poison on death race. Even Chris couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at his current state. No masks, no oxygen tanks. Reveal yourself at your fullest in the sky with no inhibitions. He could tell. Each of Yuan's movements was impeccable. A textbook-level teaching material. Even if he had done it himself, he could not have done it better than he did. He was so astonished that he couldn't help but stand up. Countless people couldn't help the excitement in their hearts as they stood up when they saw this scene. There was also cheering and applause in the various cities of the Summer Kingdom. This is the time of day when the city would have been at its most congested. But now on the streets, there are hardly any moving vehicles to be seen. Countless people were ready to go to work, but stopped when they saw such a wonderful scene, wide-eyed, afraid of missing any of the excitement. At this moment, Yuan gave them new hope. Eugene half squinted his eyes and looked down on the entire city as far as he could see. He was now in a relaxed state, without the slightest tension of death, as if he had entered a metaphysical state. The whole city was empty. It's like a dead city. He looked from the very top, and there was no longer any life left. All humans seemed to disappear in a flash. He controlled his body as he soared through the air following the air currents, trying to balance himself out, and soon he had completely merged into his master-level state. Reach a state where the mind follows the heart, and he's getting faster. The mountains are littered with rocks, the trees between the bushes, a steep slope covered with thorns, skimming frantically around him. Only a heavy shadow was left behind. It was getting harder and harder for him to breathe. The powerful wind currents brought him tremendous pressure, making it impossible for him to breathe. Many people who used to play wingsuit flying have suffocated, causing lack of oxygen to the brain and then falling into a coma, which eventually produces an accident. This moment amazes the world, turned countless people's perceptions upside down, especially the first view of them. Even more so, I felt my scalp tingle. Always feel like I'm just going to crash and die the next moment. It's even more scalp blasting than Speed Racer. Just how many paranormal events have I picked up this day? Who just told me that he's never played winged flight before? TMD, stand out for me. I can't beat you to death with such skillful maneuvers. You tell me it's your first time playing? MMP, rumors kill people. I don't trust you Hamadites anymore. Where do you get your intel from? It's decades old. Those who sang the praises just now come forward and stand upright to be beaten. Look, this is God. Do you know that? Suddenly someone exclaimed, full of incredulity. His speed is also too fast. It's simply fast. Can anyone tell me how fast he is now? All I can do is look at the stumps on either side. Can someone lend me a pair of eyes? I can't see anymore. That's, at least, over 200 kilometers per hour. Countless people who had mocked him before had their faces slapped. They were really not expecting this ending. Who knew that Yuan, whose resume looked so ordinary, had such amazing skill points? Not only was the audience dumbfounded, but so was the host. Viewers have questioned the background checks and information done by the program. It's amazing that such a top world-type extreme sports player was not written inside the background check. This is the biggest dereliction of duty on the part of the organizers. Those who had been miserably slapped in the face quickly turned their guns on the program and began blasting them for deliberately withholding information from the observers and inducing them to make bad choices. The saddest part is that people who put their money into underground casinos lose a lot of money. I was going to bet on whether Yi-chun would die or not, but it turns out that now, people that are world types of players, they lost a lot of money. The program has come under heavy fire. Hundreds of thousands of people have joined together to ask them to explain the incident and apologize to the public. The biggest boss behind the program, the Coalition for Human Destiny, simply ignores these negative voices. Still want to explain? Still want to apologize? Take a look. Don't look and get out. Gave you guys face. So they don't come forward to explain at all. Not even the idea of saying anything. Those who co-signed were given no explanation. Trying to turn up the heat. It turns out that the media, who are usually like sharks, don't seem to be interested in this event at all. As usual, after they mouth off and curse enough, only to find myself cursing loneliness, purely in self-indulgence. The curses were silent at the end. After all, cursing at the air is costly after a long time, and it doesn't get any response. The people who were originally talking about boycotting the show were mouth breathers. People just don't respond to you, but you can't really not look at it. One can only hold one's nose and admit it. The social media comments have been non-stop. So fast. He doesn't have to breathe? I'm so afraid he's going to pass out in the air before he even lands. It's just too stunning. Is this the legendary winged flight? Humans can soar in the sky like birds. It's just too glamorous. I'm going to sign up too. Upstairs you don't go. More than 200 times of skydiving experience can only apply for learning. The whole learning process costs more than $100,000. Don't go and waste your time if you don't have money, time and talent. That's a pretty damning statement, but it's true. It's costly and time-consuming. and it's still the most dangerous extreme sport in the world. It's a lot of work and it doesn't get any attention. So why bother? Yi Jin's eyes were half narrowed as he looked ahead, unable to breathe now, but he grew up on a big river. Swimming was a family affair, and over time, his lung capacity was worked up to be particularly strong. He adjusted the rhythm of his breathing in his chest to keep from suffocating. He's like a stray arrow now. Quickly, he shot off into the middle of the city. But it's not a straight road, host Brian said. Just now, we tested with the most professional instruments, and Xia Yizhuan's speed has exceeded 210 kilometers per hour. According to experts' predictions, Yizhuan's speed will most likely increase again. Of course, it depends on his proficiency in wingsuit flight. If it goes well, it is highly likely that his hourly speed will equal the record of top wingsuit flying athlete Chrissy who flew over Tianmen Mountain. So let's wait and see. Countless viewers got excited at the sound of it. The mysterious sport of wingsuit flying was unveiled to them. They are now full of interest. And this is not a ride. It's pure human flight. 220 kilometers per hour. The limit of what even humans can't handle. At this rate, every extra second is torture for the body. And those who can't hold out may even collapse. This is why these athletes are so focused on pushing their bodies to the limit. Host Arya picked up. Oh my god? Brian wondered. Alicia, what's wrong? Arya pointed her finger in front of Yechun in the picture and covered her mouth, looking there in surprise. The crowd was wondering. The screen gradually pulls up. The whole panorama gradually reveals itself. That? Yeah, Han. Is he going through there? No. God. This is too crazy. This is an absolutely impossible feat. This difficulty, it simply breaks through the heavens. Only God can accomplish it. He'll die. Countless people's tone was filled with incredulity. On one of the side peaks, there were two towering stones. The distance between them, only 2 meters wide, and the direction of flight that Yizhuan adjusted was towards these two stones. The crowd guessed what he had in mind. He was going through the gap between these two stones. Brian said, according to the information, the name of these two stones is called the Twin Stones, and Yizhuan, it seems, is about to pass through these two stones, which is an absolutely impossible feat. Brian's words came out. The difficulty of his challenge is even greater than that of Chris's challenge at Tianmen Mountain. And if he accomplishes this world-class feat, then he, in the history of wingsuit flying, will leave a colorful mark. Chris also tweeted again. He tweeted that even at his peak, he wouldn't dare try it. It's a death trap. If Yizhuan accomplished this feat, then after the program ended, he would personally invite Yizhuan to enter his battle team and conquer the world. The crowd redirected their gazes to Yizhuan. Will he be able to finish? What the world's top wingsuit flyer Chris is not sure of. Can Yizhuan do? 210 kilometers per hour. Even if it's hard to even breathe. By this time the human body has reached the limit of a degree where even moving the body is difficult. Being able to tweak such a subtle change across the twin stones? They envisioned it over and over in their minds. Change them. There is only the possibility of dying headfirst on a rock. Never the second possibility. So is this suicide? They don't. Because it's God's world. They, on the other hand, are just a mortal. So they can't speculate. Yi Jin felt as if his blood was boiling throughout his body. The body greedily absorbed the outside air and took in all the information. Wind direction, temperature, humidity, angle, body balance. Extremely small gaps in each direction will determine his success or failure in this challenge. If it fails, then wingsuit flying is really just something you can only play once. But if it works, then he's on top of the world. His face, somewhat distorted by the wind, broke into an ugly smile. This time it's all or nothing. Then, just go crazy. He is like a hot burning flame, killing through everything. Yizhuan felt it slightly, and a large stream of information flooded into his mind. Wind direction, northeast. Wind, force 2. Humidity, 90%. Temperature, 28 degrees Celsius. Air pressure, 1000 HPa. His eyes were incredibly sharp and every cell in his body was incredibly active. In particular, the neurons in his mind were like a sophisticated computer making precise calculations. It can be accurate down to the tiniest fraction. Begin positioning and prepare to adjust. The angle is starting to adjust. Prepare to turn and lean right. His mind was going through thousands of simulations at the moment. It was not for him to be cautious, though he wanted to push his limits and accomplish feats that no one had done before. But it doesn't mean he's just going to kill himself. He would live to cross the gap between the two stones in the most splendid and invincible manner. Even if there is no audience in this moment, he also has to be the best, the most precise, the most perfect. He now had no distractions in his mind, banishing all distractions from his mind. Now he only had those two stones in his mind. That was his ultimate goal point. Everything else gradually began to blur and disappear in his mind. The sky and the earth were like a white sheet of snow. The twin stones became a black dot and he, the fiery red arrow of God. It was a moment that suddenly became very quiet. And there was no more wind, no more mountains and seas, no more cities. Everything disappeared, just like the initial moment when heaven and earth opened up. At this moment, his speed was getting faster and faster. Although it was only a light breeze, the strong resistance and speed caused his body to go into overdrive and suffer, as if countless winds and rain were beating down on him. He did everything he could to maintain his balance. Incredibly precise reorientation. Width, less than 2 meters. He's close to 5 feet 8 inches with his arms spread out. If he flew across, the dangers he encountered would definitely increase geometrically. And once he lost control, it was likely that there would be no chance of survival and no one would come to his rescue again. It was the loneliest battle he had ever fought alone. No one will stand beside him and fight alongside him. All he could count on was himself. This one is a battle of life and death. Before the final contact, Yuan struggled to make one last adjustment. Angle off 60. Side flight. Hundreds of nano cameras controlled by the crew are in place in all directions, filming in 360 degrees. Brian suddenly blushed, as if he'd discovered something unimaginable. We found that Xia's player Yuan adjusted his angle, and after the angle was adjusted, his speed is slowly increasing. According to the speedometer's precise measurements, his speed has reached 215 square meters per hour. No, it's more than that. It's increased again, over 220. This speed has already equaled the speed at which Chris traveled through the Tianmen mountain cave. Brian was so excited that he began to tremble. His voice was a little incoherent with excitement. The audience all over the world kept their eyes glued to the screen and didn't even dare to make a sound for fear that they would make a sound and disturb Yuan's play inside. Their whole hearts clenched and pounded wildly, in the direction of the first viewpoint. Looking at them, their blood rushed up, a hot air went straight to the top of their heads, and their bodies began to heat up. Previously Rush Racing was beyond thrilled as well though, but that's ultimately on the ground. And this, looking from the sky, traveling through the sky, the most natural release of human nature. They can't wait to be transformed into the protagonist and experience those thousands of years of ambition and romance. Eugene was now incredibly calm and composed. He alone is in heaven and earth. Kill over and through. That's all there is to desire. Countless thunderbolts exploded deafeningly in his ears. 3, 2, He counted down in his mind. His eyes were incomparably sharp, carrying a murderous aura that broke through everything. Now if a criminal was in front of him, looking into those eyes of his would probably scare him into fainting. Over. He roared out wildly in his mind. In a thousandth of a split second, he was like a shooting star in the night sky. With incomparable grandeur, it slid down the high mountain and eventually passed through the twin stones with unparalleled speed. Breath surged within him, his body trembled incomparably, his entire body tingled, and a great sense of satisfaction surged up from within. All the spectators who witnessed this roared out wildly. It's nifty. It's so six. Fuck me. Fuck me. Yi Shun. Bull. This wave of flirty maneuvers. I'm blowing up. God Yi, please accept my knees. From now on I'm God Yi's licking dog. Damn. It's just bullish to the point of blowing up. Brian looked at the final value measured by the machine and was so surprised that he was able to fit an egg in his mouth. Full of incredulity, ladies and gentlemen, I just got the latest news. The speed of Xia Zhizhuan's last crossing of the twin stones has broken the record set by Chris, reaching an appalling 230 kilometers per hour. Let's cheer for him. A strong cheer suddenly erupted in the land of Xia. It's comparable to the national soccer team playing in the World Cup. It's just too long in the tooth. Showing up in front of the whole world, taking first place, and constantly setting and breaking records. Enough to prove the excellence of the Summerland nation. The national influence brought about is enormous. Chris posted a tweet, pleasantly surprised that Yuan had broken his record, and warmly welcomed Yuan to his team to challenge the world together. The few people in the underground casinos who bought Yuan's win in order to pick up the pieces made a lot of money. But there are always some discordant voices, mingled among them. What's the hurry? It's not over yet. So what if he crossed the twin rocks? There's also the low jump. I just don't believe he's that lucky too. These statements naturally suffered a great deal of rebuttal. You people just can't get enough of grapes. Is it hard to recognize that others are good? I, Yi Shun, am invincible. So whatever you guys say, you still have to kneel and sing Conquest. Low-altitude skydiving is nothing. I, Yi Shun, can do it in minutes. It all seems like a long time ago. It was actually only a few short minutes. A cup of tea already seemed to have passed half a spring. After Eugene crossed the twin stones, he finally saw the real face of the city. He controls his balance. After passing through the hellish difficulty, he was now able to maneuver himself like a fish out of water, almost to the point of being able to do so. Facing the building in front of him, He angled himself slightly to pass through the towering edifice, then start traveling through the city. The height keeps dropping. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. The audience hadn't slowed down yet and nearly bit their tongues off watching his tawdry maneuver. It's almost to the ground. And you don't open your umbrella? It gets more difficult the further you get to the ground. The optimum opening position is now exceeded, and it is important not to drop the ball at the last step. Ha ha ha. Over 100 meters is a dangerous altitude. Over 50 meters is a death altitude. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Why don't you open an umbrella properly? What's the point of pretending? Now you've flipped the car. Ha ha. At this moment the altitude has dropped to 50 meters, but Yuan hadn't made a move to open his umbrella yet. The crowd had already covered their eyes and didn't dare to look, fearing that he would fall and become a puddle of flesh. The altitude dropped to 40 meters. Then 30 meters. Yuan's face finally had an expression on it, and his hand pulled open the umbrella. A huge parachute floats up 30 meters above the city floor. The sagging speed collided with the parachute and the airflow kept tumbling. The fierce airflow resistance is a great test for the human body. After a jolt, then came the constant onslaught, eventually smooth. Yi Jin landed slowly. Low altitude death jump. Success. Unrivaled. All cheering stopped the moment before he hit the ground. Until after he landed on the ground, the crowd's heads were still a little dazed, not daring to believe it. Not at all like the excitement that came the moment he crossed the Twin Rocks. The crowd's throats were a little dry. Couldn't help but swallow. Like swallowing an iron nail. It's a little hard to swallow. It's obviously a cause for celebration, but it's as if they're a little paralyzed by nerves. The successive stimuli had worn out their nerves a little, and after a long silence, shouting again. Yi Shun, bull. Yi Shun, invincible. Quite a few people shouted out these words with all their strength, hoarsely, the words breaking straight through the clouds and startling countless birds. It was only after shouting this that their pressure seemed to be fully released. The exhaustion subsided, and his shoulders were suddenly much lighter. Awesome. Just awesome. It was one of the most awesome broadcasts they've ever seen. It's a hell of a lot better than those little anchors singing and selling their meat. And there's nothing like what happened to Joe Bilo. At the same time they were surprised at how big the show was. These cities were built, even if they relied on some of the original buildings, and they could not be made like this without hundreds of billions of dollars. Who the hell are the showrunners to mobilize so many resources? At the same time, they also bloated a bit. The program group was really unlucky. It was supposed to pick people randomly, but it ended up picking a super boss. They figured that the program's heart should be like eating fly shit right now. The joke didn't work, and it ended up being a showstopper. This wave of Operation Show Out is simply break through the sky. Not many people in the world can accomplish it. It's just so awesome that it blows up. Several heads of power centers also watched the entire broadcast. The chief executive let out a long breath. Yuan's wave of serial Operation Show. No one would ever think he was unworthy again. At the same time a new hope burned even more in their hearts. Yuan just needs to play steadily and not have any accidents in the middle of the game. Is a huge chance to win the title. Once you win the title, you're qualified to compete for something like that. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the thought. Some hope that had been slim suddenly becoming infinite after this series of events. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. The mood is as good as it gets. It was only after this series of incomparably tense and exciting events had ended that countless people woke up as if from a dream. Looking at the time, they had been watching for over 2 hours without realizing it. Immersed in this tense and exciting atmosphere, you can't notice the time change at all. It was only after seeing that I was almost late for work that I hurriedly ate something and rushed to catch the bus. Even on the road, their minds kept reverberating with the unbelievable excitement of this morning's exercise. Until now they still can't be still. The whole thing is totally immersive. On the way to work, they both kept their cell phones in their hands, afraid of missing the next exciting live broadcast. A city begins to take on a life of its own, gradually awakening. But no matter what country you're in, all the hot topics are centered around this reality show. Countless hot topics stormed the media. The heat continues and endures. Even some of the top 10 topic hot searches in domestic social media are about this program, and 8 out of 10 are topics that bring up Yuan. Any topic related to him would automatically bring the heat, and some of them even rush to the top 10 of the topics hot searches in a short period of time. A lot has been dug up about his life's past. He's all the talk in the streets. Yuan still didn't know that he had become the biggest hot topic, and after completing the low jump, he rubbed his legs and gave himself a recovery exercise. He had set a new record, but it wasn't easy for him to take a strong impact on one of his legs when he jumped from such a low place, so he was running and jumping in place doing recovery exercises before he was left with some after effects. An electronic beep came from his head as well. Ding! It has been detected that the host has consumed 800 calories, which translates into a talent value of 800. Ding! 1,430 talent values left. Ding! The human yolk breakthrough has reached 10%. After the breakthrough reaches 100%, you will become a galactic new human. Yijin listened to the first part of the story quite normally, but was confused when he got to the latter part of this article. What's a human yolk? And there's the galactic Neanderthals. These words separate every word he recognizes, but when combined together, he was uncertain. Is it possible to break through the shackles of the human body every time you complete an extreme sport? So why haven't those who played extreme sports before them broken through those chains and become galactic Neanderthals? Or, he seemed to have a vague answer in his mind. It's not the previous ones that couldn't break the unlock. Rather, they didn't break through the unlock enough to reach the tipping point. Even if some people reach the tipping point, they are only 10% or even 5% complete. Because it's impossible for everyone to be as enlightened as yourself and be able to be proficient in countless mastery skills at the same time. As long as one continued to complete various extreme sports and break through the limits of humanity, one would be able to unlock the new shackles of humanity and become the legendary galactic new human. For some reason, he always felt that the galactic neo-humans were very uncomplicated. Perhaps, one could make oneself useful in the defense of the home planet in an unexpected way. He exhaled softly. Put away your winged flight suit and parachute. Then he suddenly thought better of it and remembered something. Looking at the top of the towering mountain, suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. His expression fell into contemplation, and then froze. The crowd looked at his expression, puzzled and speculating. What is Yuan thinking? Does he want to do it again? No way. Even if he were to do it all over again, he wouldn't be able to do it exactly the same. Maybe he's thinking about some life lesson too. What do you mortals know? I, Yi Shun, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to others? Yuan slowly looked all the way to the top of the mountain. What about my fucking car? Still at the top of the mountain. A mountain so high. Should I climb it again? Flying down is cool. It's just a few minutes. But if you walk up on both feet, you won't be able to get up there without 4 or 5 hours. But he had expended a lot of energy now, and the few calories from the food he had replenished in the morning had been consumed in an hour of morning exercise, extreme racing, and wingsuit flying. Don't look at speed racing and wingsuit flying quite easy, seemingly not consume anything, but the physical and mental energy consumed by these two is the movement of an hour's shoot horse is also difficult to reach. He was hungry now and just wanted to go back and gorge himself on supplemental food and then get a good night's sleep. As for the car, whatever. We'll talk about it when we're free. Go back to the hotel. Go to sleep. He unlocked a shared electric bike from the side, put his backpack down and throttled up. Speed 40 mph. Soared up. The crowd looked at Yuan, who was sweeping the code with a big grin, and their heads were a bit confused. Where's the heroic, unbeatable, unrivaled top extreme athlete from a moment ago? And scanning? And a little electric? Can you be more dramatic? You don't want a large luxury car parked on the side of the road. You go and scan the code to ride an electric bike. Are you in over your head or is my perception off? Now the whole world has disappeared. You're the only one who's still in order like this. Aren't you tired? If it were possible, they would have liked to break open his head and see what was going on inside. Never seen anyone like that before. If it wasn't for Yuan's incomparably outstanding performance, they were afraid that they would have thought that he was a nerd. It's like a perversion of perception. The world's top race car driver and extreme athlete drives a 500 and an electric car. It's certainly a pipe dream to say that no one would believe it, but it actually happened. There's nothing out of place. As they thought about it, they suddenly just remembered. Wuling Honda? Right, wow. That Wuling Hongguang it, just now on the mountain is not still open. The back of the Yuan jumped down from the mountain after. That should still be on the mountain. They suddenly understood Yuan's somewhat confused eyes at the bottom of the mountain looking at the top of the mountain, and emotionally forgot about their car. They felt both sad and a little funny at the same time. Look at the way it's done. The car that arrived had just run around and turned around and was lost. Yijin put the electric car throttle screwed to the bottom. 40 miles per hour speed. All the way crazy back. At least half an hour. The crowd was used to seeing that 200 plus mph speed, and then looking at this 40 miles per hour speed. They always felt that something was wrong. The comments section began to fall silent. Only the occasional pop-up floated by. 40 mph. That's too slow. Can't you go a little faster? Can't you go 100 mph? What are you thinking upstairs? And want the horse to run. But also do not give the horse to eat grass. You also do not look at that Wuling Hongguang is what configuration? Even if it's broken, it's still burning oil, and the engine is modified. 40 mph is a bit uninspiring. Want to see a Ferrari racing? Why do you think he's such a deadbeat? Anyway, The whole world's disappeared and he owns everything. Doesn't this show that the nature of my Xia nation is very excellent and simple? Do not take ill-gotten gains. Doors don't close. Roads don't close. It's the excellent traditional culture of our Xia nation. Yixin was able to resist the temptation in his heart and do this. For this I'm going to call for him. Summerland viewers have left messages in the comments section to honor the nation. Others want to refute it, but can't find a single point to base it on. It was really because Yuan was too excellent. Like a brilliant sun that swept across the heavens. They really wanted to choke the show and ask, TMD, talk about a random selection. You randomly chose this guy? Once Yixin came, the others simply had no face to hang around. MD, just those points shown before already hangs over a few others. That's just cheating. They even wanted to jointly send a suggestion to the show to replace Yuan, but once they thought of the protests they had sent out before, the program group didn't even respond to whatever they wanted to do. They slowly extinguished the thoughts in their minds. In the back of their minds they secretly greeted their mothers dozens of times to the program. What they don't realize is that the showrunners wouldn't want to try to explain it to them even if they knew they were doing these stupid things. It's just a bunch of garbage. Who is in a position to ask them for explanations and listen to them? And you want to switch? Who do you think you are? Just change it? What do I care if you guys are upset? Bunch of dumbass things, something that's got nothing better to do than eat. You want an explanation? Go home and listen to your mom. Although they had other concerns, that was an internal strife, and others were not even qualified to give you a hearing, let alone intervene. That's it. What can you do? The crowd watched Yixin ride his electric bike back to the hotel, feeling as if there was nothing left to see at all. Accustomed to a fast-paced, high-stimulation life, it's always a little hard to get used to when it suddenly slows down all of a sudden, but they couldn't take their eyes off of it, fearing that an explosive event would come later and they wouldn't be able to see it live, and they'd miss out on the best part of it. After 10 minutes of watching, it was still the same. The moderator also felt that this was a bit awkward, so Brian rushed out. Hello everyone. We have just seen an incomparably wonderful performance from Xia's player Yuan. We invited Professor Chase, an expert in the study of human behavior at Harvard University, to be our guest on the air to explain this extraordinary play by Yuan. Professor Chase is doing some theoretical analysis, so please wait a moment. So there's a little bit of time left. Now let's watch a couple of the other contestants and what have they done. All 8 players were observed simultaneously. Yuan now occupied the largest screen, but there were actually several smaller screens synchronizing several other people's performances. Brian's eyes froze for a moment after he turned the camera to his room and looked around. We're looking at Andrew from Sam's country. Now let's take a look at his hotel room. Ooh, my god, what do I see? It's amazing how Andrew's room is filled with all sorts of firearms. And what's that dense pile? It seems to be bullets. Geez, this is carrying a couple of gun stores. Brian was also completely shocked. Before it was just playing on a small screen without switching cameras. Now that the cameras are all switched over, it's like a gun show with a wide array of firearms, because it is reproduced at the original scale. So there is a lot of gun stores that exist in his city. I didn't realize that in just a few hours Andrew had carried the vast majority of the guns back. He's afraid he'll be in danger. So many guns, enough for a local war. Suddenly, Andrew made a move that took them by surprise. What is Andrew doing here? I seem to have guessed a little, but this is too much. Andrew was seen loading all of the dozen or so light machine guns with magazines, securing them, and then lining them up in order to point them at the windows outside. In the place of each light machine gun's wrench, there was a rope holding it, finally converging on Andrew's hand. Go to hell. Death to all. Dare to abandon me, and the whole world will be buried with me. Andrew grimaced and yelled frantically, pulling hard on the rope in his hands. With the tug of his hand, a dozen light machine guns spewed sinister flames, hundreds of rounds firing deafeningly from their muzzles every second. The windows of the building across the street were directly shot into a sieve by these dozen light machine guns. Countless pieces of glass shattered and pieces of furniture inside flew across the room, venting hard for a few minutes. The floor had been covered with a full layer of shell casings and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. The crowd was so surprised by his wind of destruction that they could not speak. This is too good at it. First time I've seen it played like that. Immediately afterward, Andrew went out again in a military jeep. Where is Andrew going? Not going out to carry guns back again, are you? Arya looked in the direction he had left, a little puzzled. Then a search on the map and a big shock. Oh, my god. It looks like he went to a military base in the city on the map. Geez, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Arya was in tears. Andrew was still in the same country as her, but I've never seen one so well built. You have so much energy. Can't you do something else? You have to make such a big fuss. What's wrong with you? How did I pick a thing like you? Arya was a little embarrassed and more than a little tearful. There was also the thought of cutting to Andrew's screen, Or he could make some leading tendencies in certain places and get higher scores in the later judging sessions. But now no matter how hard she tried, can't steer out of it either. It's useless to guide yourself even if your teammates don't give it a go. Brian also felt a little awkward. I want to rush into the show and beat him over the head. Can't you be normal? Even just doing something random will blow you away. As a result, you don't do anything. What do you expect us to do? Piggyback. Piggyback. They have the power of capitalization behind them as hand-picked hosts, so they know some of the hidden secrets and specific aspects behind the scenes. The show has been staked out backstage. The most powerful top countries in the world were involved, and it was rumored that there were some unnameable reasons involved behind it. So no matter who wanted to make some small moves, it would be extremely tough. Otherwise they would have revealed something to Andrew a long time ago. But looking at this situation now, it's a bit desperate. Replacement is out of the question. Just begging for him to rise to the occasion behind him so they can do some writing. Otherwise the score just pulls down all the way. Sam's country doesn't know where to put its face. More than Yuan? They can't even think about it. That guy wasn't even human. But they had some other calculations in their hearts. Yijin has been making death, challenging all kinds of extreme sports, maybe one day due to serious accidents leading to death. By then, they had their hearts in the right place. Then with a simultaneous sigh and a glance at each other, let's settle what's in front of us first. Brian smiled awkwardly without being rude. Andrew is probably not recovered yet. Let's give him some time and hopefully people can understand this behavior. After all, it is easy for people to be left with some mental trauma when they receive a major blow, and I believe that Andrew can recover quickly. So please give him more tolerance. It's the same country after all. Brian has to save some image either way. If it were any other country, he would have played with his life and stomped on it. He coughed lightly twice to change the subject. Turned the screen to Duke in Gaul. Now we see Duke of Gaul, who seems to have been immersed in the opera. He seems to have recovered a bit now. No more emotional outbursts. But there seems to be something lost in him now. For the heavy blow has made him subconsciously begin to run away from life and his surroundings, imagining himself to be the horn of the Lord in the opera. And his whole being has taken on something of a sinking condition. Brian shook his head. If it were up to them, they would probably escape from real life even more. Then the camera panned. Now we're looking at Igor from the Maro country. He's driving a big pickup truck right now. And now we're seeing that his pickup truck is actually hauling a machine gun. Oh my god. Where is he going to go to wreak havoc? Igor drove a punchy pickup truck with a large case of famous wine next to the seat, drinking while driving, red-faced and excited. Brian thought he was out to vent. Like Andrew, Arya, a little puzzled, took over. But it looks to us as if the forward direction of his car is toward the suburbs. What's he doing in the suburbs with a machine gun? She was puzzled. The audience also speculated. Taking such a big machine gun is going to shoot birds, isn't it? Not out of the question. According to the pissiness of the fighting people. Such a big machine gun and so many bullets. This is not just going to shoot birds. This is rushing to exterminate the tribe. It's simply too fierce. There are still birds in the woods in the suburbs? There should be. The program group can't be so genocidal. The birds are all killed. It is estimated that not only the birds, there are also some animals present. Otherwise, the program will not appear to be broken. Fair enough, that's the most likely guess. That's brilliant. Well organized and logical. A chicken leg for you. Igor drove this heavy-duty pickup truck sideways. He's the only one in the world anyway, so it's okay to drive however he wants. The road signs or motorcycles that he encountered on the road were all directly blown away by his foot on the gas. The audience's eyes glazed over a bit as they watched, and suddenly the violence seemed like a form of beauty as well. It wasn't as good as Yuan, but it seemed to be okay to look at. What did they mostly expect him to do in the countryside with a machine gun? This pike goes down. Whether it's a bird or a fish, it's probably going to die in pieces. Just what they were expecting. A few minutes passed. Igor stopped at a thick forest. I'm right, aren't I? Must be here to hunt birds or else animals. Anyway, the world has disappeared. No one cares. And it's okay to be entertained, says the impulsive man who wants to take a machine gun and shoot my neighbor in the face. MMP. Ron, you asshole. I'm coming over right now. Crowd. You can post a pop-up and still run into old acquaintances. Igor threw down a couple of sandbags from the pickup and barricaded them to use as a setup table to secure the machine gun. The bullets were all pressed. Several spare machine gun magazines, and a box of bullets sitting next to them. The crowd couldn't help but look at the battle in disbelief. If this were at the mouth of a canyon, the entire canyon could be blocked off with just this one machine gun. Would love to experience the thrill. Just as their eyes burned with a sense of anticipation, the machine gun in Igor's hand spewed out a frenzied tongue of fire. And if it were in the darkness, a line of fire could be made out. Endless bullets pouring out. All of it all blasted into the large tree in front of him. In just 10 seconds, a large tree with decades of age collapsed, smashing the branches next to it, splashing up countless dust, and startling the flying birds in the forest. After knocking down one tree, he turned his gun on a second large tree, and another tree, only a few decades old, collapsed, sending wood chips flying. Based on his posture, he's still not out of nowhere and doesn't even look like he's getting back at the world. What kind of person runs into the forest to get back at the world? The point at which all the bullets dumped was in the root area of the tree. It was more like he was chopping down trees. All viewers, audiences all over the world, despite the language barrier, flashed one language in their minds. Crikey, I've seen fierce, but not this fierce. Taking machine guns to cut down trees. This is a fucking first. Where are you even going to retaliate against the city? What if you go to fight birds of prey? Or you can take it to the mountains. First time I've seen one like this. But then again, the effect of cutting down a tree like this was quite good. 10 seconds a decades-old tree was ruined. There aren't any other major drawbacks. It's just a bit bullet intensive. Igor was sipping on his expensive wine while wildly dumping bullets in one hand. The two surprisingly didn't clash too much when placed on his body. In the hearts of the crowd. What is this? Drunken logging? The host cuts the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, our Harvard Professor Chase is ready to go. We're ready to connect the dots. The other countries didn't have too many highlights in their performances. We'll have time for that. Okay, now get ready to cut the big picture. Stick country, Terra Nova, non-state, geranium, peace. What about our country? You don't want to see it? Just a drag queen? The main screen in the big screen jumped. A long-haired professor in his 50s appeared in the middle of the screen. Chase, a Harvard University researcher in human behavior, one of the program's guest commentators. The host's diffident demeanor collected a lot when facing him. After all, this one in front of him, but stood in the world's top academic institutions of the great professors. Hello, Professor Chase. Well, hello, host. Professor Chase, looking all scholarly, smiled at him and spoke more gently. Brian asked respectfully, Professor Chase, this invitation for you to be a special guest on the live broadcast is that I hope you can explain to us why such a big change has occurred in Yizhenju from the direction of human behavior research? Because according to our information, Yuan is neither a race car driver nor a wingsuit pilot. But from the live broadcast just now, it seems that there are many changes in Yuan that we can't understand, especially these two, which are simply beyond the limits of human cognition. Professor Chase listened to all his words with a straight face. There was a slight thought in his eyes. He looked at the information in his hands and said, just now I conducted a series of research and analysis with my team and even made some brainwave modeling diagrams. Because we can't detect the brainwaves in Yuan's mind, the conclusion may be biased. But we've always believed that people can explode with incredible strength in the midst of a desperate situation and do things that would be difficult for an ordinary person to do. This outburst can manifest itself in many ways: mind, body, strength, speed, etc. The audience was also puzzled. They have heard something about this theory. It was once prevalent on the internet for a while. I heard about a mother who ran 9 seconds in 100 meters to catch her falling child, breaking the world record. But on the second retest, the mother could not run at that pace by any stretch of the imagination, by a wide margin. It was also heard to have been repeated directly afterward, word for word, an hour later, but couldn't remember it all. Arya asked, Professor Chase, as you said, Yuan just exploded into such an amazing performance in the midst of a desperate situation. So why didn't the others have this change in them when they were also in a desperate situation? Yuan, will it be a flash in the pan as well? Spectators from the other participating countries looked over. They are also desperate to know. My great Eastern Japan has always inherited the spirit of Bushido. So why hasn't samurai power erupted in the midst of a desperate situation? And I, the kingdom of the stick, have always been the origin of the universe, and all the cultures of the world originated in the kingdom of the stick. So by definition, our nation is the best. Upstairs, the stick country doesn't want billion. My pharaoh of the Nile, who has unlimited magical power, will destroy your stick country in minutes. Tiny little Tennessee. The tombs of your pharaohs were handed down from my stick country, which still has your prototype pyramids. The comments section is bickering again. Prof. Chase ignored the jumpers, looking at Arya with a look like she's a fool. We weren't able to get brainwaves from all of them, so we can't tell, but we do judge that it's genetically related. The potential hidden in the genes of different people is naturally different, and naturally shows different manifestations. As for Yuan, I can't give a conclusion. There was something he didn't say explicitly, just to save face for them. How can people be the same? He's not from Sam's country, so he doesn't have to make a point of holding his feet up and saying nice things in order to glorify Sam's country. The blunt truth is that you people are genetically incompetent. Summerland viewers are gorgeous. The rest of the audience is literally about to explode. Isn't it obvious that you're pointing the finger at them? I wish I could show off their hand speed in the comments section. Brian could see the mood was off as well, and with a cold sweat dripping from his forehead, he cut the scene away. Thank you, Prof. Chase, for the wonderful sharing, and we'll see you next time. The screen shifted and cut to the screen where Yuan was. He had arrived at the hotel entrance, and after locking his electric car, he went straight upstairs to his room. Yuan yawned and opened the door to his room. The room he was in was a deluxe suite with all the furniture. In addition to the bedroom, living room, there is a study, tea room, kitchen, large balcony and everything else. It's almost like a home. Yuan scanned the place he was currently living in. This place was so much better than the rental house he had rented before. Among his dark guesses, such a large room would cost at least $1,000 a night. I really don't know why the people who saved themselves from coming back were so willing to give it up. I'd still like to thank him if I get to meet him someday, but now the place belonged to him. This will be his home from now on. He lay on the big soft bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling, listening to the birds chirping outside, and thinking about a lot of things in his head. The place where he was actually an island. Although I don't know where I am yet. All the buildings and things here mean that it's still within the country and shouldn't be too far away. Even if it was more comfortable here, he wanted to go back to the mainland, returning to a familiar place. Even if the Ant clan descended 100 days later, one would have no regrets in dying in battle. At the same time, he had other ideas. In case there are still some people in this world who have not left, one is not so lonely. On top of that, he also acquires some strategic weapons to face the ants and increase his leverage. Each of these things is extremely important, and the mind is a jumbled mess. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was 2 hours later. I don't realize I've been asleep for 2 hours. Sleeping was really comfortable. He stretched and got up, pushing the window open. The midday sunlight spilled through the leaves onto the sill in a dappled mess, and he wished, really, that it had all been a dream. He didn't want to be some kind of savior. Ordinary people are actually pretty good. He turned on the stereo in his room, and Park's Year of Innocence played slowly, washing away some of his sadness. He woke up with a bang, and viewers around the world were paying attention. There were only 100 million people watching him sleep on the live stream. As he woke up, the live stream instantly doubled several times. Countless people have turned their attention to him through television, computer, and online media. He's awake. He's awake. Finally. So boring. Finally something to read. Where's the boredom? Don't you think he's handsome when he's sleeping? I'm drooling. Ha, where's he going? I don't suppose there's any food in the hotel? He must have gone looking for some leftovers. I heard that the yellow-skinned monkeys are pampered and don't even know how to cook. Damn. Do you know the 8 major cuisines? All of them are from my country of Xia, and they're much better than whatever Western food you guys have. What 8 cuisines? Bragging. I don't believe he can cook. Even if he does, he will only make tomato scrambled eggs. What's the big deal? Yuan headed for the kitchen in the hotel. Although there was a kitchen in the suite, the refrigerator was empty, with nothing in the way of vegetables or fruits. Just a few drinks. All the way down. There was no one around, and it was quiet. I have to say that this hotel is still very tasteful. The hotel is magnificent, revealing an ancient taste. The wall is doing some decoration. Extremely bright. Apart from this, some of the amenities in the hotel are extremely well done and complete. A gym, movie theater, swimming pool, and a range of massage rooms are available. At the end of the walkway was a fish tank with a few goldfish. He cast in the fish food that was next to him. It is destiny to meet each other. He pushed the door open and walked into the kitchen. Inside were a number of dishes, still extremely intact, that seemed to have been left in a hurry and set aside before they could wait to be served. Why are they all in such a hurry to leave? Yuan shook his head. As he passed by, he smelled a rancid odor. He threw these previously exquisite dishes into the driving rain barrel. Today, he's going to cook his own food. Fortunately, although those people left in a hurry, the groceries they bought were still put aside and not taken away by them. He opened the freezer, which held some meat products. Some of the ingredients are available on the kitchen bar table. Green onion, ginger, garlic, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken broth, cornstarch. His eyes lit up. With these ingredients in place, he had all those dishes he wanted to make. The off-screen viewer sees all these ingredients he's walking around looking for. No way. He's really going to cook? I guess it's just a casual cooking. I've watched the food program in Xia. It's simply too fake in there. It's all pretended to be made. Even if he makes it, it's not as good as our Western food. I'm a 3-star Michelin chef, and I've watched those food programs in Xia, and the people in them don't know how to cook at all. And you can tell just by looking at their knife work. It's just garbage. Just like to pretend to get eyeballs. Dare to compete with our Western food for knife skills? I've heard that Chinese food is all about knife work, so if you can't even beat me, who are you to say you're better than Western food? Weren't you guys just blowing off Yuan's cooking skills? Why don't you dare to compete again? If you don't dare to compete, then kneel down and kowtow. Admit defeat. A number of people claiming to be Western chefs jumped in the comments section. Even a 3 Michelin-starred chef uploaded a video to the tube, openly calling out Yuan. In the video, he demonstrates his mastery of the knife. Take a carrot and in a short period of time, make the shape of an animal straight out of it, as if it were lifelike. Split a block of tofu right into 20+ slices and swish them around the plate. They were smart enough not to directly target the summer chef community, but instead put their main target on Yuan's body. Anyway, Yuan's reputation among the program was now skyrocketing, as if he had already represented the Xia nation. Then they dealt a heavy blow to Yuan and overwhelmed Xia from another angle, with extremely impure intentions. Can you guys talk with a bit of billion? Compete with our state chef if you can. All of you are pretending. Chef is your profession. If you have the ability to pick something else, race cars, then wingsuit flying, how dare you? Bunch of trash. You know how to shade people behind their backs. Who stepped forward to challenge just now? If you have the ability to stand out and compete with me. The group of people who sent out the video provocation were smart. They don't go head to head with these top chefs in Xia. Instead, he only aimed his main target at Yuan, not responding at all in the face of these comments. Instead, he used his own resources to top the video straight to the top, challenging Yuan. A time of wind. The provocative posts from the outstation were republished directly into the national media hit. Countless marketing numbers are sniffing around. The heat is on social media in the country. It topped the Hot 100 in just 10 minutes, and it happened to be just after the noon hour. Countless people stopped what they were doing. Turn on the live stream to watch this battle between Western and Chinese cooking. They lambasted the treachery of Western cooks. But there's nothing to be done about it. Yuan still didn't know that in the outside world he had become the center of attention on the internet, and billions of eyes were staring at him. God testified that he just wanted to have a simple lunch. He had wanted to simply make a chili pepper stir-fry and boiled pork slices. After all, he wasn't the old Empress Dowager Cixi. It takes over 100 dishes to eat a meal. But while looking for materials, several books were now found in a cabinet. I don't know which chef left it. Knife work for state dinners, culinary artist, edibles, modernist cooking, fruit and vegetable cutting and decorating. He took one look at the books and put them back. It wasn't like he was going to make any kind of feast, so there was no point in watching. But the moment he closed the cabinet door, he suddenly had a thought and reopened it again, taking the book out and placing it on the tabletop. Shall we? To operate a hand? You can't store so many dishes in the kitchen for a long time anyway. In the past, I always watched how strong the knife skills were in those food programs. If I used my natural skills to learn it, wouldn't that be? His eyes lit up. It's idle anyway. It's just a matter of moving your hands. So, he opened the books. Crowd off screen. And the chef at heart is about to burst out laughing. The comments almost didn't stomp him on the ground. This is your Oriental chef? Cooking surprisingly? My gosh. Oh, my god. The chef who does all the cooking is shit. Garbage. Worthless. I feel insulted to compete with him. The person I competed with was the biggest mistake I've made in my life. Hurry up and surrender, you guys. If you admit your mistakes on the internet, then I'll let you go. The noses of the people of Xia were about to become crooked. It's almost like you want to spit a mouthful of old, thick phlegm in their face. Can you order bilberry as a human being? I've heard of these people being shameless before, but I didn't know they were this shameless. There is simply no lower limit. Who the fuck agreed to compete with you guys? And feel insulted by your cooking? Who insulted you? You're the ones who put your faces together. All of it is your self-indulgent. 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 Self-indulgent orgasms there. And kneel to you? It's just a bunch of trash like you. Yuck. If the screen had been able to get through, they would have rushed over and thrashed those people over the head of their dogs. I've seen shamelessness. Not this much. They made up their minds. Even if Yuan lost, they couldn't let go of this group of thick-skinned people. Yuan flipped through each book, straight up brushing over and over. 5 books. It only took 10 seconds for him to swipe them all. An electronic beep came from his head as well. Ding! Is it possible to learn the cooking skill? It costs 20 points to advance to master, and 100 points are required to become proficient in 5 books. Study. Ding! Talent value consumed 100 points. 1,330 remaining. Request for favorites and recommendations. His mind instantly incorporated countless knowledge. He closed his eyes, savoring the masterful culinary knowledge that had been delivered to him from the infinite void. There are no high or low professions. Those who have achieved the most extreme depths in a particular profession are masters. He could be the racing guru. He can also be a master of wingsuit flying. He could equally be a master chef. When something is taken to the extreme, only you can surpass yourself. When he was in the process of opening his eyes again, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The people beyond the screen couldn't help but look at him with fear in those eyes. His eyes hid an inexplicable divinity and seemed to hold endless treasures. It was as if nothing in the world was put in his eyes. The clouds are moving and the world is changing. Everything is a passing fancy. They felt as if this kind of look could only be seen among those legendary masters. At this level all the world's merit and fame have long since become a thing of the past. Someone couldn't help but say that in the comments. It's like I see stars and seas and mountains and cloud tops in his eyes. Me too. When I see those eyes of his, it's like I see my grandfather in a high position. Can anyone tell me why I feel this way? Do you guys have it too? The ones who were taken aback by him had bad intentions. Immediately reacted. It's just a trick. What's the big deal? That's how the Orientals like it. Ha! He's just pretending there. I don't believe he can learn all those books he just spent those 10 seconds flipping through. If he beats me today, I'll cut off my XX and quit chefing forever. Upstairs. I've got you on tape for this. You don't fucking cut it. You're my son. Ah shucks. I don't have a son that trashy. What 3-star Michelin chef? Aren't you guys just bullying a little kid? If you have the ability, come and compete with me. Don't let the wind flash your tongue when the time comes and you can't take back what you said. That handful of people saw a heavyweight come out to dislike them. Immediately, he pretended to be blind and unable to see. They weren't sure they could outsmart these heavyweights. Just point the finger at Yuan and screw him over. There are even several 3-star Michelin chefs who have put all the videos they've recorded on the tube. Yuan also finally moved. He washed all the dishes he needed and put them on the counter. Wash the knife well too and hold it in your hand. He picked up a carrot, a smile on his face. The crowd only felt a flash of light. A white aura flashed in front of him. They subconsciously covered their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was able to drop an egg in his mouth when he saw the scene before him, only to see that the knife in Yuan's hand was like a whirlwind thunderbolt. It was as if there was an immensely lubricated gear turning in his hand, and his hand never stopped without the slightest pause. A few fingers worked together perfectly. The crowd watched as the incredibly sharp blade quickly chipped away from his hand, surprised and on the verge of screaming. With that slash, if just one slash hits the hand, then maybe the fingers are gone. Even if it was lighter, a large chunk of flesh and blood would be cut right off. Yuan's right hand was as fast as lightning, and seemed to have been honed millions of times. Each blade swung over just right, not a point more, not a point less. Just peel away from the very top of the carrot skin. Each tiny piece of skin barely carries any carrot flesh. It's unbelievably precise and perfect peeling. The crowd was dumbfounded by the god-awful technology. A few short seconds. A smooth, translucent carrot appeared in his hand. The skin on the table is as thin as a cicada, and each piece is almost exactly the same width. The crowd off-screen swallowed hard. Is this still human? Is this something a human being can do? Look at the skin on the table. That's too thin. It's like it can pass through. And each piece is about the same width. How the hell did he do that? Who says Oriental chefs are bad with knives? Anyone who pulls one of them feels like they can beat a 3-star Michelin chef. Those so-called 3-star Michelin chefs looked dumbfounded as well. What's the big deal? I'm able to do that too. Compare carvings if you can. Their Western carvings are a masterpiece, and it takes painstaking effort to practice. They just didn't believe that just anyone would be able to hang them. But the words had not yet fallen. A thin blade had appeared in Yuan's hand. He's going to start carving? The crowd was shocked. Can't think of any way it could trump that. Because there was a 3 Michelin star chef carver before, but he carved an extremely lifelike animal. It's not that easy to outsmart him. Something original had to be thought up. The knife in Yuan's hand was as fast as lightning. He seems to have gotten into the swing of things. It's getting faster and faster. It's getting faster and faster. The crowd only felt a residual shadow in front of their eyes, and the sword in his hand was like heaven and earth being born. Carving beings. Countless crushed carrot dices flew across the room, spread in a fine layer on the counter. The billions of people watching the show had ever-increasing pupils, and the astonishment in their eyes was practically on the verge of breaking through the heavens. What kind of god-awful carving is this? Oh, God! Are those still human hands? Those are the hands of an angel. No! I can't believe that there is such a perfect work of art in the world. The god-awful blade in Yuan's hand finally stopped. He let out a long breath. The hand that was steady as a rock when I was carving just now, in sudden relaxation, slightly shaky. He looked at the work carved out of his hands and smiled in satisfaction. 3,600 knives. Each cut was just right. Not a point more. Not a point less. Yuan took the carrot in his hand and gently shook it in the gaze of billions of people. Shake all the crumbs away for a moment. the carvings are finally available. The crowd's heads exploded when they finally saw the full face of the sculpted piece. What a hell of a job that was. What a godsend that was. This is simply not a technique that can be accomplished by humans. Even an engraving machine that is precise to a fault would struggle to produce something so artful and so precise. On top of that tiny piece of carrot, surprisingly, dozens of architectural carvings, large and small, appeared. In addition to this, there are buildings, arched bridges, pavilions, lakes. It's like heaven between the big and the small. In some places it was so precise that it seemed like a little more force would destroy everything. But Yuan did it flawlessly. This is nothing short of a miracle of the creator. That 3 Michelin star chef compared to him. It's almost like a firefly over a white moon. What are you doing here? Don't miss it if you guys are walking by. A couple of recommendation votes, haha. Especially appreciated. Ask for a recommendation, e.g. vote of thanks. Billions of viewers around the world simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. It's almost draining the breath out of the global region. Bull. It's fucking awesome. It's like a firecracker inside a bullseye. A bullseye explosion. Where is this greatness that man can accomplish? Even the most accurate machine can't be as accurate as this. They looked at Yuan with complicated eyes. All I could think was, fuck you. The same hands? How come there's such a big difference between people? One's own hands can only comfort oneself in the middle of the night. Look at people's hands. They make world-beating works of art at the drop of a hat. The difference is more than average. Those who had just screamed the hardest on the internet suddenly stopped barking like impotent dogs. The Xia audience had just suffered from their anger, and they didn't intend to let them off so easily. Tramp, where are the ones who screamed the loudest just now? Get the hell out of there. I remember a Michelin restaurant chef who said that if Yuan beat him in knife skills, he would cut to wing cheese. Now you're mute. Can't say anything? Just now is not quite bullish, you guys. Now when the head of the turtle, head shrinking to your mom's turtle shell inside it. And you want us to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Tramp. Gave you guys face. Now open your own dog eyes and see who's the bully? A bunch of things with no eyes. Old me really can't hold back a fire. Your faces simply can't be splashed with sulfuric acid. Still jumping? Get your ass out here and dance. Ha ha. Upstairs. Don't curse. If we continue to curse, someone will say we have no quality. But cursing is too chicken cool. The people of the Summer Kingdom simply a solution to the anger in their hearts. It's not that they're unqualified. It's that the other side is simply too much of a dog, shameless to the core. The anger in their hearts had long ago been on the verge of spilling out of their chests. It had been prepared to fail as well. But Yuan peaks and turns. Not only is it a reversal, it is simply to show them with an invincible posture. Who can match the sword skill? That was in a matter of minutes. A stunning sculptural building carved out. Compared to him, the animals carved out by the 3 Michelin star chef before were just like the garbage of garbage. The kind that would be thrown inside the sewer without even taking a look at it. People will die, and goods will be thrown away. The carving out of that animal is pretty good, but it depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to Yizhani, he didn't even have the qualifications to be placed in front of him to compare. One is a grade A. The other one is SSS level. More than just an all-around hanging. It's simply crushing, running over the face and not even stopping. In front of screens around the world, the group of so-called Western chefs were green and white as they watched the unsavory comments. The whole face was ugly as if he had died his own mother. Where do those summer people get so many words to curse without stopping? Hit them with all kinds of blows on all fronts. They wanted to spray a mouthful of blood on the screen and find a hole in the ground. Also, did you eat shit yourself? Compare it to Yuan. That splendid and incomparable sword skill was simply the world's #1 sword skill. Everyone. The bottom line is that such people are surprisingly not famous. It gave them a beeping feeling in their hearts. If you have this skill, you should have told me earlier, and I'm still fucking looking for you to compete. Am I not an idiot? There are still people who are dead ducks, making a last stand. What's the point of having good knife skills? It's not the same garbage if you make something that tastes bad. That's right, good carving doesn't prove that he's a good cook. And even if the things he makes are fancy, if they don't taste good, it still doesn't prove that your Oriental cooking is good. It's just a little bit of excellent knife work. There are still a lot of great people out there in our Western culinary scene that haven't come out yet. It doesn't mean anything. They feel like they've instantly found themselves an argument. Start the big book. Crazy Dis Yuan is just good at appearance, but a mess of cooking flavor on the inside. The summer viewers were literally getting pissed off at the shamelessness of the group. These Western dogs are really shameless. You can find out these crooked ways from anywhere. Obviously you guys have your own words coming out of your own dogs' mouths and disprove them yourselves. To be or not to be billion. If they could walk across the screen right now, they would have taken off their pants to make a hot bubble of golden liquid to give those shameless people across the street a few sugar bites. Dozens of pairs of eyes off-screen watched the beautifully sculpted carrot as if mesmerized. It's a god-awful handful. If it was put in front of them, there is absolutely no hesitation in spending a lot of money to capture the beautiful artwork in front of you. It's just so perfect and exquisite. Yuan didn't know that because of his own routine operation had caused such a big stir in the outside world. He was just a little surprised at how skillful and unparalleled the master's knife work was. But for him, a single piece of carrot is not enough to eat. It's just the ingredients. So he raised his knife straight away, in countless pairs of horrified and bewildered eyes, falling. The knife in his hand was as fast as lightning. A piece of carrot was instantly sliced hundreds of times by him. After shredding it, it was thrown directly into a bowl and landed in the water, instantly scattering into hundreds of shredded carrots. Countless whales are happening all over the world. What a waste! It was a work of art. How could it be destroyed like that? Countless people wanted to vomit blood. It was just short of rushing into the screen, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck and questioning him harshly. It's a work of art. How can it just be ruined? They were so distraught they wanted to spit blood. Haven't had a chance to take a picture of it yet. Only existed in this world for a brief minute. The titanium alloy dog eyes of those Western chefs are just about to light up. It's so awesome. It's so awesome. They couldn't wait to rush in and hug and kiss him twice as hard. To use an old Eastern saying, that's a sleepy pillow. How could they not expect Yuan to cooperate with them so much? Like he understood their thoughts? The whole thing is crazy happy. Yuan does not know the changes in the outside world. A piece of carrot only, even if it is a perfect sculpture. In his eyes, it is only a side dish in the district. And even the qualification of being the main dish is not there. There were all the side dishes and entrees he needed in the kitchen. It was soon cleaned by him and placed on the table. He juggled the knife in his hand with a beautiful knife twist. The countless side entrees were like objects that could be changed at will under his hands. The only sound in the middle of the kitchen was the chopping of the kitchen knife on the cutting board. Crisp clangs echoed through the kitchen. The kitchen became his paradise, his world alone. The sound of his casework became more and more rhythmic, like a most melodious symphony. The knife skills in his hands also became artistic techniques. Knife skills with a crisp, clear casemate. It directly constructs the most addictive and uncontrollable spiritual world. Countless people are unconsciously integrated with their whole being and can't help themselves. Countless musicians have seen much more from this wonderful picture. It seems to see the world of a master's lifetime. The two figures slowly merged together. The mind was overwhelmed. They looked at the figure, like a mountain to climb. Yuan, unrivaled in the world, asked for a recommendation. The moment his hand literally knifed to a stop, it was only then that the crowd woke up as if in a dream. Everyone was immersed in that image. There seems to be a master in the picture, showing his talent as a teenager. He learned to cook under his master. When he meets the person he loves in his youth, he is deeply overwhelmed, and in order to pursue the girl, he keeps repeating new dishes to her every day. His sincerity impressed the girl, and the two finally succeeded in joining hands with each other. At 26 they had their first child. A third child was born at the age of 29. At the age of 35, the master was in a bottleneck, and when he reached a certain level, he had no idea where his future direction lay. By this time he had become a nationally renowned master, and even the powers that be treated him with courtesy. He wasn't sure if he should keep outdoing himself or follow the path of those who came before him. Choosing the former path is too difficult to let go of all one's distractions to dive in and specialize in innovation. But he has taken this path to the extreme, and the many innovations are just much the same. But if he chose the latter path, power, reputation, money is almost at his fingertips. He would have stood at the top. As long as he kept it up he would be the culinary saint admired by all. In this moment, he was confused. Can't find the road. After a night of pondering and uncertainty, he made his heart's choice and chose the first path. It's also the toughest road. After 5 years of agonizing confusion, spent in constant failure, he finally succeeded. That year he was 40, successfully outdid himself, bringing an era of cooking to the top again. He created a secret cookbook that was unrivaled in the world, did not skimp on what he had learned in his heart in the slightest, and widely accepted disciples. Stepping out on a new path, the two figures gradually reunited. They didn't know why they had this magical feeling. Yuan was obviously so young, but he had the air of a master between waving his hands. Is there really such an all-powerful person in this world? An absurd thought was born in their minds. What kind of people did the show choose to put in there? This was a flood beast that was only sleeping before, and when he awoke, the whole world would tremble. They looked at a few of the other contestants with sympathetic eyes. They probably don't realize what kind of people they've inadvertently become opponents of. If they knew, they would be so despondent in their own minds that they would commit suicide. It's probably as good as bleeped in their minds. Those so-called big names in the Western chef world remain shameless. What's the big deal? Just showing off. I could do better than him if I had my way. And what do you say about seeing the master's style? You guys don't brag so much. It's nothing great. The crowd ignored these sore loser retards. A dead duck's mouth. Just let you guys blow off some more steam. Yuan began to start a pot of oil. When he moved the knife in his hand, all the ingredients were as if they were walking in his hands. Another gorgeous and unbelievable treat. Countless people exclaimed. Is this a special effect? But will the footage we're seeing right now is pre-recorded by the show, right? It's actually a movie. This is just too much. It's only in the movies. Yuan's hand is incomparably stable. The pot in his hand is like adding a stabilizer. Incomparably even. All the ingredients have been subtly shaking and giving off their own unique flavors. Yuan's ratio of each ingredient was wonderful to the peak. No more, no less than 1 point. It goes together just right. All the condiments. Like it's been weighed, to the nearest 0 gram. After dozens of steps, it finally comes out of the pot. A dish of dompa pork, a dish of hairy blood wonton, and a dish of poached live fish. All three are home-cooked. But trying to get a home-cooked meal right, that's the real deal. The crowd looked at the shape and color of the dishes and their appetites rubbed off. The shape is congealed but not disintegrated and the color is bright. 3 dishes, each with its own unique desirability. And Yuan also made some changes to the original foundation, so that these 3 dishes remain the same on the basis of the original flavor. Or even further. In addition to this, some of the ingredient ratios have been optimized. It makes it healthier to eat. Their tongues tingled a little involuntarily, and they couldn't wait to savor it. It's just too tempting. Some 3-star Michelin chefs couldn't help but lick their tongues as they looked at the tantalizing dishes. That's a famous Oriental dish. Today's sighting is really different. But soon he slapped himself. How can you grow others' ambition and destroy your own, when you represent Western culinary arts? And it was they who issued the challenge. Once they admitted that it was the other side that won, then their reputation, which was about to be swept to the ground, would never be the same again. Credibility, in particular, will be hit hard, so they will never allow themselves to be defeated. Even if they fail, they absolutely can't admit it. Anyway, it's across the screen, can't do the most fair judgment. Right and wrong are all by them. Just by some media outlets and do some opinion-leading tendencies. It's not a matter of minutes to stink up the other side. They started contacting the media, especially the high-profile bloggers. They spent a lot of money to hire them to publish some remarks against Yuan on the internet. Anyway, there are a lot of dumbass on Heapit. Do a little opinionated steering, and in a minute, the scales of victory are tipped in their favor. They were very pleased with themselves, as if they had seen the light of their victory. That one Michelin 3-star chef Mino who called for Eastern cooking to kneel and give thanks to Western cooking. He sneered and started tweeting on the internet. He's going to use his influence to steer public opinion. Yuan is just a vain appearance. Everything is a performance. It has been proved that although the Eastern cooking skills are good knife skills, but the Chinese look is not useful, cannot be compared with the Western cooking skills. He was shaking with excitement as the tweets went out. Seems to see himself when he is accomplished. Soon there were replies below the comments. He clicked on it. You're just a stupid pig. Why would I ever go and eat anything you've ever cooked before? I'm going to spit it out. Nino looked at the comment and blushed a little. Definitely a summer audience. It's so unqualified. I can't believe you've eaten your own cooking? Pull the plug. Delete it. He was about to put up this guy's comment to start a war. Suddenly his computer beeps kept rising. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. He was delighted. Did so many people agree with him? He clicked on it. Instantly frozen in place. Who are you to judge a master Oriental cook? You jumper. You're a piece of shit. Stinking fool. Go to hell and insult the Oriental prince in my heart. Shame on your so-called Western cooking. Flat out discrediting it. And have the nerve to tweet here. Are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? Not only that, even the media vloggers he got. They all came over to scold him as well. His face became incredibly ugly. What the hell is going on? How the wind seems to have changed all of a sudden. Why on earth? The various countless replies to his comments section are almost all trolling. He had assumed that those who would come to scold him were from the Summerland. He kept pulling the plug and deleting and pulling the plug and deleting. But he's not deleting it as fast as those replies. A short minute. There were thousands of replies below the tweet he just published, and thousands of retweets. It's safe to say that this comment of his has traveled all over the world's media in this short minute of time. If this was a good thing, then he would have gone mad with joy long ago. But, judging by the responses, paying attention gave him chills and chills all over his body. Trying to figure out what went wrong, Nino roared furiously. All of them. As citizens of Sam's country, you guys don't help me even if you don't. But you have to fall on your sword to scold me. Death to all of you. In his heart, he hated these people who had fallen into the well immensely. even more than the rest of the country, and could not wait to see them all die in the most gruesome way. No, something must be wrong somewhere. I've got to find it. It's Yuan. It must be him. He turned off the page in front of him and reverted back to the live page. When he saw the live page, his entire body simply went crazy. He was disoriented at the sight of the scene before him, as if his mind had been taken away for a moment. No, it can't be, he muttered, crying and laughing as if he had lost his mind. Yuan in the middle of the screen opened the window. Beyond the windows are countless birds, chirping and screaming, jumping up and down, impatient. It was as if there was something inside the window that was immensely attractive to them, and had it not been for the fact that the window had a net surrounded by iron bars, they would probably have rushed in. Nino's entire body was going crazy at the sight. How is that possible? Birds have always had a less acute sense of smell, so how could they be attracted to all of them? On top of that, a dozen or so stray dogs were hurrying over on the ground. Dogs have the best noses. They smell the scent from a long way off and their eyes instantly light up. Billions of viewers around the world were simply stunned to see this scene. What the hell is going on here? Host Brian explains. We put a certain amount of animals in each city for realism. And as far as the original ecology of the birds of prey, we didn't destroy it. But looking at the situation now, it seems like all of these animals have been attracted over. And I also want to taste how tantalizing the aroma of those dishes made by Yuan is. Brian's eyes glazed over a bit as well. Though a native of Sam's country, he is also a food critic and has always had a great desire for Oriental cuisine. The scene made him yearn even more for the charms of Oriental cuisine. When Yuan opened the window and saw the scene, his entire body was stunned as well. He scratched his head. It's as if you've unintentionally done something great. He smiled softly. These dishes are my lunch. What will I eat if you eat them? But since you're here, let's have dinner with me and consider it fate. There are still many bags of rice left in the dining room. He grabbed a bowl, scooped up a big bowl, and opened the barbed wire of the window. A handful of direct spills. Countless birds instantly flew down and began pecking at the rice. He left the leftovers from a while back and some leftover bones in a large bucket outside. The group of homeless dogs started to hesitate a bit. As soon as he was gone, he immediately swarmed. Split those bones. Yuan re-entered the kitchen and shook his head as he looked at the stray dogs outside the window. Everyone left, and while these homeless dogs won't starve to death, they won't be any better off. After all, it's a life. Give me a hand if you can. He brought his meal inside the hall and began to savor it. After incorporating these recipes, your own handiwork is becoming really good. In the past, if he had this craft, he would probably have been able to mix in with the state banquet team. He savored it there. What he doesn't realize is that billions of people beyond the screen watch him eat, kept swallowing non-stop. Even those who don't eat spicy food watched him eat it with such gusto. Drool was coming out of my mouth. 2. Start placing your order for Igwa dishes straight away. The audience wasn't about to let Mino off the hook that easily. His one post, after thousands of retweets, has spread to all parts of the world. A wave of anti-Michelin 3-star restaurant sentiment is festering on the internet. The questioning post initiated by Li Hong, the famous gourmet and chef of the state banquet in Xia, directly topped the hot search, driven by the traffic. There were hundreds of thousands of retweets in just a short time, and it instantly topped the #1 hot search list in China. The summer audience has experienced that foreign Michelin restaurant chef's insults and provocations to Yuan's Oriental cooking. So after Li Hongyi sent out a questioning post, it instantly ignited the hearts and minds of the Xia viewers who were on the same page, both at home and abroad. A boycott has begun. Since it is such an insult to my summer cooking, it is simply delusional to want to earn money from my summer consumers. Humph. Those Michelin restaurants in the West aren't necessarily superior. I'm abroad at the moment, and I had a reservation at a Michelin restaurant for lunch today that I'm going to back out of. There seem to be Michelin certified restaurants in the country. Boycott them together. Forget the domestic ones. It's not easy to make some money. The level of consumers in Xia is well known all over the world, especially those summer people traveling abroad. They just rule out Michelin certified restaurants. Food is the easiest to replace. The restaurant industry has the fastest metabolism, with hundreds of thousands having to go out of business every year. So nothing irreplaceable. Choose Michelin just because it's pushy. But after it was left in the dust, it naturally went unnoticed. Almost the whole world is beginning to subconsciously boycott Michelin certified restaurants. The first to bear the brunt was the Aegean restaurant where Mino was located. It was verbally abused. On the major online platforms, there were almost lopsided negative comments. And even things that happened a few years ago were dredged up and criticized. All those Michelin chefs who came out to make a sound before disappeared into thin air, no longer daring to make any noise. All the videos they sent out were all deleted cleanly, afraid someone would notice them. While not all Michelin certified restaurants were involved in this, they were also victimized. The mind is like a beeping dog. You say that you TMD these few people have nothing to do, caused a big basket to let us share the burden. But fuck you guys. They immediately issued a stern statement online, resolutely boycotting Nino's behavior of tarnishing the reputation of the Western culinary community is simply outrageous. It is recommended that he be blocked immediately and never be allowed to enter the industry again. Nino cursed them for seeing their deaths fall into place while trying to find a way to save them. It's not just the job he's losing, it's the credibility. Since then, like the culinary world, no store has ever dared to take him. How could he live with such dire consequences? Unfortunately, he's the most aggressive jumping on the internet, and the tweets he sent can't be erased at all. It was treated as a prime target. Even those Michelin chefs who are in the same camp as him have pushed him out as a scapegoat. Call him an organizer premeditator. This one could ignite the internet. Hundreds of thousands of letters of denunciation poured into his 3-star Michelin restaurant. Nino was fired at the first opportunity to apologize to the public. Also started a lawsuit by the Michelin restaurant he works for the huge financial and reputational damage caused to the restaurant. Even if they try to remedy the situation, those Michelin-certified restaurants lost their credibility in a heartbeat, and the doors were closed. And Yijin, after finishing his lunch, rode his little electric bike leisurely towards the harbor. Ask for a recommendation, e.g., vote of thanks. Exploring the harbor on the island was something he had wanted to do. It was strange and unfamiliar, a city that his mind had no memory of. He searched the entire hotel and couldn't figure out a map of the city. The phone also doesn't show exactly where the currently located place is. That's why he took a winged flight and explored the transportation map of this island with an overhead gaze. While doing his wingsuit flying exercise, he had imprinted most of the transportation routes on the island in his mind. Not quite accurately, but not far off. In his exploration, the entire island was not big, just equivalent to a third-tier city. There was a harbor not far from his hotel. You should be able to get there in 15 minutes. Other than that, there is no airport. Only those cars parked in 2s and 3s on the island serve as transportation. He didn't rush to places like police stations and military bases, as they weren't of much use to him at the moment. You have to eat your food in small bites and take things one step at a time. The probing of these places can be pressed back. He wanted to find out if he could leave the island. Once he could leave, then he might be able to find the rest of the world's survivors. And the fight against the invading races of the universe could be an additional force. Even if you can't find anyone, he could also find some powerful military bases and see if he could take control through some special methods when the time came. After all, those heavy weapons invented by humans are not something that can be stopped by ordinary flesh and blood. Any one of those secret, undeclared secret weapons would be a weapon that would shock the world and be condemned by humanitarian organizations. It was dusted off in the armory because it was too vicious to hurt Trina. As long as these weapons exist, those zombie siege scenes inside the movies hardly ever show up. I'm afraid they've only just come into view before they've been wiped out. There are also human weapons of destruction that could destroy Blue Mercury 3 times over. He didn't believe that with the existence of these things, the so-called cosmic invading race would still be able to be arrogant and easily destroy Blue Water Planet. So he gets these heavy weapons if he can get out of the island city. Then his chances of winning are much more certain. If it is true that there is no one to fight alongside him, then he'd have an unending battle with these cosmic invading races. They weren't going to leave him alone anyway. Yuan revealed a cold smile. Even if you guys are capable of getting me killed, then I'm going to egg you all on before I die. And one has the system as a killer. This is the key to winning on your own. Viewers around the world watched him set off again on his motorized bike with some confusion. Where is he going with this? Not really. I don't think I'd be so idle as to go out and play. Looking at his little donkey, I'm angry. Driving a luxury car, go out racing. How cool. Yeah. How long can this little donkey run? 30 kilometers is the limit. As the crowd murmured, the camera is starting to pull up, marked on the map the direction he was heading. There, in the direction of the island's harbor. Brian guessed his purpose and said, the direction Yuan went was where the harbor was. It looks like he was thinking about how to leave this island and return to land. The audience was shocked. Host, is the program's protection measures surely done? Yuan is so strong, he won't leave with the help of transportation, right? If Yuan had discovered the world's hidden secrets too soon, then there's no suspense behind it. Brian smiled slightly. Chastity, rest assured, viewers, that the show has made foolproof measures and there is absolutely no way he could have left the city with the help of transportation. And to prevent him from trying some of the dangerous modes of transportation, we don't even have an airport in the middle of the island. As his words fell, Yuan also finally arrived at the harbor. The harbor isn't that big, as he had imagined. There was no ferry or luxury yacht, except for a few small fishing boats. All that was left was a large, stranded luxury megaship, which, when viewed from the front, had a large gash torn through the front of the ship. like a bloody scar. It appeared to have touched the reef, and after being torn open, was compelled to run aground on the shore. The sea poured into its wound. I wonder how much seawater has accumulated in it. It's a struggle to even get the water out of it, let alone drive it away. The huge ship was so scarred that there was little chance of it driving away. Yuan gave up after surveying the shore for a while. He couldn't restore such a huge luxury cruise ship by himself, and all those small fishing boats were wooden and powered solely by paddles, trying to find the right direction to navigate in the middle of a vast ocean, and through countless stormy seas. He didn't have that confidence for a while, and it was too much of a waste of time. If he stayed at sea for 2 or 3 months, the cosmic invading races would have already attacked before he could return to land. Then he'd probably have to cry his eyes out. It's one thing to lose a battle. It's another thing to lose before you even fight. Not to mention the dangers of the sea that could kill him in a minute. Yuan exhaled. Secretly, he spat a few words. Are these people braves? They're just leaving. Not even leaving him a ship. What can he do about it? One can only think long term. The audience was also entertained. This is a really damaging move by the program. You can't see it open. Also, is it serious to keep a few small fishing boats? These small fishing boats have almost zero resistance to storms. The show is so insidious. There shouldn't be any fools who really think that they'll be able to get back to land by relying on a couple of small boats, right? According to the piss-taking nature of the program, there's no way to get back without a couple of months. There was a sudden cry of alarm. Holy shit! Holy shit! It's really been said. And there really is a fool who takes a boat out to sea. It's a non-national. This nigga is too pugnacious. What's wrong with his brain? On that exclusive screen for non-national observers, only after he had hoarded a large amount of grain, straight out to sea in that canoe, the audience saw the scene and simply didn't know what to say. Should I call him adventurous or brainless? Such small fishing boats are overturned in an instant once they hit the wind and waves in the sea. The chances of surviving are ridiculously small. They shook their heads, anticipating the man's death in advance. They watched him like a monkey show, not one of their own countrymen anyway, so what do they care how he dies? Brian was also a little unsure of what to say about this sudden and unexpected occurrence. Emergency response teams can only be notified to be ready to save lives at a moment's notice. After Yuan wandered around, he found that there was no space available for himself, mounted his little electric donkey and set off for the next stop. Ask for a recommendation. The audience watched his back and shook their heads. He should be desperate. The show has done so much that there is absolutely no way out. Other than that big giant ship, it's just those little fishing boats, or else you have to swim back to land. Either fix that giant ship, or remodel those little fishing boats and put a couple of engines on them, which is slightly less risky. Don't even think about fixing that huge ship. Just repairing that one huge wound is an impossible task. Not to mention that I don't believe that huge ship is just broken with just one big gash. Something else must have been done inside. Then the only way left is to remodel a fishing boat. But that's no easy task. But at least it's much better than swimming. Everything in here is a nightmarish challenge. You can't even lay your hands on it without thinking it through. It's not like that dilettante from Nankoku, who has a pit in his head, without even a bit of remodeling. It's straight out to sea. What's the point of bringing all that food? When the time comes, after the storm comes, the boat capsizes, and it's not just a straight-up game. If it were up to them, they would rather live on the island than go out to sea to face such horrible dangers. After all the facilities on the island are very complete, and it's not like it's a barren island. So even if you plant something on it, you'll be able to ensure that you don't starve to death. They looked at Yuan's back, thought he'd given up on the idea. But even if he gave up, with his current performance, it was still enough to be able to become the first among these 8 people. That's hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. Thinking about this, their hearts were incomparably hot. $100 million. The world can buy basically anything that money can buy. Where is he going with this? It shouldn't be to go back and lie down. His performance now is amazing enough. I do hope he gives up this idea of going to sea, or else there will be no defense against the danger when the storm comes. Some, however, look forward to him going to sea, hated to see him die at sea. Then the humiliation they had suffered would dissipate and no one would ever speak of it again. Otherwise, every time Yuan made an amazing move, those viewers would drag them out and flog them once again. Yuan just gave up? It's too easy to give up. Not even having the courage to try, and turning away directly after perceiving difficulties. Is this the national will among the Xia people? When a man loses his courage, even if he does something amazing again, he is still weak inside. Although all his previous performances were amazing, I think in terms of courage, he is not as good as the non-national players. So easy to give up. Then even the competition. Not better to just quit? Many people have been posting malicious speculations in the comments. That's how they were going to discredit him. Clowns with dark hearts always think others are like them. and expect others to lack what they lack within themselves. What do you mean courage? Mountain road speed racing isn't courage? Low-altitude wingsuit flying isn't courage? Don't come out and embarrass yourselves with that doggy look. Go home. With billions of pairs of eyes around the world watching, Yuan arrived at the entrance of the city library. Tendo Library. Yuan glanced at the words on it and looked odd. After the Xia audience saw the name of this library, they couldn't help but have their mouths twitch. How is that name so middle-aged? The name seems like the name of a novel. So it seems like the designers of the program should have read the book. 6666. This operation is simply 6 out of 6. The rest of the audience looked at them so excited. Unsure. Isn't that a nice name? Brilliantly atmospheric. With substance. How the comments are so off. Speaking of which, what is Yuan doing in the library? Does he want to learn about mechanics? No way. Could it be that he's trying to repair that one giant wheel? If it's true, this operation is simply 6 out of 6. It can't be. Restoring that huge ship is simply hellishly difficult. It simply can't be done without a complete industrial system. Right now Yuan can't even pull this ship to the repair shop. Let alone, the island probably doesn't even have a shipyard. So what's the point of him coming to the library? What's the point? That's also possible. In case he found the engine running method inside the library and combined it with that fishing boat, it might be really possible to regain the power to go out to sea. The crowd was making all kinds of guesses in their minds. Yuan walked through the door of the library. He tried calling inside, and it was still empty. He found the main switch. The moment the main switch pulled down the gate, the entire library, floor by floor, row by row, all lit up. Librarianship totaled 3 floors up and down, and the interior of the building was plain and unassuming, with countless books lined up on rows and rows of shelves. Each area is categorized, which makes it easier to find. As they had expected, he had come to the library. In fact, to regain his power, he had briefly looked over the huge ship earlier, and there were countless injuries on it, in addition to the large gash that had split the front of the ship. Even if he had factories capable of restoring giant ships, nor could they tow such a large ship into a repair yard, so he dismissed the idea outright. What he was thinking about was using those small fishing boats, putting them together, reinforcing some of the gear up for them, giving them initial defense mechanisms. For this idea, so he came to the library especially, looking for some information on ship direction. With the natural value skill of born to know, even in obscure and difficult skills, it was not a problem in his hands. That's what he relies on. He walked into the library looking for information. Traditional literature, internet literature, cultural sciences, education, history and geography, medicine and health. He searched through the rows. His eyes lit up when he saw the classification ship marine. If one learns all there is to know about this area, then remodeling a small fishing boat combination is a piece of cake. International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea. International Convention on the International Carrying Capacity. World Time Zone Map. Chart of the Sea. Nautical Charts. Nautical Astronomical Calendar. Solar Azimuth Table. Yuan looked at the rows and rows of obscure books and just had a headache. He doesn't even need these. It's not like he's a student of sailing and shipping. By the time he saw the top with a tap, he finally found what he was looking for. Fundamentals of hull construction. Ship dynamics. Ship charting. The sight of them finally caught his eye. Though learning this stuff is a big deal for reassembling your own shipbuilding power, but just right for him, just as he was about to go get it. Instead, he found another book at the bottom of the shelf. It caught his eye. Book title, Conceptual Design Theory and Application of Interstellar Nautical Cruisers. Ask for a recommendation. Looking at the title of this book, Yuan was a bit puzzled. It's too long and awkward a name, and it doesn't go well at all with the nautical ship books in the same place. One is a sailing ship and the other is a starship. Both look about the same, but it's actually a world of difference. Theory and application of conceptual design of interplanetary sailing cruisers. Every word in this looks very highbrow, but when combined, it's a mess. What with the interstellar voyage and the cruiser, it's still all conceptual design. Overall, the title of this book tells you one thing: it only exists in fantasy theory. And it's not worth shit. If it was useful, it would have been applied a long time ago. Why would it be sitting in this corner eating dust? However, he still picked the book up, because those words above struck a nerve. Interstellar sailing cruiser. If it can be made, is the cosmic invasion race still a problem? There was a glint in his eyes. Start flipping it over. What happens to this book if you become proficient in it yourself? A horrible thought suddenly occurred to him. No way. If you really use your natural skills to learn this book, then, will the star sailing cruiser actually be able to be built? The thought festered madly within him like a root. It made his heart itch strangely. Even his heart was starting to stop beating. Puff, flop, puff. even if he knew that it was just fantasy, but couldn't help but want to bet on that 1 in a million chance. Once the bet is won, we'll surely give the cosmic invading race a big surprise. He flipped through the pages quickly, eyes swept over the words at a glance. For his talent skill, after only, then he can spend talent value to learn it. The entire island was dotted with densely packed high-tech nano cameras. It's still the same in the library. As soon as he entered, the screen had begun to switch. When Yuan pulled the book out, it fell clear in front of the eyes of the audience all over the world, especially when he settled down at his desk and started flipping through that one cruiser book. I don't know how many people's eyes were shocked off. The audience just watched him pull out a book, but it's hard to see what's written on it, because yes, they don't get it either. Just thought the title of the book was a bit long. Brian translated slyly from the side. Everyone must be wondering what book Yuan is reading? Let me explain. The name of the book is called Star Sailing Cruiser Concept Design and Application. Somewhat similar to our science fiction. His tone seemed normal, but it also carried a hint of impishness. Finally a point to bash. Though that flaw isn't really a flaw at all when it comes to other people. Reading science fiction is just that, but Yuan has long been given a different meaning. Any point is put to infinity in him. I thought I was running to the library to study, but it turns out I'm here to read science fiction. Ha ha ha. Finally exposed his nature? I thought he came to the library to read and study. Thanks to the fact that in my heart I still admire him very much and want to follow his example and try to get into Harvard University. But I didn't realize that he came here to escape from reality. Off the hook. There are some vicious words to cite as killing. Have come down to make comments. The summer viewers were already looking at these people with disdain and disliked them without mercy. What's wrong with reading science fiction? You guys don't read novels? Besides, host, you don't understand the vastness of Xia's culture at all. And don't translate if your level of Xia is not up to par. Can you read those words? It's not science fiction. It's a design theory for future human star navigation. So uneducated. Brian is disliked for being uneducated. There was a flash of green and white in his face. But he was the host and had good control. And the displeasure flickered across his face. So that's how it is. It seems that I was wrong about Yuan player. But the things mentioned in this book should be hard to realize, right? Sci-fi is after all sci-fi. You can't get too addicted to it. But he also reads a little too fast. A few seconds a page, a few seconds a page. Greedy and chewy. He pushed the nail back without softening it. The latter group followed the trend. Is this reading a book? I bet my son doesn't have an asshole. Yuan is just aimless and not serious at all. I thought he was so diligent. But it turns out he's fake serious. With this book title, Can Mankind Build Ships for Interstellar Voyages? The author who wrote this book is a fool, right? Probably daydreaming. Wait another 500 years. Maybe we can build it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That might be possible. Isn't Area 51 in Sam's country legendary for having spaceships? Did these nanocamera technologies come out of there? Yuan wouldn't be trying to build one of his own modeled after Area 51 spaceship. I'm so looking forward to it. How many years do you guys guess he'll build it? 50 years? 100 years? 500 years? Maybe the faster he turns the pages, the faster he makes them. Summer's viewers don't want to pay attention to these bubble-brained people. Concentrate on the live stream. Yuan quickly flipped through the book he was holding. The book is indeed as his title suggests. It is a construction vision of a future cruiser for the Starfleet era. Inside, the design is divided in detail between the various parts of the battleship, including appearance design system, power energy system, defense mechanism system, weapon guidance system, life support system, life system, command system. 7 major sections. These 7 segments form the basic part of a future interstellar seafaring battleship. The conceptual design theory left a lot to be desired, but the crazy ideas in it made him marvel at the original author. This is simply a future world super killer. If one person possessed such a star cruiser, he would be able to step outside of the world's governments and make his own. And there are all sorts of ideas in there that make your blood run cold just looking at them. It's as if you're already in the middle of the future super world inside. Just as he flipped to the last page, an electronic beep suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Whether or not to learn the theory and application of Star Sailing Cruiser concept design. Successful learning. Talent value reduced by 50. Yuan raised his head violently, and the light in his eyes shot out. Finally, is here. Study. Ding. Start learning. Talent value reduced by 50. 1,280 remaining. Right after he clicked learn to finish, his mind instantly incorporated a great deal of knowledge, all of which he had just read. It appeared in his mind in no uncertain terms, and everything was so incomparably clear that he could recite it backwards and forwards. Instead, disappointment showed in his eyes. What he wanted was not a backward glance, but a real battleship design. Just as he was disappointed, once again, A beeping sound came from his head. Ding! Detected tertiary civilization crippled design theory. 70% intact. Meets criteria. Ding! Spending 1,000 heavenly empowerment values opens the knowledge base of a tertiary civilization and obtains 1 star cruiser battleship design. What's going on, brothers and sisters? It's the end of the day again. So if you still have any recommendations in hand, get going. Thank you all. Upon hearing the electronic beeps coming from his head, Yuan almost didn't jump up and down in excitement. Diagram of a star cruiser battleship from a tertiary civilization. It's all surprisingly true. The reason for all of it was still this book in one's hand, which was able to make the system react, and it also had a connection with a tertiary civilization. 70% completeness. That means it's close to mostly similar to the original theory. What kind of genius is this to have such a luminous mind? This was a tertiary civilization, and to be able to produce a legendary starry sky battle cruiser, it must be incomparably powerful, maybe more than 1 class above Blue Mercury. He looked at the author's name on the book, Li Hu. It was an unfamiliar name, though he wasn't exactly familiar with the big names in tech. However, he was under the impression that he should not have heard the name. I wonder what kind of person such a person is. Would love to get acquainted. If this book had fallen into the hands of anyone else, they would have only called him whimsical, a wild idea that was simply impossible to accomplish. But put in his hands, it was a real key to unlocking a technological door. In a certain corner of the blue water planet's summer kingdom of Shu, a young man who had just graduated from the university looked at Yuan with excited eyes as he held his rhapsodic book, the idol of his heart. Yuan, at this moment, was actually holding his previous book in the serious watching. How can this not let him excited? Feel that he found a soulmate. He remembers writing the book after he dreamed one day of a light and strange world. When this book was written, I don't know how many people scolded him for being sick in the head, not doing a good graduation design, but having to do a crazy idea of future technology. He almost didn't graduate, but his mentor let him off the hook and made him resubmit a graduation project before he was able to graduate. His hands were trembling a little with excitement. He can definitely write better. He turned on his computer and began to write his second online book. The Fighting Genius, was withdrawn from the opening. Yuan's mind after that beeping sound. One more design drawing. It was a simple yellow page, but his mind could feel the endless words and information on that piece of yellow paper. The formulas and words in there he could barely read. There was all sorts of information in there that was capable of making one's mind explode with the slightest contact. This was the top technology of the legendary future sci-fi world, and compared to Blue Mercury, it was almost a technological strength that could only be reached hundreds of years later. On blue water, the information generated by even an ordinary aircraft carrier is extremely large. If it were printed on paper, it could fill hundreds of square feet of house and more. But all this information collapsed onto a single sheet of paper. One can only imagine how explosive this piece of paper is with information. He took a deep breath. With his previous special experiences, he had become very receptive to the light and strange things he was now experiencing. Is this the technological prowess of a tertiary civilization? It's amazing how all that knowledge and technology can collapse onto a single piece of paper. He had not come into contact with a tertiary civilization before either, and subconsciously attributed this technology to a tertiary civilization. He didn't know that if a real tertiary civilization had come, it would have told him. They can quantize information extremely small, but they simply can't do it like this. Even if they were allowed to develop for hundreds or thousands of years more, they would not be able to do so, because it has involved a high degree of spacefolding, not an area that can be covered by a third-class civilization. Yuan was naturally unaware of all this. He was immersed inside that design. The information on that design echoed in his mind. Star Cruiser Battleship, Shanghai, small, belonging to a third-class civilization, deep-sea civilization, can take no more than 100 passengers, firepower Class A, deep-sea civilization? Yuan's eyes lit up. It turns out that Blue Mercury really isn't the only planet with life in the universe, and that it really does have other civilizations, though the cosmic invasion race, the ants, are considered lifeforms, but ultimately not considered human. But then he was abruptly reminded of trisomy. There's a lot in the trilogy that describes the pitfalls of civilization. Humans both want civilizations to emerge to communicate and fear civilizations that are malicious. When there is a break in technology, those extremely low-level civilizations can be easily destroyed with a show of hands. Just as we casually overthrow an ant nest on the road, how is it not overthrowing a civilization? Blue water planets seem to be very technologically advanced, and could even constantly explore the universe. But in the eyes of those high-end civilizations, it was likewise equivalent to an ant's nest. I don't know when it's going to be wiped off the face of the earth. Only when you are strong can you protect Blue Mercury. System prompt: whether to start building the Star Cruiser Battleship Shanghai. Yuan was delighted. No way. It's that easy. He himself had only spent a mere 1,000 talent values, and he was able to build an interstellar battleship from a future sci-fi world. 1,000 talents seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was just the gain he would get from exercising a few more times. Chronic exercise like his walking burns calories but does not produce talent value. It was something he realized later as an afterthought, but he was able to naturally generate talent values by reaching a density value for his calories. So it's still pretty simple. 1,000 talents is just a day's worth of exercise. Is there anything more cost-effective in the world? It's ridiculously high, okay? If it could be so enjoyable, then if he exercised every day and saved up his talent value, could he not just build an invincible fleet? Don't say ants. Even sweeping across the entire starry sky was not a matter of concern. He eyed the excitement. Start building. Ding. Identifying drawings. Third level civilization warship Shanghai. Starting 3D simulation. This simulation needs 10,000 heavenly endowments. 3D simulation failed. Talent value is insufficient. In view of the host's first overspending, given 10,000 credits. The 10,000 credits please pay back within 30 days. Please don't overdo. The consequences of overdue will be borne by yourself. Ding. Start consuming talent value. Start 3D simulation. 3D simulation is successful. Simulation of the Shanghai is complete. Yuan almost didn't curse out as he listened to the prompting sound in those words. One hasn't even agreed to this yet. So how come they just decentralize the amount and start upgrading? Besides, how is this like the Jackrabbit's payback? But if it cost 10,000 talents to be able to build a battleship out of it, it wouldn't be an unacceptable thing. But then there was another beep in his head. Subsequent battleship builds require access to the knowledge base skill, which can be achieved using reading. Battleships are divided into 7 parts, and after each part of the basic skill points are filled, new technology will be acquired, and battleships can absorb the new technology to build. This was immediately followed by an endless amount of information pouring into his mind. Yuan. He looked at his reddish one. -10,000. And there seems to be an endless number of holes in the back, waiting to be filled. He looked up, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. The mind laments. Life is too hard to ask for a recommendation. Yuan slowly exhaled a breath, really not knowing what to say. Is it so hard to be a savior now? One ring after another. What an old sow wearing XZ. Set after set. It's just like a condom. Infinity also. He sighed. It was so hard to do any job these days. It's so hard to even save the world. Billions of viewers around the world. Eyes on him, somewhat unsure. What's going on here? How can you read such an obscure book and still be able to make yourself cry? The book, and they've read some of it through the camera, but they can't understand it at all. It's just too complicated. Yuan also turned over quickly. They slightly looked at a few eyes and then directly turned over. A lot of vocabulary is still not understood. They clearly remembered that it was nothing but theoretical knowledge with some practical applications. How can you watch and cry when there's not even any extra crap? Yuan, it's too easy to be moved, isn't it? Except for the Xia viewers who were so dumbfounded that they couldn't figure it out at all. The audience in other countries was also uncertain. Yuan had become a god in their hearts. What kind of book is it to read a book that actually makes you want to cry a little right now? They opened their browsers and started searching for the book, but found that it was not searchable at all. Neither the name of the book nor who the author is can be searched. The actual book was self-published by Lihu because no publisher would take his book. They'll be damned if they'll search. Why can't I search for this book? This book should be somewhat interesting, right? Yuan all cried when he looked at it. So it must have hidden mysteries inside. I've looked at every source, and there doesn't seem to be any information about the book on Tengu, Dang, or Milkshake East. This book seems a bit familiar. I remember it seems to be written by one of my senior brothers. I'll go ask. Beyond that, those viewers abroad have also asked their acquaintances in Xia to buy the book. Yuan has inadvertently brought a book to life. Instant heat explosion. At one point it was on the Hot 100 list. The publisher who had rejected the book for publication had their guts in their mouths. How could they not have expected the events to be so dramatic? The book exploded in a way they hadn't expected. Follow this heat around the world. Even the best-selling hit books of the day can't compare. At the very least, sales can reach hundreds or even tens of millions of copies. It was too late for them to regret it. Lihu came with a physical book manuscript at that time, and they didn't leave it on file at all. When they went back to Lihu, found out that the other person could no longer be contacted. Lihu looked at the network hotly discussing his book. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Yesterday you treated me with love and disdain. Today I'm going to leave you high and dry. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. His eyes lit up the more he thought about it, and inspiration came instantly. Start coding like crazy. Yuan carefully viewed the Star Cruiser in his mind. The impact of transforming a design into a figurative 3D battleship is huge. Though it was only a small battleship, only able to hold no more than 100 people, but it's still immense and full of visual impact. The wild look and intimidating weapon design system is enough to drive anyone crazy about everything. This is a battleship beyond its time. This is technological prowess that stands at the top of the world. Legend has it that Area 51 in Sam's country hides an alien-built spaceship where countless brilliant scientists work day and night. Sam's country's technological prowess also comes from this. So if this Star Cruiser of his was built, would he be able to kill the other side in seconds? A fine light shone in his eyes. In the big battle 100 days later, he finally had the capital and strength to fight against one of them. Otherwise, under the mighty invading race, his flesh and blood body would ultimately be an ant. Those destructive weapons were ultimately mirrors. All very illusory. Not to mention that he couldn't find them, and even if he could, he wouldn't be able to utilize them. The only thing that is tangible to touch is the thing that is tangible to grasp. That's the bottom line. A very futuristic sci-fi cruiser materialized in his mind. In the middle of his mind. Although the battleship was 3D simulation figurative out, but ultimately is not solid. All are composed of lines with illusory feeling of the battleship. It was divided into 7 main sections among the battleships. In each section there are thousands of points of light. Through the information transmitted to him, he knew what these points of light were expressing. Whenever he gains a different base knowledge skill point through reading, depending on the content contained in the books, the skill points gained from each book were different. As few as 1 and as many as 4 or 5. He still had 280 talent values left. Even if the talent value required to become proficient in each book was only 20, he would only be able to light up a dozen points of light. And this battleship showed densely packed dots of light. More than tens of thousands of them. It is a heavy task and a long way to go. He stood up. Put this interplanetary maritime cruising concepts design and applications book in your hand back on the shelf. It was also purposely placed in the most prominent position. How could such a horrific work be allowed to sit at the bottom and gather dust? It should just be placed in the most visible and glamorous position. Unfortunately in this day and age, only you can understand. The audience watched him coming in the direction of the doorway still thinking. He was ready to go back. It's only been a few minutes and you're leaving? Oh, Yuan came to the library just to read such an irrelevant book? Too funny. I heard that the summer nation is young. Today I saw. Really? Which is like our Gallic country. In the subway are all reading books. I heard that in the summer subway on the young people are all in the head down to play the phone. It turns out that no one in Xia is too fond of reading and studying. And I've heard that the Xia people have the most inhumane college entrance exams, where students are locked up like they're inside a prison with no human rights, no freedom, and no way to go out and play. This is the test-based education in Xia, incomparably destroying human nature and not at all humanitarian. Many black fans were instantly active. The summer audience saw these jumped-up clowns spouting off. Imagine them being crushed. It was breathless to the core. Don't flatter yourselves. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is good? Your subway is full of people reading books and it's not because your network is built on garbage. There's no signal on the subway. What's there to brag about? You guys are out there like jumped-up clowns spewing shit and bashing our test-based education. But what you don't realize is that for countless kids from humble beginnings, it's the avenue to upward mobility. Even if this channel is imperfect, it can give us hope that reading works. Is it like the Tennessee country next door? Classes are solidified to the extreme. The poor will never get ahead. And the children and grandchildren of those who dig sewers will only ever be able to dig sewers? What ignorance! Just as they were frantically pairing off, Yuan walked to a bookshelf in the doorway. Pick up a copy of Principles of Computer Composition. Sit back down at your desk and start studying. National audience, the black fans, in particular, were dumbfounded. A book? It's that good? You don't follow the rules, do you? What's that? The day is almost over. Oh, there, do not want to discard the old recommendation tickets. $1 a pound acquisition, huh? Come on, come on, come on. Ask for a recommendation. Everyone looked at Yuan with complicated gazes. Are you sure you're serious about coming to the library to read? What time is it now that all of humanity has all but disappeared? Look at a few more of your identical opponents. What are they doing? And what are you doing? Can we please stop the show? It's almost like a tiffin. Even quite a few people had questions in their minds, whether this was a fucking competition or a vacation. How can you just be so at peace with yourself? Schmoozing and sitting inside the library, leisurely reading a book, and reading a very complicated book about computers. The program wouldn't have tipped him off, would it? The foreign audience also knew what book he got in his hands after the translation. Looked at him like he was a monster. Is this still human? What kind of heart is this? It's fine if you say you come to the library to develop your cultural literacy and fulfill the emptiness of the spiritual world. We can accept all these. But why would you want to pick up an obscure book on the principles of computer composition? Do you want to change careers? Although computer science majors pay quite a bit more compared to other industries. But now the whole fucking world has disappeared and the world is yours alone. What luxury cars and houses are all yours alone now? Why are you still studying? A lot of the world's audience comes from a computer background. Yuan hands of the book they just contacted the computer profession have learned, but basically are roughly turned over, and never moved, just put in place to eat dust. When Yuan picked up that book, it was as if they were back in their youth. More heartfelt. Brian explained next to him. The book Yuan is holding in his hand is a basic university course, Principles of Computer Composition. However, what Yuan himself studied is an architecture major, so I don't know why he chose such a book. It might be because of interest. But according to the answers of some computer science majors, although the book is a basic course, it is very deep, and I'm afraid that without a professional teacher to bring it, it is a struggle to even read and understand it. Brian shook his head. There was some indescribable mockery in his tone. Arya also laughed beside her. Maybe it's not necessarily true that our Yuan contestant picked up the wrong book. Maybe he just wanted to take a look. I don't think the Yuan contestant can hold out for long. How long do you guys guess he'll be able to hold out? A whole bunch of pop-ups instantly floated by in the middle of the screen. I'm just a computer science major, and this is a book that my teachers thought was a little complicated, and I threw it away a couple of days after I picked it up, and I guess he couldn't hold on to it for more than a few minutes. It must just be a random rummage. 10 minutes tops. What's the point of learning all this theory? Do you really want to become a programmer? It's just a book. It's not so easy to become a programmer. It's just whimsical. The summer audience also began to retort. What do you guys know? Shun, am just awesome. The environment is so quiet. It's just the right time to use that time to learn, which is so fickle like players from other countries. Maybe Shun, will have become a big shot in the computer industry by the time the competition is over. Go for it, Shun. God awesome. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him intently. This is their first. That's a peaceful image. 2. Quiet library, quiet people. It's Yuan's speed of turning over the book is really a bit fast. Yuan swept through each page before turning the page directly. It's literally a glance and a page is scanned in seconds. And then immediately after that is the next post. This is very hard for viewers all over the world. This made them all unable to define whether Yuan's way of reading books was right or wrong. You say he's looking hard at it. Each page is just 2 or 3 glances away. If you say he is not serious. But he has turned over every page and has not missed it. It makes some black fans want to spray but don't know where to start. Just read the book. What's with all the bells and whistles? On the country's largest social media outlet, the topic Yuan reading books is directly on your charts on the first hot search. It has generated countless discussions, especially when some teachers saw it. They simply did not know what to say. Suddenly I felt a bit of gratitude in my heart. Luckily, this is not one of his students. Otherwise, he would have to be pissed off. Time passed just a little bit, and after a few minutes, Yuan finally finished flipping through a book. An electronic beep also existed in his head. Ding! Whether or not to learn principles of computer composition, which costs 20 days of endowment to become proficient. Study. Ding. Learning successful. Talent value reduced by 20. Remaining 260. As the prompt sounded, Yuan's mind was instantly filled with countless more computer knowledge. About the past life of computers and the computer components were very clear in his mind. Most importantly, the tens of thousands of points of light in the battleship in his mind finally lit up one in the command system section. Though just and it's tiny one. But, that's the hope. It's the bottom of everything for him. This whole book had been read and he stood up, put the book back in its place, then walked to another location. That's the end of it? It's only been a couple minutes. And is this a serious look or a game of chance? Sure enough I guessed correctly. Yuan couldn't even look at it. He just came to act like a pussy. You see? Yuan estimates that it's just a whim. I don't believe he can still insist on watching it again. If he looks at it again, I'm going to show it live upside down. Before the point their words fell, Yuan held a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Walking back to the bookshelf where he had just been, he re-grabbed another copy of Psychic Chips, The Simple Operating Principles of Computers, and then returned to his original position and sat down again. The crowd looked at his series of behaviors as if they were looking at a monster. Did you read it? Did you read it? Just go get the second book? Could this be Quantum Red PDF? Quantum? They simply wanted to spit blood. Wanted to gouge his eyes out. Isn't reading books the most boring thing in the world? With this amount of time, I would even go to the tube to brush up on videos and TV shows. Not much better than reading books. So many movies in the history of human cinema. Even if you watch 10 a day, you can't finish watching them for 10 years. And there are those who haven't forgotten the person who just made a big deal out of the pop-up. The one who just said live inverted diarrhea came out for me. Hurry up and get on the air. I want to watch. The one who had just sent a pop-up saying that he was live streaming a handstand diarrhea gritted his teeth. Wait, I'm going to start a live stream. I'm going to do a handstand diarrhea. Crowd. So exciting? Yuan gently took a sip of hot coffee. I didn't realize that the power system inside the hotel was broken. The rest of the hotel was still fine. And the hotel didn't know what was wrong. So I'll go back and look at it today. The coffee is a little bitter. Added a little bit of sugar. This coffee is like lava. Ask for a recommendation. Time passes quietly. It's already time for the afternoon commute. Unconsciously, they watched Yuan for a whole noon. No breaks. And there was no lethargy at all. Spirituality. Even when it's time to go to work in the afternoon, they still leave the live stream open and put it aside. Reading books is supposed to be super boring. Watching someone else read a book is even more boring. That's something only people with a pit in their head would do. They, however, would rather have a pit in their brains than miss a single thing about Yuan. Yuan was still sitting there, immovable as a mountain, just like an immovable Ming Wang, had long been unable to sit still, and had even begun to yawn. But Yuan, the whole person was as energetic as if he had beaten chicken blood, and he could not see any trace of fatigue at all. The book in his hand was still turning fast. There wasn't a moment's pause. All movements were as natural as flowing water. He sat there as if he were a scholar concentrating on life and exploring the future of mankind. Time passes slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Finally, at the 8th minute, Yuan finally closed the book. This book was completed in 8 minutes from start to finish. The content inside didn't even require him to read it carefully. Just a quick scan was enough. Enough to be able to stimulate the talent value mechanism. With the moment he closed the book, the audience around the world exhaled in unison, as if the pressure in their hearts had been released. Finally closed the book. They watched Yuan read the book, and it was simply a torment themselves. You'd think it would be okay if a high school student watched it for that long. High school students are at the height of their attention span and are able to persevere through even the toughest books they are asked to delve into. But Yuan is already an adult. After the relaxation of college hours, how many people can still concentrate on a book the way he does? Moreover, the most important thing is that Yuan himself is not a computer science major, and he studied architecture. It's not a national double-tier university either, just a regular one, so that makes them even more puzzled. Interdisciplinary and interknowledgeable and still so enjoyable to see. Is there a treasure inside? They would have been unbelieving and thought they could do the same. I ended up going to get a couple of computer science books to read and literally didn't throw up on myself. You can't even say that is playing around, because the look was simply too serious, too focused. You say that he is not serious. It is simply talking against his conscience, is to be struck by heaven. But you have to say that he that is watching seriously, damn, that is also to be struck by heaven. Yuan stood up again. I'm finally done watching it, so I don't think I'll be watching it again. Damn. Yuan, look again. I can't hold on anymore. What the hell can I learn from this? This is too raw. Can you even read such a boring book? I read it for a while. I'm just about to vomit blood. However, once again, eyes dropped in the comments section. The breath that had just been loosened lifted again. Because, Yuan walked over to the original bookshelf, and after putting the book back in its place, he took another copy of The Engines of Logic. He sat back down and began the journey of reading again. That book just now had actually made him light up 2 points of light. Sort of an unexpected little surprise. 280 talent values. Able to get him to read 14 books. I've read 2 books now. And 12 more. Just up. Again. 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 Countless spectators roared in their hearts. This is literally the most psychic event of the year. Endless flipping through books. Are you possessed? Brian's eyes narrowed. Yuan of Xia has already picked up the 3rd book. And this is already the 3rd book he has finished reading. No. It's the 3rd book he has finished flipping through. I really don't understand. Does it make sense for him to do all this? If none of it makes sense, then why did he go through with it? Brian's statement was wrapped up in a sinister statement. A leading comment was made. Brian's right about what he said. It's all pointless and a waste of time. Finishing a book in 8 minutes, do you think that's possible? It seems that this is the attitude of the Xia people towards knowledge. It's just a waste of time. A waste of life. No respect at all for the original author. He has to thank and apologize to the original author. Yes. It's not honorable for such people to win. It's a desecration of knowledge, all for show. It is seriously suspected that he is colluding with the show, or even is himself one of the people chosen for the show, and that all he is doing is pretending to make an effort. Get out of the show and apologize. What kind of garbage show is this for you? This is cheating the audience and wasting our time. Get out and apologize. Garbage. Host, I believe this is none of your business, but the program behind you is not innocent. I hope you can see the situation clearly and stand up with us to boycott. The tempo gets more and more off the belt, gradually going in an uncontrollable direction. A cold sweat broke out on Brian's forehead as he heard those latter words. In his heart, he cursed these people in his mind and greeted his family dozens of times. If you want to die, don't take me with you. CNMD. It doesn't matter if you guys are mouth breathers. What about me? The audience doesn't know how deep the water is here, doesn't he? The water here is too deep to speculate. When he thought of those terrifying forces behind him, he was weak and his scalp tingled. This rhythm screws with itself, digging a hole in yourself. He was the first. Blow up. Blow up. He wanted to spit a mouthful of blood on the camera in front of him. He seemed to see the director's incredibly cold face. He was tempted to tell those in front of him to shut up, but it was a live global program and all his reputation was ruined when he did that. The comments still won't let him off the hook, but instead the tempo was getting stronger and stronger. The hosts are so righteous. They must be boycotting the program with us. I wouldn't have thought the show was shady if the host hadn't said so. And the host is a hero. This shady is also too obvious. It's simply doing a favor for one person. This kind of show, it's simply the garbage of garbage. It's cheating billions of viewers around the world. Brian received numerous instant approvals. Brian is desperately trying to get rid of all this aura about himself. But the more he tried to get rid of it, the tighter the lasso became. And as the words became more and more excessive, he seemed to see his own tragic future, although he also had the power of capital behind him. Those capitals behind him were not worth mentioning in front of the Human Destiny Alliance. He'll just be thrown out as a pariah. Seeing that the scene was out of control, Arya didn't dare to speak in the slightest, fearing that she would get into trouble by basing her explanation on her own. Brian's hands were shaking and he couldn't help but yell at the program. Shut up all of you. The comments section was instantly silent at his yell. It was only after he yelled out that he realized he was a little out of line. Do the remedy in a hurry. Please, viewers must look at the program rationally. The program group has dozens of top psychologists from around the world as guests. Absolutely no faking. Please believe the program group. After he said that, the director's icy voice came from the headset. Come to my office after the early morning rotation. Hearing those icy words, a chill ran through his heart. Seems to have seen his own miserable end. He was beyond hating the viewers in the comments who conformed to him at this point. He had never hated such a group of people so much. Can't wait for them all to die. These 2 days of recommendation votes seem to have been less powerful. The mind a little fried. Brothers, rushing ah. Ask for a recommendation. Brian's face had turned a pig's liver color. He cursed the viewers who had denigrated him. Even as Arya beside him hated them just as much. Same host. Why don't you come out and speak for me? Even if it's just to share the firepower. Why wasn't it you who came out to lead the beat just now? In favor of me. He was roaring in his mind. The mind was twisted to the core. The more unknown is the scarier. He felt a pang of fear at the thought of those behemoths behind him. Those big shots pinched him like a game. And even the capital behind him didn't dare to say more for him. He was beyond remorseful for what he had just done. I can't wait to stand up and slap myself twice. Makes you mouthy. Let's get you talking. Viewers around the world suddenly found themselves with a sudden shift in the picture. Cut to a conference room. It's a huge conference hall. The conference hall was filled with hundreds of scholarly-looking people, all of whom had a wood-colored desk in front of them, each of which was piled high with information. The audience was filled with confusion at the sudden cut over. They're still waiting for the show to give an explanation. At least make the director come forward and apologize. To make them understand who's really behind this show, they also want to apply for government entry and control if necessary. But I didn't realize that the opposite side didn't have a word of explanation and cut directly to this image. These guys look like they're all in their 40s and up. There just aren't many young ones. Some of them even have gray hair and beards and a big wrinkle on their faces. Getting them all together in the same conference room is not an easy task either. The crowd was uncertain. But when those people looked up, some viewers were incredulous. The pop-ups have been bristling. Oh, my God. I recognize that one guy with the glasses. He's the dean of our university. Didn't he go to conduct research? How come he's here? I know that old white-bearded grandfather sitting in the back. That's Professor Hiroshi from Waseda University. I didn't expect him to be here. That one is Professor Lucas of Cambridge University. That one is Prof. Li Qingxi from Shui Mu Tsinghua University. I even went to his elective class. That one is from Yenjing University. Countless netizens have recognized someone they know well. Every single person in there is a big name in academia. Anyone in here who stomps his feet in psychology research is an existence capable of causing an earthquake to be triggered. Every one of these people is a psychology-oriented professor at a prestigious university. And now they're all gathered in a conference room like this one. When they saw this scene, suddenly the realization of the power behind it is simply unimaginable. A person appeared in the middle of the screen. It was Professor Chase, who had appeared on the air earlier. Professor Chase said coldly, "The reality show created by the program team is all for public benefit and has not been used for any commercial purposes." At the same time, the program group seriously declared that this program by hundreds of psychologists together as a special observer, to ensure that the absolute truth, if there is no official statement, the outside world, all rumors are false, please do not believe. Please continue to watch the program and refrain from unnecessary slander. Thank you. The screen rests directly after said night, transferred to the live feed. Another statement was then thrown into the program. There is nothing polite in the statement. There was no time given to the audience at all and no opportunity to ask questions. Still want to ask questions? Go to the internet and mention it slowly yourself. As for the slanders and rumors, say what you want, spread what you want, just don't explain it anyway. Believe it or not, you can watch the show or get out. There's no shortage of you guys. Viewers saw the dislike get a stomachache statement and just didn't know what to say. It felt like a breath was being held inside my chest and couldn't come out at all. This, even if what do you mean? That's it? No explanation? Think we're beggars? Brothers? Boycott together. Those who said they were boycotting soon realized that no one was even following their post. Boycotts can't be resisted. It's impossible to resist in this lifetime. So all the anger full of anger was transferred to Yijin. Since the program is watched by hundreds of psychologists, it shouldn't be false. But Yuan, this behavior of his right now is simply criminal. Yes, what is he doing? Turning the book page by page? No, that's an insult to the original author. Is this the way people in Xia treat knowledge? One must come forward and apologize to the original author. If you don't apologize, there will be an intellectual embargo on your summer country until your cultural head comes out and apologizes. As the discussion festered, a dozen scholars have joined together to issue a statement. It was thought that Yuan was disrespecting the original author's efforts by doing so. Think of it as a game. Demand that the Xia government block him immediately. The people of Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. Are these people fucking eating shit? Randomly flipping through your book is disrespectful? Are you that valuable? So golden? Why don't you go out and sell it? Amidst their resistance, Yijin finally put down the third book. Once again, a prompt sounded in his head. Consume 20 days of empowerment again. The book appeared in its entirety in his mind. The point of light was once again illuminated. After reading the book, he put it back on the shelf. Taking a soft sip of coffee, he looked out the window. The afternoon was breezy and the hours were so dreary that one wanted to pass out somewhat. Hinged on some tedium. It's also about bringing some voice to a boring world. His mouth began to read from the book just now. The mineral-rich Harz Mountains are located in the German city of. Profitable miners had to stop due to the high water content deep in the strata. Leibniz's vision is amazingly broad and large. The audience watched as his lips kept moving. Unsure. What's he talking about? The camera flew closer, and through the radio equipment, finally heard what he was saying. When hearing those words from him, some people are confused and don't understand what the hell he's talking about. But there are some people whose eyes are dropping. This. He's talking about the book he was just reading for the. Some people have already opened their books and started cross-referencing. It turned out that those things Yuan read out of his mouth were exactly the same as the things in the book. It's almost like reading from it. No. This must be a hallucination. Maybe he just remembers the previous paragraph. Yuan still didn't stop. Leibniz was destined to become one of the greatest mathematicians in human history. As he continued his legal research, Leibniz worked to obtain. If we were to give this machine the ultimate compliment, then we might as well say, although there is no logic at all to what he is saying, each paragraph doesn't connect to each other, but those who take the book, it's all about getting on your knees. Is this still human? It's a monster. Although Yuan jumped around with each paragraph, every paragraph in it was word for word, and all in order. It looks disorganized, but this is simply from a book, and that makes it harder than following the order. How long has he been watching? A few minutes. There are even places where it's just a sweep. That's all. It's too strong. It's too strong. This is simply too strong. The crowd shouted madly in their hearts, not daring to believe it. He, surprisingly, memorized the entire book. God, what kind of monster is this? Ask for a recommendation. Some people heard what he said but didn't think it was true at all, and watch him keep saying these inexplicable things out the window. But the look was not focused. There was a smile in his eyes, as if the words had just come out of his mouth in a careless manner. Those who couldn't understand it were instantly in mockery mode. Yuan, is he crazy? What's coming out of his mouth? I guess it's madness. It really can destroy humanity and drive a person alive. It's a good thing I've been skipping school since I was a kid. I told you. He reads books on a whim. See, nothing at all. A flurry of mocking comments and pop-ups floated by. Suddenly, they were dissed by a couple of bigots. Shut up, you ignorant, ugly people. Do you guys know what he's talking about? You guys don't have a clue. These are the words inside that engine of logic. Every passage is in order, and every word he says is almost identical to the original. Even the breaks are not wrong. And the people who had just spoken out in mockery were instantly stunned. Just how it is possible. How can you get it all right in a book that boring? And even a genius can't forget even one word as well as this. They simply don't believe it. They start searching for the book on their cell phones. Every time Yuan said a sentence, they checked it against it. But the end result made them shudder. Yuan actually corresponded to the original text in the book in every sentence. Word for word. What kind of talent and memory is that? Is there really someone in this world who is such an all-rounder? Why isn't such a genius born in their country? Why not themselves? Yuan spat out the last sentence. Stretched out. Sure enough, being alone for too long is going to get dull. But shouting it out loud like this makes the heart feel so much better. The mind was instantly soothed. So he sat back in his seat, pulled another copy of Programming Pearls from the shelf and began to read. He's going to make good time. After all, he was about to face a life and death crisis. Facing the survival of the home planet. There was no room for sloppiness. It's important to make time. And any extra time you can spare is an extra victory. The audience off-screen was awestruck by what he had just done. This is God, right? That amazing memory. If you go to the GCSEs, wouldn't you be able to go after reading the text once? Those who just now thought he had no respect for knowledge at all and called for him to apologize to the original author. Also stunned. With memory, they could probably do it. But Yi Jin just flipped through it. Surprisingly, I memorized all of them this year. Word for word. Where the hell did this demon come from? They were slapped in the face. Simply swollen up. But the heart is simply not convinced. It must be a coincidence. They make excuses for themselves in their minds. If it were another person, with their authority in academia, they would have been pressed on the head and apologized. But the way things are now, not only are they unable to do so, but they are also late to the party. They didn't believe that there could be such a demonic person in this world, and that everything should all be a coincidence. Yuan flipped through the book faster and faster. Each page was turned over after just a few scans. Fourth book completed. After completing the fourth book, a point of light was once again lit. Immediately after that he brought out a fifth book. Finished again a few minutes later. Book 6, Book 7, Book 8, Book 9, Book X, Book 11, Book 12. By the time the 12th book was finished, almost 2 hours had passed. That means from the time he read the first book until he finished the 12th. Except in the middle of it, when he vented his boredom. The rest of the time there was no break at all. Didn't even look at his cell phone. It went on and on for 2 whole hours. Audiences in countries all over the world went from disdain to positive color to admiration and back again. If they read a 2-hour novel, they'd recognize it. But that's 2 whole hours of reading computer books. They all had a question in their minds. Yuan, how in the world did you hold out? Is he really a human being? Is he sure he has a human brain in his head and not a computer brain? How else can you stand to be bombarded with such boring information? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream. And all I could tell him was that the guy in the live stream was so dope that my mom ended up kneeling down with me to watch it. Yuan, how did he do it? Is this the horrible learning ability of summer people? Concentrating on a computer book for 2 hours. If it were me, I wouldn't last 2 minutes. I, Yuan, am bull. Simply invincible. Bull to the core. Although Yuan performed impeccably, there were still some discordant voices. What's the use of reading so many books? It's still just a rush to read through. What's the big deal? In my place I could have done the same. Yeah, memorize them all if you can. Their words had just fallen. Yuan, like he heard them, walked to the window, watching the shadows of the trees tilt, speaking slowly. The art of Unix programming. Introduction to computer science. Operating systems, essence and design principles. Fundamentals of data structures. Fundamentals of algorithm analysis and design. Yuan carried an incomparable calmness in his eyes. Everything is in the mind. Every passage that comes out of him is the essence of this is 12 books. The crowd discovered an even more horrifying truth. Yuan said every paragraph in the order in which he read it over. And every paragraph is the quintessence of the quintessence. Word for word. They were literally about to fall to their knees. What a horrible memory and comprehension ability. Just by simply flipping through it, I was able to memorize it word for word, and what I memorized was the essence of the essence, the core of a book. The extent of this is hellish. Countless people's eyes carried shock. What kind of monster is this? There were people with geeky memories, but never one as geeky as him. And the most terrifying thing was his unrivaled comprehension ability. Why did such a horrible person only go to an average one-year college? There is such a memory and comprehension. Even Harvard, the top university in the world, could not accommodate a Buddha like him. They were beyond puzzled. By the end of the day, I don't know how many people had started kneeling down to watch the livestream. It's awesome. Bullshit to the core. This is a legend. It is bound to leave a colorful mark on the history of mankind. Yuan didn't realize in the slightest how much of a stir he had attracted with his relaxed actions just now. To him, it's just a small, uncommon thing. He cares. The extent to which the battleship's points of light are illuminated. 12 books. Lit up 20 points of light. The tallest book lit 3. He would have liked to stay on. In fact, he no longer has a talent value, and it's $10,000 in arrears. It's simply a lot of debt. He put his things away, washed the quilt, and threw the trash in the trash can, walked out the door and got on his motorized bike. He felt it was easier to have his own car, even though the whole world has disappeared and he's fine with a random limo. But he has another car on the hill. Gotta go ahead and get it back. By the way, earn some talent value. Ask for a recommendation. The crowd was practically on their knees watching his back leave. Shenhe, bull. Especially the summer crowd. Look at him with immense reverence. That memorization operation just now was just too much for Xia. Never seen such an awesome player, having such a horrible memory and comprehension. I can't believe I've been randomly selected to be a watcher. If he is allowed to do academic research, I am afraid that the future World Nobel Prize is not out of reach. Thinking of this, their hearts were just filled with anticipation. They speculated where Yuan was going to go next, especially looking at the smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth when he left. They always felt that it wasn't that simple. The anticipation of what was to come grew. Can't wait to hit the fast-forward button. The camera followed Yuan's back, getting farther and farther away. Yuan should have rested by now. It's now more than 4 in the afternoon. Brings so much energy, compared to a few other contestants. His performance is really amazing. I think he'll go back to the hotel. He's been on high energy all day. He can't always have that much energy. Anyway, I admire it to the core today. And from now on, Yishan is my idol. Yishan, bull be to the sky. I'm going to set up a backup club. 666. Plus 1 for me. I'm going too. Damn. It's really awesome. But what I'm more curious about is where Yuan will go next. You guys watch? I'm going to go check out some of the douchebags next door. Crap. I'm going to check it out. Quite a few people instantly went to the small screen to watch the next couple of observers perform. Andrew, from Sam's country, rushed straight inside the city's military base. The military base had been designed to lure them in, with no particularly complicated gates or authorities. So Andrew easily entered inside the city's military base, got a military tank straight out of it. Andrew himself has served in the military. Not being too unfamiliar with military tanks, it was easily driven by him. Many military buffs, after seeing the tank he drove up in, instantly had their mouths wide open. Crap, this is Sam's main battle tank M1A2. Bull even this kind of tank dare to put out. The wall are not convinced to obey him. The M1A2, while not exactly state-of-the-art, was a major echelon of main battle tanks at the time, wasn't it? This Nima is also too able to put down money. If you get so many dozens of them to go to those small areas, it's simply a rampant overlord. Cowpuncher. Also Igor from Woolly Bear Nation. I have to say he's very hands-on. After utilizing the quickest method of logging, straight away, we started building on the spot. The crowd couldn't help but be speechless. It's fucking like there's something wrong with the plot. Did you get the wrong script? The opening to cut down trees to build houses. This is not my world. So many skyscrapers and mansions. You do not live. You go to cut down trees to build houses. Crazy, right? You viewers have been spitting, but it can't be left out. Eagle is still very good at his craft. A rough prototype was built in an afternoon. The performances of the remaining players from several countries have yet to be turned around. What should be is still what is. But what left them most speechless was the fact that the African country's dilettante, Bordello, had not been out to sea for long, and had already capsized after a random encounter with a gale. He had only had a small fishing boat and hadn't made any preparations at all. Those food and drink on board seemed to be quite a lot and heavy, but when it meets a big wind and big waves, it is just like a light leaf, and is easily overturned. And all that money and bullion he had brought with him was lifted into the sea. It was so painful to watch the crowd that they wanted to jump up and down and curse. That money isn't theirs, but it hurts to look at it. They wanted to jump up and down and berate him. Take a small fishing boat and dare to go to sea. You really think you can get out of here? It's really whimsical. I'm afraid the program would have had to send a submarine to fish him out if he hadn't ended up with a firm grip on the fishing boat and started drifting. But that would also get him terminated early. Eventually he drifted to an island in the middle of nowhere. The whole island is just a few square kilometers, and there's not much to go around. It's nothing compared to the urban islands that came before it. The audience watched the scene with good humor and amusement. Brain really has a hole in it. I don't want to stay in a good city. I don't want to eat and drink and play, but I want to die and go to sea. What a brain fart. They were really pissed off. Turning his head to look at Yuan, just found him arriving at a rock climbing store. The crowd began to mutter in their minds when they saw this rock climbing store. It always feels like this scene is so familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere. Same plot. Same script. Nima. No way. A horrible possibility suddenly occurred to them. Yuan won't go rock climbing, right? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was a strong possibility. Crap. No way. Are you sure this is serious? If it were true, they'd want to gouge their eyes out and throw them to the ground. That's too awesome. Yuan walked straight in. This is a store that specializes in selling climbing equipment. He was, this time, going to challenge a whole new paradigm. Since your car is at the top of the hill and you need the calorie conversion of martial arts to help you, turn on the battleship. And, he wanted to know, does this unlock the shackles of the galactic new humanity? I don't know if it was his illusion. Since the last time he opened the galactic human yoke once, he always felt that his physical strength was too much better than what he had before. And he didn't feel tired even after thinking continuously for so long. He quickly picked out those tools he needed inside the store, then turned on an instructional challenge video from one of the top international climbers. Started to look at it seriously. Billions of people behind the screen. Both felt a little dizzy in the head. What a familiar script. Are you serious or what? Or are you making fun of us? You're ready to go rock climbing. Instead, they ended up sitting in place and watching a video. Are we messing around or are you messing around? This is no joke. The crowd suddenly discovered a remarkable new world event. Not right, alas. There seems to be something wrong with this video Yuan watched. What's wrong? This video seems to be an instructional video for unassisted rock climbing. Crap. No way. It's real. Nima. Sure it's that exciting? Wait. Yuan just said to buy those equipment inside. As if there is no safety equipment. Nima. Simply fried. Yuan. He. Took out the manual. So what if you got out the instructions? Crap. Can't be his first time rock climbing after all, or unarmed. Whatever. I'm going to be on my knees again. I've been on my knees all day and I guess I'll be on my knees again tomorrow. Countless people had that shock in their hearts. Today was a total eye-opener. Unarmed rock climbing. It's exciting as hell. Ask for a recommendation. Just as he finished watching the videos and was ready to learn, he was full of confidence and wisdom. Suddenly there was some awkwardness. Because he had forgotten that he had consumed all the talent available. Now the body is empty. Not a single point. He scratched his head. It's done. Forgot to leave some on myself. The off-screen audience saw him frozen in place and thought he was in some kind of trouble. The result was the next moment. Then he saw Yuan suddenly lie down. Start doing push-ups straight away. This maneuver made them, almost, drop their glasses. What is this? How did the picture change all of a sudden? Weren't you there to buy equipment? What's with the sports all of a sudden? 2, 3, audience. Mom, can you believe it? I was watching someone do push-ups on the live feed. The point is that I still had to watch it. Oh, my god. Boing boing. Nice muscles. Shy. The crowd just watched him do 50 push-ups. I have to say that Yuan did push-ups, and the muscles on his body embodied a great sense of beauty. He was originally very good looking, although not considered that typical ancient face. But his looks were extremely durable, especially when looked at closely, especially flavorful. With that face, he's gathered a huge following of his fans straight away. When he was seen displaying his body to the fullest, countless girls looked at him with their eyes wide open, their faces slightly flushed, their vermilion lips lightly biting, and their eyes seeming to have thousands of autumn water. After Yuan did 50 push-ups, he stood up and a prompt came from his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has consumed 30 calories. All of which have been converted into 30 days of empowerment. Ding! Whether or not to learn the unarmed rock climbing skill consumes 20 heavenly endowments, which can raise the skill to the master level. Study! Ding! Learning successfully consumed 20 heavenly endowments. 10 remaining. The very moment the prompt came out of his mind, a stream of information surged through his mind, all about unassisted climbing skills. After getting this information, his muscle memory began to change and the memories in his mind began to merge. And by the time he opened his eyes again, Unarmed rock climbing had been simulated in his mind a million times. He, the master unarmed rock climber, unrivaled. Even though he didn't know any rock climbing skills before and had never performed such an extreme sport, he had a feeling that he wasn't afraid even if the top international rock climbing masters came. He grabbed his gear and loaded it into his backpack, then went out and rode the electric bike all the way there. The crowd looked in the direction he was advancing. Suddenly, I feel that this direction is so familiar. I think I've seen it before? It took them a steep moment to remember. Isn't this the place where Yuan came before? He drove that Wuling Honda on this road for a super godlike campaign. It's straight out of the box and has exploded into countless media outlets. It's all still fresh in my mind. It was only something that happened this morning, but it felt like a long time ago to them. So long that they were forgetting the concept of time. They looked in the direction of the camera with unbelievable excitement in their eyes, slowly began to recall the thrilling memories of the morning. It was a mind-numbing journey. Didn't realize I had to do it all over again. At the thought of those blood-curdling images, their scalps began to tingle, and the blood in their bodies seemed to become very furious and hot at this moment. Yuan rode his electric bike to the bottom of Tianan Mountain. Naturally he wasn't going to follow the trail up the mountain. Instead, they went in the other direction. He takes things down, parked my motorized bike and walked straight there because there was no road there at all. There's a bluff over there, almost close to 90 degrees vertical. To play the most exciting, the most adventurous, the most maddening, the most lustful, with so many master skills, he began to have boundless confidence. This confidence can also be conceit to a certain extent, but put in his case it was just right, because, in himself, he is the master. Overconfidence in him just counted as a plus, and couldn't hinder the kind of light that blossomed out of him at all. He stood there as a radiant giant. Anything put in front of him is like dust. It's not even worth mentioning. After walking for a few minutes, he came to the bottom of a bluff. He looked up at the near vertical cliff. At the very top of this cliff was parked his Wuling Honda. He remembers the time he stopped at the edge of the cliff with a dump and the rock fell long after. Nowadays you have to climb up there yourself with your bare hands. How difficult it is. That's a hell of a level of difficulty. But he didn't care at all because he was confident he could do it. So why bother backing down? He opened his backpack and began to put on the gear needed for the unarmed climb. Gear needed. The crowd remained incredulous as they saw him begin to dress. It's not that they can't see it, but they simply don't want to believe it. Yeah, Gene, a person who has not learned anything about rock climbing. Now it's amazing to go straight to trying to climb rocks unassisted. Doesn't he realize how high the fatality rate is for unprotected unarmed rock climbing? They looked at the cliffs, which were so high that they could not see the top, and their hearts fluttered with fear, especially those with some fear of heights. Before he could even begin to climb, his mind was scared to death. Soon after, a famous international unarmed climber started tweeting to popularize for the audience how unassisted rock climbing is really a sport. Hand climbing, along with low-altitude wingsuit flying, is known as the king of extreme sports. In the midst of the world of unassisted rock climbing, it's either win the gold medal or face death head-on. Unarmed rock climbing, also known as unprotected rock climbing, climbers free climb without any protection, and the only equipment they can use is the pair of climbing shoes and gloves under their feet and the sand powder used to prevent slipping. The record now set remains the same one set by top rock climber Alex, climbing 3,000 feet in 3 hours and 56 minutes. No one has been able to break it so far. As for Yuan, this cliff that he was now climbing could almost reach the same height, 3,000 feet. That's over 900 meters, over 300 stories high, climbing without any protection against an incredibly smooth rock face. It's one of the most thrilling sports in the history of human extreme, an almost impossible task. Yeah, Han, the cliff he was facing. It's not a far cry from the cliff that was there when Asterix set the record. Same smoothness, equally unattainable, the same life and death journey. There is almost no chance of surviving a fall from this height. The only advantage that Yuan possessed was that the cliffs of Tainan were not a single piece of granite like the piece of Chief's Rock that Alex had climbed. Difficulty is slightly easier though, but even so, it's still not much less difficult. 190, 188. Yuan, a novice, a miss is in the netherworld. Yuan, on the other hand, had already finished dressing, started the first step of the climb, asked for a recommendation. No way? Yuan actually came for real. I dare not look anymore. It's too scary. I want to know, is Yuan really a novice? This is unarmed rock climbing, one of the most dangerous extreme sports in the world. God, I'm already shaking my feet just looking at it, and these hills are so slick. It's either sprint up them or, well, fall down them. In the past, those extreme rock climbing athletes, when they were challenging the impossible, there was no protection on their bodies. but they were surrounded by people who were always keeping an eye on them, so that they could be rescued in the event of an unforeseen situation. But, yeah, Han, he's alone. In this virtual world, all of humanity has disappeared, and he is the only one, living alone inside this world, meaning that within this setting, Yuan has not even considered the possibility of failure. That's crazy too, just crazy as hell. Did he not even consider the possibility of failure? Countless viewers sweated coldly at the thought of the meaning behind it. That's not even a challenge, that's suicide, where a novice goes straight to the challenge of unassisted rock climbing, even if he is doing rock climbing with protection. It turned out to be nothing but a pair of his hands with a pair of climbing shoes, nope, and a pair of daggers at his waist. What's the point of the dagger? It's hard not to use it to climb a steep, unapproachable cliff. It's just not possible. Bizarre. As the camera drew closer, they got a good look at the layout of the steep cliff. It was a steep cliff that was incredibly smooth, like a naturally formed cliff rock. There are no large growing trees at all on this bluff. There were only the occasional weeds that grew desperately out of the crevices in the middle of the cliffs. Had it not been for some occasional protruding rocks, they hadn't even felt like they could climb up here. Even if there are some stops, they are extremely tiny, and no one can climb them if they do not have amazing willpower and superior skills. This movement is dangerous to the extreme. The man looked at it all with a sense of trepidation, almost whimsical. Yuan had long since become a monster in their eyes though, but they hadn't seen any monster that could do such incredible things. Even monsters have a limit, okay? You can race at breakneck speeds, you can wing it at low altitude, you can also have an unbelievable ability to comprehend and memorize. But how did you even master the skill of unarmed rock climbing? You're literally looking for death. Many people have already sentenced him to death in their minds. Yuan had already started climbing up without stopping. His entire body clung to the cliff, like a gecko with endless barbs on its body, attaching itself to the entire cliff in one piece. Intimately, the crowd followed his movements and began to climb upward, and his feet were flying. In just a minute or two, he had climbed close to 10 meters. This is just flying by the seat of your pants. With every step he took, the hearts of the crowd trembled. It felt like I had become him inside. Life and death are already tied up in this. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. My whole body has gone to my head and I can't hold on to it anymore. It's so fucking exciting. It's not doing anything else all day. It's just stimulating. Damn. In the future, what King's Honor, what League of Legends, what Jedi Survival? I won't play anymore. I'll just focus on buying a piece of rubbing board and kneeling down to watch my Yishin create miracles. The more I watch this video, the more uptight it gets and the less real it seems. I don't even want to go to work tomorrow. What should I do? Please help. It's so true upstairs. I don't want to go to work either. I'll fire my stupid boss tomorrow. It's going to blow up. Fuck. What about the program? Are you guys really not going to control this kind of death-defying thing? Shit. I guess the program group's mentality has also collapsed. If a person really dies in the program, it's questionable whether the program can continue. It's okay now, but later, the higher you climb, the higher you fall from such a high mountain. There's literally no chance of survival. How else do you say bull? The audience was wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. Many people celebrated in their hearts. It's a good thing I kept my phone on live today, or else if I had missed such a great broadcast. Even though you can watch the replay later, you can't feel such an explosion live. It's the thrill of being live. Real time. Synchronized. Can empathize. All of their heartstrings were now tied to Yijin. Nano cameras surround him. 360-degree live streaming with no dead angles. The main camera changed from his body to top to bottom. The camera angles in this orientation are much more exciting and maddening. As his footsteps quickened, the distance is also getting higher. The crowd was horrified just watching, afraid that Yuan would fall down if he wasn't careful. When he took a step, their hearts followed. Some people just can't take the excitement, can't even watch it live. But some people speculate in their minds that it takes even Alex, the world's top rock climber, 4 hours to scale such a height. It would take an average rock climber almost 23 days to reach the same height. Yuan, at his speed, how long will it take him? If there is no way out in the middle, then the only way is to jump off. Countless people have worried about the road ahead of him. The road ahead of him is hell, the unknowable world. Yuan's face remained incomparably calm and relaxed, seemingly not realizing his situation at all. The bottom piece is the best climbed section. Occasionally there are rocks that stick out. Yuan relied on his personal inertia force to plan a route for himself, and every time he was able to find the most correct route all the way up. His eyes never looked down, always staring directly above. It was as if the front was his ultimate goal. His hands and feet find the most correct place to launch and stay every time. Short time, Yuan had already rushed up to a height of 30 meters. Even Alex didn't dare to make such a crazy move. because by doing so, not only was there an extremely great danger, but the risk was also extremely great. This is just the very first stage. The more you get to the back, the more stamina you consume. Climbing a cliff face at such a height, the fastest speed is closer to 4 hours. Longer ones that take 2 or 3 days are available. That's why some rock climbers carry some compressed cookies with them to replenish their energy. But, yeah, I am honored. He, didn't bring anything. All he brought with him was his courage. The audience watched the height he had now climbed to, and chills ran through their bodies. Yuan was crazy. They had always known that. But madness to this extent was something none of them could have foreseen. Yuan's speed is still unabated, and still rushing upward. Ask for a recommendation. Countless pairs of spectators' eyes watched him closely. Not only are you afraid to breathe, you're afraid to even blink. Fearing that if he blinked, Yuan would fall. Countless people's palms and backs of their hands were sweaty, and there seemed to be a heavy pressure pressing down on them in the middle of their heads, making them breathless and unable to catch their breath. Protected and unprotected hand climbing are two different concepts. Those are the two extremes. The difference in difficulty is more than tenfold. A sense of vertigo gradually came over the crowd as they watched the ground get farther and farther away. Because of the camera, it made it seem as if they were there, in the middle of the rock climbing scene themselves. They were afraid that Yuan would look down below, because once you look down, something unexpected happens. It's like crossing a log bridge between cliffs. As long as you don't look down, you don't have that pressure in your mind. But as soon as he looks down, the pressure in his mind grows exponentially, and even if he gets rid of it for a while, this pressure stays with his mind and body until the whole time. Even the most top-notch experts could not completely overcome that pressure in their hearts, to a greater or lesser extent, so they didn't even dare to think that if Yuan went down there to take a look, what kind of consequences would happen. That's a high-pressure line that should never be touched. Some people are already getting weak in the knees. The more I watch it now, the more scared I am. Can the show stop him from doing this? Alas, doesn't he know what he's doing with this behavior? This is simply seeking death on his own. As soon as he lets go, he will fall into a piece of meat paste if he falls, and there is no more possibility of survival. The ground is not protected by forests and is all bare rock. He had now climbed to almost 40 meters, falling from a height of 40 meters, and on hard rock at that. There was almost no chance of being alive. And, even if he survives, the show can't get there anytime soon. I want to know what's going on in the minds of the showrunners right now. Is it like beeping a dog? The showrunners don't want him to die either, right? Yuan can bring in so much ratings and attention. If it's possible, they should send a helicopter to save him. Upstairs is overthinking it. The helicopters can't get close enough to rescue them in time even if they could fly over. It's just so damn exciting. Yuan was completely unaware of how much trouble he had caused the show's crew with this behavior. What a shock to the outside audience. He's concentrating solely on the cliff in front of him. Possessing master-level climbing skills, this cliff wall was relatively smooth, but in his eyes they were all loopholes. Everything could be utilized. Yuan looked at a protruding rock above him, and his foot just happened to be in the depression of a piece of wild grass. With his body close to the cliff wall, his feet powered up and in one big move, he rose almost half a meter or so straight up, grabbing onto that protruding rock above him. The whole movement is like a flowing river. The articulation is beyond appropriate. However, his actions caused countless screams from behind the screen. If Yuan had just made just one mistake, if his feet were slippery or he didn't have a firm grip, then he would have just fallen straight off the cliff. After Yuan completed this difficult maneuver, he didn't stop to rest at all, but continued to climb forward. Leg strength is absolutely superior to hand strength in human anatomy. The same goes for rock climbing. Everything is prioritized by foot strength and hand strength is only secondary. One fires, the other stays balanced. If you start to exert force with your hand strength, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on for long before your entire hand is sore and painful, and once you disengage, it will result in irreversible consequences. Rock climbing is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time, not to mention unarmed rock climbing. Every step and every movement was simulated countless times in his mind, and once one simulation failed, it was true death. Yuan, don't be in such a hurry. That maneuver just now can be done in several times. Damn. I was shaking in my heart with that action just now, and it was even more shocking to see it from above. The moment he stomped his leg upwards, I felt my heart jumping, afraid that his hand didn't hold on to it, and he fell straight down. More than you. My heart is beating out of my chest. I am a rock climbing sports coach. From his movements just now I can see that he is definitely not a novice. Its degree of power generation, the support points it looks for, the curvature of the body, the frequency of breathing. It's not at all what a novice should be able to perform. It's definitely a top-level master level. Yuan is also too awesome. He even has this skill, Simply explosive. A lot of people go to private messaging those top extreme athletes, but none of them got a reply, because they are also watching. Is Yuan a real god or is he a smarty-pants, self-righteous person? Though many of them are battle-tested. A big name in the climbing community, he has challenged countless impossibilities and taken countless records. However, for some reason, there was always a wave of jealousy present in their hearts. In their hearts, they didn't dare to admit that Yuan was far too powerful and excellent than them. Yuan's height is now 40 meters. They were incomparably shocked by Yuan's height. Slow down. Slow down. Don't be in such a hurry. Always be steady. Yuan couldn't hear their cries. Still doing what I do. The speed remains unabated. To the outside world he appears to be greedy and eager for success, but only he knew that every step he took was simulated millions of times in his head. With his great muscle power and ability to think from memory, he had no difficulty at all in doing this. He took every step to his current best position, and each move was thought through countless times, as well as finding the best support. It was only the fact that his technique was so smooth, like a flowing river, that he didn't give the others the ability to react at all. That caused the misunderstanding of the outsiders. In fact, there were still some small thoughts present in his mind. It's now a little after 4 in the afternoon. If he did take an incredibly steady step and spend more than 4 hours, then it would be well into the night and even more detrimental to his operations. Everything was under his control anyway, and being fast, he consumes less. He rose higher and higher. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, 90 meters, 100 meters. When he reached 100 meters, the crowd only felt as if he had flown into the clouds. The scenery on the ground, when viewed from this height, all began to slowly become blurred. The trembling in their hearts became more and more exaggerated, especially since the camera position is from top to bottom. They look at it and their hearts tremble. Cold sweat. The crowd suddenly realized that some of the weeds around the perimeter of the cliff face had begun to move. They also looked up, eyes in horror. The wind started to pick up this day. Ask for a recommendation. The weeds moved slightly. The wind has sprung up. Yuan also noticed that the weather had suddenly started to shift. The wind started picking up just after 4 p.m. The wind on the island. So soon? He shook his head. The winds didn't affect him one bit. He was only focused on what was in front of him. And the audience underneath is just about to explode. Hell-level difficulty is even. Yuan looks like he's okay to control for now. But when this wind came, they instantly panicked. They hadn't even thought of this before, since they were all on the ground, where the wind was minimal, and not on an island. They subconsciously ignored the possibility of this accident. As a result, just when they were not expecting it, this wind is coming. They only knew that the wind had some effect on Yuan, but they didn't actually know how much. But those professional rock climbers, when they saw this wind, their faces became incredibly grave. If they were ordinary people, because different nationalities are in different positions, they would not have the slightest bit of resentment in their hearts even if they ridiculed them anyhow. But they are rock climbers all the same. Empathize. When this wind came, they suddenly lost confidence in Yuan all of a sudden. Until you reach the top, all the awesomeness is all a blur. Only when the real summit is reached, that is the real king. All the ridicule could only be a crowning crown on him. They knew that this wind was incredibly deadly for Yuan. If the risk factor was 90% before, then once this wind arrives, the risk factor is 98%. Almost certain death. The winds on the island are different from the usual ones, coming early and blowing fast. Anyone with a basic knowledge of life knows that when a person is higher up in a place, the more wind he is exposed to. Yuan, now in just 10 minutes, it would have been an appalling 100 meters. 100 meters doesn't sound like much, but if you change the floor, that's over 30 floors. Imagine standing on the roof of a building, even a dozen floors up. The wind would be exceptionally strong, let alone 30 plus floors, and the wind speed would keep getting stronger with each floor higher. It's a real death-defying challenge. Brian had some gloating in his heart, but didn't dare to show it at all. The face acted as if nothing had happened. Just now, according to the relevant meteorological monitoring department, the island where Yuan is located has started to pick up wind, with a wind force of 2, capable of reaching a maximum of 4. As soon as he said that, many extreme rock climbers are starting to shake their heads in droves. Maximum wind force 4. You can feel the powerful wind at ground level, not to mention the fact that it's on a cliff face that reaches hundreds of meters in height. Yuan, who is up there at the moment, suffers from wind strength that is much higher than that of the mountains. They sighed. God's jealousy. What could have been a jewel in the laurels of extreme sports for such a man was close to falling before he could fully blossom. It's just so sad and pathetic. There was no protection and no rescue team. This is simply desperate. Then a top international extreme rock climber, posted a tweet. Explains the desperate situation Yuan is in. Hopefully, the program will consider it carefully and keep him safe. But the program team, after careful consideration, make a statement. All behavior on the island is entirely voluntary and not subject to the will of anyone else. And the program does not intervene unless the observer has a serious accident and is dying of serious injury. Countless viewers saw the instructions hopelessly. The program is too arrogant. They can't stop it at all. One can only aim at the government level and through some messages. Hopefully the government can step in and stop it. But they found this aspect, too, nowhere to be found. Everything could only rely on Yuan himself. Don't let anything happen. It's so windy. People can't even stand up there, right? Is there any chance of surviving a fall from above at a height of over 100 meters? What to do? He can't even get down at this height now. And even if danger occurs, he can't be rescued in time. Gosh, I just don't dare to look at it. Some expressed immense concern about his situation. Others just hate him. Go to hell. You don't deserve this. This fight will only be fair if you die. I'll let you act like a pussy. You should fall off it and die alive. God forbid that you should die. Countless people looked at him with jealousy. They would never allow other countries to have such a brilliant genius. Only your own country is the strongest. Yuan broke the balance. And it was only really fair if he went to his death. This is the opportunity God has given them. Yuan's two hands were like iron pincers, clasping the protruding rocks, and his 2 feet stepped into the depressions. The wind around him whistled past his ears. He who possesses the skill of a master. How could he not realize the danger the gale presented to him? That's the death cry. It was as if the scythe of death had whistled past his ears. All it takes is one imbalance for him to feel like he'll be dead in the water. No one will collect his body if he dies here. It may only be centuries before someone discovers his remains and speculates that he was a loser in the sport of rock climbing. All this he didn't care. He cares about his calorie burn. That's what's important. He could feel the frantic depletion of calories in his body. His body reacted with stress, but his mind was a steady batch. Not enough stimulation for the body. There's a handful more to consume. It's the only way to get to the point where calories are burning like crazy. Thus, Yuan made an even crazier move. He slowly let go, then crossed his feet and found a suitable point. In this swift and direct opposite way, snapped at this sticking to the cliff face. The whole thing was done in a flash. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet. Before even opening his mouth and screaming out, Yuan had already completed his incomparably thrilling maneuver. When he's done, it took a scream from the audience. Ah! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! That was awesome! This is an action a human can do? Are you sure you're not filming? Anyone with sharp eyes, see if there's a transparent rope around his waist. Is he really not afraid to die? The crowd's scalps simply went numb as they reacted. This wasn't done on flat ground. It's at a height of 100 meters above the ground. One miss and the whole thing steps into hell. And that maneuver, even on flat ground, can still be accomplished. It simply can't be done without great tenacity and speed. Yuan, how dare he? Their minds were frantic to question him. Bullshit to the core. It's just crazy. They touched the sweat on their foreheads. That maneuver just now had directly scared them out of their sweat. But it was the next moment that Yuan made them scream even more. Ask for a recommendation. Yuan was facing those gusts of wind that blew over. Surprisingly, gradually opened his hand. He pressed his back against the cliff and shifted his center of gravity behind him. This will allow him to stand more firmly. His balance was now at an apex. If he were to do it before, he would never be able to do this. And I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to change his position. But now he had grown a great deal in strength. And his own qualities in all areas had grown a great deal, which was what enabled him to stand firm even atop the cliff. What does he want to do? Why did he open his hands? Oh my god. Mom, he really is a monster. Did he turn into a vine in his last life? How can he stand so steady? You see, his clothes have been blown up by the wind, and they have been whistling, and I am so afraid that, with a single movement, even a slight shifting of his feet, he will be able to fall from the cliff. I'm going to videotape this. It's an absolutely unparalleled athletic marvel in the history of mankind. I want to know if the program is really blind. It's like hitting the jackpot to have such an all-round person get picked in. And that's still random. Yeah, it's not fair to the other players at all. It's not that the other players are weak. It's that Yuan is too strong. Yuan clasped his hands on the prominence of the cliff behind him. Keep yourself centered. He watched the sun in the distance as he began to slowly make his way to the beach. It hasn't fallen yet though, but the land had been paved with a golden glow. The higher you stand the further you see. The scenery is also more gorgeous. A golden glow spread across his face and the wind whistled in his ears. He was like an incredibly stable boulder on top of a cliff. Even if this wind was in a frenzy, it couldn't blow him one bit. This wind, it can only serve as his companion. This is when the view is at its best. Standing here you can overlook the vast majority of the area. And although it was windy, the sun was still warm on you. It's beautiful. Yi Jin shook his head. Too bad he's the only one left in the world. Audiences around the world watched him with unbelievable tension. Yi Juan was on top of the cliff. It was like a leaf falling on top of a cliff, seemingly capable of being blown away and falling by the wind. He looked down. Countless people screamed out the moment he looked. The heart couldn't help but cry out frantically. Don't look down! Don't look down! My God! Why is he looking down? Doesn't he realize that looking downward puts an extreme amount of psychological pressure on himself? It's over. It's over. It's all over. Pandora's box has been opened. Even as they looked down through the camera, they felt a wave of vertigo and their hearts spasmed. Not to mention the original owners Yi Juan. Anyone who glanced down could feel as if a twinge had been touched in their hearts, sending chills through their bodies. Countless people began to despair in their hearts. Those top international rock climbers also shook their heads when they saw the scene. If the wind was desperate before, so now looking downward, that's putting a yoke on your heart. Just one look in fear would stay with his heart. Like a nightmare. It will never linger. Those who wished for Yi Juan's immediate death gloated, and their hearts were even more joyful, wanting to jump up and applaud. They looked like Yi Juan's face, hoping to see an expression of fear on his face, but to their disappointment, Yi Juan, his face was lonely and calm. It didn't seem to be affected at all by that glance down just now. It was as if that one move just now was just as simple as eating and drinking for him, without a single ounce of influence. Don't say fear, not even the possibility of him moving. No, how is that possible? Why doesn't he even have a look of fear on his face? Is this still a human being? This is like a machine. I want to see his heart. Is it made of stone? Yi Juan retracted his gaze after enjoying a piece of beauty. For him, it's just a way to give him an extra way to burn calories. So it's just a slight initial feeling. It has been completely eliminated between less than 0.01 seconds. He returned around again and used the same maneuver, again causing a huge scream. Yi Juan climbed upwards again after turning away from the body. His stance was like a swimming dragon, nimble to the core on top of a cliff face fast approaching 90 degrees vertical. The crowd has really been impressed. In the middle of a gale, Yi Juan stood still. With his physical strength he kept climbing upwards. 110 meters, 120 meters, 130 meters, 160 meters, 180 meters, 200 meters. This is a godlike operation. This is a feat that only God can accomplish. You can only go forward, not backward. Behind us is a cliff. There is death. The cameras are extremely high definition. They could see very clearly any trace of grain on the cliff. They saw that there was no longer any place directly above Yi Juan that could be grasped with their hands, and there was merely a few square centimeters to place. This is the only point of focus. It's already considered a top position among the ones next to it, but this spot is like dancing on the tip of a knife. If you can't touch it properly, you'll fall down the hill. It's over for good, and forever and ever. It was as if the crowd had seen him take one step into the gates of hell, only waiting for the other foot to enter. It's an almost impossible task. Even the best extreme athletes in the world would be turned off by this situation. And after Yi Juan saw the position above him, he just pondered for a moment. Then with the finger clasped in that position, and the other finger in a way that otherwise immobilizes himself, the body presses close to the wall and the position of the feet begins to shift. The whole thing was like a slow-moving machine. Slowly move upwards. His finger upward was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The one at the very top is extremely tiny in terms of where it can stay, only able to leave only a single finger. In the eyes of the crowd that were beyond horrified, Yi Juan's finger changed to a single finger and ruthlessly clasped the depression. For the first time his face turned serious. Although he had certainty in his mind, he still couldn't help but be slightly more nervous. His adrenaline was running wild. Calories are burning like crazy, and his eyes grew excited, gradually turning into madness. He wants to defy the impossible. It was a master skill in his mind that he was frantically trying to try. That's met with yearning greed. He moved his body even closer to the rock. The two are intimate, used to increase friction and maintain balance. His posture became extremely strange, and the amplitude presented by the market value was extremely stable. As he completely changed into a gecko and was frantically moving upwards, his body lurched forward and lifted. The indentation where one hand clasps fires, a sharp upward thrust. The other hand clasped another depression. Both hands are single-fingered. His two hands were like iron pincers with one rod firmly clasping the two dents. If one were to observe with an extremely precise instrument, one would realize that his fingers had slowly produced deformations in those stones below him because his grip was too strong. He, who completed the leap. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. This can't be right. This is the most awesome rock climbing I've ever seen. Naya. This is something a human can do? The maneuver was also too dangerous. In that moment I felt he was going to fall. My whole body was dumbfounded. TMD, it was so awesome. Crikey. First shift. Requesting recommendations. This is such a precise level of control and use of power. It has simply been inhuman. They really wanted to peel back that human skin of his to see if it was a machine inside. It's simply not something that can be accomplished by a human being. Once again, they held a moment of silence for the other watcher players. It is simply sad for you to have such opponents. It's so chicken miserable. But the silence was silent, and suddenly they were crying again. Because people have tens of millions of dollars in compensation even if they are miserable. As long as you come back out alive, you'll be a winner in life. With a mansion, a luxury car, and a beautiful woman. Step up to the top of your life in minutes, and they want to pity others. It turns out that you're the most pathetic person of all. What a fucked life. The host, Brian, was also white with fear. And just because he had this man's tendencies didn't mean he was free of fear. In that moment just now, he was about to think that Yijin was about to fall. He licked his lips to calm himself, his face still complex. Although I don't know much about the sport of rock climbing, I have seen some promotional videos, and the difficulty like this is almost the top difficulty in the world. That operation just now should be listed as a textbook divine operation. In all my years of practice, this is the first time I've encountered someone so bizarre. And I really want to know what other surprises he's going to bring us later. Yuan knew nothing about what the outside world was saying about him. After passing that death-like level just now, the rest of the way was relatively smooth. The path was much smoother. That was compared to the previous death barrier. But in reality it was also an insurmountable rift for ordinary people. Directly in front of him was a crack that just cracked open. Gave him a good chance. The crack was only able to fit just a few fingers into it. But it's long. With a height of hundreds of meters. Perhaps to the average person, the crack is literally nothing, but for him it was the gospel in his eyes. He climbed the ladder of heaven. If it's really smooth as a mirror, there's not a single point where you can land on it, then there is nothing he can do about it, even if he is highly skilled to a fault, because that's humanly impossible. But as long as he was given the slightest bit of focus, he, who possessed the talent of a master, would be able to transform an extremely tiny break into his ladder to heaven. That's how confident he is. His hands were clasped in the cracks, and the soles of his feet kept climbing over the protruding rocks. Even if there were only extremely tiny points, he was able to utilize them to the extreme. His hand plunged into the crack, clasping it dead inside. His fingers twisted to the point of deformity. The people beyond the screen sucked in breath after breath of cold air, fearing that he would lift all the cracks in this entire rock with one hard hand and then miss and fall into the cliff. Yuan kept alternating his hands, make the same series of ascents as his feet. He adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. Bring the frequency of your breathing in line with the frequency of your hands. From the inside out. With all your strength all where it belongs. Not an ounce of it was wasted. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, he was simply flying. Each step is made extremely stable. They took one step upward and the crowd gasped once. He was simply fast. Not at all like rock climbing without any protection. 250 meters. 280 meters. 300 meters. 350 meters. 400 meters. 420 meters. Just one crack. It made him walk an extra 200 meters or so. Once these 200 plus meters were walked down, Yuan harvested a large amount of calories. The load on his body began to reach a certain point, but his eyes were extremely excited, because these were made without any difficulty for him. If there were still cracks, he could still climb to the top of the mountain at the same speed. There wasn't a single moment to linger at all. It's that strong. Unfortunately the crack is to the top. Above him was a depression. The man saw how fast he was going, and he couldn't wait to get in his ear and tell him to slow down. It's just too irritating. One hell of a step. Even if you're strong, you shouldn't be this crazy. When this height was reached, the crowd then looked down from above and became even more incredibly vertiginous. Those who possess a fear of heights can no longer watch it and have to watch the progress through someone else's text version. This is the true high ground of death. When they saw the depression above them, already, I don't know what to think. There. How do I get up there? Some good people, using software, have simulated dozens of methods, but none of them have found the optimal solution. Whichever way you go, from whichever route is the most dangerous, one slip and you fall off the cliff. Because this depression is incredibly smooth all alongside it, it can only be left from above. But the upper part protrudes close to 20 centimeters more than the rock below. Don't underestimate those 20 centimeters. It's lethal for a sport that is physically precise to a fault. Because at 20 centimeters, one must let the body stick out partially to reach the rocks above. Fortunately for us, there are quite a few rocks protruding from the location above. there just wouldn't be a point of focus underneath. That is, if you can only leave by going above, then the strength of the whole body must come together in the hands. Relying entirely on the strength of his hands, he climbed upwards, and by that time his entire body would be suspended to the outside, and as soon as his hands slipped, the whole person would literally fall into a bottomless abyss. Viewers looked at the mock-up sent out over the internet and the whole thing was a shock. How can this be accomplished? Two hands utilizing such a little bit of protruding rock is going to support the weight of the entire body. It's completely impossible. This is just looking for death. He can just use that depression to rest and pause. The program should you guys terminate the match. Otherwise I always feel that something will happen. My eyelids keep fluttering. The mock-up is simply not humanly possible. And how is he going to accomplish it with such weak hand strength? Yuan could not hear their cries. Even if you hear it, you won't bother. He takes a short break in the depression. His arms were starting to get a little sore after such a long trek, but it was just a hint of exhaustion for him who had unlocked his shackles a little, and his strength was returning like crazy. It was back to its original strength in a few short minutes. The crowd is still in the midst of shouting. Yuan then had rested enough. He looked up and out. He reached up with both hands before he could barely touch the top of the depression. He poked his head out 20 centimeters and could barely see the route above him. A plan was instantly made in his mind. He held the rock wall above him with his hands. The body peeks outward. The foot stepped on the very edge of the depression. All it takes is one slip of the foot to be able to fall off a cliff. His movements caused a gasp of surprise. In the midst of the horrified eyes of the crowd, he stomped upward with all his strength. The entire person flew out above the cliff against the rock wall above. It seemed that the next moment was going to fall. The book is currently ranked in the mid-30s, which is a bad result, and I know that the plot has been dragging slightly lately, so please rest assured that the plot will speed up. After all, it was sort of a pre-layout, and there were issues with me making it slightly longer, so I apologize to everyone here. Starting today on one of the more important recommendations. If you win you can move on to the next level, but if you lose you have to start all over again. So, it's going to explode a bit over the next few days. There should be at least 3 shifts a day. This book results a bit so up and down, really a bit beyond my expectations, because quite a lot of brothers although after joining the collection, but in the maintenance of the book, so the results will sometimes fall off the face of the earth, because after all, it is an important period of recommendation. So I ask all brothers and sisters not to raise the book, even casually click on the latest chapter is good. After clicking on the latest chapter can be saved. Very thank you. Also just ask for a few more recommendations. Let me feel the recommendation votes. Haven't seen any new ones in a while. Happy May Day to all. The heart wants what it wants, and all is well. I hope everyone gets rich, finds a date, wins the lottery, and picks up money on the road. Ask for a recommendation. No, don't. Catch it. Grab the rocks up there. Countless people exclaimed in shock. This scene is just horrible. Yuan stomped his feet and flew up in the air at an incredible angle, forming a controllable direction with the stone above him. Just as countless people's scalps were tingling in horror, Yuan stretched out his hands and steadily grasped the protruding part of the rock above him. The whole person pressed against the rock wall to keep their center of gravity from being exposed while transferring to the cliff face. But that move of his was still thrilling. He grabbed the jutting rock, but he grabbed it vertically. The whole body floats outside, wobbling in the air. A gust of wind blew over him and his body began to shake. The crowd was simply stunned to see this scene. It's more exciting than watching a horror movie, especially with the different camera angles switching. Their minds had long been drawn in, and Yizhenju swayed in the wind like a willow drifting with the wind. There's really no turning back on this one, because apart from that depression, the gap between the upper and lower rock walls was more than 20 centimeters. Even if they were able to go back, it would be so thrilling that if they made one slight mistake, the whole thing would roll off the cliff face. But even still, his legs were still dangling out. Countless people stared in disbelief, keep gasping for air and patting his chest. Such a living spectacle they had never seen at all. And it's still simulcast. To miss is to die. Yuan glanced down. A stone was rattled down by him, floating with the wind and not going anywhere. He knew that if he let go now, his entire body would be like this rock, floating away in the wind and falling into a trip of mush. But he was never the rock. After going through the unlocking of the shackles, he had endless power in his body. He exerted his hands, and the muscles in his hands exploded, lifting his entire body straight up. He lifted his 130-odd-pound body with just one pair of arms, without any point of focus, and he simply used the power of his arms to keep climbing upwards. The heat raised a gasp off-screen. Holy shit, that's too awesome, isn't it? I know that some fitness experts can do it, but those fitness experts have extremely developed muscles in their arms. How can Yizhen's hands be so strong when they are so thin? This arm strength is also a little too awesome to be done without many years of training. This arm strength looks quite strong, but it's actually nothing. If he punches at me, I guess in less than a second, he'll have to lie down and beg me not to die. Yuan's arm exploded with infinite power. No reliance on legs. Climb up completely with just arm strength alone. It's almost flat all the way up. He was getting faster and faster and faster, completely beyond the speed that a normal person can imagine. The crowd gaped at his speed. Shit, wasn't the deal that this was one of the top extreme sports in the world? It is also one of the most dangerous sports. How come it's so easy for people to do it? I learned. We'll get the gear tomorrow. Get it up. Even many professional judgmental athletes looked at his speed with incredulity in their eyes. When was the time when the rock that looked like a moat in front of their eyes could be easily climbed by Yuan? This is unbelievable. This talent is simply amazing. How in the world can someone be so smart? This is confirmed to be the first time rock climbing. Instead of lighting up all the natural skills after hundreds or thousands of post-honing? Where the fuck is this going to go? Group after group wanted to spit blood. They've literally lived their whole lives to the dogs. Can't even compete with a novice. TMD. Yuan went up and flattened out all the way. Of course, that's only relative to him. The rest of the way, there are bumps and bruises. But all in all, it didn't cut much at all relative to his speed. Because his eyes were so poisonous, he was able to tell which was the right direction and where he could best exert himself just by looking at it. The crowd looked at him with a look like a god. Keep climbing, constantly crossing various life and death lines, where they looked all scared to death. Yuan passed by easily. His whole being is the strongest climbing machine that can do the points without a hitch. The crowd had fallen to their knees and couldn't get up. 2 hours have passed. Yuan, on the other hand, had finally reached a height of 800 meters. This height, it's nearing the clouds. Driving up is a completely different concept from climbing up. Looking down from this height, the buildings underneath look like matchboxes, and the cars underground are like dots of color. 2 hours, 800 meters altitude, already breaking the record set by Alex. Countless climbing athletes with complex eyes. This height, 2 hours, more than terrible, simply amazing. If it were up to them, let alone 2 hours, just give them 2 days and they may not be able to finish. God, it really is God, the rise of another God. But soon, their faces changed wildly, because, as his height changed, the camera took in the view above. Above, it is a most smooth stone surface, almost the most vertical 90 degrees. There were only a few thin cracks all over it, but these thin cracks, the wide ones are no more than the size of a small thumb, and the thin ones are only the size of a hair millimeter. The audience also saw the desperation of the place. The fear was overwhelming. This is the real desperate situation. This, how to get up there. Can't get up there at all. Down, they looked down. Another pang of fear ran through his mind. Can't get down at all. Is this just going to have to go to hell? The crowd's faces blushed with complexity. It's a sure thing, no matter how you do it. He looked at him without pity, like he was looking at a dead man. Yuan also saw the change above him. 100 meters, almost 90 degrees vertical. Can't do it. No one can climb up a 90-degree vertical rock, unless it's God. And he, for one, is going to be this God. He fumbled with the daggers at his waist, which were specialized daggers for rock climbing, very thin and short, but very hard. It was something he had to prepare for as a precaution. I didn't think it would come in handy. At the complexion of the crowd, he pulled out his dagger. The dagger was short, half the size of a usual dagger, but it's very thin and sticks into those cracks just right. He then, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, alternated his hands and used his dagger to make a path, his body clinging to the cliff, his feet moving upward, one step at a time. His movements were methodical, like it's been trained millions of times, each step precisely calculated. No, it's never going to happen. No one can do it. It's hundreds of meters high. How can it be done with just a dagger? Man, could it be that the whole time you're going to use the dagger to complete this final journey? I've thought my head through this, but I didn't think it was the answer. It's so damn awesome. Damn. All I want to say at this moment is, 666. Won't his hand hurt? At such a high distance, his hand will surely be dislodged, and when it is dislodged it will be the time of his death. He alternated hands. The crowd watched his back, full of fervor. Last 70 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters, eventually topped out. The moment he reached the top, the world fell into a deathly silence. It's the craziest extreme sport ever seen in human history. It's a feat that no one has ever done before. This is Yuan, a one-man myth. Ask for a recommendation. Deadly silence. Summerland. Sam's country. The state of Gaul. Mao Xianghua. Terra Nova. All the country is silent. Yuan, he actually did it. Countless people simultaneously swallowed a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a miracle could occur. It was beyond the limits of the human body. If a man could climb up with both arms in a short distance, they believed it. It could be a whole 100 meters or so. Vertical 90 degrees. Incredibly extreme conditions. Incredibly demanding. It's amazing that he can still do it. There was only shock. Shock in the eyes of countless people. It's horrible. What a terrible arm strength it is. There is no one else in the world today but him who can do it. And it is hard to find in the world. And it only took 2 hours. A record that has never been set before. I'm afraid that no one will be able to break his record for decades to come. Cheers erupted around the world. Countless cheers erupted from countless villages, streets, and cities. It was just too good to be true. It's the kind of exercise that sends shivers down the spine and simply gets them hooked. Can't wait to do it again. Countless viewers have spoken up, claiming that they too can do it and want to try it and become world famous. In fact, the vast majority of people do it for the eye candy. In the age of traffic, having traffic is having everything. Frightened, some internationally recognized rock climbers rushed out to explain and dissuade them. They were so fucked up that a mouthful of blood wanted to spurt out. These 2-bit idiots. You don't think about it. You just do it. Is this fucking something you guys can do? You guys just can't do a feat like this even if you do it for the rest of your lives. And you're thinking of going along for the ride. Following your horse? You're going to get yourselves killed. They are so powerless. One can only try to dissuade it. If they can't be dissuaded, let them die. One less of such douchebags is one less, which in turn brings a lot of peace and quiet to the world. Yuan finally reached the top of the mountain. Looking at his steady rolling Hongwan God car, he gave a smile. Then he turned and sat on top of the cliff, his legs resting on the cliff beyond, and looked down from above, with a beautiful view of the whole city below. Driving up to see it is a sight to behold. Climbing up to see it for yourself is a sight to behold. He looked at his watch. Over 2 hours, which was relatively quick. There's still a lot that isn't perfect though. There are improvements that can be made if you climb this type of rock again in the future. Maybe another record can be set. It's a little after 6 in the afternoon at the moment. The sun finally set slowly, meeting the sea level. The whole earth, the whole ocean, were paved with golden color. Incomparably stunning. It's a view you can only see if you stand at the highest point. Incredibly gorgeous and wonderful. There are many things in life that cannot be appreciated if you cannot stand tall to get a glimpse of the landscape. It's beautiful. A smile appeared at the corner of Yuan's mouth. Take out your cell phone and freeze the image. The final beep came from his mind as well. Ding! It has detected that the host has consumed 5,000 calories, converting them into 5,000 talent value. Ding! Limit exceeded. Human yoke breached by 20%. Yuan's eyes lit up. It's true that this extreme sport between life and death is the most profitable. How else could you possibly generate such a large amount of calories just by doing some ordinary exercise? The only way to earn the most calorie value is to dance on the knife's edge and keep your mind and body in a state of extreme near death all the time. Then he got in the car. 1 foot on the gas. Started down the hill at an unbelievably fast pace. It's easy to go down, but hard to go up. But driving down the mountain is several times more dangerous than going up. Yuan didn't even need to step on the gas all the way. Only half stepping on the gas. The speed of the body had already exceeded the speed of the dashboard. The crowd deadpanned at the speed of his car. Afraid he'll accidentally flip the car again. Being screwed like this, how could they think of doing anything else? God damn it. Day by day the excitement is immense. People are going crazy. They hadn't done anything today, but just watching these live streams exhausted them, as if they had endured all sorts of tortures, and all they could think about was lying flat. But Yuan was so crazy that they could only accompany him in his madness. It was only after Yichong descended back to the ground with an extraordinary speed that they collapsed into their chairs, as if they had lost all their strength in an instant. Grandmas. It's more energy intensive than the grip of faith. Summer's Yizhen player should be going back to the hotel to rest, right? I'm going to go crazy if I keep playing like this. Doesn't he really get tired? If I had worked half as hard as he did, I would have gotten into Harvard long ago. Excellent people are really hard workers. Is this the national gene of the Eastern Summerland? God, Yi is awesome. From now on I'm going to follow Yishen's example. Damn it, the game's not going to be played anymore. I'm going to pursue my dreams. I can't waste any more time. I can't waste my life. Yuan stuffed the shared electric car into the trunk and dragged it straight back to put it in the original area. Then he went back to the hotel and checked the facilities. The problem was quickly identified. Power was restored to the hotel. Night falls again. It was the first night he had experienced on this island. He went to the kitchen and made a bowl of authentic Yinjing fried noodles. Opened the window. It was incredibly silent outside, and in some places it remained translucent through the night. It was the unfinished act of the city's people as they disappeared, but it was the lights that added a warmth to the cold city. There were only 3 or 2 barking dogs. It gave him some comfort. He could hear the waves as he sat in the middle of the restaurant. Silent night. Barking dogs. The waves. A picture of loneliness that comes to life. Countless viewers see this picture of the weak heart capacity. Simply cannot stand this scene. Tears. It's almost too lonely. Wanted so badly to hold him in my arms. Comforting comfort. Yuan ate very fragrant. The old miss this bite. When he was in college, outside the old Yinjing fried noodles, Hongyang fish noodles, northeastern dumplings, he is a regular customer. Now it tastes like something else. It's this time of the day. Yijin should play a few games to relax after eating. It's been a long day and you're not going to play games. It's me. I play all day. Not to mention him. I feel like my whole day is fried. My head is clouded. And I'm going to go play a few games of League of Legends to relax. Likewise, I'm going to watch a couple of episodes of a variety show and relax. And luckily, I have 2 electronic devices that can be synchronized. Ha, Yuan, why did he go out again? No, what are you doing out so late? Let him go out and buy his own booze and get drunk? Bullshit, it's not like it's that Igor guy from Woolly Bear Country. Was that guy a keg come to life in his last life? Yuan got straight into the car. Target library. When they saw the destination Yuan had come to, everyone is stunned. This nifty. It's so damn hardworking. What are you learning when all of humanity has disappeared? And it doesn't stop from morning to night. They were practically crying. I can't wait to drag my son, who was brushing up on his rappers, out and beat him up. Look at people. And look at you. This number's wasted. Let's practice another one. Yuan walked into the library and turned the lights on. A night alone. A silence alone. He made himself a hot cup of coffee to refresh himself in the night. With his coffee in hand, he found the computer side of the bookshelf and resumed reading about computers. He always felt a little uncomfortable sitting on a wooden stool. Ran and brought the administrator's stool. Sitting in it screamed in comfort. That's so cool. Being a librarian, it turned out to be so cool. No wonder Taejo used to be a librarian by trade. It's a great profession. The job is stable. The wind doesn't blow. The rain doesn't fall. And it's heaven for book lovers. For now he is too. He took a sip of his coffee and turned his attention to the book he had come to hold. Database System Concepts. He's reaping the rewards this time. 5,000 talents. It has far exceeded the previous ones by several times. Granted, he still owed 10,000, but that was something to think about a month from now. Now take care of the front first. He felt he was still too slow, taking an average of 8 minutes to finish a book. The pace must be accelerated. So it doesn't have to be as impractical as quantum reading, but at least it has to be fast. He's done experiments before. He wouldn't be able to trigger the gifted learning mechanism at the end if he flipped too quickly, or at least swept through every page. 5,000 talents. 250 books. Even if a book only takes 5 minutes. It's been 1250 a fucking minute. That's over 20 hours. Open and engage. The crowd saw him there turning the pages of the book swiftly. His face unmistakably serious. The mind is really bleeped. Fuck you. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know if I can live with that. In the middle of the night you don't play games or watch variety shows or go to bed. You run to the library and read books on the most obscure computers. Where do you put computer science majors? And aren't you just flipping through a book? Why do you look so serious? Oh, no. You have a godlike gift of memory. But if you have such a strong memory, do you need to work so hard? They were literally spitting blood and dying. I've seen hard work. I've never seen such hard work. Thankfully not everyone is like him. If everyone was like him, this society would simply not survive. All of them were inwardly rolled to death. 5 minutes. Read it. Then, the next book. Programming practice. This time he became faster. Shrunk by half a minute from the previous 5 minutes. It had been read in only 4.5 minutes. It's an improvement. Then, the next book. In-depth understanding of computer systems. The Tao of code neatness. Writing solid code. The art of quality programming. The realization model. Refactoring, improving the design of existing code. What you must know about regular expressions. Yuan's speed was getting faster and faster. Go over and get the book. Turn the pages, then close the book. Put it back on the shelf, and get the book again. An assembly line was formed for general operations. Everything he did was as if it was flowing. There was no lull at all. In the midst of his previous extreme unassisted rock climbing exercise, his human shackles unlocked by another 10%. This caused him, who was originally a bit tired, to be filled with spiritual energy once again, not feeling a single trace of fatigue at all. His heart's silent thought was that he wondered if those who had challenged extreme sports in the past had ever had a similar sense of experience with himself. What he doesn't know is this: there have been all kinds of extreme athletes in the world, but none of them have ever pushed the limits. Even if some as top athletes were able to break the human yoke, they would be less than half as good as him. Trying to break 100%, it's not enough to devote your life's energy to it. 20% at best is the limit. A little bit of time passed. He was there all the time, like a Buddha, calm and quiet. Not a trace of patience visible on his face. Not arrogant or impatient. Flipping through the book quickly, he's approaching 3 minutes a book, and it's growing. Viewers off-screen are literally crying. It's been 3 hours of watching. Why don't you stop? I've been kneeling 10 times in a row in King's honor, and I don't see you taking a break. Other than the occasional trip to pour a cup of coffee, the entire time is devoted to these books. And what is it about them that appeals to you? No matter how they looked, they didn't see a single flower. Yeah, 3 hours. Has read over 50 books. The pace was kept under 4 minutes except at the beginning when it took a little more time. It's more than just a little more efficient than it was before. And the battleship in his head, in the command system section, plus the previous ones, lit up already over 120 points of light. It's a no-brainer. Give him 2 more days and he can light up all the points of light. The more I think about it, the more I look forward to it. Continue to start picking your way through the night. The audience is on the verge of tears. Please go to bed. I want to go to bed too. Can we stop trying so hard? Look like I'm a loser. Isn't that a grandiose inward role for you? Crying. Just as Yuan finished reading the 60th book, an electronic prompt suddenly came from his mind. Ding. Gaining chain of command. Critical technology. AI humanoid artificial intelligence technology programming. Originally concentrating. He was so startled by the sudden sound on his back that he almost threw the book in his hand. Only after reacting did he look odd. Critical technologies. AI humanoid artificial intelligence technology programming. The name is quite strong. But he had heard the term AI artificial intelligence. One company that has perfected this technology quite nicely so far is Tesla. But they also have significant limitations. Trying to do a full human emotion simulation is almost impossible to accomplish without 40 or 50 years of research. And how to apply it is still a challenge. But if it's an AI system from a tertiary civilization, it should be more than a little bit stronger. He stopped reading from the study in hand, rubbed his hands together. Artificial intelligence. That sounds so exciting. How about trying to get an AI going first? No one talks to themselves anyway. Create a talking one first. Then he immediately made the decision to get the AI first. As he stopped, the crowd off-screen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were incredibly happy in their hearts. You can feel tired too. Finally a break. After all, it's close to 12 o'clock. But Yijin, who was going to rest in their eyes, suddenly walked to the computer in front of the library management room, then sat down and started dancing with his hands. His hands fluttered across the keyboard like colorful butterflies. The eyes gradually became excited. The crowd saw him create a new program project through the camera, open the source file, and then start typing in some gibberish. They can't read at all. Computer science majors can't read it either. What does this mean? Come to laugh, right? How long has this been learned? And it's only been one book today. So even with unparalleled memory and comprehension, it's impossible to write a set of codes on the spot. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's all gibberish. I guess it's just relaxing itself again. And on the other side, host Brian announced, the day is coming to an end, and we'll be announcing the rankings promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So stay tuned. Ask for a recommendation. 12 o'clock in the morning had arrived. The future facilitator of mankind has been temporarily transformed into a state of no facilitator. No moderator though. But that doesn't mean the program went into an unregulated state. At the moment there are still countless regulators in the shadows monitoring the program. The giant wheel behind the program is still running. Invited commentators from countries around the world appeared in a large conference room via video link. 18 guest commentators, whose identities are kept secret because the decisions they make will affect the direction of this show. So be extremely careful. And it was also put in place to prevent these invited commentators from being swayed by some forces. 18 faces. Every face if exposed to the outside world. It's probably all going to cause an extreme stir, because each of them is significant in their own right. There are scientists of great power, Nobel Prize winners, people who are not only pivotal in an industry, but who weigh 1,000 pounds. Some are the most senior experts in a specialty. Some are the most famous movie stars. Some, too, are even members of the country's royal family. But they are, at this very moment, excitement was all over his face, because they will decide how this program is rated on day one. Some people's faces were excited, but others had a haze in their hearts because they knew that some things were out of their hands. The moment the video opens the connection, they found another long table in the conference room. with two people sitting on either side and one at the head, except for the side with their backs to them, which was empty. There was some muttering in their hearts. The placement of this position was so familiar. They were a bit reluctant at first, and even some of their co-workers accepted the invitation but declined. Now take a look at the battle. A bullish mess. Simply the strongest 5-row battle team on the surface of Blue Mercury. Even the weakest Galwas in there were able to hang them and rub them madly on the ground with little effort. They have to be respectful when facing a big man who can rub them on the ground. Not to mention sitting in a row of people capable of holding them down with one hand and beating them violently. Every good as a bunny. Bunny? They subconsciously glanced at the yellow-skinned man sitting first on the left. Just this yellow-skinned one is a little gentler, and a few others don't even recognize who you are. So they let out a deep breath and hurriedly adjusted their seating position, fearing that they would cause the big man to become displeased. The crowd also found, in front of their row of monitors, there was surprisingly a piece of glass that separated the two of them. Immediately afterward an old blonde man stepped forward. The crowd looked at him with a shock, too, because this one is a big, heavyweight Hollywood director with countless movies under his belt and a myriad of reputations in his own right. Didn't I hear he was going to retire? What's with the sudden reappearance? They had all kinds of doubts in their minds, but no one could give them answers. James said to them as he walked out, "I'd like to very much welcome you all to the invitation to comment on the program, and I hope you'll start with the fair and square facts, and we'll start with the first scoring. There is only 1 point in each hand. Please give the 1 point you have to someone you recognize." He handed them the home stretch after he finished. The 5 superiors nodded towards him in recognition. "I'm voting for Duke for 1 point. Duke, from Gaul, is very talented in dramatic acting and has been doing well, so I'd like everyone to vote for him as well." Danielle, a medical expert from Gaul, was the first to comment, though they all had a common answer in mind. But everyone has an ethnic position. Just as we often say that knowledge has no borders. In fact, knowledge has borders. It's just that some people haven't stood that high yet. The commentator from Sam's country, completely fearless of his gaze, looked at him coldly. "Duke is nothing more than a timid, cowardly coward who has no business winning votes." Although Andrews acted in a somewhat radical way, it was ultimately within the bounds of understandable. And side by side, it also proved that my Sam's country is first in force. As soon as he spoke, several of the other commentators who had jumped on the bandwagon instantly turned off the fire in their minds. They can't afford to mess with it. But Shelf of the Woolly Bear Nation was simply undaunted, and disliked him directly in return. "We've all seen what Andrew has done, and if you want to force a canvas, it's up to me to say yes or no. Doesn't it count as excellent behavior for Igor to think about building himself a house on his first day, and to do it in style? No matter who it was, there was no first time to mention Yuan's name. These delegates from the 8 competing countries, they were given a few pointers before they set off, and then it was first and foremost to make sure that their country won. The reason behind it, which they are not allowed to know, but from the standpoint of the nation, they would have to be in the right place. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, they will have no place within their own country, and by their very nature, they want their people to be the best. Even if the participants from those countries inside did not perform well, they're going to carry him up, too, at least not to the end position. The commentator from Xia is Dong Wending, a renowned university professor on viruses in the country. He watched the jumped-up clowns arguing in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yuan's performance was evident to all above the screen, and no one could erase his excellence. But the group didn't even mention it. He spoke faintly. "If the ones you nominated just now are considered outstanding, then Yuan, what does that count as?" The words came out. The few people who were still arguing just a moment ago instantly stopped, not knowing how to speak. In addition to the representatives of these 8 participating countries, there are some representatives of non-participating countries. They more or less got some pull, although some people recognized Yuan more inwardly. However, the national interest is above all else. Personal preferences can only be put aside. After seeing the summer comment representatives come forward, they chose to hang their heads in the air. Their own nation wasn't involved anyway. So what the heck? The countries behind these guys are too strong for them. How can they afford to mess with them? Dong Wending continued. Yuan, in every aspect from extreme speed racing, wingsuit flying, cooking, library learning, unarmed rock climbing, and late-night studying is unmatched by several other contestants. What? Choose to be blind for what you higher-ups think? How pathetic. Since you guys think that Yuan's performance is still not rested enough, then please find out for me where those few players from your country excel. If you can't find it, then Yuan is number 1. He spoke every word like thunder. Ask for a recommendation. Samguo looked at Dong Wending in front of him. A few moments of irritation showed on his face. Being a big heavyweight in Sam's country, Even the chief leader spoke kindly to him, and no one had ever yet dared to contradict him to his face. Sam's country, but it's number one in the world. A random fleet sent out would be able to sweep all other nations. The pride in his heart was even more extreme. Not to mention that he has the entire nation of Sam backing him up. That's why he seems even more condescending. He had ice in his eyes. Yuan? Ha, yes, he's very good, but what he does is personal heroism. And, if you look at what he's doing, death racing, wingsuit flying, extreme climbing, which one of these is not a sport with a very high mortality rate? And a lot of the people watching the live streams are teenagers, and these have a very serious negative impact on them. According to the observations of our internet monitoring department, many people want to follow his example of doing these sports with extremely high mortality rates. And what qualifies him to take the first place with such a serious negative impact? His comment would have been untenable. Is Yuan having a very serious negative impact on teenage viewers around the world? Ha! If watching a movie or television can teach you bad things. So, will Sam's country still exist? It's been a long time since the wolves were in the air. Moreover, these campaigns that Yuan did not involve either violence or horror, or color or eroticism. All of them are human beings pushing their limits and pursuing their dreams. Dong Wending was surprised at his thick skin. Being able to force black to white is something he is capable of. Not only does he want to hold up his own country, still trying to knock Yuan down to the dust. Moreover, with the powerful influence of Sam's country, no one dares to refute what would have been an open-eyed act at this moment. After all, the lord of the house is sitting right up there. Whatever you say, they get you a little notebook to write it down. If you try to do something in the future, you'll be spoiled in a minute. But Dong Wending wasn't afraid at all because he had the same people behind him, and hold the leaves rigorously. Stand rooted and steady, not as chipper as the other side. You still can't change the nature of your bones. You want to be first in everything. You don't even look at whether you are qualified or not. Andrew's performance, insanely violent. He still belongs to an uncontrollable state even in the middle of a peaceful world. In the middle of a simulated world, he has lost his nature. If you say that this kind of person alone can win the first place in the ratings, are you taking the audience to be blind? Or do you think that Sam's country can do it all with one hand? Yuan, the all-round performance is excellent. What he accomplished is the ultimate performance in a field. There is no such thing as what you call causing extreme negative impact. If Yuan, this can't take first place, I question the fairness of the program. His words were loud and clear, and behind him stood the entire nation of Xia. The words come out extremely weighted. There are a few countries that remain neutral that have gravitated towards him. Blanton of Sam's country, watching the looks of several neutral countries change, cursed Dong Wending in his heart. He was given a task that had to be accomplished. He looked toward the 5 men in the center, and the head of Sam's country had a cold look on his face, as if he hadn't seen the look he was casting. The person in charge of Xia was bland, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome. Several other country heads had different faces, with their own thoughts in their minds. Brandon knew that he was the white glove. Underneath the dark side of things, he comes. The reason is yours, but the vote is mine, and I'm voting for Andrew. He added the point to Andrew's, then eyed the others with a sneer. Do you really think that the few people in charge up there are sitting around looking good? Even if you don't say anything, but you dare to vote? Bah! Why should I vote for you? Sam's country. Is Igor of my furry bear country any worse? I'll vote for my manhwa, said Chelf, of the woolly bear nation, decisively adding his vote to Eagle's. How many years have the two not been dealing with each other? They don't see eye to eye with each other. Several other countries want to follow suit. My stick country's Park Guochang isn't that bad compared to the performances of a few other contestants. The representative of the stick country had a thick skin, and he didn't want to think about how unimpressive Park Guochang's performance was. Laughing to death. If Park Guochang's performance is considered good, then isn't my country of East Japan's Inuyasha 1,000 times better than him? I'm going to vote for Inuyasha. I'm the best of the best in the Celestial Kingdom. They were smug. Even though they are the same representatives, there are higher and lower levels in their minds. There are people from your own country who are competing. A few other countries were invited in as commentators, and that's all they could accomplish. But it was only as soon as they said that, Brandon swept a pair of cold eyes over. I say, Sam's country's player, first among all the players' performances. Who's in favor? Who's against? His mouth contained a murderous aura. Even the upper echelons of Sam's country above them looked up. Indifferently, he looked at them. It instantly scared them so much that they were suspended in midair as they prepared to vote, not daring to put it down at all. The scene was extremely awkward. I vote for Yijin. Dong Wending added his vote to Yijin's. The crowd began to vote in droves. 9 votes for Andrew from Sam's country. Xiaogui Yijuan has 4 votes. 3 votes for Eagle of Woolly Bear country. 2 votes for Duke and Gaul. A total of 18 votes were all completed. Apart from these 10 countries, no other country got a single vote. All of them are pivotal people in their own countries though. There is no match for the impact. But as long as you're human, you have tendencies. Unless one transcends the world, one simply cannot escape this rule. Andrews took first place in a landslide victory. It took up a full half of the vote. You can see from the voting how these countries are divided into camps. Brandon coldly scanned the circle of those few who hadn't voted for Andrew, to keep them in mind. Still, he was very happy with the result in his heart, taking at least half of the votes. A landslide victory over everyone. Taking first place. Mr. Dong. See, this is the truth. So what if Yuan performs well, even if he goes to heaven and earth? But as long as he's within the rules, he has to lose. Brandon laughed out loud. Extremely arrogant. Even the upper echelons of Sam's country above him were casting satisfied glances at him. Dong Wending seemed to have expected this result and shook his head. Many commentators bowed their heads. They say they're fair and square, but they're in the rules after all. There is no way. One could only vote Yuan as second in his mind. Brandon was even more victorious and all smiles after seeing them. Director James, according to the current vote count, Andrew should be number 1. He was full of confidence. Everything is under control. This if you can't win. He eats shit upside down. It was at this point that the summer supremacy suddenly pressed the red light in front of them. James announced, Xia has voted against the motion. All 5 countries have a veto and this vote is null and void. Brandon, MD, can you speak some martial arts? Ask for a recommendation. The 18 commentators present looked at him in shock. A face of drama. MD, is this program such a riot? Even a vote has the power of veto. In other places, it's fine to have it. I came here to vote and more. How are you asking us to vote? Only Dong Wending was overjoyed. He had been ready to lose. But unexpectedly, the peak was turned around. Now you don't have to live up to your leader's expectations. Andrew was nonplussed then, looking up at the superior man above him, hoping that he would come forward and say something, but realizing that the other man, surprisingly, had acquiesced to the operation. He wanted to spit blood. Shit, is this vote still on? If that's the way it's done, what's the point of voting? What's the point of voting for loneliness? He was practically throwing up. Since you have a veto, you should have said so. I'm jumping up and down like a clown here. If the media exposes me, will I lose my reputation? What he doesn't know is this. It was only after the 5 ascendants came here that they realized there was such a thing as a veto. The director announces another vote. Brandon was as sick as a fly in his mind. Canvassing again. Sam's country lived up to the hype and took first place once again. Brandon looks up triumphantly at the Summer Supremo above him. Voting again. First place again. What can you do? Do you still have a veto? As a result, he didn't expect that the Summer Superiors would actually cast a veto again. He watched the tawdry maneuver in front of him, dumbfounded, biting the bullet for a third vote. Sam's country. First again. Brandon looked at the Summer Lords with a bitter, hateful look. Who said rabbits were gentle? Look for another veto vote from the Summerland overlords. Sam's country is not calm enough to vote against it. So is this going to be a fun day? Before he was appointed to oversee the head of the program, the highest powers that be had implicitly revealed something to him. He knew there would be gaps in the process, but he hadn't expected it to be so rigid. Because of his rank, he didn't know the deepest reason behind it. Just know that Sam's country better take first place. Mr. Liang, if we keep casting like this, it's simply impossible to cast the result by going back and forth all the time. My country of Sam has always been number 1, and it must be number 1 this time as well. Why don't we each take a step back? How about Sam's country first and Summer's country second? His words were crowning. In fact, there is actually not a single useful point to it. Mr. Liang of the Summerland gave him a look as if he were looking at a jumping clown, and without saying much, cast a veto once again. Sam's country's OP. He was furious. Unparalleled anger. He revealed a cold smile. Director, I propose to abolish Xia's veto power. The words came out. There was an uproar. I've seen arrogant, but I've never seen such arrogance. The blatant abolition of the veto. But when he finished his sentence, the Summerland OP slapped the button in front of him again. James, Summer vetoed Sam's proposal to abolish Summer's veto. Sam's country OP. Crowd. Crap. Nima. I thought Sam's country was ruthless, but I didn't realize that Summer's country was even more ruthless. Bull. I vetoed your veto of me. It is equal to. Who is on the stage and why are you suing this official? May I ask if there is anything more awesome on the surface? No. Even Sam's country is so bullheaded that it blows up. Faced with another vote against him, he also fell into a point of skepticism. If it were any other country, he'd have put sanctions on it. But the other side, like him, the same as one of the strongest battle teams on this earth, only just weaker than him. Mr. Liang looked up and gave him a smile after his fourth veto. You can't take away the veto power given to me from above. For a reasonable result, I respect it. For an unreasonable result, then don't blame me for using my power. The words are plain, but this blandness is followed by a thunderclap. It was the envy of all the countries present. Not everyone has the ability, the guts, or the credentials to play hardball with Sam's country. Before you want to have that power, you'll have to fight the vast majority of the world's countries this time around. 4 rogue nations, and you're going to have to go through all of them. This is epic hell difficulty. How many countries once wanted to challenge? The only one who has passed the final copy is Xia, the superior of Sam's country. Seeing that things could not be done, was also deflated. The other party could not deprive him of his rights, and he could not deprive the other party of his rights in the same way. What goes on at the top should go on at the top. Instead, it's up to them, the people who are being pushed on the stage, to fix it. Director, please pause the scoring session to report. The head of Sam's country suspended the program. Guest commentators from countries all over the world suddenly realized that the glass in front of them suddenly fogged up. All the radio equipment was quit, and they couldn't hear a word of what the head of Sam's country was saying. Soon they were told, there were some omissions in the scoring session. There are imperfections. Get back online in half an hour. At the same time, all the contents of today's meeting are all top secret, and if anyone leaks them, they will be subject to the joint sanctions of the Human Destiny Alliance. Every commentator's mind was reeling. Joint sanctions of the Coalition for Human Destiny. The consequences are unimaginable. They can only keep these secrets deep in their hearts, and even only carry them inside their coffins. Soon they were all offline. In another place, the headquarters of the Human Destiny Alliance, there will be no real coalition decision-makers to initiate talks via video link. If this scene was broadcast live, there was no telling how much of a stir it would cause. I'm afraid it's no less than a mini world war. For one program, 5 of the top decision-makers in several of the most concrete countries in this world have actually started talks. How horrible is this? It's chilling to think about. It's a shame that people on the outside will never recognize this fact. All they know is that it's a reality TV show where you can get hundreds of millions of US dollars for winning and tens of millions of US dollars in compensation for losing. 5 real decision-makers who have gotten the message. Yuan's performance is the strongest in there. None of them can compare. You should know that in your heart as well. So why do you still want to dwell on it? The proposal for the chosen one was made by you, and now you're trying to manipulate the match and flip it. In which case, it might as well not be done at all. The general director of the Summer Kingdom said without anger. Make a motion and flip-flop. It was something he hadn't expected. You're the one who said to play? You're the one who can't afford to play. I didn't realize that the other side's skin was so thick that they were secretly manipulating the match. How many viewers were they putting at risk? One can only imagine that once the results of the race were publicized, it would cause such a negative impact. He, for one, would never give in. Collections and recommendations. The chief decision-maker of Sam's country, who was blatantly manipulating the program, snorted in the face of his questioning. I've never publicly voiced my opinions or inclinations or tried to manipulate the show. It was all Brandon's own doing. I certainly respect the show, and whatever the show picks is what the show picks, and I have no problem with that. He put all the blame on Brandon. Anyway, Brandon is as white as his white glove. Throw any dirt on him. Just replace it with another one when it gets dirty. He talks about respecting the program on the surface, but in reality it's a bald-faced, obvious thing. There was no way Brandon would have been able to do it blatantly without his orders. Who would believe such a thing? No one will believe it. Standing at a height like theirs, already at the very top of the human race, some problems were as white paper in front of them, and could be seen through at a glance. Han, Madison, do you believe yourself when you say such things? Without your license, the program's monitors would be making secret threats? The matter has been laid out in the open. There is an old saying in the country of Xia that says to open the windows of heaven and speak the truth. So don't hide your face in front of us. The results are here. Yuan is recognized as the best in the show, and since he wants to score, he should score by the will of the world, not by secret manipulation. Yuan must win first place. I believe in him. He can utilize the perfect gene potion to the extreme. They all fell into silence when they heard the chief executive of the summer country say the name perfect gene potion. Seems to be stuck in a memory. Decades ago, Sam's country used to launch a series of vehicles in order to explore the universe. On March 3, 1972, Sam State launched Pioneer 10, which in 2003 lost contact with its home planet. On April 6, 1973, Sam State launched Pioneer 11 and in 1995 lost contact. On August 20, 1977, Sam's country launched Voyager 2, which is expected to be lost in 2025-2030. On September 1977, Sam's country launched Voyager 1, which was expected to be lost after 2025. Herald 10 and 11 have been lost. Voyager 2 and Voyager 1 are still in contact, finding exoplanets, contacting exoplanets. It was the greatest human ambition of that era. Explore the outer planets to make friends with alien humans. By the time the era had progressed into the 21st century, mankind began to have regrets, and Blue Mercury was like a tender bud, the only hope among the ruins. It really shouldn't be exposed to the universe that quickly. Some of the explorers, in particular, contained most of the basic information about humanity, directly exposing the level of civilization on blue water. This is extremely dangerous in the midst of an unknown enemy universe. But by this time, both Voyager 10 and Voyager 11 all of them had gone too far and were completely out of contact. And Explorers 1 and 2, while still in contact, are too far gone to return. After that, the vast majority of Blue Mercury's cosmic contact program was put on hold indefinitely. One of the main purposes of Pioneer 11 was to study Jupiter and the outer solar system and, at the same time, to carry basic information about mankind. 5 years after the departure of Herald 11, a crashed ship had been found on a planet with occasional volcanic eruptions. By the time such a ship is encountered, all the creatures on it are already dead. Been on that one planet for hundreds of years. Herald 11, itself, carries a special mission. Look for resources from the outer planets to bring back to Blue Mercury. It was only after the discovery of the spaceship that mankind regretted it even more. But it was all too late. Everything that should have happened happened. The spaceship, though crashed and corroded by the years, still looks as good as new. It has great research value. It's the only way for humans to explore the outer planets. After discovering the crashed spacecraft, Herald 11 returned the spacecraft on its own transporter. Sam's country has carved out a place on the map, named Area 51, for research into alien technology. After the 21st century, the forces reshuffled. Because of the need for resources, all of the other 4 top countries, except Sam, are participating in this program, and had a major breakthrough 3 years ago. Inside the spaceship, genetic agents were found. They were ecstatic when they started to find out. Thought another era of mankind was coming. But after the passage of years, the vast majority of gene potions had all lost their activity and turned into defective products. All of the people who utilized the genetic potion, all of them experienced various unforeseen consequences. Some are deranged. Some died instantly. There are genetic mutations. Some are unconscious. Various, unforeseen consequences. After days and nights of research by hundreds of top scientists, it was finally discovered that there is a side of human genes that favors pharmaceuticals. They call it divinity. For this show, explicitly everyone was chosen at random, but in reality they all have a very strong fusion of genes and genetic potions. In order to decide which of the perfectly preserved ones the gene potion belongs to, the Future of Humanity program was born. Codename, the God-Making Program. The only winner is the chosen one, but they have the same method of sanctioning the chosen one, the implanted chip. That's material from a spaceship, never seen on Blue Mercury, and their last resort. They were to make a god, but this god, a god who had to be subject to their control, a god who could be controlled at any time. Everyone doesn't want a big god squatting over their head. One must stand within the order. The crowd retreated from their memories. Sam's Madison also came back to her senses. I'm doing this for Yuan's sake. After all, we have to have the winner implanted with a chip. This pain, I'm not willing to let him come. If people didn't know, they would think how compassionate he was. The general director of Xia sneered. Mr. Madison, it's not for you to worry about Yuan's matters. I only want to defend his interests. If he wins, and no one can deprive him of his rights. As for the final implantation of the chip, that's even less for you to worry about. When the time comes, it's his choice and I'll never interfere. The word is out. Madison can't even argue with that. It would have been justified. Now that it's been revealed to his face, even more faces don't know where to go. Okay, I agree, but no need for the world's audience to choose. And in the meantime, change the scoring mechanism, Madison said with a sigh. He had something small in mind, and it would be very bad for Sam's country if it were publicized to the world. It's important to keep things within a manageable range. At least be second. Take the first alternate spot. What about the opinions of the others? The summer chief looked to them. Gaul and John have always been the horse's front for Sam's country. Seeing that the boss had gone soft, they lost their resistance. And the woolly bear country has very much strategic cooperation with the summer country. Naturally, it favors the Summerland. No comment. Several other top decision makers all nodded. The views were agreed upon. Please collect. Please recommend the ticket. When the 5 decision makers agree, The matter was then characterized, trying to overturn their decision. It would have to have power stronger than all of them. Unfortunately, there is no longer a country in this world that can do that. These countries are scheduled to be in the top 4. The state of Yuan, with the state of Gaul, has agreed to cooperate and become integrated. As for the few other participating countries, they can only reap the prize money. Still want to disagree? Ha! Gave you guys face. The airship was found by us. The resources were contributed by us. The racecourse was built by us. The prize money was paid by us. And the ultimate prize for the winner was taken out by us. You guys are screaming so loud. What did you guys come out with? Out of a baron. Wanted to fart eat it. It would be nice to get you guys involved. Half an hour after the scheduled time, all 18 guest commentators were online. Voting rules change. The best of the day was decided by a total of 18 individual single votes. For the rest of the players, score on a 10-point scale. Decision on 2nd through 8th place. Reopen voting. What? Any objections? It's in your honor to be invited. And still here talking and jumping up and down. You don't like it, do you? Then please go back. We've got tons of alternatives. We're not even missing one of you. Love to vote. So a new round of voting began immediately. Brandon and Sam's country also got the message. Voted for Yuan with a shit-eating expression. I think Yuan's performance is still very good. Although our country's Andrew is also very strong. He is still a little bit worse than Yuan. So I will vote for Yuan. The countries that followed him just now. Simply clueless. I'm DNM. Who was it just now that was screaming and jumping up and down? Now you tell me that people are bullish. I'm bullshitting your mom. What did I work so hard for? And risk being yelled at by people all over the world to vote for you here? Not just to be seen above Sam's country. Could use a little more assistance. Buy more weapons. God damn it. I've got my pants off. And this is what you're showing me? That's it? If you weren't so awesome in Sam's country, I'd fucking love to shove barrenness in your mouth. He could only hold back his nausea and vote for Yuan. Who else can I vote for if not for Yuan? The woolly Baron Gallic countries were also given instructions for the latter. But they didn't have an in-person conflict and the psychological pressure wasn't as great. Voting for their own country's players makes them feel a little weak themselves. But that's all from the top. You have to do whatever the top tells you to do. Now, since the top had agreed to Yuan, they would have even less of a problem with it. But there are still some small countries on the sidelines. Thinking an opportunity has presented itself. Sam's country had voluntarily given up, and even wanted to vote for Yuan, which, according to their pissy nature, was definitely not voluntary. Couldn't you just pull the vote to yourself with a little push? The more they think about it, the more excited they get. Cough cough cough. Gentlemen, my stick country's Park Guachang you can consider. He is a very promising player, although his current performance is not good. But his performance afterward will definitely amaze you. The guest commentator from the stick country said. While saying that, he also winks at the Sam's country commentator, hoping he'll switch his vote back. My Easting Kingdoms isn't bad either. My Easting Nation has always stood at the top of the world. Today's performance was just a little flawed. Please give him a chance. Please. The representative of the Easting Nation stood up and bowed towards everyone. Also threw a wink over to Brandon from Sam's country. Brandon was as sick as shit. He was already sickened enough. And then you two came back to sicken me. Is that something I can decide? If I could decide everything, I'd chop you both up first. And very promising? Still able to wow me? And a fucking chance? I'll give it to your mom. I wouldn't give you two a chance if I had to. If I could have voted for Andrews, I would have done so a long time ago and not waited until now. Are you two idiots? Can't see? He didn't even look squarely at these two loads. Shame on you. After those other wallflower countries saw that he didn't make a move, they also voted for Yuan. In a flash, Yuan had already taken up 16 votes. It simply overwhelms all of its contemporaries. The faces of the two commentators from the Kingdom of the Stick and the Kingdom of the East turned red into pig livers. They didn't expect it. Being a dog yourself for so many years, people won't even look at them squarely. What's the point of this popping up? The commentator from Stick Country felt despised and became irritated. All of you vote for one person. I question the shady nature of this show, and I'm going to bring your vote manipulation to light. The commentator from the Eastern Kingdom couldn't be bothered to bow any further. This is a clear case of vote manipulation on your part. Even if Yuan performed the best, this kind of vote manipulation on your part is nothing short of moral turpitude. Sam's country can win. They don't matter. The stronger the master, the wiser this means they are as a dog. If someone else had scooped it up, and they wanted to spit blood, what's more, this person is their neighbor and is relevant to them at all times. If there's a war, they'll be the first to get their asses kicked. How can this calm them down? After they spoke these treacherous words, the 5 superiors all gave them a look. In particular, The head of Xia's country's eyes crinkled imperceptibly. Live to the world? Something shady? I'm trying to get the world to vote, but do you dare? He turned his eyes to the head of Sam's country. It means, how did you raise a dog that is now disobedient? Not even to its owner? The head of Sam's country was annoyed by the look. The mind was already upset. And there's these two douchebags jumping around here embarrassing themselves. There's nothing worse than being despised by an old rival. One can only pour out all the anger on these two. TMD. Inviting you guys here is giving you face. In fact, this show has nothing to do with you guys. Can you recognize yourself? Still want to come in first? You're not worthy? There is nothing shady about this program. And you too, as guest commentators, should be even less likely to question the program. If you two commentators have any comments, you can submit a written request to the program, and the program will respond to you within 3 months of receiving the letter. If you are still not satisfied in your hearts and want to quit, then please make yourselves at home and do not send me away. If you don't want to quit, keep your mouths shut. Also, the voting sessions for both programs are top secret, and should any information about the programs be leaked, you will receive a joint strike from the Destiny of Man coalition. His words were tinged with anger. It didn't leave an ounce of room for error at all. What leeway can you leave for your own domesticated dog? Even if I hit you again and scold you, throw you a bone, and you still have to come over obediently, ask for a recommendation. Hearing such domineering words, both men were intellectuals who could not wait to find a floor to crawl into. It's like throwing their dignity to the ground and humiliating them. But none of them dared to say no. If that had come from a guest commentator from another country, they would have started a name-calling war with each other, taking another step back. Even if Brandon had said the words, they would have had to argue with each other. But these are the words coming out of the upper echelons of Sam's country. Even if the other party was only one of the Sam State staff group, the words they spoke made it impossible for them to take them lightly. People, although the location is not really high, yet, it reaches the heavens. The one who can give His Excellency Madison a pillow talk, how dare they offend? The two could only turn off their engines, not daring to resist at all. Sorry, we were reckless just now. I'm very sorry. The commentator of Eastern Japan even stood up and bowed to everyone present on the screen. Simeon Sai, sorry for the trouble, then voted for Yuan. As opposed to the reluctance of Stickman, he's doing a great job, with a look of embarrassment all over his face. Crowd, East Japan people, this bow craftsmanship, and that admission of fault, bar none. It's too much in line with the saying, if you're wrong, admit it. If you're beaten, stand up straight. Other side. Yijin was within the library, his fingers dancing frantically on the keyboard. His eyes were excited, as if he was doing something remarkable. The audience, all over the world, looked at the hands on the keyboard, then at his expression, and there was a moment of puzzlement. It's all just gibberish. Are you that excited? At first the camera took a few glances at his keyboard. The back converts to screen again, and then at the end it was too boring. Finally had to switch the camera to his face. Library reading was supposed to be a very boring thing, so they didn't mobilize many cameras to come here, and the only ones that were there were spread out in various locations in the library. Behind Yuan, there was only the presence of a camera, and there's no use for more. It rotated back and forth around him, introducing some of the facilities like libraries to a worldwide audience. In the meantime, occasionally go and glance at his screen. Yuan's hand speed is getting faster and faster. It was impossible to see the movements of his fingers, and his gestures had appeared as stumps, like a wild wind. It's as if they never see fatigue. It's been almost an hour. His hand speed remains the same. There was no intention of stopping for a break. On the island where humans disappeared, in the empty library, there was a man who was using a computer to type countless jumbled codes. It's a weird image how it looks. A lot of people simply can't see what he's doing. A look of confusion. His hand speed is getting faster and faster. It's already so fast that I can't see it anymore. It should be over 800 or even close to 900. I don't know what he's trying to do. What's the point of typing out a bunch of gibberish in the library? I'm speechless. I thought he was playing at first, but now look, that's fucking playing. I'm a computer science student, but I simply can't see what all this gibberish combined really does. It feels illogical and unthinking. Yuan guessed that he just learned some computer books, learned them in an unknown way, and wanted to reflect his own value, looking for a sense of existence there. TSK, 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 it's a shame, but he doesn't realize that billions of people around the world are watching his jokes. These views are more or less tinged with malice, but there are those who bring a different perspective. These things look like gibberish. Maybe there's something hidden inside that you can't understand? Yuan is a genius. Do you think a genius would be aimless? Don't mock what you can't read yourself, lest you get slapped in the face later. Is there a single thing that Yuan has done that you guys can read and understand? Oh, Don't blame others if your own level is low. Maybe this pile of gibberish is a set of Jedi codes. They had unparalleled confidence in Yuan, even more so than he himself. They didn't know where they got their confidence from, but what Yizhen did was bull. Just invincible. The moment the camera swept past just now, I wrote a piece of program code following his logic, but found it wouldn't run at all. The camera brother cannot be long. Has been around the side of the turnaround. I want to see his screen. Every time is to stay for more than 10 seconds and then turn away. Can you give me a chance to see? Please, please, please get more cameras over there. One camera just isn't enough. Most of the people making these claims are programmers. They wanted to verify what Yuan was actually doing. The camera was circling him every time, not even looking at his screen because it was too boring. They, as peers, also wanted to spray Yuan, but found it wouldn't spray at all, because Yuan was too serious. Deep concentration and a delighted expression. It doesn't even look like it's doing something pointless. In their hearts, where does typing a bunch of gibberish get you that much confidence? If I had your confidence, I would have gotten into Tsinghua University long ago. Brian, the host, also saw those requests in the pop-ups. Please hold on a second. We'll turn the camera above his screen, and if there's any computer science majors out there, they can help us out. A camera was soon mobilized again above his screen. The pile of gibberish on his screen was all displayed. A Microsoft program developer soon stepped forward and said, "We've just gone through a team test that proves that the gibberish on this is unrecognizable and illogical, and it's safe to assume that the pile of gibberish was typed unconsciously," he said with confidence. As the head of program development at Microsoft Corp, he has absolute authority. Not to mention he has one of the most powerful development teams in the world. If it's the usual code, it's obvious at a glance. After verifying the results, he felt amused at their stern expressions just now. This doesn't even need to be verified. It's just a bunch of messy code. Brian nodded. It seems that our Yuan contestant did get a little stressed and started to decompress in this way, but the decompression is taking a bit too long. It's been over an hour now and he still feels tired. I'm impressed with his mental strength. Being here and now. Yuan took a deep breath, craned his neck and body. It's finally done. Over an hour of code. This was converted by the higher civilization to come from the Blue Mercury code, and through information transfer, it went back to the original battleship again. And all he does is a messaging function. No one in the world could read it again except him naturally. In the midst of all the attention, he hit the finish button. Represents the perfect completion of this code. Ask for a recommendation. The moment he hit the finish button, the screen went blank. The audience froze. Crap. What does that mean? A blank slate? Overplayed it. Bull. Played for more than an hour and wasted his computer. Simply bull. I don't even know how to praise him. That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. I thought he was so serious he could write some kind of amazing program. Hairless. What am I looking at? Add loneliness. The vitriol is literally about to spill off the screen. Those who had complimented Yuan just now also had a jolt in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. No way. How did that happen? Those who already had ill will towards Yuan were so happy that they forgot about it. Where did those hard quacks just now go? This is your Yishin, typing out a bunch of messy codes. You guys still have to say it's some kind of amazing work, but it turns out to be Harry. Let's see how you guys still go about blowing it up. It's really awesome to make people's computers crash. Soon. The next moment the smiles on their faces stiffened. The screen in front of Yuan's eyes suddenly returned to normal in a flash, turning light green again. And then countless progress bars and boxes appeared. Progress bar box after progress bar box began to recur with overlays. It covers the entire screen. All of the progress boxes, all of which were filled with the countless codes that Yizhen had just written down, began to read. In this moment, it completely exploded. In the progress box, those codes were being read frantically, and those garbled like symbols from earlier kept appearing, like a scene from the Matrix. People off screen saw the scene, face to face. What the hell is doing this? Matrix? It's too nifty a show. Don't tell me, Yizhen is also a big hacker? That's fucking fucked up, haha. Disgusting? It's not. You guys don't play like that. This is simply not the son of God. This is the son of the realm. More showy than Lucio. On Yuan's screen, on a green background, a virtual character suddenly appeared. His entire body composed of datadization, and it looked like the entire person was like a flowing torrent of data. There was a moment of consternation in the crowd. Then speechless. It's a model made out of data? It's just a data model. I thought it was something amazing. I know how to make this model. It's so easy. Laughing my ass off. It took over an hour to make a data model. Is there anything more boring than that? I might as well make a model out of an emoji. Yeep, take my advice. Don't do it. Go to bed. Let me do it. Yuan didn't know the cynicism of the outside world towards him. Wouldn't care even if I knew. This computer and the battleship had built a connection, becoming integrated and turning on synchronization in real time. A prompt came from his mind as well. AI humanized AI operation complete. Open next step. Please fabricate a physical face for the AI. Can be done by thinking. Yuan looked at the data-mined figure. The character is still a fleshless character. It's just endless combinations of data. It's possible that when the outside world sees the character, all they see is a 3D-like simulation of the character. But only he knows what power this data-driven AI possesses. It's somewhat independent thinking, independent musings, independent judgment, completely indistinguishable from the real thing. It can even be treated exactly like a real person. And that real person has the ability to think and store and all sorts of unbelievable abilities that humans are far less capable of. As good as Tesla's AI is, there will eventually be a crash. And he has created an AI that can communicate completely without barriers, thinking better than humans as well as recognizing them. What would happen if humans had informational superpowers? It would be surreal artificial intelligence. What if people had the processing power of a computer? That will be terrible to the extreme. It's an ability that humans were never meant to master. It's the power of God. He looked at the simulated data figure in front of him and began to simulate the look on his mind. He was a little curious. Was it really possible to simulate whatever was presented in his mind? He came up with a 50-50 in his head. Sure enough, that data figure presented in the computer began to simulate a 50-50th split. From the body to the expression. It's almost uncanny. Because he had watched a lot of segments and live streams about him in real life. He was too impressed with the character analog. The audience looked at the character who suddenly appeared. A look of confusion. The foreign audience looked at the sudden appearance of 50-50. Not much expression. Because they do not know who this person is. Even those who have seen it are barely impressed. Although he had fought in world-class tournaments, no one had even bothered to observe what he looked like. And if they had seen him, they had long since forgotten it. To them, yellow people all look the same. Foreign audiences are not feeling it. But the domestic audience is simply going to explode. Especially those of the younger generation. It's not a good idea to stand up or stand down when you're looking at someone who has suddenly appeared. Shit. 50-50. It's all fucking out. What an obsession with is. Crap. Nima. Is this something a human being could do? 50-50ths will be late. But never absent. Damn. It's blown up. Yuan is also too awesome. The simulated person is just exactly like the real person. This wave of operation I blow up. Do more real than 3D Max. There is no effect map production company fancy. Yuan looked at the sudden appearance of him and was also a bit confused. For a moment, I forgot what I was supposed to do. Another prompt appeared in his head. Simulation time. Last 5 seconds to go. Please make the final choice for the host. The crisp snap brought him right back to reality. It was fast scaring the cold sweat out of him. This was if his own AI really grew into this shape in the future. He wouldn't even have a place to cry at that time. Don't tell me how beautiful it is. At least look good. 5, 4, 3. In the last 2 seconds, he redefined in his mind what an AI would look like. In a split second, the AI in the computer began to change. A sweet-looking girl appeared. The girl was wearing a long dress, bright-eyed and lovely-looking. Simply a first love face. A match for Masami Nagasawa. There wouldn't be many men who wouldn't be impressed. The outside audience watched the sudden shift and was caught off guard. But beauty is ultimately eye candy. Crap. It's like 666. Awesome. Another character simulated. This one is awesome. No bragging rights. How can the looks be so sweet? Not gonna lie. Looks like my first love. Upstairs is so braggadocious. It reminds me of fart eating. But then again, it's still kinda like my first love. Shit. Upstairs. Like. Bragging nonsense. Obviously my first love. Too bad such a pretty girl can't talk. TSK. 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 This is a simulated character. Thought it was an AI. Even if it is an AI, according to the current technology, it's just a fool. Suddenly, they saw an incredible sight. Just see the sweet girl from the simulation. Bending over to Yuan, she revealed a sweet smile. Master, please give me a name. Ask for a recommendation. The moment this sweet female voice appeared, there was a dead silence from all the viewers around the world. Crap, what is this thing that talks? It's not a game character, is it? How can it be a game character? It's not modeled. It's not rendered. How can there be a game character? Can I say awesome? Getting such a beautiful girl in an hour or so just blew my mind. Sure, it's not a game character? Why does it look so much like some parenting game? Why do I feel as if this data character is communicating with Yuan? Upstairs is bullshitting. It's just a simulated character. How can it still communicate? It's the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world that can't even manage to communicate with people normally. The scene left viewers around the world a little confused, but they're lost. The alliance of human destiny behind it is even more confusing, especially Sam's country. Yuan had already become the object of their focused attention. Before, he made out to be something beyond natural, but the scene in front of him was even more shocking as well as puzzling. They have a powerful staff behind them, an unrivaled computer technology. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. When the scene appeared, the chief technology executive of the Future of Humanity program stood sternly by, sensing that something was wrong. What is this all about? What Yuan wrote down was clearly a bunch of gibberish, and even he couldn't understand why it would simulate a data character out of it, and it was constantly changing form. And during this process, Yuan's hands had never touched the keyboard. Is it operating out of thin air? He couldn't figure it out, but he instinctively felt that there was a lot of wrong behind this. Everything seems so sci-fi. By now, he could only use the word sci-fi to describe what he was seeing here. His face was very solemn as he gave the order. Attention Group 1 and 2. From now on, you two groups, do your best to export his backend data without alerting the other groups. The world's top 5 are involved in the future of mankind, except that their technological capabilities are much more powerful. 6 technical groups. Sam's country alone occupies 2. Each group, over 50 members. All of them are the world's top computer technology talents, and some of them were even once famous hackers who worked for the government after they were integrated by the government. To fully open up the backend you have to get permission from the Big 5 at the same time, but he just wants to keep the technology to himself. He has a very keen sense of smell. It was his innate instinct. With these instincts and talents, he has made it to where he is today. He had a special feeling that as soon as he found out what was behind this, he's definitely in a position to do more than that. His heart began to beat with unparalleled excitement. Got to get it. Got to get it. Yuan looked at the girl she had simulated. And that worked? That's too strong. After all of humanity disappeared, it was assumed that the girl in front of her was the one who would accompany her on her final journey. And not just the characters he created. Likewise his comrades in arms. What would be a good name? Yuan scratched his head. Things like naming are so tangled. Trisha? Irma? Yen Fan? Red Plum? Su Young? Iron Pillar? Gonzo? The audience listened to the words that popped out of his mouth. A shit-eating expression on his face. Mom? Yeah. Such a pretty girl. It's a match for Masami Nagasawa. What man doesn't feel moved when he looks at it? Doesn't he feel like his first love? How can you be so ashamed of yourself for giving him such a name? Do you hear that as a human being? Jade? Irma? Red Plum? Yen Fan? These names are even if you can at least hear that it's a girl's name. But behind the fucking Taiju? Rigid? What the hell must this be all about? Not that any of these names are bad, either. But have you ever seen an actress with the name Jade become famous? It was a pretty face, but once I heard the name, just get desperate alright. Some people's eyes were red. Crap. Shit. What kind of naming ghostwriter is this? I'll take you over any wall. Can we have a crowdfunding campaign if we can't name it? I can't accept that such a pretty girl should be called Suehua. I beg you, don't use that name, or I'll die for you. Yi ci. You're not good at things like naming. Let me do it. Especially some geeks. It has long been a dream to have an avatar to accompany you through the days ahead. Now at last we see a little hope. As a result, they were even given such a name. And if they didn't have any idea where the island actually was, they would have rushed over there a long time ago. Yuan is simply a demon. Is there a straighter man in the world? The AI inside moved its expression imperceptibly after hearing those names. Then it's back to normal again. Master, please identify the name. Yuan also seemed to have heard the cries from the outside world. And in the end, it still didn't use these names as its code name. My name is Yi Jin, so you'll be called Jeaner. The name was successfully taken. Jeaner meets the master. It was only after hearing Yuan rename himself that all the viewers in the outside world breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it's really called that, they can cry. But soon they reacted. What was talking about just now? Is this like a fucking exchange? No way. You guys are communicating with a character in a computer? Are you sure it's not a program you set up? Jane, your current state? Jeaner revealed a humanized smile. Jeaner was created and is still in a budding state, and has not been transferred to the battleship for the time being. The information sharing transmission is now about to begin. The outside audience looked on in disbelief. What battleship? What teleportation? What the hell are you talking about? An electronic beep suddenly appeared in Yuan's mind. Begin establishing information sharing channels. Transmission will begin. An integration will be achieved upon completion of transmission. Progress 1%, 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 70%, 100%, as the last beep sounded. Transmission all complete. This time the voice didn't come out again, but directly into his mind. All of Jiner's information has been transferred. Due to the carrier's limitations, Jiner can only run 1% of her abilities. Jiner said in his mind. 1%? That's a bit too little. Yuan said. Please don't worry, Master. After the future carrier is constructed, the power that Jiner will display will definitely be extraordinary, and will ensure the perfect state of war for the battleship. Jiner heard his worries. Yuan nodded. So what are your functions now? Yuan was still a bit curious, and it was the first time he had seen a truly communicable AI. According to the computer, 1% of me can outlast the world for more than 50 years, Jane said in his head. Then the computer in front of him. Sudden changes began to take place. Countless web pages were quickly opened and then quickly closed again. More than 10 pages are opened a second. It keeps refreshing over and over and over again. The categories that existed in those web pages were quickly opened one by one. Countless information was presented, and everything appeared incomparably sci-fi, like traveling into the future. Ask for a recommendation. Jane took over all computer privileges in a flash. The computer itself is dead, but with Jane's presence, everything came to life. The computer itself possesses unrivaled computing power. It's just that the human brain can't develop it to its fullest potential. But its algorithm, in and of itself, is extremely scary. Even an ordinary computer, the horrific arithmetic power that runs it is at a level that the human brain will never reach. The web page in the middle of the computer kept repeating itself. In a short time, thousands of pages have been duplicated. At the same time, all the software began to start, and the programs installed in the computer, as well as the games, began to go crazy with progress bars. The programs these run would have blown up long ago if they were placed inside the human brain. Even real-life computers can't do anything like this, because computers are CPUs and video cards and motherboards, all of which have limitations. If you open hundreds or thousands of web pages at the same time, the CPU will burn out. But Jane was able to take all of this to the extreme when she started running it. Audiences around the world watched the scene unfold before their eyes. Couldn't help but wipe his eyes. What did they see? All the computer programs are constantly restarting to go the progress bar. How is that possible? Even just flashing those thousands of web pages in a very short period of time is not something that a computer like this can do. It would take at least a large server to be able to do it. Besides, the computers in the library. We all know in our hearts that the configuration is definitely not high enough. Trying to run a horrible arithmetic like this is almost impossible to do. A question arose in their hearts. Yi Jing, how on earth did he do it? A prompt also came from Yuan's mind. Start taking over all equipment. In that instant, the screen on his computer changed again. Jin began to invade all the electronic programs on the island. Countless programs were attacked by Jane. The screen on the computer changed to images from all corners of the island. Countless computer programs were automatically turned on and cameras were automatically taken over, spreading out to the entire island. Wherever there were computers, all of them were invaded, like a grand computer storm, and even the shutdown computers started to reboot. Computers on the islands, although isolated from the outside world, but ultimately it is controlled internally by the LAN. If one could look over the top of the island, one would see a silent wave of electricity that was spreading out in all directions, changing the same way wherever it was involved. The computer rebooted, the camera was taken over, and the computer screen was transmitted on Yuan's computer. A map also appeared in Yi Jin's mind. It was all the network connection points on the island, and as the first point turned red, all the other points passed from one to another as if they were infected, being taken over in the same instant. At this moment, the audience who was watching the live broadcast was so surprised by the scene in front of them that they couldn't speak. Holy shit, what does that mean? Is the computer broken? It's not that the computers are broken. It's that the scenes on the screen are all from the island, and all the computers have been taken over in a flash. No way. So bullish. What kind of program did Jijin create? Really sure? Is this a virus? Virus my ass. This is tens of thousands of times stronger than a virus. What Yijin created is not a virtual character at all. What's that? I should call her an AI artificial intelligence. Numerous computer industry bulls looked at the scene in the screen with complicated eyes. They've studied it all their lives, eventually only touched the edge. Yuan, in just over an hour, had accomplished a rift that they would never be able to surpass in a lifetime. The code he had just written down was exactly that, a program code, and I'm afraid all the conversations are real. The character may have possessed the emotions of a human being himself. It was this that they felt shivering all over. Countless countries and countless companies, investing hundreds of billions of dollars, were unable to do what Yijin did. From now on, his position will span countless others. Once this technology is utilized in the military and in life, the changes that occur are unparalleled. It will cause a huge change in society. The stakes behind it will be immense, sweeping up countless countries and governments. The artificial intelligence created by those companies on Blue Mercury was marginal compared to Yuan's artificial intelligence, unable to reach even 1%. If all the weapons of a given country had unparalleled accuracy and striking power, the power they possessed would be the power to destroy the world. The missiles can position themselves to turn on by themselves. Satellites can cruise on their own. Robots have independent minds of their own and submit to human jurisdiction. The wars after that will not be wars of men at all but wars of machines. Oh my god. Such terrible power. This is better than hacking. Hacking is nothing compared to these AIs. It's not even on a dimensional level. A scary possibility suddenly occurred to me. Yuan wouldn't have found out about all the cameras on the island and the truth about this world. Would he? Nima. So that's a bullseye. Then this fucking show becomes the show with the shortest life and the biggest Ouroboros in the world. The program has spent a lot of effort in 5 years building this game. And on the first day if it gets wasted, it's probably going to be so pissed off that it's going to spit blood. But have you ever thought that Yuan possessing this technology will become a thorn in the side of countless countries? And whoever is the first to get this technology will be ahead of the rest and become the hegemon of the world. Crap. I can't even think about what's behind me. Countless individuals have expressed their concerns. Brian simply couldn't answer these questions in the face of them. The power involved behind it was simply beyond his knowledge. The sky is falling and there's a tall man to hold it. There is automatically someone behind the scenes to dispose of it. At the Future of Humanity show, the top tech center, the chief tech exec is standing by. The two groups under him couldn't break through at all. It's all like it's blocked. The traces were cleaned up. There is no way they can do it with their power alone. And it's what's in front of us that's the crisis. The really big one. This coveted technology is enough to make anyone's eyes water to the point of madness. He couldn't be bothered to steal it privately anymore. All 6 technical groups from all 5 major countries were woken up and entered the technical center. All of them looked serious, and their eyes were filled with shock. Each one of them, famous in the network. If they were the ones who wanted to go in, even the top companies in the world would have snapped them up. But now they're just a regular member of the technical team. You can imagine how tough the tech support center is for this show. With the power of these people, it would be possible to breach over 95% of the world's countries almost instantly. Let them perish in information. They looked at the one schematic above them. It was a schematic of the island. Each dot of light represents an electronic device. The points of light on the chart were being rapidly occupied, and the terrifying speed was beyond their reach. One man controls all the electronics on the island. What a terrible power this is. And that power doesn't even know where it ends. It's the unknown that's scary. Robert, the chief technology officer, gave the order. All teams in the technical support center on command. Activate the emergency plan to retake control. If that is not possible, then guard the reinforced firewall at all costs and isolate the information from the island. Ask for a recommendation. Moments later, the terrifying arithmetic swept directly from the technical support center of humanity's future program. A massive flood of data is sweeping the world, and the final point where they converged was the island where Yuan was. A few of the other observed were either just huffing and puffing or watching dramas and playing games late at night. And the island where Yuan was had become the center of the storm. His every move moves the eyes of the world. It became the most powerful focal point in the world. And this time behind the scenes is the Coalition for Human Destiny. The 5 top decision makers had just finished their talks and were all back online at the moment. Behind them, the entire staff is in late-night risk forecasting mode, as well as discussions on future trends. Several of the major decision makers had their eyes glued to the screen and the messages that were converging on them, each one sending shivers down their spines. Only they know what a powerful core competency this is. This is the 21st century, the most horrific tactic. Whoever masters it has in his hands a more powerful and silent form of destruction than a destructive weapon. The only ones qualified to sit on the dais are their 5 countries. They knew they had to keep this confined to this card table. They're the real shufflers. Those other countries are merely to be treated as cards. In the Technical Support Center, firewall privileges are fully open. Everyone does their job. In other words, they were the soldiers guarding the walls of the ancient city, defending against the coming storm, while they continued to fortify the walls, because the storm was unheard of and incredibly violent. The crew had long ago cut all ties and built firewalls for the sake of the show. This moment is even more fiery. A shudder ran through Robert, the chief technology executive, as he looked at the impending deluge, the gateway that would open the world of the future. At the same time there was jealousy in his eyes. Why not him? If it was him, his name would be present for the next hundreds, if not thousands, of years of history. Unfortunately, he couldn't be bothered to think about that anymore. One could only force the jealousy to be pushed hard to the bottom of the heart. Risk has been elevated to top level. All hands in position. The risk department conducts risk assessment predictions and begins simulation experiments. Ask your superiors for backstage access. He calmly gave the order. The Big Five must agree to gain access to the back end. Otherwise they could only force their way in, which was tantamount to self-destruction. Soon he got a reply that access could be gained and back-end access was opened. All of the tech center personnel quickly took over and began seizing back-end access. But they found that even with back-end access turned on, they couldn't stop the proliferation. Even though they had just taken back control of those electronic devices, they found, and then had it taken back, that they couldn't completely remove the backdoor that the other side had left in those devices. They were beyond shocked. The other side only has an ordinary computer. Even the legendary AI, playing even more superbly, could not do what it took to fight them. It is important to realize that the technology and equipment they have are among the best in the world. With their current technological power to take down a medium-sized country of some kind, it would take less than an hour to completely paralyze that country's information. Even when facing some of the forward countries, it can paralyze the other side as if they were in the middle of a battle for a short period of time. But here they couldn't win against each other and could only fight and retreat. Reporting to the chief, the other party's AI is starting to string together all the electronic devices, and the arithmetic power is starting to stack up like crazy. Not on par with our side of the doo-doo. We tried using various methods, but the other side's arithmetic overlay was so horrible that even though we regained access, it was quickly taken back. We can only withdraw from the island's battlefield now, and add firewalls to the outer ports to completely isolate the other side within the island. Or else the other side will follow the network ports and enter our network system directly. Several technical team leaders gave their reports. Robert hammered the table hard. Can you control the power on the island? No, it's been taken over by the other side. We can't regain control. A team leader replied. Robert sighed with mixed colors. There would have been only one base unit on the other side, and they could have easily taken back access. But now it seems that things are more complicated than he thought. But there's a death order from above. If he lets the other side break through the island's barriers, then his seat is at an end. He began to regret in his heart that he should not have put so many electronic devices on the island in the pursuit of realism. Try to hold the other side back as long as you can, and if you really can't do that, then fall back altogether. Activate Emergency Plan 1. Call in 10 supercomputers to start intercepting. In short, do whatever it takes. That's a death order. The 10 computers were provided by the Big Five. This is the power of their press, and the last resort. These 10 supercomputers are able to rank in the world to the top 200, and even one has entered the top 100. 10 stacked. The stacked out of the arithmetic power is unprecedented. Each supercomputer is an immensely valuable asset. Even the lowest arithmetic power is more than 1 trillion times, and the highest one is already more than 1 billion times. They didn't believe that with such a terrifying arithmetic power, they couldn't stop it. Soon 10 supercomputers put into operation. As they came into use, the data and power once again exploded rapidly to a point of extreme terror. The audience around the world looked at Yuan, watching him take over all the computer equipment on this island. Where did the program team go? Holy shit, such an awesome AI. If it's patented, it's the next Bill Gates again. Needless to say, I already want to hug my thighs. We came to see you survive, not to see you get rich. It's just devastating. Just move your hands and you're estimated to have tens of billions of dollars. Jealousy has made me look bad. That said, how come the show hasn't taken control of his backstage? If we keep controlling it like this, the program should be exposed, right? That would be bull. Spending so much money, only to be exposed on the first day. If I were them, my mind would have to explode. That said, will Yuan disappear for no apparent reason? I don't think so. I'm sure the state will protect him. I hope he must live, become a living legend. It was at this moment that Jenner had taken control of all the electronic equipment on the island and began to invade the ports outside the island. Ask for a recommendation. It was a silent battle, but the intensity was nothing less than a world war, and even more than that in places. It's a war for data. When the location of Jenner's arithmetic extension came to the port of the island, everyone in the technical support center was as close as they could get. Attention all units. She's coming. Surround her with all your might. She must not be allowed to discover the secret of the world beyond. Attention risk detection team. Your mission is to locate her. She is only a stream of data in and of herself even if she is strong. Besides, we have 10 supercomputers that are more than enough to crush her in terms of hardware. Find her, and control her. If you can't even control it, then place a virus in her body for the next time. Robert played the role of a chief technology executive perfectly. The entire island was closed to the internet at first in the quest for authenticity. leaving only a few ports in existence that could be controlled. Now those ports are a bust. As soon as Jane touches the port, police lights were blaring and piercing throughout the tech support center. Countless torrents of data blasted over the firewall. The terrifying pressure in that instant directly suffocated people. It's also fortunate that they were the ones who made the firewalls ahead of time for this show, and then activated the emergency plan to reinforce them at a later date. Even then, the firewall was shaky, almost collapsed. This horrific shock could destroy almost all information in an instant. Even the biggest companies in the world would collapse in that instant, and all the back-end as well as the data would all be lost. It's also fortunate that they are backed by the Big Five. It's what's been able to support it for so long, because this was, after all, a product of a tertiary civilization. Even if there was no carrier present, only a set of terrifying data, it made them feel fearful. This is the limit beyond human reach. Unless the human brain is developed to a certain degree, it can't be compared. But right now, it simply can't be done. Meanwhile 10 supercomputers are firing at the same time. The terrifying arithmetic fortified the firewall until it was solid as gold, as if it were defending against an endless monstrous flood. 10 supercomputers, at this moment, exerted all their power, all utilized to the extreme. Endless searching for vulnerabilities as well as fixing them. Repair every damage. Tens of millions of attacks as well as defenses are being made every second. Even with the air conditioning on inside the technical support center, hundreds of prominent figures in the cyber world were sweating and drenched from too much mental concentration. It was as if they were experiencing a battle for the ages. There was no room for the slightest distraction. As long as there was a single distraction, the opponent would find a loophole and then in an instant would be crushed. Chief, the other side is still too strong and has a seemingly endless supply of backups. She's utilized all her arithmetic to the extreme and is now at a stalemate. I'm afraid that if this continues, she'll find a loophole. And once she does, it'll be like an anthill on a dike that will slowly crumble. Robert frowned and said nothing. Look at the looming crisis. He spoke slowly. Request a call from above for the supercomputer ridge. Tell them it's a last resort. And if they can't borrow it, I'm afraid the other side will break through the defenses. After he said that, the person across from him froze for a moment, then immediately report back to the top. Soon they gained control of the ridge. Ridge, one of Sam's prestigious supercomputers and the main computer currently in service. Peak speeds exceed 1.25 billion times. It was higher than the peak speed of all 10 supercomputers they had on hand combined. The top seemed to be aware of their crisis, and after a brief discussion, they handed over their permissions. With the addition of this world-famous supercomputer, defense has skyrocketed. Enter the explosive growth. Finally, the flood of data from Jin was stopped within the island. After billions and billions of impacts, it finally subsided. The flood of data receded and grew quiet. The people inside the technical support center finally spat out a breath. In the face of Jeaner, each of them were like a great enemy. Wait until a relaxation. Like unloading 1,000,000 pounds of burden. This time they can really fall in line. Each of them is a heck of a network technologist. The equipment available is also world-class. Over 10 supercomputers were also utilized. Surprisingly, he fell under this level. If not for the addition of the ridge behind it, it's not clear who will win or lose this encounter. In this moment they all felt a little thankful. Just as they were trying to relax, Robert suddenly stood up. Attention all units. We now have the daunting task of finding her essence, seizing control of it, and even if we can't, finding her backstage, or at least we need to know how she came to be. It was the best account he could think of to give to the top. Otherwise he would look too incompetent if he used so many supercomputers and got nothing. Soon all were once again engaged in battle. With the superb performance of the ridge, they quickly counterattacked back. They had left the virus in her just now, so it was not long before her native presence was found. Jin also sensed the data tracked from the outside world. The screen image before Yuan instantly stalled. There is an outside information intrusion. Starting to eliminate traces. Unable to resist. Loss of background data. Opponent attempting to take control. A powerful force intervened. Transmission made. Transmission to battleship. Transmission complete. Yuan couldn't hear these words. He only saw the picture on his screen stop. Thought it was over. Jeaner, has all the control been completed? All controls have been completed. Jane nodded. The other party tried to use the virus left in her body to control her essence, but she had already transmitted all the information back into the battleship. The other party could not find it even if they had the power of heaven. What she now kept in her computer was just an empty shell. Everything is all controlled by the battleship, and the show's tech support center is finally getting what they want. They were ecstatic. The heart is bursting with happiness. This is the future of artificial intelligence. Beyond the times. Although they didn't know why they obviously found each other. They couldn't control each other. As if they had punched the air. But having these gains was enough to make them rejoice to the point of madness. All of the back-end data was all recovered by them. As long as they follow the instructions, everything can be done in order. Yuan didn't know anyone was that interested in the pile of gibberish he typed out. Jane returned to the battleship. He shut down his computer, turned off the lights and patted himself on the back to go home to bed. Ask for a recommendation. The entire tech support center was filled with frenzy. They didn't expect to actually take back the background data. Everyone's faces were red and full of excitement. After seeing the powerful might of this sci-fi like artificial intelligence, they felt small. Every one of them was famous on the internet, but each of them was so weak compared to Giner that it was almost negligible. They never thought that there could be a computer in today's world that could be in such a horrible state. They used all the servers and 10 supercomputers, and finally called the famous Ridge of Sam's country, which is such a luxurious and incomparable lineup that it can almost fight a large-scale network war. But it was nearly flipped in front of Jin. They feel both fear and excitement. Jane was born in a normal computer, and they have so many powerful servers here as well as those supercomputers. There is a world of difference between the power of artificial intelligence in an ordinary computer and in a supercomputer. So how do they not get excited? They also felt a pang of gratitude that fortunately Yuan was born in an ordinary computer, but where she was going to be in a supercomputer. Then they had no chance of winning. Countless eyes glowed. As long as they completed the project, each and every one of them, they would be able to gain fame and money added to their lives. Robert's eyes revealed excitement. That failure just now had completely shattered his confidence. Luckily, the back-end wrenched the game back, found the back-end data, got it back, and they can replicate it just as well. At that time, Giner was simply not enough to worry about and could only be reduced to a stepping stone. All the technicians except for the rotating staff, all the other technicians analyze the background and find out the data of the computer that Yijin used in the background. The technicians quickly got into the swing of things, although the back-end data is more complicated, but under their powerful strength, it didn't take long for the code written down by Yuan to be found by them. Their eyes looked greedily at the huge cluster of information. That's a milestone in the future of technology. Whoever wants to acquire them can become one of the most powerful nations in the world today. It was also fortunate that the camera barely caught Yuan writing this code, otherwise that would be like broadcasting live to the world. This information is now in their possession only, and no one in the world can get this information out of their hands. Robert subconsciously tried to monopolize the technology. However, the leaders of several other groups instantly gathered around. All of them are skeleton technical core staff from other countries, and there were so many technicians present, in full view of everyone. He couldn't take it all for himself even if he wanted to. Really at this point, a message came from above. The top decision makers of the Human Destiny Coalition have reached an agreement to jointly develop this technology. Moreover, this technology will ultimately be confined to the Big Five, and no sixth country will be allowed to participate, requiring an absolute guarantee of a voice. Soon, all of them signed confidentiality agreements. This agreement is just on paper and doesn't seem to have much validity, but unless you can stand up to the Big Five with your own personal strength, you will never dare to leak. With such a strong technical support team, soon, the back-end data was recovered one by one. All the details are fully restored. Countless top technicians looked at the jumble of code and didn't have a clue, because it simply doesn't follow any of the same logical procedures. Even a fool knows that this logic just doesn't work. It's just a bunch of gibberish. They couldn't even think of how Yijin, in the end, created an artificial intelligence with it. It really is a metaphysics. They could only force themselves to endure the doubts in their hearts and began to build the program according to his data. Soon, with the support of so many top technicians, the program was built and the code is all done. In the limelight, OK button is pressed. The technicians present almost wanted to jump straight up, their hearts pounding in their chests, about to jump out. They're about to witness the birth of artificial intelligence, and they're still making it with their own hands. And everyone wants an AI like that in their mind. One can accompany oneself to communicate as well as do anything. After pressing the OK button, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed and the screen remained motionless. There is no such thing as a blue or black screen at all. Not a single reaction. They looked at each other face to face, waiting for a lonely. It shouldn't be. All the orders followed his steps. There wasn't a single mistake at all. All the code is already here in its entirety, including any of the commands. How is that possible? Did we miss it? Should we do it all over again? The technicians in the room were talking. Robert was also full of doubts, so the text double-check its steps as well as the command program. No more mistakes this time. Start over. An hour later, the code was refixed to complete. The OK button is pressed again. The crowd waited again. A full minute passed. There was no response at all. No way. It shouldn't be possible. Revive it again and I'll be the gatekeeper myself. Robert was in a cold sweat. If you don't get the backend data, it's okay to shrug it off. But the backend data was in his hands as is, and every command could be recovered in its entirety. But even then, he is still unable to do so. That would be really wrong. It will be questioned by those above him. For once, he stared intently, not daring to miss a single detail. At the same time, the video was pulled up and relied on the only video available to analyze Yuan. This time they analyzed it for 3 whole hours. Robert's eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that he was greatly depleted. He is himself one of the world's top cybersecurity engineers. Those extremely minute details were sought out by him. After making sure it's foolproof, open the test again. Everyone's mind is apprehensive. The excitement that started to build gradually calmed down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 whole minutes passed. The atmosphere was so awkward that no one wanted to speak. They're recovering data so much they want to puke. The results still didn't come back out. Every one of them is going to break down. It's almost dawn. It was clear that there was nothing wrong with every step. It was all in order, and not even the slightest detail was spared. How the fuck is that wrong? They thought about it all night long and couldn't figure it out. Robert, in particular, had an iron face. Damn, is it really possible to rush into the program to catch Yuan out? Ask for a recommendation. The tech support center has suffered a collective internal injury. Where the fuck is this going to go? Every step and even every extremely minute detail they keyed in on. There was absolutely no way there could be a single mistake. But even after making it to this point, still not even a heel hair. Let's not talk about seeing AI. There wasn't even a single change on the screen. It was what it was supposed to be. Just the pile of garbled code laying there blindingly, mocking them mercilessly. What made them feel most puzzled was, how on earth did Yuan build this AI? Is it hard to believe that just reading those books is enough? It's a little too fucking easy. They looked those books up too, but grossly missed them. Just look out for a loneliness. It's just unconscionable. To say that Yuan used to be a demon, that is now simply a god. A real god. Never before in countless histories from ancient times to the present have we seen a god who broke through the heavens like this. Even those great scientists who are well known in history can't do such a demonic thing. After reading just a few books, he has already created an AI that humans won't be able to create for decades to come. This is no longer to be described as a demon. Is simply not possible. Unless he's a traveler? If you really are a traveler, why do you not show your talent early and again? Beauty is so mediocre. Favoring this time, caught in the middle of the island to show your amazing talent. Everyone was sitting in place like frosted eggplants, unable to breathe. Looking at the live screen, Yuan was sleeping soundly. Their faces were complicated. No god. No god. Their group was described by others as demons. But when compared to him, he himself was trash. They can't change it. They can only present the matter up in the form of a report. The 5 top decision makers sat in front of the screen all night. The entire staff in the back was up all night as well. Because this is a major turning point involving the future direction of mankind. They hadn't slept all night, but it was a trivial matter compared to the future of mankind. Countless people are waiting, but they still can't wait for a good result. There's a 3rd trial going on in there. It still can't be restored. Soon, the highest decision makers had the report presented by Robert in their hands. The general director of the Summerland, looking at the report in his hand. His heart was speechless and he didn't know what to say. A traveler? This was originally the most unique word within Chinese metaphysical fiction. And as a result, after Chinese web novels spread to the world, the word caught fire. But he didn't expect such words to appear inside such a rigorous report. This also proves, side by side, that they can't find any explanation at all anymore. It can only be explained by this seemingly outlandish reasoning. The person in charge of Xia in the technical support center had already made a report to him long ago when he just got the data. So he had gotten the general idea of what was going on. Looking at Yuan in the screen, he lit a cigarette, took a hard draw, toward the other 6 heads and the staff group behind them. What do you guys think about this? What should we make of it? The 6 principals, as well as members of the staff team, were up all night. They also saw the report. They were also silent after reading the report, because it just doesn't make sense. One person is proficient in so many programs and now has created the artificial intelligence that only future worlds will have. Is this something a normal person could do? Not at all like that. Only a legendary traveler could do it. It's not something to think about. On second thought, it's pretty damn likely. And the likelihood of that is approaching 90%. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if they were extremely deep in their city, they couldn't help but say a crouch in their hearts. Holy shit, Crossers, live. The showrunners were trying to pick someone ordinary, but they ended up picking such an awesome character as soon as they did. This luck is almost as good as picking up an unmanned spaceship on an alien planet. Elder Lin. I don't think we should be concerned about whether or not he's a traveler for now, and the value he's shown is already worth the great price we've paid. From the program, it should be clear that he should be a diligent and self-disciplined person who also possesses unparalleled talent. Such a talent is rare even in hundreds of years. We must protect him. Yes, Elder Lin. If he is persecuted, it will be one of the worst injuries ever suffered by the Summer Kingdom, and I think his importance can even be compared to that of the two-bomb founder. I think it's important to exchange him out of it, if we can, or else what happens we can't anticipate. Several other heads of the Xia Kingdom who stood at the top of the Xia Kingdom said, if placed before today, Yi Zhenjuang though made out those extreme sports though shocking, but it still hasn't reached a plateau in their eyes. It's just a small fight, because after all, it cannot contribute to the country, so it's hard for them to judge how important he is. But now, all this that Yi Zhen has done, it was the world's top talent in every way, and gaining his goodwill was tantamount to gaining the technology of the future. What's more, maybe AI is just one of the inventions that are trivialized in him. Judging by his previous behavior, he should be a kind child. Therefore, they had to protect Yi Zhuan. Elder Lin nodded. Their thoughts were his thoughts as well. Although Yi Zhuan was picked out, as long as he did not leave the Xia nationality, he still regarded himself as a Xia subject in his heart. The country, then, will never give up on him. He stubbed out his cigarette. Yi Zhuan contains great value in his body, but at the same time, he is also a Xia national. No matter which way we look at it, we have to ensure his life is safe. I'll intercede with the show and do my best to exchange him, even if it means suspending the show. If he suffers serious life-threatening injuries, then, even at all costs, we have to keep him alive. Also notify all war zones, the Navy, Land, and Air Force, to conduct a large-scale maneuver starting today, delineating the scope within the Xia Kingdom, including the disputed areas. He gave a smile as he said this. Hasn't that group of people always wanted to know how far our weapons have developed? Then let's take it out and show them. I wonder if they'll have fear in their hearts after seeing it. Late at night, a directive was sent outward from the highest military ministry of the Summer Kingdom. The incomparable sensation of the largest maneuver in history unfolded. Countless armies were mobilized. The Navy, Air Force and Land Forces are in full motion. Fire in the hole. Tour the world. Ask for a recommendation. Those behind-the-scenes deals as well as the storm clouds and shenanigans are naturally not accessible to the general public. All they knew was that Yi Zhuan had become an epic-making figure. Even the best-growing AI company in the world. All of them are far less than 1,000,000% of what he is. There are also some folk who are godly. Made a schematic of yesterday's cyber world war and posted it online, causing countless spectators. Yi Zhuan suddenly transforms from a top extreme athlete to someone who can decide the fate of the country's future technological direction. Countless people are envious and jealous. The person they regarded as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh, and had insulted many times, suddenly became someone they could not reach and could only look up to. Their feelings were incredibly complicated. The fact that Yi Zhen has always wanted to come to my Zhan country to study before is proof enough of the profound culture of my Zhan country. Just now, according to my stick country's historians who went through countless historical data inquiries, it was discovered that Yi Zhuan was actually a person from one of my stick country's once great families, and because of his failed bid for power, he went to the ancient Xia country. Thus speaking, he should be a stick country person. The authenticity of what you guys are saying is yet to be proven. But my Sam's country has always been ahead of the world in terms of technology. And for Yi Zhen to be able to invent such a powerful AI when he's just an ordinary person in his early 20s is not logical at all. So he must have stolen Sam's country's technology. Yes, it must have stolen my Sam's country's technology. One comment brought up the tempo. Either that or Yi Zhuan is from their country. Either that or it means stealing their tech. The last statement, in particular, is one that a surprising number of people agree with, because in their imagination, Yi Zhen was only a young man in his early 20s. How could he have such strong creativity? So it's highly likely that it's stolen technology from their Sam's country. Because of the legend, their Area 51 has the existence of alien ships and aliens. Yi Zhuan might have stolen their technology inside and escaped. That kind of talk gets a lot of follow-through. They even demanded that the program immediately hand over Yi Zhuan, censor him, and investigate the source of the technology. If it was a mistake, they were willing to apologize to Yi Zhuan, but there is no avoiding some forces behind this matter, especially some of those countries that can't participate in the poker game. Such a powerful scientific intelligence will surely be controlled by the Xia kingdom behind him, and then they can't get anything out of it. And as an old neighbor, once Xia gets the future AI behind this, it's bound to grow by leaps and bounds, and no one will be able to contain it at that point. Instead, it would be better to use this public opinion to completely catch Yi Zhen out of it. That way they just have to work from it and maybe get a piece of it. Even if they couldn't get what they wanted, they could still destroy Yuan, the future hope of Xia. The summer crowd was simply furious to see these comments. The sinister intent behind this was evident to them as well. These people are simply shameless. As long as they made these moves, whether it was a success or a failure, all of Yizhen's reputation would be ruined. And as long as he couldn't say where it came from, then he was the one who stole it. Destroying him on top of his reputation is just incredibly ill-intentioned. Let your mother's shit go. Those countries upstairs. What's in your hearts? Don't we know? Come on. With that technology of your Sam's country, even if there is alien technology in existence, do you think it's possible to have such a powerful AI? If there was, you guys would have already applied it to weapons. How could it appear in someone else's body? Upstairs you guys are so shameless. I've never seen you guys so shameless. Are your faces eaten by dogs? Still want to censor? I'll censor your mom. Censor. Aren't you guys just looking at the technology on him and want to take it by trickery? Still looking for so many cover-ups. I advise you guys to be individuals. Fuck you. My lungs are going to explode with anger. Send a thunderbolt from the sky to strike these shameless people to death. It's no wonder that all their words are filled with profanity. Rather, blame the other person for not being able to be considered a person at all. Even animals know the basic morals of being human, right? As a result, these people on the opposite side of the street do not know what is called morality. And even the most basic ethics of being a human being are not there. How can this not let them be angry in their hearts? If they could follow the netting over to beat people up, they would have gone over there a long time ago with their knives drawn. It's so fucking shameless. Their lungs were literally about to explode. Those on the other side of the room were also pissed off by their national curse. You yellow-skinned monkeys only curse and are not civilized at all. I had a feeling his technology was stolen. How could you yellow monkeys have such a strong technological mind? It must have been stolen. Technology is the world's. So he must be selfless and contribute it for the future development of mankind. Otherwise he is selfish. The Summerlin crowd read the comments with wide eyes. WDNMD. There is no such thing as the most shameless, only the more shameless. They scolded back nonchalantly. What do you mean by civilization? We never steal or rob or think about other people's things is called civilization. You look clean on the surface and talk about civilization, but in fact your hearts are the dirtiest. The technology is the world? Then I'd say your country is the world? Really shameless. How does a technology that people invented themselves become the world's? Then is your mom also the world's? And selfless, contributing out you to people like you, and then start another world war? Since you're selfless, first contribute your possessions selflessly to the world. Don't put on a show there. It simply lowers my IQ. After cursing they started reporting against these accounts. People put up with you, but we don't. You want to take Yuan stuff for yourself. Who do you think you are? You think you're a foreign lord? Really funny. Those behind the scenes were so angry that they thought they could morally kidnap a wave. So it turns out there's no play? The other side doesn't eat that at all. When did the other party become hardened? Didn't it used to be that as long as he made a request, the other party would think of a way to give it to him and add something to it? How it's different today. It was at this time that news came in from the outside media as well. A video that was only a minute or so long went straight to the top of the front page hot search. Satellite footage revealed. Summerlin conducts military exercises late at night. Millions of troops, starting a supermassive maneuver. The Navy, Army, Air Force, and the 5 major war zones, all of them are in combat mode. Countless new weapons were pushed out. This includes the fabled 5th-generation aircraft and the latest Dongfeng intercontinental missiles. In the video, countless warplanes broke into flight, carriers cruising, fighters taking off. Countless missiles were fired in unison above the ground. And the torrent of steel armor that could not be seen at a glance was enough to crush everything in sight. Summerland, as if on purpose, made this military maneuver known. Their entire bodies shuddered when they saw these military images come to light, especially the several countries that were close to Xia. Their hearts were bursting with fear at the sight of those countless crazy artillery pieces. Is this under fire phobia? The mere exposure of these things was enough to destroy them dozens of times. How to keep them from dying? Ask for a recommendation. They then held a media conference, strictly declared the rights held by Yuan, and at the same time made his position clear. This statement is extremely harsh. It's self-evident who it's aimed at. Yesterday's negotiations broke down, and Sam's country simply didn't agree with Yizhen being replaced out. And if it wasn't for their harsh intervention, they were afraid they would have done something unimaginable. Although the Woolly Bear Nation favors them militarily, it is not a matter of concern, not to mention that it is a matter of the future direction of technological prowess. So naturally they were mute, neither in favor nor against. But even if the bargaining failed, they were very protective of Yuan. even going so far as to hold a world media conference to make their position clear. Viewers around the world were shocked to see the media conference they held. More like envy. But at the same time some people guessed something. This pool behind it is getting more and more deep. The Eastern Kingdom, the Stick Kingdom, and the Celestial Kingdom. When they saw this statement, besides being shocked, there was more delight in their hearts. Turning their heads, they went to their master, Sam's country, especially the East Japan country. Their computer strength is also very good. From yesterday's cyber world attack and defense war, also see some eyebrows, thinking they must have gotten something out of this. There are very many deals behind this, so they rushed to the decision makers in Sam's country. We are all on the same side. We have been your little brother for so many years. How can you eat meat and give us some soup? Even as a dog, you have to give a piece of meat to a bone every now and then. If you don't give it, believe it or not, I will die on my knees in front of you. Madison was furious at the prospect of being confronted by these loads who had come to her door. Working all night is just a waste of effort. I've been exhausted for a long time, and I've just taken a shower to get some sleep. You douchebags just called. Want something else? Want your mom? You dogs are chicken shit. You give nothing and here you are begging me for something in return. Who do you think you are? They even offered to pause the show and go together to the show to catch Yuan out so they could get a piece of the action. Madison rolled his eyes even more when he heard the offer. And if it weren't for the fact that their decision makers were behind the screen, he would have wanted to slap each of them. If it were as easy as you guys make it sound, why would I be here fretting? Would have stormed into the show long ago to press him on smart tech. Use a couple of dibs on that. Besides, this is our internal affair. None of your business. Why should you worry about it? Bunch of stupid shit. Want to usurp the throne? He just hung up the phone. Talking to you guys is just pulling down your IQ. Terra Nova, Stick Country, Geranium. And on the other side, after numerous thrilling negotiations, the rankings were finally announced. Xia Gua, Yuan, first. Sam's country, Andrew, second. Woolly Bear country, Eagle, third. Gaul, Duke, fourth. Tennessee, Nijalu, seventh. Non-state, Bordello, eighth. Once the rankings were announced, several other countries took a look at how low they were ranked. The top four are rounded out by the big five. It blew up straight away. Doesn't this prove in another way that the people of your own country are simply not good enough? All ranked 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. There were cries of shady practices and the need to mobilize the world's audience to vote. As a result, the program only responded to them with a meh. Does this need to be shady? Look at your country's own performance. Can any of them look good? Acting like shit and not letting people rank them anymore. Besides, we're the ones who put on this show. What's wrong with me shadying myself? What do you care? I don't want you to pay compensation, and I don't want to earn your ratings, so do you like it or not? Don't look at the roll. Sue me if you don't. The show is so patronizing. The audience is even more bleeped out in their minds. Time passes slowly. Yeah, didn't go to bed until after 12 last night. Once 7 a.m. rolled around, even without an alarm clock. His biological clock was extremely healthy and he woke up. As soon as he wakes up, the world is waking up too. Call each other to get up. The crowd was sleepy, folding yawns at him. Looking at the time, it's only 7 o'clock, and it's just hopeless. No way. Awake this early? Damn. What are you doing when all of humanity has disappeared and you're not even sleeping lazily? I'm crying. How can anyone be so hardworking? That's only 7 hours of sleep. I think. Last night I worked until after 12. And today I'm still so early. Toxic. They looked at a few more of the other players. All of them are huffing and puffing and none of them have woken up yet. Even the players from the Stick Country and the East Kingdom, who played the game all night last night, didn't go to bed until 6 in the morning. They were a world away from Yuan's self-discipline. There is absolutely no comparison. The crowd suddenly felt that ranking, it seemed quite real. Damn. With this kind of performance from you 2Bs, you're not satisfied with ranking 5 or 6, and you still think it's less? You should be at the bottom of the list. Yuan got up and pulled back the curtains. The sun had risen. The clouds were golden and incredibly beautiful. He changed his dress shoes and put his dirty clothes in the washing machine. Then get up and go out for a morning run in the sunrise. Crowd, are you sure you really don't know anything about it? What's with the good heart? I'm not even that mindful in real life. How do you keep it up? Yuan started his morning run. He has continued to be unabated and accelerated since then. Except for the warm-up exercise at the beginning. The crowd watched him run in the morning. The more I look at it, the more it seems like something is wrong. This fucking seems to be getting faster and faster. That's not right. Is this his morning run? Why do I feel something is wrong? More than wrong. It seems like he hasn't stopped except for the warm-up exercise at the beginning, and with his speed, I can't outrun him even if I run a 100-meter sprint. It's been less than 15 minutes now, and he's run at least 5 kilometers. Crap. 666 up. Bull. Is there a big god to interpret it? If I'm not mistaken, he's setting a record. Nima. A morning run can set a record. I should indeed kneel down and watch the live broadcast. The hearts of the crowd were tired. A morning run can be fun. Simply. It's been more than 15 minutes, and Yuan's pace is still not decreasing. Instead, there is a slight acceleration. In their hearts, ask for a recommendation. Yi Jing adjusted his breathing. After breaking the second layer of the galactic new human shackles, he felt his physical strength change once more. Stronger than before. If it were the previous him, he would not have been able to sustain such a swift speed just now. His mind was silently calculating the pace. Less than 15 minutes. 5 kilometers. That's considered a very good speed. But he remembered that the 5-kilometer world record holder had taken just over 12 minutes, and he was almost 2 minutes behind him. The 10-kilometer world record is 26 minutes out. He wanted to sprint too. Let's see if we can break this record by using our stamina to the fullest. So in the eyes of the audience, Yuan's speed was getting faster and faster. Like a swift cheetah, he is flying and setting records. They looked at each other face to face. This speed? Is it getting ready for takeoff? Many professional athletes looked at his speed, simply sweating. This Nima simply can go to run some professional races, especially looking at the speed behind him, which is starting to be superb. It just seemed to them that things were getting out of hand. Host Brian, watching the scene with complicated eyes, stepped forward. He was harshly criticized by the director's team last night. Luckily, his family's eldest is a big shot of some sort, and only agreed to keep him on board after repeated intercession with the show, but still paid a deposit of $1 million, $1 million all out of his pocket, which was just a gross amount for his family, but still a huge amount of money for him, enough to break his bones. But he didn't want to lose that seniority, so he had to bite the bullet and take the money. The staff has outlined the roadmap with specialized equipment, Brian said, pointing to the schematics. Ladies and gentlemen, our backstage staff used professional equipment to outline Yuan's roadmap with extremely precise software. And now we can see that Yuan's speed is even faster than it was in the early stages. Through specialized distance measuring instruments, we have measured that he is now more than 8 kilometers from his starting point, but his speed has accelerated more than a little from what he was doing before. The world 10-kilometer record holder is 26 minutes, 24 seconds set by Capruto from Kenyan country. And Yuan, if he can keep up this speed, then, according to our calculations, it's possible for him to break this record. Spectators look at the route schematic above. It's too damn strong. Is this going to set another record? What else can't he do? This was simply a descending blow. A king running inside a bronze battlefield, bloodily abusing other players. No specialized training, not a professional athlete either. Not to mention the lack of specialized equipment. But it just surpasses countless professional athletes. Where can we argue with that? Can I report you to God for breaking out of jail? Yuan continuously adjusted his breathing, and he could feel the constant power coming from within his body. After unlocking the second shackle, although he didn't know what to make of it, he always felt that his flesh and blood as well as his bones had undergone some changes, although there is no scientific evidence of any change in his body. But the feeling just stayed there. He's in a peak state now. It has been a slow rise from the very beginning and has finally reached a peak. All the heat in his body became the source of his power. His feet were hot now, but this heat was a heat full of venting. It only lifts his spirits, his feet, and his strength. His breath was unmistakably long. The footsteps were getting faster and faster. In the midst of the crowd's unbelievably horrified gazes, he began to start accelerating at his peak speed all the time, continuously. He's going faster than the 10K record holder's pace. The crowd looked at the red route on that schematic. The position at 10 kilometers has been marked by a dot. He was one last kilometer from the 10-kilometer mark, and he was on pace for just 23 minutes. If ordinary people with such a high speed running 10 kilometers has long been tired out of shape, it is estimated that people have not yet run to the end of the defecation. Even professional athletes are at their limits at this point. It gets harder and harder the further back you go. The speed will also come down. But now look at Yuan, MMP, which is not the least bit exhausting, other than being a little out of breath. Everything else was normal as usual. Look at the expression, it's easier than jogging. Motherfucker, is this a trek? In the last kilometer, Yuan's speed rose again. The crowd watched with mixed eyes as he began to sprint, eventually rushed past the one red dot indicated. But he didn't stop there, and continued to run forward for hundreds of meters before he slowly began to stop for recovery exercises. Above the screen, the technicians finally tallied up the data. A full 10 kilometers, eventually sprinting into 25 minutes. It's more than a minute and a half faster than today's world record holder, especially since he didn't put up much of a fight at all in the first half, all on second half rushes. His second half record has far broken the world record 5-kilometer hold, the speed of the last mile, straight into the 2-minute mark. It's a speed that even the top professional athletes can't reach. And the Blue Mercury world record holder for a kilometer is over 2 minutes old. And after such a massive exertion, Yuan was still able to maintain his sprint in the last kilometer, eventually breaking the world record. They swallowed hard. Isn't it true that the yellow race has always been at a disadvantage in the world of athletics? There are not many, if any, Xia athletes to be seen on the world stage. What is the explanation for this? That speed beyond the limit. What a living hell. Each of the original world record holders was the best at what they did in their field. And even a 1-second break was a huge breakthrough. But this broke right through for over a minute. More than a leap forward. It's simply unbeatable. The person who shines the brightest on the track and field is Yuan. Yuan just estimated that he had finished running 10 kilometers. Just now stopped and looked at the time. Close to 25 minutes. It's still a good score. If he could do it all over again, he felt he could do better. It could even break out again for a minute. The outside audience was unaware of this thought of his. Or else the whole thing would have gone absolutely crazy. An electronic beep came from his mind at this moment as well. Ding! Array consumption of 1000 calories detected. Converted to talent value of 1000. Ding! Remaining talent value of 4800. Ding! The galactic new human yoke has broken through 30%. Yuan's eyes lit up. Library, I'm coming. Ask for a recommendation. He ran 10 kilometers. But the whole thing was a loop road trip. Where he was now, it wasn't far from the hotel. About a kilometer or so. So he started jogging back. It's also a way of calming down the physical load exertion from the intense exercise earlier. There was a lot of chatter from the audience off-screen. Another world record broken. I'm looking forward to what his other world record will be next time. The pace is simply unbeatable. Even if you take any section from it, it's a speed that countless athletes want to achieve. Hopefully this show will end sooner than he can stand in the international ring. It's still early to want it to be over. It's only the first day. There's still a long day ahead of us. This Nemo with such a strong physical quality. If he were to go to the international arena, wouldn't he crush countless? Breaking these records is strong. But it's all about long hours of exercise. It's no match for the 100-meter dash, which is the jewel-level event in the history of the sport. And I don't believe he can still break the world record. There are still some people who can't see past the world record he set. People who are too good are prone to jealousy. What's more, Yuan is what all of them can't see. A yellow-skinned monkey. What qualification can be the same as them? Just should be the bottom of the world. Xia was being rubbed on the ground by them more than 100 years ago. And now in just a few decades it has begun to take off and become one of the world's largest economies. I wonder how many countries are so jealous that their eyes are red. What they couldn't see before is now able to hang them. Now that such a genius figure had popped up, how could they not be jealous? Where the hell did this come from? How come the country is so prosperous? They should have taken advantage of the weakening of their national fortunes more than 100 years ago to exterminate them in their entirety, so that they would never be able to make a comeback again, or else it would have been as difficult as it is today. It was at this moment on the screen that a set of data appeared again. Brian pointed to the set of data, just now through our technical staff to analyze. The results found that Yuan's surprisingly last sprint on the line, in this 100 meters of straight road, surprisingly reached a shocking 9 seconds. This set of data came out. The audience was dead silent. 100 meters, known as one of the brightest events in track and field history. The best record is 9:58 seconds set by Bolt of Jamaica. Yuan raised 0:58 at once? Don't look at this number as small, but put it inside a 100-meter track and that's a long distance. It's almost an insurmountable chasm. Perhaps only in the future, when the human body has undergone some structural changes and is better optimized, will it be able to break this record? At least a couple decades of evolution. Yuan, on the other hand, was equivalent to advancing human physical fitness by a whole few decades with his own strength. That's a scary statistic. Are the programmers sure they didn't miscalculate? This is simply impossible. This is beyond the course of human history. If an improvement of 0.1 seconds is still possible, even 0.2 seconds is acceptable, but all of a sudden it's 0.58 seconds. Are you kidding me? The program team, your instruments must be wrong. Brian saw the skepticism as well. He understood them well, because even for himself, he doesn't believe it. But the data is there. That's measured with the most precise instruments that can be accurate to 0.01 seconds. But in reality this number is still conservative and even the tolerance could be higher. Please rest assured that the program is the strictest and fairest of them all. And every set of data has been rigorously and strictly measured by professional technicians, so there are almost no mistakes. Later on the program will put the video of the analysis online, so you can download and watch the verification on your own. The show is more arrogant in other ways though, but it's still doing relatively well in those technical areas. Throw it at you anyway and see for yourself. If you don't believe me, spend the money to measure and verify it yourself. Anyway, our professional technicians have verified that our technicians are the best in the world, and we don't know how high they are compared to you. Believe it or not, question it if you want. I'm not changing it anyway. Soon this video was posted online. Countless viewers clicked through and downloaded it, nearly crashing the page. All the major media sites are spreading this video. There's no shortage of bulls in the folklore. There was even a specialized bull that did a professional technical analysis that included every turn on the trail, every swing of his body, and every point of power. In the end, it turned out that Yuan didn't have any professional movements or postures at all. It's purely about how comfortable it is. But the point is this: if another person had done his moves instead, it would have been impossible to do them at that speed. Yet it was placed in unmistakable harmony on his body. Even more so, they found a 0.58-second improvement. And that's just a conservative estimate. By some of the more forgiving calculations, it breaks into at least 8 seconds. What a staggering statistic that is. Those skeptical voices faded into silence. But the heat is still lacking. Directly on the headlines of major news media, countless media competed for coverage. How many track and field veterans look at that statistic and tear up? This is because the number of good places won by summer track and field athletes at the world's top level is too small. After Liu Xiang retired, only Su Bingtian is active in the top track and field events, but his best finish was only tied for 5th in the world. Yuan, by virtue of his own strength, pushed the speed of 100 meters closer to the 8-second era in advance. This is the pride of belonging to the people of Xia. Since then, the Summerlanders have picked the brightest jewel in track and field, standing on top of the world. Yuan didn't have the slightest idea of how much of a stir he had caused in the outside world. He jogged down to the hotel floor, did a little body stretching to relax my muscles. After not exercising for a long time, my muscles were definitely a little stiff from running. He went back to the hotel and took a shower and changed his clothes. Start making yourself breakfast. Luckily, all the hotels had ready-made machines inside, and he simply made himself a tomato and egg noodle. When it's done, sit by the window and slowly savor it. Not a trace of anxiety could be seen on his face. The clouds were light, and everything was slow and methodical, like he was living a slow life. He quietly admired the scenery outside. The hotel was in a great location, and through this one side of the floor-to-ceiling glass he was able to see directly across to the other side of the sea. The sky is blue. The clouds drifted away as slowly as a caricature. Everything was like sitting by the window as a child many years ago watching the clouds float over the mountainside. The crowd marveled at his good nature. This really feels like a vacation. After Yuan finished eating, he washed the dishes. Go out. Get in. Start. Target. Library. Ask for a recommendation. The crowd looked at the direction his car had traveled past and suddenly something didn't feel right. Isn't this location the location of the library? What's going on? Headed for the library again. They looked at each other face to face. Yuan just took himself for what he was. It wasn't enough that he stayed so long yesterday, but he even had to go over today. Is it hard to go back to making inventions? Or write another amazing program out of it? Their hearts were suddenly filled with anticipation. Anyway, Yuan had nothing to do with them. And even if something happened, it should be the program's headache, not fall on their shoulders. Instead, they like these bridges even more. If Yuanju made these amazing inventions, they didn't believe that the program could be indifferent. Must be thinking of doing something in private, because on the surface Summer has stood up for him, so they can only be private. Some people were glued to the show, desperate to be transformed into Sherlock Holmes. There are even some journalists who have even thought of the contents of their articles, just waiting for the program to make a move and then send out articles to criticize them. They watched with curiosity. The mind waits in the meantime. Yuan quickly arrived at the library. He parked the car and went inside and pulled the library curtains all the way back, letting in the light from outside, which was bright and filled with the smell of books everywhere. He just loves these scenes. Empty, unoccupied, and quiet enough to think independently, just like he used to do when he was alone in the library. Another beautiful day. He retraced his steps to that spot on the computer bookshelf and proceeded to get a book. Just once. For convenience, he placed all those unread books in stacks on the library table. A whole long strip of desktops was filled with computer-type books. It looks more amazing. He still had 4,800 talent points left. It takes about 20 talent points or so to read a book. This place will sustain him for at least another 240 books. 3 minutes for a book. If it had continued uninterrupted, it would have been 12 hours. The math shouldn't take too long. 12 hours is just enough time to watch it all in one day. Except for breaks. Then he resumed his chair, took out the first book, start sweeping the book. The crowd looked at him with this look. The same as last night. This is a carbon copy of last night. Again, looking for books on the shelves, constantly flipping through them to view them. 3 or 4 minutes a book. It's not even reading. It's simply sweeping past them blindly. But Yuan was able to memorize all the books he had read or just swept through word for word. If it were before, they wouldn't necessarily be able to accept it. But after he had done so many amazing things, especially after the invention of artificial intelligence, or smart brain, they became receptive instead. As soon as strange things are seen more often, their mental capacity is much stronger. They're unattainable from any angle anyway. They don't need to do anything else but be shocked. Just watching Yuan reading a book, they really felt too bored of the live broadcast, probably cursing himself. But it's a good thing that the bosses don't seem to have time to care about them either, because they're also addicted to the live stream and can't help themselves. So they went off to their respective jobs after hanging the live stream there, and they were sure to be notified whenever something important came up anyway. Yuan sat in the library and concentrated on starting to scan the books. He turned the pages of each book extra fast. In just 3 minutes' time, he was able to flip through a book. The talents in his head were all unbeatable anyway. It was enough that he had a rough approximation that would allow the talent to detect it. The realization model, refactoring, improving the design of existing code, programming Java/IPsocket, the Ubuntu Linux guide, the basics, the Java programming style. Every time he finished reading a book, at least one point of light would light up in his mind. More than that might light up 120 points of light originally lit up in his mind. The points of light were now increasing rapidly as he continued to read. 130, 142, 153, 158, 160, 180, 200, 250. 3 hours passed quietly. He read over 60 books again in those short 3 hours. As he withdrew his gaze, the audience off-screen exhaled simultaneously. Yuan finally moved. Yuan didn't move anymore. They all felt a bit overwhelmed. He sat there as a rock that only read. And apart from a bathroom break in the middle to fill up on water, he spent almost all the rest of the time looking down at the book in front of him, not getting up and moving around at all. There are some people with OCD who watch him so intently, the body doesn't move at all. The whole thing was unbearable. I can't wait to run into the screen and push him to get up and move. How in the world can there be people so mesmerized by reading books? They looked at their son in the corner, who was playing King of Glory and cursing fucking horse, and dragged him over and beat him up again. Beat the wow factor. It was much more comfortable after the fight, and that breath drained out in a flash. It's so soothing. It looks like it will require a couple more hits in the future. Yuan stood up and loosened his muscles. Sitting for long periods of time is not good for your health, especially for the cervical spine. After loosening his muscles, his eyes gazed into the distance to ease the strain on his vision. He looked at the points of light in his head with satisfaction. But these were still a drop in the bucket compared to the countless points of light inside the battleship. But he did a calculation in his mind. In 2 days he'll be over nearly 1,000 points of light. In other words, he could be able to complete the lighting of all the points of light in his mind in less than a month. That's a very good start. The means of confronting aggressive races are becoming increasingly sophisticated. If one day, the cosmic battleship matures and is officially launched, wouldn't it be nice to see the faces of the cosmic invading races when they see a space battleship? It's going to be fun. But if they were able to cross the void to Blue Water Star, it proves that they should have no less technological means as well. Still not to be taken lightly. Today he switched drinks and made himself a pot of plum turnips. Savor it slowly. Feeling the flavor of the tea caress over his taste buds on his tongue, he was in a very good mood now. Casually grabbing a piece of paper, he took a pencil and began to trace the shape of the cosmic battleship in his mind on the paper. He was an architecture major himself, and drafting was just a basic skill for him. One of his pencils was out of this world, depicting the cosmic battleship in his mind's eye vividly, almost to the minute. But all the viewers in the outside world looked at the graph he had drawn and fell silent. Ask for a recommendation. The pen under Yuan's hand seemed like a wonderful brush. The battleship was in his mind, especially since his memory had skyrocketed after he unlocked 30% of his shackles. Even without using his talent value, just by using his memory, he was able to depict that universe battleship in his mind without a single mistake. The crowd looked at the one battleship it depicted and didn't know what to say. The style of writing under Yuan is very positive. All the details are depicted in perfect detail, especially some secondary boys. When they saw the battleship he drew, their 2 eyes were just about to fly out. The drawing was too realistic. The outside audience looked at that one strangely shaped cosmic battleship filled with a sense of future sci-fi, and looked at Yuan. Is this the future of sci-fi warships? Every detail is so well done that it's as if you've actually seen it. No, it should be more than just actually seen. It's not like he can draw it alive after actually seeing it. He's not the real designer. But there were some people who were looking at him more and more strangely. It had been analyzed before that he might be a crossover. Especially after his invention of the brain, this viewpoint has not lost its fervor. And some people have even specifically cited the suspicion of these things that he has done. Every over-the-top thing he does is analyzed. Gives a well-reasoned argument from a point of view. In the eyes of many people, he was a traveler. Although this world was extremely strange and there were all kinds of people, there shouldn't be people who were born knowing. Besides, this man is an all-rounder who can do anything, be the best at anything, and break world records in everything, even able to create something out of nothing, tens or even hundreds of years ahead of current technology. How is this possible? That's why they were even more shocked in their hearts when he drew this future technology warship. My God, is this a future space battleship? How could the details be done so realistically? He couldn't really have traveled from the future. I think it's quite possible. I read some novels in Xia. There's a kind of person called a cultivator in their novels, who can move mountains and fill in the sea, fly to the sky and hide in the earth. Many of them are traveled over. Yuan can't be such a person too, right? Traveled over from the future world? Upstairs you have a misunderstanding, right? I've read more than you. Cultivators are only found in a genre called metaphysics. I think he should be a reborn person inside the city. Maybe because he drank a potion from the future and lived for hundreds of years, and then woke up and went back to the original society. Is it hard to believe that he drew this drawing to build a model and then build the future universe battleship with his own hands? Upstairs you're being funny, right? You think it's that easy? Even if all the technical conditions are met, but without a complete industrial chain, it's simply an impossible task. The more they talk, the more outrageous they get. All kinds of speculation came in. The Xia audience was dumbfounded as they looked at the comments sent out by the foreign audience. Isn't this something that only exists in Xia? How come it's so popular in foreign countries now? Metaphysical cultivator. Urban reborn. These words are laborious to translate. How they know so much about the business. But some people scoff at those words. They didn't believe that Yijin was a future traveler. How could such strange things happen in this world? Maybe he's a fan of the secondary genre and just happened to have a model of a battleship present in his head all the time and just drew it in passing. How could he be a traveler? It's absolutely impossible. But then again, he's still a pretty good painter. And he was actually able to draw the future battleship so vividly as if he was the designer. This kind of drawing work is simply 666. You can go to draw original paintings. Yuan looked at the future universe battleship drawn by his pen. The heart was extremely satisfied. It's been a few days since I've practiced, but the drawing is still pretty much the same and hasn't regressed much. The details are also very well drawn by him, even if it is later met with a human settlement. I was able to make a living with this craft, or at least go teach children to draw. He had no idea how much speculation the outside world had caused because of this battleship he had drawn with his hand. It was just a practice to relax his mind and body for him. When he was done with that, he briefly pressed the drawing in his hand with a book and placed it on the table. He drove back to the hotel. Made myself a Chinese meal. A change of flavor. After eating, I went back to my room and sat down for a bit and went to the roof to relax overlooking the ocean in the distance. And in the meantime, to cool off. Half an hour later he returned to his hotel room and began to rest. Crowd. After you eat and drink you don't play games and surf the net? Although the network has been specialized, the game is still playable, yeah. What if you went and did something else for fun? Look next door. Those who watch movies watch movies. Those who play games play games. And those who sweeps have a great time. Just the fact that you live such a regular life here, with no special hobbies at all, except reading books. Oh no. And going to extreme sports. But you're killing people with all these sports. Missing out on the netherworld. Can't you watch a show or a movie or something? A little healthier. Yuan is already on his lunch break. They now hated it when he slept for 2 or 3 hours. Right up until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Otherwise you look like a degenerate. It's simply sinful. And they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and do their own thing. An hour later, the alarm clock bell set by Yuan rang. He got up and stretched, washed his face, and went out to his car to continue on to the library. The crowd watched as he made his way back to the library. Heart. Question mark face. What is it about libraries that attracts you? It's not like there's a woman in here. You're not an LSP. It's not like there's a debong night watchman in here or a sassy aunt. Except books are still books. What are you doing here? What is there to see? Can you stop watching it? Even if you go to Playboy? We can live with that. You read like you go to work. Have you never been to class? Seems like it. You haven't graduated. We go to work for money. You go to work to read. They're so desperate. One could only watch as Yuan once again sat back down in the middle of the seat and poured himself the journey. And this time he had some cookies and bread with him, making it clear that he wasn't going back. What else can they say? Can't find another word to describe it other than bull. Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His hands and eyes worked together faster and faster. A book would be flipped through in less than 3 minutes in his hands. While he reads a book, those points of light in his mind were increasing wildly. Talent values are also decreasing dramatically. When it came time for supper, he filled up directly with bringing cookies and bread as well as tea. The fighting continued late into the night. All 4,800 talent points were depleted. A total of 700 points of light had been lit up in his mind. Ask for a recommendation. It was a busy day, lighting up over 700 points of light. Inside the entire chain of command, almost more than half of it had been lit up, which was a huge gain. It lasted from morning until now, until late at night. Even dinner was settled in a hurry. It would be a lie to say that the viewers outside the screen were not impressed. They had never seen people who read books as if they were at work, arriving on time and on schedule, and working overtime. By the time he closed the last book, it's the off-screen audience that comes alive. They've been waiting for a whole day, and they've waited for nothing. Yuan this, and never did anything else. Finally, I waited until he put the book down. That breath in his heart loosened. They looked at Yuan with eyes that could hardly indicate their moods. What kind of monster could achieve such mental focus? How many hours of rest does he get in a day? After a whole day of reading and barely yawning, I just want to know one thing. Is he really not sleepy? And it wasn't even fiction that I was reading. It was all obscure computer books. Even fiction I could understand. I can't see any hint of fatigue or grayness in his face. So what exactly is his motivation? Countless people have this question in their minds. Everyone is the same. All of them also have 2 shoulders and 1 head, with eyes, nose and mouth. But how come the gap is so big? Even a yawn from you would help us balance our hearts a bit. You end up with your whole body as if you were on drugs. It's late into the night of the battle and you're still so excited. Yuan stood up and loosened his muscles. He was very satisfied with today's harvest. He felt he could have stayed up all night if his talent wasn't depleted. He was now so mentally clear that he didn't appear to be physically exhausted at all. A big fight for 300 rounds is not a problem. He puts the books he's read right back where he found them. Suddenly feeling that these bookshelves were placed somewhat asymmetrically, he didn't think too much about it, and directly closed his hands, picking up the entire bookshelf and repositioning it in its entirety. He looked at his hands after he had regauged them completely. His strength had increased even more after the shackles had been unlocked by 30%. Just by clasping his hands together he was able to pick up the entire bookshelf whole in the air. Audience. They rubbed their eyes to make sure they were not mistaken. Yuan really picked up the entire bookshelf with just 2 hands. There are so many books on the shelves and the weight of the shelves themselves. Summed up, there were at least 300 or 400 pounds going, and he wasn't even lifting it up. He was just picking the whole bookshelf up in the air through a single point of impact, which showed that he was using a higher level of skill and more power. That's a whole bookshelf. He only used 2 hands to grab the whole bookshelf. What the hell did he take? Power pills? Those books plus the shelves must be at least 300 or 400 pounds. Monster. Cow punching. Other than that, if you drag him to the Olympics, he might even come back with a title. They were surprised though, but in the end it was still within their reach. It is in the realm of what a human being can do. If he had picked up the entire bookshelf with 1 hand, then they probably would never have been able to do it so calmly. Yuan went out directly after putting the bookshelf in order and returned to the hotel, took a shower and lay in bed. Now it is late at night. The deeper the night went on the calmer his mind became instead. Although it seems like he's making faster progress towards completion, he's still on a tight schedule. The shackles are 30% unlocked. Not enough. And now all the talent values were all depleted. He had to finish the campaign to build up his talent value, and also to break the record again to unlock the shackles. Extreme sports? His mind echoed the extreme sports he had seen and he slowly fell asleep. It was only from the moment he fell asleep that the world began to slowly come to a halt. Countless talents felt sleepy. After hanging the live stream there, the break began. Although this day is relatively boring, but I do not know why. Watching Yuan life has slowly become a habit. Gradually, they were integrated into their lives. They are coming to terms with this program after so many things. It's pretty cool to water down the comments and blow off steam and the live pop-ups every day. But in the meantime, after this program appeared, those other dramas and variety shows had ratings in the toilet. The ratings plummeted, directly reducing the audience by 70%. It made them hate their guts, but there was nothing they could do about it. Because now it is a fool can see that behind this program, there is definitely a super big brother in support. Otherwise it would have long been banned and blocked. And they had to swallow it. What else can you do? Do you really fight hard with your head? They are praying for unforeseen circumstances and the show to fall apart so that they can have some chance. If it was just an ordinary reality show, even if it was aired worldwide, it would never have been such a hit. Because the vast majority of reality shows are all staged and have no realism whatsoever. But this show, The Future of Humanity, takes realism to the extreme. Don't even use special effects. Just go for it. There's nothing like a bright peek into the dark side of a person's heart to give you a sense of anticipation. The dark side of every man's heart is plainly laid out for all the world to see. There wasn't a hint of reservation at all. All of it is in full view, except for a few images that make it impossible to look at them straight on, which need to be covered up. Guns, weapons and ammunition are destroying the cities and countless violence is taking place in the cities. Every scene is a bloodbath. All of them are the most realistic and authentic scenes, so real that there are no words. At 7 o'clock the next morning, viewers around the world were awakened by a sharp ringing of the bell. Because Yuan woke up, they rushed to turn the live feed on. Yuan got up and washed up and ate breakfast. At this moment, he was giving instructions to Jane Eyre in his mind. Jane, find all the bike stores in the middle of the city. I need a bike that can do mountain descents. Jin has hacked into all the electronic devices on top of this island. She turned on her powerful search mode in an instant after receiving the command, and it only took her a second to find what Yuan needed. Master, the most complete assortment of mountain downhill bike stores has been found. The road map appeared instantly in his mind. The destination wasn't far, only 5 kilometers away. He headed straight for his destination. His speed remained fast, and a few minutes later he arrived at his destination for the trip. Ask for a recommendation. The crowd saw him get out of the car and then walk in with a puzzled look on his face. Why do you want to play with bicycles all of a sudden? But the showrunner is also a godsend. Even the cities that were built were restored to their original proportions with the original cities. Even the bike stores are done so realistically. Yuan walked into the bicycle store. Jane's searching ability is indeed extremely powerful. The store is not small, and although it occupies only one floor, it is extremely spacious and contains a very wide range of bicycles. A number of bikes were neatly arranged in mid-air by the support bars. Walking in was extremely spectacular. Just taking a quick look, there are at least thousands of different kinds of bikes lined up. He had only seen a few similar video testimonials before. Actually don't really know much about these. One can only turn to Jane, he said in his head. Jane, help me find the video of the extreme mountain speed race and the car used for the race. Jane's powerful calculating ability was at a glance at this moment. Straight away, I found a mountain speed bike placed in the innermost area. At the same time, the display screen inside the store automatically started to play the video of the extreme mountain speedway competition. The crowd was taken aback by the sudden broadcast of the video. Yi Zhuming clearly didn't make any movements, nor did he ever engage in any communication. How come the screen started playing the video automatically? Could this be the ability demonstrated by an artificial brain? They understood in a flash, but there was still some disbelief. Is the artificial brain so powerful? It can communicate with its consciousness? Holy shit, that's simply invincible. If he is able to communicate with his consciousness, then the ability he has shown is even more terrifying than we thought. If a person masters this level of intelligence, wouldn't he be invincible? Then what about cheating in the future when technology advances to such a point? There's no need to even make a sound. You can communicate completely directly in your head. Don't worry about it upstairs. If technology has really advanced to that point, there will definitely be corresponding targeting techniques. This kind of technology must be in the hands of the state, and he is most free to come to Sam's country to develop it because we have the freest air here. Fuck you. Your so-called free air is full of executioners. Many people's eyes began to glow after seeing the thinking brain display such a powerful ability. It was as if they thought they would have such a powerful brain in the future. Moreover, the process of creating Jiner by Yuan is very simple. It took more than an hour, and all the equipment is rudimentary as hell. There is no difficulty at all. Mass production is possible. As for Yuan's refusal to hand it over, it never occurred to them that this might be possible. As long as he was still on Blue Water Planet, he had to abide by the rules of this planet, even if the Xia Kingdom was protecting him. So what? If he was strong, could he fight against all the countries? They had heard that there was an idiom in the country of Xia called to harbor a treasure is a sin. Yuan was a child in their eyes, holding a shiny gold brick in front of them. Can he hold his own against those vicious bandits? Yuan carefully watched the video of this match. With the talent value he had just accumulated, he exchanged it for the master-level mountain rapid descent skill. Skills began to merge into his muscle memory. His brain began to absorb information on all fronts. After a few seconds of experience, he had absorbed all the information. When he reopened his eyes, He was now the world's top mountain speedway master. He walked over to the mountain bike that Jane said she had directed him to that met his requirements. Mountain speed bike. The frame is full of power. Extremely careful workmanship and detail control. The frame has a shock drum in the middle of the frame, a pressurized aluminum carbon fiber body, and extremely capable disc brakes. There are all sorts of other extremely elaborate details, all in preparation for mountain speedway. Yuan gently stroked the body, which is the romance of every boy's childhood. Every boy as a kid wants to have a bike that is cool and racy as hell. He didn't get it before. Now it's finally available. He looked at the price. 13,000. It wasn't very expensive if you just look at the price alone, but combined it was already more expensive than his Wuling Honda. And it's just a bike. He didn't have much in savings to begin with. If he had insisted on using his savings to buy the car, then he would not have been able to make ends meet. The outside audience seemed to see the tangled feelings he was feeling at the moment. Ha ha ha, $13,000 for a bike. I just can't believe he's still using the money to buy it. Doesn't he like to scan and pay? Doesn't he like to pretend? I'll see how he can keep pretending. TSK, 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 finally going to get it for nothing, huh? All of humanity has disappeared and you're the only one who's insisting on paying, so I'll see how you're going to pay now? There was malice in the eyes of countless people. Yuan's sweeping code payment at the very beginning shocked off a field of eyeballs. They are no exception. Their time and time again guesses had long been overturned by Yuan for who knows how many times, and they had lost all their faces. How could you pass up such a great opportunity? If Yuan had just taken it for nothing at the very beginning, they would have only mocked it at most. But now Yuan was riding a tiger. But there were still people who defended Yuan. After all of humanity is gone, these things are ownerless, so why can't we take them? People in your country can take it, but he can't, right? You guys are simply too TMD double standard. Double standard dog shall not die. These things don't have owners anyway, so what's the point of taking them? It's still the same. I support him. There were even some people who asked the program to report Yuan's bank card account number and give him a huge sum of money. But there's no way the showrunners are going to report his account, which would be tantamount to exposing the show ahead of time. To take or not to take? It became a very torn question. Yuan was also a bit torn. Culinary seemed to sense his difficulty. She took control of all the equipment and started cleaning up those black accounts. As the cue sounded, Yuan pulled out his cell phone to take a look. Ding! Your card number with the tail number 5408 has earned people's money 5,000. 0000 with a remaining balance of 5,003. $4,545. Yuan. He glanced at the balance of his account and barely managed to throw his cell phone out. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but it was the first time he'd seen so much money since he was a kid. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, billions, 350 million. He sucked in a cold breath. So much money. All of it was now lying quietly in his account. He immediately felt a sense of unreality. It struck him in this moment that it would be nice if all of humanity had not disappeared. After he confirmed it once more, he let out a deep breath, still having trouble calming down. After all, anyone with such a large sum of money would not be able to remain calm. But then he thought about it, as if it would be useless to have so much money after all of humanity disappeared. It's just a string of numbers. The mind instantly relaxes. The audience is unsure. He was only seen staring there, his face shifting. Yuan's cell phone happens to be a blind spot. The camera cannot see. When he was about to cut the camera over, Yuan had already put his phone away. Ask for a recommendation. What's he gawking at there? Couldn't it be that he found some information from inside his cell phone, or that his network can connect to the outside world? It's no wonder they speculate so much. Yuan suddenly stood there without moving. Anyone would have some mutterings in their heart. Brian said as he hurriedly stepped forward. Our techs checked the ports and they're still closed to the outside world, so it's impossible to get any information from the outside world. So he should be looking at his cell phone for something else. After getting the show's endorsement, viewers let go. Yuan got so much money without any excitement on his face. He asked Culinary, where did all this money come from? He's not a Madonna. There is also no such thing as starving to death and not eating what people leave behind. The whole of humanity has disappeared anyway, and all of that some money they left behind has become just numbers, and just numbers. So even if he took all that money himself, he didn't feel any guilt. Culinary shook her head. The money wasn't transferred from the electronic device. I entered the bank system and found that a large number of black accounts existed inside. Even some of them hadn't moved for 10 years. I just transferred all the money inside these black accounts. Transferring that money over is just transferring some values that don't even need to alarm the outside internet. After all, the electronic equipment within the island was under her control, Everything was as easy as waving an arm. Cleaning up these black accounts is just a matter of changing a few numbers and already all the money has been transferred. He redirected his attention back to the mountain speed bike for a moment. $13,000 was a mere hair's breadth compared to what he had talked about in his account. In fact, he doesn't need to feel guilty about taking this bike away, but he felt paying had a more lived-in feel to it. That's a breath of life that all humans still have. It won't leave him too lonely. He was struggling to maintain his former state. Mountain speed bike, helmet, windscreen, protective gear, gloves. Following the match given out by Jenner, he finished collecting all of them. The moment he pays. Outside. Nima, are you that generous? All this equipment adds up to $15,000. Aren't you from an average family? Even when you went to college you still kept working part-time. And even when you went on a study trip abroad you thought about it for a long time. Even the car I bought was the cheapest Wuling Honda. How to buy a bike so fast? Many people are puzzled that he still pays. I can't even think of how there can be people with such high morals in this world. All the human beings have disappeared. So what the hell are you paying for? If it were me, I would have left long ago. Yuan walked out of the store, saw a street full of cars. Many of them are luxury cars. And then look at your own broken to the bone Wuling Honda. Suddenly there was a feeling of wanting to change his car. Even if it was the most expensive sports car in the world. It was just a string of numbers to him. But he put that thought to the back of his mind. We'll talk about it when we have time. He threw all that gear he had just bought into the car and drove straight up the mountain. This time it's still the same MT Taycan from last time. The crowd watched the forward direction of this car of his. No way. We still have to go to MT Tainan. Is it because we haven't had enough fun there? But I don't think there's much fun there. Still took his bike with him. Could it be that he wanted to do a mountain speedway? That's too dangerous. Isn't it? Even driving down in a car seems a bit dangerous to me. Let alone riding down on a bike. Good words damn the ghost. He's been making all these misses in the Netherworld campaigns. I really don't know how his brain circuits grow. They didn't feel so appalled. This is because the road up the mountain is rough, but still wide and big. If you have a highly skilled cyclist, you can still accomplish the task of sprinting from hill to hill. But there were some athletes whose eyes narrowed as they seemed to think of another possibility. DH Mountain Speedway. DH. Downhill. Name, Falling Mountain. The craziest and deadliest ride of all cycling sports. The horrible possibility occurred to them. Eyes instantly rounded. The ultimate falling mountain. It is simply not something that an ordinary person without professional training can accomplish. And for an ordinary person to accomplish this sport is simply asking for death. They looked up at the towering MT Tainan. Swallowed. The altitude is so high. And it's simply an undeveloped mountain trail with only that road up the mountain. Other than that, it's all wilderness. Even the most professional athletes are afraid to go downhill on unfamiliar trails where conditions are unknown and unexplored. Once the situation is unclear and you come across some rocks that pop up, in such a state of high-speed movement, even if there was only a hint of obstruction, it would be enough to cause extremely terrible and serious consequences. When the time comes to crash the mountain movement, then it really became a falling mountain. Soon, Yuan had reached the top of the highest mountain. He moved his bike out and brought his protective gear. Even if he's even more physically fit, if he can reduce the damage a little bit, then he can reduce the damage a little bit. Or else what were all these gauntlets invented for? Once dressed, he opened his hands and breathed in the fresh air, looking at the road around him as Jin in his head was scanning all the terrain and planning a route. After only a few seconds, the route had been fully plotted. A mountain path appeared that best suited him. It allows him to be at his best and have a myriad of fears, but without collapsing halfway through. After all, he wasn't Superman yet. If he did fall off the mountain, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. He was developing the limits of his body, not going for the kill. So the necessary route planning is the best thing for him. The crowd watched as he pushed the bike to the other side, somewhat unintelligible. That's not right. The way down isn't even on this side of the mountain. Did you go in the wrong direction? Or are you going to see the scenery? The road down the mountain is on the other side now. What is he looking at here? A deserted mountain. Nothing to see at all. Oh no. From this direction one can actually see the bottom of the mountain. Why hasn't it moved yet? It's been seen this way. Could it be that it's trying to rush down the cliff from this side? How is this possible? There's no path at all. The elevation is so high. The slope is so steep. Not to mention riding down on a bicycle. Even if I were to walk down, I wouldn't dare. The slope is already vertically approaching 70 degrees. Rushing down from this direction would be like reporting to Hades early. However, a scene that made them incredibly frightened appeared. Yuan, the bike was lifted, the foot pedaled, and the whole bike fell directly. Ask for a recommendation. All the spectators who witnessed this. In this moment the aura went straight to the top of his head. The heart couldn't help but be appalled. yell out. No! Looking from their direction, they could only see Yijin flying directly into the mountain after riding his bike. However, they had just gone through the map's exploration. This was a steep hillside with a vertical close to 70 degrees, and there was almost no possibility of surviving a fall from here. The cameraman behind the curtain seemed to see this happening and rushed to turn the camera around. After the camera tuned over, Yuan's stance was finally seen. Countless people just breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The steep 70-degree slope delivers an unrivaled sense of speed and experience. The bike goes straight down the undeveloped trail like a wild horse out of control, and the powerful impact sends rocks flying across the trail. If it weren't for the fact that the bike was meant to be shock-absorbing, he would have lost control and been lifted off the ground. But the bike's tires were still slipping as they hit the rocks. If one is unsteady and falls straight to the top of the mountain, it's a sport that risks extreme lives. The audience, who had already rested for the day, was stimulated by the scene, their blood boiling and their adrenaline soaring to the top in a matter of moments. It's incredibly addictive. Many of the spectators gasped for air, fire in their eyes, as this familiar scene came back to haunt them. Many people were almost about to let out a yell when they saw such a thrilling scene. Crap! Is this playing with your life? Falling from this direction, there's no chance of surviving. Even if he's wearing a helmet, brother, and protective gear, if he hits some protruding rocks, it's estimated that all the bones in his body will be shattered. Mom, yeah, I can't look at it anymore. Yuan's eyes beneath his mask were bubbling with brilliance, and deep within his eyes was an unparalleled calmness. The bike moved forward frantically, and if the bike's tires hadn't been specially treated, I'm afraid they would have blown out by now. His hands like iron clamps firmly control the body. Even so, under the influence of the mountain rocks, the body is still as out of control as a wild horse. As long as there is a careless, is the car destroyed. Such undeveloped trails are generally called wild trails. No one knows how many lethal points there are along the way. Maybe death is coming the next moment. The wind was blowing wildly in his ears, like a precursor to death. The first protruding boulder appeared, and Yuan sped past it with great speed, falling into the gully next to it. The car went into a skid, and in a flash broke the limit again. He controlled the amplitude of the body. His mind was incredibly calm. If he had any deviation now, the car would crash. Left, 1 degree, back to square. Right, sidewalk, back to square. Acceleration, brake, to the right. The crowd was no longer afraid to look. Without a planned route, it's too late to brake, even if you do. In case you go to a wrong point and hit a cliff. The crowd couldn't even see the terrain as they watched it from off-screen. Yuan must look at the road, think, and at the same time make the right choices. It was unbelievably tough. Yuan drove the bike like a trapeze artist. The steep slope in front of us had few buffer zones, all jutting up into rocks and gullies of no known depth. Countless birds of prey were startled along the way. The audience has never seen anyone so indifferent to life to the extreme. This is simply not a task that can be accomplished by a human being. Yuan's body swayed rapidly, swaying left and right, undulating up and down, like rolling down a boulder from a high mountain, enduring countless impacts. Their hearts clenched. Another complex terrain appeared in front of us. All of it is crumbling dirt. One wrong dash and the collapsing dirt would instantly take him into the abyss. No, don't go any further. Brake now. This is an impossible task. No one can even brake out safely in such complex ground conditions. Yuan also discovered such a complicated terrain. Even if he was a top-notch cyclist, he would have to scratch his head when he encountered such complex terrain. For after all, man cannot prevail over heaven. But who let him carry around a hangover? Jenner's incomparably precise arithmetic had long ago performed countless simulations of the terrain, precise to every point of focus, every point of collapse. He rushed on without a second thought. The audience can't stand to watch anymore. It was terrifying to see him rush off the cliff the next moment. But Yijin didn't slow down at all. The car tilted to the left, then quickly righted itself, and fell through the first point of impact to the next point of impact, and there was no collapse at all in the place he had run over. He followed this up with several dangerous maneuvers in a row. A show-to-the-sky maneuver directly on this loose dirt. But if he made just one mistake in this wave of operation, he would probably go to the bottom of the mountain to report now. It was so thrilling. I was practically seasick. Damn. I feel like I'm going to die next. This wave of operation is simply 6 to the max. All the way down the road. He was able to show endless maneuvers every time, turning the danger in front of him into a safe place. Even the most difficult routes were a hair's breadth in front of him. All the way forward. He's getting faster and faster. It was like a flash flood. He had now rushed close to the bottom of the mountain. The audience sees the bottom of the mountain, as if they see hope, but soon a new and bizarre route appeared before him. In front of him appeared several huge boulders, in the middle of which there was a route that could only pass through one tire only. And Jane could only pass towards this place in the middle of the route planned for him, because anytime you go in any other direction you're going to fly off a cliff. Spectators didn't see the route at all because it was all covered in weeds. All they could see were the huge boulders and their scalps went numb, because those stones were standing in the air. The drop was close to a dozen meters. How to fly over them? 10 deaths. They were dead in their minds. The hope in his heart died instantly. Eugene didn't hesitate at all and directly rushed towards that route. To an outsider, there is no route there at all. Many of them showed intolerance on their faces and trembled in their hearts. But the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Yuan directly rushed through the middle of the two stones, entered a buffer zone. A sidewalk began to drift, drifting 5 or 6 meters before returning to the right again. Dodging a couple of deadly dirt slopes up ahead, the wheels left a perfect S-curve in the ground. A series of operations like fine art. The audience was dumbfounded. They would have accepted the reality of his death. This is like a Jedi comeback. Yuan rushed straight into the bottom of the mountain with a huge trailing tail. The tires were incredibly intense and slowly smoked. He operates and amazes the audience. An electronic beep sounded in his head. Ding! Calories burned 4003. Converted talent value 4003. Ding! Galactic new human shackles unlocked 40%. Ask for a recommendation. How big is the universe? Countless billions of planets exist in the Milky Way alone. How many galaxies are there in the universe? The stars in the entire universe are simply uncountable. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could only see a dense but never-ending sea of stars. In one of these galaxies, there is always one that can give birth to life in the same way as the Milky Way. Maybe it's single. Maybe it's groups. Maybe it's countless planets giving birth to life, developing civilizations at the same time. But after they know that there is an equally weak civilization giving birth to life, maybe they will have good intentions. Maybe they will have bad intentions. And that malice may be the rise and fall of a civilization. For powerful civilizations, weak civilizations are just resources they can take or leave, and can be gently wiped away with a wave of the hand. In the universe, stars are being born and destroyed every moment of every day. The destruction of a civilization is a trivial matter to the entire universe. Perhaps one slight change in the universe can trigger a catastrophe that destroys billions of beings. No one will fight for these weak civilizations or try to save them. The only one who can save them is themselves. But for those weak civilizations, what they have is all they have. Just as Yuan unlocked 40% of the galactic kinds of shackles, countless light years away from Blue Mercury in the universe, a craft with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers appeared somewhere in the universe. The craft was incredibly strange, resembling a ship's hull. With the naked eye, the outer perimeter of the craft seemed to be shrouded in a never-ending mass of energy, like a mist, with only occasional glimpses of structure from the center. The speed of the craft is slow, but in reality, the terrifying craft swept past countless planets at great speed. A shattered meteorite hundreds of kilometers in size in the universe slammed right into it. If this one meteorite crashed on top of Blue Mercury, I'm afraid that it would cause an unimaginable natural disaster that might even lead to the destruction of human civilization. If this meteorite hit any flying machine, the final possibility could only be that the flying machine would fall apart and be completely destroyed. But after this one meteorite hit the craft, no, it didn't hit the craft at all. It just crashed on top of the layer of mist barrier on its periphery. An immensely violent collision takes place in the universe. There was no shattering of the craft, and it didn't even manage a double loss. The meteorite that shattered in an instant, once again broke into countless fragments, shooting into the planet next to it at an extremely fast speed, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the craft shuddered just a little, the outer mists fading slightly. In a short time the mists began to strengthen again and return to their original state once more. It was as if nothing had happened at all in the moments just before. That meteorite, hundreds of kilometers in diameter. This is just a faintly detectable piece of debris. If you hit it, you hit it. It didn't do any damage to it at all. If any of the scientists of Sam's country had seen this horrible craft, they would have realized that it was a horrible shape that they had never seen before. Thousands of kilometers in diameter, placed over the heads of humans. It was an incredibly thick cloud. The one cosmic craft they had captured was insignificant compared to this one. It fails to reach even 1,000th of its size. Inside the body of this terrifying flying machine, countless ants were sleeping. They were close to half the size of a human, and possessed a composition completely different from that of intelligent human creatures. The queen is the most intelligent creature in the entire colony. It is also the controller as well as the leader of the flying machine. In the very center of the entire craft, the ant queen had countless control instruments placed on her body, all of which were operated with her mind. She slowly opened her eyes, which were endlessly indifferent. She looked at the locator map displayed on the instrument. The instrument's locator drawing had a red dot on it, and that dot was Blue Mercury, the location where Sam's country had captured the spacecraft. civilizations rise and fall, often from an unexpected place. In Sam's country's capture of a spaceship, both the source of their prosperity was laid, and at the same time destined to attract the attention of a terrifying civilization in the heavens above. And when such a civilization descends, the weaker civilizations have no ability to resist, even if it's a gap between first-class civilizations. It's all like a huge gulf between heaven and earth. The gap is wider than the gap between modern and primitive societies. The spaceship had activated its locator points the moment they opened it, and the detectors that came with it scanned all of Blue Water's resources and sent them to the mothership. The Ant Queen looked at the screen and spoke slowly in the language of the universe. This is an unexplored planet. Their planet contains the minerals we need. The origin of the planet is very complete. Get it? Can make the whole group's genes upgrade again. This planet is too far away. And with the change in the home planet, we must obtain the resources on this planet as fast as possible in order to solve the crisis on the home planet. I order the Discovery to proceed at full speed and arrive as fast as possible. Launch the probe ship. Initiate a space jump. Reach this planet as fast as possible and initiate a blockade. Line by line she calmly gave her orders. Space jumpers are too rare for them to have. It had been consumed. Only a few space jumps for small craft can be made. Their one craft had been drifting through the universe for decades, just to find a new source of energy in the middle of the universe. That's their mission. All ant creatures, after each mission, fall into slumber again, waiting for the next awakening. Their average life expectancy is only 40 or 50 years, but if you fall into a deep sleep, up to 300 or 400 years, maybe they can't carry out a single mission in the universe. From life to death. And after all the ants in the full craft are exterminated, the craft will automatically turn on the return mode, reopen a new cycle. After she gave the order, one of the craft's doors opened, and a spaceship appeared, flew out of the mist, launched a space jump, and instantly disappeared into the mysterious universe. After the Queen Ant performs these tasks, once again, he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the universe, the terrifying craft erupted again, more than 3 times faster than before, like a beam of streaming light flying at breakneck speed in the middle of the universe. The small spaceship, 3 days after the space jump, reached the Milky Way. All the humans on Blue Water would never have imagined that the planet had come under the gaze of a horrible civilization, and pioneer reconnaissance has come to the galaxy. On Blue Mercury, there is still a song and dance. Ask for a recommendation. The probe ship has arrived in the galaxy. The first time it came to the galaxy, it launched a search. It erupted into a terrifying speed. A speed that could not be matched by any craft on Blue Mercury and existed only in science fiction. This spaceship is identical to the one captured by Sam's country. Sam's country captured that one, only decades ago, in an accident. This is the state of the complete spaceship, the core of which they have not yet touched. The gap in civilization. It's huge. If one day, the Human Destiny Alliance really got all the technology on top of this spaceship, then it truly stood on top of the world and became the manipulator that stood for eternity. But compared to higher civilizations, they are just ants. A few short hours later, Herald 11, which still existed in the middle of the galaxy, was captured by the spacecraft. At this moment Herald 11 is 12.5 billion kilometers from Blue Mercury, completely lost contact with Blue Mercury. Herald 11, 2.9 meters in length. It is meant for interstellar as well as planetary studies of the solar wind, cosmic rays, transformation regions of the heliosphere, and a host of other things. It has also been given a unique mission to search for alien civilizations. On the detector, there is a gold-plated aluminum plate that carries human information. The aluminum panels are illustrated with images of a man and woman, the spin jump of a hydrogen atom, and the position of the Sun and Blue Mercury in the Milky Way. If the probe is captured by highly intelligent extraterrestrial beings, the gold-plated aluminum plate will explain to them the origin of the probe. In short, this probe doesn't do any civilized fortification at all. Instead, the location of Blue Mercury was accurately labeled. Perhaps in those days it was a yearning for intelligent life, but if we were to put it in today's context, there would definitely be a large number of opponents. This is simply the most foolish thing to do, giving the unknown alien civilization complete information about its weaknesses as well as its location. When that is done, what comes with it may be destruction. Herald 11 was captured. All the information was read in full, packaged and sent back to the mothership for research and analysis. The spacecraft continued onward. Herald 10 was captured. Next, Voyager 1 was captured. Voyager 1, the probe vehicle that flew the farthest distance from Blue Mercury, still didn't escape. The moment it spotted the alien ship, it had triggered the unique message trigger function on the probe, and the message from the alien civilization's probe was sent as Blue Mercury. The tone of the message, the tone of the research makers back then, was beyond ecstatic. After so many years of departure and close to 20 billion kilometers, finally met an alien civilization. Proved the certainty of the research they were doing at the time. How can this not be a delight? So even his self-contained message-receiving transmitter comes with a longing. This vision, however, did not last long. Captured in the next second. Directly annexed by the spaceship. Full of irony, the spacecraft found the message it was sending back, but they made no move to intercept it, because when they got here, it proved that nothing was necessary. Voyager 1 was the latest of the 4 major probes to be launched, but at the same time the information carried is the most complete. This includes basic human information, binary, various kinds of music, and so on and so forth. After capturing it, all of the information on it was broken down and once again all of it was sent back to the mothership. Immediately after Voyager 2 was captured. It also got the message across before it was captured. Back then, in the 1970s, all 4 major probes launched by Sam's country were captured. All information is fully deciphered. Blue Mercury was in an incomparably unprecedented crisis. A true crisis of extinction. The spacecraft slowly headed toward the solar system. It didn't take long to reach the solar system. An immense web of light unfolded, covering the entire solar system. Surround Blue Mercury in the center. A heaven and earth cage was formed. And this cage was the most powerful cage in the history of Blue Mercury. If it was a civilization of the same level, naturally not enough, but for the Blue Mercury civilization, this was a predicament that could never be broken through. This web of light gradually solidified and echoed through the solar system. Occasionally, pieces of the universe crashed on top of the web of light and were instantly torn into pieces to become dust. There's no way to break through. The moment the web of light condensed into existence, all the electronic equipment on Blue Mercury came to a standstill at the same time, and then recover in the twinkling of an eye. There was no impact at all on the population, which was only officially monitored, but they didn't find out any reason at all. It can only be attributed to changes in the universe. The blue water planet was still singing and dancing, unaware of the coming extinction crisis. Voyager 1 and 2 conveyed back that it would be at least 6 or 7 hours before they arrived, and the moment remains incredibly peaceful. Most of the countries on blue water are functioning normally, and only a few are infested with war. The state is running itself according to its order, and human beings are living individually in their own way. Everyone has everyone's world. Peaceful, serene, painful, sad, grieving, poor, backward. The time has come 3 days later. The future of humanity is still in full swing and is the most popular show on Blue Mercury. Yuan made another breakthrough in these 3 days. He's 70% unchained. In order to speed up the time, he was constantly burning calories, converting them all into talent value. Rooftop extreme parkour, canyon zipline single line walk, extreme snorkeling, from shock on the first day, to numbness at the end. The audience is used to his demons. The last 3 days were spent either doing a variety of extreme sports or reading books in the library. They had never seen anyone so focused. It would be inaccurate to say that he lives a life without any ups and downs, as all of the challenges he takes on are some of the most dangerous extreme challenges in the world. Breaking world records at every turn. Breathtaking. But if his life is all about volatility, that's not it either. Because his life is consumed with nothing but extreme sports. Consumed in the library, and not a single ounce of entertainment at all. Even they couldn't help but suspect that this was simply a saintly man. How else can this be explained? Is there really such a person in the world? Abandon all your desires, even if it means the disappearance of all mankind. Nor could he be touched in the slightest. Yuan looked up from the pile of biology books. Even though he was soaking in books every day, his eyes were still glowing without the slightest sign of fatigue. He has set his personal best. Flipping through it without closing your eyes for 36 hours straight. Chain of command is full. Life systems are fully loaded. Vitality system, close to full. In total, over 4,000 points of light were illuminated. Yi Zhanggang just put down the book in his hand. A prompt came right in his head. Acquisition of critical technology. S-grade medical rejuvenation fluid. Ask for a recommendation. S-grade medical rejuvenation fluid. His eyes lit up as the electronic beep sounded in his head. Another critical medical technology has been refreshed once again. The system produces a good product. These critical technologies will play a key role in the construction of space battleships and are essential. They may not be manifested now, but once they enter the stage of materialization, they will show their unimaginable power of perfection. It has to be made as soon as possible. He looked up at the mountain of books he had read in the meantime. 4,000 points of light, all of which have been lit up. The vitality system is close to point full. This is an extremely important part of the battleship. The life support system has a medical repair cabin. No matter how many injuries are sustained in battle, as long as they are sent to the medical repair cabin, they will be able to be repaired quickly. Even if there is only one breath left, you will be able to bring someone back completely. It can even be reborn with a severed limb. And the energy for all of this is from the S-grade medical rejuvenation liquid. These would be godlike medicines if they were placed among the rich and powerful of mankind. Who's to say you won't get sick or injured? And the medical rejuvenation liquid, there are endless wonderful uses. Even extended life. Having a medical repair pod in place is the equivalent of giving yourself an extra layer of life. An extra life. The importance is self-evident. The library was filled with nothing but books. No equipment at all. And he had to find the right place for his experiments. He gave instructions to Jean Eyre in his head, and Jean Eyre searched the whole city. A life science research lab was soon found. He straightened the books on the table and turned away. It was late at night. The crowd thought he had finally come to his senses and gone back to sleep, because he had literally been reading for 36 hours straight and hadn't stopped for a moment at all. In their eyes, Yijin seemed to have a never-ending engine chain installed in his mind as if it was driving his brain. Won't be hungry or thirsty, won't get tired, and not sleepy, full of spirit, full of motivation. They have no idea where he gets his motivation from, even if he knew the truth about the world, that all of it was all done under false pretenses. It was unnecessary to be so desperate. You're already number one. It's always been number one. The whole 36 hours without sleep. And now it seemed that there was not a trace of fatigue visible on his face. Where is this something a human being can do? This is a monster like no other. A whole 36 hours? Even I didn't break that record playing games, let alone just reading different books. How on earth did he last those 36 hours when he did nothing else at all but exercise and read? It's after 12 a.m. Now, he's supposed to be going to bed. And I'm so afraid he's going to die suddenly in the library. And that's not going to be good enough. I think he could have booked first place by now because there's simply no one else who can match him. And these acts that he's done are second to none among all the competitors. Audiences around the world breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief after he left the library. Finally a break. These 3 days have been nothing short of boring, but couldn't take my eyes off it. Yijin's car swept past the hotel and didn't go in, but drove in another direction. After the audience sees the change, a momentary freeze. It's so late. Why don't you go to bed? Is it hard to go fishing? Soon, after Yijin traveled more than 10 kilometers, came to a building, Institute of Biological Sciences. They were puzzled as to what they were doing here in the middle of the night when they weren't sleeping. It's a life science institute, and it's not like there's any food or other entertainment in there. All labs. Yuan walked directly into the institute after getting off the car. They opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. No, I just don't quite get it. What's the point of coming to the Bioscience Institute in the middle of the night? It's just a laboratory in here. Nothing interesting except those instruments. Is it hard to believe that he came here in the middle of the night to experiment? That can't be right. To do life science experiments? How is this possible? He's read a lot of books on all kinds of biological sciences, genetics, and medicine, but it's not like he's running to the lab in the middle of the night to experiment with his ideas. None of them could figure out exactly what he was here for. Even if they think their heads through it, they can't understand it. The world of geniuses was simply beyond their speculation. Yuan walked into the building. The building actually has more than just one floor. There are as many as 7 or 8 layers. There are at least dozens of labs in here for different people. On top of that, there are many experimental animals held here, as well as cultivating all kinds of bacteria, fungi, viruses and so on. The building was also replicated in full scale by the show's crew for authenticity. And even those viral fungi inside were partially moved from the original lab. Although the most dangerous ones hadn't moved over, even the viruses that existed in here now were enough to kill countless people. So when he entered here, he had entered a source of danger. There's no telling when he'll detonate. Yi Shun, you mustn't move. There are too many viruses in there. If you get infected, although the rescue team may go to the rescue, it will be declared an exit. Many people who were worried about him began to pray in their hearts after seeing him enter. After Yuan entered the building, according to Jeaner's guidance, he directly found a lab inside with the largest room and the most complete experimental equipment and materials. The doorway says Professor's Lab. He pushed the door and walked in. The living laboratories that had been shown on television were now presented to him. The Professor's Lab is really something else. It's quite a bit better than other labs. The crowd was somewhat relieved to see that he didn't enter those virus incubation chambers, and after entering the lab. But the mind was also puzzled. Yuan, what the hell are you doing? It's not crazy, is it? Or is it going to do something amazing again? His odd behavior instantly caught the attention of the Future of Humanity crew. With the previous experience of the last time, how dare the technicians of the program take it lightly? Straight away, 40 or 50 cameras were tuned to surround him in 360 degrees without dead angle. Simultaneous recording. Not a single detail was spared. This time they were going to see what kind of amazing things he could make. Yuan skillfully put on his mask and gloves. beginning to look for the ones he needed among the drug materials in the lab. Based on the ratios in his head, the drugs and reagents were quickly searched, and dozens of different drugs were laid out on his table. The crowd watched his skillful maneuvers. It felt a little out of place. Isn't Yuan an architecture major? How did you become so skilled with all this lab equipment? Hell no. Is it possible that it's from a book? It doesn't make any sense. Ask for a recommendation. They couldn't think of how Yuan actually managed to skillfully operate these experimental instruments. He's obviously just reading a bunch of books. Those who majored in biology research simply didn't know what to say when they looked at his expert maneuvers. That wouldn't be something a novice could do. It's at least a decade or two in the lab to have the experience. They are as long-time mixers in the middle of the lab. Only when I usually watch my professors do their experiments can I see such skillful maneuvers. Murphy was able to witness. Today, another invention of something against all odds. Countless people are filled with anticipation. The drowsiness that was still there a moment ago instantly disappeared. Some people even couldn't hold out any longer and went and made a couple cups of strong coffee and strong tea to keep next to them. Also have a couple of toothpicks ready to hold the upper eyelid up to the lower eyelid at all times. It's too good a scene to miss. The people who missed his invention of the artificial brain before, at this moment began to stare their eyes into double vision. The last time they missed it was a regret. This time if they missed it again they would really have to give themselves 2 slaps on the face. Yuan began to categorize and organize those drug materials that he had searched out. Different reagent bottles were taken and divided into a dozen or so reagent bottles. Begin dosing each drug with each drug. A series of operations to watch. It's almost like a kaleidoscope. His hands operated so quickly that there was no possibility of a mistake. It's as if countless trials have been done. Know these ratios like the back of your hand. Those cameras that existed in midair were recording all his movements even more clearly. If not for that, the port is closed. They could only rely on supercomputers to be able to control the cameras inside, and only a tenth of what they had been able to do before, when they had long ago mobilized hundreds of cameras to come in. After the proportioning was completed, Yuan divided them into categories and placed them in the culture vessel to start cultivating. After the cultivation is complete, he began purifying and reacting all the drug mixtures. Even the equipment inside the lab was not enough at all, and he went to the next lab and brought a lot of equipment over. The crowd looked at the wide array of laboratories. Rather oddly, this is just pandemonium. Though the maneuver was beyond skillful, but it doesn't feel like there's any correlation between the drug and the reagent at all. It's a total chaotic operation, and they can't understand it at all. Some labs specializing in biology wanted to mimic his ratios. How could the show give them that opportunity? The first data from the experiment should be theirs. Switching the camera on the screen directly to one and only being able to see just the side. Seeing his movements, but not being able to see at all what mix of arrangements he performed. They're the only ones who can get first-hand information. Many labs are cursing and protesting. It doesn't work at all. Don't give a shit. Yuan didn't stop after doing this. He didn't bother with the reacting reagents anymore, as they took quite a bit of time to react. He could synchronize to do other things and didn't need to wait around. Waiting is also just a waste of time. He turned to the pharmacy. But this is not a Western pharmacy. It is a herbal pharmacy. After Yuan entered the herbal pharmacy, he began to find Chinese medicines in different cabinets to match them. The foreign audience looked at those awkward and incomparable Xia medicinal herbs and could not translate them at all. What is he doing here? Do these logs do anything? It looks like there are little snakes besides the wood. And is that a mushroom? Why are there roots? I think I've heard of it. This is an ancient herb from Xia. I think. It doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. It's not that it might not help. It's that it definitely won't help. Could wood mixed with dried flowers and mushrooms cure a disease? It's simply whimsical. Western medicine can cure all diseases. Countries all over the world use it. It's the most powerful in the world. The West is incredibly revered for their Western medicine. It was full of pride and honor, and began to disparage summer medicine. Summer's side hasn't even retorted yet. The stick countryside has jumped the gun. Please don't insult Korean medicine. It's a medical art that has been passed down in our stick country since ancient times. We in the stick country are already thinking about including Korean medicine as one of the mandatory university courses. Xia has no so-called Xia medicine at all. All are inherited from our stick country. Do not believe that we look at the folk survey will be able to find that we are the great inventor of Korean medicine. So please don't insult Korean medicine and give it the most basic respect. Our country is preparing to apply Korean medicine to the UNESCO Heritage Organization as a World Cultural Heritage. So please support it. Stickman said righteously. Summerland. God damn it. If they weren't across the screen, they'd want to spit a mouthful of old phlegm in the face of the stick nation and give them a taste of salt. That's a hell of a way to blow it. Learn to put a face on it. You're a Korean doctor. What were you doing when summer medicine was invented? Were the people enlightened? Summer medicine. from the time when Shinnong tasted all kinds of herbs. In the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine from the Warring States period to the Qin and Han dynasties, the Xia medical system was fully developed. You guys are still from the Tang and Song dynasties, and you've only begun to learn a little bit. And to get us to support you, I'll support you, Mamma Mia. I'll support you. You stole something from our country and put it out in the open, saying it's from your own country. Do you have any more fucking shame? Though you, the kingdom of the stick, have been so shameless since time immemorial, but I didn't expect shamelessness to go this far. How can this be tolerated? Stick countries, don't your faces hurt when you say these words? Our Xia medicine has been around for thousands of years. Your so-called Korean medicine has only learned a little bit of the skin, and you still falsely claim that it's your own now. Want be face? Your most shameless behavior is to apply our country's Xia medicine to the World UNESCO Heritage. I've never seen that being a thief can be done so openly and honestly. And you guys are unique. And you want us to support your bid? You stole from our family and still want us to clap our hands. Why don't you go to heaven? If it weren't for that shameless thing named Tang in your country, who has been transporting our Xia medicine to your country? Do you really think you created it? It's really a testament to the saying that the universe is all stick country. The stick country used to be nothing more than a vassal state of the ancient Summer Kingdom. Even the king had to be certified by the emperor of the ancient Summer Kingdom, and I've heard that it tried to join the ancient Summer Kingdom, only to be disliked. Fortunately, I'd be unable to sleep all night and have nightmares if I stayed in a country with a bunch of them shameless things. The shameless bunch of things from the stick country said something that completely enraged all the Xia people. You can have what we give you, but you can't rob it. If you grab it, I'll cut your hand off. Lift up your house. The internet went up in a storm. The more you roll it, the bigger it gets, slowly moving towards out of control. Yijin, on the other hand, had already dispensed his own herbs and left the herbal pharmacy. Back in the middle of the lab again. Ask for a recommendation. Yuan looked at those herbs in his hands, eyes glowing. That's the main recipe for yourself. Those Western medicines he had before were actually just aids, just containing those ingredients he needed. The culture of Xia is profound and profound. From the period when Shinnong tasted 100 herbs, traditional Chinese medicine has been born. And from a herb that can cure diseases at the very beginning, it has gradually developed into a type of traditional Chinese medicine with a huge system. In the Han Dynasty, there was a special book on Chinese herbs, Shinnong by Chao Jing, with over 365 types of herbs. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the dictionary of traditional Chinese medicine included 767 types of traditional Chinese medicines. The ancient medicine of the Xia kingdom has a long history and is one of the most precious heritages of the Xia nation. Unfortunately, there are always some people who have been brainwashed by foreign forces into believing that the ancient medicine of Xia is a fraud and that all Chinese herbs are useless. Especially after the birth of Western medicine, it has caused some Western medicine to blow. They believe that Western medicine is the most powerful medicine in the world. No matter what disease Western medicine can deal with, Western medicine can simply do any minor illnesses quickly cured. Compare this to a common cold, for which the Chinese medicine practitioner's prescription is stinky, long and time-consuming. So in comparison, Chinese medicine is becoming more and more unpopular, and its status in Xia has dropped again and again. But what they didn't know was that the Xia medicine in Xia had been passed down for so many years and had its own reasons for existence. Although Chinese medicine is slower and more time-consuming than Western medicine, it has some unique natural advantages. Most of the Chinese medicines are taken from natural materials, absorbing the essence of plants and animals and some minerals. Unlike Western medicines that have been chemically synthesized, the Chinese medicine itself is not very harmful to the human being, and the side effects are much smaller compared to those of Western medicines. Summer medicine is now in decline in Xia. Young people learning summer medicine less and less, although the inheritance is not cut off, but the situation is not optimistic. Instead, in the stick country, a group of shameless people noticed Xia medicine and translated all of it in an attempt to keep it for themselves. Yuan was helpless in the face of these things. He was not a student of Chinese medicine, and even if he had the will, he was powerless. After spending so many days in the library and reading many books on summer medicine, I realized the true meaning of Chinese herbs. All of the dozens of herbs in his hands were not ordinary herbs. They were all specially procured by the lab, and he had studied so many herbal medicine books in his head, so he was able to tell that these herbs were definitely not ordinary as soon as he got his hands on them. Looks like there's still some good stuff in life science research. It just saved him a great deal of effort. By the time he came back, the intermixing and purification of the Western medicinal materials was pretty much done. A dozen purification instruments were at work. Half is near the end. After purification through different ratios and reactions, the reagents present different states. Some are clear, some are cloudy, and some show different states of color. He emptied the half of the experimental apparatus that had completed the extraction and storage of the potion, and then cleaned and sterilized it to avoid reuse that would lead to accidents in the proportioning. After completing it, he didn't do it directly, but began to remodel these experimental apparatus that were empty. The crowd watched as he dazzled and began to remodel. This, Yuan, what is he doing? I could understand those steps just now, in the proportioning reaction of purification, but now, I can't understand some of them. Is there a big god out there to explain this? There is simply no shortage of great gods in the folklore, and soon enough the great gods of the laboratory came out to explain. Yuan is supposed to modify the apparatus of the experiment in series, but this kind of modification in crosstalk is simply not something that can be done by the average person, because just a little bit of alteration can produce different experimental results. Rash modifications without accurate calculations can have unpredictable effects on the results of the experiment, not to mention that it's not as if remodeling is productive. The modification will require a lot of testing and corrections after it is completed, not to mention some newbies. Even some of the greats who experiment a lot will make a lot of modifications as well as axe corrections after the remodeling is completed. The gains don't pay for the losses, but Yuan had never been exposed to the test data. It was as if he just learned it all of a sudden, even if he was gifted, but it couldn't be so unbelievable. Soon, those empty experimental instruments in his hands resulted in 3 different types of purification instruments. He certainly wasn't aiming for nothing. There are ways to remodel Western medicines, but there are also ways to remodel Chinese medicines, and the medicinal properties of different herbal medicines interact with each other, and these effects are greater than in the case of Western medicines. That's why after he divided and proportioned the herbs, he likewise modified the experimental apparatus so that he could utilize their medicinal properties perfectly. After doing this, Yuan put all the herbs into the experimental apparatus, and after adding some water, he began to carry out the purification of the medicinal properties. Soon, the purification of some other Western medicine materials was also completed. He remodeled the remaining batch again. The remaining herbs are then refined medicinally. All of those herbs it brought with it went into the experimental apparatus. He suddenly felt that he was somewhat like the alchemy of ancient times, refining the medicinal properties inside, and the medicinal properties complemented each other. Although those alchemists in ancient times had mastered some methods, they ultimately did not take into account the conflicting medicinal properties within, whereas he himself possessed an unrivaled talent, and naturally did more than them with these, and could weed out all impurities. The rest is out of his hands. He yawned, without realizing it had been going on for over 3 hours. By 3 o'clock in the morning, he moved a soft chair and lay down comfortably in it, slowly falling into sleep. It's not all quiet out there. The ugly face of the stick country is gradually being revealed to the world. They plagiarized the ancient medicine of Xia, plagiarize all the results, and it backfired on them. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. What's more, this scene, it had already been synchronized and live-streamed to the major network platforms in the country, and the crowd was suddenly surging. A famous titan of the herbal medicine community came out and made a statement. The Xia medicine of the Xia kingdom is the medicine that has been passed down by the Xia nation since ancient times. Certain people in the country of the stick carried Xia medicine to the country of the stick in a dignified manner and renamed it Korean medicine. It will also be submitted to UNESCO for inscription. Such a move is simply deceiving the teacher. I hope that the people of Xia can no longer be so silent and let them behave like this, or else all the things of our old ancestors will be lost in our hands. Such statements have taken the internet by storm. One by one, the gods quoted scriptures and strongly criticized the shamelessness of the stick country. And for a while, the wave was surging. Ask for a recommendation. When it comes to storming public opinion on the internet, the summer government received all the information at the first opportunity, because after all, the one who stood out was a Taishan Beidou, occupying an important position in the medical profession, especially when this Taishan Beidou was formerly the chief expert in Chinese medicine and medical conditioning beside a certain chief director. So they had to pay attention. Soon all public opinion was brought together in the intelligence center. Every move Yuan made nowadays carried a deep meaning, and they had to keep an eye on it all the time to avoid some uncontrollable events that would cause them to regret it. The chief was first reported to. Since today happened to be his shift, he had already received the information when public opinion first fermented. After he read the messages, there was a coldness in his eyes. He was not ignorant of what those shameless people in the stick country had done, but there were too many folk involved, and too many interests at stake. When one hair moved the whole body, even he has to be concerned. If there isn't a good time to bring this to the forefront, the results achieved will be counterproductive. So even he had been waiting for an opportunity, and now that opportunity had finally presented itself. The internet is a double-edged sword. The use of good, that is in the hands of a sword. The use of bad, that is ready to detonate the bomb. Now everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. A number of folk have come out to attack the plagiarism of the stick country. Most of them are leading talents in various industries, but in reality they play a limited role. This fire is not enough. He immediately instructed the Public Opinion Department to begin directing public opinion. The Public Opinion Department is characterizing this whole thing. There is simply no way to wash your hands of this matter, nor will you accept a defense. The stick country itself is plagiarizing, and no one can flip the script for him. Now that the fire is burning, it's up to you to add fuel to it. Many media outlets began to issue statements defending Xia Medicine's legacy of Xia Medicine and harshly accusing the stick country of plagiarism, as well as sternly opposing the stick country's bid for the legacy. After the Public Opinion Department was given top instructions, immediately start moving. Even late at night, the terror with which this powerful department operates is frightening. All the entertainment companies received orders from the Public Opinion Department at the first opportunity. That's an order, and there's no possibility of refuting it. Are you going to do it or not? Just looking at you. You just have to survive in this industry. The Department of Public Opinion is the sky, and there are so many people out there watching, that if you do anything even remotely wrong you will be verbally abused, raked over the coals on the internet, and completely unable to turn around. That's how scary the internet is. Artists under all the major media companies received orders from their companies late at night. Although the company didn't explicitly say so, they realized the horror behind it. There is definitely a national context present. All the stars, whether they are first or second tier stars, even those programs and TV stations that usually go very close to the stick country, had to come down and speak out. When everyone is vocal, you have to go with the flow even if you are against it in your mind, because that's the big picture. One wrong step and the whole thing is lost. No one dares to bet. What's more, this matter of the stick country has exceeded the bottom line of the summer country and done the wrath of God. They're doing God's work for him. At the same time, they are passing on the excellent medicine of their own people. On the internet, the appeal of these stars is much bigger and stronger than the appeal of the leading figures from all walks of life. Those who had thought that it was none of their business, when they saw the statement issued by their favorite bean, immediately, I started following and reposting comments. A starburst that began to start a prairie fire. For a while, a vast movement to defend Xia against the plagiarism of the stick country was opened on the internet. Some people put together that information and started tweeting about it. It is also translated into various languages and popularized throughout the world. A portion of the information was disseminated throughout the world. Countless people recognized for the first time the ugly plagiarism of Xia's medicine and the stick country. Had it not been for this scientific statement, they might never have known that all of the so-called Korean medicine was plagiarized without a single change being made. At the same time, UNESCO received a document from Xia. The head of the organization had gone to bed, but got up immediately when he received the document. This was a text letter from one of the top decision-making countries standing at the top of the Human Destiny Alliance, and he could not afford to ignore it. Soon after, UNESCO also issued a late-night statement. The ancient medicine of Xia is unique. Plagiarism in the stick country will never be supported by UNESCO, nor will the bid ever be successful. At the same time, they did not forget to present to the world the information provided by Xia, leaving the stick country speechless. When UNESCO issued its statement, the tone of the matter was set. The evidence is overwhelming, and the ground can't be washed clean. Even though some people wanted to muddle through, they watched as the other decision-making nations of the Human Destiny Alliance simply didn't get off the ground. Immediately realizing that things were not simple, they didn't dare to easily get into this mess. Then there are countries that have been deeply hurt by the behavior of the stick countries before. After seeing such a great opportunity, they immediately came out and exposed their other ugly behavior. The plagiarism of the stick country is established. Public execution in front of the whole world. The head of the stick country is said to be smashing everything inside the office. But there are still some radicalized stickmen who refuse to admit their mistakes. Even if Korean medicine comes from Xia, so what? Now that it's in our country, it's our country and we'll carry it forward. Look at Xia. You don't pay attention to it at all. You might as well put it in our country and make it our country's traditional culture. This evidence doesn't necessarily prove that Korean medicine is from Xia, just that there are some similarities. The Xia people have completely abandoned Xia medicine, and only we can carry it forward. Yes, they've all but abandoned it and don't deserve it at all. If you don't believe me, let's have a match. Han medicine will definitely be much stronger than Xia. Do you dare to come? Just when there were these screaming words on the internet, time passes slowly. It was dawn in a flash. Yuan slowly woke up. He yawned and stood up, eyes to the lab bench. All the potions inside the apparatus were successfully purified. All the herbs were refined successfully. Finally, it was time to do the S-rank rejuvenation liquid. Suddenly I realized this chapter was blocked and I didn't even notice. I'm really sorry. It's been reposted. Ask for a recommendation. S-grade medical rejuvenation fluid. This critical medical technology is immensely powerful. As long as the person is not dead, then the resuscitation fluid can help him continue to live. Even if there was enough resuscitation liquid, it was possible to revive a severed limb, something that was only found in mythology. If this kind of thing had appeared in the former Blue Mercury, then once it appeared, it would have detonated the world and caused an incomparable sensation, which was not a medical miracle, but a medical myth. Now, he's going to make that myth. His eyes glowed, watching himself purified out of the essence of those Chinese medicines dissolved into the water to become a medicinal liquid. The herbs, which had reacted while they were being proportioned on their own, were purified of the life essence within them through the increasing heat and incorporated into the water. He placed the ones he had lifted out in different reagent bottles and lined them up. The ones that were still tolerated inside the utensils had become dregs, just like the dregs that were passed down from the time of alchemy. After finishing his organization, he began to fuse, following the precise ratios in his head. He began to operate. He doesn't even have to measure it. The ability to perfectly control the ratios just with his hands was a gift he possessed, and even that feeling was more precise than using an electronic scale. The people outside who were responsible for observing and recording the data, especially those in the Big Five, were a bit confused after watching his operation, because his words of rationing were just too random, as if he had just taken and poured them in and fused them. They would have expected him to have a precise way of rationing. Results. That's it. The outside world, the stick country, is still clamoring for more. Kim Kin-nam, the so-called top scholarly figure in Korean medicine in the country of the stick, in a fit of exasperation, pandered to public opinion and issued a challenge to Chinese medicine on behalf of the whole of Korean medicine in the country of the stick. Challenge content is a quandary. This difficult disease is not cancerous, but it is extremely painful to the person, and the bones in the body can be crunchy and painful. This phenomenon, in particular, is aggravated by the pain the more the night goes on. This pain hidden in the body is like a toothache, which cannot be grasped or touched, yet cannot be fully cured, and often torments a person to the point of wanting to commit suicide. Similar to this quandary is the bone cancer of cancers. It's not as bad as bone cancer, though, and it can't kill you, but it can be excruciatingly painful. This quandary is known as painful bone disease. Even the powerful Western medicine is difficult to play a curative role for this symptom, only to treat the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. And the more to the back of the cost of medicine is even more alarming. Only a few specific targeted drugs can do some good. There is no cure at all. Like a gangrene on the bone, targeted drugs are really too expensive. Just a box of drugs is thousands of dollars. Ordinary people cannot afford it, but it's mental torture if you don't treat it. Many people, after seeking help from Western medicine to no avail, can only turn their attention to Chinese medicine, hoping that Chinese medicine has special effects and that Chinese medicine is cheaper and less burdensome. Chinese medicine for this disease is not too good way. Can only temporarily reduce the pain? Only a very small number of patients can do to cure. The vast majority of patients need to rely on medicine to feed. This challenge by Kim Kin-nam clearly has a lot of winning certainty in his mind already, because he is the expert on this. Xia's side naturally refused to admit defeat. As the patriarchal heritage country of Xia medicine, how could it lose in terms of momentum? Although Xia medicine has not been too attentive to the ancient healing arts over the years, resulting in a break in the inheritance. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and there are many great folk gods. This campaign is particularly influential. All kinds of news media have begun to report. Really, those who do not have access to the internet of the old summer doctors have heard about this matter, have expressed their intention to respond to the war. In particular, some famous old summer doctors, who were all skillful, were not afraid of their provocation. Both sides started to go crazy against each other. They're even starting to agree on where the bets will be made. The stick country was already harboring evil intentions, and whether the betting fight was successful or not, it was an achievement of their reputation, pulling the summer country into the dimension of the same class side as theirs. Let their names ring out across the globe. Just go through this bet, and if it's a win, then they can make a big deal out of it. Even if they lose, they can get out in one piece and set themselves up as a different system. So either way it turns out, they can be invincible. It doesn't matter if you plagiarize or not. The main thing is to get your name out there. So what if I do a better job than you? So what if I plagiarize? History only remembers those who win. That's what they're really after. As for what other countries think, do they care? They have thicker skin than a city wall and don't care what anyone thinks. The people of the stick country couldn't take out their emotions on another place. They could only take it out on Yuan. Wicked. Let's discredit our opponents first. As for whether the other party was a genius or not, they didn't care at all. It was the genius that made it all the more important for them to destroy him. Ha ha ha. Yu Xia claimed to be the originator of our Korean medicine. But in reality, even your own people don't learn much anymore, right? It's simply nonsense. At most, it's a relationship between a senior and a junior. You guys look at Yuan. What is he doing? Matching those herbs together haphazardly and then purifying them. This is summer medicine. Laugh your ass off. It's just messing around. The expression is still so focused, as if he really thinks he's a master of xia medicine. From this one aspect it can be seen that your xia is too weak compared to our Korean medicine. Haven't you guys been bragging about Yijin? And isn't what he does your xia medicine? Didn't you guys brag about your summer medicine being the best in the world? Why did Yuan even take so many Western medicine materials? These words harbor evil. Yuan had been held up as a god before, and by belittling him they were belittling an entire nation. Moreover, what Yijin did was indeed a technique within xia medicine, and they could not refute it. It's always impossible to deny it. It was also at this time that the proportioning of the Chinese medicine in Yijin's hands was finally completed. The herbal medicinal liquid in his hand took on a translucent state, slightly light blue in color. It looks as quiet as the sky. Extremely beautiful. That's his main herb. The Western medicine material purified is just an aid. He poured some of each from within those purified Western medicinal materials and mixed them up. The total amount is less than 1/10 of that of herbal medicinal liquids. The outside world was instantly dumbfounded by the stick nation, because the Western medicine ingredients people use are simply less than 1/10 of what's in here. Not the main material at all. After mixing successfully, there was close to a full cup of medicinal liquid, a quiet blue with a little bit of yellow and purple. It's like a river of colored bands. Yuan's eyes were bubbling. It's finally done. Next, it's time to get the experimenter to test it out. He lapsed into silence as he looked at his hands. How about a knife to your own hand? But it will hurt, ouch. Ask for a recommendation. Just as he hesitated to give himself a cut on the hand, Jiner's voice suddenly rang in his head. Master, if you want to test the effects of the rejuvenating liquid on your hands, I suggest you may not do so. There are critters in the institute. Yuan. A black line ran down his forehead. I can't believe I forgot that there are experimental animals inside the institute. Almost had to give myself a cut. It seems that I really do have an experimental spirit that lends itself to research. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. That what? I'm just checking to see if I'm fair-skinned. Nothing like that. Jane slowly fell silent, not sure if she believed it or not. Yuan made a big mess and was quite embarrassed, rushing upstairs to look for it. He made his way to the lab animal room at the institute. Worthy of being an advanced research institute, the animals in here were diverse, and besides mice and rabbits, there were some other reptiles as well as birds. He looked at the animals in front of him and didn't let them all go like the Virgin Mary. This is because there may be some animals in there that are carrying some germs themselves after the experiments, and even some that are still under observation. It can lead to bad results if released hastily. He saw a news story just the other day about a college student who went inside a lab, saw that there were experimental animals, had an intolerant heart, and then let them all go. Turns out that was someone's graduation experiment, resulting in the experiment having to be started from scratch. He shook his head. This world was meant to be weak and strong. Without the existence of these experimental animals, it would be difficult for human medicine to make major breakthroughs. It is only possible to keep these animals from suffering too much while experimenting. He looked all the way over, searching for animals that fit the conditions of his experiment. As he made his way to the far end, he found a unique glass enclosure. Inside was a shriveled rabbit. Only this rabbit was not in very good spirits, and was completely devoid of any vigor, lying in a glass enclosure, breathing hard, and with very great body undulations. On top of that, it had several wounds on its body, all of which had been stitched up, but the marks of the wounds were still very visible. But he was able to see that the rabbit's waning symptoms did not stem from these wounds, not from the injuries it itself had sustained. In front of the glass cover, there is a label of experimental data, Osteosarcoma Experimental Data Observatory. He froze when he saw the label, and then just reacted. Osteosarcoma? Isn't that a type of bone cancer? A disease that affects both humans and animals. But once suffering from this disease, according to the current level of medical science, almost no solution, only to slow down the time, cannot be completely cured to solve. Bone cancer is claimed to be the most painful of all cancers. All those who suffer from the disease will have unbearable pain all over their body, which makes life worse than death, and even leads to the atrophy of some of the muscles, which makes life worse than death. The outside world watched him stand in front of the experiment with a puzzled look on their faces. What's he doing here? Does he really think that what he has configured is an immortal medicine, and wants to find an animal to experiment on, so that he can become immortal after taking a sip? These rabbits are so cute. Who was so cruel to use them as experiments? I can't believe there are cats in here. And the cats are so cute. And the sparrows, they're cute too. Are the Xia people so disgusting? These animals are so cute. How dare they imprison them here and use them as experiments? On behalf of the Animal Protection Society, I severely condemn them. It's just disgusting. These animals are so cute. How could they do it? Why don't they experiment on themselves? They're afraid of pain. Aren't animals afraid of pain? If Yuan doesn't release all of them, then I'm going to firmly oppose him in today's voting session. People without humanity don't deserve to win first place. The internet is a social melting pot of all kinds of people. Countless sanctimonious remarks fill the screen. Summerland crowd. Hey, from now on, you don't even have to go to the temple to worship the Bodhisattva. There's a live one here. They were almost dumbfounded by the comments. That's awesome. Some of the comments in there are beyond infuriating to read. I just have to ask, are you guys saints? How can this be black? There's more inside your own country's research labs, and it's even more brutal. We think about how to protect it after we've done our experiments, and we don't delay their lives even if some of the more unusual experiments cause them to die. Oh, just you guys still have the face to talk about others. You've done a lot of experiments on dissecting living bodies, right? You really think you're saints? Disgusting. You guys just think rabbits and cats and birds are cute and mice aren't cute? Lizards, snakes aren't cute? Bunch of double standards. Without the existence of these experimental animals, what would human medicine take? You people only know how to get high. They couldn't really resist spraying it back. Otherwise their hearts were on fire. What a great bunch of saints. They need to be offered up. And 3 incense sticks. Yuan didn't open the glass cover because he didn't know how many germs existed in this rabbit. Even though he had his mask and gloves on, it would be a nuisance after all if he caught some germs. He served it out with the glass cover. Bunny. It glanced at Yuan, shriveled up, and finally had some reaction, but soon slumped back down and continued to grunt. Apparently the pain had afflicted it to the point where it was suffering. Yuan could feel its pain and touched its snow-white fur. Bunny, if it works, your pain is going away today. The audience was stunned. What does that mean? Is it hard to dope it up? Will this work? It's not going to kill you, is it? Many people got nervous. If they really killed the rabbit, they didn't know how many people would make a big fuss and criticize them. There were even some people who were even more nervous than Yuan. Yuan placed the rabbit on the lab bench and opened the glass cover. The rabbit didn't move, like it had lost all hope of life. Eugene used a clean dropper and sucked up the rejuvenation liquid he had just configured, then slowly drip it onto the rabbit's wound. The rabbit felt the cold liquid and turned his head to look at him. Crap, what's he doing? Dropping drops on a rabbit? I thought he was going to feed it a drink, but he just disliked it straight to the wound. What the hell is all this? Rubbish summer doctor. Our Han doctor hanged him, but their words suddenly came to an abrupt end. It seemed like an unbelievable sight to see. Those hideous wounds on the rabbit actually began to gradually heal. Ask for a recommendation. Many people thought they were seeing things. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked back toward the screen. No, they weren't wrong at all. It's amazing that all of what they saw was true. The medicinal liquid refined and formulated by Yuan slowly flowed on the rabbit's wound. A hint of light blue as well as yellow and purple color formed the potion, slowly blending into its scars. It's like being absorbed out of nowhere. Then, a scene that astonished them beyond measure happened. Those wounds, hideous scars, actually began to heal. Shoots grew in the middle of the wound, fused with each other, and slowly formed a hole. And after just a few moments had passed, the rabbit's wound was as smooth as ever, and not a single trace of injury could be seen. Totally freshly grown tender flesh, as smooth as if it had just been born, though the hairs had not yet grown, leaving only a bare furrow mark to prove that the place had been wounded. But that wound, it's history. Just as this scene was taking place, the entire audience around the world saw it. There was horror in their eyes, and their entire body could not wait to stick their bodies to the screen. Their eyes were fixed on it, and they could not take their eyes off of it at all. Greed filled the eyes of countless people. Pharmaceutical manufacturers see a business opportunity. Women see beauty, and all the governments of the world. At the sight of this scene all stood up, coincidentally staring dead inside. This kind of power is absolutely not allowed to appear in the hands of ordinary people. It must be in the hands of the state. This kind of thing, if applied on the battlefield, then how much can reduce the casualty rate? It's shocking to think about. Is this a god's potion? The best wound healing medicine in the world can't do that. 1/10, or even 1/100th of the effect could not be achieved. How long has it been? Eugene had gone from dropping the medicine on their wounds to now. Just under 10 seconds had passed. The wound then healed with a visible trend, and it didn't leave a single scar at all. And the area where the buds of flesh had grown was flawless, like freshly grown flesh. This is simply a miracle drug. How many fewer people could die in this world with it? It's simply unimaginable. Mastering it is simply mastering a bastion of technology. And the number of new potions that can be developed through it is simply incalculable in terms of the value generated. Yuan, when he did this experimental rationing, he didn't worry about doing a cover-up at all. With full disclosure to the world, they would be able to recreate the exact same potion as he did by simply following his lead. Countless people swallowed after figuring out this joint. Plus things like patents are not even considered by them. This is something that belongs to whoever grabs it. So what if you invented it? As long as I succeed in snatching it, it's my patent. Even if you can't snag it. So what do you do when folk do it in secret? Can't win any lawsuits at all. A smile appeared on their faces as they thought of the possibility, but soon the smile suddenly stiffened on their faces. Because there was no possibility for the program to let them achieve this result. And although it was broadcast live to the world, they were only given one camera to see it. It's also impossible to see how he rationed it out. Countless countries want to spit blood. What they watched loneliness. A million sleepers in my mind. And those doctors' eyes glazed over when they saw this potion. Such a marvelous potion that they had never seen before. In the future, the patient's wounds don't need to worry about inflammation at all. Just a few drops of this agent and it will heal straight away. Patients who have had surgery can recover in a short period of time. It's shuddering to think about it. A heart simply jumped out of its chest. Can't wait to get my hands on this potion now. Beyond the screen, the crowd was divided. Some greedy, some envious, some eager. Yuan knew nothing about it. He wouldn't be too psyched even if he knew. Want to come and get it? You guys have that too. The island was now his absolute home turf. And it was little easier to come here and get what he had than to take a city. He took the test tube and continued to drip it into the rabbit's wound. Several other wounds also sprouted in an instant and recovered as before. Just wait until its fur continues to grow before the whole rabbit is refreshed. But even after these wounds were restored as before, the whole rabbit had only regained some of its spirit. There are too few medicines. It's simply not enough to bring it back to life. So even if it recovers, it's just its appearance that recovers. Inside its body, still scarred, it was racked with cancer to the point of excruciating pain. The people of the country were even more flawed at the sight of this scene, and the fire of jealousy in their eyes was about to spurt out of their eyes. On what grounds? They are the perfect inheritors of Xia medicine. The blue is better than the blue. But why was the Yuan in front of him able to do this easily? They could imagine the sensation this event would have for the world. The challenge they had just issued was now a joke. A heavenly joke. In front of Yuan. It hadn't even started. And it was already lost. No, they haven't lost yet. They just input in terms of cosmetic fixes. The rabbit, with the cancer it was suffering from, still hasn't cleared up. The two are not even in the same direction. And there is no way to determine a winner or loser. Want to clean up cancer? Ha! How is that possible? Cancer is the most difficult problem in the world to overcome. Even those scientists at the top of the world can't overcome it. They can only mitigate it. Perhaps in a few tens or hundreds of years, mankind will be able to glimpse the answer to this field. But never now. He could never do it. After figuring out this link, their minds immediately thought of how to salvage the situation. Called out. Even if the reagent is amazing, it only cured the skin wound. The rabbit's body was not cleared of cancer cells at all. Some of the scar removal creams we have in Korean medicine have a similar effect. But that doesn't mean Xia can outperform Korean medicine. Scar removal creams are not even remotely in the same direction as treating what's going on in the body. There's no possibility. Not until he completely cures the cancer in the rabbit's body, so I can approve. Summerland crowd. Hey, the dogs. What a mouthful. How is this a scar remover? These medicinal liquids created by Yuan were higher than their so-called scar removal creams by who knows where. And they were not in the same quantum of existence at all. I would love to spit a thick bubble of phlegm into their mouths for making that claim. That's hilarious. Cure cancer? It's a no-brainer. It's impossible to accomplish. It's cheeky as hell to make that request. I wish I could whip them alive. But fuck you guys. Stay where you are. Ask for a recommendation. Kim Ki-nam, the titan of Korean medicine in the stick country, saw those noises made by his own people and turned slightly red in the face. He still has a slight sense of shame. It's simply too barren to be able to blow more than you can. But it's all about the stick country. All for the sake of Korean medicine. As long as Korean medicine was allowed to gain a firm foothold in front of the world and have a place from now on, then his name, Kim Ki-nam, would be recorded in history forever. Inside the history books of the future, his name will exist. This powerful sense of honor is more addictive than any money that comes along. So even though he knew it was a case of eyes wide open, he had to keep the show going, or else it was a smash. These medicinal liquids created by Yuan are indeed very strong, but they also have limitations that cannot be judged. So I reserve the right to question the views. Kim Kinnaman stepped up to the plate for comment. The people of Xia have seen those who can't afford to lose, but they haven't seen such a shameless one. You can talk with your eyes wide open and be so righteous about it. It's also the first of its kind. Surely this country just doesn't have many good ones left. You shameless things. The medicinal solution invented by Yijin is the only one in the world. Compared to your so-called scar removal medicine, I don't know where it's stronger. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog? Jin Jiannan, you're really a bitchy guy. If you were in front of me, I'd even blow your dog's head off. Jin Jiannan, who prided himself on being an intellectual, almost didn't turn his back in anger when he heard these expletives. The program also saw the interest behind this. They have the most complete video. Hurriedly, he called the technical team behind him to analyze the video, extract the herbs, and try a dosing test. Even if it doesn't work once, you can try a few more times. There's always a time when it works. Even if the Summer Kingdom was strong, it could not fight against an alliance of other countries. Luckily, though, it's just a potion for healing wounds. Not exactly top-notch technology, but they still signed agreements with other countries that Yuan retained the patent and had to pay him royalties to be able to use it. Naturally, other countries are full of promise, but other thoughts in the mind are unknown. Yuan held the rabbit up and carefully observed the wounds on its body. Everything was smooth as new, and there was no trace of any injury at all, indicating that his potion was very successful. If used in surgery, it's a lifesaver, even if he or she was seriously injured. As long as he or she used these medicinal liquids, he or she could instantly recover and continue fighting, fully capable of sustaining him in a brutal war. This is simply a miracle drug to save your life. Otherwise it's not worth it if Wanda knocks himself out. The rabbit looked at him after he held it up, still grunting. Some color returned to his eyes slightly, but the pain in his eyes was still hard to remove. Next, it's time to start the next phase of the experiment. How could an S-class rejuvenation medicinal liquid only have the efficacy of repairing wounds in the area? This is a medicinal liquid that is strong enough to produce flesh and bones. Instead of using a dropper this time, he just filled a small half-tube with the medication, flicked the rabbit's mouth open and then make it gulp down this medicine. The rabbit was a little confused, but didn't notice the malice in him. Very cooperatively, he swallowed all these medicinal liquids into his stomach. Immediately after that, the rabbit began to show pain in its eyes, and then its entire body began to convulse. The body began to tremble at a speed visible to the naked eye. The limbs had also been shaking, like something was rampaging through its body. It tried desperately to get up and escape, but the substance in its body made it simply unbearable, and it could only accept it passively. The screams from his mouth grew louder and louder. The expectant eyes of the outside audience were suddenly a little odd. This failed? Crap. This is topical, right? Why are you just dosing the rabbit with the liquid directly? The rabbit is in so much pain right now. I want to go in and cuddle him and soothe him. Upstairs, don't hug the rabbit. Hug me. Fuck off. I'm a guy. It can't be that these medicinal fluids are poisonous. They can only be used externally, and taking them internally will result in severe poisoning. Many thought about this horrible possibility. The smugness in Stick Country's heart was about to overflow. Yuan had completely stunk up his reputation this time. Even if he invents a potion that strong, so what? It would be tantamount to poisoning a rabbit in front of the whole world, and the public outcry that would result would be nothing short of sensational. Especially from those in the animal protection societies who would follow him around like maggots on a bone. This time, not to mention the reputation, it would be good not to be nailed in the history of shame. They, the winners, already they see the light of victory coming their way. Yuan was also a bit confused by this scene. It shouldn't be. There should be no error in your own configuration. And Jeaner had already scanned herself, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. It was already up to par, and it proved itself that it can heal wounds. But why was there such a big slip-up here? He scratched his head and couldn't figure that one out, but he couldn't bear to see the rabbit in so much pain. After all, he had caused all of this. He placed his hand on the rabbit's body and gently stroked its fur. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. With his words, the rabbit's twitching body stopped as well, as if the substance in its body had stopped tumbling and rushing, then slowly stood up. Yuan, is it so strong to say a word yourself? So this is considered a success? The rabbit stood up and remained somewhat uncomfortable on all fours, wobbling just a few steps before slowly becoming active. Even if it was an animal, Yuan was able to feel its heartfelt elation. After the rabbit became active, it began to hop around and express its renewed vigor. Then he walked over to Yuan and rubbed himself. All the cancer cells in its body have been removed, and it also repaired the dark disease in its body. As it is now, it is the healthiest rabbit all the way. This is it at its peak. The outside audience has looked dumbfounded. Is this the same fucking rabbit from earlier? Don't you have bone cancer? A moment ago, he was grunting and looking shriveled. Now look at it this way. TMD. Where's the slightest sign of illness? A horrible possibility suddenly occurred to them. Yuan wouldn't have cured it, would he? No. It's never possible. There is absolutely no medicine that exists in this world beyond its time. It is simply not possible for humans to cure cancer at this stage. It must be a fake. In between their words, Yuan had already followed Jiner's instructions, came into the optical imaging room. He secured the rabbit and then pushed it into the CT machine. Start testing. He wanted to see if the rabbit had been completely healed by him. This is the step that makes the difference between success and failure. The crowd also took a deep breath and waited for the outcome. If it's true, then, they looked up at Yuan, their scalps tingling. This would be an immensely powerful change in medicine in the history of mankind. Incredibly drastic. Ask for a recommendation. The CT imaging machine starts up. He could not manipulate it, but with Jiner around, all instruments had no secrets in front of him. By this moment, countless people held their breath, especially those from countries and big powers, and the medical profession felt like their hearts were going to jump out of their mouths. And there was a breath blocking their chests that they couldn't exhale. The mind is like a mess. This is one of the most difficult diseases in the history of medicine to overcome. Not to mention a complete solution. Even a breakthrough in a certain direction will win countless awards in the medical world. Soon the results of the tests came back. As the eyes of the crowd watched the results of the examination presented on the computer, for a moment it was like dead silence. Some people who are not medically savvy watched the internet after a dead silence. Asked, has anyone come out and explained what this image represents? Can't quite read it. Is this a cure or what? Someone soon answered his question. Looking at the images, above this CT picture, the rabbit has all the signs of bone cancer eliminated and is as normal as can be, except for some muscle atrophy. That means, Yuan, he, succeeded. The last sentence seemed unusually difficult, because even he couldn't believe it. In real life, he is an attending physician at a mega hospital in the south, has won numerous awards and holds numerous honors, but all his awards and honors are as white as a sheet of paper in front of this CT picture. Because this image represents some of the most influential inventions and creations in the world. He exhaled slowly, still incredulous. Look closely at that picture, but not a single doubt can be found from it at all. Yuan, he really succeeded. In the midst of so many skeptics, he completed his world-renowned invention. Even though this medical invention is not yet widely used in real life, but with this one piece of technology, it could leave a colorful mark on the future history of medicine. He could go to any top university in the world as a professor. It's everyone's dream. It was so easily done by him. All the people around the world simply couldn't believe it when they saw the explanation. Is this true? You guys aren't lying to me, are you? This is an impossible task. How could it be easily accomplished by him? I now have absolute reason to believe that he traveled back from the future. Otherwise it would be impossible to create items that transcend the era. I suddenly see hope. Can I not die? The country, hurry up and make it. I don't want to die yet. If it can cure bone cancer in animals, then there's also a good chance that it can cure humans as well, and even other cancers, which is the greatest invention of this century. Countless people thought about it a lot. One person with cancer seems to see hope. They looked at the potion in Yiqing's hand with incomparable greed. It was a life-saving medicine. There were some big rich people who were worth a lot of money. Looking at some of the medicinal liquid that Yuan had left behind, the light in their eyes exploded. No matter how much they paid, they must get it, because they had money. Money is bull. Money can get everything. In order to stay alive, even if they spent a lot of money on super mercenaries, they had to obtain what was inside. And he's not the only one of the world's ailing tycoons who doesn't have a relative. If these people unite, the influence that erupts will shake the world. At their status position, money is no longer considered money. It's just a number. The several top decision makers behind the program looked at Yuan with incomparably horrified gazes. The heart is very unfavorable, full of envy and jealousy. Why didn't such a genius and demonic figure appear in their country? Preferring to appear in the Summerland. Is it true that God has blessed the kingdom of Xia? The top decision makers of Sam's country, looking at Yuan, cold aura flashed in their eyes. Such a demonic character must not be kept. If the potion he had invented was only for treating traumatic injuries, even if it did heal perfectly, there was still room for maneuver. But now, Yuan itself was already equivalent to a destructive weapon. Definitely need to plan ahead. Several major decision makers have different minds. There's pulling, there's killing, there's jealousy. Xia Gua, the chief director, stood up from his office with a prancing motion when he saw this scene. There was disbelief and delight in his eyes. Yuan, surprisingly, really created it. Even though he hadn't slept all night, after seeing this scene, there was only endless shock in his heart, where there was still a mind to sleep in. Yeah, Jen, is a national treasure. More precious than a national treasure. He seemed to think of something else. The heart is filled with worry. Immediately summoned several other principals for an emergency meeting, the contents of which were top secret. Half an hour later, along the southeastern coast of the Summer Kingdom, a top-notch fleet of ships blocked off a large swath of ocean at an international junction. This time the attitude was unbelievably tough. Even the neighboring countries that came to intervene were kicked back forcefully. The fleet was at full readiness, carrying countless missiles, and all of them are elite armies from the southeastern coast. Precaution is self-evident to whoever it is. Fortunately, although the island where Yijin was located was relatively far from the mainland of Xia, it was still within the country's boundaries. His area is on full lockdown. Not a moment too soon if necessary. Sam's country got the news too late. Even if they had traveled from the nearest military garrison it would have been too late. And even if they had it would have erupted into intense conflict, which they didn't want. A formal confrontation between the two powers would have incalculable consequences. The whole world, by then, will be in a mess. It can only be resolved by negotiation. Moreover, the area where Yijin was located was down to the last bit of their cyber mobility, so they couldn't intervene at all. A new round of negotiations takes place. The general director of the state of Xia participated. He knew that the medicinal liquid created by Yijin was one of the top inventions in the world, with an influence like a monstrous tsunami, and it was impossible to hide it. And they're not just fighting against Sam's country, they're fighting against the whole world, not standing on the moral high ground, so they can only try to get the most out of it. They blocked off that area of the sea just to protect Yizhuan's safety. As for the rest, they had already gotten Yizhuan's formula. Theoretically it can be done, so there's no point in objecting. Only negotiations can take place. It was finally finalized after 3 rounds of negotiations. The drug is in the hands of the Big Five and is distributed worldwide, and the core technology can only be mastered in the hands of the Big Five. Will not be allowed to leak. None of the decision makers present are fools, and this core level of technology is certainly not likely to be leaked to other countries. Besides, what have other countries paid? No field, no people. Pay a baron? Ask for a recommendation. The only ones who had gotten the complete information were the several major decision makers behind the program, and several other countries had only seen a part of it, and simply couldn't get the information to make the medicinal liquid that Yijin had created. They only saw the Western medicine materials that Knight Yizhuan had taken earlier as well as the dozens of Chinese herbs. The Western material is fine. It's basically recognizable. But those herbal materials, they just looked confused and couldn't tell what they were at all. From their viewpoint it looked like either some sticks, mushrooms, and some bearded-like things. Don't even say you know them. You've never seen them. There is no way to begin. So even if they had a complete list of materials they wouldn't be able to match it up. It's like those ingredient ratios on drinks that are just plainly told to you. But are you able to ration them? Not at all. They can only spend a lot of money looking around for people who are familiar with Chinese herbs to identify what these herbs really are. But no one but Xia could even recognize it. Even the stick country can only recognize half of them, because a copy is a copy after all. And how could all of them be recognized if they were not native-grown summer people? But if you are looking for the Xia people, they are completely ignoring them. You guys just fucking denigrated our Xia so much on the pop-ups, and now you're coming over here wanting information? Eventually these countries had to join forces to pressure the program, demanding the publication of all the materials used by Yizhuan when he made the medicinal liquid, as well as the information on how it was made. They thought that with their joint name of dozens of countries, they would be able to force the other side to hand over the information, because even the most powerful force would take a step back in the face of an alliance of so many countries. But what they didn't expect was that the program was incredibly hard-headed and directly rebuffed all of their unreasonable demands. Release all the video footage? I can't believe I'm thinking of publishing all the material together for you? You guys are fucking stupid. You want a fart, don't you? Eventually the program was released to the public, and the crew didn't record all the video footage, only what they showed on the screen. It then played those videos they had seen on the screen, sort of an explanation. And at the end of the program, the team also said that they will work hard to conduct research and strive to research this miraculous potion as soon as possible for the benefit of all mankind. Governments, are you fucking kidding me? The video you guys posted, we all saw it on the screen. That's it? You can see something on this. We can't even recognize the material. And you're asking us to produce it? Shit, what do we make it with? The head? In the end they even asked the show to release the backstage data and they checked it themselves. The program is confronted with such silly and unreasonable demands and simply ignores them. What the fuck can you guys do? Bunch of stupid shit. There was some excitement among the people of Xia, but the government immediately stepped forward to explain, saying that the country is already organizing top-notch personnel to carry out research. and that it may be possible to work out the same potion in the near future. I hope that we will not get agitated and be used as a spearhead by others. With that explanation, a lot of smart people in the country have come around. This damn sure got behind it. Otherwise there would never have been such a statement out there. The state does not make every statement without a target, and would certainly not have come out and said so if it had not been unsure. It was instantly clear. Countless speculations have hit the internet. The state has neither admitted nor refuted this. The meaning behind it is self-evident. The populace responded with a heartfelt response. After dropping the ball, the fire was aimed at the stick country. The total account of the matter should be settled. Right, stick country. Didn't you brag about how powerful your Korean doctors are? Now you tell me. If you call it powerful, then what does Yi-chun count as? You can just be arrested and hanged. Where are those of you who blew me just now? Hurry up and stand out for me. I want to hear a slap in the face. One by one. The bull is blowing so big, so arrogant. Come out and compare. Where are those who said Yuan couldn't do it just now? Now you tell me if it's strong or not. That's it. I just love watching you people get punched in the face, one by one. You're so bullish, but as a result, you're a piece of shit yourself. What the hell? If you guys could make something comparable to Yuan's medicinal liquid on the spot, I'd be on my fucking knees singing conquests to you guys. But can you make it? You guys can't even fucking recognize all those ingredients. They could be relieved. Was simply pissed off before. These dogs, they know how to take other people's things for themselves. There's no sense of propriety. You can't get rid of the anger in your heart without cursing. The people in the stick country were scolded so much that they couldn't even refute it. The challenge is that they screwed up. Bull is what they blow. As a result, now, they are being pressed to the ground and punched in the face, and in front of the whole world. It's more embarrassing than publicly executing them. Yuan can't even be considered a complete summer doctor. He still uses some Western medicine materials. With the use of Western materials, this is a win and a win. Yeah, maybe it's these Western medicinal materials that play a role in being able to create these medicinal liquids. They try their best to justify it to themselves. Come up with a reason that doesn't stand up at all. Ha ha ha. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is good? Worthy of your stick country. Even your cheeks are so much thicker than others. Are your eyes blind? If you don't want your eyes, you can leave them for someone else. The ability to speak blindly with real eyes. You guys have practiced that to perfection. Can't you see that all of Yuan's main materials are herbal materials? The Western medicine materials are just embellishments. You guys are really fucking blind pussies. Not to mention giving you a little bit of Western medicine material. Even if you were given all of it, would you be able to make it? A bunch of copycat dogs. The stick country is furious. Yuan, he must have traveled back. Otherwise how could he have such powerful creativity? Yeah, he definitely just traveled back in time. It doesn't even count as his own creation. Maybe he just stole it back from the future. My stick country got Korean medicine so strong. In the future, it must be my stick country that creates and invents these medicinal fluids. Yuan, just a thief. That's cheating. He's a thief. Summerland directly ignored them. Something so heavenly. Only these idiots believe that. That's hilarious. Cheating? Thieves? Oh, please be individuals. Don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Bunch of idiots. Can't afford to lose? Shame on the whole world. Stupid shit. Just when the stick country was in the midst of an infinite cussing war, Sam's National Aeronautics and Space Administration received a message. That's from Voyager 1. Ask for a recommendation. Sam State Aeronautics and Space Administration. English, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Abbreviation NASA? Born on October 1, 1958. NASA is now one of the world's most prestigious aerospace research organizations. The headquarters is located in Washington, D.C., the capital of Sam's country. History will always remember this day and this moment. At 8:13 a.m. that day, NASA Research Center headquarters, the staff received a message from Voyager 1. When the staff received the message, they just took it as a normal message. Because Voyager 1 has always been in contact with Blue Mercury and has been exploring the outer planets, the connection has been unbroken, even though the distance has been over tens of billions of kilometers, and it has a specialized staff group that screens it for information, processing all those messages it sends back on a daily basis. But after the staff deciphered those messages received, hands began to shake, because he had seen the one picture that Voyager 1 had transmitted back. That one picture is of a spaceship. It was a shape he had never seen before. It's full of futuristic technology, and with the endless starry sky behind this photo, just looking at it is mesmerizing. No one would doubt that it was a prank, because even the world's best hackers couldn't hack into the NASA center in Sam's country. He froze after reading the message. In this instant his mind went blank. There is simply no way to react accordingly. The spaceship was all in his head. He has worked at the NASA Research Center for more than 10 years, and his daily job is to receive the information that comes back from those probe-type vehicles launched by NASA. It's a boring job that he's been doing for a full 10 years now. But on this day, his quiet world was heavily shattered. His co-workers didn't even notice his current condition, all staring at another display. Inside the display was playing the program The Future of Humanity. Non-stop comments on the other side. Xia Zhizhen is just too strong, isn't he? Inventing so many things, and inventing such a divine medicine. It really makes people jealous. It's a shame it's not one of us from Sam's country. It's just a shame. I hope those in power at the top can think of a way to poach him to our Sam's country, or else there will surely be a lot of problems among the competition in the future. If you can't dig him up, then root him out completely. Many harbor vicious thoughts. Those who were able to enter government service stood with the government. I think that the final winner will definitely be him, unless something happens halfway through. You're telling me, aren't you, Tyler? A man asked casually, but there was no answer to him, so he turned his head to see Tyler staring blankly at the screen, a shifting expression on his face. And, Taylor? He called out again, but the other didn't answer him at all, as if he hadn't heard him at all. Tyler, what's wrong with you? Are you thinking about that pretty girl from yesterday again? He walked over and teased. The closer he got, the more he realized that Tyler's expression looked more and more out of place, like he'd seen a ghost. What happened? Did the leaders above arrange for another mission? Even if the task is tough, you don't need to show this expression. He spun around from the other side and came over to finally see what was on the screen. That's a picture of that one spaceship that was decrypted. The smile of this person who walked over immediately froze on his face, his eyes incomparably shocked. After the remaining staff members saw this expression on their faces, curious too. I said, what's the matter with you two? What the hell did you see? Wasn't it just the collation of information sent back from those exploration craft? Did you find valuable minerals somewhere? They all walked over. There was curiosity in his eyes. When they saw the picture on the screen, they were equally dumbfounded. Simply unbelievable. What is this picture? Where did it come from? Someone asked with a trembling voice. This computer is specialized in processing information collated about the information sent back from those probing vehicles in outer space. The message from where it was sent back naturally speaks for itself, but they still wanted to make sure. Voyager 1 sent it back. Taylor's voice trembled. Real? Sure. They still couldn't believe it, because the picture was so clear that it made them panic. They had previously found pictures of those suspected spaceships, all of them very blurry, and all of them had been rejected after sophisticated analysis. Here's a picture that Voyager 1 just sent back, and that was close to 18 hours ago. Taylor tapped the keyboard in her hands, decrypting the rest of the information. Because he was so shocked, he hadn't had time to decrypt any of the other information. Until now. As his fingers bounced, the message was finally decrypted. Alien artifacts discovered. Mankind is never alone. The tone of the words was tinged with exhilaration. It's the emotions that were in the minds of the compilers at the time. This piece of information was not compiled by the flyer itself. Rather, it's a program that was set up a long time ago. Once a specific scenario is encountered, this information is sent back to Blue Mercury. Upon seeing this message, there was a dead silence, and then the entire research center exploded with all of its personnel. Oh my god, finally an alien visitor. It looks like the spaceship is not big at this time. I don't know how many people are coming. If it's only this much, it shouldn't pose any threat to the blue water planet. I think we can make contact. What if the other side is just the Vanguard? No way. What stupid Vanguard only sent out one spaceship? If that's all the strength they have, they'll fuck him up right here. This is too violent. But if we keep him here, then our technology in Sam's country will always be in the first place. Countless eras ahead. What's a mere Yizhuan? This is a living spaceship. Either way, report it to the top first and let the top decide whether or not to make contact. Some people feel it's a crisis, but many more feel that this is an unprecedented opportunity. Just grab this spaceship. So, who else can surpass them technologically? Not at all. They were all inside the system and had heard rumors of Area 51. It was said to be a damaged ship. But here is a fucking ship alive. Soon after, they followed the procedure of declaring it to the top. The message was immediately blocked, directly to Madison, the top decision maker in Sam's country. Madison had been worried about Yuan. As a result, his mouth dropped open when he got the news. Give the order quickly. Probe where the spaceship came from. If the other side is strong, then talk about cooperation. If the other side is weak and still only has one ship, then leave it here forever. Operation Codename, Space Hunt. Chapter Madison's ambition seeks recommendation tickets. Sam's country promptly convened a meeting. Those in charge of the government as well as those in charge of the military attend the meeting. The top decision-making team in Sam's country. They, then, can decide the fate of Sam's country's future development. As for the show, it's already behind them. All the video information had already been taken over by a specialized working group for comprehensive analysis, and it was not necessary for them to worry about it. While it was important to create a potion that could cure cancer, the matter at hand was even more important. The news has been completely blocked. Even the staff inside the Aeronautics and Space Administration were put under a strict gag order, signing an agreement not to divulge information for 50 years. Fortunately, the dozen or so staff members were the only ones who saw the messages at the time. The workload is not particularly heavy. The meeting consisted of discussing how to deal with this one spaceship, although the directive has been given, but the specifics need to be negotiated. Madison looked at the few big men in uniforms with medals all over their chests. To be honest, he disliked these people. These men carry the scent of decay and are ensconced in the highest echelons of the military hierarchy. But even he had to bow down to these people because they represented a huge interest group in Sam's country, and they held very many of Sam's country's secrets. Even if some of them were secrets he had not been able to access in depth, because the chief decision maker will change, but they at the top will always be at the top and will not fall off the pedestal. So many secrets are only really known to them. Even the chief decision maker had to bow to them. A staff member has shown the pictures received and the information received on top of the screen. Madison said, "This is the greatest piece of information that the Aerospace Agency has just received, and this is the first time we have found active alien spacecraft that may very well contain the presence of beings like us. This ship is almost identical to the one we placed in Area 51. The one in Area 51 is completely locked down and a lot of the core information is unavailable to us. But even the ones we searched for are enough to make us a super technological power. If we can capture this one, we will renew our technological glory and be at the forefront of technological power forever, which would be progress across the ages." The more Madison spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the spectacle of Sam's country sweeping away countless great powers during his own tenure. By that time, what is the Woolly Bear Nation? In the face of alien technology, they're just ants. There is no need to fear their rise. Not to mention the fact that the Woolly Bear Nation is half dead and has lost its threat. Madison was frothing at the mouth. The several power holders in the military department, listening to his words, had expressions filled with deep silence and did not comment. It didn't even have to be Madison. They'd already gotten a first-hand account. Even several of them were involved in the construction of Area 51. They knew better than anyone how much potential the alien ship had, but they still had endless worries in their hearts. This spaceship is full of uncertainty and we can't be sure how dangerous it is. I take your opinion with a grain of salt. I think the best thing for us to do is to let nature take its course and leave it alone, lest he find out about us. Humans are too weak, and it's best if we don't expose ourselves without being able to determine if the other party is friend or foe. These bigwigs of the military department, you and I have a word for each other, but there are reservations about the whole thing. Madison was just seething with anger as she listened to the men. This rotten bunch of bureaucrats, already soaked in the tenderness, can't afford to come out at all. Without progress, how can we develop? The coldness in his eyes grew. If not for the fact that the other side had joined forces and had already grasped the vast majority of military authority, he had long ago replaced the rotten bureaucrats with his own. The opportunity is fleeting. If you don't seize it, where will you get such an opportunity in the future? His heart had been like ants on his arm, afraid that the spaceship would fly away if he wasn't careful. I don't agree with all of you. I think this is an opportunity for Sam's country to rise. Opportunities are fleeting, and if you don't take advantage of them, you will regret it. And we are not launching a frontal conflict against it, but we are probing it first and waiting for an opportunity. Madison spoke with some bitterness. These military departments looked at each other, sharing ideas with each other. Madison's mind relaxed a little after seeing this scene. These rotten bureaucrats should be swayed by his words. Soon, they then discussed out opinions. Agreed to send probe vehicles to probe the spacecraft, but not in-depth contact. Madison's mouth was full, but a sneer played at the corners. As soon as you loose your tongue, it's out of your control as to what happens then. After all, he is the chief decision maker. Soon the program began to develop. Several craft on a probe mission from the station began to fly toward the target point. Other side, Yuan has completed the invention of the key technology. The point of light lit up again in a big way. He put the rabbit back in its place and threw a couple more carrots in for it. If he hadn't come to the institute himself, I'm afraid they would have all starved to death before too long. And it's not like they can be released without a fight or they'll soon die in the middle of the city. Now that we've seen it, let's help them survive. Luckily, there was still a large amount of food stored inside the lab, which should be specialized in feeding these experimental animals. He took this food and added it to the animals. After doing so, he re-entered the lab and began to create the potion. The formula of the medicinal liquid required a large number of Chinese herbs, and each of them had been carefully selected and possessed a certain vintage, or else they would not be able to play a unique role at all. It is also subjected to precise proportioning as well as purification methods. If someone were to carry out the same production with him, as long as there was one mistake in it, the potion would definitely not be made. Countless medicinal liquids were also created by him and then absorbed by the battleship. The audience watched as the potions were made like cabbages. Eyes were glazed over. Every bit of it is worth a fortune. But they soon realized something was wrong. Those medicinal liquids created by Yuan simply didn't see much. But they didn't notice where exactly the potion had disappeared to even with their eyes wide open. What the fuck? What the hell? At this moment, in Yuan's mind, a beep sounded. Friendly reminder that the cosmic invading races have changed. Speed has increased, and will arrive at Blue Water Star in 30 days. Yuan. Damn it. 100 days became 30. Did you cheat? Ask for a recommendation. What about the whole 100 days that was promised? How is it that there are 30 days left when there are at least 90 more days beyond these days? It's just pulling the progress bar forward like crazy. Yuan looked at the light point of the universe battleship in his mind, more than half of which he hadn't lit up. This is a complete mess. What the hell? He couldn't help but burst out. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare to be so cruel. Who can have a good heart when it comes to anyone? What was a day's work now needs to be done in less than half a day. One donkey is not enough. At least 2 heads. He looked up at the heavens, and was going to ask, but finally sighed helplessly. It was better not to ask. The more he asked, the sadder he got. One can only focus on the task at hand. The Chinese herbs had been exhausted, and all that was left were herbs that could not meet the vintage requirement. And even if they were manufactured, they would be ineffective. The limit has now been reached. These critical technologies cannot be regenerated, so he had to do it himself. The audience watched with a look of heartache as the potions suddenly disappeared, having no idea where they had gone. Crap! So many medicinal liquids were created. Why are they all gone? It couldn't have been dumped directly inside the sink, could it? I just blinked and there's not even a bottom left for me. What can I say? All I can say is a few words about Bowl 666. Even if you give me a little bit, I can sell it for a heavenly price. It's really too much of a waste. Countless wealthy people look on with heartache. Although they possessed countless amounts of money, they simply couldn't buy such a precious medicinal liquid. One could only curse a few times in his mind. What the hell? After thinking about it, suddenly I realized that, TMD, it seems really remarkable. You can only build your own without the potion, but watching those officially released videos didn't do anything at all. Had to wait for when they were produced before they could use them, but they have the money to get the first batch. After thinking about it, this was the only thing that could comfort them a little. Yuan packed up his things and returned to the hotel. It had been a night of intermittent sleep, and even though he was 70% unlocked from his shackles, he would feel slightly tired. He yawned, and after taking a shower, he laid down on his bed and began to sleep. So the audience watched him sleep and thought, "You're finally asleep. We can't carry on if you don't sleep. We also stayed up literally all night to observe you, and recorded video all night for fear of missing a single detail." It turned out to be a lonely night of recording and nothing. It's a sin. Yuan slept until noon before getting up. In fact, he'd only gotten about 4 or 5 hours of sleep, ready to get up and work again. Now that the time has been shortened to 30 days, it makes it hard to even sleep. The future of Blue Mercury was now left to him to carry them all. He sighed. There was no way around it, though it was a very heavy burden. If he could, he would love to survive under the wings of the state and never have to deal with these headaches. What's more, these issues are not just headache-inducing. They're maddening, after all. It's the survival of a planet at stake. A single human life weighs as much as a mountain, let alone an entire planet. Galactic New Humanity is 70% unchained. Although it had not yet been fully unlocked, he had already experienced those power and spiritual boosts that he gained after the shackles were unlocked. If one day he is completely unchained, it's bound to bring a whole new level of change. He was now setting off step by step towards the limits of humanity. And if there was ever a day after he completely broke through the shackles, then an incredible scene would surely occur. He waited for that day. While he was eating, the sky grew cloudy. The weather outside the door was getting nasty. He looked up and saw out the window, and somehow the wind had picked up. The waves were raging in the distance. It seems that a big invisible hand is pushing them. The waves are starting to become puzzling and full of endless danger. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if the next moment was a torrential downpour. It's definitely not a good day. If you hide under the covers in this kind of weather with a movie on and snacks around you, it's definitely the best way to relax and feel secure in your life. However, these are only ideally good for him. He frowned. It was supposed to be a new challenge he was going to fulfill. but now it looks like this weather won't allow him to go out at all. You can only accumulate talent by exercising in the gym inside the room. It wasn't impossible to plan like that, but it was ultimately a deviation from his plan. Talents are good to accumulate, but he still wanted to unlock the shackles. Somehow there was a sense of urgency in his mind, as if the enemy had come around. If he didn't get strong fast, how could he talk about protecting the home planet? He looked out the window at the weather thoughtfully, then turned a split second to make up his mind. That's it. This one is bound to be unlocked again. Master, it is monitored that the weather is very bad today. An earthquake has occurred in the depths of the ocean and it is feared that a small tsunami will be triggered. Do you wish to travel? Yuan gave a start. Tsunami? He'd seen tsunamis in movies. There are tens and hundreds of meters of waves at every turn. Human cities are simply not enough in the midst of a tsunami and can be submerged in an instant. This inclement weather is indeed extremely tricky. If he tries to get out, it could mean a life-threatening situation. Giner, predict this tsunami. If I do tsunami surfing, will my life be in danger? Yuan asked. Ding. Simulation commencing. Probability of danger to the owner is 80%. Probability of escape is 90% due to the fact that the owner has accepted the yoke of catering to the new human 70%. Yuan listened to the figures. It still seems that the probability of encountering danger is very high, but so is the probability of one's escape. Now he's as strong as the one who can't be beaten. Unless in extreme danger. Well, dry up. He made up his mind in an instant. He opened his cell phone and searched for videos about extreme tsunami surfing. Extreme tsunami surfing. It's not just surfing. Rather, they continue to defy nature in the face of tsunami weather. The video is playing while he's learning. Consume 50 heavenly empowerment values to obtain the master level extreme tsunami surfing skill. He faced the winds of the raging waves as well as the dark, heavy clouds. The Wuling Honda took a nice dump and headed for its destination, leaving only a stunned audience of eyeballs. Yuan, what is this going to be? Is this going to get you killed? Chapter do whatever it takes to save him. Request for recommendation tickets. The audience looks at the weather outside. Thick dark clouds were deposited in the sky. An maddening pressure came upon them. A man standing under such a celestial phenomenon was as weak as sand and dust. Man can never fight nature. This weather is definitely a prelude to a storm. As soon as such a storm arrives, all ships are to dock and repair as soon as possible. For the weather at sea is unpredictable, and there is no telling when a new change may occur. Even ships of tens of thousands of tons. It is also possible to encounter unimaginable dangers inside this weather, because nature is just so cruel and powerful. Even a huge ship of tens of thousands of tons is just like an inconspicuous piece of sand in the middle of the ocean. So they simply couldn't figure out why Yuan wanted to go out in this kind of weather. In case it's a typhoon out the door, it's easy to roll him. Walking through the city in this stormy weather also presents endless dangers. At some point a billboard fell down. If you're unlucky, you'll get hiccups. Weather like this should be spent hiding inside your room watching movies and playing games. That's the way to enjoy it comfortably. Moreover, Yuan's value now was incomparable to before. In the past, even if he did a great job, he was just a very good young man. But now he had endless secrets as well as incomparably valuable secret recipes. In the eyes of many, he is already worth more than some Fortune 500 companies. The volume is not insignificant. If he dies, a lot of things can't be reopened to the world. Brian appears on the screen. The face was a little anxious. According to the weather station monitoring reports, unexpected weather conditions, a small earthquake has occurred within 100 kilometers of the island where Yuan is located. And this earthquake will trigger a small tsunami. And in conjunction with the storm, traveling in this weather will be a crisis like no other. The audience was in an uproar. A tsunami? The tsunamis they remembered were destructive. Although the island Yuan was on was large, if a real tsunami came, I'm afraid it would be submerged in an instant. Yuan's best method right now was to hide on top of a high building inside the city, instead of going out and running around. What's out there? There's nothing there. What are you running out there for? Is there gold to be found out there? They were all anxious in their hearts, especially those tycoons. If Yuan died, their hope would be gone. Although there are still 5, but who knows if they are reliable. The only source is still in Yuan. The Xia fleet that blockaded this area of the sea also seemed to have received orders from their superiors, who predicted imminent danger on the waters. After receiving the order, they began to slowly retreat. Luckily, there was an island within 30 kilometers of them that could serve as a temporary stopping place for them, and it was relatively close enough to be rescued at any time. In the middle of the conference room, the man in charge frowned as he looked inside the screen sub. Yuan, what the hell is he going to do? Now Yuan is like a baby. Absolutely do not allow him to have an accident. Once he has an accident, it will cause an incalculable blow to Xia. Also, the potion that can cure cancer hasn't been made yet. he gave orders to the fleet that was blockading the sea. The fleet is on standby around the clock and is at battle level 1. All ships are kept on high alert as well as in combat mode, and must depart at the first opportunity once ordered to do so. This is the task entrusted to them by the state and the people. Even at all costs, he had to bring Yijin back. This order passes the signatures of all principals, is listed as the first directive, sent down to the fleet. After the commander of the fleet received the order, he looked at the signatures of all the people in charge, and his eyes were incomparably grave. Yuan's importance had already exceeded the importance of a fleet. He must be brought back to live up to the hype. Yuan found a sailing store at Jiner's direction and got a windsurfing board. Then came the ever-changing beach. At this moment, the waves were raging, as if they could no longer contain their ferocity, and the sea became more and more frantic, raising a wall of waves higher than a person's height, seemingly wanting to swallow them up. The dark clouds in the sky met the waves. A glance simply could not touch the head, as if they had overlapped, full of regal air. Just by looking at it, it was as if it would be swallowed up by the endless sea. The waves are always full of something to be feared. Yuan, what the hell are you doing? He wouldn't really want to be able to survive inside a tsunami with this measly windsurfing board. I feel like he's looking for death. You guys see that he didn't even put on a life jacket. If once the boat capsizes, then inside the ocean, he will be instantly engulfed without even the possibility of surviving. I feel like he's really going to die in this wave. A wave that high rushing over, even drowning in it, would make one fearful and die in fear. No, he can't die. He still has the potion that can cure cancer on him. The show go save him. Countless people don't think highly of him at all, because this is a tsunami after all. Even if it's small, it's still a tsunami. This is a natural disaster that mankind cannot fight. And then at their exclamations of surprise, Yip-chan rides his windsurfing board directly into the sea. Enter the unpredictable sea to challenge the limits of humanity, the border between life and death. At this moment the winds and waves roar in heaven and earth. It seemed to signal his non-confrontability. It's death's mad horn. Yuan was fully concentrated on driving the surfboard to swim in the waves between heaven and earth. And under the crazy impact of the gusty winds and huge waves, his height reached a daunting point. The waves are one layer higher than the other. 3m, 5m, 9m. Yuan rolled forward step by step with the power of the waves, which lifted him up in the air and then threw him heavily as he turned in the air before landing on top of the waves again. Then take off again and again and again. Every single one of them was spent at the point of a knife. One misstep and he'd be lapped back onto the shore by the waves. Gradually the speed of the waves began to increase. Speeds have reached hundreds of kilometers per hour, one layer on top of the other. It creates huge waves that know no bounds. These waves lapped at the buildings along the shore, which had all been destroyed. Yuan simply couldn't slacken off or retreat. He could only advance. It's buying time with death. Every hesitation is pulling yourself towards the abyss. Only bravery and fearlessness can break through countless chains. Leaves of honor tumble over the waves. The tsunami also seemed to be completely enraged by him at this moment, and once again lunged at him with an unstoppable aura. It seemed to have opened a bloody mouth to swallow him completely in the endless darkness. Request for first booking. Request for monthly ticket. The waves are picking up speed. Due to this violent wind and rain as well as the effects of the earthquake, the waves have reached an all-time high. All of the ordinary buildings next to the coast were broken after being attacked by the waves, leaving only a few special structures surviving along the coast. These buildings wouldn't really be so fragile by any stretch of the imagination, but it's only built because of the special role it serves, and it hasn't been built with a lot of finesse. So the buildings were the first to collapse when the waves came crashing in. Yuan looked at the collapsed building and always felt that something was wrong. These architectural things were a little too fragile, like building blocks that had been put up and pushed all the way over by the waves. But he didn't think twice about it because he had never seen the power of a tsunami either. According to the narration inside the movie, the waves are just so powerful that any building will be pushed down and destroyed in front of the tsunami. The one giant ship left on the coast before, under the impact of the waves, crashed on top of the rocks. The impact of the waves and the giant ship, the impact of the giant ship and the rocks, instantly became the most blasting symphony. This tsunami is simply horrible. If I was in it I would have been swept away long ago. Yuan, is he challenging the waves raised by this tsunami? He's facing a tsunami of death, isn't he? It's too bad. All he can consider as a dependence is his small surfboard, and the waves are so fast. I'm afraid that the next moment he'll be smacked on top of the rocks and have his brain cracked. The weather gets worse at this time of year. The dense dark clouds in the sky began to crash wildly. The storm poured in a flash. It was as if the sky had shattered out of a giant hole. In this weather, even the greatest courage is worn out. Countless people's faces turned white. With such bad weather, even the rescue teams don't dare to go out to sea. One slip and they will be overturned. Yuan raised his head to meet the raging wind and rain. The body had been completely soaked under the erosion of the waves and torrential rain, and there was not a single piece of it intact. There wasn't even a hint of fear in his heart. Ah! He roared to the heavens, full of pleasure. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, traveling frantically through the downpour, battling the waves, tumbling and raging, each moment dancing on the tip of a knife, seeming to die the next. All the pressure he had been under for the past few days was all completely released in this moment. The sea became his catharsis. It was a scene he had never experienced before, and it was the scene of his dreams. The whole sea was rolling over like boiling water. One wave was higher than the other, and the highest wave already exceeded a dozen meters. Yuan's figure, in the midst of this tsunami, was just like an insignificant ant, only needing a wall of waves to be able to slap him to death on top of the coast. That's the power of nature. It's incredibly awe-inspiring. In the midst of the gusty winds and rain, those cameras controlled by the program also encountered instability. The dozens of cameras that had been mobilized earlier to follow him over there were now nearly half destroyed, and the remaining half was shaky, not knowing when they would be swept directly into the sea by the waves. The technical department of the program can only control those cameras and move closer to the coast. Look for cover or a gust of wind will pass and all these cameras will be gone. Yuan's figure gradually moved away. Only an approximation could be made out, and the vision was very blurred. The summer fleet was also on standby. Be ready to go anytime, anywhere. Watching the camera move away from him, the fleet commander slammed the table hard. TND, how do you make me look? Something goes wrong and it's too late to save. He also calmed his anger after a few angry curses. These are beyond his control. One can only stare at the screen as long as possible, ready to rescue at any time, even if it meant sparing this fleet to bring the other back, as the other might be worth far more than this fleet. He ordered the fleet to start jutting forward to another island. Close the distance. There would be a lot of dangers encountered along the way, but he simply couldn't care less. It depends on who the Lord really favors. Yuan's stance rolled over the waves, precisely controlling every point of impact as well as strength. Waves this high are incredibly dangerous even for normal waves, let alone this being a tsunami. It's more than 10 times more dangerous than the waves. It makes one's scalp numb and one's heart horrified. The waves rise one by one, 10 meters, 20 meters. It's already extremely dangerous at this height. Yi controlled the sails with unparalleled precision. Once a certain slip-up occurs, you're in an endless rut from which you can't climb back out. Yuan was on top of the waves, gradually pulling up in height before rapidly falling and tumbling. Everything is thrilling. If his choice of sailing surfboard hadn't been tough enough, I'm afraid it would have been ruined by now. Meanwhile his own calories are burning like crazy. In just over half an hour it had reached thousands. It's fucking fake. I'm already convinced. Is this still fucking surfing? This is like tumbling inside a pond of death. I've knelt on the keyboard and typed 666 with my legs. If it weren't for that sailboat surfboard that still exists under his feet, I'd always feel like he was transiting. It had refreshed their perceptions. Full of metaphysics. Not the atmosphere of those watching the video. As if a sneeze on their part could make the waves another meter higher. Yuan walked on top of the waves. There was not a single movement on his face at all. Only a face full of perseverance and bravery. Above the endless black clouds and huge waves, there was a young man, brave and fearless, roaming between heaven and earth. His figure could break the heaven and earth and enter the 9 ghosts, and the violent winds and rains could not make him retreat. He, the craziest brave man above the waves. This shocking scene will stay with the audience forever. It's impossible to forget. At some point, the sky began to clear. The waves are starting to level off. The 20-meter high waves began to slowly stop. The sea fades from the edge of the city. Everything was going to slowly return to calm. It was as if this storm and tsunami had been slowly erased from between heaven and earth by a giant hand of the forest, as if it had never existed. The sun comes out to brush up on its presence. Only the collapsed buildings and the huge ships that had been ravaged over and over again gave a sense of the power of the tsunami. Everything is gone again. Yuan was soaked to the skin and slowly made his way back to the beach. Even he had expended countless amounts of energy by now. Throw the sail over the side after hauling it to the beach. And his entire body lay on a boulder next to the shore, basking in the sun, soaked to the bone, his body aching from the torrential downpour. He took a big breath of fresh air. I wish I had a cigarette at this time of day. That thing? It's a head turner. A prompt sounded in his head. Ding! It has detected that the host has consumed 8,000 calories, converting them into 8,000 talent value. Ding! Galactic New Human Shackles unlocked 80%. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a monthly ticket. After hearing the electronic prompt, Yuan seemed to have a shackle in his soul that was once again lifted and burst. The body, which had been somewhat tired, was once again full of strength. Under the washing of the rain, his body was all soaked. The perfect body was presented to the public. The skin showed the healthiest color, and the abs were hidden. The whole person bathed in the sunlight, as if gilded with a layer of golden light. Viewers around the world saw this scene and were somewhat mesmerized. Many of the girls swallowed. IP-chun, you're quite handsome. I don't think I have a girlfriend yet. Then one should still have a chance. It's not too much to pay for his own dinner. Buffett's lunch still has a price on it, so I guess Yuan can do the same. Countless young rich women want to get into it. Many movie and television companies have already set their eyes on him, and when this matter is over, they must find a way to poach him and dig him into a movie and television company to make his debut. His current status Curiosity is not considered an official debut, but the world has memorized his look, which is the biggest traffic. After Yuan finished, he didn't move on to the next item. Instead, he turned around and continued on to the library, frantically feeding on knowledge. 8,000 in earnings would be enough to drive him crazy for quite a while. As his knowledge progressed, the points of light in his mind were rapidly being illuminated. It was as if everything had been wound up and the pace had been accelerated wildly. The audience watched as he quickly dove back into the library and began to read furiously. All went collectively silent. TMD. Are you a production bull? A donkey can't beat you. What's so great about those books? There's no Missy. Especially in the super tier 1 cities around the north. Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Their pace is already considered fast and ranks among the highest in the country. But in front of Yuan, that's a fucking brother. Just as Yuan was frantically feeding on his knowledge, in the middle of an endless void, the flying probes, in particular, were beginning their flight towards their set targets. They had accelerated with all their might, but their speed was insignificant compared to the vastness of the starry sky. In Sam's country at the NASA Research Center's task force, the dozens of crew members drawn out had locked on to the location of the spaceship. On the star map, the spaceship was positioned and was rapidly approaching them, and they realized that the other side was positioned closer to them. If they followed the previous location, it would take them several days even if they traveled day and night to get there to detect it. But now it's not even necessary, because the other side was getting closer to their position. The distance to the detector's location has been greatly shortened. Moreover, the other party was still approaching them, and if they followed the current speed now, I was afraid that it wouldn't even take a few days, or even a day, to be able to meet each other. To keep the picture stable, they went straight to the supercomputer. Since the Ridge, which was ranked first, had already called into the LAN where Yuan was, they could only use the strongest Apex supercomputer. Vertex Computers, published as the #1 computer ranking in Sam's country. It is currently ranked second in the world. Its computing power is capable of peaking at more than 2 billion times. It covers 2 tennis courts. It has the computing power of 2 million people sitting in an infinitely large stadium, each clutching a cell phone computer to operate. Hundreds of billions of photos can be transferred to the web every second. Computing power once topped the charts. This time the computer wouldn't have been invested in this at all if it hadn't been ordered by the chief decision maker. The Vertex supercomputer, along with other supercomputers, powered up together. The math is infinitely soaring, plus all that tech from the original one on top of the spaceship. It's already enough for them to stabilize the picture quality from such a distance. Previously, it was not wanting to consume too many resources, because every movement of a supercomputer represents an endless consumption of resources, not to mention the need to apply to various fields. It is simply not possible to draw dedicated to a particular field. But now, because of the peculiarities of the matter, countless supercomputers were called. Fire in the hole. Countless amounts of money are burning. They were waiting in silence for the moment when the two would meet. All of the detectors are equipped with self-destruct devices inside, making it impossible to get any usable information, even if they are caught. That's their preventative decision-making. But what they don't know is that people are coming for them. When they acquired the crashed spaceship from that time, their own position was revealed, even if they used countless jamming devices to make it foolproof. But in reality higher civilizations they can't even imagine. It's a descending blow. In the command room, Madison had excitement in her eyes. As long as the opponent can be captured, then he will be the most decorated of all leaders. And it's an actionable spaceship. No one will be unmoved. His name will ring through the history of Sam's country. A little bit of time passed. Smith, the leader of the special operations team, suddenly said, "It's coming. It's very close. The two will meet soon. We have to prepare ourselves mentally for the worst." His heavy voice rang through the command room. Everyone instantly came to their senses. They will witness historic moments. A point of light suddenly appeared on their screen. It's flying toward the probe. Smith gave his orders calmly. "Attention all. Begin calculations to capture the opponent's vital characteristics as well as information while simulating their appearance. The other side is just too fast and not very large in diameter at all. It's like a speck of sand in the middle of the universe, but they captured it anyway. In just that split second, the scan was complete. Information replenishment complete. Complete to begin analysis. Shape simulation initiated. Simulation successful. Start presenting the results of the analysis. With the added power of supercomputers, everything is analyzed in a flash. A mock-up of the same spaceship from earlier appeared on their screens. The spaceship bears a 60% resemblance to those often seen in science fiction movies, but it's also a lot different and full of futuristic technology. Madison and a few bigwigs from the military department looked at the spaceship and fell into deep thought, as this ancient spaceship should be of the same origin as the one they had captured. If the two were not connected, they refused to believe it to death. The ship is protected by a light source on the outside. The material is undetectable due to its protection, unable to detect the presence of life inside. The other party has not slowed down enough to determine if they have detected our probes. The other party is going so fast, about to break away from the probe's exploration, that we can't keep up. Requesting instructions on whether we need to continue tracking. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a monthly ticket. The crowd looked at the speeding away spaceship. For a moment there was silence. Only those numbers on the screen are bouncing around. Did the other side just not notice our probe? Or did the other side see it and simply ignore it? But it's also possible that there are no living creatures. The silence was broken by a query from Smith, the leader of the special operations team. The other party just left as if they hadn't even seen them. Those last words of his ignited confidence inside the command room, but soon fell silent again. Although their probe craft was very fast, it simply couldn't keep up with this spaceship in front of them. You know that their probe vehicle was made with a lot of information from Area 51, leading the world. But following this spaceship, its tail is still not visible. Even if you have the will, you can't do anything about it. You can only follow and eat dust. Madison is a little undeterred. It's a reflection of his record. Our probe craft can't even keep up with each other at top speed? Smith shook his head. Our energy power compared to the other party is not even in the same order of magnitude. Even if we accelerate to our fastest, we can't see the other party's back. Madison frowned and grimaced as she listened. If he can't capture it, then he won't be able to get this political achievement. And with a general election coming up soon, he won't necessarily be able to get into power. That's why he's even more desperate to do something during his tenure that will wow the whole of Sam's country. Several other military bigwigs' faces loosened after hearing Smith's statement. They belong to the conservative wing. It's for the best that both sides meet without incident, both after a simple test and without any effect on your side. Otherwise, in case something unexpected happens, it will not be worthwhile. This outcome is best for both sides. Madison didn't get the result he wanted and grimaced, pulling the door open and preparing to leave. But as he was about to pull the door open and leave, there was a sudden cry of alarm from Smith behind him. Wait! This spaceship in front of us is slowing down. Has it discovered the probe's secret? Madison's feet, which had been about to leave, lurched, then turned her head, looked to the screen. The red dot on the screen that represented the spaceship was slowly decreasing in speed, yet not suddenly plummeting, which made his face look suspicious. Did the other side find the detector? Or maybe there's someone inside this spaceship who's controlling it? This couldn't help but cause some panic in his heart. As much as he wanted to capture the spaceship, he would have to be wary if the other party was a factor he was unsure of. Ops leader Smith frowned slightly and gave the decisive order. Attention all departments. According to the plan to activate the plan, the detector upward self-destruct device into the activation state. To ensure that before the other side to capture the detector to self-destruct, must not leave any traces of the existence. The probe was still a long way from the current blue Mercury, and if it self-destructed, even if the other side suspected something, they wouldn't be able to find it at once. After all, the universe is vast. This is the safest option. Self-destruct device goes into activation. Must be commanded to stop self-destruct. Absolutely guaranteed safe. Started to analyze the speed of the spaceship. The analysis found that the speed of the other side is not suddenly decelerated, but is slowly decreasing speed. This situation is somewhat like energy consumption is too large. At its current speed, it'll reach the same speed as our probe in half an hour, and we'll be well on our way to catching up with it in an hour. After the results of the analysis appeared, Smith froze, and then there was ecstasy on his face. The opponent's energy consumption was too great, and the result was that he had to slow down. So is there another possibility of capturing it? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Immediately ordered, send a command to the probe to try this spacecraft again. Several military bigwigs frowned in the face of Madison's orders. Sir, will this rash pursuit lead to some unforeseen consequences? After all, the other party was not aware of us before. If there is an accident this time it will lead to very serious consequences. We can't afford it because we don't know the other party's origin. This is definitely not the result we want. Madison was very annoyed to hear these voices. Hate to throw them out the door. What he wants to do. These people will always stand up and stop it, with no regard for his feelings, let alone the future of the whole country, caring only about their own interests. At least that's what he thought of himself. He turned his head, his face unhappy. Gentlemen, this is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must take it. And the probe itself comes with a self-destruct device. It's a very safe test run, so please don't worry. A few military bigwigs looked at his expression and also put away the thoughts in their minds. After all, it is very unwise to offend a person in power, then fear that the man in power is going to step down. It's at this time of year that he's at his craziest, capable of anything. They compromised. Madison saw their expressions and smiled with satisfaction. Knew these corrupt and conservative military departments wouldn't play hardball with him. He turned his head to look at Smith. Start the test. Smith couldn't breathe a word, even though he was the director of NASA and had a high position of power. But these two parties in front of him could casually crush him, and getting involved in their vortex would only pulverize himself. He let out a breath and just acted as if he hadn't seen the scene of the argument in front of him, and turned around to have to warn the Cubs to keep their mouths shut. That's what gave the order. Stop the self-destruct sequence. All probe craft follow. Spread out and leave to ensure three-way independence, with probe craft number 1 in the center, executing the test protocol. After the command was sent out, all of the probe craft began to quickly follow. As luck would have it, the one spaceship in front of them was slowing down evenly, looking like it was running low on energy. Everything is natural and seductive. Half an hour later, the spacecraft ahead dropped to the same speed as the probe behind it. An hour later, the spaceship was caught up. As the spaceship was caught up, the command room fell violently silent, the only sound being the tapping of keyboards. Catch up, someone said softly. Next, it's time for validation. Except for probe vehicle number 1, the other two probe craft were already far away, making sure they wouldn't be captured. Even in the worst case scenario, there is enough time to self-destruct. The crowd subconsciously held their breath. The heart began to beat violently. Close, close, beyond. The speed of the spacecraft is still decreasing. The distance between the two sides is less than 1,000 meters. Speed this close is playing with fire. I will not allow others to snore beside my couch. By all rights, this close, the ship should have responded. Unless it was blind. But the ship was motionless. Flight 2 follow up, Smith ordered. No response. Flyer 3 follow up. He gritted his teeth and tested again. Still no response. Maintain speed and keep watching. Half an hour later, nothing was different. Madison stood up, her face flushed like she was on acid, and exclaimed with unbridled excitement. Draw it to me. I want it alive. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a monthly ticket. Hearing him give the order, those few old men from the military department tried to stop him again, but his eyes coldly swept over, and they could only swallow the words in their mouths inside their stomachs. They could see that no one could stop his current impulse. They sighed, and since they couldn't stop it, they did their best to cooperate. Eliminate all possible accidents. A 10,000-foot surge of pride also arose steeply in their hearts. They came from the same era in which Area 51 was founded, so let's add another fire to their belated deaths, and completely stoke that fire, stronger and bigger. They looked at each other. The old man with the most medals said on their behalf, "We agree with Mr. Madison's orders, and we will also make emergency plans to prevent any accidents that can happen." They then gave orders to the military headquarters. Operation Space Hunt. Dozens of new missiles were rolled out that were big enough to hit outer space. All are newly developed with unrivaled power, leading the world. Meanwhile, there are already destruction weapons in the destruction weapons launch base, ready to be projected. In the event of an emergency, if it cannot be reversed, weapons of destruction may be used. These weapons are enough to destroy a country. They just didn't believe that a spaceship with a diameter of less than 10 meters could withstand such a furious bombardment, because they had tested that it was impossible for a spaceship to withstand such a large dose of bombardment. For the ship they had once captured, they did not use destructive weapons, because if such a large dose of destructive weapons is used, even if the spaceship is blown up all the way, everything inside will be destroyed and nothing of value will be left. That's why they didn't take that option. But if something uncontrollable happens to this spaceship, they will prioritize the use of destructive weapons. This is the worst case scenario. They still try to want to take each other alive, because they had mastered the peripheral technology. If they could capture it alive, they would be able to easily open its outer hatch and be able to access more valuable things. After arranging all this, the uneasiness in their hearts was only slightly suppressed. If you can't get it, big deal. Destroy it. What we can't have, no one else can have. The ship slowed down to an order of magnitude when it finally stabilized and stopped losing speed. The three craft were running alongside the ship. In the mysterious and vast starry sky, it presents a different kind of beauty. The speed has finally stopped, and if it keeps dropping at this rate, even if it all stops, we'll have a hard time bringing it back, Smith said with a sigh of relief. In the stars, every resource was incredibly precious. Now it's basically certain that there should be no creatures inside, or that they've fallen into a deep sleep, and that the ship's energy has been depleted to a point where it's gone into a different mode, what we often refer to as a power-saving mode. Common sense would dictate that there should be creatures inside the cockpit of the ship, and there's an 80% chance that they're already in a condition, or may even be dead already. Now that we've gone through multiple tests and calculations, it is possible for us to get it. Smith flipped through pages and pages of information on the screen. These profiles have powerful algorithms as well as logic. After hearing his words, Madison's eyes exploded *** with light and said slowly, "So, are we allowed to bring it back? How long will it take? And the sooner the better. Every minute we put it off makes it more likely that another country will get the news. We have to have exclusive access to all of its information. That's how we can guarantee our uniqueness. Though Sam's country is dominated by one, but there are still so many countries that are watching. He is not invincible. In the face of great interests, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies." Smith nodded. "Its orbit is being calculated. If its orbit is far off, we're afraid we won't be able to capture it at great cost, but if it's closer we can affect it using probes." A picture was then displayed on the screen. The road map for it is marked above. Its orbital roadmap has been calculated, and we can begin to influence it at its closest approach. Its closest position to Blue Mercury is at. After Smith said this, the words suddenly speak two words, because where he pointed his finger was surprisingly exactly where Blue Mercury was located, which means that if nothing else, the ship should have ended up with its hand settling on blue water and nowhere else. Everyone swallowed hard when they saw it. Is this a coincidence or an accident? None of them dared to jump straight to conclusions. A strong uneasiness suddenly arose in their hearts now. "Mr. Madison, I need to run another crash test, and I hope you'll approve it," Smith said. Madison's mind struggled and seemed to ponder the pros and cons of doing so. Somewhat difficult to make a decision. After all, each probe craft is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and all it has to offer is a gorgeous firework. But after weighing the huge benefits left and right, he nodded his head. I agree. Several military bigwigs also commented. Things have come to this point. Living to watch a piece of fat meat. Cannot eat. Anyone cannot stand. I now order probe vehicle number 1 to enter self-destruct mode and crash into the ship. With his command, the message was put into place. Probe vehicle number 1 began to enter self-destruct mode, ramming into the spacecraft. With everyone jittery, a huge fire was born in the depths of the universe, wrapping the spaceship directly in it, and it must have been deafening to their ears if they could have heard the sound. After receiving a huge impact, the speed of the spaceship suddenly plummeted. Bathed in gusts of fire, the ship shook violently. The layer of protective substance on the surface dissipated quite a bit, but still did not collapse, and began to continue to replenish. To give it a period of time will certainly be able to return to the previous state. Everyone watched the ship warily, ready for anything. The airship was consistent and nothing else happened after the violent shaking, and they finally let go of their hearts. Threat neutralized. Probe craft ready for escort and cover. Follow it. Smith hammered away. He had expected the ship to be off course or even damaged after such a violent impact, but there was none at all. The other party was unharmed, and after breaking out of the fire continued to move forward. Everyone's face was filled with joy. It was a victory. Sam's country will once again lead the world. While everyone was rejoicing, hibernation been inside the ship. 8 pairs of eyes opened at the same time. Full of destruction. Request monthly tickets. The ship slowed down only because the closer it got to their sight, a command executed to conserve energy. It was their task to reach the designated place within the set time. They weren't the main combatants, just the vanguard responsible for laying down the monstrous cages. Everything else has nothing to do with them. The ship's intelligence brain had noticed the 3 probe craft when they arrived, but due to the instructions set, no response mechanism appeared. Just following the original instructions and waiting for the arrival of the larger force. Everything else can be left alone, lest there be any complications, because when the cage is laid down, it would be 1,000 times harder to get out again, an almost impossible task. Unless they had a heavyweight weapon of the same level of civilization, they could tear a hole in it. But this kind of heavyweight weapon is strictly forbidden even among civilizations, and only the most powerful ones can control it. So they don't think that this tiny low-energy civilization can control such a powerful weapon of importance. Everything is foolproof. Originally, according to the stated goal, they would have traveled to the perimeter of Blue Mercury before awakening, and then gathered information and waited for the arrival of the cage light net. But they didn't expect that these creatures of a lower civilization in their eyes would have such great courage as to directly detonate the probe craft. And the power contained in these probe craft was surprisingly so great that although it failed to break through the outer protective light shield, it caused a small part of their ship to be damaged, forcing them to have to awaken early. After they woke up, the bottom of their eyes were filled with endless killing opportunities. Beginning scanning. Detection craft of a lower civilization with some lethality. Energy fallout from the scout detected among the aftermath of the explosion. The probe is homologous with the previously captured probe, and the other party is radiating a disruptive substance in an attempt to confuse the information transmission channel. Calculations indicate that the creatures of that civilization, which have detected our presence, are annihilated or not. All of the other party's probe vehicles are not powerful attackers, only self-destructive, and the explosions generated by this probe cannot break through the defenses. Does it destroy all of the opponent's mechanisms? A test was quickly presented on their screens and in their minds. All the awakened anthropoids looked at each other, finally looking to their alpha captain. The ant people are not like ants. They just have the characteristics of ants and have actually drifted closer to humans, because the human body is the most perfectly grown and mobile in the universe. But all the same, it was only then that they suffered from jealousy. The alpha captain tapped the screen in front of him and looked out at the probe, pondering. Their intelligence was not as good as the ant queens, but they were not ignorant either. In the end, the leader of this squad did not order the destruction of all the probes. Their purpose is not to beat the bushes, although they were given the location of the target site. However, many situations are not detected and identified. Information needs to be recollected. So instead of ordering the destruction of the two probes, he just let it happen. He also didn't change the coordinates of his voyage. It was business as usual. Simultaneously, replacement parts for the ship were begun. After doing this, fall into a deep sleep again. The ship showed no signs of being out of place, and returned with the probe vehicle into the middle of Blue Mercury's intended orbit. According to the time projection, they would be able to pick it up in 3 days. The command room was festive. Champagne has been popped and is ready to celebrate. With this spaceship they had captured in place, there was a point of reference, and after decades of research, they knew the perimeter of the other spaceship like the back of their hand. The other side is because of damage crashes all locking up the system, causing them to struggle with every step of their research. A lot of things inside the airship had been damaged, and it was impossible to know what they were for. But this one ship still looked very healthy. It is of great research value. They got the potion of God from the spaceship that was there before. According to their research, by taking this potion, they are able to gain incredible power. If such a squad existed, it would be the world's worst nightmare. Then this kind of ship must also have this kind of potion inside. By that time, what's Yuan? What's Summerland? What's a woolly bear? They are the veritable rulers of the world, and the existence of all nations is subject to his nod. And he, Madison, will be forever recorded in the history of Sam's country. Become as famous as Washington in the history of Sam's country. He was already thinking about it. It seemed to see himself standing at the pinnacle of power. He raised his glass and looked around the room smiling broadly. Ha ha ha, I toast to everyone. To Sam's country. To freedom. Cheers. Other side. Yuan had already struggled to an unbelievable extent in the library. The light in his head increased rapidly. There were only supposed to be 4,000 or so points of light. With his crazy stacking, it had reached 6,000. The exterior design system is ordered full. The moment he tapped the full appearance design system, another prompt appeared in his head. Here we go. Yuan's eyes lit up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the key technology Tsonging alloy forging technology. Eyes. Finally been brushed out? As soon as this is done, it's one step closer to the system building out a cosmic battleship. 25 hours had passed from the time Yuan entered the library, and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. His talent is that there is no longer a single point left, and once again, it was all depleted. He stretched and walked out the door. He was getting really sleepy. The joy of sleep can never be experienced again. LOL. He had just opened the door to the library when he saw the setting sun outside, like the sky tilting with honey, piling up in the sky to create a spectacular and beautiful evening sunset. Especially on an island, this kind of evening sunset is even more gorgeous and beautiful. It's incredibly mesmerizing. Yuan's eyes were mesmerized as he watched these evening sunsets. It's beautiful. He seemed to think of his childhood, lying on the windowsill watching the sun slowly set in the sky. If the sky is so beautiful, don't let the invading races ruin it. Otherwise, where would one go later to see such a beautiful evening sunset? He took a soft breath. Just get in the car and start it up. In his mind, Jenner had already found a complete roadmap for him. His target, the Balu Industrial Park. What he needed at the moment was a machine shop where he could do the machining, and the industrial park had everything he needed. The crowd was talking. Yuan, what is this going to be? The place he went to was an industrial park? What's going there? The crowd was as puzzled as they could be when they saw his back. Yuan, how many secrets are hidden? Request monthly tickets. Yuan found a machine factory. It's not big, just a small metal smelting and crafting factory. He parked his car and walked inside. Most of the equipment inside was intact, but the people had disappeared. The inside still retains signs of use. Yuan had a burst of emotion, and he didn't know what mood these people were in when they hurriedly withdrew. Viewers around the world watched as he walked into this factory and had some eye-opening moments looking at the equipment in the factory. Fuck me. The program is still bullish. The factory was moved as is. It's so damn domineering. It's a small factory, but it has everything that should be there. A complete chain of production. Knowing how many small countries don't even have such a small industrial chain, the show is still very bold. But what I'm more curious about is what Yuan is doing here. Yuan realized after strolling around that the factory had no electricity. He found the main electrical box and tried to start it, only to have the electrical equipment not respond after starting. I don't know where it tripped either. Yuan touched the equipment next to him. There was still the presence of water stains, probably because of the pouring rain that fell a few days ago, which made the factory get into the water, leading to malfunctions in the electrical equipment. So even after the power is turned on, it won't start. The electrical equipment is failing. It must be that heavy rain we had yesterday. This is no good. So I guess we'll have to go back again. It's electrical equipment. He can't be dabbling in that. Then I'm really convinced. Yuan did not let them down. The fact that Jiner was so powerful quickly manifested itself in this regard, as the factory was having all of its facilities checked over, quickly finding the trouble spots where problems existed. The failure wasn't much of a technical problem. It was just that the rain and storms had caused the part to go out and it needed to be replaced. It's a good thing when you find the problem spots. Yuan learned so much electric power information in his mind. It is simply an expert in this area, a small problem. It is not difficult to defeat him at all. Soon he began to catch on. After knocking down the electric switch, he went straight to work replacing the parts. And his skillful speed puts how many old men in the electrician's world to shame. It's a fucking jack of all trades. It's got everything. It's almost like kneeling for the big guy. It's not the repair that's hard. It's finding the point of failure. Some of the faults were hidden so deep that they basically tore down the entire plant and probably haven't even been found yet. They also heard the order from Yuan's mouth. Envy in the eyes. Look at people. This is called artificial brain, the product of the future science fiction. Seeing those so-called AI at various launches is not even a fraction of what people are capable of. It's just artificial retardation. After Yuan quickly replaced the equipment, he pulled down the electric switch, and all the lights in the whole factory came on. The power equipment returned to normal, and everything entered a state of smooth operation. He had all the recipes memorized in his head. As long as there were materials, what kind of metal he was able to build. And the metal material to be built this time was the metal for the appearance of the spaceship. Incredibly important. This specialty metal is extremely durable. It has incomparable resistance to cold, heat, high temperature and corrosion. It was more optimized than all the metals on Blue Mercury, and at least a few hundred years ahead of the game. This metal can be used in a variety of fields, all of which will be qualitatively improved. And one particular advantage of this metal is that it is very resistant to compression and high temperatures, and at the same time it has to be tough, perfect for war defense. He had read many books on metal making as well as metal smithing techniques. One has such a large and fully productive metal smelting system right in front of one's eyes. Forge craftsmanship is not even a problem for him. As a metal smelting factory, there was a huge warehouse, and when Jiner scanned the terrain of this place, he had already marked this place in his mind, and he followed the trail to find the warehouse of metal ores. On both sides of the warehouse were stacked all kinds of various types of ores. Not many, but a very complete variety, more abundant than some large factories. Another gasp from the audience. I can't believe there are so many ores. Is the show coming to an exhibition? I have to say, the reproduction is unreal. That said, this city was just carried over from an ordinary city in Xia, right? And a certain percentage of reduction was done. So how many kinds of ores and how complete the classes are inside the original factory? It's simply unimaginable. Is this the strength of a technological power? Yuan began to select the ores based on those in his mind. Lead ore, magnetite, hematite, malachite, diamond, laterite. There are more than 30 kinds of ores in total, large and small. He had thought that he would not be able to find such a complete range of ores in such a small metal smelting plant. As it turned out, he didn't expect to be able to find a copy of all the materials in here. And he couldn't use much material himself. These were enough for his use. What's he going to do with so many kinds of ore? He wouldn't want to smelt metal, would he? Smelting metals? Does he know how to do that? You know that in ancient times a talented person who could smelt metals would also be valued immensely by any monarch, no matter how much they speculate. There are more than 30 kinds of ores arranged around Yuan. According to this kind of performance in his past, it was definitely not a fake. Maybe there will be another amazing one coming out soon. The crew was the fastest to react, and the technicians had already called in quite a few cameras to completely surround him, recording all of his behavior frame by frame in 360 degrees without any dead angles, and then began to analyze it. The rest of the audience reacted and then started recording, but the crew had anticipated their behavior. It directly switched off the viewpoints of the other cameras, leaving only one viewpoint for them, and from their viewpoint they simply couldn't see all of those operations Yuan had done. WDNMD. Can you be a human being? Programmer? You want everything for yourself, don't you? Dare you to open up all video access to us? What we mimic is definitely better than you. The show's crew faced the internet curses as if they didn't hear them, letting them curse and say whatever they wanted. Anyway, I don't give a shit. Bite me if you can. Yuan didn't do it himself anymore. He had already picked out these ores already and put them on top of the manipulation table. Computers were taken over as a matter of course. How degrading it would be to have to do everything yourself. With Jeaner by her side, it would be a waste not to put such an AI to good use. After Jeaner took over the computer, all the programs began to start automatically, and the production line regained its former vitality. All streamlined and unstaffed, the metal smelter rattled as the crowd stared in disbelief. Start making that future Cthulhu alloy. Request monthly tickets. All streamlined operations are all intelligently manipulated. It is many times more accurate than the previous set program for automation. Yuan's mind that Songying Core Technology Information Jeaner has already obtained all the information input into the factory's computer system. The ore is in place. All proportioning methods are precise to a fault. Countless pieces of machinery began to start. The metal smelter is hot. It was completely impossible to see that it was empty inside, and there was no one at all except Yuan. Everything is so lively yet silent, well organized yet cluttered. The result is a highly dynamic piece of mechanical beauty. One by one, the ores are dissolved and refined, and reproportioned in unerringly precise proportions, all done in a mechanical operation. Jane's presence ensured that his ration was foolproof. In fact, this is the most difficult step. As long as the ratio is slightly wrong, material will produce irreversible changes, cannot achieve the original effect. But the hardest step was the easiest to achieve in his eyes, and Yuan, after finishing this, started moving frantically in place again. The crowd was a little dazed at the sight of it. Are you addicted? As the recording went on, suddenly, the show started to get awkward. The recording video in his hand also stopped. They suddenly realized Yuan's operation was all done by mechanization, and many of the steps they simply could not see the changes in the way of proportioning. What's the point of recording? Recording my ass. What's the point of knowing there's so much material? Can't you just release the recipe to the world? Really? No dedication at all. The audience was extremely dissatisfied, and they were extremely dissatisfied that they couldn't get Yuan's formula. Are all Xia people so greedy? No dedication at all. This is personal heroism. Only care about themselves, but not to publish the formula. You know, if the formula is published, the world's scientific and technological strength can be enhanced. How much? And how many people can die less? But Yuan is so selfish. I'm not jealous of him either. I'm just looking out for all of humanity. If we get these formulas, the world will be turned upside down. That's right. This metal smelting technology is also even if the previous medicinal liquid that can cure cancer is not published. How can a person be so selfish? Doesn't he realize how many patients are waiting for his medicinal liquid to cure them and save their lives? It is said that the people of Xia have an old saying that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and I don't think he matches that at all. Not a bit of humanity. And you're still elected number one? I'm not convinced. One who can't eat grapes and says they're sour. In the spirit of jealousy and selfishness, she began to attack Hang Yihan violently. This is blatant moral abduction. They couldn't afford to mess with the 5 greats. But could they not afford to mess with a small Yuan? He's just a pathetic guy living in a screen. Even if he manages to win first place one day, he'll still have a life to get money and no life to spend it. I'm afraid that right after he came out, he was captured and experimented on by various countries, squeezing out all the secrets, and maybe there was his home country in there. The less they get, the more jealous they become in their hearts. The burning fire of jealousy was about to consume them. The Xia audience watched as they speculated about Yijin with such malicious minds. It's really pissing me off, especially when the words they utter are like spit coming out of a dog's mouth. It's thick, smelly and disgusting. These people are just a bunch of idiots. You people who stand on the moral high ground and accuse others, have you done a good job yourselves? Yuan is not doing well? Is it the best way to live to speculate about others inside the deep, dark gutter like the bunch of trash you are? If your morals are so noble, then donate all your family assets. What's the point of standing there and talking? TMD, a bunch of idiots. The fire in my heart is going to be aroused by you. It wasn't that they were uncivilized, but the face that the other party put on was simply disgusting. They had never seen such a disgusting person before. If they could follow the screen over to the chopping block, they would have been there long ago with two big knives on their backs. What people invent is theirs. It's a favor to give you. It's only proper not to give it to you. If you don't get it, you're just cursing there. Who do you think you are? That everyone has to feed you and provide for you? You guys are pussyfooting around here and you want to whore yourselves out? Bunch of whimsical big SBs. Under Jiner's powerful maneuvering and precision, everything is foolproof. The most important thing that Xia focuses on is the industrial system, for fear of falling behind in any aspect. That's why it's always been ahead of others in this area. With all modern equipment, it is also with such powerful modern equipment that the speed is greatly reduced. Countless small countries are envious. If their countries have such a powerful modern equipment and industrial system, they would have already skyrocketed. It didn't take long for the Cthulhu alloy to be fully fabricated by the time one cycle of his campaign was over. After manufacturing the finished product, Jiner also very kindly polished and sanded the alloy metal of the book bag-sized alloy that had just been produced. With a burst of water vapor evaporating, the new Cthulhu alloy was held out in front of him by a mechanical arm. Yuan reached out and stroked it, as if he were caressing his lover's skin. Something so delicate. What man doesn't like it again? Jane, thank you. You're welcome, master. Yuan reached out and picked it up. The metal carried a faint blue color, like a mysterious aura was flowing from the surface, and the thickness was no more than 2 or 3 millimeters. After the outside audience saw the scene, trying to analyze what material it is, it can't be analyzed at all. There are so many materials that resemble it that it's impossible to tell which one is favored. More than 30 minerals create an alloy that no one can analyze. It was a brand new type of alloy metal they had never seen before. Let the testing begin. Yi Jing left a faint sentence. Yes, master, Jiner answered. The mechanical arm carried the piece of alloy cladding towards a mechanical console on the other side. This was produced so quickly? This is the industrial system of my summer country. How is it? Bullish or not? Crap. What is Yuan doing? Is it going to be a test? I'm a little curious as to what kind of method he would use to test it. A hammer? An axe? Don't be so primitive. Maybe they've already found an artillery piece to power bombard it with. This metal flake he's creating looks so thin. It won't just explode upon testing. Ha ha ha, that might be possible. But when they saw the final location where the piece of alloy had been teleported over to, their mouths fell open in disbelief. What the hell is this thing? How could such a thing appear inside such a small metal smelter? In other small countries that don't have a single one of these things in the whole country, you guys have one set up in your ass. You guys are cheating. Where's the justification for this? It's a sin. Request monthly tickets. The crowd looked at the large machine that was over 10 meters tall. You can fit an egg in your mouth. Isn't this fucking thing a giant die forging hydraulic press? Giant die forging hydraulic press is a national treasure symbolizing the strength of a country's heavy industry. High-end hydraulic presses are almost never sold to the public. At present, more than 40,000 tons of giant die forging hydraulic presses. Only 4 countries have only Sam's country, the summer country, the hairy bear, Gaul. Each giant die forging hydraulic press is a national treasure. It is a reflection of the country's strength and a strategic equipment. It represents the industrial as well as military strength of a country. You've heard of a country aiding railroads, aiding highways, aiding ports, even aiding weapons abroad. But have you ever fucking heard of assisting a heavy industrial system from the outside? Still smart from the summer back in the day, the old Maoist asked the Summerland what it wanted. Money for money and food for food. It turned out that Xia wanted nothing else but the production lines for heavy industry. With this one heavy industry production line started from nothing and built a huge business. It is estimated that the old Maoist, in his heart, regret all want to smack his own face. Make your hands dirty. This giant forging hydraulic press is an important pillar within the heavy industry system. Although the hydraulic presses inside this plant are not that national treasure, they should not be underestimated. They counted the zeros on the top surface and there were more than 4. This is a hydraulic press of over 10,000 tons. It's basically restricted for export. The only ones that can be exported are those in the hundreds and thousands of tons. Those above the 10,000 ton level are possible, but they all have a number of constraints. They are almost unable to express their feelings in words. Let you copy the original proportion. You really copy the original proportion TMD. First of all, Do not say that this level of hydraulic machine is not your small factory can have. Even if you can have this kind of thing, also do not copy the original proportion over in some place with a very high level of secrecy. The summer technician looked at those comments on the screen with a dumbfounded look. Didn't he say that you guys are responsible for the ratio? We're just doing exactly what you guys said we do, yeah. Now it's our fault. Shouldn't something like this be common? You guys didn't? Oh, that must be your problem, not ours. Soon, the engineering program had passed the alloy sheet to its final position, and the robotic arm transferred the alloy sheet under the 10,000 ton hydraulic press, positioned and ready to test. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a thin sheet, and you're testing it with a 10,000 ton hydraulic press. Are you still a human being? The power of a 10,000 ton hydraulic press is equivalent to the pressure of 1,000 ton trucks on the flat surface of a desk. What doesn't give out and crush? It's no use having an iron head. And you ended up throwing flakes on it? Kneel for the big guy too. They seem to have seen the flake break into a million pieces. In the midst of their astonished gazes, the hydraulic press came down hard. Countless people let out a gasp. They don't feel that such a thin sheet can survive the intense pressure of a hydraulic press. They have seen so many experiments with hydraulic presses on the internet. There's even a joke on the internet that says, "Since I bought the hydraulic press, it's just me and the hydraulic press in the house." Hydraulic presses are pressed onto thin sheets of alloy. The lines are not moving. It seemed that those pressures just now couldn't do it any harm at all. The pressure gauge next to it kept increasing the pressure like crazy. And the pressure increased like crazy. The crowd's teeth were a little sour as they looked at the thin slice of alloy that was holding on. They were really afraid that the slice would just shatter and shoot out in all directions like the fragments of an artillery shell. Then Yijin would be in incomparable danger. However, the alloy sheet surprisingly held up, even though the hydraulic press is more powerful. The flake remained unmoving. The numbers next to it are going up like crazy and it just won't stop. The numbers have skyrocketed into 4 figures, to the point where the pressure of that number is such that almost some of the things that can be commonly found in nature can't survive that pressure. If a person was subjected to such strong pressure, they would probably instantly shatter and become a mess. Even diamond, which is known for being a hard substance, cannot survive this kind of pressure. A test of this caliber stunned a field of eyeballs. Naya, a 4-digit level of pressure couldn't crush such a simple flake. What the hell is this thing? That said, isn't it true that the harder a substance is, the more dangerous it is when it comes under pressure? Like diamond, which, although it's extremely hard, is also particularly prone to chipping. Then what the hell is this alloy flake in front of us? It doesn't make sense at all. I just want to know how the hell he made such a hard substance. Yuan stood 5 meters away. Even he didn't feel safe at this distance, because how you look at it and how you feel that the thin piece of alloy is at its limit. Debris of this magnitude flew off. It was stronger than shrapnel. He might have been shot into a hornet's nest if he had stood close, but it just won't break. Yuan actually didn't have much of a bottom in his heart and could only ask Jeaner, will the Cthulhu alloy thingy still hold up? Master, although the alloy flake has reached its limit, it's able to hold on for now. Please look at its state. Hearing Jeaner's reply, Yuan was also confused. If you're at the end of your rope, why are you still able to hold out? After he saw that real-time motion picture of the emergence of the Cthulhu alloy flake appear on the computer controlled by Yuan, he finally understood why. On that real-time motion picture that Jane simulated, the alloy flake is really at its limit, because even if it is the hardest substance, under such tremendous pressure, couldn't afford to come down either. The pressure gradually increased as the alloy sheet had dented. When every time a dent appeared, then a new substance filled over it. It's like it's constantly flowing, constantly breathing. For every injury that occurs, countless substances automatically fill in, like a man who can never be killed. As long as there is a trace of matter, it can be restored. Although the flake is not quite that way, it already has that characterization. As long as it can't be destroyed in an instant, then it will have to remain under the power of what he can do to repair himself. The audience also saw the motion picture presented on the computer. Naya, that's the reason such a small piece of flake can hold up? Crap, is this alloy alive? Or does it breathe? This is like immortality. If only humans possessed such an ability. Countless greedy eyes looked at the thin piece of alloy that was only the size of a book bag. Just give them a little and they might be able to analyze it. The appearance of this alloy will revolutionize the world. Countless things will change as a result. If it's just hard metal, that's fine. There are some means to do it after all. But metals that are incredibly hard and still able to breathe like humans and even repair themselves are beyond their time. It wouldn't hurt to start a war if we could get something like that. With a loud bang, the alloy shards were finally crushed. But instead of bouncing off, it crumbled within a meter around the hydraulic press, showing how strong a toughness it still possessed under the strong pressure. A prompt had also sounded in Yuan's head. Critical technology Pale Eagle alloy production is complete. Appearance design system all points full. Request monthly tickets. Yuan walked over and picked up all the pieces, casually tossing them aside. In his eyes these were just experiments and could be discarded at will, but in the eyes of others, this was priceless. Even a random piece was worth a fortune. But for him, the critical technical points that had already been made and lit up the battleship were useless. Besides, they were just experiments. Each fragment of the alloy that crumbled was incomparably sharp, comparable to some divine blades, and in addition to being incredibly hard, these alloy pieces are also incredibly tough. And this great toughness makes it feel very moldable. The stronger it meets, the stronger it is. The more something with immense damage hits it, the stronger the defense it can show. He was picking up the last piece when the sharp, beveled surface of the blade cut right through his palm. The audience hissed when they saw this. Some of them couldn't bear to look into his palms. An alloy this sharp was capable of causing unsuable wounds even if it gently cut across the palm of the hand. Not to mention the fact that on the beveled side of the blade it had chipped. There were many barbs that were able to bring down a large swath of broken flesh. However, Yuan's palm was still white and flawless after being scratched by the incomparably sharp shards. Yuan let out a soft eep and brought his palm up. Those hands of his were white and flawless, extremely smooth despite being a man's hands. Probably no one will ever know how much power lies behind these very thin-looking hands. For some reason, he always felt that after the shackles were unsealed, his skin became smoother and fairer. Could this be one of the changes that come with genetic unlocking? At the moment, there was a faint mark on his hand. He laughed softly. It's still pretty sharp, and it managed to leave a white mark on my hand. Crowd. Damn. Are your hands made of iron? A shard that sharp doesn't even qualify to leave a gash in your hand. Only a white mark. This thing, it's a fucking fake, right? Yuan casually threw the alloy pieces to the clutter pile. The splinter cut a graceful trail, directly chipping away a large portion of the wooden table that was in its way. Crowd. They take a look at the piece of alloy. TMD. You're playing me. A piece of meat couldn't be shaved, and you ended up shaving a corner right off a piece of wooden table. Are you playing with this? They looked at the pieces of alloy that had been casually discarded in the miscellaneous pile and wanted to rush into the screen to get all of that alloy out. If you don't want to use it, you can leave it to us. This stuff is worth more than gold. Quite a few organizations and countries had already set their eyes on those alloy fragments as well as those medicinal fluids he had produced earlier. They knew that under so many cameras, taking Yuan away was a very unrealistic problem, especially since the program has the handiwork of 5 major decision-makers from the Coalition for Human Destiny behind it. I'm afraid they'll be shot down before they even leave the island after they've captured someone. But if I can't arrest anyone, I can steal something, right? You don't let people steal your garbage anymore? With 1 or 2 pieces missing, they didn't believe that Yuan would be able to discover it. When all is said and done, they don't lack money, they don't lack technology, they lack people. The only thing to watch out for is that they can't reveal their country or organization or they'll attract insane retaliation. That's a good idea. Find mercenaries and agents. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. Those thinking of coming for a summer job, forget it. TMD. Can't afford to feed these people. A few powerful countries together, looking for a gang of mercenaries and agents who are not afraid of death. Through intermediaries, support them a large number of weapons and money. Get a piece of alloy the size of the palm of the hand. It is 10 million US dollars. I'll pay you as much as you screw. The underworld is going crazy. A piece the size of the palm of your hand is $10 million. If we get them all, it's going to be a $100 million run, and supposedly reimbursement of round-trip travel expenses. Where can you find such a good thing? Many people bought overnight standing room-only tickets directly to the gathering point to meet. Naturally, the winds of the underground world cannot be hidden from the number 1 chair in Sam's country. But Madison, the chief decision-maker of Sam's country, sat leisurely in his office sipping red wine, as if he was not the least bit worried about how much of an impact Yuan's invented alloy would have on this entire world. The chief of his staff corps, Austin, was beside him, but he was a little anxious. Mr. Madison, I've received news that there are quite a few countries and organizations that spend a lot of money to hire mercenaries to go with agents to steal Yuan's alloy, and I'm afraid that it will have a strong impact on the entire social order if they are allowed to research it first. Madison smiled slightly as she listened. His face clouded over and he poured him a glass of red wine instead. Don't need to be so anxious. The universe ship that we have obtained that below is the real treasure snow district of Yuan. What is it? Just a guy with better luck. Besides, those countries and organizations won't be left without a trace as long as they take action. Even if they get it, they'll have to share it with us. So what if we let go of some of the restrictions for them? It's not like we're the ones with the headaches. It's Xia. Here he gave a sudden lurch, full of cruelty road. Xia, That's known as a forbidden place for mercenaries. After saying that, he didn't really want to bring up the subject, shaking his head to shake those thoughts out of his head, raised his glass. Come on, let's drink to the coming technology, the coming future. Inside the metal smelting factory, all the production lines run day and night. Construction began feverishly. Those sorting robots that existed inside the factory were invaded by Jenner, directly modifying the programs inside and upgrading them. There were no hardware tweaks, just some software upgrades, but the efficiency was more than a dozen times faster. Countless ores are smelted on the production line. Countless Cthulhu alloys were created. All the spectators are drooling at the alloys. It's all about the money. Madison saw the scene before him, though his mind was full of not caring. But the hands were also shaking slightly, obviously irritated. If these alloys were to spread to the world today, it would cause a strong impact on the social order, and they might even lose their position as the world's hegemony. However, it was no longer possible for him to assassinate Yuan now. That area is all but sealed off. No one can get in or out. Jealousy has turned his face away. These annoyances kept him on the edge of his seat, and he had to call the NASA directorate to inquire about the progress, which made the face look a little better. Not long after, quite a few silhouettes appeared around the piece of island where Yuan was. Each one is a renowned mercenary, armed and powerful. All kinds of forbidden weapons are out. Even if they were discovered, they were confident that they could kill their way out. For a while, the island where Yuan was located had become a target. Request monthly tickets. This sea has been considered almost the farthest reaches of the Summerland. In a disputed land, even Xia, despite sending a powerful fleet here, did not blockade the borders in consideration of international influence. Only the surrounding waters next to the island were blocked, so that led to those mercenaries having to figure it out from the other side. The country of Annam, while not small in the traditional sense, is not at all dominant in terms of military equipment. Where to stop these elite mercenaries? Therefore, the country of Annam is like a hornet's nest, leaking everywhere, and the people in power in the country don't even dare to stop these mercenaries even if they know they want to smuggle them across the border. They weren't the ones who got hurt anyway, and it's idiotic to do something like that when you're losing so much money for no reason. If you pass, I won't lose a piece of meat anyway. As for international impact, what did you say? I can't hear you. The vast majority of these mercenaries are retired from the special forces, and at one point even started a war in the non-region. The countries and organizations that hire them are looking at this. All of these people have seen blood and are not afraid of death at all. Not like those lesser soldiers in your own country. You can get a replacement for all the training, says you. Tennessee. Money can make these people crazy. As soon as this order is made, then they will be able to retire and achieve complete wealth freedom. But they weren't reckless, and how powerful Xia was could be reflected in its international status. This was the only one who had beaten all 5 of the major decision makers of what was once the League of Human Destiny, and had even pulled one of them down, beaten them half to death, and put himself in his place. A veritable ruthlessness, tougher than any other country in the world. Tough on the enemy, tougher on yourself. It was with the lure of these hundreds of millions of dollars that they dared to give it a try. And they've heard that there's a tradition in the Summerland of handing over a gun and not killing it. That's why they learned the Summer language I surrender before coming here. Just in case. Some of the prudent ones even have that engraved on their backs. I'm afraid that I won't be able to pronounce the words correctly and will lose my life for nothing. So when the time comes, if you are in danger and surrounded, then take off your clothes. Just show the words on the back. Kneel on the ground and hand over your gun and you will be able to live. None of them dared to cross the state line for the time being, and hid on this side of Annan Pass. A sort of insurance policy for themselves. They were well prepared for this theft. According to the old saying of the Summer Kingdom, it was the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their abilities. Some think about landing from the air. Some thought of using submarines to invade directly from the sea. There are even some under-resourced ones thinking of swimming directly from the bottom of the ocean with oxygen tanks. Some even tried to use the gap to rush through. Because of such a huge sea, the blockade fleet was not enough, divided into a dozen small units to blockade, but there were always gaps that existed, giving them a chance. You can't break in anymore. Only these approaches can be utilized. The mercenaries with access had already begun to think of a way out. Those without could only see others getting rich. There was a wave of wind and tide. The Summer Fleet commanders had long since realized they were massing. He came here with a major political mission. It is absolutely necessary to ensure that Yuan's life can only be foolproof without any accidents. Otherwise he'll die 100 deaths. Especially after Yuan discovered the unknown metal, the important sword. He couldn't wait to stop the program immediately and rush into the island to protect Yuan out. That's the only way to make sure nothing goes wrong. But he couldn't do it without an order from above. This military exercise was fully loaded with ammunition, with hundreds of large missiles alone. Smaller ones are even more numerous. If the mercenaries on the other side of the coastline want to pick a fight, just cross the red line and you'll get a missile wash in a minute. Let you know what the aftermath of the underfire phobia is. But those on the other side have also learned to be smart enough to know that they can't turn around by breaking in hard. And they don't come at all. It was a pang of regret to see him. Why don't you come at me? He wanted to test the power of these newly invented missiles. Not to his disappointment, soldiers soon reported sightings of unidentified objects on the seafloor and unidentified objects in the air, suspected of smuggling islands. The conductor smiled coldly. Grandma, it's finally here. My hands are itching. Just the right amount of fire to vent, with no place to vent it. Since you guys are here, let a brother have a good time first. Attention all combat units. Enter combat level 1. Missiles unlocked and in launch mode. Report the situation to command for orders. The people up there aren't ambiguous either. The chief decision maker gives instructions. If there is no permission, just cross the red line and after 3 ineffective warnings, order direct destruction. Both airplanes and submarines can be destroyed. After receiving the reply from above, the commander instantly dropped his heart and began to give orders in an organized manner. The fleet changed in an instant, turning into a tiger that chose to eat. It doesn't matter whose vest you are. Come and die. In order to ensure that they weren't detected, they were actually still a long distance away from the island where Yuan was. Missiles washed the floor and nothing should happen. Within so many huge mercenaries, the most prestigious was the White Bone Mercenary Corps. The battles they have fought have numbered in the hundreds, has subverted the regimes of more than a dozen small countries. There have also been inhuman massacres, killed thousands of unarmed civilians. It can be described as prestigious and legendary in the non-region. They were the most confident of all the mercenaries, because he would have been a white glove for one of the major powers. With a big country at their backs, they have the resources they need, the people they need, and the technology they need. A nuclear submarine from the former Great Woolly Bear State was also acquired. Hell knows how this kind of stuff gets around. When the split disintegrated, half of it was left behind in the U.S., and it jumped to become the world's third most destructive weapon owner. The loser it was, had no intention of owning these weapons for the long haul, and lost them all within a few years. The White Bone Mercenary Corps' acquisition of this nuclear submarine was a convoluted process, but it did give them a place to settle down. Can hit and run. The average person can't catch it. For Xiagua, I may not be able to beat me, but you can't catch me if I run. They drove a nuclear submarine and carefully went over the bottom of the ocean. The commanders of the Xia fleet were the first to spot the nuclear submarine, opened the radio eviction. The White Bone Mercenary Corps also received the radio message and were a bit hesitant, but the Gold Master behind them gave the death order, so they could only charge regardless. Take a gamble. I'm a nuclear submarine. I'm thick-skinned and fast. Come and get me. If you catch me, I'm willing to hammer my head off for you. After 3 warnings, the other party did not stop at all, but became even more strident. A wide smile appeared at the corner of the conductor's mouth. Think I can't do anything to you just because you're flying a nuclear submarine? How naive. He teased coldly. 3 warnings are invalid. Consider it a provocation. Deadlight a heavy laser weapon ready. Send them to their deaths. Thank you for the 100 book coins rewarded by Dream Big Brother. Request monthly tickets. This time, for Yuan, the top has made a lot of money. A lot of weapons that were normally sealed because they were too powerful were brought out. These include the Deadlight, a heavy strategic laser weapon system, a top-of-the-line weapon of science fiction proportions. It is rarely exhibited to the outside world. Many foreign media have only heard of its name, and did not really see its true face, let alone clear its power. Xia's Deadlight has always been a world leader, belonging to the secret research and development of weapons, and has been undergoing iterative conversion since its successful development. This laser weapon is so powerful that it can destroy space stations in outer space as well as all targets on the ground. The system is capable of reaching speeds of 350,000 kilometers and coverage of 30,000 kilometers. It's just a matter of a split second between locking onto a target and destroying it. Instead of exploding at all when the target is destroyed, it is simply vaporized. Not even the dregs are left. The other party just can't escape even if they have divine means. And this weapon has the added benefit of not creating a large explosive sound wave that would interfere with the normal operation of the program. Report. Everything is ready. The soldier came over to report. All personnel are in position. Send another stern warning to the other side. If the other side is still persistent, special means will be used in special times. Up. A few simple words from the conductor carried a fishy message. Determines the fate of those people. The crew inside that nuclear submarine, which was sneaking toward the island, picked up the incoming radio. The chief, Alphonse, was somewhat typical of the West. His father was a native of Gaul, and his mother was the daughter of the chief of one of the great tribes of the non-region, a sort of half-breed, Who could eat on both sides? He had served in the Gallic states before, joining the special forces later, and had to be discharged for some unknown reason. After retiring from the military, he relied on his powerful resources to make a name for himself in the non-region, owning a large team and becoming one of the white gloves of the Gallic state. He is brave and fearless, but also fierce and bloodthirsty. It is also because of these characteristics that he has made his reputation. He's been listed as one of the Human Destiny Alliance's most wanted S-class criminals. He doesn't have a single thing to do with the Gallic state on the surface, but privately he's inextricably linked. It was also the first time he had come to the legendary ancient eastern country of Xia, and although this mission was incredibly dangerous, there had been no worries in his mind, because he has a nuclear submarine in his hands. That's what he relies on in his hands. It's the umbrella under which the coalition of human destiny can't catch him. At this moment his men came up to him and reported, "Chief, the Xia military has sent us another radio warning. This is the 4th time. It means they are ready to start the operation. Do we stop the stealing operation?" Alphonse shook his head. "It's not going to happen anymore. The prize money is still second to none. The gold master behind us has given a death order. We must get it. Otherwise, useless people won't get the resources." He sighed when he said that. Sometimes it wasn't up to him. It's not like he's able to do whatever he wants and refuse whatever he wants. He wasn't all despair, though. Since he dared to come, he had the capital to accomplish the task. Alphonse's face was still more relaxed. "Don't worry, although the other side is strong, but we have a nuclear submarine. They are only a fleet no matter how strong they are. I don't believe that they are carrying so many heavy weapons. Besides, although they've blockaded the waters, the fleet has spread out, and it's always unlikely that we'll be so unlucky as to encounter their most powerful weapon." With that he tapped the nuclear submarine hull beside him. There was a hint of contempt on his lips. "You know, we have the most advanced nuclear submarine in the world. The world is so big. We can go anywhere, even if they have missiles. So what? Just a few missiles? I don't give a damn. Since we can't hide from them, inform the people below to go full speed ahead. Ignore them. Log in. Quickly find the quest items we need. And retreat. All hands on deck. Keep moving. No stopping without my order. Combat team members, all ready to log in." He gave the order. Whatever the enemy is, soldiers came to the rescue. He didn't believe that the other side dared to open fire. When the time comes to take the things and leave is also considered to have completed the task. The other side want to chase also cannot chase. Want to fight also cannot fight. Even assuming the worst, they were unfortunately captured. It would also be possible to extradite him back to his country for trial through his background in Gaul, and then there would be too much room for maneuver. As to whether it would affect the progress of the program, that was not within his scope. If he does influence it, it might be more in line with what some people want. That way they could eliminate Yuan with a valid reason. There are so many ways to take him and make him spit out everything in his hand when the time comes. Even if he was lucky enough to leave a life behind, he would live in a high-walled compound for the rest of his life. He was as good as it gets. Command Center. The soldier was making his final report. The 4th warning is not working. The other party is refusing to communicate, as if they have decided that there is nothing we can do about him. Requesting instructions. The conductor tapped his fingers on the tabletop as if making a final decision. Finally, a finger lapsed. "Nice words, damn ghost. Now that you're here, stay." As it happens, the power of Deadlight A is something we've never utilized in actual combat. And since these thieves are so eager to find death, we'll make it happen for them. Including the markings on the other party's nuclear submarine. He already knew that the other party was the famous White Bone Mercenary Corps. Blood on his hands, massacred thousands of civilians, and there have been more than a dozen coups d'état, leading to the displacement of countless people and the upheaval of power in countless countries. Normally the League of Human Destiny had been looking for them, and they had placed an S-wanted notice, but for some reason it has resulted in them being able to get away with it. By laying hands on it yourself, you are doing the people a favor. What the White Bones never knew was that they had chosen the very center of the Deadlight A laser weapon. They picked the best spot. Send yourself to the gates of hell. Then it was kicked gently into an infinite hell. Deadlight A fired. The massive beam hit the nuclear submarine directly. There were no violent explosions, no screams, and endless destructive light energy engulfed the legendary indestructible nuclear submarine. Even in the deep sea, this nuclear submarine turned into endless matter and disintegrated into the sea. These substances are only insignificant to the sea. White Bone Mercenary Corps. Destroyed. There is no escape. No avoidance. All of them are dead. None survived. The White Bone Mercenaries, on the other hand, had the only impression of the world left, which was that beam of destructive light. It then disappeared into the endless darkness. Request monthly tickets. In the intelligence center system of the Gallic state, The red dot represented by this nuclear submarine disappeared instantly. Numerous alarms were instantly sounded. A survey and data are out. How could they not expect the other party to even transmit back the data without even disappearing and being buried in the sea? The entire nuclear submarine, under the maximum destructive energy, instantly vaporized and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The fleet technicians were doing technical analysis as well as data collection on the energy laser cannon they had just fired. This was the first time it had been used in a real battle. It had been a drill before. With the White Bone mercenaries, the last value they could offer was just to provide a few sets of data. For a few pieces of alloy, he lost his life for nothing and took a valuable nuclear submarine with him. I wonder if they'll come back alive and regret all the things they've done today. They had thought that even if they couldn't fight, they would be able to run away. But they didn't realize that under the powerful laser weapons, their resistance was so fragile that in just a moment, they disappeared above this world. The commander's heart is also cold. For the general, the most taboo before the formation of mercy, there was the sound of helicopters in the sky. The ones they fly are the latest helicopters that can fly high above the infinite sky. They are just making a big bet. It was a pity that they hadn't seen that scene of the nuclear submarine instantly vaporizing, or else they would have been so scared that they would have just slipped away. They ignored the warnings from the fleet at sea level. I'm up in the sky. You're not going to knock me down? You've blocked off the island, but I'm just here to sightsee, can't I? The island is so beautiful. It's not too much to ask that I rent a sightseeing helicopter to enjoy the view, right? This is your country's territory, but if you're so overbearing, it's too much. Besides, if you dare to fight, then the loud explosion might affect the island. When that happens, your show won't work, and Yuan will automatically quit the show. Let's see if you can handle the consequences. Or do the people behind you dare to suffer the consequences? If you dare to rough me up and hurt a hair on my head, I'm going to hire a team of the most famous lawyers in the world to fuck you up. We're not going to stop until we've paid out $1 billion. This was what they had groped for, and that was what made the other side throw in the towel and not dare to move them easily at all. But what they didn't know was that a few minutes ago, there had once been a mercenary group with an even more iron head and better equipment than theirs that thought the same thing, but they had become scum in the blink of an eye. They don't give a shit about radio evictions, even the fourth serious warning sent by the other side, and simply ignore it. They just didn't believe that the other side really dared to hit them, above them in the helicopter. They had leapt thousands of meters into the air and saw the island from afar. In addition to going to steal the alloys, they're thinking of just sabotaging the show. Maybe we'll even be away from an extra paycheck when the time comes. But just as they were rejoicing, the smiles on their faces came to an abrupt end. All that remained in their eyes was a huge beam of laser energy. Then between turns he saw his body turn to flying dust, even as the helicopter he was piloting annihilated above the sky. Immediately after a second beam of energy light appeared, and the second helicopter disappeared above the world once again. The third helicopter couldn't even run. Even if they did countless tactical evasive maneuvers, it was useless. There was no room for evasion. You can only watch as you step through the gates of hell. In the moment before they died, their hearts were overwhelmed with remorse. Why did they come to this mess? Even if you're here to get into this mess, why rush to the front of the line? Those words carved on his own back haven't worked yet. Didn't TMD agree to hand over the gun and not kill? You do not speak of martial virtues. The helicopters behind them that had just taken off watched as the few pioneers in front of them went forward and gave themselves to the sky. Scared to death, a wave of cool air rushed directly from the soles of his feet to the sky. It's like seeing death coming. Each slash reaped countless lives. Even though they were far away, they didn't feel very safe. Then dare to stay. Especially when they looked at what looked like a tube pointed at them in the distance. They were too scared to fire their guns or helicopters and jumped straight into the sea. There's still a chance of life if you fall in the ocean, but if you get hit by the other side's energy laser weapon, there's nothing left. So it's not necessarily true that the other side still has energy, but who of them would dare to bet on it? TMD. Losing a bet is a lifetime. The bounty is high, but you have to be alive to get it. Mom approved. Which lack of heart said rabbits are the gentlest. These fucking rabbits are killing themselves. Where's the tenderness? The internet mistook me. At the same time their hearts were roaring wildly. How dare they? What right do they have to kill or be killed by us? We can all be foreigners. Don't they have any regard for repercussions? I'm going to hire the best team of lawyers in the world to sue them. I'm going to go to the Human Destiny Coalition headquarters and pull a banner to complain about them. I'm going to the World Organization for Human Rights to boycott them. All the battles taking place here were captured by satellites and transmitted back to various countries. These people thought their lives were precious. But in fact, in the eyes of some people, they were just a pawn that could be thrown away at will. Countless of those admiring mercenary teams that were watching. There have been runs. Can't even be bothered to buy a standing ticket this time. The Human Destiny Coalition has received numerous complaints. There has been a flurry of condemnation of the physical harm inflicted on them by the Summerland, claims for large amounts of compensation. The Secretary General of the Coalition for Human Destiny said, "Why are you suing them? You have not been harmed? They have done nothing to you." What? Rabbits kill people? Then why don't they sue? Oh, they're all dead. Then there's nothing we can do. We don't even have a plaintiff. How can you let us judge? You don't have a case. You go and find me the person first, even if you have to carry the body over. What? Nothing? Then you can't sue for shit. It's simply uncalled for. Ha, that's not right. With all those lives on your backs, every one of you is a wanted man. The testimonies provided are not credible at all. Why don't you come here in person and we'll get a better understanding of the situation, so that we can clear up the injustice for you? Hello? Yuan, who was working feverishly in the factory to make the Tsanying alloy, opened the window and looked. It was still cloudless outside. He muttered, "Strange. Why do I seem to hear thunder outside? Is it hard to believe that it's going to rain? The clothes are still hanging on the balcony to be confiscated. This damn weather." He shook his head and closed the window back up. Redirect your gaze to the immediate future. Request monthly tickets. Everything in the production line in front of us is running in an organized manner. The outer armor materials needed for battleships needed to be extremely large, and what was produced in front of them was just a drop in the bucket. Once all the points of light have been lit, enter the actual build phase. Then these materials in front of us are estimated to be only 1/10 of the materials used for construction. Far from it. But he alone could not accomplish such a huge task. He remembered that there should be several other metal smelting limited companies in this island, scattered in various areas. He couldn't accomplish such a huge collection task by himself, not to mention the fact that he would have to categorize the alloys created afterwards. Although he could absorb all of this metal right now, he wanted to do it once and for all, or else he was going to be busy himself. He had other things to do. There are still 3 areas where the light spots are rippling. He needs to complete the calorie siphoning before trading in his talent value, siphoning off all the knowledge in the books for illumination, and then building. It's a cumbersome process, but then it had to be done. The logic chain can't be broken. If it's broken, it can't be completed. That's why it's a little hard for him to top all the physical work he sees in front of him. You have to find someone to do these jobs. He had no choice but to seek advice from Jeaner. "Jeaner, is there any way to increase efficiency? If it's just me alone, I won't be able to complete the huge material collection task, as well as the later homing task." Jeaner's sweet voice rang in his mind. "Master, according to your needs, I've found a drone manufacturing company and a robot manufacturing company. If it's just purely physical work that doesn't require too much technology, I can just modify them." Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This island really does have everything, and it doesn't take much tech. That would be nice. Then do we need to go over there? Yuan asked. "No need for that. Master, have you forgotten? I have hacked into all the electronic systems on this island. Both companies' electronics are on and undamaged. I can do it alone. You can go and finish your business or take a break. After all, you've been working for over 40 hours straight. Although I have detected that your body, while not feeling tired, much less damaged in any way, I feel that you still need to eat and rest to keep your energy up." Yuan nodded. Although after 80% of the human body's shackles were unlocked, his physique was substantially improved and he could withstand great pressure as well as dozens of consecutive hours of work in terms of his spirit. But he's going to collect the calorie value afterward. It's best to make sure you're energized. Otherwise, even if his current physique could withstand quite a lot of dangers, but if he fell from a high altitude without any protection, then he would still be dropped into meat paste. These possibilities were even 1 in a million, and he wanted to avoid them. Not to mention, he looked at himself, already drenched in sweat. The sustained movement just now kept going on and on for so long. Sweat wet over and over, clothes dry and wet. There is a hint of flavor emanating vaguely. Ahem. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately Jeaner hadn't materialized, because Jeaner presented herself in his mind as a pure and beautiful young girl. It would be embarrassing for her to smell herself if she were to materialize. He coughed lightly twice to hide his embarrassment. "Jeaner, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go back to take a shower, change my clothes and eat something to replenish my energy." "Alright, master. My arithmetic power is immense. It's just a matter of modifying and upgrading some of their programs. It won't take up too much of my arithmetic power, and I can keep an eye on your side at the same time." Yuan, his face flushed, because he had just thought of a point that had been overlooked before, somewhat sheepishly asked, "Jeaner, when I took a bath, were you keeping an eye on the outside world?" Jeaner blinked her big eyes and returned innocently. "Master, Jeaner has been keeping an eye on the outside world in real time yet, and at the same time I will also keep a constant eye on your body." Yuan, Is that what I'm asking? I mean, are you able to see my body when I shower? The words came out of him brokenly. He's had a girlfriend or two though, but there has never been an in-depth conversation. Not to mention having your body looked at by a strange, beautiful girl. Though this pretty girl was just a program, no real entity, but she has her own independent mind, which is considered an independent individual. He was also an afterthought, and only now remembered that there was such a thing. This is of course, through my test. The master's body is very healthy, very strong. Hormones are very high, especially, far beyond the normal people. Can't write anymore. Any more would be 404 it. Anyway, here you should not like to read. Yuan. Ahem. Okay, stop. Is that the aspect I want to hear about? Though I'm glad you complimented me on my 18. But you're a pretty girl, so don't say it in such an innocent tone, okay? That makes me feel guilty about myself. Can you stand the thought of an incredibly innocent-looking teenage girl standing in front of you and telling you about the structural makeup of your body? It's a sin. Giner, why don't you block out information about me when I take a shower in the future? Yuan said helplessly. Feel like a pervert if you don't. Why, master, do you not like me? Giner sobbed like a sob. Yuan, looking at the way she was about to cry out. Her heart was about to melt and she hurriedly explained. No. The tears that Giner's data had melted out of him retracted at once. Two eyes sparkled at him. Master, then why don't you want me? If I don't keep an eye on your health, what if the water heater explodes when you're taking a bath? What if the electricity leaks and kills you? What if the house collapses and you're buried inside? Yuan, why do I get the feeling that none of what you say is good? It was fine, but when you said that, I got a little apprehensive. A quick snort to get around the matter. Well, everything is up to you. I'm going back. He got in his car and sped up, winded his way back to the hotel. If you can't mess with him, you can't hide from him? Though no matter where he hid, Giner was also always present in his mind, accompanying him. Just later, no more physical activity. Otherwise, if you get to the crunch and there's a soft laugh in your head, you're probably going to die on the spot socially. He went back to the hotel, then started showering and doing laundry, and in the process made myself a nice big meal. The outside audience watched him cook up that big meal with a big appetite, and the stomach began to growl. He savored his lunch beautifully. Go back to your room and start resting. Just as he was resting, the drone and robotics companies in the middle of the island began to turn upside down. Thanks to Dream Big Brother for the 100 book coins reward. Request monthly tickets. Drone production companies were launched at the same time as robotics production companies. Their computers were not supposed to be powered off. They were always on. Jane has all but taken over. After receiving the order, he instantly entered the system and began to upgrade and remodel the system as a whole. The original drones were mainly skewed towards exploration, photography, and that sort of thing, as were the robots, which were all civilian. What Yuan needed was that the two could work together, one favoring speed and the other favoring strength, to complete his alloy manufacturing project. Giner already knew what Yuan needed. Both companies have ready-made drones and robots inside them, though, but that's not at all what he needs, so do some general remodeling on them. These modifications don't require much technology, just as a supporting role. Giner entered their system and instantly rewrote their system, upgrading the entire system. Possessing immense arithmetic power, it instantly wrote countless codes. All production lines were completely remodeled. After the code is completed, the entire program reads and writes successfully. All production lines start instantly. All of those previous drones had been rebuilt by robots, and recreating them was a pain in the ass and a waste of time and resources. But it's a lot easier to do modifications to them. Their programs were altered by reading and writing, overlaying layer after layer of the program's commands. By the time the drones were all transformed, it was a completely different story. All of the drones were all reinforced with quite a few extra parts, and its power was also modified to withstand large weights, but without much reduction in agility. The same is true in robotic factories. All robots of all types were returned for modification. These robots are mainly used for hard labor, so in addition to modifying their power energy sources, 7 or 8 extra robotic arms were also added to each robot, each of which can telescope 5 or 6 meters in length. From a distance it looks like a variety of different types of monsters, with a huge amount of data to back them up. Their performance skyrocketed. Almost every one of them can execute commands independently. At the same time, Jane had loaded some subroutines into their data, allowing her alone to control all the drones and programs. And these, to her arithmetic, were a minuscule fraction. The show's cameras were greatly discounted and destroyed though, but a not inconsiderable portion of it still survives. They hadn't even noticed when they had just begun to start work. And it was only when these renovations were almost complete that they suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with two of the factories. The technician rushed away from the camera and went inside the two plants. Previously, they had been focusing on Yuan, not realizing that there were two factories elsewhere that had undergone a sea change in silence. By the time they get the cameras inside these two factories, seeing the scene inside, the entire person's eyes were about to be pulled out. Crap, is this paranormal? P's paranormal event? This should be the artificial brain. It's invaded the whole island. All the intelligent devices these devices suddenly turned on should be related to her. But this is spectacular. What kind of modifications have been made to these drones and robots in here? If we were able to obtain this technology, the power of the biofactory would surely change drastically. Does that mean no manual labor in the future? Inside both plants, the drones had been remodeled to have greatly improved agility and strength, especially with many more tentacles underneath as well, allowing them to grab countless things instantly. The robot, on the other hand, had become extremely majestic, reinforcing its entire body with 7 or 8 extra mechanical arms that could stretch freely. Drones and robots are regularly arranged. One bubbled with chills, with before their faces have been changed, completely unrecognizable from what they looked like before. A glance over, a feeling of solemnity came over me. Cold light and silver iron. They are like soldiers in ancient times who are waiting for the general's review. With a single order, they could instantly transform into killing machines, destroying cities and countries. It looks so awesome. Why do I get the feeling they don't look like those drones and robots we always see? I don't know where, I can't say. I just feel as if they've changed, and I have a sense of fear when I face them, as if they could come charging in and crush me at any moment. It's not that exaggerated. Look at these robots that are completely remodeled, high and low, unorthodox, not like our traditional robots at all. It just feels like a haphazard remodeling. It doesn't help at all. There are a lot of jealous people on the internet, but there are plenty of mockers. The robot in their mind should be immaculately perfect, with a well-proportioned body and every structure in its entire body conforming to the aesthetics, instead of the way it is now, high and low, and with so many extra tentacles and robotic hands coming out of its body. It doesn't look pretty at all. It's simply destroying the robot fantasy in their minds. How does that make them feel good inside? Just as their mocking voices had just fallen, the drones are starting to take off. The robots began to run. In an instant, countless drones swarmed out, creating a whole dark cloud. The robots ran through the streets and alleys, their mechanical arms waving in their hands, and although they varied greatly in height, they all ran with the same amplitude, and none of their formations changed much. Like a futuristic world, the prototype of a sci-fi war. The drones and robots all target metal smelting plants. The crowd watched in disbelief. It's like a sci-fi war. If humans were to run into these steel robots now, I'm afraid that if they didn't have heavy weaponry, they would also be flushed out in a flash. It's like the cavalry of old. The drones are even more so, and are all but wiped out before you even see them. Once the drones and robots enter the metal factory, they each do their job. Insiders noticed that the drones were flying over, keeping their formation at almost exactly the same distance. This includes robots that also have the same incredibly precise distance control. That means they have exceptional stability and maneuverability, not affected by the outside world at all. Countless people in power crushed the cups in their hands. This AI is simply a killing machine, and whoever masters it holds the power of life and death in the world. Whoever masters Yuan holds the key to the future. They looked at Yuan, who had already entered a deep sleep, and countless cold lights flashed in their eyes. If you can't have him, then destroy him. Demons are not allowed to appear in this world. Request monthly tickets. A few hours later, Yijin, who was unaware that he had become a thorn in the flesh of countless people in power, finally slowly woke up from his bed. Yuan had just woken up and looked out the window, only to find countless drones swarming past his window, like a future world war. In that instant, he suddenly felt as if he had entered the middle of the future world and saw a corner of it. Underneath each drone were countless tentacles grasping bags a man high. He could tell at a glance that the bag definitely contained something heavy. Sleep-dazed, he hurriedly reacted. Wasn't this the task he had explained to Jenner? Modify drones, ship ore from all over the world, and then smelt it at a metal smelter to create the Cthulhu mech you need. How'd you get it done so fast? One just slept on it. No way. Did he sleep for days at a time? He rushed to check his cell phone and only 5 or 6 hours had passed. The sun was slowly setting in the sky. Intertwined with the drones they form a beautiful picture in a futuristic sci-fi world. Jenner's voice also rang in his head. Master, are you awake already? May I ask if I need to get up? Well, get up. I still have things I need to do. Jenner, did you do all of them? That's too impressive. It's only been 5 or 6 hours, and you've already remodeled them all. Yuan looked inside. That's the speed of development. More than a capitalist. Just like extreme pressure. All the drones and robots were fully remodeled in 5 or 6 hours, which was way too fast. He just got up. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A pretty young girl walked in, followed by 2 robots. Yuan. He thought for a moment that a new human had appeared on the island, but when he looked at the face, he suddenly felt something familiar. Isn't that Jane? He got a jolt of fear. Instantly, he was on his feet. The young girl in front of him seemed to anticipate his reaction and said with a smile, "Master, this is a body that I have tailored for myself. My face is according to the program that you have set up. My consciousness is stored inside, and the one standing in front of you is a subconsciousness of mine." Yuan looked left and right. This was simply no different from a real person. Can't even tell it's a robot. The layer of skin attached to her exterior was exactly like human skin, and there was no telling how it could be made so real. The outside audience simply exploded when they saw this scene. They had seen one particular robot made successfully before, but I didn't expect that to be Jeanner's face, especially after watching her come from the outside world to Yuan's room. Countless people pounded their chests. Scenes from a future sci-fi world were realized so easily. They also want to wake up every day with a cute girl next to them, gently calling them to get up, handing them toiletries and helping them organize their clothes. This is simply the ultimate human fantasy. Oh my gosh. I want one of those robots that can wake me up every day and help me wash my face and brush my teeth. Upstairs you eat farts. If you want to have such a robot, you have to wait at least 40 to 50 years. Besides, can you afford to buy a robot of this level? With your little salary? I'm just going to explode. This is my ultimate fantasy and no one is going to take it from me. Oh my god. Why did we have to go into Yuan's room? Intuition tells me he's a LSP. If he lays a finger on her, I'll fight her. Don't stop me. I'm going to carry explosives and blow up his room. Countless people's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, especially those secondary boys. That face is simply their best first love face. They'd rather be able to stay at home for the rest of their lives if they had a robot like that to keep him company. Yuan just felt that everything was a little less real. In the midst of their cannibalistic gaze, he reached out and touched her face. It's soft, it's smooth, it's a little cold. Jenner surprisingly didn't choose to dodge when his hand reached out, but accepted his touch. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. Master, is this how you humans communicate? Yuan, no. If anyone else besides me does that to you in the future, then you just hold him down and give him a bludgeoning on the ground, and I'll take responsibility if he's killed. The outside audience's eyes exploded. I'd like to hammer you to the ground right now. If I hadn't been able to beat you, I would have rushed inside the screen and fought you to the death. I knew he was a LSP. He actually touched my goddess's face with his hand. Don't even pull me. I'm going to go back and fight him to the death. Either I die or he lives today. Sinful. That's my goddess. How can this be? I'm going to gouge my eyes out. I don't want to see the scene in front of my eyes. In the eyes of countless people's ghosts. Yuan got dressed. The 2 robots that followed Jenner brought up the wash water and toothpaste and toothbrushes. It made Yuan a little uncomfortable. How do you make yourself look like a young master of the evil capitalist society? When he's done packing. Outside, the sun was setting. There is no shadow of falling at all. He looked out the window. And today, another extreme challenge. Just unlock it again under this stunning sunset. Soon he found what he needed. A skateboard. A skateboard that's too common to be ordinary. I don't know who left it here either. After he entered the elevator, Jenner followed him into the elevator. Yuan was able to smell her scent when he was alone with her. It was a light scent, faint, with a hint of orange, not overpowering or ghostly. It's like the smell of a young girl in the throes of love. It smells so good. Subconsciously his nose sniffed lightly. Jenner also noticed his reaction, smiling behind his back. He said, Master, according to my data analysis, you humans should like this scent. Yuan, eyes immediately straight ahead. If there is no woman in your heart, you can draw your sword before you can be a god. Women will only hinder his progress. It's not that easy to seduce me. When the audience saw this scene, they were even more eager to go in with their knives. Is there any justice in this? It's a sin. The elevator didn't stop until it reached the top floor, the 50th floor. He got off the elevator with his skateboard and walked 1 floor above the mountain, all the way to the top of the entire building. From the top of the building looking down, a glance is the entire city, which at the moment possesses a different kind of charm. The sunset, especially in the distance, is even more beautiful and seductive when viewed from above. The setting sun shone on his face, spreading a golden color over him, reflecting his angular face even more handsomely, handsome to the core. He slowly stood up. Beneath your feet, there is an abyss of 10,000 feet. The crowd's pupils snapped. 50 floors, over 100 meters. If you fall, you will surely die. Yuan, what do you want? Thank you for the 100 book coins from Cat Battering Cat Big Brother and 100 book coins from Dream Big Brother. Request monthly tickets. He's up to the edge of the building and my head is spinning from here. This is a whole 50-story building. And I don't know how the program group constructed it, but I know that at this height, Yijin will surely die if he falls down. Is he unable to handle the pressure and wants to go kill himself? It's so horrible. I don't even dare to look down, even just a glance. My legs are weakening. Only by standing here will I realize how much courage those who stand on tall buildings and jump off have. Just by looking at them makes people so afraid that they don't even have the courage to commit suicide. Countless eyes were complex and murmuring. The camera view slowly shifted, peering slowly from him to the building beyond. If you were to look down on someone from that angle, they'd be as tiny as ants. After reaching this height, one begins to gradually disregard life. Just like people in high positions in ancient times, when they reached a certain point, ordinary people were like mole crickets under their feet, which they could trample to death at will. That's when human life ceases to be human life. A wave of desolation is born in those who stand to this place. In addition to fear, it was a feeling that the whole world was left to itself, that the whole world had abandoned it. This desolation can overcome fear. Many people stopped daring to look at it after a few glances. Aside from the phobia of heights, it was this barren mood that weighed heavily on their hearts, especially some depressed people who are afraid that if they look any further, they won't be able to resist looking for a tall building to jump from. They are still behaving like this off-screen. The pressure Yuan was under could be imagined, but Yuan stood there quietly. The breeze blew over and his clothes fluttered gently. Under the light of the setting sun, the skyscraper and the ground with him became a picture of great beauty. Who knows? The video of the high-altitude challenge is playing in his head at the moment. The video features countless thrilling maneuvers of some of the most dangerous sports on top of the world's tallest buildings. Those who once challenged these sports successfully have long since retired. The unsuccessful challenges have all fallen off the tall building. Very few survived. Yuan spent 50 talent values to learn the video. Instantly all the information as well as muscle memory was instilled in his mind. He knew all the dangerous movements of the sport in a flash. It wasn't that he wanted to be so dangerous, but if he wanted to unlock the human body's shackles, he had to try back and forth on the edge of the most thrilling cliffs, constantly challenging his own limits and mental capacity. It's like a thread in the human psyche. The thread didn't crumble in the midst of the invisible pressure. Then he could succeed. If it falls apart, then all is lost. There is no possibility of starting over again. He slowly opened his eyes. The crowd saw in his eyes an unmistakable disregard for life. It was the look of standing tall. It was as if everything in the world was just sand and dust in his eyes. But that look turned away. Soon the clarity was restored, possessing a human nature. Yuan sighed. He also noticed this state of his. The one in this state no longer cared about anything and everything. Everything was destructible in his mind. This state of affairs is particularly frightening. Fortunately, he recovered quickly. He took the skateboard he was holding and slowly placed it on the edge of the tall building. The position he was in now was that of the very edge of the tall building, and he was standing on the edge of a tall building that was less than 50 centimeters wide. Behind him, the top floor platform, and in front of him was an abyss of 10,000 feet. As soon as he takes a step forward, no, even half a step would be able to live again. Then, in the eyes of countless people who were shocked beyond words, he slowly stood on top of the skateboard. The skateboard was subjected to a sudden weight and slid forward, almost fell right into the abyss. Crap! Damn! That's exciting! What's this challenge? Falling from a height? Countless spectators broke out in a cold sweat. In that moment, they almost thought Yuan was about to fall, especially under the first view. Their hearts were tingling and beating. It's like having your heart clawed hard, almost jumped out of his throat. Their minds were beyond blown and that vicarious feeling came back. Being in the midst of a death crisis was an unparalleled adrenaline rush for them. Straight through the sky, the hairs on their backs stood up in sweat, but this fear excited them even more. What you can't do yourself would be incredibly exciting if you could do it vicariously in someone else's body, able to satisfy their psyche more thoroughly. After Yuan stood on the skateboard, he adjusted a direction and kept sliding along the edge. Although it was 50 centimeters wide, this width was also very dangerous. As long as he made a slight mistake and the skateboard was not in the right position, it would be directly rushed down to the roof of the building and shattered to pieces. Many people can do this one if it's on flat ground, but the other side was more than 100 meters up. This is truly dancing on high. The slightest hesitation in the mind is not right, and the consequences that will be ushered in are unpredictable. Yuan seems to be adjusting to his technical movements. The outsiders looked at his behavior with some confusion. Why do I get the feeling that his moves are a little rusty, like he's learning to skateboard for the first time? You don't say. I feel the same way. It feels like he's in the adjustment phase. I don't think so. Would someone at this stage dare to stand over 100 meters in the air on a death skateboard? And it's still all over the body without any protection. So if something happens, the program won't be able to save it. He's looking for death himself. No one else is to blame. Some people feel fear. Some people are praying for Yuan. But there are those who hate his guts. Yuan just kept sliding on top of the steps of this tall building that was 50 centimeters wide and more than 60 meters long. He was getting faster and faster, having settled into his rhythm. Often with 1 or 2 slides he can ensure that he maintains his speed, unabated, until the end. Thrilling throughout. But then he has excellent physical attributes as well as incredibly precise control. After completing the basic acclimatization moves, he turned the skateboard in one direction. The skateboard's head faces outside the building, high above. He had a mere 50 centimeters of room to move. Each slide drives a thrilling and uncontrollable gasp of surprise as well as a sucking in of cool air. Between the 2 wheels of the skateboard, it had amounted to more than 30 centimeters. He can move around in a small area. Each time you slide, the other end of the skateboard's pulley hangs in the air. It can only be done with unparalleled physical fitness, controlled effort and a precise point of impact. A gasp of surprise came over the end of the screen. Every dance is a cheer of death. Cold sweat breaks out on the audience. Where is it skateboarding? It's a race against death, pushing the limits of death. Even if his mistake was even tiny, that would be fatal. Just one slight slide and Yuan would be dead. No one can save him here. Once it falls, who can't live, certain death. Request monthly tickets. Fear occupies the only place left in the hearts of countless people. Fear, the most visceral feeling, high-rise, and the closest they could get to death. There have been countless people who have stood on top of a rooftop without the courage to jump off. However, Yuan, surprisingly, kept sliding back and forth on top of the high platform. Even the smallest mistake on his part, a slight lunge of his body forward, would result in an unbalanced and uncontrolled center of gravity point. This loss of control is devastating and is capable of destroying all that a person has in an instant. There have been countless people who have been challenged in this way. Some succeed, some fail, but those who fail, they never get another chance to raise their voices to explain their experiences. What's more, the skateboard under Yuan's feet was just an ordinary skateboard, which was taken casually and did not have any professionalism. Even when he sensed the loss of control and tried to control his body to slow down, he couldn't. It's so topsy-turvy. My whole body is going to explode. Shit. I can see I'm going to blow up under this tall building. Who can come and save me? I can't move from my chair anymore. I have a phobia of heights. But Yuan's challenge is too damn wonderful. Simply do not want to leave bar. Yuan frowned. This challenge was not enough. It had touched a line of defense in his psyche, but not enough to tighten that line. Although the shackles were touched, they were not yet able to reach the point where the shackles could be unlocked. After experiencing life and death dangers over and over again, his mental defenses were already high, so he made the move that made countless others fearful again. His skateboard reversed direction. The speed of the feet had been unrelenting. It's been kept in high gear. It was already nearing the edge of the building, just less than 10 meters away. This distance is fleeting. Ahead of him was a 10,000 foot cliff. It was at this time that his body gave a downward lurch and then jumped violently. His back foot erupted with unrivaled power, driving the entire skateboard directly into the air, and his entire body weight had also reached high altitude. It was at this time that his front foot pivoted his skateboard directly. The skateboard turns itself 3 times in the air, then back to his feet again. He lurched, and his skateboard landed on top of the high platform, erupting with a strong clang. But after this action was completed, he was close to the edge in front of him, just 2 or 3 meters away, and his skateboard couldn't break at all at this moment under the acceleration of his center of gravity. The eye was about to fall high into the sky. Countless people cried out in shock. Prancing to his feet, he seemed to have foreseen his death. However, Yuan, there wasn't even a hint of panic in his eyes. In the nick of time when he landed on the ground, his right foot boomed out and his body leaned back slightly. Then with a straight-up turn, the front end of the skateboard sweeps over the edge of the building and flips in a 180-degree turn. And with his body tilted by his center of gravity, the skateboard slid straight back. Amidst the fearful eyes of countless people, the back half of the skateboard slid straight down into the high air. Only the front third remained, stepped on by Yuan. Yuan controlled the direction of his body, and the strength of his feet steadily grasped the edge of the building, not allowing the skateboard to move again. Otherwise, even if he had the power of a god, he would have no hope of survival if he fell below the height. The skateboard eased back down, finally entering the edge of the building, all in one motion. If a single movement is missed, death will follow him, not to mention the wonderful peak body control power behind it. This is a maneuver that no professional extreme athlete can accomplish. It's not that no one has ever tried this, it's that all those who have tried have failed without exception. To perform such a difficult maneuver is to challenge the Grim Reaper. Yuan's series of moves will become the benchmark of the world's extreme sports as well as standardized moves. Only when he had completed all the series of maneuvers did all of them sit back in their seats to take a big breath of fresh air. It's so bombastic. Even as they watched, they were in a cold sweat, as if they were about to fall down themselves. Even with the air conditioning on in some people's rooms, cold sweat continued to pour out, soaking all their clothes. But before they could slow down, Yuan slid straight forward. Fly forward. Right in front of me was the other side of the building high above the ground. No! What's he doing? You just escaped. And now you're going to seek death? It's less than 5 meters. What the hell is he going to do? Oh my god. He is out of control. Can someone go save him? Countless people were horrified. Their gods had not yet slowed down. And then immediately afterward came a scene that filled them with such fear. Their hearts were beating so furiously that it seemed like they were going to burst right out. Just in such a desperate situation, Yuan suddenly jumped. His right foot pressed hard against the skateboard with his front foot. It took the skateboard straight down to the heights. No! Countless yells of regret broke through the clouds. They saw Yuan lose control and fall straight into the high sky. If you fall from this height, there's no chance of survival. All the spectators were already on their feet. They want to see downstairs immediately. Is Yuan still alive? The technicians behind the program were also taken aback and rushed to turn the camera around. When the camera tuned over, it found that Yuan had already successfully landed on another building close to 10 meters away from the building. The other building, put together with this one, is more like a twin building. The high platform above the roof of the other building was almost level with the high platform above this tall building. Yuan had just made a vertical leap, surprisingly jumping over a drop of close to more than 20 meters and a distance of 10 meters from the building, landing steadily on the edge of another building. They didn't videotape the segment, so they had no way of knowing how the other side had done it. It was an almost impossible task. It simply defies common sense. More than 20 meters high. There's also a 10-meter building distance. The impact of the fall was palpable. I'm afraid that the moment he landed on the ground, the whole thing had been broken. Not to mention the fact that such a powerful impact would have long been able to send a person crashing high into the air. And there was no way to control such a distance. So they couldn't think of how Yuan had actually managed to get to such a point even after thinking about it. Is he really God? Unfortunately, they couldn't get the first data, and he was already in a blind spot the moment he jumped. So they couldn't analyze how Yuan actually did it no matter how much they analyzed it. There were only endless doubts in his heart, and I'm afraid that only Yuan himself could explain it clearly. It's a perpetual mystery. Unexplainable. Countless individuals have analyzed the internet for hours, offering various opinions, and have been unable to verify his actions, because it's just not going to get done. The impact was able to break his bones at that final moment. How could this maintain the precision and accuracy of falling to the same height above the raised platform? You should know that the width of the concrete raised platform on the opposite side was only about 50 centimeters. The hearts of countless people went mad. I can't wait to rush right in and have him come out and explain himself. But they will never have that chance. One can only bury this mystery forever in one's mind until one dies. Request monthly tickets. Under an absolutely beautiful sunset, a young man bravely and fearlessly weaves his way through various tall buildings in the aftermath of the setting sun. Each jump brought up countless gasps of surprise. Since he had landed, he had been unable to get back up to the high floor of the hotel, had to wander around the side of this building. He flew over 2 tall buildings again. The distance between these tall buildings fell less than 10 meters, compared to the previous drop of more than 20 meters. It was awe-inspiring, but with the previous glory, a drop of 10 or so meters was not so hard to comprehend. On top of these tall buildings, Yuan made thrilling and incomparable movements time and time again, each of which was a step towards the edge of the abyss of death. Falling from great heights, flying buildings in the air, angle flip, death cross jump. Each time it moves, it makes the heart tingle. It was adrenaline spiked to the point of fearful euphoria. At the same time, Yuan's calorie value spiked crazily, quickly transforming into talent value. In fact, he was sweating all over his body. He could overcome the mental fear, but the physical fear was muscular and unavoidable. Even if he did a good job mentally, he couldn't avoid it completely. But there are also the things that make his calories skyrocket quickly, past the threshold of death countless times. Every move he made was a provocation to death. However, every time it landed successfully. All of Yuan's movements were all recorded. The movements he accomplished on top of the tall building today would become the iconic movements of the world's tall building extreme sports afterward and be widely spread, and even serve as the teaching materials to become the mandatory lessons for the high-level advancement extreme sportsmen. Countless high-rise extreme sportsmen looked at him with immense admiration. It's like looking at God. The action heart's desire that they had never accomplished before was finally seen in Yi Zhuan's body in its ultimate manifestation. Those who denigrated Yi Jin on the network, they all scolded back one by one. At this moment, Yi Zhuan had even become a belief in their hearts. They will not allow anyone to insult their faith. If Yi Jin was in real life, they would try to do everything they could to worship him. How many people who enjoy playing extreme sports are poor? Many of them are challenges undertaken by some rich kids seeking excitement. They would give anything to be able to learn the moves. What's money in the context of such extreme sensual stimulation? Unfortunately, his area had been blocked by layers of military forces, making it impossible to enter. Those who once tried to go in hard are now ashes at the bottom of the sea. Countless people were horrified inside. So skateboarding can still be played like this. Today is an eye-opener. Go back and I'll try it. It just so happens that my building is 40 to 50 stories high. Big deal. I'll tie a rope. Upstairs. I advise you not to try it if you don't have the talent. If you find a rope, it won't be called an extreme sports anymore. You won't get the experience you deserve at all. Yi Zhuan is simply my god. I'm going to take the video back and study it properly. I'm the next Yi Zhuan. No, I should be called Yi Shun. Upstairs. Good luck. As far as I know, there's no one else who can challenge these dangerous sports successfully. Except for Yi Zhuan. I think you can be the second one. Remember to broadcast it live when the time comes. I've been playing extreme sports for so many years, and I've never seen such a talented person before. And it's amazing that Yi Zhuan can achieve such a high level of success in any field. He has validated his talent time and time again. And I'm getting the feeling that he's someone who traveled from the future world. Yi Zhuan jumped down from the top of the high platform after completing all the exercises. He was also drenched in sweat. It consumes countless amounts of energy. Luckily, though, with the support of extreme physical strength, it didn't feel that exhausting. Otherwise this process is incredibly dangerous as soon as exhaustion is felt during the extremely dangerous exercise. After completing all the actions, a prompt came from his mind as well. Detected the host consuming 10,000 calorie value, converting it into 10,000 talent value. Ding! 90% human shackle unlock detected. Jin had reached the tall building he was in and had been waiting for him beside it. Immediately after he jumped down, Jane came over and handed him a scented towel. Jin looked at him with adoration. Master, you are truly wonderful. Jin couldn't help but scream in her heart as she watched from the side. Yi Zhuan was delighted in his heart, but then quickly responded. I can't believe I'm indulging in sweet talk myself. Ugh, how can this be? Jin won't surpass Master yet. Master is the best. Jin shook her head and looked at him with an even more reverent gaze. Yi Zhuan, I can't stand it at all. Such a dainty, pretty little girl standing next to you, looking at you with adoration and complimenting you all the time. What bloody young man can stand it? Ahem, I'm soaked to the bone. I'll go back and take a shower and change my clothes. He didn't want to face her gaze again. Can't hold it. Outside viewers saw the scene and pounded their chests. I used to think he was a beast, but it turns out he's worse than a beast. How could such a beautiful girl not be mine? Looking at Yi Zhuan, I'm so angry. Although just now and worship him. I now want to go in to whack him a meal. Can still be more straight man a little? Yi Jin returned to the building of the hotel and took a shower. Just after coming out of the shower, Jin had already made all the meals. Master, this is what I made according to the recipe. It should be to your taste. Try it. If I'm not satisfied, I can go learn another dish. Yi Zhuan, what's not to like about me? Is there anything happier in the world? Okay, I admit it. I'm sunk. Madison, the chief policymaker of Sam's country, who saw this scene, slammed on the desk in front of him with a thud. The more Yi Zhuan was so out of the limelight, the more he was slapping him in the face. He dialed the NASA directorate. Hey, how's the space hunting program coming along already? How much longer will it take? Mr. Madison, we have sparked the last of the fuel inside these two craft. They will take this spacecraft to blue water in 4 hours. Director General Smith replied. After hearing this news, Madison's disheveled mood from earlier faded for a moment. The voice was unmistakably impassioned. Good. You must pay close attention. This matter will be classified as top secret. The military will cooperate with you to complete all shielding operations. I'll wait for your good news. Everything is governed by the principle that it must be brought back safely, at all costs, and the secret must be known only to us. If you meet all resistance, or there is a possibility of being discovered by the other side, I grant you the right to simply strangle it. In 2 hours, I will personally enter your command room, and I hope you won't let me down. After he hung up the phone, pour yourself a glass of red wine. Slumping back in his chair, he slowly savored it up, a smile on his face as if he had seen his bright future. Request monthly tickets. Yi Zhuan returned to the library again as night fell. Sitting quietly in the corner, It kicked off another round of frantic knowledge feeding. Fundamentals of electrical energy systems, biomass boiler combustion technology and case studies, principles and design of heat exchangers, gas turbines and gas steam combined cycle units, energy transformation, the ultimate challenge, principles and design of heat exchangers. All the books continued to become a wealth of knowledge in his own right as he pored over them, points of light being rapidly illuminated. The audience is not surprised by his strange behavior because they have experienced too much of it. Every time Yuan entered the library, he would always invent something they couldn't imagine. Even they were a bit skeptical that there was a time tunnel in the library. Being able to access future world stuff, the crew had their suspicions at one point, and they had controlled the cameras to patrol back and forth within the library in an attempt to find some clues from within. But no matter how much they searched through the sky, they couldn't find the source. Everything was like a puzzle that they couldn't solve no matter how hard they tried. You can't really blame them for this one, because what Yuan had experienced had broken through all of their imaginations. It's normal that they can't find the root cause. There could only be another metaphysical way to explain what Yuan had done. The night passed slowly in this setting, quiet as water. Other side, outer space. The two craft erupted with all the energy they could muster, finally hauling the spacecraft to beyond the blue water planet. For this operation, Sam's country was well prepared. 7 or 8 emergency programs have been developed to ensure that there are absolutely no surprises. Even they are ready to go to war with other countries. This program is a last resort emergency program, and they will never use it as a last resort. They have even thought about it. If the 5 found out, there cannot be killed in time to silence, then we can only start cooperation. Because the terrible consequences of going to war are beyond anyone's imagination, it is possible to negotiate a settlement in this matter. Madison dreamed beautifully for 2 hours in his office, and he made a point of taking a shower and changing his clothes when he woke up, just short of burning incense. After primping yourself, it was only then that he arrived in the middle of the command room of the NASA Directorate. In the middle of the command room, several bigwigs from the military had all arrived, because it is a top-secret mission. All participant communicators were confiscated. Every member of the action team had tired eyes. They had been working day and night for several days for this matter, and their food and shelter were all settled inside the command room. And to ensure top secrecy, all of their movements were geographically confined to the command room. Only after recovering this spaceship in its entirety would they be able to gain access to go out and act. And there are countless clauses to sign. If they violate it, they will be arrested for treason. Despite signing so many bars, their eyes still revealed strange excitement. Not everyone is able to participate in such top-secret programs. That's their seniority, and it also means that they will be on a complete path of upward mobility as a result of this action. Not to mention that it was the first time they had seen something as top-secret as a spaceship. The mind was filled with infinite curiosity. Don't say it's just a few days of secret work. Even if they work in secret for months, they don't care. Through the big screen, Madison saw scenes from outer space. 2 craft flew to the left and right, tugging at the spacecraft in a special kind of traction. After the hauling is done, their own energy will be completely scrapped. But this is insignificant compared to the benefits gained. The moment has come to an end. Several secret bases have been prepared for battle and missiles have been pushed into launch channels. The nation's resources have been expropriated. Dozens of supercomputers alone had been invested, maintaining a high state of frequency and movement to ensure simultaneous and confidential operations. In a highly vigilant situation, even if hackers from all over the world wanted to invade, they would not be able to do so in a short period of time to break into the system, enough for them to accomplish all their operational tasks. Smith came up to him in high spirits and reported to him, "Mr. Madison, we have made preparations for a complete strategic information clearing of this area, and dozens of supercomputers have been put in place to provide absolute security. At the same time we shielded the craft in all directions. Even if there were detections from other countries, they would only be able to detect that there is a void there. And even if they did detect something, it would just be some abnormal electrical waves. Not only that, but we've cloaked the location where the spaceship is, so that it's undetectable even if you look through a telescope. We made sufficient preparations to ensure complete and perfect collection." Smith reported with a straight face. He said all of this in rapid succession. Although he strongly concealed the excitement in his eyes, he still couldn't suppress the color of joy between his brows. As director of the Aeronautics and Space Administration, the man who dominated the act will also go down in Sam's country history. He's not just any man. At one time he was one of the men who landed on the moon. Because of his outstanding contributions and his family background, he gradually climbed to a high position. But because of these experiences he had had, it filled his heart with regret because he had been involved in so many space missions but had never seen an alien footprint. But now the regrets finally have something to make up for. And it's still in his hands to make it happen. Go into action. Follow the program you've laid out. Madison nodded. He was a little fidgety because he was so excited. Standing up, he walked around inside the command room, pouring himself a glass of red wine and downing it in one gulp. It calmed his restlessness somewhat. Smith began his mission. The two craft guided the spacecraft into a predetermined orbit, an area that was all Sam's country's space station area. Walking there would be the perfect way to cover the tracks. A little time passed and they waited in silence. Every person's heart was not at peace, and their faces were filled with excitement. They are about to make history. Finally, after an hour, the spaceship finally appeared outside their space station. All the space stations erupted with powerful energies, shielding the area completely. It became a vacuum. The spacecraft entered without incident. I now order that the Athena Space Lab follow the spacecraft into orbit and return home. Smith was beyond calm. Bring the same space lab back to the surface. It can cover enough traces. The trail was completely wiped out. Request monthly tickets. The astronauts of the Athens, who were on a mission to the Space Experiment Station, were also confused when they received the order. They also received their orders only 2 or 3 hours before their return mission. Everyone's mind was filled with doubt that their experimental mission had not been completed at all. You're returning to the surface after only a month or so? What's the point of enforcing this? Came to space above, but still warm, now returning. Too much money to burn? They challenged the proposal from above, but it was rejected, and they were told to keep quiet no matter what emergencies they encountered, not to pass on news to the outside world, much less publicize what they encountered, or they would be considered sinners of the state. They were incredibly strange about the order. The space experiment station they were at had not been ordered to do a special mission. Not to mention that space was empty, so how could they have encountered some unexplainable situation? Full of doubts, but not knowing who to ask, he could only bury such doubts deep in his heart. At the same time, in conjunction with the orders of the Directorate General of Aeronautics and Space, the station is maneuvered into the orbital target given by the Directorate General. They couldn't understand it either when they entered the orbital target, because as intended, they weren't even heading this way into the orbital target. If you extrapolate from the orbit, then they landed in a completely different location than before, a complete departure from the plan. So even if they think about it, they can't figure out what went wrong. Why did the orbital target change temporarily? Once they are in the established orbital target, finally the two probe craft that had traveled so far were in sight. They slowly looked their gazes behind the two craft, a spaceship that was close to 10 meters in diameter. Their pupils slammed. This is a spaceship? Oh, my God. This is a spaceship? I think I've seen it in the middle of a movie. It's surprisingly 50 to 60% similar to the spaceships in sci-fi movies. All the players were horrified. The captain of this space experiment squad had the deepest horror in his eyes when he saw this spaceship. As a captain, he has senior aviation experience, performed more than 10 or more spaceflight missions. What's more is that he's been to the fabled Area 51 lab that doesn't even exist. There he saw scenes that will never be forgotten. He never thought he would see the same scene play out in his lifetime. And one is sort of flying missions with it? Thinking of this, a sudden and unparalleled sense of honor grew in his heart. Traveling with a spaceship in the middle of space. Dancing with it. This is the scene of countless predecessors in their dreams. Full of romance. They glanced at each other and both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that they, in any way, had seen a living spaceship one day. All violations of common sense are then explained. Why did they end the mission early? Why was the stated orbital goal changed? Turns out it was all for this operation. They also finally understood their duties. His own mission was to cover this spaceship and return to the middle of Sam's country safe and sound. The captain withdrew his gaze to his team. Gentlemen, we are about to go on the mission of a lifetime. Although the Directorate General hasn't given us any clear instructions, but only asked us to cooperate with the operation, we have to be in high spirits and never let any country or power detect this spaceship. Yes, Captain. All the team members responded in unison. Then in unison they leaned out of the window and watched the unbelievable scene. This scene will be forever imprinted in the depths of their minds. It stays with them until they die. It becomes their sense of family honor. It was also at this moment that all the ants in the spaceship suddenly awoke. Eyes open. All the ants are all in position. Have reached the perimeter of where the target planet is located. Beginning scanning detection. Detection complete. This civilization is judged to be a first-class civilization, with many minerals and gases we need, carbon-based organisms growing vigorously, and complete growth of star cores, extremely valuable for development. The value of this civilization is judged to be level 3 and can be developed. Scans have revealed the presence of thousands of forces on the planet that could threaten us, several of which are even capable of posing a threat to the mothership. Unable to resist with our defense mechanisms, continue to lurk and bide your time. Send a message to the mothership that we will continue our infiltration mission to detect all hidden threatening forces on this planet and nip all budding dangers in the bud. One by one, the captain of the ant squad issued orders. Their defense mechanisms are strong enough to ignore most hot weapon attacks though. But how could they not have imagined that there were so many destructive weapons on this planet? And some of them are even capable of causing some damage and threat to the mothership. It's information they have to pass on. After detecting so many destructive weapons, they were also cautious, because even if they were ahead of a civilization, if they encountered those destructive weapons, it would still create a threat of death. So they chose to remain asleep. Wait and see what happens. In the moments before he fell into a deep sleep, Captain Ant looked at the azure planet. There was disbelief in his eyes. These destructive weapons could destroy this planet 10 times over if they went off. How dare they go through with it? It's like building your home on top of a crater. One day it will explode. Once it breaks out, that's the end of the line and no one can save it. Upon reaching the near Blue Mercury location, several large craft, coming directly from there, towed it. And the ground aerospace people have cleared this whole piece of information. No one is allowed to peek. Some countries had also noticed that something was wrong, but they couldn't peer into what was going on that side with any means, and were only able to catch some unusual electrical waves. They used many means to finally find out that it was the space experiment station of Sam's country that returned to Blue Water Planet ahead of schedule. That's when they let go. Sam's country tows the spaceship to reach a grassy field that also serves as a secret military base. At this moment, the secret military base has been sealed off in all directions. The vehicle and the experimental space station and the spacecraft sparked brilliantly in the air. In the dead of night, descend on Blue Mercury. The two craft originally had no intention of returning, so they weren't equipped with settings to return to the ground, and smashed directly into the ground, becoming two huge balls of fire. It was heartbreaking to watch the space agency. The space experiment station successfully carries out its parachute moments before leaving the ground, and the spaceship, under the special traction, slammed directly into the ground, forming a huge crater tens of meters deep. The crowd in the command room who witnessed this erupted into cheers. They have, at last, succeeded. Thanks to Dream Big Brother for the 100 book coins reward. Request monthly tickets. Endless cheers reached the rest of the lab. The others in the aeronautics program lab heard the cheering over here and had great confusion in their eyes. All they knew was that there seemed to be a secret mission going on over here that had been classified as a restricted area, but they didn't know what the mission was. The command room was at the edge of the building, protected by layers of the military, and you had to go through 4 or 5 security checks and verifications to get in. They were even more curious when they heard that the top decision makers and several military bigwigs had been in and out of it, but there's no way to get in without permission. At this moment, listening to the loud cheers that erupted from there, they were also curious in their hearts as to what was going on. In the middle of the command room, countless champagnes were launched. In this moment, it's okay to rejoice. The excitement in the eyes of those staff members, in particular, could not be suppressed at all. They had fought for days and nights without closing their eyes for this moment of victory, and now hugged and kissed those around them like mad. Madison looked at the crowd in front of her, a smile on her lips. The smugness could not be suppressed at all. He finally succeeded in making an event in his tenure that would have a transformative effect on the future of Sam's country. He will be remembered by history for this event alone. So even though alcohol is banned on weekdays, he agreed to celebrate today's victory with champagne at the moment. He poured himself a full glass, striding over to a few of the military bigwigs to raise a glass to them. With complacency in his eyes, he flaunted, "How about it, gentlemen? I'm not incredibly crazy. It was a decision made long ago after deep thought. This event, we have all become witnesses. History will remember us." A few military bigwigs didn't say anything about his bragging. After all, they were also immersed in joy. They will be renewed. So for all his smugness and braggadocio, they pretended not to see it and raised their glasses toward him. "Mr. Madison, please forgive us for what we did before. It turns out you made a very good decision after all. I drink to you." Madison's demeanor soared, pretending to be humble. He said, "Several gentlemen are all for the sake of Sam's country. I can understand. I hope that in the future we can have more understanding and communication, and work hand in hand for the future of Sam's country. Cheers! Cheers!" The glasses clinked together. That's the sound of their dreams colliding. They toasted and returned their eyes to the middle of the screen. The pre-planning is done, and the next step is to press on. The moment the spaceship descended on Blue Mercury, the military has gotten the message. In the middle of the desert, at the location where the spaceship smashed out a large crater, hundreds of military vehicles surrounded the location and blocked off the entire area. There are still fighter jets cruising the skies. Countless military helicopters surrounded the area. Because this area didn't exist on Blue Mercury in the first place and was a military restricted area, These helicopters wouldn't create a panic even if they blocked it off with a lot of fanfare. Hundreds of vehicles stopped right around it. The most remarkable scene of all emerged. Behind these hundreds of military vehicles, one extended model of oversized truck was particularly noteworthy. This super large truck was more than 20 meters long and 8 or 9 meters wide. Almost all of its body was made of steel, with countless defensive steel densely spread all over the body, and all of its wheels were specially made, completely different from ordinary tires. The cockpit, in particular, was surrounded by layer after layer of steel, and even the glass was military bulletproof. The truck looks very bulky because it's loaded with so many defenses, but at the same time the defense is actually unprecedented. Even an encounter missile couldn't dismember it. Even small missiles can't do much damage to it. The defense is visible. Its power was incomparably strong. Almost nothing could hinder its forward movement. If the zombie horde encountered this special vehicle, it would be crushed in front of it almost like ants. Such vehicles are very rare in all of Sam's country and cost quite a bit more to build than the seat of the person who makes the overall decision. This time, the sides have been completely dismantled in order to better consign the spaceship, leaving only the bare steel car panels. But traveling through the desert, it still looks like a torrent of steel from a distance, enough to punch everything visible to the naked eye. The torrent of steel stopped next to the spaceship in an unrivaled position, splattering countless amounts of dust. Immediately behind them several other specialized vehicles had several fully armed men come down from the top of them to connect the lifting equipment to the spaceship, then started to activate the maneuvering lifting equipment to move it to the extra heavy truck. The 10-meter diameter spaceship, though only minuscule compared to the mothership, was immensely large when placed in front of them. The lifting equipment let out a low growl, obviously a bit overwhelmed. Eventually the firepower was turned up and the horsepower was maxed out before the universe was slowly moved to the specialty truck. Apparently it has exceeded the final reload. I don't know how the spaceships came back from the search back then at that time. 10 meters is more than the width of a truck. After the cranes finished their task, they used a special material to bury the spaceship, like it was piled up into a small mountain, with only the edges and corners exposed, so that it was impossible to tell what it was from the outside. Only after doing this did it rumble out of the drive. The combatants on the outside, who were driving military vehicles to cordon off the entire area, looked inside curiously, but they couldn't see anything but the huge special vehicle driving into the area they had cordoned off. No one knows what's in there. They don't have enough access. It may be that only senior leaders know what they are blocking. They only vaguely guessed that it might be a newly researched new type of weapon. Soon they saw the special vehicles rushing out. The mountain of material piled up in the back completely hid the spaceship inside. They can only see part of it. The mind was filled with endless speculation. This special substance is like a foam. As long as a little soaking hair, it is able to form a covering substance on the top. Unless the special cleaning agent is used to clean, responsible for will always be covered with the top. Cannot see the existence of the substance inside at all. All they could do was to follow the special vehicle in front of them closely as they continued on their way. The vehicle traveled for over an entire hour. Finally reached the designated area. They follow a specific route into the center area. The surrounding area was filled with tens of thousands of mines, and if one was not careful, they would trigger the minefield and die. The vehicles traveled to a specific area where a large mountain appeared in front of them and all the military vehicles behind them spread out along the mountain. Specialized vehicles pass through layers of barriers and enter the mountains. It's an area that's been wiped off the map. This is also known as the 51 area. Request monthly tickets. The special vehicle kept going along the tunnel, slowly heading deeper into the mountain. Next to the tunnel only a weak light managed to illuminate the dimly lit road ahead. This road is used exclusively by specialized vehicles. Other vehicles entering the mountain will take other roads. The sides of the tunnel were filled with dark posts and covered with weapons. On top of that, there are layers of barriers above the tunnels, and whenever an emergency occurs, one of them falls and cannot be blasted open, even with missiles. If all the levels were to fall, then the entire mountain would become steel and iron, turning into a steel beast that contained weapons that could destroy the entire world. And the entire inside of the mountain was completely hollowed out. Countless military steel sealed the entire mountain, with supports everywhere. Although it looked rather bloated, it was the best defense weapon when placed here. Even the chief decision-maker's air defense chamber was only 1/10 as secure as this mountain. If the world ever comes to an end, this massive mountain is the safest place on Earth. Even when bombarded by dozens of destructive weapons in a row, as long as they weren't in the area at the center of this, they were able to hold out. And it's also a well-known experimental site for weapons of destruction. There are 7 or 8 experimental bases dotted around the area, large and small. All those destructive weapons built inside the experimental base are transported here for storage. In the event of an uncontrollable event, this will be the final battlefield. pulling the whole of blue mercury with them to destruction. Countless people had once tried to explore this place, but it had left behind countless corpses, and no one had ever managed to get out alive. All the outside world knows is that this could be an extremely important military area, but no one will ever know that this mountain contains countless horrific weapons of destruction and the world's most secretive research. Specialized vehicles have continued to move forward. Everywhere you pass you go through a special security check. After going through a dozen security checks, we finally arrived at the center area. This is the most central area of the entire mountainous region. There were so many guards on the outside, but very few were able to get in. This is the belly of the mountain. It was hollowed out to form a large experimental base of several hundred square meters. Countless personnel are working on it, but if you look closely, you'll see that they have different skin tones and eyes. This is because it is a project in which the 5 powers of the Coalition for Human Destiny are involved. After they saw the special vehicles come in, they looked up with curiosity in their eyes. They already know what kind of stuff they're sending in this time. The eyes were beyond envious, because they know that these things cannot be developed and researched by them. They can only look at it from a distance. With a heavy stride, the special vehicle took the spaceship through a special passageway to the high platform area in the center. The entire area of the high platform was a 30-meter diameter circle. The special vehicle traveled to the circular raised platform, which slowly sank. An endless darkness struck. After 3 full minutes, it was only when I finally reached the bottom that I saw the light. This is as high as 1,000 meters below the ground. Even if the top is completely destroyed by a destructive weapon, this place will still be able to maintain its independent operation and will not be affected. Thousands of meters below was an interior space hundreds of square meters wide and 30 meters high. This place took over 50 full years to build. After more than 50 years of expansion, a complete system has been formed here. Almost a large refuge with all the amenities needed. This place wasn't built just to study spaceships. The earliest predecessors were used as repositories for weapons of destruction. Some traces of alien presence as well as debris were found in the back. So the place was slowly transformed into an alien experiment base. What really changed dramatically was the capture of the relatively intact spaceship that really formed the alien test site here. Annual R&D costs alone and maintenance exceed $100 billion per year. This place is a gold-swallowing vault. Looking around, the most striking thing is the large lab bench in the distance. There lay one of the most relatively intact spaceships, but now its shell had been dismembered. Only the very core of the command room remains. On top of that, in the other labs that had been divided up, there were all kinds of alien corpses as well as the wreckage of some of the flying machines. All of these labs were separated, and the objects inside could only be seen through some windows. Hundreds of other rooms, large and small, were built as living quarters in other places, but at the moment all the labs and living quarters were completely empty. All of them assembled on top of the square in the center. Wanting to witness the true face of the spaceship, the underground labs had gotten the message a long time ago, and all the personnel were fully armed and waiting for their arrival. It's a collection of all the top scientists from the Big Five who have come here incognito to work on this top-secret project. The 5 scientists at the head of the group stood there. They were the authority. Their eyes were fixed on the spaceship. After the special vehicle was parked, a relevant person came over to clean the material covering the spaceship with a special cleaning agent. When everyone saw the complete spaceship, their eyes couldn't stay away. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen this type of spaceship, they still couldn't help the surprise in their eyes and the excitement they couldn't suppress in their hearts. Incredibly sci-fi and appealing. With a diameter of 10 meters wide, they felt small just standing before this spaceship. It's beautiful. I really don't know what kind of technology it takes to create such a breathtaking work of art. We have studied the outer compartment of the other spaceship thoroughly, and I believe we can open the outer compartment of this spaceship in the same way. And there will be very valuable things inside. Several top scientists have exclaimed. Except for the chief scientist from Sam's country. A few of them were added halfway through the program, with other top decision-making nations of the Human Destiny Coalition joining in the back. The speed soared. The spacecraft was found with its outer compartments shattered and over 70% of its contents damaged. The inner cabin was slightly better, with only one crack, through which, over the years, they had finally cracked out a large hole of over 30 centimeters apiece. They gained unimaginable benefits from it. Today they'll be able to open the outer compartment of this spaceship. There was immense excitement in their eyes. I can't wait to dismantle this spaceship on the spot. And the ant squad of the spaceship inside is waking up again. They woke up, only slightly briefly probed. The sirens roared frantically. It had obviously entered a life and death crisis. Captain Anthem looked at the screen with an ugly color. Large and small red photoelectrons covered almost the entire screen. And at a rough estimate there were thousands of red dots, each representing a weapon of destruction. That means there are at least thousands of weapons of destruction in this area. Dozens of them were even more immense. The ant captain wanted to vomit blood and faint on the spot. What the hell is this place? Living hell. Request monthly tickets. The underground labs knew that a complete spaceship would be shipped over, so they prepared the experimental high platforms ahead of time. Huge lifting equipment corralled the spaceship. The lifting equipment was almost too heavy to handle when it was being carried over. You should know that this is the most advanced lifting equipment in the world. All the technology is the most advanced technology in the world. Even the materials are special synthesized. The weight of the ship can be seen. Under the attention of hundreds of top scientists, the spaceship was slowly moved to the experimental high platform. Once it was all secured, four barriers rose around it, protecting it perfectly. It's a complete one ship. The secrets contained within are countless. I really don't know how powerful a civilization is to be able to build this kind of spaceship. If it ever descends on Blue Water Planet, I'm afraid that our technology is almost insignificant to them. The chief scientist of Xia sighed as he looked at the spaceship. His mind was filled with hidden worries, especially after seeing this one spaceship. There was some hidden uneasiness in his heart. The one spaceship they had cracked earlier had given them countless difficulties. Even later, with the development of technology, the use of those technologies that were cracked out, in turn, to crack the original ship, still posed many obstacles for them. So even though their current technology had advanced to such an extent, he still had hidden worries in his mind. Once such a powerful alien civilization invades Blue Mercury, will they be able to resist? Professor Huang, according to that old saying of your Xia country called worrying about the sky, rest assured that the alien civilization is too far away from us. I'm afraid that we won't even see their true face hundreds of years from now, the chief scientist of the Gallic country said. And according to the information that came through, they have done a complete test of the spaceship and can guarantee that no life exists inside. Chief John Country said, both professors have a point, but we also have to worry about what's about to happen in the future, even if it's hundreds of years from now, and we don't want our home planet to be destroyed, the chief scientist of the Woolly Bear Nation said. As political and military allies, the Woolly Bear country is still close compared to the Summer country. Even in the midst of the underground laboratory, it was evident that the scientists of the 5 camps could be sharply divided into 2 factions. Summerland and Woolly Bear country are on the same side. 2 other countries took the other side, led by Sam's country. Since the beginning, there has been a struggle in the head of the chief scientist of Sam's country. Occasionally, he looked over at them, as if he was making a difficult decision. Cold colors and viciousness kept bubbling in his eyes. Xia's chief Professor Huang felt the viper-like gaze from his side and looked up. When he looked up, the chief scientist of Sam gave him a kind smile, not looking the least bit out of place. He couldn't help but wonder a little if he had just gone into a bit of a trance. It seems that he has been busy with his experiments in recent days and has gotten a bit mentally confused. In the midst of their conversation, the spaceship had already been placed, and on top of the high platform, all kinds of experimental equipment were ready, just waiting for them to go over. Gentlemen, the laboratory of the spaceship is ready. The outer cabin can be easily opened through some of the technology we obtained. The previous spaceship was completely damaged, but now this one, I believe we can definitely get a lot of technology from it, Professor Huang said with excitement bubbling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the several other chief scientists who were discussing also withdrew their voices, their gazes looking above the high platform. Although the high platform had been covered by a special curtain, it was vaguely possible to see the shadows inside. There was fire in their eyes. It's finally time to demystify it for yourself, especially the potion of God, which was the treasure they got after opening the inner chamber. Although most of it had been broken, there was still one intact potion. Through those broken potions, they had already analyzed that this kind of potion had a great promoting effect on people, and those super warriors in the future world might even be promoted by these potions. If any country has such an army, it could almost sweep the globe. But to their shame, the vast majority of the contents of the inner compartment had been damaged, including these potions, which they had gone to great lengths to get out. Those shattered potions, which have been mutated, cannot be used. All of the people who have used these agents have developed side effects. Either they go crazy, or their bodies grow other limbs, and some even become vegetative. So they didn't dare to try it behind them. Don't even dare to open that complete God's potion. This is because once opened, it is likely to produce deterioration just like any other agent. All of the Big 5 scientists were present when the potion was discovered, and the Big 5 of resources for opening the interior cabin have all contributed. So there was a lot of debate about the affiliation of this potion, and in the end it was only fair to hold a program to choose the one who was the best at what they did. The top brass of Sam's country have their guts in their mouths. If they had known that there would be such consequences, they would have killed themselves not to unite and cooperate. But just as Professor Huang was about to walk up, the chief scientist of Sam's country suddenly spoke. Professor Huang, I am grateful to you for your previous contribution to decrypting the spaceship, but let's do it with this one. Professor Huang's footsteps as he stepped over suddenly stopped and he turned his head, looking at him in shock. His brows furrowed. Professor Brody, what do you mean by this? Is this to keep us out of this research program? His hands trembled a little, as if a terrible possibility had occurred to him. Professor Huang, you're being overly concerned. It's just that I've seen that you've been more tired lately and I want you to take more rest, Brody said with a smile on his face, but it was more like a viper's smile. How long of a break? A few days? Or a month? You guys are trying to monopolize the spacecraft's research, aren't you? Professor Huan looked straight into his eyes and asked coldly. Brody was a little uncomfortable facing his oppressive eyes. Turn your head, ordered the soldier next to him. The scientific research teams of the Summer and Woolly Bear countries have been much labored in recent days. Send them to retreat and rest. The chief scientist of the Woolly Bear nation was stunned by the scene. How could he not have imagined that the chief of Sam's country would have just circled them in a dignified manner? I don't know when we'll be able to release them. It's assumed that by the time it was released, the outer compartments of the ship were pretty much decrypted. They just want to monopolize the scientific research. I'm not convinced. I'm going to appeal. I'm going to speak to the chief decision maker and condemn you for this behavior. The chief scientist of the Woolly Bear country almost rushed straight up. Call, Brody sneered. If you want to talk, wait a few more months. The underground laboratory was completely cut off from the outside world, and to send messages to the outside world, you had to go through a special communication room. It's normal to go months or even a year without passing a message out, so the outside world won't even notice the abnormalities inside. Take them down and send them to rest, he ordered coldly. Instantly, soldiers who had gotten the order came over to take away all the Xia and Woolly Bear scientists from the underground laboratory. Sure is a wolf, Professor Huang said with a glance at him, breaking away from the soldiers on either side of him and heading for his resting place. I'm not convinced. I want to appeal. The chief scientist of the Woolly Bear country continued to yell and scream, and in the end, he was directly pressed away. It faded into the passage. Request monthly tickets. The chief scientists of Gaul and John saw this scene, almost clapped my hands. Who says science has no national boundaries? In the middle of the underground laboratory, they were at odds with the scientists of Xia and the Woolly Bear country, and there had always been arguments. Although these arguments were not openly and squarely put on the stage, but there was quite a lot of friction in private, and they consider themselves on the side of Sam's country. Seeing them taken, there was absolutely no sense of crisis in itself. We're a faction. We should work together to develop these spaceships. What are they? Outsiders only. We are the only ones who have a common ally. The scientists of Xia and Sam really don't know what's good for them, thinking that they can participate in such a top-secret program just because they have paid out a little bit of scientific research money. It's really whimsical. I'm afraid they still think that with a little research funding, they'll be able to pack all the information back to their own country. Ha ha ha. Allowing them to participate in this project is already giving them enough face. As for the latest type of research, then let us do it. We are the real allies. This spaceship is sure to bring us great surprises. I can't wait. The two chief scientists looked at each other. The joy on his face had been constant. The heart is full of excitement. What remains, apart from the demystification of the unknown, is the recognition of one's status. You have a word for it, and I have a word for it, and it's very enthusiastic, but it was quiet next to it. They looked up, but saw a pair of viper-like eyes looking at them coldly, without a trace of emotion in their eyes. Their hearts suddenly stuttered. I don't think, Will, they're the staunchest of allies. Only Brody glanced at them, then commanded to the side. Ask the scientists from Galliette and John's country to go and get some rest as well, and preferably take this time to get fit, watch a movie, and relax. Before the scientists from Gaul and John could react, they had been taken down. The people inside the underground lab were all elite soldiers of the Sam's military. They had no resistance at all. In just a moment, all the scientists were all taken down, but because of their special status, they were not treated roughly, but only placed under house arrest. Professor Brody, how could you do this? We're staunch allies. We could have developed this together. You put us under house arrest. Have you considered what kind of consequences this kind of behavior would have? What you're doing will lead to a diplomatic crisis between the two countries, and even the act of cooperation will be completely bankrupt. I want to see Mr. Madison. The chief scientists of Gaul and John rushed to speak out. I have long heard that Sam's country is famous for pulling D mercilessly. I did not expect it to be true. The rumors are really not empty. They were in a great hurry in their hearts. If they are excluded, then they won't have access to these high technologies. It's more than they can stand. After all, they were given the task of transmitting the most secret of ones back home. It was top secret that this new spaceship was being transported here, and they only found out a few hours in advance. There's still time to transmit the secret back home. But now that they are put under house arrest, then this completely cuts off their right to be exposed to new things. Even by the time the outside world got word to rescue them, months had long passed. They simply can't accept this outcome. But their shouts were useless. The chief scientist of Sam's country, it seemed, had been given top secret instructions and had no intention of them sparing any of them. Soon they were escorted to their living quarters. Been under house arrest ever since. Only after Sam's country has digested and absorbed all the tech will it be possible to release them. After Brody did this, he nodded at the military officer in charge in the distance. It's all in the words. Nowadays, in the underground laboratories below 1,000 meters from the surface, they have all been emptied of scientist experimenters from other countries, and the only ones left are themselves. All comings and goings between the underground labs and the surface are top secret. Messages can only be sent outward through specific communication rooms, so there's no need to worry about leaks at all. As for those personnel from other countries that exist on the surface, they are just ordinary personnel who have no access to deep secrets, not enough to worry about, and they'll be quickly transferred to other departments for assignments. Completely cut off the source of the information as well as the possibility. The lab is being restructured as of today, discontinuing peripheral programs and replenishing personnel into new programs. What happened today is top secret, and all personnel must not leak any information that could not be punished as treason. At the same time, this matter must not be divulged above the surface. After you have seen it, tomorrow consider it forgotten. Here, from beginning to end, there is only yourselves. Brody is not only the chief scientist, and the real head of the underground lab. Even the military forces are subject to his moderation here. Once all personnel have finished equipping themselves, quickly commit to their duties. We need to decrypt this ship as fast as we can. There isn't much time left for us. He distributed these orders quickly. It seems to have been pre-planned for this whole thing for a long time. The positions of those scientists under house arrest were quickly filled. Everything was in order and clearly premeditated. The turn of events in the underground laboratory was also quickly reported to the top. Chief Madison got the report first. Things are finally on track. He was grinning from ear to ear, looking at Yuan, who was engaging in frantic study in the middle of the screen. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have alien technology at my disposal. Let's see what you can fight me with. I don't believe you can be firmly protected by the Siam military for the rest of your life. One day you'll get out. What you want to do at that point is no longer up to you. Just like the one in the old woolly bear country back in the day, after they replaced it. In just a few short years, it straight up screwed a world mega nation. This is their masterpiece. They can even do the same old trick. The day Yuan left the island was when the crisis came. Geolab in the summer rising. A group of people gathered. While controlling their movements, they did not delimit their activities. And the lab military is so confident that they can control everything that they don't care. Professor Huang, what should we do now? A relatively young scientist said. We can't pass the message back to our country. We can only wait and see what happens now. All we can do is to protect ourselves. Professor Huang shook his head and said. He paused inside before voicing the hidden concerns in his mind. Ever since this spaceship arrived here, I've had a heart-pounding sensation. It always feels like something is going to happen. You must take care to protect yourselves. It's a feeling that has no reason to be there, but it lingered in his mind like a haze. By all rights, this is one of the safest places on the surface, and there should be no room for error. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyelids fluttered, and he stood up straight away, jerking his way to the door, shouting anxiously towards the outside. Please make sure you tell Brody to be sure to carefully check for the presence of lifeforms within the ship. Be sure to check it out. His strong voice rang out in the empty lab passage, but the military personnel on the periphery, who were responsible for guarding the area, skimmed their mouths and wisely ignored them. These yellow monkeys, what are you talking about? Their scientists in Sam's country are some of the best in the world. Still need to listen to your commands? Ha! Request monthly tickets. An order spread quickly in all directions. The underground laboratory was like a huge machine, immensely morose as it continued its mission. The spaceship had been secured to the high platform and all the experimental machines had been fully installed. The original spaceship was temporarily sealed off, and all efforts were made to study this one. All the lab equipment was temporarily handed over to this side. The technology to open the outer hatch was already within their grasp. This time they paid such a big price to have exclusive access to this technology. There is actually another very important reason. That is, when they found that spaceship back then, they actually found the God's potion that existed back then in the damaged outer compartment. So they weren't at all sure that the outer compartments of this spaceship still had this agent in them. According to their speculation, it is highly probable. There will certainly be a multitude of technologies that can be researched in the outer hull, and all of them are complete and intact. The more important reason, They have the key to how to force open the inner compartment. Although this key is very destructive and has huge limitations, it is very effective. And that is by using a special weapon to cut the inner hatch. It will inevitably cause some harm, but it's nothing compared to the benefits they'll gain. Within acceptable limits, they do so with more than 50% certainty. With a 50-50 chance, that's enough for them to fight for their lives. That's why they have to take great risks and put other scientists under house arrest. Once they acquired all the technology inside this spaceship, it would be a huge leap in their strength. By then their ambition will be not just to become the most powerful nation in the world, but to become a true hegemon, with other nations only trembling at their knees. The world has to live by their order. That's their real ambition. They would sacrifice everything for that goal. And they had received orders from above that they were needed to go as fast as they could to unlock the spaceship to gain access to the technology inside. The faster the better. Whatever it takes. All the experimental equipment was prepared successfully. The powerful scanners scanned the ship directly inside and out. And the shape of the ship was directly presented in the computer next to it. All the data was analyzed in its entirety. The simulated shape of the ship also appeared into the computer. This is important reference data. In the future they could model their redesigns after these spaceships. After the scanner finished scanning the finished form, it penetrated directly into it. It was technology they had cracked out of the middle of the last ship. It is superior to those so-called X-rays to nowhere. Even a meter of steel could scan the inside clearly. They've tested another spaceship before. Can be scanned through metal. So they are very confident. They were scanning outside, and it was sensed among the spaceships. Alarms were quickly pulled, and ear-splitting sirens sounded frantically inside the ship. The other side is using a powerful scanner to scan our ship's structure. Please turn on the perimeter shielding. The ant captain's face was grave. If it was anywhere else, he would have killed it long ago. It can even destroy everything in sight. But in this place, there are thousands of destructive weapons, enough to destroy them dozens of times. When he said that, he wanted to vomit blood in his mind. I should have known not to sleep until my destination. As a result, he was sent directly inside the lair, and now he was neither in nor out, completely restricting his movements. The information gathering operation could no longer be carried out. It can only be trapped in here. Find time to escape. In the face of his men's report, he pondered over it. Abandon the outer shields and turn on the inner compartment shields. We can't expose them too soon. He had no choice in the matter. Once all the shielding is turned on, there will be premature exposure. And it seemed that the other side had mastered the way to open the outer hatch, and it was useless for them to even shield it. There were no extras in the outer compartment, just some basic structure of the ship. And while there were a few vials of what they called gene potions, they were just ordinary enhancements. The real cream of the crop is in the command room, the inner cabin, a place that can never be invaded without a huge crisis. All contact with the mothership relies on the think tank in the inner cabin. The inner cabin must be protected. As for the outer cabin, whatever. The outer compartment was quickly scanned by them, a little tougher than originally planned, but finally scanned. All the sights inside are clearly visible through a special presentation. When they saw the potion presented by a special image on the wall of the outer cabin, they're just about to go crazy. This was the divine potion they had been searching so hard for. Sure enough, in the outer cabin, they did everything right, and the lack of life forms in the outer hull was a huge discovery, and their hearts dropped their hearts. Finally a crisis has been solved without having to be on edge. The outer compartment is secure. There is no presence of life forms or signs of damage, and the god's potion was found to be present in at least 10 bottles, and by speculation, there should be more in the inner compartment. The people inside the lab were about to go crazy with joy. Surprisingly, there is a legendary potion of the gods. They increased their efforts again, trying to get through the inner chamber. But no matter how hard they tried, the inner chamber's surface absorbed it all as if it had a film over it. Their scanners didn't do a lick of good for the inner chamber. It was like mud in the ocean. By this point they had given up. Prepare to open the outer hatch. A box was carried. The box opened. Inside was a special experimental apparatus, like a key, with countless wires attached underneath and a supercomputer connected to the other side. To make an incredibly precise insertion into the outer hatch, the supercomputer went to work. Countless arithmetic changes taking place inside. The outer hatch secret key is constantly changing every second and is forbidden. It's hard to open it with violence, and it will inevitably hurt something inside. So how can they afford to do that? The powerful supercomputer, with unparalleled arithmetic, locked onto the changes in the outer hatch, and with a click, the outer hatch was opened. They were beyond excited to walk in. Looking at the god's potion placed on the wall, his eyes revealed a mesmerizing look that was like looking at a lover. This will be the key to revolutionizing the world of the future. It's finally in their hands. They gazed greedily at the inner hatch. There was so much in the outer hatch. The inner hatch must store more. Next up is the interior cabin. The ant captain was taken aback by the greedy look in their eyes. He had never seen such horrifying eyes before and began to have his heart skip a beat. You don't think so? I don't think they can open the inner hatch. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Request monthly tickets. Looks easy to open the outer cabin, but in reality it was created by them after decades of research and countless amounts of money. A simple key is actually the work of countless people behind it. It is also today that they are able to realize this idea with the help of the arithmetic power of supercomputers. Although the spaceship had been hauled from outer space and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater tens of meters in size, the inside wasn't even damaged in the slightest. You can see how powerful the shell of the spaceship is. They're already working on these metals, and it's already bearing fruit. But in the end, it was impossible to create a metal exactly like it, only able to imitate. A far cry from the original metallic effect. A lot of that metal from the original ship was taken away by the researchers. Only some of the remaining parts are lavishly crafted into special items for scientific research. Because the shell of the spaceship was too precious, it was a technological force belonging to a higher civilization. Every piece belonged to the consumables. Even the scientific research was not enough. How could it be involved in being used to build something else? That's why they were so greedy and red-eyed after Yuan invented and created those metals. Because they are the only ones who have really felt these technologies and what a powerful scientific force they have as well. They have so little in their hands that they use a little less. Yuan was equivalent to mastering an old hen that would lay golden eggs. And this old hen was immortal and could keep on laying. How does this not make people eyeball him and want to kill him? They also finally have alien technology in their hands. And it's a ship complete with alien technology. Even those devices in the outer compartment were enough for them to study for decades. They turned their attention to the inner cabin. This is the heart of a ship. It was only in recent years that they had combined their power of the Big Five to create a whole new technology. And only with the help of that crack in the inner hatch had they been able to open a 30-centimeter wide hole. With the help of the cave's vision, they were able to see clearly that the inner cabin of the spaceship had been severely damaged, and the intelligent light brain inside had been destroyed. All of them, including all the equipment inside, were badly damaged. And there are a couple of bodies in there, but the hole is too small. They couldn't get those devices out. Only a few of the items inside were sampled, including the complete potion of God. It was the most complete thing they found inside, and by far the most useful to them. After opening the outer hatch, there was no first time to clean the outer hatch as a whole. Remove all of them only for those that can be utilized. Those remaining devices are connected to the entire ship. No need to move for a while. After the cleanup crew has organized all the data, before they all quit, only a few technicians remain. The scanning and detection equipment was wheeled in. The staff is making a presentation to Brody, the chief scientist. Professor Brody, our equipment is set up and ready to be turned on for testing. Brody's eyes gazed into the inner cabin as if to see something from above. The ant squad inside looked at the scene outside and suddenly felt a little nervous. Mostly being in this environment is just horrible. Surrounded by weapons of destruction all around. Just light one off. Then all the destructive weapons might go off. And the explosion of all these destructive weapons will cause this whole area to be plunged into endless disaster. And I'm afraid that in the next hundreds or even thousands of years, it will be barren land. Even if the mother ship was placed in the middle of this, if there was no peripheral protective light shield, it would not dare to move around. Are these carbon-based creatures really not afraid to die? They looked at their hearts with fear. Fear that he is not a good operation. Directly exploded the explosives depot here, then it will be a big basket case. Detection equipment commencing. Turn on to maximum power. Brody withdrew his gaze and spoke to the staff member next to him. It couldn't be detected before, probably because of the obstruction of the outer hatch. But now it's time to push inside and try. The staff received instructions and began to set up. The detection device is connected to a powerful supercomputer with immense computing power. In fact, it has been proven before how much power their testing equipment has. Not even the shell of a spaceship could hinder out their detection. The detection device is turned on to maximum power. Attempted penetration of the inner hatch. Inside the command room, the alarms were once again blaring as the intelligent photobrain was reporting on the threat to the inner chamber. There wasn't much panic on the ant captain's face. The anti-detection device has been turned on anyway. If it's not turned on, there's still a chance that the other side will detect that they're in there. But, right now, he had no worries at all. As expected, the detection equipment, even advanced to such a point in facing the metal of the inner chamber straight on, could not detect anything at all, could not penetrate past it. All the detecting light waves were like mud in the sea, failing to achieve the desired effect. They turned up the power to the max, not to mention penetrating, not even reacting. They all suspected a broken machine, but after checking there was none. Report, Professor Brody. It's not detectable at all, the staff said. Brody's eyes frowned. clearly tested on top of another spaceship. It was possible to have some effect. How in this spaceship? It completely falls short of the intended conception. Could it be that there was some factor in there that they hadn't detected? Or they couldn't check it because the one ship before it was damaged? Then by that token, the spaceship must be even more valuable. His eyes lit up instantly. The alien creatures inside have been affected by some unknown factor. And it's not even certain that they are dormant to the point of death. This is their best chance. And it's been tested so many times before. Proof should be safe. The mission given to him from above was that he had to get what was inside as early as possible. Then let's get right to it. The ant captain looked out to do nothing to them. The mine settled down. The other side should have given up for now. The mine wondered how to find a way to escape. Laser cutting equipment at the ready. Cut a small hole out in the shortest possible time. We have to confirm at the earliest opportunity what kind of situation is going on inside. Brody said toward the back. The detection device is removed. Admission of laser cutting equipment. The world's mainstream laser cutting equipment can reach the level of instantly cutting 50 centimeters of steel plate. And the laser cutting equipment researched by the underground laboratory was more than 10 times more powerful than the mainstream laser cutting equipment. Even a steel plate several meters later would not be able to resist in front of it. It was created by all the top scientists of the Big Five. Countless amounts of equipment and money have been invested. When the laser cutting machine starts to cut the inner cabin, the ant captain jumped in direct fright. Big trouble. Request monthly tickets. After identifying the point above the inner cabin of the spaceship, the laser cutting machine starts cutting directly after alignment. The process is destined to be incredibly long and requires patience to wait. While laser cutting equipment is powerful enough to forcibly cut steel plates several meters thick, the effect is simply not as powerful for these special metals. They had cut that one spaceship before, or because there were cracks on it that gave them a break. They searched for its weakness based on that crack before cutting a 30-centimeter wide hole in the metal. But on the hatch of this spaceship, they don't expect to be able to just cut holes that big. And a 30-centimeter hole would take far too long for them to spend. And it's not necessary. They had to first identify a point, which they could open up to see inside the inner compartment and determine if there were any living things inside. So all they had to do was open a hole the size of 2 centimeters in diameter. This mission is so much less difficult than before. When the laser device is ready to cut, the army was on the sidelines and had already prepared an early warning drill. Once something uncontrollable happens, violence will be used. And they weren't all unprepared. Having laid a dragnet around the perimeter, even if there were creatures inside, they would never escape them. They were profit-minded, but they were not so stupid as to leave their defenses unguarded. Brody looked at those dragnets laid next to this experimental high platform, a confident smile on his lips. Everything is under control, just waiting to cut the hole. It should be soon. If there really were alien creatures in there, then he really wanted to try and capture a live one to see. In all his life, he had never seen a real living alien creature. It must be very research intensive. You can cut it down piece by piece when the time comes. It's bloody exciting. A cruel smile grew on his face. There seems to have been some impatience. The potion of the gods has been heavily protected. But as chief scientist he is entitled to make a trial of it. His mind was instantly active at the thought. Although he was the chief scientist, this god's potion was extremely rare and incomparably precious. Countless politicians and bigwigs are already eyeing these potions. When the time comes, once you hand it over you'll never get it back. Even if you can get some of it back to experiment with, it's a very small amount. God's potion use wasn't even his turn, and he's old and decrepit. He could perceive that his health had been going downhill. Going by the ugly faces of those politicians, they would never put this precious potion in their possession. Even if one's merits are great, the politicians won't give it to him either. He is well aware that there are a number of people in the country who could replace him, and that his replacement is not unique. And according to the rumors, it's not looking good for myself. A number of rich and powerful scientists were ready to replace him, and although the rumor was empty, he had to be on his guard. Once he lost his current position, there was no way he could ever return to the surface, because he knew too many secrets and could only be circled in down here forever, until he died. His brow furrowed momentarily at the thought. Standing up he kept walking inside the office. It seemed to be making up its mind. He suddenly thought of an old saying from Xia. It's called a man for himself. Thinking of this he raised his head. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. The potions are still within his grasp now, within his rights. Then it's up to you to be the first to try it. The worst that can happen is not just death. It's easier to die relative to yourself than to lose power. So he made up his mind in an instant and headed for the layers of protection of the army vault. After passing through 5 or 6 barriers, we finally arrived at the military reserve and vault for important items. This is where the one god's potion from earlier is stored. The potion, because it was a joint discovery, was set with a 5-fold code that he alone could not open. The purpose of his trip wasn't this one god's potion at all, but the ones he had just discovered. The head of the military watched as he made his way alone through the barriers to the vault. An eyebrow was raised and his face was a little puzzled. "What's Brody doing here? Professor Brody, what brings you here?" the man in charge asked as he walked over. The other party is still nominally this head of the lab. Even he had to be under the other side's moderation. "I've come to pick up the god's potion. There's been some major breakthroughs in the experiments that I need to verify." Brody looked straight into the other man's gaze, not seeing any weakness at all. The person in charge realized the purpose of the other party's visit after hearing this request, but his brows instantly furrowed. "That's not quite in line with the rules, is it? I'm afraid I can't make the call on this. I must report it to the top." Brody settled in for a few moments. Slowly, he said, "I'm the highest person in charge of the entire lab, but I can't even mobilize the lab's items. Are you questioning my decision?" The man in charge looked at him coldly, took a step back. "It's not questioning your decision. It's procedural irregularities." Brody's face became grim. "And what procedure is compliant? Every communication takes a lot of time. Can you be held responsible if it delays the experiment?" With that said, he didn't care and headed inside. The soldiers inside couldn't stop it, and they couldn't stop it. One could only turn his head to look at their leader, but the other said nothing, his face clouded as if he was struggling. Brody quickly made his way over to the god's potion, where they were laid out before they had a chance to be made protective. He took a bottle directly in his hand, and joy flashed across his face. Turning his head and changing his face, he looked at the person in charge and said coldly, "As for the program, I will explain it to the top. Don't worry about it. Besides, within this lab, my orders are equally important." When he finished speaking, he left straight away. The head of the military behind him wanted to follow him, but when he heard his last words, he took a few steps and retreated. Sighing, he didn't end up stopping the other man. The cold sweat on Brody's back came down only after he stepped out of the military-controlled area. He took a gamble, but he won. Even if those political bigwigs behind him knew what he had done, there was nothing they could do. The wood has been turned. He went back to his little room in the lab. Looking at the god's potion in front of him, greed fascination showed in his eyes. Even if it meant death, he was going to try. Moreover, according to past data, true god's potion is extremely active. It shouldn't fail anytime soon. He opened the potion and injected himself intramuscularly with a syringe. In an instant, change came suddenly, begging for a monthly ticket and subscription. The moment the light red blood-like potion was injected into his body produced endless changes. Pain. Very painful. It was like countless ants were tearing at his flesh and blood. It keeps tearing and healing again. Then there's the cold. Incredibly cold. It was like suddenly falling into an ice cave. The temperature in the lab office wasn't too low, in the mid-20s, but he still felt incredibly cold. All over his body, every blood vessel, every pore, revealed a cold aura. The chill eroded every part of his body, and if there was a fireplace in front of her right now, he'd want to jump in instantly, because he felt like a piece of ice that would not melt for 1,000 years. Even if he jumped into the boundless flames, they could not dissolve him. This ice is cold to the bone. It makes him have suicidal thoughts in his head all the time. The pain and the coldness had been going back and forth constantly and frantically tormenting him, as if it was going to tear his entire being apart and split him into two personalities and two bodies. He curled up on the floor, trying to find something to get warm. The soft backs of those chairs were easily ripped apart to cover him, but he didn't think that was enough, so he just ripped the couch apart and laid his whole body in it, wrapping the cotton tightly around himself. His mouth was constantly gasping for air, as if he was suffering from infinite torture. A guttural low growl came from his mouth, not like a human, but like a wild beast. He made too much noise. The lab personnel outside had heard the sounds from inside and had been rushing over to anxiously knock on the door. "Professor Brody, what happened to you?" The people outside were beyond anxious, especially when they leaned against the door and heard what sounded like the roar of a wild animal inside. They panicked. "What the hell is going on here? Professor Brody? Open the door. Professor Brody?" The man outside had pressed on, knocking vigorously on the door. There were even some pushy personalities who tried to break down the door. "All of you leave and never come near this office without my orders." Brody regained a glimmer of clarity in the midst of his endless agony and yelled toward the door. Then the endless agony struck again, drowning him in the current. The people outside heard him, feeling his pain. Face to face. "This thing is really weird. Should we report it to the commander?" Someone suggested. "Okay, report to the commander immediately." Everyone looked at each other in instant agreement. Now the group was in sixes and sevens, and none of them had any idea what to do. The commander is over there getting ready to report to the top, but he hadn't even finished his report when he heard the news delivered to him by the Brody Lab staff. He was on his feet in an instant, thinking of a terrible possibility. Hurry up and take the men there. His mind was beyond anxious. No wonder Brody was in such a hurry to take the potion away. It was definitely because of that. He must have used the potion of the gods himself. At once he was anxious. Fortunately, the above does not know. Once the above know Brody private use. Blame down. Even he cannot eat and walk. He could think with his PY that the bigwigs up there would never allow Brody to use it privately. I'm afraid that's exactly why Brody, was so anxious to get the potion away. Soon he came to the door of the office and heard yelling from inside. It was a roar unlike any humans. Like a beast. And yet, they couldn't tell exactly which beast it was. It's like a sudden, fearful voice from a distant dark place in the night sky. All of you leave this lab. And you will pretend that what happened today never happened. The commander gave the order. The lab is starting to clear. Everyone exited the lab altogether. Only his most loyal guards were left to hold the controls. He stood in front of the door and heard the beastly roar inside grow smaller and finally low enough to be heard. The suddenly anxious heart relaxed at once. The wood has been turned into a boat. And there is nothing that can be done about it, even if one regrets it. He was about to try to knock when suddenly the door opened a crack. Brody looked at him as he put on his glasses. Come in. He moved out of the way. And as soon as the commander entered, he immediately closed the door behind him. The commander did not think that he could do any harm to himself. After all, he was the commander of the army. Special Forces origin. A strength to subdue a dozen or so people is not a problem. Brody is just a soft intellectual with a slipping body. It was no threat to him at all. But when he walked in the door of the room, he looked at the mess all over the place. The chairs had all been torn to pieces. Even the couch had been torn alive as if it had suffered a force majeure. Their rips were unbelievably neat, as if they had been torn apart in an instant by a huge force. Somehow, the confidence he had just felt suddenly vanished cleanly in an instant, and a trace of fear could not help but grow in his heart. Professor Brody, you used the potion of the gods, didn't you? His eyes were locked on Brody, as if he was trying to see something in his face. But a full-body survey didn't reveal any symptoms in his body. There doesn't seem to be any problem with the mental condition either. Instead, it felt as if he was quite a bit younger than before, and his body was full of sharpness, like a sharp-pointed knife. But this kind of aura and feeling could never appear on the body of an old man who was about to be late in life. Only those most elite soldiers could have this kind of aura. So he succeeded? I used, and should have worked. Brody had a smile on his lips and didn't shy away from the subject, his face full of confidence. Professor Brody, according to the process, I am required to report to the top. The commander took a deep breath and forced himself to say, but the words were not finished. Brody suddenly threw a punch at the landscaping rocks next to him without the expected blood and gore. After a bang, the landscape stone was directly broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. And there were no cuts on his hands, not even a scrape of skin. The commander's eyes widened. He swallowed. This is the power of the potion of the gods? Is this still human? How many people know how many gods potion we obtained? Brody asked as he clapped his hands together and looked at him. Not many, just a few. The commander shook his head. This matter was supposed to be top secret, and the only people who had access to the gods potion were those few. What if the gods potion we obtained, instead of 10, was only 9, or even 8? Brody turned his gaze to him, his words playful. 8? The commander's face changed instantly. He knew what Brody was trying to say. He clearly wanted to retort, but simply didn't know where to start. At the same time, a wave of greed grew in his heart, like a sprouting seed that could never escape once it took root. His face kept changing, incredibly torn, muttering under his breath, why can't it be 8? Brody looked at his expression and smiled at the corners of his mouth. At the moment he looked like a wild animal, with madness in his eyes and a bloodthirsty odor flowing from the corners of his mouth. It's like a beast that's been hungry for a long time, about to be released from the cage. Prepare to wreak havoc on the earth. Request monthly tickets. The underground laboratory is kilometers underground. One of the best kept secrets in the world. Unless it actively sent messages from inside it, the outside world couldn't even find out what was happening inside. Not to mention the fact that the two dominant figures in there have already agreed. A lot of things were solved. Countless secrets are buried under the power. The truth is covered up in layers. People on the outside never think about what's really going on inside. They will never know that in one corner of the world, there really are spaceships and cosmic creatures, and there have already been people hardwired to alter their genetic line to become legendary super soldiers. But at this point in time Brody had no idea what he had done wrong. All he knew was that they got stronger and could wield power beyond the world. No one will ever know these things. It's like sandy soil that gets drowned when the wind blows. All they can see are things on the internet that stimulate their sensory nerves. For example, Yuan. He had been in the middle of the library, working for many hours without sleep. The moment he closed the book, exhale slowly. After days and nights of struggle, the energy core systems finally all lit up successfully, and in the back of his mind, he finally got the closure he wanted. Hybrid fusion fission reaction technology for nuclear reactors. It is also an unprecedented technology. He was not a professional in this field, and it was the first time he had heard of this term. He couldn't have done it if he had just built such a powerful nuclear reactor fusion fission hybrid reaction technology all by himself. But, would he be alone today? He had a smile on his face as he slowly looked out the window. At this moment countless drones outside the window suddenly rose into the sky, blotting out the sky above the firmament. It was like a huge silver-white cloud, hovering above the sky. Incredibly spectacular. This is the crystallization of technology. This is the magnificent view of the future world. The silver-white drone seemed to have countless tentacles on its body. It was nothing like the drones he had seen before. Each one was full of sharpness and looked like a slice of silver killer. If every drone carried a bomb, it would be, well, the best weapon of war. And he also thought of a possibility. All these drones were under Jenner's control. If they were given a weaponized device, each drone would carry 1,000 rounds of bullets. Then these drones that cover the sky. It will be the most terrible disaster in history. The country can be destroyed in an instant. It would definitely be possible to realize the true conception. And at that point, he would be like the world lord, able to control everything. It's just an ideal. Because there are so many powerful countries in the world. The weapons they have are unimaginable. These drones alone are enough to destroy some small countries, but they are still not enough for the immensely powerful ones. So it just exists as an ideal. If someone knew about this crazy idea of theirs, they would probably not be able to sleep at night. He laughed. How could anyone possibly know? Ha! He shook his head, shaking the absurd thoughts out of his mind. Suddenly the silver drones that covered the sky outside suddenly began to change formation. They were constantly shifting, like they were mimicking some character. Drone to drone, the controls reached an unparalleled equilibrium, with every flight steady and immensely stable. The distance between them is wonderfully controlled. Thousands of drones changed formations with each other, but not a single misbehavior occurred, much less damage. Everything is like an art. Drone's formation change was successful, presenting the face of a beautiful young girl. Even if it was made up of countless sharp drones, it was still possible to see the innocence and softness in this beautiful girl's face. That's Jane's face. Incredibly beautiful face. Mesmerizing face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little guy, surprisingly, had already grown the drone team to such a large size without even realizing it. There were footsteps behind him. A pair of soft, boneless hands slowly stroked the location of his temples, pressing gently. He smelled the faint perfume emanating from behind him. Refreshing. A sense of freshness. It makes the heart happy. Master, this is my little gift to you. Do you like it? Yuan nodded. I didn't expect thousands of drones to appear in a short period of time. It did surprise me a bit. Jenner laughed. If our production line wasn't already saturated, I could produce more drones out of it. But right now it would be a waste to produce more. Yuan nodded. How much of the Tsongying alloy metal has been manufactured? Rushing day and night, it's already more than 30%, and in less than 5 days, all the Cthulhu alloy technology we need will be able to be manufactured in its entirety. Jenner returned. Yuan enjoyed the service behind him and almost fell into this wonderful bubble. It seems that this life is what many people dream of as well. He forced the emotion down though. Now we have a new task to do. Will you be able to complete it? Yuan reached out to stop her and turned his head to look at her while opening up the nuclear fission fusion hybrid reactor technology he had just obtained. Jenner's incomparably powerful arithmetic power finished digesting all the information in a flash. Master, willing to serve you. Jenner bowed her head. Yuan, how come everything is so realistic? He looked up hurriedly. Ahem, do we have enough drones? The two projects must run concurrently. Enough, there's no need for so many drones right now. I can transfer 60% of them away, Jenner replied. Those drones produced before were built to build assembly lines as well as collect various types of minerals. But now that infrastructure is pretty much done, then they're idling out, leaving only some routine maintenance lines. Are there those materials we need above this island? If not, is it possible to fly over to the nearest land to look for them? Yuan asked. With these resources he now had on hand, it was already possible to fully construct a means of transportation to leave the island. But now he didn't have that need, because he found that he was able to fulfill all his needs right on top of this island. He wanted to wait until all the processes were fully completed and then visit the various landmasses. That would be more secure. He said the words flatly, not feeling anything. The outside audience nearly exploded after hearing his words. If these drones were to fly over the island, then the matter is fully exposed. Without Yuan, then I'm afraid this program will go bankrupt instantly. And, once he discovers the outside world, then it will be a collision of two ideologies. Right now he hasn't broken that boundary, so it's still in a relative state of equilibrium. But no one can predict the consequences of what happens if it breaks. They dared not breathe a word as the possibility occurred to them. Thankfully, Jane nodded. The materials needed in the technology can all be gathered on this island. Yuan nodded. That's good. Otherwise flying over land energy can be a hassle. At Jane's command, countless silver drones took off, like a silver-white torrent of steel, sweeping across the island. The crowd watched the flood of silver-white drones go away. Can't help but feel a sense of longing. One man is a large army, and it's a humongous, repeatable, regenerative army, and if any country had such an army, it would have an unrivaled voice. People get scared and bleed and die, but these machines won't. And the technical difficulties and materials used to create these drones are not that valuable. Either of the top 20 countries could easily create tens or even hundreds of thousands of drones out there. That's tens or even hundreds of thousands of troops. They all felt a pang of fear as they thought of the possibility. They returned their gaze back to Yuan. The heart is extremely intolerant. Such an exceptional and incomparable young man was in a cage with countless secrets. But right now, he probably doesn't know that he's become the center of the vortex. And just a little movement is all over the place. They not only sympathized with him somewhat, even though he had such an army of drones, and even had Xia behind him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defend himself against the union of the rest of the world. The rest of the world is eyeing one of the Xia countries with a bad heart. If there is an opportunity, an alliance can be brokered. They will never give up. The crowd suddenly felt a mountainous aura, but they were more curious about where exactly these drones were flying to. Is it hard to go back to the factory again? They looked at the piles of metal. Their eyes were glowing with gold. If they could obtain a piece of it, they would rather take the lives of all the relatives around them in exchange. Unfortunately, they can't even see the production program. One could only turn curious eyes to those drones of his, but nothing was visible. These drones scattered in all directions after leaving from where Yuan was, and for a while it was impossible to see what exactly their purpose was to do. Hundreds of drones that went into an energy company, and when they started to come out, they already had countless mining tools in their hands. Immediately after that they ran for a hill. The crowd looked stunned. What are these drones going to do? Are those tools they have mining tools? Why do I feel as if something is wrong? There were pop-up comments in the middle of the broadcast. Countless speculations. The remaining drones, on the other hand, were in the energy company, carrying out a feverish construction as a production line was built. Countless drones brought in countless pieces of equipment from all parts of the island. Like they were trying to put together a production line that was too good to be true. All the robots have been fully deployed, running to all sides. They move slowly, not as fast as drones, but they win in power. When the crowd saw this scene, they were even more puzzled. Are these drones and robots crazy? What the hell is going on? Immediately afterward they saw the drones running towards a hill, took those energy mining tools to the whole mountain. Isn't this just a barren mountain? What's there to mine? Could it be that there's some kind of treasure in here? That might be possible. You know that Jeaner has hacked into the vast majority of the network systems on top of the island, so maybe she's got a treasure map? Don't be so dramatic upstairs. I think it's more likely that minerals have been discovered, and with all this fanfare, I'd say it's either a gold or silver mine. I think the possibility of a gold mine is great, just don't know how big it is. If it's big, then it's actually rich. That's not necessarily true. According to the laws of Xia, the gold mines they found aren't even their own. They all belong to the state. So disgusting? It's just breathless. It's a violation of property rights, and I don't know how they can stand it. Unlike our country, where the gold and silver mines we've discovered belong to us. I just haven't found them yet. So you know how Xia is genocidal, right? This is their social system. It's garbage. This behavior is a violation of property interests. It's a good thing I'm not from Xia. Many foreign viewers have brought up the tempo. They are happy when Summerland is bad. Bah! Say that like anyone wants you to be summer people. You foreign trash. You'd better stay away for the rest of your lives, or I'll be sick to my stomach at the sight of you. Is your own system good? Don't you know that in your heart? As bad as ours is, it's better than yours. Summer netizens have retorted. There may be one bad thing about us. A million bad things, but we're always improving. But unlike you who are forever eating human flesh and drinking human blood, it only cares about the superstructure and does not care about the lives and deaths of the people at the bottom. After the drones have been mined using mining tools, there is no such thing as a gold or silver mine as they call it. Rather, some ore with a bituminous sheen. There is a complete lack of the metallic luster of gold and silver ores. Is there any god out to explain? What kind of ore is this? Can't see it at all. I've taken pictures of gold and silver mines and my eyes are glazed over and I can't tell what kind of ore it is. Not to mention you. I even found the photos of the copper mine I found. This is not right at all. Are we looking for the wrong information? Their doubts didn't last long. An explanation was soon given by a mineral professional. The minerals carried out by the drones are not gold and silver at all, but very rare uranium. Although this mineral is widely distributed all over the world, the content in Xia is not dominant. But I didn't realize that on top of this tiny island, there is actually a uranium mine. After the gods of the relevant professions came out to explain, the doubts of the crowd were solved a bit. What's uranium? They were soon greeted with new doubts. Uranium ore, from which radium and some other rare earth elements can be extracted, but its most widespread use is for nuclear. Nuclear? What does that mean? Could it be that Yuan wants to build a nuclear power plant of his own? How is this possible? This is just whimsical. There are countless people all over the world who want to develop nuclear, but very few have done it, and only a few countries are able to utilize it very well. So for an individual to try to do it alone is just bullshit. They don't believe it at all. This is bullshit. There is absolutely no logic to it. They couldn't believe it. But the truth is happening right in front of their eyes. Drones carry baskets and baskets of ore to be transported to the energy plant. Countless uranium ores were mined. The crowd had a rather sci-fi feeling when they saw the scene in front of them. The heart is full of anticipation. But the program was co-opted by those countries that saw the scene, eyes wide. In particular, they saw the feverish construction in the middle of the energy plant. The minds simply bleeped. Is this fucking thing something that can be done in front of the whole world? They're going to blow up. For something like this to happen, how dare the program team take the liberty to do so and hurriedly report to the big man behind the scenes? Those bigwigs behind the scenes hastily gathered a panel of experts to start the discussion. The panel of experts though unanimously did not think that Yuan could create a nuclear power plant with just one person plus artificial intelligence. But there are some things that have to be guarded against, because it is, after all, in front of the whole world. In case it was learned by certain organizations with bad intentions, it would also be a troublesome thing. So they directly blocked some of the cameras, leaving only some cameras that could vaguely see Yuan's actions clearly. The spectators on the outside would have been watching with great interest. Even some organizations have brought their laptops over to copy their homework. The camera suddenly changed as a result. Just now, he was still watching those drones fly into the energy plant, but the camera changed to Yuan's body all of a sudden. They couldn't help but want to curse in their hearts. I've got my pants down and this is what you're showing me? They looked at Yuan, wide-eyed. How can you look at it and not feel good in your heart? Is that what we're looking at? What we're looking at is how to make a nuclear power plant. Where is the place to complain? I'm going to complain about your program. It's just dehumanizing. No consideration for the audience at all. Strongly urge the camera to be turned around. Those in the audience who were unsure were also brought up to speed by the rhythm. The crew wasn't going to give a shit about these idiots being gently brought up to speed and thinking you're some kind of a savior. Bunch of silly D's. But after thinking about it for a while, it wasn't that desperate after all. Instead, the camera was let loose far enough to do something about it that it was able to make out the general action and program. But it was not at all visible, and key areas were mosaicked. Crowd, you and I are just messing around, but they can't do anything about it. The program just doesn't give a shit about them and there's not much they can do about it. Who makes people awesome? The inside of the energy plant had been completely refreshed after countless builds. It's nothing like what it looked like before, with countless powerful drones. All the building was like building blocks. What's more, this kind of energy plant is already equipped to do amazing things with just a few changes. Yuan was now far away from that energy factory, appeared inside another lounge, because uranium ore is very radioactive. Even though he's now unlocked 90% of the extent of the galactic new human shackles, but being exposed to some radiation may also produce some unexpected changes, even to the point of injury. So he's trying to isolate that possibility to another safe place. By way of the video feed, he could see what was going on inside. After the ore has been crushed, acid is added for leaching infiltration, purify, separate, and heat to dissolve. The next step was to start converting it to uranium fluoride. A myriad of extremely precise maneuvers that dazzle the eye. They couldn't see what was being done at all. The special program team was also particularly hackneyed in purposely blurring the camera, so they couldn't see much more than a rough idea of what was going on. In his mind, he once again cursed the show's crew. The next step is uranium enrichment. This process is the core technology in pre-fuel processing, and it is the legendary difficulty in manufacturing destructive weapons. Countless countries and organizations trying to create weapons of destruction are stuck here, and this is a technology that simply can't be made by looking at it. It takes countless tons of money to pile on, also time and personnel, which is not heavily difficult. The crowd watched dumbfounded. His mouth was open and he didn't even know what to say. Neutrons collide several times with the net nodes of the moderator and with those of U-235. Then starts centrifugation. The team of experts watched as every operation was performed. All correctly. They used to go through decades of detours. I didn't realize that all of them were reproduced in an ordinary person, and that every path was all normal, with not a single wrong fork in the road at all. They were so jealous they wanted to go crazy. At the same time, he developed a deep fear of Yuan. They refused to believe it if they said it was the artificial brain itself that messed it up. Artificial intelligence would be extremely scary if it got to that point. Then they will never open this Pandora's box, and I'm afraid they will gather all their strength to extinguish the artificial intelligence when it first appears. It's such a terrible thing that it's better not to apply it than to nip it in the bud. At the same time their hearts felt like they had eaten a fly. Now it's either stopping or not stopping. TMD. Look at the mess this has made. It's just a day in the life. A day in the life. The program came out to explain. Yeah, rigor is correct or incorrect. The show must know. But they're afraid they're so torn up right now they probably want to kill themselves. This is the legendary nuclear technology. Top-notch technology. Only a few countries in the world have it. And even if we add those countries that are researching it themselves underground, I'm afraid there are only a dozen of them. TSK, 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 it's just bull. Anyway, I don't know what to say anymore, so I'll just be honest and get on my knees. This fucking built. Where is a nuclear power plant? This is a nuclear reactor and it's not unusual at all. Yi Shun, am awesome. God Yi is awesome. X2, X10, X500. Countless comments instantly filled the screen, but they could only see a generalization through the blur. There's nothing called for in the minds of the average viewer. It's just a hoot to watch anyway. But those countries and organizations are going to spit blood in their hearts. They couldn't see a single thing even with their 24K titanium eyes wide open. What the hell are you looking at? Countless drones are operating. These drones are the most faithful assistants. They carry out every command with the utmost diligence and precision. Reactor fuel production begins. Reactor fuel cores. Pressurized water reactor fuel core blocks. Fuel rods. Fuel assemblies. A process is organized. The crowd watched every step of the operation with dry mouths, fearing that a wrong process will cause a violent reaction and an explosion. Then the whole island may become a pollutant. But there's no stopping it now. Even if it was broadcast live around the world, it couldn't be stopped. Immediately after each process is done, you move on to the next one. Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit bored watching these boring processes. Instead, it's more fun to watch. When the crowd saw the back, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, is this a conventional nuclear reactor? Yeah, I feel something's wrong too. Shouldn't all those nuclear reactors you see in movies be huge? Why are they so small? He couldn't have miniaturized a nuclear reactor. How is that possible? There's no such technology on blue water. That's never going to happen. Although various countries around the world have adopted the miniaturization of nuclear reactors as the mainstream development direction for energy, some results have also been made. Some have scaled down nuclear fission reactors to a certain point and used them for military purposes. But as the reactor shrinks, the energy contained was shrinking at the same time. This is a relatively quantitative process. To gain something and to lose something at the same time is the never-ending law of conservation of energy. Civilian nuclear fission testing is now popularized down the line. There are even some small labs that are able to do this level of experimentation themselves, except that the nuclear reactors they made were only for experimental use, capable of bursting with so little energy that they could not be applied to the military at all. But Yuan, the array as well as the engineering procedures used for his drones were definitely not ordinary small nuclear fission reactors. He's rigorously engineered. Each process is incredibly complex. And the internet has been a nuclear professional god did explain. Yuan's nuclear reactor experiment is definitely not ordinary folk level. At least is also 5 level of experiments. The information on his reactor, if it lands on paper, would be world classified and definitely not available to the public. Many years ago the rabbit would have gotten this information in his current hand, even if it was on paper. It will also ride the wind, a flight to the sky. This shows the preciousness of this information in his hands. If we let some medium-sized countries buy it, they might offer sky-high prices. It was because of this that they felt puzzled that this level of nuclear reactor experimentation was simply beyond his grasp. Where the hell did it come from? And he was able to make a nuclear reactor of the magnitude that he has now. The key is to also miniaturize it. This is definitely a top-notch technology. Even among the big 5, it is also among the top technologies, and will never be publicized. Many medium-sized countries, as well as some extremist organizations, looked at Yuan with reddened eyes. They were able to make unrivaled progress and even make legendary weapons of destruction if they were able to obtain, even if only on paper, the information. At that point, they will be able to really participate in international affairs. But these things are so tightly guarded by the Big Five that they can't get them. Now there is finally a bit of hope. Even if they die, they will grab this life-saving straw in front of them. Yuan still didn't know that he had been targeted by countless people and organizations. He sat leisurely in his office, sipping tea and reading a book. Now he could go inside the library without having to go at all. The drones will automatically deliver those books to him. He looked through the screen at the nuclear reactor experiment inside the energy plant. There was wonder in his eyes. Although all of this information was in his mind, making a physical object was the first time he had seen it. And the program at hand goes beyond that. It's just the previous program. He's not just talking about the reaction to nuclear fission. Instead, it's a hybrid nuclear fission fusion reactor. This is an unprecedented technology. Once it was in possession, the space battleship had an immense amount of power. Even in the middle of space, it is possible to sail continuously. And, even after making a nuclear reactor of this magnitude, the nuclear fuel needed would not be roaming the skies. It will only be controlled to a certain extent. Such hybrid reactors would result in a much reduced level of nuclear waste. After cleaning, even deradiation can be achieved. This is a technology that all the countries in the world have failed to achieve. And it is also a breakthrough technology. If the Human Destiny Alliance had known about this technology, it would have gone absolutely crazy. But now they are still immersed in their beautiful dreams, while valuing Yuan's skills, but not to the point of insanity. Just don't want this technology to get out there, because if it does, it will cause a degree of panic. And some of the extremist organizations will absolutely do something unconscionable. And Sam's country has done so much. They won't be able to sleep if someone else gets hold of this technology. So that's why they're desperately trying to put a stop to the cameras. A process, is proceeding smoothly. This is a nuclear reactor science project, putting the world's best technology in front of the world for them to experience up close and personal. It's boring though, but countless people are still watching. Even if a little bit of time passed, they didn't feel wasted at all. The process should be complete by now, right? Are we about to witness a nuclear reactor fresh out of the oven? Suddenly I feel some anticipation. The procedure should be that much. There are many delicate processes, but I feel that the difference is not too great. It should be almost finished. Countless great minds of the nuclear industry have also come forward to explain. The point is well taken. Analyzing him, this technology is not far from the best in the world. It also analyzes how much energy can be caused by the nuclear reactor he made, while laying out an item of data to back it up. There are even good people on the internet who have analyzed how much it would take to be able to buy this technology from him. It's whimsical, but it's not a crime to think about it, is it? But just when everyone thought that its production process was all finished, ready to make the finished assembly, suddenly something was wrong. Something's not right. Why isn't his process finished? It seems like it's continuing to add. And how come his industrial program seems to have changed? A lot of his program is backwards. What the hell is going on here? Is there a big god out there to explain? Countless great gods watched his process. There seemed to be some deja vu, but couldn't be sure. That's not right. This seems to be the way nuclear fusion is engineered. But nuclear fusion is still in the process of figuring it out. And risking exploring it is something big that can happen. So what is he doing? Looking for death? The hearts of the crowd suddenly tangled up for a moment. Holy shit. By that argument, wouldn't those two clash then? If this kind of thing clashes, the picture is simply unimaginable. It's a weapon of destruction. And an uncontrollable, large-dose weapon of destruction at that. Once this happens, I'm afraid that all the creatures on the entire island will all go extinct. Holy shit. I can't even think about it. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. I'm scared. But those countries with bad intentions see these possibilities. All of them had wry smiles on their faces in unison. That's how it's going to be. There had better be a nuclear explosion. Let them taste that power too. It was absolutely impossible for Yuan to survive in this situation. All life on the island will be extinct. Even the troops blockading alongside were not spared. After they thought of this possibility, their hearts became more and more elated. I can't wait to see the big fireworks on the spot. Everyone watched the operation of the energy center. A heart has long been torn. Whoever this thing is put on, who doesn't get tangled up and upset in their mind? Even though their hearts were big, they were looking at a disaster that was about to happen in front of them. And still one of the few worst disasters in the world. The heart doesn't also forbid a jolt. It's downright frightening. A number of people's palms began to sweat. Xia officials and soldiers in charge of the blockade around the island also received orders in the same time frame. It began to slowly retreat backward and backward. Although Yuan's life was incomparably valuable, they were equally a living life. They are also sons, husbands, and fathers to many. Countless officers and soldiers were on the receiving end of the order. For a moment there was silence. They were all people who had watched the live broadcast and knew how much weight Yuan occupied. That is to say, as long as one possesses Yuan in the future world, one possesses countless technological power and is invincible. Although Xia now occupies the position of an international power, it is also burdened with countless dangers at the same time. Countless countries regard Xia as a thorn in their side and hate to get rid of it. They feel it especially deeply inside the military. Foreign powers have created a serious blockade of Xia, and all is lost if one move is made incorrectly. That's why every step is especially hard and difficult to take. Suddenly one of the officers took a deep breath and walked right up and looked at the commander. Chief, I'll bring a few of my brothers to stay. The experiment Yuan is doing is incredibly dangerous. One slip up and I'm afraid that all the islands will be destroyed. This matter is extremely life-threatening, but there are some things that always need to be done by someone, so I'll do it. He's just too important, and I'm not the only son in the family, so I can stay, and if he survives after the big explosion, maybe I can save him. His eyes were firm and he looked death in the eye. Has completely put life and death at risk. After he came forward, a number of officers and men on the main ship took a step forward at the same time. Chief, I can stay. I have the best physique. I can carry him on my back in a critical moment. Chief, I'm the best swimmer. I can take him out of the ocean. Chief, I'll go. I'm not afraid to die, and I'm not the only son in the family. They don't have siblings. What did old Five say about not being able to die without your siblings? That is, I can sacrifice everything I have for my country, and I'm sure my family can understand me. Many of the officers and men even started arguing in order to stay. The commander saw the scene before him. His nose was so sore that he almost shed a tear. Anyone who stays knows it's a death-defying job. In the event of an explosion, the radiation that would be generated would be so incredibly deadly that even if they wore heavy protective clothing, they would not be able to move around in an area that was so heavily contaminated. Once heavily irradiated, let the rest of their lives be ruined. In more serious cases, they may die in less than 2 years. They remained undaunted even at the thought of death. This is my son and daughter of the Summerland. For the sake of the rise and fall of the country, for the sake of the group of people protected behind, has long put life and death at risk. Alright, all of you stop arguing. I have decided that all those who are the only child in the family will be evacuated. Those who have siblings in the family will stay, and I will select some people, and I will be with you, fighting until the last moment. The commander threw his weight around. His look was unmistakably resolute. Life and death had long since become less important in his eyes. Chief, no, you can't stay. If you're in danger, what about your sister-in-law? What about the kid? He's just in middle school. Chief, you mustn't stay. We're enough for this kind of thing. Please trust us. We can do a good job. Please believe us. Chief, countless officers and soldiers were overwhelmed. This was their commander, who was in a high position, and he even chose to stay behind as well, which made them feel anxious. The commander reached out to stop their words. Needless to say, my mind is made up. The commander rushes to the front line. Isn't that the fine tradition of our army? That's it. That's an order. Everyone start evacuating. He snapped. Everyone looked back at him one last time and silently began to withdraw. Everyone's mind was silent. It's a 9-death mission. Maybe one look is the last. A smile appeared at the corner of the commander's mouth. These little brats. They were quite righteous. He turned back to the island. But don't let anything happen, he muttered under his breath. Then turned back and give the order. All hands on deck. Main ship power to full. All radars on. Weapons ready to fire. Don't hesitate to fire in the event of an unforeseen situation. There will be a lot of muckrakers at this juncture, and it is our job to hold all of these muckrakers down. Not one of them. He slapped the ship down hard. A hard color appeared in his eyes. Going too long without showing your fangs can be a slight. The rabbit was not a good guy back then. What country in the world did it not fight? How can I allow you clowns to jump around in front of me now? In fact, those in hiding are more afraid of death than he is. Received the message and ran away overnight. Nuclear reactor experiments at this level, while the likelihood of generating an explosion is negligible, are unlikely to be as lethal as a weapon of destruction. But in the event of an explosion, that would produce a huge amount of radiation. They don't want to take that risk. A little bit of time passed. The huge and incredibly complex process goes on all the time. Drones know no fatigue. They leave when they run out of power and return again when they are fully charged. They are programmed to be controlled by Jane. And Jane, near immortality, her immense and unparalleled arithmetic power can precisely control each drone for maneuvering. 2 days passed in a flash. It was destined to be an incredibly long time. It was also 2 days when mankind was on the line of danger. The nuclear reactor, at last, after going through countless complicated processes, has finally succeeded. Yuan looked at the reactor molding in the middle of the screen. The heart was overjoyed that it had finally worked. 2 full days. His mind was a little blown, because nuclear fusion and nuclear fission had been in repeated conflict, searching for a balance. If this balance is not found well, then there is a risk of an explosion. So he was also on tenterhooks. Luckily, Jane is not calculating. The world was abuzz the moment the reactor succeeded. It's amazing that someone has actually done a perfect combination of nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, and they analyze the data through the computer next to them. This is beyond any nuclear reactor on Blue Mercury. The conversion rate is over 90%. This is an unprecedented technological achievement. It will definitely go down in history. They witnessed history in the making. The heart was incredibly complicated, and only at this moment would they understand how strong any man was. He created a legend with his own hands, a legend that belongs to the world of the future. Yuan invented the perfect fusion of fission and fusion in a nuclear reactor on one of the islands on Blue Mercury, and the energy is dialed up to heights never before seen on this planet. This is technology that belongs to the world of the future. This hybrid will become the mainstream of the world's future energy technology. But even if they had witnessed the moment in its entirety, they would not have been able to replicate it exactly. Because some things can be made by more than just watching. It's also not just knowing how it works that makes you able to make the thing work. The other end of the road that science goes to is metaphysics. And metaphysical things are always elusive. Some people walk on top of the metaphysics without understanding anything, while others fall flat on their face on top of the metaphysics. Other than Yuan, there was no one else who could do it anymore. At first it was computer code, then it was potions, and before the potions thing could be figured out, there came alloys, and as a result, before the alloys thing was over, now there was a nuclear reactor. One thing is more important than another. The team of experts behind the show has already deployed hundreds of people in a dedicated analysis and study of the matter. But this kind of research is simply not something they can do. Even if all of them are the world's top scientists, they are faced with this kind of world problem. Even with the previous padding and all the steps, that would require countless studies and cost countless amounts of money. Even one of these programs takes a lot of time and talent and effort to do the research that comes out of it. Not to mention so many programs. More than that, it made their hearts choke on a mouthful of blood. But it was even more impossible to get them to give up. They had expended countless hours of energy to obtain this information. And every new thing is full of unrivaled temptation for them. This is the key to unlocking the future world of technology. How can they give it up? Huge benefits drive them forward. Even if it takes countless hours of energy, they must do it. Because if they don't do it, someone else will always do it. And once someone succeeds, then it will in turn squash them. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. So even if they put their best foot forward, they have to synchronize all the projects. Even when they knew they would be dragged in, they had to do whatever it took. This is the battle of the nations. Meanwhile, in another part of Blue Water Planet, the same battle for national fortune was going on. The cutting of the spaceship is in its final throes. It had taken them over 2 days just to cut a hole 2 centimeters in diameter. And they're using the world's best laser technology, which can cut through steel plates several meters thick. But they struggled against the hull of the spaceship. The laser equipment worked continuously without interruption for 2 days, and had already consumed countless amounts of energy and electricity. If not for the fact that the underground labs had powerful human and material resources, and if they were replaced by ordinary businesses, they would have collapsed a long time ago. But even so, the device is still incredibly hot. There is no time for cooling. Otherwise, the laser device might blow up on the spot, because it's a process that's extremely difficult to go from nothing to something. Unlike the previous ship, which had been in a sort of semi-destroyed state and had a large crack in it, it's so much easier than here. Soon, this 2 centimeter diameter hole was about to be cut. Countless staff members involved in this work have long had their eyes perked up at the prospect of finally seeing what the inner cabin looks like, although only through a hole of only 2 centimeters. But it's enough to make the heart grow fonder. The staff stopped what they were doing, all gathered around and waited for the final moments to come. Although the spaceship had been surrounded by impermeable curtains, their eyes were glued to the inside as if they could penetrate the spaceship. On top of the high platform, 2 figures walked out, looking down at the spaceship and the crowd. One is a scientist, Prof. Brody, and the other is the commander of the military's underground lab. Both were in high positions of power, holding all the power and resources of the underground laboratory. When the two of them joined forces, the entire underground laboratory had become their possession. Brody withdrew his gaze, turning to the commander. "How do you feel now, Sir Commander?" The commander looked at himself and nodded, his face faintly carrying some excitement. "After taking the potion, I feel significantly stronger. My body is filled with explosive power. And with your research, I feel that my genes are getting more and more compatible. and my power is getting better and better controlled. Brody raised his head a bit. Of course, our genes still clash a bit with the genes inside the potion, but with conditioning, it's not a big problem. With that he changed the subject. His face instantly clouded over, like he was a different person. Have those in direct contact with the god's potion been dealt with? The commander blushed. Sigh. All have been transferred out of their posts and assigned to other positions. And in the next few hours they will take the potion you gave them to cleanse away all recent memories. It's one of those things that can't be helped. They are the first direct contact with people. There will always be contact with the outside. Any mishaps during the handover will be blamed on them if anything happens, so they have to deal with it cleanly. And you can't get caught with your hands tied. So it's just a matter of utilizing that. Brody was already a renowned scientist with countless technologies at his disposal. Potions that clean out people's memories are naturally available. However, this potion has great side effects for people, and if they are not careful, they will become demented. So it is usually only used on outsiders. But the ones whose memories they have purged away are either their close comrades or students. But under the powerful interests, they have no choice but to do this to keep themselves safe. Brody nodded. His face was incomparably cold, and he didn't care about the lives of those people in the slightest. Come on, let's go down and take a look. Hopefully the inside of the airship will surprise us. It was only when he looked back at the ship that a strange flush appeared on his face, licked the corners of his mouth and headed down. The sympathy that had just been on the commander's face vanished in a flash and he followed him down the hall. With each step down the stairs, their humanity disappeared, until the end became a rock, incredibly cold-blooded. As they walked between the curtains, everyone automatically moved out of the way. In the end, only the people who operated the machines in them were left. Just this moment, the metal of the inner compartment, falling in response, it fell to the ground with a crisp thud. The sound hit them like a strong drumbeat. All eyes were cast. Machinery and equipment ceased to be active. Brody walked over, standing in front of the inner hatch opening, looked down the hole that was only 2 centimeters in diameter. 5 minutes ago, the anthropoids in the pods were in a state of full readiness. For 2 whole days, the alarms inside the control room just didn't stop, and they spent the whole time with such mixed emotions. The ant captain looked at the laser cutter that was about to break through the pod with a complex expression. I didn't expect things to go this far. I thought that I could gather more information quietly, but I didn't realize that the information hadn't even been gathered yet, and as a result, I had already arrived at the most dangerous place on the planet, and there might not even be one. Surrounded by weapons of destruction, even if it wasn't afraid of death, it couldn't help but feel chilled under the surroundings of these destructive weapons. Time and time again, they backed down, only to be rewarded with an enemy about to break through their last area of protection. There was no way out. Once the other side found them, there could only be one battle. But this was the kind of war he had wanted to avoid. But now it seemed it could no longer be avoided. The other side must be alerted. He had previously thought that the other side's technology was very weak and wouldn't necessarily cause some trouble for the mothership. But he hadn't thought so since he'd come to this place. This is some crazy shit. The madman who has already killed. Even if they prided themselves on being a high-end civilization, they still had to avoid it when they encountered so many destructive weapons. It seems that even weak civilizations possess some impressive power. But even if these forces were able to harm the body of the mothership, would they be able to reach it? Difficulty. He brought his gaze back to the point he was about to break through. All hands on deck. All weapons systems are turned on. Wait for my command. Our aim is to escape from here, and after doing some damage to this place, destroy the living forces here. And don't give them too much time to react. We'll just escape right away. They'll never be able to find us with our concealment system, in order to prevent the other side's weapons from harming us. Once I give the order to leave, all defense systems are turned on. Energy shields, full defense. The ant captain looked out slyly. The resentment in his heart had broken through the sky. Originally, the ship didn't have a lot of energy, and this time, to fully defend, the magnitude consumed by opening the protective shield increased almost geometrically. But yet it has to be done because there are too many destructive weapons here. Once the other side is ironclad and wants to keep them behind their protective shield, even if it could stop several bombardments of destructive weapons, would never stop dozens of destructive weapons. Time passes slowly. Every second is torture. All of the ants had all gone into a fighting stance. The ship's power is ready to be turned on at any time to escape. The ant captain's eyes were fixed on the spot where he was about to break through the mouth of the ship. The voice fell slowly. The cave presents the scent of the outside world. The ant captain's protruding eyes looked towards the cave entrance, just in time to see a human's eyes, looking from the other side. It was a greedy and vicious, bloodthirsty and cold, heartless eye. The ant captain was also taken aback when he saw the eye. It seemed to see countless negative emotions running through his eyes. Where is this human? It was clearly a beast. A cold, unfeeling, silk-blooded beast. Both eyes dilated and then contracted violently at the same time as they saw each other. Brody's sweaty body revealed an aura of danger at the sight of the eye, and from the soles of his feet all the way up to the top of his head, the aura of death almost exploded. He fled as quickly as a wild animal. The military commander was a step behind him, but when he saw his ghost-like expression, he immediately followed him up. There are alien creatures in the pod. Fire. Escape. Two different voices rattled in the underground laboratory. The staff, who had all gone quiet because the big moment was about to open, heard both voices almost simultaneously. They are full of doubts. What exactly is the other sound? Why, it's not like human language at all. Not the commander's voice. Who the hell is it? Only to see the military commander and Professor Brody suddenly rushing out of the spaceship at the same time. Their speed had already surpassed human speed, and in only a short moment they had left the spaceship. Charge forward. Even the fiercest beasts in the world don't have their speed. How old is Brody? Almost 60. But why is he so physically strong? Their minds were filled with doubt, but soon their doubts were about to become eternal. The ship erupted into intense light for a brief moment. The curtains that had been covering the surroundings were quickly burned to ash, turning into countless pieces of ash that fell. Then their eyes saw countless weapons hovering like concealed weapons. Countless iron-like objects erupted from inside, exquisite with some countless patterns, like a work of art. At the same time incredibly sharp and pointed. It's like an incredibly sharp knife. It pierced through them with ease. Fly forward quickly. Countless pieces of iron emanated from all around. It's like the most beautiful fireworks. This firework is beyond deadly. The soldiers subconsciously raised their guns when they saw those pieces of iron flying up, but just as they did so, they realized that their guns had shattered into countless pieces, and then it was their bodies that looked like rags, with all the blood and flesh flying across the air. It was the last thing they realized. And then there was no more. Those who can be in the underground laboratory are the country's top scientific and technological talents, and are highly established in one aspect or another. This kind of talent is able to serve as a professor in every university in the world. But now, their lives don't feel like lives at all. It's like willows flying in the air. It was twisted into countless pieces. Those staff members on the periphery, seeing those scientists near the innermost were being twisted into pieces. They also wanted to escape, but how could their speed be faster than those iron pieces? They just turned around. Then he saw his body turn into pieces and dissipate into the air. Except for all of them. All the furniture and machines in the entire underground laboratory that were a little more fragile were directly twisted into pieces. And the hardened machines were damaged to varying degrees. It was like plowing hard from end to end with the bloodiest of weapons. The whole air is bloody. It's like a blood spray floating around. All of the metal fragments landed on the wall, directly penetrating several walls before stopping and landing on the wall, revealing deep holes. The whole wall is full of holes. At the very moment when everyone was dead, the spaceship suddenly erupted with incomparable energy pulling up from the ground. A protective shield suddenly appeared around its periphery, rushing directly into the only passageway. He quickly soared upwards. In just a few seconds, it broke through countless confinements. Countless people working on the surface saw a spaceship rising up from the ground. The surface of the airship was covered with a shield of energy, and all the objects hit by the airship turned into smithereens. It is? Could it be the results of the underground laboratory? I've long heard that the first laboratory has an airship, and that what the underground laboratory researches is the technology on top of the airship. So I finally saw it today. Doubts began to bubble up in the minds of many, but soon they relaxed, eyes gleaming at the ship. It seems to be trying to make out flowers from above, but soon they couldn't see anything. A burst of white light suddenly flashed in front of them, incomparably blinding, seeming to blind them in an instant, and they subconsciously covered their eyes. The eyes had become nearly blind, unbearably stinging, and could only be opened just a fraction of an inch. But when they barely opened their eyes and saw the light outside, just saw the countless beautifully crafted pieces of iron flying in the sky. Each piece of iron kills. Their bodies were shredded like rags in an instant. All of the key positions in the center of the studio were occupied by scientific staff from Sam's own country itself. All the staff from other countries have been transferred out by them. It's kind of self-inflicted, and it's eating the bitter fruit on its own. After the spaceship dumped these pieces of iron, it didn't care how much killing it had done, and without making much of a stop, it headed straight upwards. Their defenses were turned up to the max and they slammed hard into the top of the mountain. But unexpectedly as the spaceship hit the mountain, there was a lot of debris falling though, but it didn't shatter the entire mountain in the first place. The spaceship shook as well, and the ant captain was a bit surprised, having turned up the ship's shock resistance as well as its defenses to the max. But I didn't expect this mountain to be so hard. He could still be so resilient after he had expended so much energy at such a great cost. Soon the ship crashed again. It exploded in an instant. The mountain is still shaking above, but there was no sign of scattering. The whole mountain is like a hole. Shroud this place firmly. The ant captain was even more shocked. After not crashing through the first time, he had already added more firepower for the second time, but he didn't expect it to be the same. What he doesn't know is this: the steel bars shrouded above the entire mountain are enough to cover the entire mountain, which is more than 20 meters thick in its longitudinal length, and due to some special design, the entire mountain is integrated. Even triggering a WMD to go off overhead won't affect the inside. That's why it's known as the safest place in the world. Hardly one of them. 8 secondary cannons at the ready. Topple the entire mountaintop. Captain Ant gave the order. In a flash, all 8 secondary cannons were energized. It erupted with a bang. All of the energy from the 8 secondary cannons tilted out. A power that was one tech segment ahead. With a bang, almost everyone who was in the mountain felt a fearful force spreading from above, right down to the soles of their feet. It's comparable to a small earthquake. At the moment of the previous impact, all the personnel in the military exclusion zone around the mountain had realized that something was wrong. This is the most heavily guarded military exclusion zone, with destructive weapons as well as technology that Sam's country relies on. The attention it receives is unparalleled. With all those weapons laid out here, even an army of hundreds of thousands wouldn't be able to force their way in. You can imagine how tight the defense was. And this military restricted area is also filled with countless sensor devices. As soon as something goes wrong somewhere, the surrounding forces are quickly mobilized to get there. Originally, the impact just now had caused an abnormal area on their sensor net to appear red. It represents a heavy bombardment of that place. Yet after just 10 seconds or so had passed, surprisingly there are holes in the red area over there. Though the size of this loophole is not very large, and it is only a small wound for the entire mountain building. But the mountain buildings were built to be defensible against weapons of destruction. The mountain had long been hollowed out and numerous steel plates had been poured over it. Even the uppermost stone block was not of concrete, but had whole boulders surrounding it, so that even the heaviest artillery bombardment could not shatter it. But now there was even a leakage, which meant that it had definitely suffered a bombardment that had not been seen in 100 years. But their radar showed no enemy incursion at all, nor any weapons. Rather, it was from the inside that led to this disaster. But regardless, it's an absolute disaster. The alarm went off instantly, and it's an unprecedented special level of war preparedness. Dozens of military bases stationed in Area 51 responded instantly. Activate the emergency plan. All missile weapons are in full readiness, because this was a sensitive area. Every move would be watched by countless eyes, and in just a few moments, countless units had already gotten the message. Instant action. In the middle of a mountain laboratory, the moment the 8 secondary cannons attacked, it didn't manage to directly topple this mountaintop all the way over as they had expected. It's just a small hole about a meter in diameter that's been broken. At this level of attack, it would take at least 10 more times before the entire mountaintop could be blown apart. The ant captain directly gave up his decision to blast his opponent to pieces with his secondary cannon after seeing this scene. Report, Captain. Countless airwaves have been detected and intercepted. Our whereabouts have been compromised. Request instructions. The unlikable gaze of the ant captain stared. Attention all. Activate the 2 main cannons directly. Turn them on to maximum power. We must completely shatter the other side this time. The very moment he gave the order, all the energy of the entire spaceship is gathered at 2 points. The location of those 2 dots is the location of the 2 main guns. It was also the most core attack weapon on top of a ship, and every time it was used, it would consume a large amount of energy, so it would not be used easily. But this time it had to be moved. This time it was blasted to the top of the head. That's why they dared to be so bold. If it was one of those destroying the location of the weapons depot, they would never dare to do so. That's Jade. They still want to get out alive. The 2 main cannons, like awakened beasts, erupted in the most powerful and invincible stance, erupting in 2 incomparable flames that blasted directly at the mountaintop shattered mouth. Even those around the base heard an unmistakable thud, like a big explosion. The top of the mountain was hardened and lifted off a gash more than 10 meters wide. Then they saw a, not unlike human society flying out of it. Just the moment it flew out, somewhere in the military base, in the twinkling of an eye, a response was made. Several missiles instantly attacked its position. Go straight after it, to leave it behind. The speed of the spaceship was fast, but at the moment it blasted the mountain, it had used up most of its energy, resulting in a great reduction in speed. Just at the moment it just rushed out, several missiles took direct hits on it. Violent flames erupted in the air. Luckily, this area is surrounded by desert and is a military restricted area with no ordinary people. Otherwise, this scene would definitely cause an uproar if it was recorded and put on the internet. They also wondered if this one ship was the culprit, but their mission is to eliminate all potential threats, including anyone and anything. They obeyed orders as a matter of course and didn't care whether the other side was friend or foe. It's better to kill than to let go. That's what they're all about. But the moment the missile blasted into it, the protective shield around it instantly radiated light, and all the firelight was blocked out, unable to harm its main body at all. The huge explosion only caused the speed to pause for just a moment before it slowly began to accelerate again. Countless soldiers were shocked beyond belief as they watched it rush out of the flames. What the hell is this? It looks like it flew out of a laboratory in the middle of a mountain, with the appearance of a kind of spaceship. No good. It's trying to escape. Whether it escaped from the mountain lab or not, we can't let it go. We have to shoot it down. There was excitement in their eyes. I had heard that secret scientific research was going on in the laboratory in the mountain. There are even legendary aliens in spaceships, and now they finally get to see the real thing, and they're declaring war on each other. This air of dancing on the tip of a knife made them tremble so much that they couldn't help themselves. But some people think of that previous military campaign. Only 2 days have passed since these events. If they were to say that there was actually no connection, they would not believe it to death. After one unsuccessful strike, dozens of missiles attacked again. This time the missiles were more powerful than the last, and dozens of them in unison. It could almost level an area of several square kilometers. Follow the movements of the other side after encountering them. They could now fully tell that the other party was definitely running away from them. Since this was the case, they could not be allowed to leave at all. They had never been the only ones to imprison, and nothing had yet been able to depart from their hands. Dozens of missiles launched themselves at the ship with an unmistakable shock of fire. In a short moment, the ship encountered dozens of attacks. Within the airship, which had suffered a huge attack, the alarms instantly went off. The smart brain's beeps kept ringing out in the middle of the ship. The ship is under tremendous attack. The attack is originating from the ground. Protective shields are damaged and energy consumption is increasing. Energy remaining 40%, 38%, 35%, 33%, 30%, 25%, 18%. Alarms had been sounding inside the ship. There is an energy shield in place. They could rest on their laurels, but the energy of the protective shield was constantly depleting all the time, and they had used more than half of their energy before. The firing of the two main cannons, in particular, had led to a huge drain on them, and the energy, which was now a fraction of a point used, had no place to be replenished. Energy conservation measures are very energy intensive, and the drain they put on the ship by leaving them on all the time is enormous. However, they had to turn it on again, because once it was off, they would not be able to fight these missiles for a long time with their instance. Once the other party came back with another round of attacks like the one just now, then their instance would be in danger. So even if you know you're consuming it extremely fast, you have to do it this way. Hold the defenses. The ship is starting to go to its limits. All power all the way up. Captain Ant gave the order. The ship was at full energy point in a flash. All power turned up to maximum. But at the same time they were depleting their energy extremely fast. The troops on the ground saw the spaceship and fled as if it were flying. The heart couldn't help but be anxious. What the hell is this thing? It's been hit by dozens of missiles. How come there's not a hint of damage visible on the outside? And it's going faster than before. Is this the power of an alien civilization? This is too terrifying. All those dozens of missiles just now were enough to devastate an area of several square kilometers. But all of them were targeted on top of this ship and merely made it shake. My God! It must not be allowed to escape. This is property that belongs to us, and it must be left in this land. And even if we can't get it, we must destroy it completely. Its destruction is on the minds of countless people. I would rather destroy than let others have it. It's their principle. Enable the nuclear-tipped missile. Make it last forever. The supreme commander of this area issued a directive. They were now unable to contact the inside of the lab and had no idea what was going on inside. The only thing they could do was to leave the spaceship behind. With his command, somewhere in a top-secret part of this military area, a giant missile is ready. Everyone had also been ordered to move quickly into the military bunkers. The electronic beeps in the middle of the ship also prompted frantically. Terror weapon lock detected. Requesting energy enhancement. Energy is low, please stop it as soon as possible. If you can't stop it, run away as fast as you can. Please flee as soon as possible. The phrase was repeated throughout the airship. The ant captain felt incredibly stifled. With full implementation status, how could he be afraid of these lowly carbon-based creatures? With their physical qualities, even the most powerful carbon-based creatures on this planet would be nothing more than ants in their eyes. But it was amazing that these mole crickets already had the power to overthrow them. This made a mouthful of old blood about to spurt out of his heart. A ruthless color radiated from his eyes. He was going to get back at these carbon-based creatures hard and leave an indelible impression in their minds. All secondary cannons ready. make these carbon-based creatures disappear into this desert. The moment his voice fell, all the secondary cannons fired. But the secondary cannon was already only half as powerful as it normally was. The sub-cannon fired with all its power, and in an instant 8 places on the ground, great flames sprang up, and this fire continued to spread around, and a layer of ripples rose up from the ground. Even if the ship was low on energy, those 8 military bases still suffered a devastating blow. In an instant, the vast majority of them died instantly. Even though they had taken refuge in military bunkers with thick cover, they were still heavily killed and wounded. If there is enough energy, dozens of military bases, almost none of which have been able to escape. Also at the same time, missiles carrying nuclear warheads were launched instantly. It hit the spaceship almost instantly. A huge mushroom cloud rose above the sky, though not really full-blown nuclear weapons, but the killing power is still unrivaled. It's a real weapon of mass destruction, a strategic weapon. For example, after the ship was hit, the energy shield was instantly melted like snow on an iceberg. Countless flames surrounded the ship's main body. Lifted off like a fallen leaf, it disappeared into the sky. Area 51 is supposed to be a key regulatory area. At the top of the list and extremely sensitive. Something happened at the lab, and 8 military bases were killed and wounded, and strategic weapons with nuclear warheads were used. This is the most serious accident in nearly a decade. When the incident at Area 51 was reported, the military bigwigs felt like their heads were going to explode. I don't know how many offices let out a roar of anger. How is this possible? We must find out exactly where that ship is going and leave it behind at all costs. An order was issued from everywhere. Countless people were on high alert for the worst accident in a decade. Especially since it's only just happened and there's only time for superficial statistics and no in-depth investigation yet. Much less how many of those military bases survived. And there's also what's going on within the mountain lab? Why didn't those scientists in there react? And with all that military power, didn't it work at all? The answers to all these questions are for them to find and investigate on their own. And most importantly, where the hell did that spaceship go? Be sure to capture it. This is the culprit. And once this spacecraft is captured by a foreign country, the damage will be almost incalculable. That's why they'd rather destroy the spaceship than let it appear in front of the world. Everyone's as busy as a fly on the wall. Anything about Area 51 is top secret. The direct enforcers are these military bigwigs. They were so busy with all of this that all of them subconsciously forgot to report to Madison, the top decision maker. I have to say it was quite a coincidence that Madison had signed quite a few papers and had just picked up a cup of coffee and opened the window to get ready for a break when she saw a shooting star streak across the sky. When he looked closer, he realized it wasn't a shooting star. Instead, it's a spaceship with a very sci-fi appearance. I don't know if it was just his illusion, but he always noticed that part of the ship seemed to be charred on top of it. It was as if they had just had a big fight and had not yet recovered. The excitement in his heart when he saw the spaceship was almost beyond words. He was carrying piping hot coffee in his hand and almost spilled it directly on him. Another spaceship, and by the looks of it badly damaged on the outside. Not sure why the authorities didn't capture it though, but now that he's seen it, it belongs to them. The only one downside is that some of the populace may have videotaped the spaceship's appearance and may even have posted it online. That's a good problem to have. When the time comes, just explain that the video was synthesized. This method has been tried and tested 100 times. Put it after the piping hot coffee. He rushed to open the number 3 red internal phone on his desk. The phone kept ringing, but it wasn't being answered. He frowned. What was going on today? Was there no one in the office? He then tried to call a second military bigwig, but it still didn't connect. Third, the fourth. He was getting impatient as he typed this. Mentally, he couldn't help but curse away. Where the hell have these old-timers been? It's not like you're out partying in broad daylight again. This was an urgent military matter for himself, and if it was delayed, it would have a lot of bad repercussions, and this matter can't be used by other people, but can only be discussed with these military bigwigs, because the other few people are the ones who are in charge of these things in general. When he got to the 5th military bigwig's phone, it finally went through. He said impatiently as soon as the other person picked up the phone. Mr. Moore, I finally got through to you. Do you know what I found? I found a spaceship, and it's in a state where a battle has taken place. It's not in one piece right now, and I think we have the ability to capture it. He was dancing around with his hands and looked particularly excited. Plus this one spaceship, that's the second one. Within his tenure, a total of 2 ships were captured. What a powerful political achievement. Those who come after will surely have immense admiration for themselves. One can even capitalize on that for another round. But just as he was talking hand to hand on his side, the other side stayed silent and didn't respond. Mr. Moore, are you shocked by this too? I had the same expression when I first found out. I bet you're incredibly excited and nervous right now. Please keep in mind that when capturing it, it would be best to take into account the repercussions and succeed in capturing it in no man's land without letting the populace know about it. And pay attention to secrecy. Never let foreign powers know that we've gotten a spaceship to avoid them having other ideas. He hadn't really thought about this kind of spaceship being the one that escaped from the lab, because it didn't look like it at all from the outside. The spaceship captured earlier in outer space was full of sci-fi and had a shroud of energy. And the spaceship he had just seen had no energy shield at all on its exterior and was scorched black. Not a breed at all. That's why he didn't break his head to think that these two very different spaceships were actually the same one. He gave an account of these things as if they were in a series of shots from his mouth. But no matter what he said, he found that the other man remained silent. He was incredibly anxious in his mind. After all I've said, why don't you fart? Mr. Moore, are you listening to me? The other was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Mr. Madison, I have sad news for you. This ship escaped from inside the lab. Right now our satellites are tracking it and preparing to make a capture of it. We had 8 military bases destroyed and countless soldiers killed and wounded. And the lab is tallying up the damage. And according to reports from people in the lab, there's been a lot of death and injury in there as well. And countless scientists have given their lives to science. Madison nearly spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. Immediately, he felt a stream of blood flowing straight through his head, almost causing his entire being to pass out alive. He immediately opened his locker and took his blood pressure pills out of it and took them before he felt himself slowing down. He fell on top of his chair and opened his mouth, unable to say a word. He felt like the sky was falling. How did this serious accident happen? Didn't those people check ahead of time to see if there was a creature in the ship or not? And with all the military weaponry littering Area 51, I'm surprised it hasn't been left behind? It's just a strange shame. Mr. Madison, are you okay? The voice came from the red phone. It was only after Madison heard the voice that she woke up as if from a dream and rushed to pick up the phone. The look was incredibly solemn. Mr. Moore, this ship must be left behind. And even if it can't be, it must be destroyed. In addition, an investigation team and a medical team were dispatched to conduct a thorough sweep and data collection of the military base and laboratory, and to do a good job of wrapping up the work. After all that, he still felt a little dizzy. The soldiers inside the military base were even. Yet the labs at Area 51 are extremely important. So many scientists in there. I don't know how many were killed or injured. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die. Too many deaths would be a problem. And there are so many foreign scientists in there. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Let's hope it's only a couple of injuries. The ship escaped, but it didn't get very far before the satellites locked onto it. Its energy was now minimized, merely able to just keep moving. The energy shield no longer served any protective function and disappeared completely. There was no longer any ability to attack. It's like a piece of fish on a chopping block. Anyone can swallow it and digest it completely. A devastating weapon strike was delivered within the ship's hull, and the energy shield completely disappeared. The hardened pod took a devastating weapon hit, and one that was still right in the center of the area. Even if the ship's cabin metal structure was one technological era ahead of Blue Mercury, suffering such a severe blow was extremely serious. This was already considered good. If it was any ship on Blue Mercury, I'm afraid it would have ceased to exist by now. It's not that they haven't thought about igniting dangerous weapons of destruction, but as they were about to do it they realized, inside that area, there's already more than one weapon of destruction locked on them. Even if they lit one, the others would attack them. And this area is the most special area, a powder keg. In case the existence of those destructive weapons is affected, I am afraid it will cause a chain reaction. They wouldn't even be able to escape with a glimmer of life by then. Hell knows why those guys stacked so many destructive weapons. So they weighed their options and just chose to retaliate. To their good fortune, the ship's hull was so tough that it was not destroyed, even after taking a hit from such a strategic weapon. But the injuries were severe and countless instruments were damaged. Quite a few of the instruments that could be utilized had failed, including a number of systems that had suffered devastating blows, and the power system was faltering. So they were in mid-flight, already slower than before by an unknown amount, no longer in control of their course of action. Countless people saw an alien ship gliding across the sky and grabbed their cell phones to record the image. The internet was abuzz for a while. Countless news headlines all about the appearance of spaceships. The previous one was a catch-22. This time it's real with video visible. Videos of the spaceship are quickly circulating on the internet. There were even people signaling to spaceships asking them to come and be their guests. There were even terminally ill people who climbed right up to the roof of the building and opened banners when they saw the spaceship fly by. The banner reads, "Please take me away. This is living alien civilization technology. It's their hope for survival." As long as there was any glimmer of hope left, they would not give up. Even if that hope was slimmer, they were going to try. The military department hated to give these people a shuttle when they saw this, but there was no way. In the presence of these populations, they were even less able to make a capture of this spaceship. Once they did so, then it was confirmed that the ship was real, and at that time, even if they grew 10 mouths, they would not be able to explain it. There are some things that can only be known privately and not put out in the open publicly, or else it could lead to unparalleled harassment. So they can only disavow these statements on the internet. It says that a member of the public has created it, that it is an imitation of an alien ship, not a real one, and asks the public to recognize it. Some believed it, some didn't, but these same things have become the hottest topics in media history. Countless video sites have uploaded videos of the ship. Some have even sent these videos around the world. The eyes of the world were drawn to it at once. There was nothing the military could do to stop the network from spreading, only to follow it closely and be ready to capture it at any time. Given any chance, they would be able to capture this ship. While they were tracking it, a number of good folk had already started tracking it as well. Someone has even turned on the live stream, so angry that the military wanted to just bury them alive on the spot. Things are bad enough as it is, and you sons of bitches stand up and make trouble. Do you really think you're God because you're a taxpayer? You're just some bottom-feeding mole crickets, and you want the ship to take you away? What do you think you are? They kept making tracks and eventually the ship flew over the ocean. There were also members of the public who wanted to take a boat out for a live broadcast and they were stopped directly. It has led to a lot of disputes. It was as they were preparing to make the capture. The airship suddenly plunged headlong into the vast and infinite sea like a falling leaf, completely disappearing. The eventual military personnel were instantly confused when they saw this scene. Countless helicopters and warships conducted searches, but no matter how much they probed using radar and sonar, they couldn't find any trace of a spaceship inside. It was as if after falling into the sea, it had completely dissolved and become part of the sea. The military's commanding officer, the whole thing was in a cold sweat. How could this unexpected situation happen? It was not at all what they expected. What they have in their hands is the most advanced detection equipment in the world. And on top of that, they've installed tracking equipment on top of the ship. Even if the other party fell into the middle of the ocean, information could still be passed on, and they could lock on to the other party's location. But now there's not even a hair. They've been tracking for so long, tracking a loneliness. When the time comes how to write the report, is it written that their group of people tracked for so long also installed GPS positioning on each other? As a result, nothing can be found now. They both thought of the terrible consequences of doing so. I guess all of them will be sent to guard the frontier by then. But they couldn't search no matter how much they searched. It was as if the other party had disappeared into thin air. On the other side, when the investigation team moved into Area 51 and started to investigate, stunned by what was in front of him, 8 military bases, even with military bunkers, were as dead and wounded inside as the locusts. And that's not even the worst of it. When they entered the mountain lab, their mouths opened and barely closed when they saw the large hole above their heads. It's a big hole and a piece of turtle shell knocked out alive. The lab was even more littered with corpses. There were hardly any intact bodies to be seen in the center area. All of them looked like they had been cut into pieces. Every single person in the investigation team was incredibly tough-minded, but seeing this scene in front of them, which was like a human purgatory, they still couldn't help but vomit. When they entered the underground laboratory, it was still the same scene, and it's even more tragic down here than up there. The countless pieces of corpses and blood had already dyed the entire laboratory into a field of blood. Incomparably terrifying, and they would go back to having nightmares at night even if they looked at it. But looking at it they suddenly realized, these bodies on the ground seem to have like something wrong with them, because they realized that these people, who were cut into pieces, seem to be all from Samus country. Fucking hell. The investigation team was full of doubts. Where are the bodies of those foreign scientists? How can there not be a single body? The information they have on hand suggests that there should be dozens of teams of foreign scientists underneath this ground, now completely invisible to any of them. Although the investigation team knew some of the secret stories, they were not directly responsible for them, so they could only cross-reference them with the information in hand. They didn't find the bodies of the foreign scientists in their labs on the ground, but those foreign scientists were physically present and there were survivors, both based on information and survivor confessions on the ground. There should be 5 teams of foreign scientists underground. They were a little anxious because these scientists were the top minds of their countries. If something goes wrong, it's a big mess. And there's the leader of the scientists in the underground lab, as well as the body of the head of the military yet to be found. They looked at so many corpses on the ground that had been scattered into pieces that they couldn't even vomit. And if they really went through these corpses, it was estimated that they would have continuous nightmares for a month. Conduct a full search of the underground labs to find out if there are any survivors. Have a biohazard team move in to clean up all areas and piece together the bodies. The head of investigations promptly launched an investigation and issued a directive. It can't be helped. They knew that the underground experiments were a top-secret program, and ordinary people had no idea what they were working on. But there's no way around it. It's become this way in here. No one will be able to do this work if they haven't already brought in a biochemical defense team. These are not the bodies of some ordinary soldiers. Each of them is a renowned scientist with a certain number of builds in their respective fields. There are even some that have strong backgrounds as well as teams behind them. If they couldn't even hand over the intact body by then, they would probably be verbally abused and might even be questioned. So they could only use all their power to clean up the scene in front of them. They looked around them. Except for these bodies, an unknown number of remaining electronic devices have been completely destroyed. Even if the information could be repaired, it would be a huge project. Their heads hurt a little just thinking about it. Research what? Research what? Home are directly plumbed. The biochemistry team soon began to move in. Who knows if there are still some viruses in there? In the midst of their search, they soon found those survivors who were badly wounded. Got the story from their mouths. They had nothing to hide now at this point. It is the responsibility of the investigation team to find out if all the processes were violated, and there has to be a scapegoat in this case. After all, something so big has happened. The head of the military and the chief decision-maker have been shaken. These things are simply disgraceful. How could their anger be quelled without a scapegoat? At the same time, they were also concerned about the foreign scientists, and anything that happened to any of them could cause a diplomatic dispute. But soon they found the foreign scientists under house arrest as well as some surviving soldiers and staff inside the living quarters. But when they saw these foreign scientists walk out from inside the living quarters intact, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through their hearts. How come none of these people are dead? They are afraid of causing a diplomatic row though. But the scientists in their own country have died a death. These foreign scientists didn't even hurt a single hair. And they were in there eating, drinking, entertaining and relaxing. And not only did they not have any problems at all, but they were healthy as hell. They really don't know how they should express their feelings. The head of the investigation team forced down his displeasure and asked the chief scientist of Xia, Professor Huang, haven't you heard the slightest movement outside? Or are you guys just greedy and afraid of death? His words were full of malice. The original should not have been so out of sorts, but after having seen so many corpses, especially in the ground as 1 in 10 scientists in their own country, the heart was unbalanced to the core. Even the words were inevitably out of place. Professor Huang glanced at him as he listened to his disgruntled tone. Yui said, From what you're saying, do you think we shouldn't live and should die like them? When the head of the investigation team saw this gaze like a sharp sword, his heart was instantly weak. That's not what I meant. Just looking into things. Professor Huang let out a cold laugh. It's not that we don't want to go out. It's that we're under house arrest and there are soldiers guarding us. So how do you expect us to get out? Knock them down and storm out? He turned his head to the soldier. The soldier immediately stood at attention and squared his shoulders. The orders we received were to guard them. And they were supposed to stay inside the living quarters and not get involved in scientific matters until we got a joint order. Investigation team leader. He couldn't wait to pick up the soldier and throw him right out. Speak up. Think I can't hear you? And what were you stopping them for at that point? I don't usually see you guys so loyal. Professor Huang looked at him. We won't let this matter rest. We need an explanation regarding why your scientist in charge suddenly went back on his word and put us under house arrest. I will report it all. The remaining scientists from several countries gathered around. The rest of their hearts were angry, in addition to being thankful. Now it's time to settle the score. We need an explanation in this matter too. We have invested so much money in this scientific program, and as a result, we never thought that you would do such a backtracking thing. You are betraying the treaty. Unless you pit all of us here right now without leaving a single trace. Once you leave a trace, you will suffer a thunderous retaliation. At these words, all eyes looked at the investigation team. The head of the investigation team's gaze stared slightly, then quickly relaxed again. Deep down, he wanted these people to die, too. But there's no chance of that now. There's a thing that always leaves a mark when it's done, and they can't afford the consequences. One can only try to explain. Don't worry, gentlemen, this matter is not the government's intention. It's all Brody's personal assertion, and we'll be sure to give everyone an explanation. Just as he had finished speaking, the 9 Spectres investigators reported to him that Brody, the head of the underground lab, and the head of the military had been found. The investigative team leader's eyes instantly lit up. Scapegoat, this is not coming. Please take a break to compose yourselves. I'll take care of things and a staff member will hand over to you later. When he finished, he left at a quick pace. It's so much pressure to face these titans of science. Brody and the military commanders were crawling out from among the bodies. As the biohazard team cleared the scene, they suddenly stood up from among the corpses, covered in blood. How could they not have imagined that real cosmic creatures existed inside the spaceship? And just by looking at each other, they were subjected to a monstrous killing spree. Brody was okay, at least he saw what the alien creature looked like, but the head of the military saw nothing, and he didn't even know what the hell it was that killed him. They exerted extraordinary speed in the moment they fled. It still hasn't escaped either. They also saw countless of their former men die. Each one is like broken glass, crushed before those killing irons. Even if they fled as fast as they could, they ended up collapsing in a pool of blood, losing consciousness as endless pain coursed through their bodies. But when they woke up, they realized that although their bodies were riddled with wounds, they found that there were not many fatal injuries on their bodies. And those fatal injuries on his own body are healing and growing flesh at this very moment. But horrifyingly, their wounds had not healed completely, and the growths were stitched together like stitches. If you take off all their clothes and look at them, it would be amazing to realize that their bodies are like pieces joined together. The growth of flesh buds is beyond horrifying. It seemed that by giving them a punch, they would be able to break them up again. Their hearts were overwhelmed with gratitude. Luckily, he had taken the God's potion in advance, which had led to an amazing change in his body. This body is like immortality. All of them heal as long as they are not fatally injured. They were surprised and delighted to discover the change, but at the same time, they wanted to keep the secret in their hearts forever, or else they, as the first experimentalists to take the potion, might be caught in the lab and experimented on in all directions. This is something they will not tolerate. Others could be the test subjects on their lab bench, but they could never be the test subjects of others. So when the biochemical defense team came over, ready to take them for treatment, they immediately took a step back. Don't touch me. There's nothing happening to me. Those anti-personnel weapons didn't touch my body. Brody shrugged off the hand of the biochemical defense team member. Sir, your injuries are particularly serious. I need to take you to where the medical staff is and give you a full body check, the immunization officer said as he looked at him. Actually it does. His body was covered in blood, and it's revealed from the inside out. It's not at all like he said it was okay. Although he didn't know Brody's exact identity, anyone who could be inside this lab was an extraordinary person. Each one is a national treasure. It's not up to them not to take care of it. I'm fine. It's all the blood from the others. I don't need to be examined. I'm going to go back to my place and change into clean clothes, Brody said, then was about to head for his quarters. The military commander was also close behind him. They were now in desperate need of a change of clean clothes to hide their faces. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly a large group arrived. Surround them. The investigative team leader who was at the head of the team looked at them and sneered. Professor Brody, because of your single-mindedness, you have caused irreversible changes to the underground labs. We have suffered heavy losses, and you must be held accountable for these things. When he finished, he saw the military commander behind him. And Mr. Jaden, you two are the de facto heads of the underground laboratory. You bear the unshirkable responsibility for this failure of the laboratory. Accept the court's judgment. How can one scapegoat be enough? At least 2 weighty scapegoats would be about right. These 2 have become pariahs anyway. It's not like it's irreplaceable. The portions are just right to quell the anger of all parties. Hearing the head of the investigation team say those words, Brody clenched as he loosened. Looking up at him, he said coldly, "Who are you?" "I am the person in charge of this operation and the head of the investigation team. As for my name, you don't need to know it. Anyway, there is no chance that we might have a chance to meet in the future," the investigation team leader said. "These 2 men were court-martialed and will surely die, so there's no need to bullshit them at all. It looks like you guys are ready to push the 2 of us out as scapegoats. Then in that case, it's true that we won't have a chance to meet again in the future." Brody nodded, no expression on his face. They could think of the fallout this would have, but I didn't expect the other side to do so much. Court-martialed. The best they can do is spend the rest of their lives inside a prison and lose all their freedom. Immediately afterward they will be like a dog inside a prison being drained of all their usefulness. What use is such a life? Then, to them? Brody, Jaden, I now suspect you of conducting irregularities that led to a major change in the lab, indirectly causing the deaths of thousands of people. Now please come back with me to be investigated. The head of the investigation team waved his hand, followed by someone going up to arrest them and take them away. "And you want to take us with you? How can a bunch of idiots understand the power of a god?" A hideous smile appeared at the corner of Brody's mouth, like the last smile of a wild animal before its bloodlust. The head of the investigation team spotted Brody striking out immediately afterward. He was winning. Brody was just an ordinary old man. A random soldier would be able to subdue him. He was simply doing a trapped animal. But soon his smile froze on his face as those who went up to arrest him were instantly killed. All in one move. Brody is like a thoroughly awakened beast, old but still crazy in his bones. Jaden, who followed closely behind, was even more frantic. Having been a special forces instructor in the first place, it instantly turned into a killing machine, and it was easy to deal with these people. Soon, this underground experiment once again became a hell on earth. Brody viciously snapped the investigative team leader's neck. Then, they packed up all the god's potion and slaughtered their way through, passing through the secret passage provided by Jaden and eventually disappearing into the vast desert, never to be seen again. Madison and several military continents are holding an emergency meeting. Almost turned my back when I heard the news. One thing leads to another. There was no previous contact on this side, resulting in another massacre by our own people. All the investigation team members and biochemical defense teams sent there were wiped out, and the other side didn't even make contact with the first-line troops, but passed through a secret passage and disappeared into the desert. They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the fuck is this shit? A time of storm. Sam's country sent countless fleets to begin searching the seas under the guise of maneuvers. But the sea is so big, and the situation in the middle of the ocean is incredibly complicated. No matter how much their sonar probed and their positioning systems monitored, they could no longer find any trace of the spacecraft. They were incredibly anxious in their hearts. You can't just put out an airship search notice to the world. One can only swallow this bitter fruit inside the stomach. Inform all the intelligence agencies in their countries to collect all information on this matter. There's no value in covering it up now. What's the use of a good cover when the ship has vanished into thin air? Except for the whole searching for the ship thing. They sent another survey team to the underground lab to wrap things up. Once there, they realized that things were far grimmer than they had imagined. It's a living, breathing killing field of sure hell. The renegade Brody and Jaden kill all the investigators one by one. Even the biochemical epidemic prevention team of hundreds of people did not escape, and most of them were killed or injured. They were very clever in that they didn't even come into contact with the first line of troops, and moved exceptionally quickly, having killed their way through the entire lab in just under 20 minutes. In such a short period of time, the troops outside didn't even react, and they had already escaped. And one of these two was well versed in technological achievements and the other in military structures. Working in tandem with each other, the lab was a virtual void to them. They could see through the surveillance that each of these two men was so powerful that not even an unusual blade could do them any harm. And they didn't have the slightest bit of pain on their faces for each injury. The whole thing is like a super soldier. On top of that, they took a portion of their scientific research with them. What made them feel even more pained was that, according to the survivor's description, the ship had once harvested a large batch of God's potion. All gone now. I'm afraid they took them too. Only that one co-discovered potion of the gods remains. And the weird changes in their bodies right now should possibly come from the God's potion. The matter was urgently reported. The nation's efforts began to be mobilized to find these two men. As long as the other party was able to renounce the darkness, they could forget about their past grudges. Even if the other party had killed so many people, they could forgive them and even promise high positions, because the potion of God was too precious. If everyone who took the potion of life could be as indestructible as they were, then they could form one of the most powerful regiments in the world. If they were equipped with the latest weapons, then it would be almost like God stops God and Buddha stops Buddha, and there would no longer be any force in this world that could stop them. This force, they must control. For that they can agree to anything they want. Not to mention that it might have life-prolonging properties, just what many behind-the-scenes bigwigs need. On top of that, the discovery of alien life in the midst of the spacecraft was included in their first priority, and dozens of probecraft were dispatched to take off to explore the solar system and the Milky Way. They felt vaguely uneasy, especially in the middle of the ship. The discovery of the alien creatures disturbed them to the core. Over a dozen probe craft with their mission to the outer planets. This one made a lot of noise. With spaceships escaping and the presence of alien creatures, everything seems unknown and unpredictable. There is no longer any point in hiding it. And there are so many scientists who know what's going on. There's no way to hide it. Paper can't hold fire. Sam's country informed the rest of the Big Five of what was going on in full. Convene an emergency meeting. What no one expected was that this meeting was just a prologue. They were a little worried, but they still felt that the extraterrestrials were too far away. There's no sense of urgency that's as strong as when you're not in the middle of a fire. But what they don't know is this. What happened next would completely shock the world. Time is slow yet seems so fast. Everything is like a lazy summer afternoon pastime. People will always love things that are new. It's like a visit from aliens, flooding major forums and online media. Some even think that this is the best time to make contact with extraterrestrials, to try and communicate with them and gain access to their technology. By that time Blue Mercury will have been turned upside down and they will have profited from it. But only those at the national level will know. This kind of thing will probably never happen. Relationships between nations are defined by interests. Planet-to-planet relations can also, of course, only be determined by interests. There is no free lunch in the world. No one likes a friend who gets something for nothing. They could be nothing more than an ant under their feet to the alien creatures and could be trampled to death at will. Just as it is impossible for a human being to be friends with an ant on the side of the road. The best relationship is one of mutual disinterest. And if the ant does just one unhappy thing to a human being, it will suffer extinction. They do the same thing for extraterrestrials. It's not as good as it seems. A little inattention is a recipe for disaster. Moreover, the other party had already developed great killing intent towards them. So I'm afraid that the next days were not going to be very peaceful. None of this has anything to do with Yuan. He doesn't yet know that an alien creature has been exposed in the outside world. Focus only on what's in front of you. And fusion fission hybrid reactors have been fully constructed and are undergoing continuous improvement as well as the elimination of vulnerabilities. It will be able to go straight into service then and will explode with unprecedented power. This is a huge advancement and leap forward for human technology. His value is becoming more and more important. But the more important his value, the more he became a thorn in the side of many people's eyes. Even for the sake of balance, he would not be allowed to live above this world. Not to mention the fact that he had so much valuable stuff on him. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Xia is, it can't stop the countries of the world from uniting. It would be a crisis of unprecedented magnitude. Summerlin can't be stopped from stepping back even before the will of the whole world. Yuan, on the other hand, was merely an ordinary man. And even if he possessed more technology, he was still just a mortal body. How is it possible to resist persecution all over the world? The more gold bricks he had on him now beckoned, the more he would have aroused countless greedy gazes. Yuan was still studying frantically inside the library while the whole world was gossiping about the spaceship. Through constant movement, his talent value increased rapidly, and the number of points of light illuminated in his mind increased. As he lit up all the points of light in the defense system, his mind also finally welcomed the defensively critical technology. He exhaled slowly. It finally worked. The hard work and the days of frantic exercise have finally paid off. As it should. He savored the future technology in his mind. High-energy dense graviton shield technology. A graviton, also known as a graviton, is a hypothetical particle in physics that transmits gravitational force. In the midst of physics, gravitons have not been proven to actually exist. But among the technology he has acquired, gravitons are surprisingly real and have been used. A defense system was even created. And this defense system is called the High-Energy Dense Graviton Shield System. It's a long name, but behind that name is a myriad of energy shields built with highly advanced technology. It's like that energy shield that appears on the exterior of so many battleships and airships in movies. Translucent. You can see the metal inside, but it is resistant to radiation, dust, bacteria, viruses and everything else. And this kind of energy shield can even completely isolate the power of light. More importantly, as long as this energy shield was on, it could be fearless of the vast majority of attacks in this world. Even if they were to encounter a destructive weapon, with enough energy to protect them, they would not be able to harm the hull inside at all. You can even turn on the energy shield and charge across the room. The inside will not be affected in any way at all. Not even vibrations will be produced. That's the scariest ability, plus immensely powerful. It's going to be the top technological battleship in the world. One man is an invincible fleet. It can span the universe, traveling through the universe. It's every boy's childhood dream, and the energy required for this one defense system is an energy ore. I don't know if there are any on Blue Mercury. He passed the information in his mind to Jean Eyre. After Jean Eyre got the information, your incomparably powerful arithmetic power quickly began to analyze it. Jean Eyre's voice rang in his head. Master, I have finished analyzing all the information, and according to the technical conditions we currently possess, we need to make further modifications to be able to build this defense system. This kind of ore does not exist on the island. Maybe it exists in other continents, but I did not find it on the information. I found out that there is a possibility that it exists in the ocean as far as this kind of ore is concerned by analyzing the bottom of the sea sampling. I need to further confirm my conjecture. Yuan nodded. He was satisfied with that answer. After all, although Jean Eyre was a wise brain that had transcended the ages, she wasn't omniscient after all, and she wasn't a god. He was satisfied to know that there were possibilities. There's not much time left for us. We need to build it as soon as possible. Yuan said. Master, I understand. The defense system will take some time to build, but I will finish it as soon as possible. At the same time I'll start exploring for new materials. I can build some undersea robots, and as long as we can get a sample of the surface we'll be able to get information on whether or not the ore is there. Yuan nodded. Now the nuclear reactor thing is over. All that's left is to keep debugging and refining minor flaws. All the drones in there were called after they were de-irradiated. A new journey has begun. The Center of Technological Experimentation on this island was called It had to be said that this island was simply a natural laboratory, with almost all the equipment needed for all experiments. It was as if it was made for him. It could help him with all the equipment to build a battleship. What he didn't know was that his island was the most well-equipped of all. Because it's an exact 1:1 scale replica, the lean and mean summer staff has replicated almost everything on this island. It's nothing short of a miracle. It was this mindset of excellence that created these conditions for him. Otherwise, you can't get these materials, and with his current technological means, he would have been able to break through the island's blockade to another continent long ago. Then the program would immediately go out of business and the conflict that would occur is unimaginable. It is the perfection of the island that indirectly maintains a balance. The screen came out and the audience watched as he began another journey. The inside of the tech lab rebooted again. All the test equipment all opened their fangs. All the drones against these experimental devices are being transformed like never before. Viewers off-screen were a little unsure about seeing these modifications. What is Yuan doing? I can't understand his maneuvering more and more. When I see this formation, I think of when he built the nuclear reactor before. And this time he has made so many maneuvers that I feel that another amazing work will be created by him. Too scary. I really want to peel open his brain to see what is in his mind. Is there a future world of technology in there? His contribution to science and technology is unprecedented. And in the future the world of science and technology will surely have a colorful piece of him. And even his importance can be compared to that of Newton and Einstein. But some people simply can't see him this good. Jealousy in the heart and language table. Don't blow your guts out. What do you mean by comparing to Newton and Einstein? Does he have the qualifications? Oh, if he was willing to contribute those technologies of his own to the world, I would have thought highly of him and praised him as a hero. But now I think he definitely won't contribute those technologies. He's just an incredibly selfish person. Even if he possesses so much technology, so what? As long as he refuses to hand it over, I'm afraid he'll suffer a devastating blow. He's hiding inside the island, maintaining a trace balance right now. But once he comes out he's breaking that balance. So wait for death. They are not without merit. It is also exactly what is on the minds of many nations and powers. Even if the relationship on the surface is good, but once encountered the interests of the time, then will instantly flip. We can only take one step at a time now. Yuan walked to the window, pondering. He had actually been trying to unlock his new shackles for the past few days, but no matter how much he exceeded the limits of his extreme sports, he could not break the chains of his body. It's like there's a lock that firmly binds him. He couldn't break it with all his strength. He had a vague feeling that if he couldn't break through the shackles, he would always feel extremely limited. And with the first 90% done, it's down to the last 10%. Troubled by this last step, he was always a little upset. That's his biggest obsession these days. His current power was so strong that even if dozens of special forces soldiers surrounded him together, he felt that it was possible that he would not lose. He looked a breath away, and could only put these things off for a little while. Maybe it's just not the right time. As soon as the time is right, it should be easy. Time passes slowly. High-tech laboratories are constantly experimenting. Finally the next day, Jane delivered the message to him. The energy source that powers the defense mechanism shield was found, right in the middle of the deep sea, with a large vein of ore, in the middle of the library. Yuan closed the book. Jane walked over with a unique scent. She had a box in her hand. Yuan's eyes landed on top of that box, his gaze slightly condensing. Is that the energy in there that can power the defense system? Jane came over and slowly opened the box. Inside the box was a blue crystal, emitting a faint fluorescence, and there seemed to be thousands of streams of light spinning in the crystal, regardless of anything else. Just at first glance it looked like a piece of art. This crystal has been given a special treatment. Otherwise, if it's raw or it's not this pretty. Yuan reached out and touched this energy crystal, holding it up to watch. Under the sunlight this blue color exudes a unique charm all the time, which makes people can't help but love it. Jane was behind him, laughing. Master, I discovered this ore in the middle of the deep sea. There is a large vein of ore under the ground that can be used for our ample use. According to the analysis of the information in my mind, even the tertiary civilizations don't have many veins like this. Right now, special mining robots are working on the bottom of the sea to excavate these ores, but because of the complicated terrain, the yield isn't high enough. But even these are enough for us. Master, this ore has not been named, and I have not found a name for it in my database. So please name it. After Yuan heard her words, look at the streams of light like flames inside the blue crystal. Let's call it the blue flame crystal. The blue flame crystal is actually not very different in structure from the crystals mentioned in the information, but there are a few differences. So it's kind of a whole new energy source. Even a tertiary civilization would be greedy at the sight of a vein of this level. Now that it's confirmed, let's mine it with all our might. Yes, Jane nodded. He returned his gaze to the middle of the tech lab. There, defense system equipment is being built like crazy. Since it's a tech lab, a lot of the equipment is already relatively well developed, and only some of the lab equipment needs to be modified to be able to build it. In fact, it was also because the defense system he needed to build wasn't particularly large, and if it covered the entire island, then it would be a massive amount of technology as well as resources that he would need. But what he wanted was enough to be able to cover a battleship. All the equipment is now fully commissioned and construction has begun. All that big tech equipment is already in use. The outside audience looked dumbfounded. Particle colliders are all over the place. This kind of collider, which cost an astronomical amount of money to be able to build, also appeared on that tiny island. They couldn't help but suspect it was all premeditated. The entire island is literally like a small technological kingdom. There's everything in there. This kind of place is a scientist's favorite world, right? There is no one to disturb, and experiments can be conducted with impunity. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Has the Summerland grown to this point? Even a tiny island has a particle collider on top of it that stands at the top of the tech tree for scientific research. How horrible it is. They want to take off? No, absolutely not. They must be nipped in the bud. Xia, absolutely not to take off again in the world. The dead dragon is the best dragon. Better fall apart and split into a million places. Is this the power of an artificial brain? Even something like a particle collider can be modified, and it's more than twice as powerful afterward. And those drones, they're simply too powerful, each with its own independent consciousness. An individual. If our country had such a drone, I'm afraid it would have been on top of the world long ago. If your country has this drone, it should be exterminated soon. The comments are mixed on all sorts of statements, but they soon realized that in another corner of this island, there was another kind of spectacular scene. Hundreds of transformed robots entered the ocean floor in a special type of small ship. They had noticed the scene before, because they found that a lot of the robots had been re-engineered. According to some of the big boys' analysis, these robots have been modified to resemble mining robots of a similar variety. Even the ships were remodeled. That's why they're even more puzzled. What are these robots doing in the middle of the ocean? Is it possible that there is still gold at the bottom of the sea? So the seabed is immensely vast and has an immense wealth of resources. But the technology is simply not mature enough right now. Robots simply cannot operate successfully down there. It would be too costly to use labor. The resources consumed simply do not supply the resources gained. So over time these projects have been put on hold. Only some mega countries are able to operate excavations on the seabed with super technology. But it's not particularly efficient either. But seeing these robots go down before and after, they were beyond eye-wateringly jealous. If they had robots like that, they would have exploited the resources under the sea long ago. Suddenly they thought of the crystal that Jenner had just given to Yuan. Is it possible that it was mined from the bottom of the ocean? And what do they mean by tertiary civilization? Because the cameras in the middle of the island are greatly reduced, only some of the main scenes can be taken into account. They haven't seen the process, so they don't really know, but follow the weird behavior at connection. It seemed like it was immediately clear what these robots were there for. What the hell is that or for? I don't get it at all. I'm guessing it has something to do with the technology that's being built right now, but can't make the connection between the two. These two are simply unrelated. One is ore, one is technological equipment. If it is said to be one of the raw materials is okay, but now it seems that it is not at all. It's odd that none of the big boys can explain it. A lot of people can't figure it out. They post questions online and no one is able to answer them. Even those tech gurus couldn't figure out what kind of project Yuan was doing now. This kind of technology had never been seen on blue water, so they couldn't even guess the direction. Soon they saw small ships coming up among the sea floor. The doors of the ship opened and a single robot began to carry those blue ores from inside. It is then transported to the processing plant. Ouch! Crikey! It's bullish. All the ores at the bottom of the sea have been mined. This kind of robot is too awesome. I want to have one so badly. Even though this crystal was just mined. It's so beautiful. It's just like a work of art. No wonder Yuan named him Blue Flame. I don't know if there are any hazards or radiation. If not, I think making them into jewelry would be very pretty. But what I'm more curious about is what these ores actually do. Are they raw materials for some kind of metal? Is there a big guy out there who can explain it? Why is it that I looked up the material gallery and found no such ore at all? After these blue crystals were mined, they were quickly sent inside the factory for processing and cleaning. The ore is mined directly from the ocean and there is still a lot of dirt that needs to be recleaned. And there's a small amount of radiation on this that needs to be cleaned up again with a special cleaner. On top of that, the processing plant cuts and organizes all the energy ores, as well. Those edges that were cut out were put back into the furnace and rebuilt into blue crystal stones of equal size. Just like cannonballs, there are appropriate specifications. Even if the audience could no longer understand what these blue crystals were actually for, they still felt that the function was absolutely extraordinary. Their eyes have been drawn here. Even as the ferment on the internet about the spaceship incident had been going on, they hadn't done much to pay attention to it. All the curiosity was all attracted to Yuan, mysteriously built, mysterious ore. They always felt that Yuan would make a big news. They were growing endlessly curious about that library. Is there really a heavenly Dao inside the heavenly Dao library or not? Countless people want to go in and find out what's going on. What kind of mysterious power was in there that could turn a person upside down? This change is unprecedented. They turned their heads to see those participants from their own countries, sighed after seeing how they behaved. Half a month had passed. Some of them have slowly adapted to the environment and to the pressure, and some are even performing better than before, starting to get back to normal life. But no matter how outstanding their contributions were, they could not be compared to Yuan, unless they saved the galaxy. Yuan has been consistently ranked number 1 for half a consecutive month, took over the top of the charts. Hundreds of millions of dollars in prize money and countless honors behind it are pretty much in the bag. Their eyes reddened with envy, and more conspiracy theories are popping up online. Some of the speculation in particular is straight up about the intent behind this show. Predict unimagined and unexpected gifts at the end of the program. Needless to say, this prediction is infinitely closer to being true. In addition to these participants who are performing progressively more normally, there were also participants from several other countries that had slowly turned into madness, especially the Gallic and Stick countries. Under the powerful pressure of the past few days, the whole person was close to breaking down. The Gallic participants have gradually become schizophrenic. The behavior of the Stick country participants, as they did, was even more unsavory. Even people in their own country wanted to shoot him through the screen and forget about it. It's fucking humiliating. And humiliated in front of the whole world. Although they have never been shameless, showing all their ugly side to the world makes them intolerable. Unfortunately, they can't shut down the program, so they have to sink their teeth into it. There is nothing more pathetic than the non-national participants. He hadn't had a few good days in the last half-decade. Except for the first few days, all the rest of the time was spent on the deserted island. The crowd was speechless at him. They really had enough and had to go out to sea. Now it's good. No food, no clothes, no shelter. Everything can only be done on your own. Totally realistic version of wilderness survival. Luckily, though, he surprisingly survived. And these added a lot of plus points for him. Time passes in this slowness. Spaceships were never seen by humans again. The conversation gradually dissipated. But privately there is a dark tide. Countless countries and powers are looking for this spaceship, especially since the ship has lost the vast majority of its mobility. And some of the coastal nations are already fantasizing about the scenario where they get the ship to take off. 3 days pass slowly. Inside the tech lab for 3 days now engineering has been going on, with countless drones working feverishly inside. These drones ran out of energy and then went back into it after refueling. Jenner's powerful arithmetic was manifested in this moment. Simultaneously manipulating Chinese drones to build labs as well as create defenses was only a small burden for her. Not even a bruise. The outside audience watched the scene inside the science lab. Infinite sentiment. Is this the top of the line technological prowess? Like a futuristic world. Some movie companies have even recorded this scene and are preparing to use it as a blueprint for a future sci-fi world movie. The drones in the science labs are starting to take a back seat, ready to wind down. A whole new defense has finally been built. It's not a big footprint, no more than 2 meters horizontally or vertically. It's like a small reactor, but the scientific power contained within is unprecedented. Again, beyond the times. The countless scientists before the screen tried to copy their homework against it, but realized they couldn't copy it at all. The other guy was moving too fast and the camera simply couldn't capture everything in all its glory. All it takes is one mistake to cause the experiment to fail. Even if they had a complete process, it would take at least a couple decades of figuring out how to make it. Yuan slowly walked into the lab. Look at the equipment in front of you. Eyes put on a bright light. I can't imagine that the entire defense system would be condensed into such a small piece. The width was indeed considered extremely small compared to the width of a battleship. There was a lot of talk from the outside audience. As of now I still don't see what this device actually does. I've heard from certain gods that this device that's being created now seems to be similar to an energy or magnetic field or something like that. Is it time to prepare for the test? I have something to look forward to. Countless people tightened their breathing. By this moment, they were nervous instead. Soon they saw the robots transporting those energy ores here. The device in the center was opened up, presenting hundreds of card slots. These people put the blue flame crystals that were shipped over, all of which corresponded into the card slots. These are the sources of energy. Start the test. Yuan nodded. He couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart when he thought about it. Yes, Master. Jenner walked over and flipped the switch on the device. The moment the switch of the device was turned on, a curtain of light suddenly condensed around the entire device, expanding and finally enveloping the factory. The curtain of light had a little bit of a light blue color, like the color of the sky. Incredibly mysterious. Master, I've turned up the power to 0.1%, and the coverage area is the tech factory we're in. Yuan nodded. The outside audience saw this scene. Heads are scared off. Holy shit, what the hell is that? What is it about this stuff that makes it look so much like a spaceship's protective shield? Crap, isn't this something that's only in the movies? Nima, this was made? They suddenly saw through the camera a layer of vibrations outside the door. The audience also saw this vibration. Talking points. What's going on here? Is it an earthquake? It's not another tsunami outbreak, is it? It shouldn't be anything. Looking at this level of shaking, it's an earthquake or tsunami shouldn't be too big. The camera's viewpoint switches in a hurry. They saw robots coming this way on the outskirts of the tech lab. They looked from afar as if the robots had something in their hands. They viewed it closer and were surprised to see that all of those robots had all sorts of weapons in their hands. Rifles, submachine guns, artillery, rocket launchers. But that wasn't the real source of the vibrations. They looked behind these robots. Behind them there was a torrent of steel, a tank with a chilling light. As soon as these tanks came out, many military fans already recognized their models. Holy shit, is that a Type 85 main battle tank? That's a Type 96 back there, right? Nima, is this a military exhibition hall? Wait, the 4 tanks following at the end. These are Type 98s, right? Not it. This tank is also taken out to put on top of this small island. Although this tank is not the most advanced 99 type within the summer, but it is also a real main battle tank. If it is some small countries to get a few dozen of them, are enough to dominate. Holy shit, it's really absolute. It feels as if this wave is back in play. Countless spectators saw this scene and called out to their friends. All of these exciting things are things that they simply don't have access to in real life. And even the most common gun is not something they can see. But now that it was all being taken out and experimented on in front of them, their adrenaline was instantly ignited. Quickly took the melon tea and placed it in front of the computer. It's like getting ready for the opening of a good show. The robots lined up outside the science lab like an army, standing at attention. Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the weapons in their hands. Where did this find so many weapons? There were also the tanks in the back, and while he didn't recognize the exact model, he could often see similar ones among the news. That's enough firepower to go into a small war. He looked at the shroud of light that was released. It was somewhat doubtful that such a contraption would be able to withstand the onslaught of these powerful destructive objects. Jenner also saw his confusion and explained beside him. Master, all of these weapons are from the underground arsenal and have been temporarily borrowed by me. Next you can sit slowly on the side and rest with your tea. Let me lead the next test. Please watch the good show. Yuan sighed. And watch a good show. Can he watch this situation? The weapons that were smoking cold. Even his acceptance of the yoke of 90% of the galaxy's new humans was a little scary. If an ordinary person were to receive such a pike, they would probably have gone to Hades to be reimbursed. Jenner, are you sure? Yuan asked somewhat tornly. It's not that he doesn't believe it, but now this scene he is really a bit unable to carry it. Jane had a smile on her face and didn't seem at all worried about the scene. All of these robots are controlled by her. She gave orders to these robots. These robots quickly surrounded the entire science lab after being instructed to do so. All the guns in their hands were pointed at the lab. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a huge light shield protecting the periphery of the lab, then the current scene would look like a self-inflicted death. In a moment, all the guns in the robots' hands instantly erupted into countless flames. They had a variety of guns in their hands, but without exception, all of them are extremely powerful impact weapons. Countless flames intertwined. It poured over the protective light shield. It was alarming that all the gun bullets were blocked out. Not a single bit of it was able to harm the light shield. The guns were intertwined for a full 10 minutes. In addition to the light weapons in the front, the heavy machine guns were out in the back, and changed who knows how many magazines. Even stray bullets hit several robots, but the science lab remained unscathed. It's nothing short of a miracle. Some of it is all about the light curtains. Although this curtain of light was only a thin layer, it didn't seem to decrease no matter how much they consumed it. Immediately after that, all those howitzer rockets in their hands started firing. Howitzers and rockets are not much more powerful than those guns just now. In mere moments, the perimeter of the science lab was covered in flames. Yuan looked at the countless shells coming at him. Subconsciously, he closed his eyes. It was the first time he had ever seen shells blasting toward him with the feeling of a first view. Countless viewers saw this scene from the camera's perspective, also closed his eyes in fear. some even ducked to the side. In that instant they felt that they were about to be destroyed under countless shells. After the explosion, they opened their eyes and realized they were unharmed. All of the firelight was all cut off on the other side by the protective light shield, as if it was cut off from another world. But it still scared them out of their wits. Holy shit, that's horrible. Does this count as an experiment that has been successful? Nima, if this is applied to war, it's a real turtle shell, and it's indestructible. Just now there is no big brother, just now those programs all memorized. Hurry home to do one yourself. In the future, once the light shield is open, hide yourself at home. Even if the nuclear bomb came, is not afraid. Wait, aren't we overlooking something? The very moment the words were spoken, there was a roar. They saw the torrent of steel behind the robot. That's the king of the land. Tank. Any flesh and blood is dirt and dogs in front of a tank. In the midst of their expectant eyes, the tanks rumbled and formed a circle around the tech lab. The muzzle of the gun was raised slightly. It became incredibly silent for a moment, and they could even hear the sound of shells being loaded within the tank. The moment the shells were loaded, all the shells came whizzing in. The power of rockets is nothing in front of these tanks. It's not worth it. The power is more than 10 times greater. Round after round of artillery fire bombarded the light screen. It annihilates everything in an instant. Dozens of tanks, with endless shells, bombarded the outskirts of the science lab. All of these tanks are among the best of the main battle tanks. The power speaks for itself. Countless spectators watched in entanglement as the shells poured relentlessly. Worry was written all over his face. If so many tanks fire in one round, it's probably capable of flattening a school straight away. If a backward country possessed these dozens of tanks, it would simply be in possession of a secret weapon of mass destruction. All that could be seen, both inside and out, was an explosion of fire. The buildings around them, none of which were very close, were affected by the shrapnel. In the midst of endless shells pouring out, it was a complete furnace inside. Finally, after 3 minutes had passed, the tanks stopped blasting. Retreat to your original position. Only then did they see the light inside. Yuan and Jiner both raised their heads to look outside, and the curtain of light in front of them seemed like a heavenly moat, keeping all the shells out. It was as if, where they were was the safest place in the world. No one will be able to intrude again. When all the firelight poured up, the light curtain surprisingly didn't falter for a second, much less have any of its layers cut down. The explosive power generated by dozens of tanks could not shake the light curtain at all, and not even a single ripple rose or fell. This defense force is the top defense force on blue water. At this level, even a missile blast on it would not be able to do any damage to it. There is now a complete lack of similar defense systems in various countries around the world. You can only rely on ballistic interception. However, this method has a margin of error and is not extremely accurate, which can have an impact. It simply can't be done like this to keep the enemy out of the country. This is an unprecedented invention. This is one of the brightest inventions in the history of warfare. If a country has this level of defense, it can envelop a country. Then this country will have no more foreign invasions. Although it is not known whether this external solution is a blessing or a curse, but it's always a way to show the way and have a place to shelter. The greed of countless countries and powers has become even more violent. It was more violent than any of the previous ones. Yuan, they'll take it. Jesus came and couldn't stay. They frantically gathered information from the video. And there's a video of the previous production. They must be able to figure out the pattern from it, or even produce it. In the middle of a science lab, Yuan looked at the tanks that had gradually retreated. The experiment is sort of over. The fact that under so many tanks and rockets, it still performed so well and didn't show any fluctuations at all meant that its defensibility was definitely the top of the top. I just don't know how much energy was expended. Jiner, how's the energy consumption? Master, that round of attack just now consumed only 1/1000th of our energy. Yuan nodded. This energy consumption ratio is acceptable. It can be said that there are very few. The energy expended is minimal. Even if the power of the attack just now was amplified by 100 times, only 10% of the energy was consumed in an attack that lasted close to 10 minutes. Moreover, he was aware that there was an entire vein of minerals in the seabed. What a great treasure this is. It's almost inexhaustible. And you can also change the crystal energy at any time. He only needed to take away these blue flame ores. Then even in the nothingness of the universe, he could slowly survive until countless years had passed. Having solved the problem of the ship's defenses, he thought of himself. Where the hell is the remaining 10%? He can only try to do different extreme sports, constantly surpassing himself to see if he can touch the last 10%. After gathering his thoughts, he began his campaign to accumulate talents again. And those robots are going back into the ocean floor to mine. Process to equal size after mining. It's a holding process. He slowly got into the swing of things. The man went back into work frenzy. The shot continues off-screen. Holy shit. Bull to blow. Oh, my god. Is there a stronger defense system in the world than this? This is simply the hand of God. No, I should say the wings of God. Upstairs, don't brag there. Everything involves your God. It's the crystallization of technology. Yuan's invention. Our country seems to have such a defense system. Then we can be a neutral country forever. Don't even think about it. This kind of technology is only likely to be in the hands of a very small number of countries. It won't even get into your hands. Some people see things for what they are. These are the rules by which the world works. But there are still some people who live in their own fantasies. He has invented so many technologies, but he is still a lamb to the slaughter. It's almost time to see when he'll be reaped. It's a pity that so many of his technological inventions have not been released to the world. Otherwise we could have made them as they are. How selfish. If he would have contributed this technology, then how many fewer people would have died in the world? I doubt he knows we're spying on him. That's why he's hiding these things so tightly. Do you think he'd be so kind as to release all this technology? That's never going to happen. That's how selfish the Xia people are. Selfishness engraved in their bones. They were frantically belittling Yuan. Even if you can't get it, throw dirt on him. Upstairs a few. I go to your mom. Don't be so selfless. Why don't you contribute your own property? And your daughter? Your wife? All of them. Ask yourselves, how noble do you think your bones are? You only hold the ugly things you do over the heads of others. And this behavior is the garbage of garbage. The internet has set off a volley of name-calling. There are always those who are thieves, always trying to throw dirt on the outside. What's disgusting is that there are a bunch of sheepdogs defending them and excusing them, and then at the expense of others. Said for Yuan to announce the pairing to the world earlier, that would prove his selflessness and earn him international fame. This behavior is even more disgusting. Just when the internet was flipping out, the craft launched by Sam's country had traveled an inordinately long distance away from Blue Mercury and into outer space. These craft were not aimless, but followed the path from which the spaceship had come, following its trajectory gradually forward. They always felt there should be a source there. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. It's best if you can't find it, because once you find, that's going to turn things upside down. It is the great terror of the earth. So they would rather that these flying machines could go on and on and on and on and on, never looking back, disappearing all the way to the end of time. But their fears soon came true. The probe vehicle sends back pictures. When the picture is demystified, the entire Directorate General of Aerospace, from top to bottom, was shaken beyond belief. A top-secret debriefing was sent to the highest levels of this country immediately afterward. If any of these reports are leaked, difficult will cause an uproar all over the world. This secrecy exceeds the most powerful catastrophe in history. It's comparable to the extinction of the world. What that picture captures is a huge web of light. The entire web of light has no boundaries. It seemed to have surrounded an entire galaxy within it. They were only looking at a picture, but they could still feel that pressure from above. It was a great, suffocating terror. Blue Mercury is being targeted by extraterrestrials. Even now that one spaceship is just the scout, the next thing they have to face, it could be hundreds or even thousands of spaceships like that. It's a deep despair, desperate enough to be suicidal. The matter is classified as top secret. Absolutely no media should be allowed to get wind of this. The level of secrecy is comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. This is because once this matter is publicized, it will cause panic in society and even cause a certain impact on the order of society. Under the great terror of a life and death crisis, all human weaknesses will be exposed. So whichever way they look at it, they have to keep the news locked down and only exist between a certain number of people and a certain range of people. If anything, I thought before that there was a possibility that these extraterrestrials were well-intentioned. Even if they capture them, there might be room for maneuver, because the other side didn't lose much at all, while they lost the lives of countless personnel. When the time comes to explain that it's a misunderstanding, it might even peak. But now looking at that big giant net in outer space, they felt a jolt of fear. The other party wasn't simply passing by at all, but had premeditated it, even tried to wipe them out in one fell swoop, completely annihilating them in the universe. At the thought they looked up at the sky. It was as if a pair of greedy and murderous eyes were seen countless light years away. They shivered at the thought. The top decision-makers and military bigwigs reacted quickly by calling an emergency general meeting. C. Study of countermeasures to make early warning programs. In the middle of a top-secret conference room, dozens of people have already entered the place for top-secret meetings. Every single person here is a high-ranking member of Sam's country, and some are also representatives of the interests behind it. They're here today for one thing only, and that's about the creatures from outer space and that giant web of light. The inside of the conference room was bustling. A lot of people are sad and have been talking about it non-stop, but there were others whose faces didn't seem to have as much worry and still maintained an optimistic mindset. And it was not clear where they got this optimism from. Madison, the chief decision-maker, and several military bigwigs pushed open the door and walked in. The crowd stood up immediately after seeing them. Madison took the main seat, with several other military bigwigs sitting separately. Straight to the point. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've seen the video as well as the information and have an idea of the predicament we're currently in. Then I'll make it short. Our project has been completely declared a failure. Even the outer planets have been eyeing it. Blue Water Planet is in danger of extinction at any time. I hope we can all work together to get through this difficult time. Now our main problem is what to do with these alien creatures. Right now our probes are watching closely. We tried to leave but realized we were too deep into the cage for the probe craft to leave. That means we are now like caged birds that have been imprisoned. We now need to come up with a program as soon as possible to face the current problems and even inform the world if necessary. He sort of ended his statement there. The matter was too big for him to decide. And behind them each had an interest group that he would have to share the blame with. The MPs at the bottom are talking. Like an explosion. Someone spoke up. This crisis is a worldwide crisis. I suggest informing the world about it while organizing a strong living force to detect it. If things are as bad as we think, then we have to start preparing two plans. One is to flee. The other is to resist. According to the information, those alien creatures aren't invincible. We have so many destructive weapons in existence. The big deal is to fight to the death. A counselor echoed him. Right. The big deal is to fight with these alien creatures. If they were invincible, that spaceship would very much not have fled in a hurry. This kind of speech is the main kind of speech. But there are still those who remain optimistic. Someone spoke up. Right now we can't be sure if the other side is malicious or not. Maybe the other side isn't malicious at all. We have to consider that possibility. Some legislators had a sneer on their faces when this kind of statement was made, but those who agreed were unknown. At the moment we're just sure that this web of light can't get out. But let's think on the optimistic side. Maybe he's protecting us, and can protect us from invasion. The big deal is that we won't go out in the future. And exploring outer space isn't a necessary program anyway. Yes, even if we plan for the worst and those alien creatures invade Blue Water Planet, they will definitely look for someone to cooperate with after they arrive at Blue Water Planet. Then we will be their first contact and we can still continue to be the most powerful country in this world. A number of legislators have expressed their opinions. In their imagination, these extraterrestrials certainly won't be inhabiting Blue Mercury for long. And if they land for a long time, they'll be able to be the first advocate as well, while gaining countless technological power from the other side. It's not unacceptable if this is the case. They smiled proudly, not feeling much different with an extra dad. Madison looked at them so naive that she was almost convinced in her mind of their suspicions. He'd rather it be that way, too. But the truth is not at all what they think. After some deliberation he said, according to my information, the likelihood of that has been slim to none, and we have to prepare for the worst. This time we will face the greatest crisis in the history of human existence. And it is possible that the entire planet will yet perish. Silence grew inside the conference room as Madison made her statement. They hadn't expected things to be as serious as they were. If that's the case, then how about we direct their location to the Summer Kingdom and let them destroy the country first? Then we wait and see before making a decision, a sinister counselor suggested. The crowd froze. That's a hell of a proposal. Many people have already made calculations in their minds. It even felt good to do so. Madison was about to retort, but on second thought, wasn't the demise of an old rival the first thing he wanted to see? And why not use it as a buffer to give them some more time to make deployments? But it is still difficult to actually implement this idea. But it's not impossible to try. Madison kept tapping the table in her hands. Slowly, he said, we have already discovered that something is wrong with the outer planets, and I believe that they will soon find out as well, and there is no way to hide this matter. But we can indeed lead them to the Xia battlefield during this resistance. And we can even place this blockade battle in the middle of their country, and it's their people who will die anyway. Madison had a sinister gleam in her eye. He has been overwhelmingly recognized for this statement. The other side had been working against them anyway, so they should have died before them. As for the people of Xia, what's wrong with a few missteps for the sake of mankind? As for the summer cities, destroy and rebuild. As the meeting progressed, a program was developed, and no matter how dark thoughts they harbor and how many plans they make, in the end, the matter was not kept under wraps, but was communicated in the Big Five. No matter how much they want to get each other killed, it's important to go all the way in this kind of superficiality. This is a crisis in the history of human destiny. There's no way they can face it alone, and that would cost too much, so they should at least find a couple of pads and catch the wrongdoers when the time comes. In the course of this campaign of defiance, to equalize all the military costs, that would be the same as if they hadn't spent any money. It's been done before anyway. If you don't want to, that's a breach of the peace of mankind. Sabotage the construction of the resistance against the alien armies. then I'll have reason to sanction you. The Big Five got the news and the information almost at the same time. When they saw the information, they realized the seriousness of the situation. The other four top countries instantly opened a storm of meetings as they received the news. There are sad clouds among the top brass. One had a terrifying group of alien beings hovering over their heads all the time, and had been on them for a long time, not knowing what kind of action would be done to them. This feeling of being spied on made them sit up and take notice, and it is preferred that these things should not be made known to the lower classes, but only kept strictly secret. That makes it even harder. They felt the footsteps of death approaching them step by step, already coming to them to pull them into the abyss. There were even some countries where the top brass almost collapsed. Not everyone is able to cope perfectly with such high energy stress. They were facing a force that could threaten their entire civilization, and everything is unknown. There's no way to know exactly where the source behind it is coming from. It's the unknown that's scary. All the decision makers of the Big Five started an online meeting, which lasted 3 hours. Yet no one had a problem with it being so long, because a knife was already hanging above your neck, and you couldn't afford not to concentrate. As soon as you fall off the wagon, then someone quickly fills in for you. And the question of how to find a foothold in the midst of this crisis, and even the opportunity to become the most powerful country in the world, became an ambition in the minds of several policymakers. Eventually they decided that the probes would detect the way out in all directions, see if it's surrounded on all sides. Then it was a matter of detecting the speed of the other side and how long it would take to reach the outskirts of blue water. The next step was to send vehicles carrying destructive weapons into space to bombard the cage with destructive weapons to see if they could tear a hole in it. At the same time make the final decision to preserve the fire of the future of human civilization. A scene that often appeared inside the movie was actually real and descended on the world. Many people feel like they are still living in a dream. Once the decision was deployed, the operation was immediately launched. Those scientists from the other four top countries who were previously involved in the Area 51 construction mission don't have to pull back and go directly to another location to gather for a new project. This time it's saving humanity. Under the pressure of this madness, the Big Five are on fire. Countless deployments were put in place the first time. 24 probe craft probed toward the outer planets at the speed of their fastest speeds. All the spare supercomputers have been put into this project to ensure that the plan will be implemented perfectly. Meanwhile, weapons of destruction had begun to be loaded into the craft. At this point it was no longer a concern that the outer planets would be contaminated. When mankind is about to perish, it will all be worth the price. They chose a top-secret location to begin building the legendary Noah's Ark, selecting the finest plants as well as animals on Blue Mercury, and at the end of the day, selecting the finest human beings to preserve the spark of human civilization. An order is like a high-voltage line. There was a haze in everyone's heart, as if a boulder was pressing down on them, weighing them down so much that their entire being was almost ready to collapse. The atmosphere was like the hot summer sun, stuffy and irritable. A little bit of time passed. 2 days later, their craft had then run into the peripheral blockade light net. The other side was closing in on them at an unprecedented rate. The distance has been greatly reduced from before. This discovery made them more than a little desperate, but to their greater despair came 24 craft, encompassing all directions, but without exception, all of them were blocked by the huge net of light, unable to go out at all. It was a technology they had never seen before, and there's no way to know how the other guy did it. Not very logical at all. Is this the power of civilization? In other words, they were now completely locked in, with no escape. Immediately afterward, the craft carrying the destructive weapons came to the side of the huge light web cage, with all the world's top brass watching. The craft were carrying weapons of destruction that detonated on the outer planets. At the moment of detonation, their hearts were tangled up in their minds, their spirits were incredibly tight, staring there intently, and a cold sweat broke out on their bodies. A lot of people couldn't breathe, but the moment the fire disappeared, the light net was unharmed on top of it, and even a destructive weapon blast couldn't shake it a bit, much less have a big gash ripped out of them. Immediately afterward 10 craft carrying destructive weapons exploded again. Each of the destructive weapons in this one is stronger than the previous one in terms of dose, and it stacks up. The power generated is destructive. The enormous forces overlapped each other and spread continuously, setting off countless storms. This power can instantly destroy a medium-sized country, leaving them without the ability to regenerate forever. But even with such a strong force, it still didn't shake the light net in the slightest. The opponent's speed remained unabated. It loomed toward them. Fear filled their hearts. This kind of destructive power was not even qualified to injure the other party? What the hell is the other side? Do they have any chance of surviving under the blanket of this stuff? Some ideas have been generated at the top. Some even began to reckon with the possibility of surrender. One of the representatives is the Gallic state. They were ready to surrender. None of their destructive weapons could cause damage to each other, so they definitely couldn't fight. So they might as well surrender early. How nice to lie flat. What they didn't know was that the other side's goal in this fight was to exterminate all humans and drain the star source. Everyone is in the inning. Can't jump out at all. Nor is there any possibility of jumping out. A number of divisions are beginning to emerge within each country. Meanwhile, everyone was making preparations for war. Summerland even issued a military recall order. Millions of veterans return. The whole country, like a crazy machine, started to produce supplies as well as weapons in a frenzy, and even started to build shelters in some places. Even if they die, they'll drag it out to the end. Even if you can't beat them, you have to chip their teeth. Anything less than a resounding slap in the face, to let them know. Xia, the most bloodthirsty country, in the middle of an invisible void. The huge craft, over 1,000 kilometers, was flying at a rapid pace. In order to get there as quickly as possible, the terrifying craft had brought its speed up to maximum, and countless smaller ships were sent to destroy some of the smaller stars along the road that could potentially impede navigation, clearing the way. The Ant Queen awakens again and listens to the reports of her men. The probes have sent a message that they have been detected, and after a battle, the probes have crashed into the deep sea after all their energy was used up. Here is the report after they sent it over. At the same time, a probe map was transmitted over. This planet is called Blue Water Planet. It is rich in resources. There are a lot of resources and energy that we need, because the other side is simply incapable of exploiting it. There are some things that they can't even discover, so it's very well preserved. In the probe's intel, they found an extremely scary arsenal of weapons in one place, and according to the probe statistics, it was surprisingly loaded with weapons that could harm the mothership, which is a great threat to us. That's why we have to be the first to take this place down once we land, to nip some of the threats in the bud. In addition, our blockade light network has come under attack from the other side, and the weapons they are using should be the same ones that the probes are detecting. The opponent's weapon failed to work due to the immensely powerful blockade light net we used, but the time of the light net is limited and the opponent's attack will consume power, so we have to get there in that time. The Ant Queen closed her eyes and listened to her subordinates as they made their report. Her mind brought all the intelligence together into a single thread. Then, looking for the optimal solution to the solution, she closed her eyes and thought for a moment before slowly opening them. Send 100 probe ships to strike effectively against the opposing side's living forces, especially the one weapons base detected. It must be destroyed. The probe, though not the primary fighter type, but the power is also extremely strong, and it's extremely fast. A whole 100 ships. This is an extremely large force. Even if they couldn't destroy the entire planet, they were able to cause the entire planet to suffer a great loss of vitality, and they would never be able to recover. Once the mothership arrives, then it can take over the whole thing. Only a few remnants need to be cleaned up enough. Soon, 100 probe ships, catapulted from the mothership, were on their way to blue water with unrivaled speed, because there are no more space jumpers, so they can only accelerate in this way. This catapult launch technology will cut their distance in half, and the mothership was now extremely close to the galaxy. This ejection could get them to the edge of the galaxy. After doing this, the Queen of the Ants fell into a deep sleep once again. All of their lives were finite and had to be preserved as much as possible. It's the only way to live a long life. 100 probes, under the force of ejection. It had taken just under 12 hours to reach a galactic edge. They traversed the blockade light grid with ease. It only takes 2 days. They'll be able to reach the outer reaches of blue water. When the time comes to make a surprise attack and destroy Area 51 in a swift manner, they will be able to nip all of their viable forces in the bud, and will be able to destroy the other side without much effort. That place, in their thoughts, should be the most terrifying place on the entire blue water planet. As long as the destruction is there, the rest of the world is not to be feared. Sam's country doesn't actually know it's being watched yet, and it was being watched by a whole 100 ships. If we knew it was like this for them, wouldn't have put that spaceship in Area 51 before beating a dead horse. Isn't this a brain fart? Specializing in their own people. It was pitched hard before and I didn't realize there was a follow-up. Unaware of all this, they are still singing and dancing at home now, but among the top brass, there is already a sense of crisis. Started to increase military spending dramatically and research weapons. In particular, weapons belonging to those legends are officially on the agenda. According to the military budget, they would not have been able to work on these weapons so quickly. It's kind of like the external pressure became them. A sense of urgency fills the room from top to bottom. It was the urgency of a knife to the neck. The Big Five relocated all the previous scientists to a secret location and set up a temporary command post. Meanwhile, in their various countries, there was this large group of scientists with related specialties that were secretly making their way to the command post. And there are also different command posts around the country for connected command and information sharing. Some of the changes at the national level have finally caught the attention of some well-intentioned people. There are a number of publicists within Xia who have condemned the government of Xia for causing some panic, and who have demanded that the government publicize the reasons for doing so. They thought that Xia's sudden recall of millions of veterans was either a declaration of war abroad or a preparation to recapture the southern region. This kind of rhetoric comes out. It was an instant and explosive sensation in the online media. Mainland netizens are delighted, but the netizens in the southern region are directly frightened. All kinds of bizarre behavior. All represent the Xia army has a big action, and it is an unprecedented big action. Looking around the country and abroad, what other region is worth such a big deal? Looking over and looking past, it seems like they're the only ones. They instantly panicked when they got this kind of news. Damn. Usually across a strait, you can just mouth off. But seeing the crisis actually come, they were about to piss themselves. If others don't know their fighting prowess, don't they know it themselves? All a bunch of lesser soldiers. Weapons are all bought. If it weren't for the momentary peace they get by paying protection money every year, they'd have been knocked out a long time ago. The strength of both sides was something they knew well. Every time I watch a parade, I can't wait to put my head in the ground. How are they going to fight with that kind of strength? With their heads? Especially among the army. There have even been desertions. Even the upper echelons are panicking. It's not that they're timid, but seeing those moves across the street for whoever is not afraid. As long as the other side kills them, they give their heads a hammer blow, and it's estimated that they'll be bulldozed by the other side in 24 hours. One can only cry to their Papa Sam for help. Sam's country was also confused when they saw the news. What the hell is going on here? I've been working my head off over here. You actually said that Xia was preparing to make a move against you. Isn't that a pipe dream? After understanding the situation, it was clear that they must have misunderstood, but it was meant to be clarified. But their thoughts turned. Aren't you short of money? Here comes a wrongdoer. I am embarrassed not to get some money from you. Sam's country said, recently the hands are a little tight. Do you want weapons discounted to sell you only 8 billion? WW's eyes bugged out at the sound of it. Shit, you guys are robbing me? But there's no way around it. So you just have to grit your teeth and bear it. What else can we do? The other side can fuck them up in minutes. Let's just feed this money to the dogs. This side calls the money. The other side doesn't ship the product and says it's delayed for 3 months. WDNMD. In the middle of the ocean, a ragged spaceship speeds through the sea. The airship was covered in scorched black marks, and even the wash of the sea had not been able to wash them away. It was as if they had just gone through a great battle and had not yet recuperated. If one looked at the interior of the ship, they found it to be in shambles, with much of the equipment having been completely damaged, and the communications equipment having been completely lost, and there was a powerful impact inside, and all the members of the ant tribe were deeply and seriously injured. Even though their physiques had been genetically modified to be far superior to those on Blue Mercury, they were not invulnerable to swords and spears. They can only withstand some ordinary bullets, but when it comes to some powerful anti-personnel weapons, they will also be injured, bleed and die. On top of that, the medical equipment has been completely damaged. Despite having powerful physiques, their injuries were becoming more and more excessive in conditions where medical facilities were completely damaged. There had even been 2 ant crew members, all of whom had died from their injuries. If they hadn't used the super shield after crashing into the ocean, I'm afraid this one is in the bag. They still hadn't figured out why those people watched them stumble above the sky but didn't arrest them. That's what gave them the chance to escape. If it wasn't for that, they would be lying inside the other side's lab being dissected right now. They found the currents in the middle of the ocean. Follow the currents and keep fleeing. Whenever they encountered a human army or search party, they would sink downward. Because of their reliance on the powerful power of science and technology, they were able to learn of each other's actions in advance every time. And unless the other party looked with their eyes, they couldn't detect them at all. They were absolutely safe. In the process, they also regained all power energy. Sort of regained a little bit of energy. But without energy to replenish them, it would be difficult for them to survive for long in the middle of the sea. And there's a place to recuperate and repair the worn-out equipment. At the very least, communication should be restored in contact made with the mothership. They only have some basic equipment that is still operational. It was no falsehood that they had previously detected that there were some minerals on blue water that they desperately needed. Once they found these minerals to mine, then they would be able to re-energize and set sail again. And it was also able to turn on the ship's self-repairing ability auto-repair system. Their detection analyzers, because of the damage, the detection distance was greatly shortened, and they were only able to discover those minerals that existed in front of them, which was equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. After days of drifting, they met another army, and a fleet of them, extremely large, like it was guarding something. They observed, through himself, that the temperament of the army was very different this time. Even the most murderous of any army they had ever seen, they sensed a certain amount of danger. Without making much of a stop, it sank downward and then disappeared into the area. But they didn't wait long to walk ahead before they met an island. And there was a small ship right in front of them. It's floating upwards. They saw such small ships and had no intention of meeting with the opposite side. Instead, he turned and prepared to leave, but was about to leave. Suddenly the probe flight instrument inside the ship sounded an alarm. Immediately after, the detectors showed that the energy minerals it needed had been found in the area, and the reserves were by no means small. The minerals closest to him were right in front of them. The detectors had accurately labeled that some of the ores in the ship. With just a glance he realized that these ores in here were like nothing he had ever seen before, yet it was almost identical to their energy stones, and by the looks of it there are by no means a few. According to this intensity, he was almost certain that there was a large vein of ore nearby. The ant captain's eyes went round, that there was such a large fortune in front of him. If he could have these energy ores, he could be sure that the problem of repairing the ship would not be a problem at all. The ship was going so fast that he wouldn't have time to intercept it at his current speed. He followed directly after a moment of contemplation. With the presence of advanced shielding instruments, they were not at all afraid that the other party would be able to discover them. The ant captain's mind kept pondering. He didn't understand what kind of power the other side was, but this is the kind of thing he must have. Even if you can't get it, you must explore the minerals in this place. If you get a few pieces, you'll be able to rejuvenate and contact the mothership. He was sure that those messages he had sent back to the mothership should have been picked up there. At that point in time someone will pick up the slack. It soon reached a position close to the surface. Although the detectors became a half-blind, they could still be of some use after all. Within detection range, he found no scent of living things inside the ship. He was filled with doubt as to what this was all about. It doesn't make sense. The detection instrument could only retain a portion of its effect, so it couldn't penetrate the ship at all, and possessed great limitations, so it couldn't even discover that it was a robot inside. He hid in the distance and noticed the ship across the street open up and a number of robots appear inside, and they all had blue crystal-like ores in their hands, each of which was incomparably beautiful, like there were flames burning and streams of light flowing inside. At the sight of the ores, his eyes went wide. These things are exactly what he needs. He was now certain that it was a new energy ore. He almost subconsciously had to resist doing it, but for the sake of caution, he still didn't choose to grab it on the spot, because now he is in a crippled state. Once you do it, it's easy to spot. Let's just live with it for now. Soon he realized that these robots took these energy ores and all left to set off towards the middle of the island. The probe was turned on, only to find an area in front of them devoid of living creatures. They were even more puzzled as to what kind of power this was. Can a first-class civilization drive robots so nimbly? And he even saw these robots communicating, which was simply not something that could occur in a first-class civilization. When these robots left, the ant captain agonized over it and finally made up his mind and decided to follow them. There shouldn't be any creatures up here anyway. They just had to be careful and they wouldn't be noticed. The hatch of the spaceship was opened. They were heavily armed and loaded with weapons, except for one ant guard, leaving the spaceship. When they appear, the viewers outside the screen were going blind at the sight of this scene. The spaceship that they had been longing for and had been holding on to had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of them. I don't know how much of an uproar this scene caused. Countless countries and powers had turned their attention to it. At the same time, a question sprang up in their minds. Facing such heavily armed alien creatures, Yuan, still alive? The spacecraft's shielding does block all detection, but they can't yet get to the point where they can completely hide their tracks. So at the time they appeared, there was an immediate uproar. It was especially alarming to see those weapons on them. The armies of the Xia blockade, on the other hand, were far apart because they were trying to avoid detection. Even if they got the news to come over at this time, I'm afraid it would simply be too late. And these extraterrestrials are close at hand. Countless people shook their heads. The face was complex. In their minds, they had envisioned how Yuan had been exposed in what way, but all of the dozens of guesses they had in their heads came to naught. This was because they had never expected that Yuan would be exposed in such a way no matter what. Nope, it's not exactly exposure, since they're considered extraterrestrials after all, not exactly blue water. But this exposure is one that carries the ultimate threat. Yuan is in trouble this time. He's afraid that no matter what, he wouldn't have imagined that the first ones to appear by his side weren't humans, but creatures from the outer planets, and that these creatures were armed with powerful weapons. So this time he's in for a rude awakening. With such a long distance, even though Xia fleets can't come over in such a short time. Right, by the time they come over, Yuan has already become a corpse. But something I don't understand is why they've set their sights on Yuan. Is it because of the energy or from before? Some people guessed about it, but there are some who are also opposed to it. Things should not be so arbitrary. Although Yuan is just an ordinary person, but he is surrounded by powerful artificial intelligence. And there are so many robots. These robots have weapons on them. Like an army, Yuan will not necessarily die. They didn't believe that Yuan would be so vulnerable. Sam's Country Central. There was a sharp knock on the chief decision-maker's office. Distracted Madison had had a headache and was going to close her eyes and rest for a while when she was startled by the knock at the door. Subconsciously, he wanted to get angry. He huffed and opened the lounge door directly. What for? The staff looked at the anger on his face and knew that he had made a big mistake, but he could no longer care about it and quickly said, "Sir, the whereabouts of the spaceship have been found. Find it when you find it." Madison didn't care one way or the other, but the words came to, well, an abrupt end. Unbelievably, she looked at him. The face was filled with infinite joy. As soon as he did, he grabbed his hand and asked in a rush, "Found it? Where?" The staff said, "On the island where Yuan is. Our staff discovered it while watching the live broadcast, but the outside has been blockaded by Xia, so I'm afraid we'll clash with them if we venture in. Though it is difficult to reach our native troops, we have a garrison there, and it is near enough to be ready to go at any time. As you please direct." Madison, after all she's been through, suddenly became calm. His mind raced, falling out of a sinister smile. "No, there's no rush. It's not the right time yet. Didn't they go inside the island? It just fits our idea. Yuan is under siege by these alien creatures. I don't believe he can still survive. Notify the garrison of the base and order them to transfer a large number of troops, just in the name of searching for spaceships, and temporarily station them over there. While at the same time, in the name of the program, don't let any troops enter that place. If Xia wants to save Yuan, we'll just have to block them and prevent them from going. Even if some conflict occurs, as long as Yuan dies, all the costs will be worth it. As long as we give up a little bit of our share in the later part of the cake distribution, I believe they will reconcile with us." Speaking of which, he looked up at the window, said word for word, "After all, the dead have no value, only profit is eternal, and profit heals all wounds." Countries all over the world did something when the spaceship was discovered. There are even a number of countries that are like sending contingents there on the spot. Even if there's a summer country on blockade over there, they're also going to look for opportunities, gambling on the luck of the nation, just in case the bet is right. The world's focus was on Yuan. Summerland was also the first to notice and make preparations, but the nagging thought is that once the army moves forward, then it will inevitably interfere with the normal development of the program. Yuan will be exposed early. It also disqualifies you from the use of God's potion. After the chief director of Summerland smoked a cigarette, he still decided to go all out. The importance of Yuan cannot be overstated. Even if the God's potion had all sorts of incredible effects, but Yuan's life was more important. I'm sure he'll understand them. He immediately ordered 10 top-notch fighters from the southern airbase to take off at fire speed, in order to rush to Yuan's aid in the ultimate time. At the same time, he ordered the blockade fleet to make sure to keep Yuan at all costs. If it's possible, then bring that spaceship back with you. But if you have to choose one among them, then choose Yuan. In his mind, the possibility of Yuan was much heavier than a spaceship. But just as his command was sent out, he realized that the other party couldn't receive his command at all. It's as if that whole area is blocked from information. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get the message through. We can only get the fighters to fire up. Beyond the islands, the two sides are facing each other, in a delicate balance. The summer commanders tried to ask for orders from above, when it was that there was no news coming up from above at all, and all of their external electronic communication equipment seemed to have been blinded in an instant, unable to transmit messages outward, and they couldn't break through how they broke through. The other party claimed to be looking for a spaceship, and it was thought that their unauthorized actions would interfere with the normal operation of the show, so it's important to stay put and not get involved. The two parties entered into a prolonged standoff. Just as the 4 Ant clan members entered the island, Jin spotted them this instant. After all, they were so big. They were like bright lights in the night. Jin has taken control of almost every electronic device on the island, so they had spotted them the moment they came ashore. At the same time that they were spotted, some underwater electronics had discovered where their ship existed. Countless underwater robots had already surrounded their spaceship, and as long as the other party made any movement, they would instantly crush the other party, making it impossible for them to escape or avoid. And Yuan in the library. He had also gotten the news that Jenner had passed on to him, as well as those deployments that had been made. The electronic equipment in front of him had presented them. Yuan raised his head to look at the Anthro personnel. The looks are beyond peculiar. It's like a variation on ants, but is 2/3 the size of a human. He muttered something under his breath. Ants, you guys are still here. The other side came faster than he thought. The crisis is finally upon us. The detector in the ant leader's hand had been probing, but no matter how much he probed, he found no human presence at all. Only a few small animals. That is to say that there is no life on the huge island. They had been following those robots from before and found themselves in the middle of a factory. Those energy ores in their hands were recovered for reprocessing by some other robots. They saw a corner of the factory and actually found it littered with all that or that had just been mined. And it had all been cleaned and processed. Their eyes went wide when they saw these energy ores. Such a huge resource. These resources alone would be able to keep their motherships going continuously for decades at a time. And that's in a state of depleted energy buildup. You can imagine how huge these energy ores really are. It's even possible that there are some even more pure energy ores in the original factory mines of these ores. When they think of it, it's like seeing a treasure trove. The mind calculates how to transport these energy ores. At the same time, a great crisis arose in his heart. There was no way that such a huge energy ore could be left unguarded. They even suspected that the factory might be a secret base for a civilization, probably on the same level as them, if not higher. The probe kept poking around, but unexpectedly, the entire factory was probed, and still no sign of a living person was found. Only the robots were constantly busy. As opposed to the confusion of these anthropoids, the viewers are the ones who see it best. Under the nano-camera display, countless robots began to surround it from all sides. They were loaded with weapons and ammunition. Kano saw that some of the robots already had howitzer rockets on their backs. If these things were to be thrown at these anthropoids, they would probably have to kill them on the spot. Crap! What's with all the weapons? Bullshit, and it's already surrounded. These alien creatures, they don't realize they've entered a trap, do they? Now I take back that sentence. These alien creatures really aren't necessarily able to kill Yuan, and it's expected that they'll be killed in return. And have you noticed that as soon as these alien creatures came ashore, these robots started to surround them from all sides? Are these the power of the brain? With such a powerful brain, it's a miracle that these cameras haven't been detected yet. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. You don't know about that, do you? My next-door aunt's father's brother's son seems to be working in the program. According to him, these cameras are all made using nanotechnology. And more importantly, the control of these cameras is not at all a device within the island. The information comes from outer space. The intelligence brain is powerful again. As long as it doesn't have control of the world's network, then it is simply impossible to find out. Someone stepped forward to explain. It took a lot of people to come to their senses. So that's how it is. No wonder. They redirected their gaze within the island. These anthropoids, already ready to do it. Although they weren't sure if there were any other creatures present on this island, as long as they grabbed all of these, they would be able to restore the spaceship's systems immediately. When the time comes, any resources will be theirs, with the mothership holding down the fort. Various high-tech firearms were already in their hands. It was more than a dozen times more powerful than the guns on Blue Mercury. Just the moment they were ready to strike, they realized that these robots in front of them were gradually disappearing. They were happy in their hearts. This was good. It fit what they had in mind, so that they could take these things away unknowingly. But soon their joy came to an abrupt end, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It seemed that something horrible had set its sights on them. Escape! The ant captain let out a roar. Their powerful bodies directly erupted with incomparable strength, moving away from where they stood in an instant. The very moment they left, a huge explosion erupted from their location. A rocket launcher blasted directly into their position. In an instant, shrapnel flew across the room and shockwaves struck. Several ACO personnel were lifted out by the shockwave, but surprisingly, they remained unharmed under such a powerful shockwave. It seemed that these shockwaves, at all, couldn't do much damage to them. The audience watched in amazement. Holy shit! This physicality, this strong? How can you even give advance warning? That's awesome. The most terrifying thing is that they were within the range of the explosion, and those powerful shockwaves didn't even harm them. Their genes are too powerful too. Every one of them is much more powerful than those special forces. Yuan watched the battle through the display, couldn't help but giggle softly as well. Although only one rocket was fired to protect the factory, but it's not something they should be able to handle this close. Surprisingly unharmed. If every ant personnel had such strong physical qualities, it would really be too difficult to deal with. Master, they can't escape, Jenner said from the side. The battle situation in the middle of the screen changed again. After those ant personnel were threatened, their faces were in disbelief and they kept surveying the surroundings. The uneasiness in his heart was even more extreme. They don't have any human presence on their probes at all. Was it entirely possible that these robots had autonomously initiated combat against them? How could this be possible? This was by no means the technological strength that a first-class civilization could possess. It was between his disbelief and uncertainty. Within the range of vision, countless robots suddenly appeared, each with firearms in their hands, especially those rockets and howitzers. If they were ever hit head-on, they would also be injured and bleeding, and the medical equipment is now completely broken with no backup resources. Tougher. There was a moment of withdrawal. It was in that moment of their hesitation. Countless guns in the hands of the robots opened fire at the same time. Even these firearms were no match for those in their hands, but with so many firearms united, even they had to feel a headache. Countless guns spewed their tongues of fire, intertwining into a web of murderous firepower, and Anthro personnel was instantly set on fire. A moment of blindsiding. Numerous bloody gouges appeared on top of the powerful body. These are not fatal injuries. Supported by his strong physical fitness, these blood gouges were not enough to kill him, but it was enough to make him appear sluggish. Just a moment of retardation. 10 rocket-propelled howitzers hit him instantly. Just for a moment. His body then fell apart into pieces, becoming a trail of body parts. As soon as they met, one of the ant personnel died instantly. Killing him seemed simple, but it was calculated with unparalleled precision, one after the other, because once he was given time to react, he would escape the killing range. But that damage conversion rate remains somewhat unequal. For so many instruments to kill just one anthro, the other side, it's just too powerful. Counterattack. Witnessing the death of his companions, the tyrannical emotions in the heart of the ant captain suddenly appeared and raised the firearm in his hand. Laser energy is emitted instantaneously. The guns in their hands were all weapons beyond their time, all infinitely powerful. Many robots were instantly torn apart the moment they were hit. Even some of the robots melted instantly, as if it couldn't take the heat of their weapons. They don't need to be accurate at all, as long as they die once they hit their target. Even just a little rubbing of the edges will result in serious injuries, and they are extremely physical. Whenever a gun comes at them, they can almost always get advance warning. Those ordinary bullets couldn't do much damage to them at all. If they had real humans in front of them, I'm afraid it would have collapsed by now. But they were dealing with robots. It's robots that never know pain or fear. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be able to benefit from the siege of so many robots, and they found a very bad situation. It was these robots in front of them, each with guns in their hands that seemed to have accuracy. If it were not for their extremely fast nerve perception, I'm afraid I'd be dead already. But even so, the pressure the other side was putting on them was tremendous. They were afraid and hated in their hearts. At the same time a doubt bubbled up. Where the hell did these robots come from? If the materials on these robots were harder and the guns in their hands were updated again, I'm afraid that they would be able to completely exterminate them without any effort. But it's a little short of that right now. Even at the current level, the network of firepower interwoven by the guns in their hands was still enough to threaten their lives and bring them to an end. One robot was smashed to pieces and scattered into broken parts. Even when the hardened guns in their hands were hit by these lasers, they hit Ling down. But to the despair of the ants, they were surrounded by these robots as if they were endless. Even though dozens of robots were broken, more came to fill in. It's like they stabbed an army camp. The opponent's troop strength is simply not the limit. More ants bite the elephant as usual. What they don't know is this: with so many drones present, even building robots was a breeze, let alone just modifying them. Moreover, the programs on these robots were all from Gener, and they possessed unparalleled responsiveness at all times, and each one of them was a weapon of war, a firearm they are not afraid of at all. It can't kill them by hitting them. It's just a hole through them, and it's hard to hurt the vital parts, but dozens and hundreds of guns hitting them at the same time, that made it extremely difficult for them. And if they were a little inattentive, it would create an opportunity for them, and the rockets would come blasting up. After a battle, even though they had killed and wounded countless robots, but they have also become full of holes in them, because even though they were too physically strong, they were facing these well-trained robots. It's not easy to stay in this state, and they realized that all those robots that were holding the rockets, the howitzers first, had disappeared. They couldn't find a target even if they wanted the opportunity to destroy them, and every now and then rockets came out of midair to attack them. It makes them have to be distracted out to prevent these high-powered weapons. Soon, apart from the Ant Clan captain, the other 3 members of the Ant Clan were all attacked to varying degrees, countless bloody mouths blooming on their bodies like flowers of blood, causing them to struggle to move. It was at the moment when it was harder for them to move. Those robots outside seemed to have seized the opportunity. This just for a moment. Dozens of rocket-propelled grenades appeared from the air. It slammed into the 2 ant personnel like a falling star. All the artillery shells, as if they had been precisely calculated long ago, completely blocked all their retreating paths, and no matter which way they broke out, they would suffer a devastating blow. This time they could no longer avoid it. With a series of loud bangs, the 2 ants completely perished. When the ant captain saw this scene, he was even more flawed. There weren't many members of their team to begin with. 2 died earlier. Now 3 more are dead. Serious attrition. The mission was declared a complete failure, and it was not certain that even he would be able to leave. Now it would be up to that ant personnel who stayed in the spaceship to realize that something was wrong and leave earlier. But what he doesn't know is this. The side of their spaceship had been filled with underwater robots, and that area has been cordoned off. There is no possibility of leaving at all. The outside audience was more than shocked. Yada 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 yada. That's brilliant. First time I've seen robots that can work so closely together. It's like an army of disciplinary statements. Is this the contact war of the future world? There's no need for human mobilization at all. All that's being fought is the technological prowess of both sides. These alien creatures are also really out of luck. If they were killing humans, the other side would have been killed by all their confidence. But they ran into robots. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little bit better. It's like the art of war. If there are enough of these robots, then is it possible to destroy a country with just these robots without spending a single soldier? The audience was buzzing. They have only seen this vision in science fiction movies. There is a fear of future world wars. It has been felt that it is better to maintain the status quo as it is now. The gun in the Anthro captain's hand was knocked away in a daze. By the time he tried to evacuate, he realized that he was already surrounded by robots, and without the gun in his hand, he couldn't break through the robotic army with just such a body. He sighed. This time it was truly a complete demise. But to his regret, the war was fought to the end without discovering the man behind the curtain. Don't even know who the lead robot is. As if all were soldiers. He had given up struggling. His teammates were all dead and he was badly wounded. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to die, suddenly an alarm sounded from the detector at his feet. It means that human creatures have actually appeared in this side of the region. His bulging eyes snapped open. The very moment this alarm sounded, all the robots around them presented a formation. The direction they were facing was before him. All those robots that were in formation suddenly gave way. Right in the middle of that road, slowly walked an extremely handsome-looking youth in his 20s, and he was followed by another pretty girl. The ant captain's pupils snapped. Could this be the man behind the curtain? The audience saw this scene and it was somewhat refreshing, especially in the moment when he walked out. He was quite a great general, like a man with the power of life and death in his hands. Many girls saw such a valiant man and unconsciously felt some admiration and even love for him. It's so handsome. This is like the perfect spouse in my mind. If only I could fall in love with him. Don't even think about it upstairs. Do you think he would look at you when he holds such power? Bah! Even if you don't see me, you won't see you. The ant captain's eyes, which had been desperate, suddenly glowed with life. He didn't know the true purpose of the man behind the curtain, but he had been given the opportunity now. As long as this human dared to approach him, he would be able to control the human in front of him in a swift manner. Then maybe there's an escape. He had in mind a way to lure him over. Yuan was looking at him as well, sizing up his form. Is this the enemy he will face later? It's one thing to see it from the middle of a screen. It's another to watch them face to face. These are two very different experiences. Just from their performance just now, they had excellent physical qualities, and it was not known if they were born with it or if they might have taken some genetic potion to transform it. But just with his physical prowess just now, he had already defeated almost all the humans on Blue Water Planet. It's beyond scary stats. What's more, when he saw the firearms in their hands, even these hardened robots would be deeply and seriously injured if they were slightly touched. And if they were hit head-on, the robots would not be able to survive. And he also knew that there was a spaceship right now not far from the coastline. I wonder how many of these ships they came with this time. He turned his head to Jiner. Jiner, is it possible to communicate with him? Jin nodded. I have information on this language in my database to communicate. In an instant, she transferred all the linguistic information into Yuan's mind. Yuan nodded and looked at the ants in front of him and said in their unique language, "You guys are still here." The ant captain almost jumped out of his courier's skin in fear at the sound of his voice. The eyes were even more horrified beyond words. He repeatedly eyed the human in front of him, convinced that the other was a carbon-based creature through and through. As he spoke that language, he was almost about to assume that the other man was from the same place as him. Moreover, from Yuan's tone, it sounded as if the other party had already known that they were coming. It wasn't just the knowledge that their ship, the universe, was coming, it was the knowledge that they, the ants, were descending on blue water. How is that possible? They were roaming aimlessly among the stars without a specific route, and they had already rushed this way with all their might when they got the news, so there was no possibility of leaking the news. Then, how did Yuan know about their existence? Who are you? Why do you know our language? Captain Ant asked rhetorically. Yuan didn't answer this question of his. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked directly. I knew you guys would come. But I didn't expect you guys to come so fast. In the universe, the weak and the strong is the basic law, but this is my home, and I will never allow you guys to destroy it in the slightest. The ant captain revealed a cold smile. I don't know why you know about our descent, but according to our statistics, the weapons on your planet are simply not enough to stop us. Saying that, he scanned those robots behind Yuan, but as his gaze swept over Jiner, he suddenly paused. Among so many robots, only the beautiful-faced young girl in front of him brought him the greatest feeling of danger, though he didn't know why. But that one instinct never fooled him. Even if these robot armies behind you were to expand 1,000 times 10,000 times more, they would all be destroyed when the mothership descends. Even if you are at the forefront of technology, can you even imagine how powerful our civilization really is? Mothership? Yuan got a keyword from him, and the other side seemed to be unapologetic, as if they were eating them up. We have blockaded the galaxy you are in. This kind of technology can't be broken through even by our civilization for a short period of time, so you're even less likely to try to escape. Just wait for death. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A blockade? Could it be that the entire galaxy has been locked down? What about some of the Blue Mercury people who escaped? Have they all been killed? Yuan took 2 steps forward, and Jiner didn't follow. The ant captain's eyes erupted with a refined light when he saw him approaching. A small 4 in his hand. He began to slowly inject himself. It was a genetic potion that could instantly restore one's full strength, and it could also double one's strength in a short period of time by stimulating one's potential. It was his last card. I didn't think I'd be able to use it, but I didn't think I'd get another chance. The opponent was so stupid as to walk into his attack range. His heart was in ecstasy. The words continued to flow from his mouth in an effort to distract him. The only thing I didn't realize was that the people on your planet are equipped with so many destructive weapons, and they're all stacked together. I really don't know if I should call you guys bold or stupid. There are some destructive weapons that, when detonated, will plunge your entire planet into destruction. The outside audience could hear some of their voices through the microphone, but they switched languages and couldn't understand what they were saying. They didn't know why Yi could communicate with those alien creatures without any obstacles. Is Yuan also an alien? What the hell are they talking about? Isn't the program a godsend? Come and translate it. Could it be that Yuan is also an alien, having his brain occupied? Yuan is getting closer to him. Isn't he afraid of danger? At such a close distance, it's fortunate that the other party has been deeply and seriously injured. Otherwise Yuan would be in danger. They were anxious in their hearts. The more they did, the more they wanted to know what the conversation was about, but none of them could give them an answer. The syringe in the ant captain's hand had slowly finished injecting. The certainty in his mind had reached 10 points. Your destructive weapons are indeed powerful, and spaceships without protective shields have been severely damaged by your attacks. Rest assured that the locations where your weapons of destruction exist will soon fall into ruin, including you, including everyone. His last sentence came out word for word with a ferocious and incomparable killing intent. In that brief moment, he suddenly stormed off. It was as if he had regained all his strength in an instant, and was twice as powerful as before. The moment he stormed up, they only saw the remnants. Yuan was close at hand. It wouldn't even take a second for the other to get to him. Yuan seemed to have seen the grim and winning smile on his face. However, soon, the ant captain also saw the smile that appeared on Yuan's face. It was the kind of smile that takes it all in its stride. The ant clan captain's pupils shrunk violently, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart at the sight of this smile. He thought he had won and could play the other guy off, but the smile the other man wore indicated that he cared nothing. It was a look he had only seen in the eyes of those in high places. Apart from these people in high positions, it was those heavenly prides. But, yeah, I am honored. He, by all means, Blue Water Planet was nothing more than a low-class civilization. Not even ordinary technology had been developed to a certain point, not to mention those genetic potions that can make people stronger. The opponent's weak body. He could have shattered all his internal organs with one punch, but in a flash of lightning, he reached out, suddenly grabbed by Yuan. Then the whole thing was thrown off with a turn. From the moment he grabbed and was flung this entire moment, he couldn't use his strength at all, couldn't utilize his power. He admitted that he was careless, but no matter what, he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong that he was able to throw him away with just a single glance. After tumbling a few times, he regained his footing and patted the dust from his body, re-examining the human in front of him. The eyes gazed at Yuan. Slowly, he said, "You're the strongest human I've ever seen, completely different from other carbon-based creatures, and although I don't know if you've also taken a power-enhancing genetic potion, this strength is worth taking seriously." The outside audience watched the chain of operations, especially looking at the alien creatures. They were actually put down by Yuan in one move. Although they didn't suffer any injuries, it was enough to shock them. It was important to realize that the physicality of the alien creatures they had seen before was uncharacteristically strong. Even firearms couldn't do much damage to them, let alone the fact that this was just a human on Blue Mercury. They couldn't help but refresh their three views once again. Yuan, why is he so physically strong? Even alien creatures are no match for him. I'll be damned. With this body, the special forces can't even compare. This physical quality of his is stronger than an alien creature. Is he on drugs? I haven't seen him create any gene potion either. It's getting more and more intriguing. I thought at first that he was asking for his own death, but I didn't realize that he could completely resist the alien creatures. Shit. Me too. I almost cursed the word stupid. Glad I didn't say it, or the real stupid would have been me. Many foreign netizens felt a pang of gratitude. They were all ready to scold Yuan. As a result, they didn't expect that today. In just a moment, the entire battle situation had flipped, and their words of cursing just happened to be held in their mouths without being uttered. But soon the battle took a new turn. The ant captain looked at Yuan. I admit that you're strong, but I didn't even use my full strength. You have no idea how strong the current me really is. The words just fell. His entire body changed intensely. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, his body began to swell. The whole thing began to pull up. His head changed, and feet were born out of his body with sharp barbs on them. In this form they were more like an ant that was countless times larger. More in keeping with their name. It was filled with a violent aura, living like a killing machine, and the audience's hearts clenched at the sight. Crap! Why does it still have berserking? Yuan is in danger. Is this the true form of the alien creature? It doesn't look good at all, and it feels kind of gross. Although I was quite confident just now. But now, can Yuan still beat it? Yuan looked at the ant creature in front of him. Eyes narrowed slightly. It was also the first time he had seen it. But instead of too much trepidation, he was now filled with eagerness to try. It was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent since he had unlocked the galactic human shackles. It was filled with explosive power that wanted to be vented. The ant captain let out a wild roar afterward. Crazy killing machines poured directly at Yuan. The two sides soon collided with each other. The ant captain's power was even stronger than before, and the genetic potion he had been injected with before had not fully utilized its power, and only now did he begin to use his true power. Yuan felt a brute bull charging towards him, and his entire body was instantly toppled. After flipping around a few times, he steadied himself and stood up. He didn't use any weapons. It was completely fist to fist. The two sides soon battled together. The opponent was the one who seemed to have lost his mind after the transformation, and was completely desperate to fight, disregarding the injuries on his body and exchanging one injury for another. And those barbs on his body were incredibly sharp, like a hacksaw, causing wounds whenever they were touched. Although his physical qualities had become countless times stronger, but under these barbs of his, he still suffered a considerable injury. In particular, his wounds presented a crunchy state, with toxins on top of his opponent's barbs destroying his nervous system. If not for his unusual physique, he would have collapsed long ago, but even then, he fell into the wind, and the wounds on his body gradually increased. The opponent, on the other hand, in addition to the increased attack power, the defense power was also increased by a lot. Even though he was bombarding him with every punch, his opponent continued to attack, taking an inherent advantage. The audience is also holding their breath at this moment, eyes locked on the inside. It's not looking good. Why is he so stupid? If he can't beat them, let these robots go. What about those rocket launchers and howitzers? And the tanks? Wouldn't it be better to just reimburse the other side? He has to fight him here. Yeah, if I were me, I wouldn't go one-on-one. If I had missiles, I'd just missile wash the ground. Quite a few audience members tapped their tables. It was close to directly cursing Yuan. However, what they didn't know was that Yuan had actually discovered that his shackles were gradually loosening during the fight, giving him hope. His own opportunity had finally arrived. Unless it was for the yoke, he would have swarmed his opponent long ago, and there was no need to fight them one-on-one. He took the dagger Jin handed him in a rolled hand. The dagger is made of Cthulhu alloy, incredibly sharp. Moreover, he had once studied so many war books that his own fighting skills had been perfected, so although the other party left many injuries on his body, there were no vitals that were harmed to kill him. The battle between the two sides was incomparably fierce. Every single one of them was in a life and death crisis. The battle was incredibly intense, fighting for their lives at every turn. The barbs of the ant captain's mutated body were incomparably sharp, but the fly alloy on Yuan's hand was even sharper than his hand, constantly chipping away at the barbs on his hands. It hurt so much that the ant captain kept wailing, but there was nothing to be done about it. Yuan's body was much more agile than his, unable to deal fatal damage to him or cut him in two. Yuan's shackles are gradually unlocking. When the battle was at a white heat, An electronic alert suddenly came from Yuan's mind. Galactic new human shackles unlocked 100%. The moment the prompt in his head sounded, his body suddenly changed radically. All the injuries surprisingly healed all in an instant. And the moment the cue sounded, he felt all his shackles go up in smoke. Even to the point where he felt he could jump up a 10-meter building with a single leap. The whole person has unlimited possibilities and developmental qualities. On top of that, he felt that his thinking, agility, strength, defense, and so on, were all strengthened in different ways. Even if he had a steel ship in front of him now, he could tear it apart alive. He exuded a biting aura all over his body, an aura that destroyed everything. The ant captain suddenly felt that the Yuan in front of him had changed. Although his body was berserk and his mind had fallen into berserkness, he was not a fool after all. And due to this beastly instinct, his neural sense was more real when facing danger. In that instant he felt the man in front of him turn into a flooding beast. His arrogant aura suddenly stalled. Looking at Yuan's face in front of him, his face was stunned, not knowing why he had undergone such a drastic change. It was as if he had changed into a new person. What made him feel even more puzzled was this. All the injuries on Yuan's body were surprisingly all healed. How is that possible? As the one who left these injuries behind, he knew better. Those injuries he had left behind contained toxins within them, and besides being able to affect his movements, they would even hinder the healing of his wounds. But now in just an instant, all the wounds on his body were actually all healed and complete. Not a minute of it is visible at all. He even felt like pulling his legs out. He turned and tried to flee straight away. These robots in front of him couldn't hinder him at all. With his mutated feet, he bent his knees straight up, ready to catapult out, but soon realized he couldn't get away. Yuan's speed was like lightning. He would have catapulted 5 meters above the sky. But soon, he felt his body suddenly being forcefully pulled down by a powerful force, and fell hard on the ground, picking up countless dust. This series of maneuvers happened in a split second. Like a flash of lightning, the huge collision caused his internal organs to be violently impacted to varying degrees. The pain and impact caused his brain, which had lost most of its sanity, to reoccupy its clarity for once. However, he soon discovered the dagger in Yuan's hand, which was directly inserted into his thick outer armor. Like a knife cutting through tofu, there was no pause at all. The feet that had regrown after its mutation were instantly cut off. He frantically tried to break free, but Yuan's power was stronger. It was completely lopsided. He was pressed to the ground and couldn't get up at all. Cut after cut. Each time it chipped away a part of his body. He couldn't think for the life of him why such a shocking change had occurred. Why on earth did Yuan undergo such an amazing change? Evolving from being on the losing end to being able to completely crush him is not logical at all. But he'll never know. The dagger in Yuan's hand had been ruthlessly inserted into his vital position, completely cutting off his life on top of this island and becoming the last place to bury his bones. Yuan, who had done this, wiped those juices splashed up on his body, feeling a little nauseous. But then he looked at these battle results in front of him. Still richer. All of these members of the ant tribe that the other side had invaded the island were dead. At the same time all the underwater robots instantly launched their attacks. The spaceship, which was already crippled, had no protective devices present, and with the presence of Gener, the weaknesses were exposed under precise calculations. The power system soon suffered a devastating blow under the powerful weapons bombardment. The spaceship was recaptured. The members of the ant clan inside also fell into a prolonged coma due to the powerful impact. The audience saw the scene in front of them and admired it even more to the core. It's really absolute. And the scene that just happened simply refreshed their three views. Yuan, suddenly as evolved. Especially the moment he jumped up. Countless spectators stood up, and that distance was more than 5 meters. It was just a slight leap on his part. It was even more unimaginable if it was at full strength. But some people think of more. This spaceship has been captured by Yuan. Will Sam's country rest in peace? The whole thing is a complete and utter conspiracy. I don't believe that Sam's country didn't make a move. Moreover, Xia also has the army in a complete blockade of this area. I don't believe that they don't know about this. What the upstairs said is so right. I also think it's like this. Put these alien creatures in there. They're all happy if Yuan died. But now that he didn't die and captured this spaceship, they'll have a reason to make a move on him. Crap. When you put it that way, Sam's country is disgusting. Is this the first time you know that they're disgusting? Hasn't it been that way for centuries? Countless people shook their heads. There were more changes on Yuan. His whole body was now like a treasure trove, waiting for someone to open it. How he got stronger became a mystery. More people want to follow suit. This is the key that can enhance the strength of an entire race. The darkness is choppy. Countless nations are uniting. They trade everything for power and profit. Beyond the islands, the information blockade in that area has been unlocked. The fleet commander already knew all about it. The opposing forces of Sam's country, on the pretext of searching for a spaceship, tried to enter their blockade area straight away. That's when they get upset. You wouldn't let me in when I wanted to. Now you want to get in? What do you think? You're getting all the beauty of the world for yourself? Want to go over there? Did you ask me? If you're a bully, you have to look at the place. Where is this place? Is this a place where you can run wild? Beat the shit out of you in minutes. Just don't let you in. Bite me. After Yijin did this, all the mess was left for them to clean up, and he went back to the hotel. It was covered in so much juice and blood. It made him feel a little nauseous and he needed to go back to the hotel to take a shower, change his clothes and get organized. Sam's country head Madison, seeing this scene, viciously slammed his fist on the table. Surprisingly not dead. How is this possible? But then he smiled grimly. So what if you're not dead? You've become the world's fat meat now. And no matter how strong Xia is, it won't be able to leave you unharmed. I'll see how you escape this time. He has been co-signed by dozens of countries. As for morals and contracts, it's just a scrap of paper, ready to be discarded. It was when he was preparing to destroy the island and capture Yuan. All the phones on his desktop suddenly rang frantically. His eyelids fluttered. All the phones rang at the same time. A situation that had never happened before. What's going on here? All the red phones on the table all vibrated. As constructed, all of these red phones are to be utilized only in times of emergency. And there's a national bigwig on the other side of every red phone. Either the top of the government or the top of the military. But whichever one it is, it represents a development that has reached a point of extreme urgency. What's more, it's so many red phones ringing together throughout the office. What happens behind the scenes then will be astounding. It may even change the landscape. Could it be that some superpower has declared war on the outside world? He hurriedly picked the most important phone to answer. Hey, what happened? He asked in a hushed voice. Mr. Madison, something big has happened in outer space. Another spaceship has appeared. On the other end of the phone was a military bigwig with an extremely high ranking. And he's known for his stability. But right now his voice on the phone is very panicked. A spaceship has appeared. Is it 3 or 5? Madison was a little surprised to hear the news at first. But he didn't panic much, because even with this number, he thought that with the world's #1 military power of the Sea Eagle nation he could completely deal with it. Even he thought it was an opportunity for him to capture a few more spaceships, maybe discover some other different tech. It's not 3 or 5 ships. According to the reports coming from the front, it's a whole 100 ships. The military bigwigs hurriedly stated the exact number. 100 ships? Madison's head exploded when she heard the number. No, how is that possible? 100 spaceships? It's not like they poked a hornet. Why are there so many of them? What's more, they had already anticipated this situation. So when they captured that spaceship earlier, they had already interfered with the signal transmission with an extremely strong signal jammer. Did it not work out? He swallowed hard, and a pang of panic grew in his heart. He had read the report on the opponent's strength, and even though they had used their nuclear weapons to seriously injure the opponent when their energy ran out, even that didn't leave it behind. Not to mention the fact that the spaceship is armed with a weapon that is capable of lifting the massive labs of Area 51 off the ground, and there were 8 dead military base officers and soldiers. It ended up being just the strength of a spaceship. Just let them be heartbroken to the core. If it was 100 ships, then they, the Sea Eagle Kingdom, still had the possibility of existence? Even if we eliminate them, what about the forces behind them? He was just dizzy at the thought. Incredibly fearful. He even wanted to step aside on the spot as vice president decision-maker. I'm too old for this kind of shock. The message continued on the other end of the line. According to the speed of the other side, it's possible that in less than 4 hours the other side will come to the outskirts of Blue Water Planet. And when that time comes there will be a contact war. So we must make preparations early. 4 hours? Another shock went through Madison's mind. How could it be so fast? Why did you not start reporting until this time? What were you guys doing before? He was shocked and angry. What can you do in 4 hours? War under conventionality simply cannot be executed so quickly. Only emergency war orders can be executed. The speed of the other side is just too fast. And all of our probe craft had no time to send a message before they were intercepted and all destroyed. And that's now the most conservative estimate. Maybe not even 4 hours. Hang up the phone under. Madison quickly signed the emergency war order. And it's a war of the highest order. That's why all the soldiers of the Sea Eagle Kingdom who were out on vacation stopped their vacation and recalled. But soon he realized that the soldiers on leave had simply turned their cell phones off and couldn't reach their people at all. Until this matter he was simply so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Can't these assholes do anything serious besides date? There was no other way. He could only summon those active duty soldiers and immediately go in for a level 1 combat situation. and those who can't be contacted can only try to be informed. The Sea Eagle Nation, occupying the world's #1 throne, is reflected in every aspect, especially in military power. With over $10 trillion of military spending every year, both explicitly and implicitly, they have long since built their country into a bronze city. The Navy, Army and Air Force are dotted with countless weapons, even above space. There are also satellite weapons, all carrying nuclear warheads. There are even some sci-fi weapons that regular people have never heard of, hidden in space, even in some bases that have already been established on some planets. These satellite weapons are designed to be able to destroy other countries at the same time when their own country is attacked. I didn't realize it came in handy early. The military was ready for these space battleships as soon as they were discovered, along with a war mobilization. And Madison's role, the biggest role, was to sign war decrees. After this was done, briefings began for the other countries of the Big Five. Sooner or later they will know about these things even if they are not informed. Not to mention that with so many times spaceships coming, it's not just a Sea Eagle country anymore. All countries will be targeted. Actually, he doesn't have to say it. All of the Big Five have laid out a heavenly chessboard in outer space. So by the time these alien ships arrived, they already knew. This is to avoid panic. They blocked all information to avoid being known by other countries. Once a global panic is caused, the crisis is even more terrifying than the arrival of these alien ships. What's more, even if those other countries were to be made aware of it, with their strength they would not be able to fight against it at all. The Big Five launched an emergency online meeting. All of the country's top decision makers put aside the most urgent matters at hand to attend this meeting. The meeting did not last long, and after an emergency agreement was reached, the meeting was adjourned and they went their separate ways. The Alien Biology Research Laboratory, previously set up by scientists from various countries, has officially become the home base to monitor extraterrestrial life. Named Blue Mercury Shield Laboratory. A lot of the equipment was relocated over here before, and all the equipment, after the lab was set up, was quickly commissioned and brought online. An online joint operational status was formed with the aviation centers of the countries. Countries are in a state of emergency. Many cities are under military control. Hundreds of vehicles carrying nuclear weapons and new types of weaponry from countries all over the world have traveled into outer space. War is imminent. The vast majority of people don't realize that they have dark clouds over their heads. Countless weapons were fully loaded and ready to fight. For 4 hours, the Big Five on Blue Mercury had been in constant motion, even attracting the attention of spies from other countries. When word got back to their home country, the wind was at their backs. They kept sending out spies to poke around and found nothing. 4 hours eased by. Countless deployments are ready to be completed, and a whole 100 spaceships had finally reached the outskirts of Blue Water Planet. War. Here we go. Blue Mercury Shield Laboratory. From now on, this is the head laboratory for dealing with extraterrestrials. All the information from national space and aviation centers around the world is summarized here. Orders will go down to the states. At the moment it happened, 2 of the heavyweight bigwigs from each of the 5 major countries were dispatched to the lab to sit in command. This became the second storm center. Soon they saw on the screen the spaceship piloted by the alien creature that had traveled so far, dense as the transit of locusts. A whole 100 spaceships. Each ship was with the most advanced technological strength, much more advanced than any of the countries on Blue Water Planet. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea Eagle Nation had previously attacked with their advanced weaponry and the fact that the other side had consumed too much weight, they would not have been able to attack at all. Even so, they paid a heavenly price. This time they came again, and they were a full 100 times stronger than before. Those who are well versed in warfare know that 100 individuals are more than 100 times stronger than one, more likely 200 or 300 times. When the numbers are in formation, the power exerted is infinite. Each one's heart was incredibly heavy, and for once they would never again think that the other party was visiting Earth with the sincerity of peace and goodwill. They exterminated countless flying machines along the way. All space stations are completely destroyed. The remaining station personnel inside are all dead. It was thrilling to watch, especially John's country and Iris' country. They had sent a lot of tech talent up on the space they had built outside only a short while ago, and they hadn't expected to be caught in a crossfire by the alien creatures. All played out. If there's anyone who hates extraterrestrials more, it's them. The one sent by the Nine Realms Kingdom this time was also a heavyweight. Mr. Sheen. He happened to be on a visit to a neighboring country and came over quickly after receiving the order. When he saw the scene in front of him, he actually didn't have any gloating expression, because after all, we all belong to the same community of human destiny, and their loss was also the loss of the entire human race. Fortunately, the space station personnel inside the space station of the Nine Regions country just happened to return home for a rest and recuperation. So they escaped. The damage isn't that great. Sea Eagle Nation is Madison's personal seat. He glanced at Mr. Sheen beside him, and his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a sinister light. If these spaceships broke through their blockade line and entered the Blue Water Planet, then he would draw all the spaceships to the territory of the Nine Realms Kingdom for a defensive war. This can greatly reduce their losses and it can discourage competitors. Mr. Sheen saw his sinister gaze as soon as he turned his head. Mr. Madison, what can I do for you? Mr. Sheen looked at him as if he was a bit uncomfortable. He hadn't even imagined that the Sea Eagle Nation was still thinking about how this would count against them in the face of such a crisis of human destruction. Nothing, I just want to ask Mr. Sheen how many killer weapons the Nine Realms Kingdom has prepared for this war, and whether or not they can deal with them with complete ease? Madison asked as she withdrew her gaze, pretending nothing had happened and instead pretended to be calm. Also threw in a not-so-hard nail in the coffin, trying to test the waters. Mr. Sheen shook his head. We have Elder Lin to sit in on domestic matters. And according to the previous information, these alien creatures' spaceships, although incomparably powerful, are not invincible. A lot of weapons have been deployed in the country, so if they really dare to come, we will definitely give them a head-on attack. Mr. Madison, you should be sure of that. He pushed the nail back again. Madison snorted. The preparations are quite adequate, but the military expenses are still quite short. Why don't you guys support a little bit? Mr. Sheen gave him a look like he was an idiot. You want to eat a fart? And support your military? Your military spending already far exceeds ours tenfold. The family can't get by. You think I'm your WW Dogson ATM? Madison made a fool of herself and brought her eyes back down. The Big Five global positioning satellites have temporarily cooperated to blanket the planet. This state of them would be perfect. They just have to want to pounce on any country, which they can easily achieve in this state. It's just a matter of wanting to or not. Each of the Big Five countries has its own defense zone. It just depends on where the other side is invading from. Hundreds of supercomputers from various countries have been put to war. Soon the picture was a blur. One craft destroyed. The screen jumped to another screen. Communicate to the other side on the radio and negotiate with them. If it is possible to talk, then it can be unnecessary to do unnecessary war, Madison ordered. Soon several craft were conveying messages in various language spaceship swarms. Because they are unrecognizable, many languages are used. But to their surprise soon they received a summons, and very easy to decipher. Deciphered content. Surrender or die. With such an answer, there is no possibility of negotiating any further. Madison said in a deep voice, Guys, things have come to this, we have no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall. Mr. Sheen, as well as other combatants from various countries, all gave orders at the same moment. Start the war. Make the first move. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but the location where the spaceship descended was exactly where the Sea Eagle's country was located. Madison was a little surprised, but it was expected of him. Space defense systems deployed by Sam's country. Official launch. The Earth's global satellite system has a direct lock on it. Dozens of craft carrying destructive weapons were launched straight away. Frantically, it crashed into the spot where the spaceship existed. Then, detonate. These craft have long been deployed here, so none of these spaceships were expecting it, and that's how they played it straight up. Caught off guard, you can only turn on all defenses to top level. Incredibly loud explosions rang out in the middle of space. Fortunately, the location of the ambush was still some distance away from Blue Mercury, and there was no frontal wave. But even so, the audience on Blue Mercury still saw the immense fire above the sky, one layer after another. Let them shake their minds. There was a lot of speculation about what was going on in outer space. Had one of the satellites exploded? Dozens of weapons of destruction stacked up against the blast. It's earth-shattering and devastating. It's an explosion like no other. There's no such thing as experimenting with weapons of destruction like this. This is both a trial and an experiment. Even hundreds of spaceships were caught off guard in the face of the sudden onslaught. A spaceship that was caught in a frontal wave, even if its defense was added to the top, could not escape destruction. In an instant, 20 spaceships crashed. Battle. Direct attrition by 1/5. Despite the 1/5 attrition, Madison remains dissatisfied. So many destructive weapons. Enough to wipe out several countries. It's not enough. Continue. 24 laser beams. Fired from the satellite. A moment of astonishment. 24 beams of laser cannons. That's almost all the laser power in space controlled by the Sea Eagle's nation. It is also an important part of the composition of its space defense system. Launching out at this moment is astonishing. It was fired out so fast that there was hardly any delay, and it hit the spaceship in just the twinkling of an eye. The powerful heat directly wiped out the external heat shield endlessly. Like an iceberg surrounded by heat, it is rapidly melting, and the laser cannons of the Sea Eagle's nation, instead of spreading out, concentrated their fire. Originally, These spaceships had just been bombarded with strong energy and had not yet recovered. Then they suffered a laser weapon shot with almost no delay. And they couldn't dodge it even if they wanted to. Invisible energy poured into the spaceship in front of them. They were bombarded with this energy again after they had already been bombarded with strong energy. Where else can you take a hit like that? Being set on fire, 5 spaceships were originally seriously injured body. Energy all exhausted. Powerful and incomparable high temperature, but the hardened shell of the ship suffered great damage. And then a strong explosion. 5 spaceships fell again. Even if the outer armor of their spaceship was made of a special metal, it could not withstand such a powerful attack. Although the results of this battle were not as good as the previous devastating weapons collection attack, being able to shoot down 5 cosmic spaceships again in a split second was already considered an extremely impressive battle result. The heads of several other major countries, watching this space war, the eyes all stared up, calculating in their hearts the odds of winning a few rounds if their country were to go to war with the Sea Eagle Nation. After all, no one can predict where the future landscape of the world will go. It is important to plan ahead. Madison is still happy with the outcome of the battle. The spacecraft had lost a big face earlier when it was chased by that spacecraft and gave it a run for its money. That's one way to get back in the game. If it hadn't been for the wrong place and the fact that the fight wasn't over, he would have wanted to come and open a nice bottle of red wine to celebrate. Battles that are going to go down in history. Moreover, according to the agreement, the 25 airships that he had fought off could be the spoils of war of the Sea Eagle Kingdom alone, and no one was allowed to get their hands on them. Both got the loot and showed his throne as the number one in this world. As the rest of his eyes looked on, the bear and the rabbit were his only formidable foes. Other than the 2 of them, the other 2 were just rebels, not to be feared at all. Just take this opportunity to ruthlessly deter them once, so that they do not give birth to so many thoughts. Good as a little brother on the line. Do not always think of being a leading big brother. What he had set out to accomplish had been accomplished. Next it was time to implement the plan. There's no need to expose all of their space defenses. Just as he was about to implement his plan, those spaceships have slowed down, and the other side seems to be enraged. Especially looking at these flying machines in front of him ready to flee, he was even more furious. Destroying a quarter of the universe's fleet and trying to pat yourself on the back is not that easy. In a flash, all the spaceships fired their lasers in one round. These lasers are many times more powerful than the lasers of these flying machines. In the blink of an eye, all of the craft barely lasted a second, all of them blew up and melted into iron, becoming space junk. Retaliation goes much further. The place where the craft had taken off had been exposed just now when the fight had taken place. At this moment, retaliation came crashing down. All of the closer locations above space are fully exposed. Dozens of spaceships shot out lasers that directly destroyed everything. Those killer weapons before they had a chance to work were all destroyed and became a pile of scrap metal. Some places even with stealth facilities could not escape capture and were directly blasted alive. Madison was so angry she was about to spit blood when she saw the moment in front of her. All their space defenses. It was directly destroyed by 80%. It was decades of hard work and countless trillions of dollars spent, and it was destroyed in one fell swoop. I wonder how many more years it will take to recover. And all of this was because they didn't show up in time to participate in the battle, which caused them to be annihilated in the dust as well, without even showing their strength. Bastards from the alien planet. I will not share the same fate with you. Madison was even colder. What are you hiding? Hiding my ass. There's nothing left. It was cleanly destroyed by them. Got a pot shot from these things. Had I known that this would happen, I would have been better off going all out and not having to hide my strength. That would destroy at least half of the enemy ships. There's no way out now. Repent. He had become seriously unbalanced in his mind. Why? We are the only ones who have suffered so much. And it's not even fair that you guys go and you're intact. You must suffer the same price. He gave a look to one of the battle command staff and began the plan. All the spaceships were about to move forward after destroying those facilities just now. A stream of light suddenly appeared in front of them and swept past them before moving straight forward, all the while leaving tons of bombs blasting at them in their wake. And the speed of this stream of light was simply appalling. Though those bombs it left behind didn't do much damage to the ship, but it provides a guiding target for these ships. In an instant all the spaceships all followed this stream of light. All those present had no idea where this stream of light appeared from, and were dumbfounded by its behavior. Its bombs could not do a single ounce of damage to these ships at all. This is simply confusing behavior. Is there some hidden role? Now they don't know what they mean when they don't know what they mean. This stream of light had already carried these spaceships across countless distances. It's already out of the Sea Eagle Nation's defense zone, but its speed remained unabated, leading this spaceship directly into the countries of John and Iris. For a moment their hearts lifted, but soon their hearts dropped as there was no fighting of any kind at all, and they soon swept through the area. But soon all of their gazes turned to Mr. Qin of the Nine Realms Kingdom. This was because the area that this stream of light was going to would be the defense area of the Nine Realms Kingdom. According to speculation, the strength of the Nine Domains Kingdom was inferior to that of the Sea Eagle Kingdom, so the damage they were able to withstand was even worse than the former. After the end of the war in this area of space defense, it's bound to be a lose-lose situation. A conservative estimate is that there are at least 50 more spaceships, and these spaceships will definitely choose to land from this area. Then, 9 domain countries will be the landing site. It's bound to cause an epic battle. Even if they could win, the Nine Realms Kingdom would surely be littered with corpses and the country's power would be in tatters. The Nine Realms Kingdom, it's over. Not many people who make it to the top are stupid, and they are all high up in their respective countries, sent out by the highest decision makers to sit in the labs. Then they have to think a little bit more. In a flash, he figured out all the hurdles. Everyone turned their heads to look at Madison. It has come to the time when the destiny of mankind exists. Have they not forgotten to put aside their preconceived notions and work together in good faith? And they are still here to hook up with each other. At the same time they felt a chill at his ruthlessness and insidiousness. It's hallowed young, and it happened right under their noses. Even with their heads, they were able to think of how earth-shattering changes would occur after these spaceships landed in the Nine Realms country, and the people there would die or be injured in countless ways. It's not that they can't handle these disasters. Rather, they were not meant to be the first impactors of the disaster. The disasters they encountered were led there by men. Mr. Sheen stared at him coldly, the hatred in his eyes itching to kill him. Just because of his scourge that would lead to countless disasters, there would be countless children of the 9 regions, caught in the middle of an unprovoked war. And the one who started it all was this seemingly kind old man standing in front of him. It's almost as if it's a human face. He hurriedly sent a message back to the Nine Realms Kingdom, telling them to prepare everything for war. It was all done in a flash. Only after doing so did he look back at Madison. Mr. Madison, I need an explanation for all of this. It's not like the people of the 9 realms can't perish, but their deaths have to be meaningful, not pitched against them for no good reason. And that stream of light appeared from the defensive positions of the Sea Eagle Kingdom. Right. So may I ask why it fled to the boundaries of the 9 regions kingdom? His words were filled with murderous rage. A word of righteousness. He will definitely report the original cause of this matter to the top truthfully. Madison faced his gaze like it was nothing, not feeling the slightest bit of shame, much less the guilt of having victimized countless lives for no good reason. Instead, he put on an incredibly hypocritical smile. Mr. Sheen, what are you talking about? How could I go and intentionally victimize the people of the 9 regions country, which is extremely uncivilized in our democratic country? I'm not quite sure what's going on with that stream of light. Please don't worry. After this war, we will definitely set up an investigation team to investigate this out-of-control case, and we will definitely not tolerate the people involved, and we'll give you a perfect explanation. He said these words extremely casually. Already don't care. After this war, who knows what will become of the 9 Realms Congress? It may have been in ruins. Even if they didn't become ruins, they would still have a great deal of energy, and at that point, they wouldn't have the time to find themselves in trouble. So again, why be afraid? He always remembered an old saying from the 9 Realms Kingdom. It's called, the snipe. He himself would not blow his brains out, but he played a great nation into the hands of the world and hardened the power of a nation. What past decision maker could have done what he did with this ability to strategize? So why be ashamed? He'll do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Mr. Madison, you are ruthless enough. I hope you don't forget these decisions you made today. You are hurting the feelings of both peoples. Mr. Sheen coldly said. He now no longer had any trace of respect for the old man in front of him. Mr. Sheen, you're overstating it. What could possibly hurt the feelings of the 2 countries? Don't worry. We'll settle our own matters and won't trouble you. Madison laughed contemptuously. Hurt the feelings of the 2 peoples? Joke. What's so worthwhile about these yellow monkeys? If it hurts, it hurts. It's no big deal. And do we need you to help us? With your technological prowess? Wait another 100 years. When these spaceships invaded into the territory of the 9 Realms Kingdom, even if the other side didn't ask for help, they would take the initiative and leave the loot behind. What's a few million deaths then? Human life is just that, the least valuable in the face of war. It's not like it's their country's human life anyway. It's all a bunch of cheap shots. Can the lives of the people of the 9 realms be considered lives? He doesn't care how many die. He doesn't even blink. Instead, he had opened his eyes wide wanting to see a good show. Mr. Sheen had already mentally fucked his 18 generations of ancestors. One can only pin their hopes on the homeland to be able to block them in outer space and not allow them to invade the country. Otherwise whatever happens will create unexpected changes. Even if we can win in the end, it's going to be a bad win. He accepted the reality with a helpless sigh in his heart. the supreme command center of the 9 regions state. Elder Lin had already put down everything in his hands and led the staff and military corps to stand by here. This is a major event that concerns the life and death of the people of the 9 regions. It's not up to him to be sloppy. On the big screen, those spaceships had already entered their defense system, just waiting for an order to be able to inflict a devastating attack on those spaceships. If all means were exhausted, at least half of these spaceships could be left behind. Elder Lin sighed. They still don't have enough means. Otherwise, it would have been able to isolate all of these spaceships in outer space, preventing them from entering the 9 realms kingdom, and that would have minimized the losses. This is ideal. It was unknown what was happening on the other side, but danger had descended. As this spacecraft descended, he began to give the order that all space defenses had been put on first level of readiness, and all weapons had been put into full launch phase. Just wait for these spaceships to enter the encirclement and then they will deal a devastating blow to them. And this time he won't keep his hands off. And when he strikes, it will be a killing move, and all the means bet on it. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might, let alone treating these vicious alien creatures. They had seen the stream of light. The stream of light exploded in front of them. Everyone's whole body was on alert. The hairs on their backs were standing on end. War had finally come. Ready. Elder Lin stared tightly ahead, but just as he was about to give the order to attack, he suddenly paused, incredulity in his eyes, because all the spaceships suddenly turned their heads away altogether when they were about to enter their encirclement, going in the opposite direction, as fast as he could. It's like going down the wrong road. Everyone inside the command room looked at each other, and yet none of them could tell what exactly these spaceships had met. But this was a good thing after all, and their faces lightened up. What they don't know is this: spaceships always have a constant echo of sound. It's gone badly off course. Start heading back. Attack the target location and destroy everything. The destinations of all the spaceships had been displayed on their screens. That place. It's none other than Area 51 in Sea Eagle Country. Everyone in the military command room of the 9 realms country watched these spaceships leave, still in disbelief. It's a no-brainer. When something like this happens, it's like a happy event from heaven. Although these ships would become their trophies once they fell, there was no way to stop them completely in outer space with these weapons they had now. They will definitely land close by. So even if they get these spaceships as spoils of war, it's not worth it. Even they've sent 100,000 urgent orders to the ground forces. Countless missiles and laser weapons had been pushed out. As the primary weapon of war, weapons of destruction are very lethal, but the consequences are endless and the pollution produced is irreversible. Use it less than once if you can. But these preparations were now entirely useless, for the enemy had left. While watching these universes leave, Elder Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but still didn't take it lightly, but ordered in a deep voice. The Shaker Global Positioning System is turned on in all directions, detecting the path the other party took to leave, avoiding them entering from places we don't know about, while all weapons systems remain on start, never letting them take advantage of the situation. Shaker GPS, one of the top positioning systems in the world. Many people only know it for civilian use, but what they didn't know was that when the shaking light system was applied militarily, it was an incomparably powerful killing weapon. It can hit any strategic target anywhere in the world. With just this one great killing weapon, it would be able to be enough to become one of the top countries in the world, controlling the destiny of countless people. The Shaker system quickly plotted the path of the spaceship's departure, after they saw the direction of a spaceship leaving. Somewhat dazed, the first spaceships to land were in the Sea Eagles country. Although it was unknown what had happened in between to cause these spaceships to swarm towards the defended territory of their 9 domains country, it almost resulted in irreparable measures. So they guessed that there must be the presence of the hand of the Sea Eagle Kingdom in this. What's more, Mr. Chin also called them and revealed some information. It wasn't elaborated on, but it was vaguely revealed to be related to the Sea Eagle Kingdom. Elder Lin, with this mutation occurring, should we notify the Sea Eagle Kingdom to get ready? A military observer said. Elder Lin raised his head and shook it slightly, eyes half narrowed in a smirk. They have their own global positioning system. They don't need us to notify them in such a hurry. They should have their own means. It's our favor to tell them. However, it can be a little later, Lin Lao faintly said. He hadn't been so generous in releasing that incident earlier. The other side victimizes them with conspiracies. They don't have to fight back with the same conspiracy, but they don't have to rush up the pole to inform them either. To put it bluntly, what does the Sea Eagle Nation, in fact, have to do with them? We are all from 2 different worlds that will never blend together. It didn't take long. In the Blue Mercury Shield, Mr. Chin receives a call that the ship is heading this way. Immediately afterward, the 2 countries, John Iris, also sent word at the same time that a large number of spaceships had been discovered, but these spaceships acted as if they hadn't seen their defenses. and had no thoughts of waging war against them. It's gone in a flash. At the same time, the alarm in the middle of the lab suddenly went off. Incredibly harsh. It's distracting to hear. Madison, still in a state of joy after hearing the siren, stood up at once and hastily asked, "What's happening?" "Sir, we found that those spaceships that left have returned again for unknown reasons, requesting instructions," a military staff member said in a hurry. The words were full of urgency. "What's going on?" Madison flicked him away to look. Toward the top of the screen, a scene appeared on there that disturbed him. Dozens of spaceships, reappearing again. For he roared wildly in his mind. How? His plan didn't go awry at all. And the intelligence that came through also proved that these spaceships had already entered the defense range of the Nine Realms country. But why isn't there a trace of a battle? Did the other side lure these spaceships over again? How could you have such vicious tactics? He instantly planted the shady set he had made on someone else. At the same time he will look grimly at the two countries of John Iris. The ship passed through your territory, and it's amazing that you didn't give all you had to intercept him. It's an unforgivable sin. Several military bigwigs immediately issued orders to immediately organize their living forces to intercept them, and notified the ground forces to enter a state of first-degree combat readiness for war at any time. Those remaining space drones quickly organized their takeoffs and prepared to intercept. At the same time, they mobilized the only laser energy vehicles and particle beam cannons around them to fight to the death. Madison's heart trembled at the thought that after the space war was over, spaceships could potentially start invading from the territory of their Sea Eagle nation. He looked at Mr. Sheen fiercely. Why did these spaceships fly back again? Was it your doing? Although Mr. Sheen didn't know why. After these airships came back, a big stone in his heart fell most of the way down. Facing Madison's backpedaling, he revealed a cold smile. Can I understand that you're crying out to be a thief? You know what you've done in your own hearts. Don't blame us. Though Madison was furious in his mind, he didn't have any proof. One can only take all the anger out on the heads of the two countries in charge of John Iris. Then can you explain why your defenses don't make an attack on these spaceships, paying all to block them? The heads of the two countries were also speechless in the face of his sudden rebuke. People passed through their defense zone and didn't attack them, so why would they need to do more than that? And it would just be the Sea Eagle nation that would be hurt anyway. What's it to them? They hated the idea of their lead brother splitting and disintegrating and becoming a dead eagle on this planet. And how can you think of sacrificing yourself? Just between their words, all the spaceships had already dealt a devastating blow to the remaining forces of the Sea Eagle Kingdom. Originally, they had lost most of their defense system, only less than 2 or 3% remained. And this time the swarm of spaceships would not be careless, and when they struck it was with full force. They only lost 2 spaceships and completely purged all the remnants of the force. Then he turned around and dove into Blue Mercury, straight to Area 51. Madison, who had witnessed the scene, was dying and shouting frantically. All hands on deck. Never let them enter the territory. Even if he didn't yell, those military bigwigs were already prepared. There was no need for him to order them. This was after he shouted this. The spaceships above the screen were like swarming flocks of birds. With a violent explosion, the screen in front of them blinked and they lost the message completely. The members of the military command have long anticipated any unexpected situation, with appropriate pre-planning. At the moment of the screen image's destruction, all military radars turned on in synchronization. Military radar is a pair of God's eyes in the midst of war. It is one of the most indispensable components of modern warfare. After the military radar was turned on, the trajectory of the spaceship was quickly captured. The moment these spaceships were discovered, the military bases in the regions were all ready. All the missiles have been pushed out. Conduct area defense, because they don't know where these spaceships end up either. Only all defenses can be brought up to the top. Luckily, because of the special nature of the Sea Eagle's country, countless missiles were deployed in almost every region. Countless messages that eventually converged in the military command room. Several of the military bigwigs were already all in place, and Madison wasn't even needed for command. At this moment, they suddenly realized that these spaceships didn't separate after entering the blue water planet, but as if they had a set goal, they directly rushed towards their secret area. They were looking at that secret area that didn't exist on that map, on the electronic map, and countless people in the know were dying because they understood what that place represented. That's their nuclear test site. Holds more than 70% of all nuclear warheads. At the same time, at one time it was also a research lab for alien bioships, but because of that drastic change a few days ago, the lab was destroyed and countless scientists died. The one spaceship captured earlier escaped from this. The lab program was also a complete failure, but now the goal of these spaceships hadn't changed at all, and they were swarming towards this place as soon as they came in, not at all on a whim. If they said that this bizarre matter was not in any way related to the drastic changes that had occurred earlier, they would have refused to believe it to death. It was where the entire Sea Eagle nation stored their weapons, with a wide variety of newer weapons that would do irreversible damage if they fell. This must not be allowed. The only redeeming factor is that this area is not inhabited by many people due to its geography and is even more sparsely populated due to the fact that it is a military-controlled area. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would have been killed or injured this time. All of the military bases in Area 51 had received orders from the military command center that they must destroy these spaceships in this area. This region is extremely important, and the weapon defense forces deployed are naturally the most top-notch in the entire country. Dozens of military bases responded simultaneously, and hundreds of missiles were ready to fire. And that's just the first attack. Various new types of weapons will follow into battle. It was both a challenge and an opportunity to experiment. Countless new weapons that were invented but could not be used due to various regulations were finally able to utilize their power in this war. Since we didn't intercept them in outer space, let's bury them in this place once and for all. As soon as they enter the atmosphere, hundreds of missiles were already waiting for them. Modern weapons have evolved to an extreme depth. Even the small battle of a single missile is filled with a myriad of technologies. Each missile has a radar on top of it. These spaceships can be quickly captured for destruction, just for a moment. Hundreds of missiles then collided with these spaceships in the atmosphere in an unbelievably violent collision. Countless shockwaves and fires were created in the atmosphere. The collision was earth-shattering. Although the atmosphere seemed far away, it was actually viewable with the naked eye, especially with an explosion of this magnitude. And anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see the mutations in the sky. The countless people of the Sea Eagle country all raised their heads to look at the sky above. There was a huge fire there, like a burning flame. It struck their vision. There was something vaguely disturbing in their minds. Oh my god, why is there this huge ball of fire in the sky? Is there a big explosion? Could it be that a foreign enemy has invaded? How dare a country invade us? Ugh, could it be the Nine Realms Kingdom? Only they have such guts and strength. The Nine Realms country. It must be them. They're the only ones who have the guts to do this. Their country is full of the most disgusting people who have been encroaching on our jobs. Start a war, another world war, and destroy the whole world. The Sea Eagle's kingdom. Forever the planetary hegemon. What should we do now? Should we go home immediately? Countless people are on edge. Crazy people who want to exterminate the world are ultimately in the minority. Many others are trying to avoid this war, but soon they saw the scene of a lifetime, only to see dozens of incomparably peculiarly shaped spaceships suddenly rushing out amidst the countless flames, almost identical to the one they had seen on the internet earlier. All the ships had an energy shield outside, like a hard protective shell. With this layer of protection in place, none of the countless flames caused any harm to them and seemed to have no effect whatsoever. It's like a hellraiser born of fire. How can there be so many spaceships? Is there an alien invasion? My god, this is much scarier than a world war. What should we do? Will the government protect us? Why haven't our space weapons intercepted them in outer space? This is horrible. I'm scared. Soon they realized that the spaceships were actually heading for one place. That place is a mysterious military restricted area. The cities in the area next door to Area 51 were the ones who felt it the most, because they were the closest, so they had witnessed the entire first round of missile launches. When those spaceships appeared, their hearts were even more split between their livers, because from their perspective, looking over, these spaceships were coming towards them. This scene is like this moment before the end. They all even thought about how miserably they would die under these spaceships. Immediately afterward, the adjacent military exclusion zone was seen, and countless missiles were once again fired. All of the missiles were all headed for the spaceship above the sky. This scene, it's like a scene of war between the nations of the world at the end of the world. They had only seen similar images in movies, but they had never thought that it would actually happen in real life. Soon countless missiles exploded again above the sky. The attack of countless missiles stacked on top of each other stopped the spaceships temporarily, but did not harm their inner cores. This is because most of the attack power of these missiles comes from the heat of the blast and the shockwave. But the very protective shield of these spaceships has isolated these. Round after round of missile bombardment, the ship also began to slowly fall. But in the end, it couldn't shake the base pillar. The airship is close at hand. Soon after, the Area 51 military base received final orders. Activate Hestia laser weapons and destroy all incoming enemies. Hestia, the mythical goddess of fire. It's also the same laser weapon that the Sea Eagle nation has been secretly researching. Especially since the research was augmented by some alien technology, it was even more powerful. It's quite a bit stronger than the laser weapons previously deployed in space. Even the Nine Realms Kingdom's ostensibly strongest Deadlight A could not be compared to it. Dozens of military bases suddenly opened up in the middle of them, like an unmistakably hideous beast opening its mouth, spitting out thousands of toxins. The Hestia laser rises spectacularly with unparalleled power, directly from the ground. The firing of weapons was not only in Area 51, but all the areas around this restricted military zone saw this armed battle. The reconnaissance machines of countless nations have discovered the source of this powerful energy, but based on their intelligence, they simply don't understand what's going on there, because it all happened in just a few moments. The internet fermentation hasn't been that fast, not to mention the fact that this one is a top-secret operation. Even when they were hit on their doorstep by alien beings, their intelligence systems were not involved in the situation, but they didn't dare ask. The Sea Eagles, one of the world's leading rogue nations, wheelbarrow crossings can rob you of that. How dare they ask so many questions? Not to mention the fact that this time it was an unreasonable inquiry, so they are all in the dark, having to do their best to gather intelligence from the internet. They soon found out exactly where the source of this mutation was coming from as well. Their eyes glazed over when they saw the pictures on the internet. Is this a spaceship? Days. How is that possible? Why have we never heard a whisper of an alien invasion before? They remembered the previous spaceship. There must be some connection, just between their trepidation. Hundreds of Hestia laser weapon beams, direct hits on the spaceship. These spaceships were, after all, only reconnaissance aircraft and could not do 100% avoidance. Even with all-out defense and dodging, close to half of the airships were still under attack. But this time there was no more misery than before, and without those strategic weapons aids. So after they suffered the attack, they immediately turned on to maximum power to directly flee that area, quickly turn on the counterattack after escaping. They countered with nothing less than Hestia laser beams. Not to mention they had an AI that locked onto those launches in a flash. In just a short moment, countless columns of energy were automatically launched from those spaceships, instantly destroying everything. All the personnel inside the military base are dead, including their laser weapons all destroyed. These laser weapons could not withstand even the strongest of cover bodies after taking a hit of the same magnitude. One military base was hit hard, instant annihilation of everything. It was a battle between life and death, with no winners or losers. Madison, who had witnessed this with her own eyes, had her eyes explode and she was close to dripping blood. This was their decades of hard work, and the most powerful underpinning of their global struggle to become the world's hegemon, and now it was disappearing bit by bit. How could he not let his heart bleed? He now finally understood that the spacecraft they had captured earlier was definitely not passing through Blue Water Planet on a whim, but rather a premeditated and planned reconnaissance. Thanks to them, they thought they had gotten lucky. Now I look like a big dumbass. Now the heart wants as much regret as it can get. I should have known better than to leave that one spaceship behind, or even bring back the one from decades ago, but it's no use regretting it anymore. The war has come home to roost. Now that the entire galaxy was on lockdown, there was only one way for him to go now, and that was to kill all the invaders, or there would be no peace ever. Under his authorization, several military bigwigs issued a joint order to activate the new weapon. With all missiles carrying nuclear warheads and the rapid evacuation of those living in the surrounding area, the entire Area 51 will be reduced to the deepest battlefield. There were still some people who had climbed up to high buildings to watch the fun, and although they could only see countless small black dots, they still didn't give up. There were even a few people who turned on the live stream. Even crazier were those who drove their cars and set up their live streaming software toward the military exclusion zone, because the influx of people in their live stream was too much. But countless bounties had made them already crazy. At this point in time life doesn't matter. Money is the only thing that matters, but soon received a decision from the government to have all of them evacuated. Many people scoffed at the decree. Where to stay or not to stay is their freedom and the government has no right to govern. They're a free country. Isn't the government afraid of them leaking secrets? And it's holding them back from making money. It's like they're killing their father in general. If they're not allowed to go, they're going to go. If he or she should ever be seen by one of these spaceships, they might take him or her to the outer planets. Even many seriously ill patients are like seeing the light of hope, thinking that only alien technology can save their sick people. They would give anything to survive, including their own lives and all those around them. But soon their intentions came to naught, because the military restricted area was filled with minefields. They hadn't advanced far enough along with a bombardment and they were all dead. There were also a few leaky ones in helicopters that flew frantically inside. It's not that they didn't know there was great danger, but they wanted to survive. But soon, several missiles blasted them completely to pieces. Send them straight to God early. In the midst of this crisis, countless ugliness continues to erupt. The social panic is changing step by step and getting worse. The military command finally started giving orders. Prepare nuclear weapons for liftoff and try to contain the radiation at Area 51. There's no way around it. If there was still hope, they would never have done this. But now, there was no way out. At this rate, all the military bases will be dead or wounded. It's too late for everything. Fire. Military command post. Madison gives orders. He alone has the authority to give this order at this moment. Amidst the countless people of the Sea Eagles nation, their most mysterious military sports waned hundreds of military nuclear weapon bombs that collided with those spaceships. In 2045 A.D., the military exclusion zone of the Sea Eagles country is attacked by alien beings and a nuclear war occurs. Spaceships piloted by alien beings break through the encirclement and bombing rings to strike devastatingly at nuclear military bases at the cost of half the casualties. The alien ship managed to ignite several nuclear weapons buried deep within, and the military base suffered an unprecedented blow. Even when nuclear weapons arsenals are buried below geographical kilometers, there are still no survivors, and all human beings in the arsenals are dead. The other nuclear weapons, although not ignited, have all been destroyed and can no longer be used. At the same time, nuclear radiation is rapidly spreading to the periphery. Area 51 became a dead zone. All surrounding areas are completely evacuated. Historically known as Sea Eagle National Disaster Day. After completing their mission of destroying the nuclear weapons arsenal, the remaining spaceships quickly fled into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. When the news broke, the world was shocked. Area 51 has become a dead zone. They used a lot of weapons. Even nuclear weapons use more than 100. But it still hadn't been able to leave all of these spaceships behind, and had still allowed them to escape by a dozen or so. But the escaping spaceship was running low on energy and had become crippled. Even so, the price paid by the Sea Eagle nation was unrivaled. An entire large area became a dead zone. Nuclear radiation affects other areas, perhaps over hundreds of years before they are cleansed, and there are hidden things that are not presented, and the damage they have suffered is almost incalculable. The greatest damage continues to be to Area 51's arsenal, which not only contains many nuclear test sites and laboratories, but also a lot of information on new types of weapons as well as stockpiles, all destroyed now, and none of their salvage crews could get in. This was the biggest blow the Sea Eagle Kingdom had suffered in hundreds of years, and its military strength had even been cut almost in half. It would almost have been torn apart if it had not been supported by a strong nation. Even so, the government has been impeached by dozens of people in power in the region. Madison smashed everything in sight in his office. It was a crazy day of smashing in there. From morning to night. It didn't come out until the evening. Although he had been met with so many regional power holders, he had gotten through to some of the big powers' spokespersons, and now that it had become a state of war, it was even more unlikely that he would step down. Only, what came next was an even greater challenge. Those escaped spaceships will be the bogeyman, each one like a time bomb that will go boom at some point. Not to mention, who knows if there is a communication message present behind these spacecraft. Maybe this is just the first wave of attacks and there are endless battles to come. In fact, all the spaceships this time could have almost destroyed half their country just because the other side had a target and brazenly rushed towards their heavily defended Area 51. Otherwise, if these ships change other targets, the country of the Sea Eagles is, perhaps, half destroyed. It was the best possible ending, with such a vast and bizarre event taking place. Not to mention the fact that today's world is so well networked and spies are all pervasive. The world soon knew what was going on. Although the deepest secrets were unknown to them, the information that was presented in plain sight was enough to make them excited. This is the existence that screwed up half of the Sea Eagle nation's arsenal. The Sea Eagle Kingdom, which used to be the sky above their heads, now that sky had half collapsed. These initiators, if it were in the past, they would never dare to mess with them, and would even hide as far away as possible after seeing them. But now they were already just 1/5 of them, scattered in various national regions of the world. And the most important thing was that every one of their ships was deeply and seriously injured, so they might be able to capture them if they put in a little effort. Once one is captured, you'll be able to take the technological information inside for yourself. The country's entire technological prowess will improve tremendously, and at this point in time, some countries will have to get out there whether they have the mind to or not, because once the enemy countries get this information, they will be far ahead of them, and they will no longer be powerless to fight back. So that's forcing them to go out and look for these spaceships. Some countries are not as strong as the Big Five though, but it's still something to see. The world has embarked on a sensational search for an alien spacecraft program. Especially countries that are on the coast have the best chances, because it is in the middle of the sea where these spaceships disappear. Many countries have sent their own fleets out to look for it. If you find it, that's untold riches. Even managed to get a chair on the Human Destiny Coalition. Soon, the Night Cherry Kingdom discovered the spacecraft and attempted to capture it, only to have the other side backhandedly bury one of their fleets. Hundreds of people were dead, losses were uncountable, and they hadn't even left a hair on the other side alive, folded and broken. It didn't take long for the Hibiscus country to discover the presence of several spaceships as well, but before they could do anything, the other side spotted them first. At the same time, they were devastated. All the fleets sent out fell, the harbor was destroyed, and countless people died in the midst of the ship's attacks. It also now shows up in the small country of Angkor, and as soon as it does, it ends up in the middle of a war before they can do anything about it. In particular, the airships found that this country was simply too weak to fight directly to their capital, and only left after wreaking havoc in the capital and collecting countless resources. But it's not completely unhindered. They also encountered some hard cases, such as when they arrived in the Iron Bear country and were directly shot down by 3 or 4 ships. As a result, he had just run into the Nine Realms country and was fucked up by another 5 or 6 ships. Makes them deeply skeptical of life. What's the big difference? The persimmon is still picking up the soft ones. So they are staring at these countries that are rich in resources but not considered too strong to fight, frantically looting resources from above the punch to replenish energy. These countries are going crazy. Who can stand this? 3 days for a small fight, 5 days for a big fight. It's not exactly bruising, but it's disturbing as hell. It wasn't that they couldn't bring them down, hard and fast. With their strength they were able to bring down these heavily battle-damaged ships as well. The point is that there's no telling how many people would have to die if this was done. And they would all be knocked out of their homes. Even if they had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't dare use them. This stuff has a lot of consequences when you use it. That's why when the Sea Eagles country tried to fund them, they desperately shook their heads. They'd rather not have anything than a big mushroom blooming in their house. This stuff can't be dipped. And this thing comes and goes without a trace. It's impossible to find where it is. So after their fruitless attempts, they simply hunkered down at home and didn't go out to act. If I don't go out, you can't hit me. But in the media around the world, the fervor about the spaceship continues unabated and intensifies. Almost daily, people have been documenting the locations where spaceships appear, and there are now people who go there specifically to squat, because they've found that as long as they're alone as individuals, the danger drops dramatically. Just one shot and they could get rich. In an instant the spaceship craze even reached the status of being on par with the show The Future of Mankind. As for Yuan, sitting in the middle of the library, it was as if he had a unique temperament. Incomparably dusty, not like someone from the mortal world. The crowd watched his performance inside. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do that. It was at this time that Jean Eyre came behind him. How's it going? Yuan asked softly. We have limited equipment. The outer compartments have all been dismantled and the inner compartments are about to be opened. We'll have answers soon enough about all this, and there's a lot of things we need inside. Jin bowed back. After listening to Jean's report, Yuan nodded. They captured the ship and shocked the lifeforms inside into unconsciousness and all systems were destroyed. But that ship was locked and could only be opened violently. The outer hatch was easy to open due to extensive damage after a strong impact. The inner pod, however, had an incredibly strong profile, and it was a miracle that they were able to cut all the way through the outer pod in just a few days. It's not a small project after all. They don't want to use violence. Instead, you will want to dismantle the entire outer cabin. Most of the audience off-screen just didn't know that, or they would have been in a quiver. Only the scientists and staff who worked on the secret research knew how frightening and powerful he was at such a speed, because all of those tools he used were a combination of tools available on this island. Unlike the fact that they could use the power of nations. That's the most amazing part. All those years of scientific research they'd been living to the dogs. Yuan slowly exhaled, though he was now fully unchained. A legendary super soldier for good. Except for high-powered artillery shells, some ordinary guns can't damage him. He's fit enough now to be terrified. But he couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he thought of the unprecedentedly tough challenges he would have to face in the near future. He's not a saint. He gets scared and can die, let alone in the face of an unknown alien world. If it were another person, they would probably have collapsed by now. Not everyone is able to withstand that much intense pressure. This is the pressure of life and death for the entire human race. The bodies of those alien creatures have begun to be studied in the hopes of taking them on top of their corpses and finding their weaknesses. Otherwise, according to their so powerful physical qualities, if an endless number of ant people descended, one might not be able to kill all of them. He looked up at the sky above. Right there had been a big explosion not too long ago. He stood and saw the unmistakable explosion as well. But he assumed that would be the obstacles and wars encountered by humans fleeing beyond Blue Mercury and encountering alien ships. His face was sad, wondering how many of those humans had died. If all the humans died out, Blue Mercury would lose all order even if it managed to survive. Society will gradually regress. The gains don't pay for the losses. He withdrew his gaze. It was too far away for him to relate to right now. He took a sip of the tea of his life. Thoughts come to mind far, far away. Is it true that mankind is dead? Or did all the humans really just evacuate? So where did that spaceship come from before? Especially those wounds on the ship, and the scorch marks on top of the ship, all of which were proof enough that they had encountered humans, or at least a war. It's possible that it was done by someone left behind by Blue Mercury. It's also possible that they encountered humans who had evacuated Blue Water. The large force should not have arrived, and all they encountered were small groups. But even these small forces should have caused a great deal of stress and crisis to humanity. And, after he finished unlocking the shackles of humanity, there has been a significant improvement in all aspects of quality. Include strength, wisdom, perception, spirit. A shrewd look flashed in his eyes. He looked up into the void. For some reason, he always felt that something was watching him from the underworld. It's like a single eye, but when he looked over with his naked eyes, nothing existed. It left him with a deep sense of doubt. Even thought it was my own fault a lot of the time. It wasn't until he looked past that glance that the audience beyond the screen leaned back and their spirits tightened. The way they looked at Yuan in that split second, they even thought that they had been exposed. It was as if the other party had seen them directly behind the screen through countless spaces, and everything was exposed. Holy shit, these two-eyed gods are too scary. I feel like I'm going to be exposed. Is it possible that he has found us? Isn't that not reasonably possible? And he's even more powerful than those alien creatures now. And according to the movie's setting, he could have all sorts of incredibly weird abilities. A great horror will happen after being exposed. Yeah, he's simply the sadness of the times. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Yuan realized that the sooner they die, the faster they die. Luckily, Yuan just glanced at them, and although his eyes had endless doubts, he didn't look deeper into it, and his face didn't show a different expression. That's what put them down. Yuan turned his head to look at Jiner and said, "Is everything ready already?" Jin nodded. "All set. Our drone production has increased rapidly during this time, reaching an unprecedented scale to handle everything that's being manufactured. And in the last 2 days, all the drones have completely reassembled some of the factories into a technological manufacturing plant like we've never seen before. All the raw materials have all been prepared and construction can begin at any time." Jane's words were not encrypted, but they hear it and remain in the clouds. "What do you mean? Building something?" Indeed. They were on the air in the last few days as seeing a lot of places on top of this island being built. The instruments inside the countless factories on the island were dismantled and transported, reassembled some of their tech lines that they couldn't even read. Even some of the smart ones have guessed that these reconstructed and completed science labs and production lines will build something they've never seen before. But they couldn't find any trace of it. How in the world did Yuan create all these things? Or is this what the artificial brain originally came with? That's not scientific, because the artificial intelligence brain was created by Yuan under their gaze. Not to mention they looked at all the design steps as well as naming. By all rights Jane should be blank. How come it's so strong? Just between their confusion, countless drones suddenly flew out of the window in an endless stream. They flew outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and arranged themselves in neat formation, like soldiers waiting to be paraded. It does in fact happen. They are explicitly normal drones that are only used for production purposes. But at certain times, they were an unbelievably ferocious killing machine. As long as they had guns in their hands, then they were an iron army, never afraid of death. Drones continue to fly in from all corners of the island, like running to a big night out. It was also the first time for Yuan to see such a vast scene. These drones have tripled in size from what they were before, and quite a few of the drones have changed quite a bit, like it was created to equip the production type. Jean stood to the side and smiled, all as if she had nothing to do with it. "You've worked hard, Jin." Yijin smiled and touched her head, slowly saying, "Now that everything is ready, let's get started." Appearance design system, power energy system, defense mechanism system, weapon guidance system, life support system, life system, and command system are 7 major sections. Only the weapon guidance system remains. This time he's going to play big for once. High poly curve particle cannon, space drones, mechanical battle group, him, to build together. The moment he walked out of the library, countless drones moved as well, like a soldier guarding a king, covering the sky. Such a grand scene sent chills down the spines of countless people, especially some of the smaller countries and powers. They had already moved to capture Yuan, but after seeing these iron-armored guards, an extreme trepidation suddenly arose in their hearts. Even if Yuan didn't have the shelter of the 9 regions, he still had so many Jingo time up by his side. Not to mention they unlocked those arsenals on top of the island and all the weapons were unearthed by them. Even if they hired a more powerful army, they couldn't fight against Yi Zhanshu, who occupied the right place and the right time. Because just with all those weapons on the island, and all those drones and robots, it's enough to be able to fight a major war in a region. Such a powerful strength. If it was placed in some ordinary power territory, it would be enough to suppress everything. That's why a number of people instantly dismissed some of the thoughts in their minds. Yuan didn't know that his simple actions had caused countless speculations and heartbreaks. He walked ahead alone, with Jane following half a step behind him. surrounded by robot escorts, drones cruising in the sky, especially his own temperament. After experiencing the lifting of the shackles, his entire person exuded a unique charm all the time. Even when looking through the screen, it felt as if his entire person exuded a layer of light. His current appearance would have countless followers even if he was placed in the middle of the real world. Not to mention he was surrounded by all these mechanical battle groups. It adds a touch of glamour. He was empty behind him, but there are countless jingoisms. When countless people saw this scene, they were instantly infatuated within their eyes. Soon, the tech factory arrived. The place has been transformed by countless drones, and it's a much different scene than before. Some of the construction machines, in particular, had been remodeled and had become immensely large, like steel behemoths, overlooking the entire island, full of technological charm. Although this is a factory, it actually looks like a cluster of technology manufacturing sites. After the countless drones entered this technological manufacturing base, they instantly dispersed and returned to their workstations. Each drone had a separate division part, each with their own duties. Their cooperation was accurate and extremely efficient under the control of powerful arithmetic. He came to a high platform. View the manufacturing site through a special grandstand. All manufacturing origins are visible from this angle. Because of some special modifications that have resulted in some manufacturing tech that has become extremely large, some places simply don't limit the venues. Countless viewers, although they had seen this scene inside long ago, still felt a wave of amazement after a wave of amazement when the picture turned here. It's the most powerful symbol of a nation. And now this technological boom is being realized on top of an island. How does this not make them emotional? Right in the middle of their surprise, all the drones started to move into their jobs. Immediately after the power turns on, all the machines on the tech base reacted in an instant. It was like an unbelievably hideous and huge monster that slowly had a movement. Start gobbling up the sun and the moon. Mechanical battle group. These mechanical battle groups he was creating were by no means ordinary robots. Rather, it was a mech-like combat state. Agility, strength, berserk. Each type of robot has a combat state that it is extremely good at. They will be extreme in one way. It's not that they're weaker in any one area, but there's one thing that each type of robot excels at. Because this battle is not destined to be one that one type of robot can fight, it will be all the soldiers equipped. That's why each type of soldier has an immense amount of power. They will be a nightmare for these alien invading races when they work together. Also, in order to prevent war in the middle of space afterward, each type of robot is designed to be able to utilize the energy in space for transformational flight. In addition to these robots, there are a number of other mechanical animal soldiers. It's a kind of mass murderer in his hands. Moreover, all of the mechanical soldiers had been optimized in their design, and the entire body was integrated. With incomparably strong defense, all of the mechanical soldiers were all made of Cthulhu alloy, which was incredibly hard. Space drone battle groups. It is also similarly crafted and synthesized in Pale Eagle alloy. These drones, it's not like these manufacturing drones. Rather, it was 2 meters wide, like a giant eagle, and the drone had a separate energy conversion system to maintain a permanent range. In particular, all of them will carry laser weapons in their airframes, and the most important one is the high polycurve particle cannon. This weapon is immensely powerful, utilizing the large number of particles present in the air mass as launch energy. Almost endless. Even in space, there are always countless particles that will be even more powerful. Each launch is comparable to a large dose of nuclear bombs. If the main cannon is made, it will be stronger than the energy of the most powerful nukes on Blue Mercury. A single main gun can wipe out a country. This will be the most powerful weapon in the history of mankind. He had once heard that there was a particle cannonball that could create microscopic, engulfing everything it encountered, attacking and spreading, capable of destroying a continent in a single shot. His main gun was no match for a weapon of this strength though, but it's also enough to be proud of the world. These would make up the big killers of his weapon guidance system, and with the aid of Jin, they could be pinpointed to almost any strike location. If this is not enough to fight these alien creatures, Blue Mercury, then, is doomed to not get a new life. The off-screen audience watched everything in disbelief, but they could only make out some shadows no matter how they looked. Time passes slowly. The spaceships in the outside world are being gradually wiped out. The Sea Eagle Kingdom still forced their hand, and the aftermath of their battle directly led to several cities in each of the Peacock Kingdoms of the Hibiscus Kingdom being almost wiped off the map. In the end, only 2 or 3 spaceships became leaky. It completely disappeared into the vast ocean. No one will ever be able to look for them again. Maybe they'll wait until the mothership descends to reappear for the world to see. All the downed spaceships are in the hands of the Big Five. Even if some were destroyed by some of the more powerful countries such as Peacock and Night Cherry, they had paid countless prices as well as their lives to shoot down a ship, only to have it snatched away from them before they could cover it. They tried to resist but couldn't, because this time it's a coalition of the Big Five. You can only watch the cooked duck fly. And, yeah, Han. After days of assembly and production. High polygon ring particle cannon. Production complete. Space combat drone swarms that have been formed. Mechanical battle groups that have spread across the island. The hypolymerization ring particle cannon, although it had not yet been installed. The muzzle with a diameter of more than 2 meters had already sent chills down the spines of countless people. And that's just a fledgling secondary gun. Such secondary guns, at least, must be arranged over 100 on top of the battleship. In addition to the secondary guns, there is a more powerful main gun. Once all of the main and secondary guns were fully completed, a single round of unison fire would result in the almost complete destruction of a large continent. And the most important feature of this weapon is that it has no contaminants whatsoever. Unlike nuclear weapons which leave behind a lot of radiation, just one round of flak is able to instantly clear a continent and restart instantly. Once the first secondary gun was constructed, it was quick to build the others in order and in sequence. Dozens of space drones had been built, and these drones had arms that spread out over 2 meters, a pair of silver wings that were like killing machines, and countless laser weapons hidden inside his body. And these space drones, which can operate on solar energy, can conduct missions across continents. And the drones were incredibly hard. Even a normal nuclear bomb couldn't completely shatter them. As soon as these drones take off, it will be a team of the most powerful and fearless killers in the world. All types of mechanical battle groups have been constructed, and they can build a small battle group according to different types, and in the middle of a war, they are like a bloody millstone that can grind down everything. Those 3 big killers. It will be constructed as the most powerful weapon system on a battleship. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg, and when they're completely finished, they'll be weapons that can crisscross space. But even now, it still made the countless viewers outside the screen look dumbfounded. Anyone who isn't particularly stupid will be able to see how these things work. These are not analogous to the ordinary drones and robots that came before. This is a specially crafted mass murderer, a killing legion that can make endless kills, and you can continue to replenish your troops even if you die. When they looked down the past few days, these techniques were simply not too technically difficult for Yuan, and they could be created in a few days in countless ways. Moreover, Yuan production line has not yet been fully utilized. It is only in the experimental stage. The capacity that can be created once it is fully utilized is extremely terrifying. And if these technologies were allowed to come to their country, with the power of their nation, they would surely be able to dominate the world in a short period of time. But what made them very eggheads was that although the camera recorded all the process, it still couldn't mimic his technique completely. Some things aren't just read about. At least they don't have the Cthulhu alloy at the moment. And they still don't have a clue after all the time they've been given. What's more, what they didn't know was that these drones and war killers had Jane subroutines implanted in their bodies. All the killers can be wielded as if they were arms. Yuan was an army by himself. Right now these things aren't presenting themselves as they should, but after just one look, they understood how powerful these things would be on the battlefield. Yuan looked at these things that had been built in the past few days after being busy for so long, and was very satisfied. It would be his most powerful killing weapon against alien forces. It's too early in the day to tell anything. Once all the production lines are fully operational, those things in front of him would grow exponentially and eventually grow to a point of terror. By then, even if he is the only one, and he wasn't the least bit afraid, just as the world marveled at Yuan's technological prowess. In the deep sea dozens of kilometers from the island, there were 5 spaceships that were slowly moving forward, searching every piece of land. After they fled the Sea Eagle country, it had already come to this part of the ocean and carpet searched the area. They keep showing up in neighboring countries to pillage their resources. They had plundered a lot of fuel resources over the past few days, barely repairing their damaged pods and power. So now they had 70% to 80% of their strength even if they hadn't recovered to their peak state. And they can join forces. Now they could retreat gracefully even if they faced the Big Five, as long as they didn't meet them head-on. If it was in some small countries, it could almost run rampant and create monstrous killings. It was no accident that they were here now. For once in this area, they had briefly picked up a message that had come from Scout 15. In this message that came back, there was only a short bit of information, but it was extremely important to them, because in the message they had indicated that a new energy source had been discovered, and this new energy is even more advanced than their energy fuel. They were unable to determine the exact range and had to conduct a needle in a haystack search. Fortunately, the vast majority of their functions are normal, and the search has come to a very small point. They have immensely powerful shielding instruments. Even with an immensely powerful army above them, they were not detected in the slightest. When they had just swept over the island, a message suddenly came from their probes. A unique energy was detected, and the various energies were nearly identical to their fuel. The temporary commander of this team's eyes instantly lit up. Finally found it. Quickly, he issued orders to blanket the area towards where these energies were emanating from. They were confident that with their 5 spaceships, they were already almost invincible on this planet. As long as they weren't caught in an endless encirclement, then they could all kill their way out. And they had all but ascertained that there were only those few areas on the planet that could threaten them. The rest could come and go as they pleased. And this area is not among those extremely dangerous areas, so they can go get it in a big way. Dozens of kilometers seemed far away, but with their speed, they had arrived in just a few short minutes. Their powerful detecting memories cover almost the entire island. The probes show only one carbon-based creature present on top of this island, but to their surprise, the message returned by the probe instrument was beyond dangerous. That means that in the midst of this island, something exists that can threaten their lives. It puts them in a tangle. But for a brief moment, they made up their minds. Had to break in. The other side couldn't hunt them down anyway. It would be best if the situation on the island could be explored silently. Even if you can't detect it, just wait for the opportunity. Once the mothership descends, the planet becomes a bag of tricks, and you can't escape anymore. In the gazes of countless horrified people, 5 airships slowly rose from the sea, stalking toward this island. Yuan, also at this moment, received the news that in the middle of the island, there was a strange change. There's been a spaceship incursion. When he heard the news, Yuan raised his head. If there is a way to heaven you don't go, there is no door to hell you don't enter. I am worried that there is no place to test these weapons. If you look for a weak place to use it, you can't see the effect. And if it's strong, it has the potential to destroy everything. I didn't realize that I had just dozed off and someone was bringing me a pillow. He looked at these weapons he created in front of him. If even these a few one ship can't deal with, then don't engage in other things. Directly wipe clean his neck and prepare to commit suicide. The big screen quickly switched out above them. They are isolated from all radar detection though, but as long as they appear in the middle of this island, even the most remote places were able to quickly search for them, and from then on there was no possibility of escape. These spaceships are hiding their tracks. There's no sound. Even if they were to be detected by radar now, they would only find that it was a cloud of air. Empty. Unless one looks with the purely naked eye, there is no way to detect it. They're like ghosts in the dark night. It seemed to be ready to storm out at any moment, but they didn't know what a terrible place they had entered. This, right here, is the most dangerous place on the planet. They might escape even if they went to the core war zone of a top-tier country. But here, there is no longer any possibility of missing out and burying all of them. They slowly followed the trajectory of the detection instrument to the factory where the energy crystals were stored. The crystals were all processed here after being mined, and countless robots had been dividing up the labor. So the crystal energy here took on an almost terrifying state of being piled high. All of the robots around here had already withdrawn early to avoid the aftermath of the battle hurting them. So these spaceships came without encountering any obstacles. When they saw the scene in front of them, their mouths were almost able to fit an egg in, incomparably marveling. So much crystal energy. This is immense wealth. And there must be immense veins of minerals around here. That alone made their trip worthwhile. Their eyes instantly glazed over. They would have even wanted to take all of this with them if their ship hadn't been so small. Just as their eyes were glowing, swarms of fighter jets, as well as drones, came silently to them. For a brief moment, the drone erupted with a powerful laser. The mechanical battle group, rising into the air, killed them. The battle erupted with a bang. With such a close distance, in a short period of time, they were able to distinguish between high and low, and in turn, life and death. None of the 5 spaceships escaped. Even when they had just discovered these drones and mechanical battle groups, they were already on their way to their death throes. The airships were all blown to pieces. None of the ant tribe members inside were able to escape. There are no frills. Totally crushing shutout. It's a fight that's not hanging in the balance. At this moment, countless countries and forces trembled in their hearts. And the spaceships that were like magic gods in their eyes were like a block of tofu in front of Yuan, and were sliced into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, his stunning performance had caused the jealousy of countless countries and powers. Many people had instantly made up their minds to kill. Yuan is gradually escaping their grasp. Let's bury him for good this time. Just as this was happening, on the other side of the planet Blue Water, Madison, the chief decision-maker of the Sea Eagles nation, watched the full spectacle in a conference room with dozens of top military government personnel and spokesmen for some of the major powers. After watching this, Madison stood up, her eyes fixed on them. The last few days had been killing him to the point of insanity. Countless things and documents need his attention and signature. The destruction of a large region and the powerful radiation contamination it caused. The many places he had to pacify. All of these things made him tireless and physically and mentally exhausted. but this moment his face was filled with indifference. Gentlemen, the moment to decide our fate is about to come. We are now in a ball cage. Everyone is a caged bird, and the other side doesn't seem to have any intention of letting us surrender at all. It's to exterminate us, especially at this time. Our country has suffered unprecedented blows and difficulties, and we have lost almost half of our military strength. It's all the more important at this time for us to come together and find our true way out. Saying that, he opened Yuan's information. Yuan from childhood to adulthood and after entering the island. All the performance and ratings as well as every special observer's evaluation of him are displayed on the above at a glance. Many people had already guessed what he was thinking, and instantly sat up straight when they saw the information, and some have knitted their brows, as if they've encountered a very difficult decision. Fruity. Madison's face bubbled over with madness and she said in a very frenzied tone, "The hope of all our breakthroughs lies in him. All that technology he possesses is what we need most urgently. As long as we get these things, we can instantly revitalize our country in an instant and be several times more powerful." After he finished his words, there was an instant chatter at the bottom. It's not a small thing. Once they did, it would be a head-on conflict with the Nine Realms Kingdom. When that happens, it will cause a worldwide earthquake, and countless countries will be affected and will be caught up in the matter. Not everyone is an avid combatant. Some people are only concerned with their own immediate interests. Once the war starts, their business will be drastically affected. So many people hesitate. Mr. Madison, what I'm asking is how sure are you about this? A senior said. He naturally knew how much was at stake. In particular, the magical potion inside can instantly restore all injuries and diseases. This alone will enable the government to gain countless supporters. Because who doesn't have a few relatives who get sick? What's more, some of the people at the helm of major powers are themselves seriously ill and dying. They would give anything for life and health. And in their current position, money is just a string of numbers in their eyes. They're the crazy ones. Madison smiled an incredibly confident smile after hearing this from him. It seems to have it all in hand. Don't worry, we're not the only ones who covet Yuan. Under such powerful interests, among the five, the Nine Domains Kingdom is just a lone warrior. No matter how powerful the Nine Regions country is, it can't resist the other four countries joining forces. Not to mention, there are many other countries willing to join. We're determined to win this time. And, if we give up this time, we may never get another chance in the future. Madison paused after saying this time not to consult with them, but to inform them that whether they agreed or disagreed, this war had to be fought. As his words finished, countless executives nodded their heads. The vote was then taken. It passed unanimously. Yuan, the enemy of the world. The Nine Realms State, Central Region, the central area of the national capital. Elder Lin, the chief director, stood by the lake. This is the central hinterland of power, and it is extremely well guarded. In addition to him, there are four others at the helm. Aside from the two who were far away in the Nine Realms country, everyone who could grasp the future direction of the Nine Realms country was already here. They are the center of power in the world. Elder Lin looked out over the distant wigwams and lakes, frowned, and asked to the side, "How is the situation now? Has any news come through from our intelligence department?" A plainly dressed helmsman, Zhou Lao, said. Yuan's side has always been like that, always creating all sorts of different technologies, and those new types of weapons he invented have already proved how strong they are. We've tried parsing and reconstructing all that technology he's created, but it's simply impossible to do so, and we haven't made much progress at all in a short period of time. His Excellence has caused the prying eyes and covetousness of countless great powers and countries in the world, and I've even received news from the intelligence department that the underground world is surging with darkness, and news unfavorable to Yuan is constantly coming in. After saying this, he paused. The voice became subdued. Moreover, in recent days, the Sea Eagle Kingdom has been making frequent outward approaches that have gone far beyond normal frequency. At the same time their forces began to move around dramatically, not at all like a normal form of changing of the guard, to the point that some of their ship units completely disappeared after leaving the harbor, going nowhere. There are quite a few spies interspersed between the countries of the world. Just about every move the other side makes is reported, not to mention such a drastic troop movement, sufficiently attention-grabbing and thought-provoking, especially when combined with the recent past. The conspiracy behind it is almost self-evident. Even in times of peace, there was an air of war, a real high-pressure line coming down all the way from their heads. This is, rushing towards Yuan. Elder Lin's eyes gradually became sharp as he listened to all of his reports. A chilling aura emanated from his body. This was the pressure on those in power in big countries. Every move was able to bring about great power, as any decision they made could shake up the world. Have our intelligence services keep a close eye on them. They're making so many big moves, so there must be no small conspiracy present. On Yuan's side, the defense force of that previous fleet might not be enough anymore under such an intense turbulent situation. Transfer 2 more fleets over. I just have one request. No matter how powerful the other party is, we must ensure Yuan's safety. The 9 regions, it's our 9 regions. He threw his voice at the end. The words were like thunder. All the people at the helm all agreed at this moment. Yuan, the hope of the 9 regions kingdom, is also the future star of science and technology. He could even utilize technology to an unprecedented degree, and this was their chance to rise to the top, the future of a great nation's renaissance. At that time, no one would ever be able to bully them again. Unlike today, when countless technologies are being stuck in their necks and they are still helpless. If it were 1,000 years ago, who would have dared to treat them like this? The 9 regions kingdom, never bully others, but also never flatter, and even more so, will not submit to any force, even if all the countries unite. What do they have to fear? It was never like that back in the day. When you raise your eyes, there are enemies on all sides, but in the end, they were shattered one by one, standing on top of the world again. This time, they will never compromise either. Island. Yuan took a look at the downed spaceships that were gradually being recycled back. He was very pleased with this experiment today. Although it looked as if these spaceships hadn't regained their peak strength, they were stronger than the previous one by an unknown margin. Unfortunately, though, there was little left alive, because the whole ship had been blasted to pieces, less than 30% complete, including the countless advanced electronic devices inside. All of them had become debris, and even some of them couldn't stand the high temperature and melted off on the spot. Watching him was heartbreaking. There are some things in here that can still be recycled. Just as the robot was sorting and organizing the debris, Culinary had come to his side. Master, that one spaceship we captured earlier has been fully opened, and there is still life in that ant member inside, but I'm afraid he'll die quickly if he's not treated. Yuan followed her into the middle of the lab. This has been converted into a lab bench. The entry was beyond shocking. There was a large spaceship on the console. The shell had been completely removed and was in pieces, like an egg that had been peeled from its shell. The inner cabin, on the other hand, opens directly into a large hole that can be accessed by 2 people. Except for the one anthro who had fallen into a deep coma and almost lost his life had been carried out. On top of that, there were 2 other bodies inside this inner cabin that had been preserved largely intact with some special medication. Seeing the ant clan member who had fallen into a deep coma, Yuan asked, "Do we have to revive him in order to get the information we need?" Jane shook her head. Actually, this state he is in now is the best. In a deep coma, the consciousness in his brain is in the most glowing moment. As long as he stays in this state, I can easily read all his memories. Yuan nodded. Professional things should be left to the professionals. Good. I'll leave this matter to you. It wasn't the first time the outside audience had seen a living alien creature, but every time they did they were beyond amazed. There are even some special professions who jump at the chance to dissect these alien creatures. They are full of curiosity. Other countries have captured some though, and there are even countries that have captured living extraterrestrials as well. But it's all kept secret and doesn't even fester on the internet. That's why they were so incredibly surprised when they saw it. After all, this wasn't a creature from the same world, but from billions of miles away. Amazing every time you look at it. This alien creature is the worst. Guarding the crystal by himself and getting his tower stolen. It's so sinful. It's so tempting to want a corpse of an alien creature to dissect. Curious as to how much their body structure is different from ours as humans? That's some serious taste upstairs. It's medical school, isn't it? This alien creature has fallen into a deep coma. Why didn't Yuan save him? This is not in line with humanitarianism. They are also a living being. How can you see death and save them? Crap. Upstairs. Are you really a fucking saint? Simply bullish. This is the first time I've seen such a saintly person. How many places have all these alien creatures destroyed and how many lives have they killed? And you guys are actually pitying him. I'm also convinced bullish. The West really does have a lot of holy mothers. No wonder you didn't learn from your mistakes back then when you let that group of people into your own country to mess up. And now you still haven't learned from your mistakes. So you deserve it. Many people are also convinced by this kind of sanctimonious talk. How can this kind of stupidity be everywhere? And the internet is full of thieves. Where do these b-boys get their brains from? Is it full of shit? Just when they were slamming those sanctimonious comments online, Jenner walked over and said, "Master, I found their intelligence brains in here. Although there is some damage, most of them are intact and can be reused after just some repairs. And I can create links and modify these computers to create quantum computers." A quantum computer? Yuan turned his head to look inside. The word quantum computer was full of magic, and Yuan did not react at once. but based on the vast amount of reading in his library. In just a few moments, all the information about everything about the quantum computer came flooding out of his mind. Quantum computers. It sounds full of sci-fi. The system of quantum mechanics used to be created in the 1920s. Computers created based on quantum mechanics were introduced in '09, and the system of quantum computers, after decades of development and change, has stabilized, and is the direction of research of many superpowers. Once this quantum computer is researched, it will lead the world and become the world's benchmark for computer development. Even the scientists of the 9-region state have a number of authoritative experts who have been conducting research in this area. But after the creation of the quantum computer, it has not been as effective as hoped, and has been too consuming and not very stable. While the direction was right, the results that emerged were a bit cockamamie and put a lot of people off. And the future of quantum computers is linear systems of equations algorithms. This algorithm is one of the most promising application directions of quantum information technology. Once a breakthrough is made, it will go far beyond where the world is heading. And this quantum computer, the biggest feature is the crack. It's like a weather forecast that requires a system of linear equations with millions of variables to implement a simulation experiment for physical parameters such as temperature, barometric pressure, humidity in the atmosphere. And more highly accurate weather forecasts require more variables to be modeled by informative equations. Suppose a system of information equations at the level of billions and billions and billions would take hundreds of years to compute, even with the fastest computers in the world today. But if a quantum computer is utilized, it takes just under 10 seconds to calculate such variables. This will revolutionize the progress of mankind. This is the most powerful advancement ever. The power of technology has proven everything long ago. Technology will have a massive impact on the existing civilization as well as the social order, and can trigger change in an instant. Just as Jenner, although she was created and belonged to the product of a tertiary civilization, there was no suitable carrier, and the carrier had already limited the direction of her development. So even if her ability wouldn't be heaven-defying, it was as if she was sealed, unable to utilize her full strength. But if it's an electronic computer after it's created, even if it's not a full-form quantum computer, once Jin is manipulated, the power exerted, even if it was only 1% of the strength of a peak quantum computer, was enough to sweep the world. That's the horror of quantum computers. Previously, because of the limitations of many materials, it's simply not achievable, because some things simply don't exist on this planet. Some are hard to create out of thin air, and some need to be right with time. And in a short period of time they simply won't be finished. But in these alien AIs, they finally see hope. This is the flower that blooms over their dead bodies. A whole new kind of electronic technology will be born, more powerful than their intellectual brains would be. Not to mention that Jenner was originally beyond their civilization. Are you sure? Yuan asked. It's possible to try. Even if it fails, I can fully recover it. And even the product after it fails is much more powerful than their current AI. Jenner's stunningly beautiful face was full of confidence and said with a little playfulness, "Then try it." Yijin rubbed her little head, watching countless LSB's teeth clench off the screen. "Master, the drones can't assist me this time. I need your help." Jenner laughed. "Help? How should I help you?" Yuan was a bit puzzled. Jenner could actually transmit all the information directly into his mind, but still walked up to him and went to his front, gently tapping his brain with her finger. The fingers were warm, with a little bit of warmth. And I don't know how a robot can do that. Instantly all the information was transmitted to his mind. After Yuan used his talent value, he quickly became familiar with these things. The two became the perfect match. They will be re-engineered with this one powerful brain as a blueprint. At the same time, those already broken light brain is not completely useless. After some transformation, all of them can become raw materials. Jenner controlled a series of robots to recover those already damaged light brain can be disassembled, searching for some semiconductors as well as special materials inside. It also controls their recombination of these materials. It's like a second science and technology laboratory. Among other venues, the battleship's main and secondary cannons are being methodically produced, and the drone and combat machine swarms are rapidly expanding. Everything is full of technological beauty. It's like a future world in the age of big technology. As they go on, the outside world simply never stopped marveling. They have been working for exactly 24 hours straight. Yuan didn't know what it meant to be tired at all, and his mental power could completely hold up to such a large amount of exertion on his part. If he were an ordinary person, not to mention being so concentrated, even an hour or two would be incredibly exhausting. But it was not visible at all in his body, and Jane is even more so. Despite its humanizing features, it's still essentially a string of data. The use of these spirits was just a drop in the bucket for her, creating no effect on her powerful algorithms. Their hands are incredibly precise. They have all the making of it right in their heads. Not to mention that this has readily available materials and resources. It almost doesn't even require too much thought. Then you will be able to know all the assemblies by heart, even if they are so mechanized in their movements. Outside viewers have watched it over and over again and still don't get bored. It's been exactly 24 hours. How come he still doesn't feel tired? And even his hands aren't shaking. What kind of principle is this? He didn't inject any genetic potion either? They couldn't figure it out. They were watching his actions 24/7 on all fronts. It was this that made them feel puzzled. Can't wait to grab him and force it all out. Some smiled indifferently. These things would soon be theirs. Even if they were stronger and created more, it would all be for them. They looked at the contents oozing greed. What's that? Carbon-based wafer. There are also materials created from unknown metals as well as semiconductors. Their scientists have verified that it is absolutely groundbreaking. Especially the carbon-based chips, which literally took computers up a whole era. Countless scientists have been in front of it day and night, acting as if they were crazy. Science is more important than even their lives. In particular, some design techniques they had only seen in some conceptual designs. There were even some that even they couldn't name. There are also technologies that are destined to fail. And surprisingly, all of them are created to be true in their hands. If Yuan engineer were in front of them, they would rather kowtow to their master. An operational process that dazzles them. They can't be fully remodeled with just the two of them. In the post-production process, dozens of incredibly precise electronic devices were directly called upon to design extremely precise circuit boards as well as some semiconductors. The device that made the computer was under Jane's control, and it was unmistakably precise in its modification of the intellectual brain. The original brain was close to 2 meters in size, and now it was almost close to 3 meters, close to 3 meters long and wide. It looks relatively large, but compared to those supercomputers, tiny to nowhere. Those computers are often the size of a house. Some of them are as big as a small square. This quantum computer placed in front of them was like a miniature version. Beyond the screen, computer experts and scientists thundered in front of their computers, which they had been logging for a full 24 hours. Hardly dare to blink for a moment. Fear of missing a detail that they will regret for the rest of their lives. They found that the fantasies they had once it could be brought to life in their hands, and many of them were boldly improved. And this improvement will be undone if there is a slight mistake. Even the part that is manufactured will have unforeseen effects as a result. And some of the materials, which were almost unique, would take more time if they failed and wanted to be recreated. The bar for science is extremely high. Only a few countries in the world are able to conduct such experiments, and they need to have the raw materials. These raw materials are the original brains in those spaceships, but all of these things are in the hands of the Big Five. And there are also materials that are refused and crafted that have never been seen in this world before. These articles limit almost everyone to the door. Science is threshold, and that bar has been raised to the sky. If you weren't born among those great nations, you wouldn't even be qualified to conduct experiments. Reality is so cruel. The previous one, the smart brain, had been altered beyond recognition, and was no longer supplied with energy from electricity at all, but from the blue flame energy crystal stone. This amounts to a kind of inner circle. Even if it was brought into space, no matter how harsh the environment was, as long as the battleship wasn't devastated, then it wouldn't affect this one quantum computer. By the time countless cutting-edge technologies hit the scene in the back, it's a technological feast like no other. Every step in this was a problem in the world back then, but it was easily realized here. But these look easy, but the steps involved are ridiculously complicated. Even some supercomputers are unable to perform such complex calculations and operations, because as strong as they are, they're just machines after all. No human ability to think or act. Even if it was stronger, it could only be considered a mass of dead matter. I'm afraid that only an artificial intelligence that is truly at the top of human computing can realize such a complex operation. So, even if they memorized all the operations, they couldn't produce it. This is one of the most complex technologies in the world today. But this electronic computer took shape. The whole world was shocked, because during the production, there was a constant stream of people doing science on the origins and processes of quantum computers and the budgets that can be carried out. But they really didn't think that this fantasy could become a reality and land on the ground. Quantum computers have no screens or manipulation instruments. It's almost a world away from the usual ordinary computer, which looks like an oversized black box from the outside. But who can know how much fearful power lies beneath this black box? The audience beyond the screen swallowed hard and looked inside in shock. Is this the legendary quantum computer? It's really original and completely different from those computers we usually see. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. If it's as scary and powerful as the presenters say, how awesome would it have to be? It must be so incredibly powerful that, with such a computer, the doors of banks all over the world would be as good as empty, and there would be no more secrets for him. If there is such a computer around, in the future, earthquake and weather forecasts around the world can be calculated almost to the point of extreme accuracy, even to the second. Their hearts were incredibly complicated. This is a scientific breakthrough though, but would Yuan be able to keep it? And they came up with an extremely scary result. Once the quantum computer was made, then even the information blockade of his island was incredibly unprecedentedly strong. And there are dozens of supercomputers that have been closely monitoring and blocking the area. But even so, can the secrets there be preserved? If you can't keep it? They looked up at the thought. The eyes are incomparably complex. Yuan, this can only rely on yourself. They began to pray for him in their hearts. At the same time, under the guidance of some people, especially under the authorization of some media moguls, almost all the world's media networks began to target Yuan in a wide range of discussions. One of the most prominent points is, once Yuan came out from above the island, then should those technologies he possessed be made public to the world, so that countries all over the world could learn from them, especially those life-saving medicines. If the formulas were made available to the world, could a lot fewer people die because of disease? There is a rapid ferment about this viewpoint in almost every media network around the world. When the 4 top countries join forces, it has pretty much taken over most of the world's online power. Even though there was a national endorsement in the 9 regions kingdom that suppressed a lot of negative speech, it was still powerfully influenced. Especially the countries that don't get anything are the most radical and rush to the forefront. Even they felt that Yuan, dedicating those technologies he had created was not enough. He was sent from above to spread the science above the planet. Then it deserves to belong to the world. So it would be appropriate to build a laboratory for man in the midst of his fateful union and stay there for all eternity. Give him whatever he needs, be it money, women, or status. But it also meant that he was under house arrest and never allowed to take half a step out of there again. This is an incredibly sinister intent. But for such a brain-dead statement, it is supported by most of the countries. Someone even started a poll on the internet. It was extremely worthwhile to think that sacrificing him alone could raise the technological strength of the entire blue water planet to a future civilization. Such votes run into the billions, with some people pushing the envelope. Almost the entire world has ostensibly presented such a torrent of rhetoric. Public opinion is raging. The storm is coming. Human Destiny Coalition Remote Control Conference Room. 5 chief decision-makers from top decision-making countries have entered the conference room via video link. As soon as the chief decision-maker of the 9 realms country entered the video link to the middle of the conference room and saw the expressions on their faces, he felt that something was wrong. Even in a teleconference, the atmosphere could be felt to be incredibly oppressive. It's a kind of final quiet before the big battle. It's like the sweltering heat before a raging storm that makes you incredibly irritable and want to go crazy. The 5 top decision-makers came on time, with hardly a delay. Because their conversation today could almost determine the future direction of Blue Mercury's future development in the future. This meeting was more like a negotiation. After this negotiation broke down, the immense destructive power and influence would then sweep the world. And in a situation of highly united human destiny, almost no country would be able to stand alone, and all would be affected to a greater or lesser extent. Some countries will be silent forever, while others may rise up with the trend and roam the 9 heavens. It all depends on where they stand on the matter. They had been in private contact a dozen times before coming here. Various conditions were negotiated. Almost every country was able to partake of the unique technology in Yuan. It's an orgy of interest. They have claimed that island as their own. They were incomparably confident because with the union of several of their countries, not to mention the countless heralds under their command, dealing with a 9 realms country, although a bit difficult, was not a problem. In the midst of this eerie atmosphere, Madison spoke directly, full of powerful confidence. Old Mr. Lin, I'm sure you've seen the remarks on the internet. Dedicating Yuan is the wish of people all over the world. It's not something you can stop. Even if your 9 regions country is strong, you are ultimately not number 1 in the world. And you can't defend against the union of the rest of the world. What's more, the technology in his hands can drastically save seriously ill people all over the world. And some hard-to-tackle diseases will go up in smoke. This kind of thing for the benefit of the whole world. Aren't you willing to do it? Besides, the alien civilization has blocked off our area. We can't escape to freedom. Upgrading the technological strength of all mankind is the only way to have a chance of survival. If you don't hand over Yuan, you're persecuting the whole world. Or do you want to take Yuan for yourselves and make enemies of the world? A cold smile kept showing on his face. Under this strong pressure, the 9 realms kingdom, wanting to not succumb to this kind of might. How was this possible? This is an enemy of the world. Unless he has the power to be able to pick off the world. But in terms of the current power contrast, the 9 realms country is not available. That's why he was so confident in his mind. He had another thought in his mind, and that was that the Nine Realms Kingdom was developing too fast, a speed that made them feel fearful. It's only been a few decades and it's already taken off to such horrific proportions. It's upsetting the balance. Even for the sake of balance, he can't be allowed to continue on like this. If the other side was not also a country with powerful and destructive weapons, he would have united with other countries to carry out destructive bombings against him. When he said those words, the decision-makers of the other three countries were silent. But then this silence represents the same point of view. They have stood together. Lin Lao sighed after seeing the expressions on several of their faces. Although he had long expected that there would be such a day, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. They are not ready to face a worldwide crackdown. It wasn't the result he wanted, but there was nothing he could do about it. We do not intend to be enemies of the world, but we will never be the product of compromise. Yuan, who has his own independent personality and is able to decide his own life, is not a thing. What's more, you're going to imprison him in one place for eternity. This is something we can't accept, and I'm afraid this is something he can't accept either. You're destroying a genius. What's more, do you think I don't know your ambitions? There's no need to manipulate some unseemly tactics. Take what you want to do and say it out in the open. Don't use underhanded tricks in the dark. Yuan, we won't hand him over because we can't decide on other people's lives, and if he doesn't agree, no one can force him, even in the face of an alien crisis. Do you think there will be so much time for us to develop? It's simply whimsical, covering up in your own wolfishness. If you want to fight, then fight. Even if the whole world is united. So what? The Nine Regions Kingdom, for thousands of years, has come from the fire. It didn't rise by commiseration. Every word he spoke weighed 1,000 pounds. This is the confidence of a great nation in itself. Let 1,000 pounds press down on you. I have my own power to turn the sky over. There's nothing more to talk about when it comes down to it. Madison said grimly, according to that saying of your Nine Regions country, it is not to see the coffin. This person we want it. You cannot stop. The meeting was rushed to a close, because there is nothing to talk about. This was the world's oppression of the Nine Realms nation, and once they took a step back, the countless jackals in front of them would pounce on them and divide them up. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that after handing over Yuan, he would be able to put things to rest. He had some jackals and tigers in front of him. Which one of them didn't come from a robber's background in the past few hundred years? How is it possible to rely on morality to keep them in line? Only by being strong. It is only then that one can defend one's territory and one's country. After the conclusion of the meeting, Madison, along with policymakers in 4 other countries, did not withdraw from the platform. As a result, their faces revealed a strange kind of excitement. Madison said, "Gentlemen, the time has come for us to rise. We are doing this for the benefit of all mankind, and the support we receive will be worldwide. Please let it go. Even if it destroys the Nine Realms country, there is no need to feel guilty, because we are doing it for the whole of mankind." Said he smiled. A few others laughed. Sure enough, it's a great feeling to be on the moral high ground, to be able to criticize everything. Is everyone ready? Madison asked. Iron Bear Kingdom. 300,000 iron armored troops, ready for battle. Iris Kingdom. 200,000 troops have been secretly transported to the military base, and more than 10 countries under its command have already made preparations. The Kingdom of John, an army of 200,000 men, has approached the opposing sea, and all allies are ready. Madison nodded. That's the result he wanted. He is finally once again in control of the world. The 4 of them are extremely strong in their own right. The Navy, Army and Air Force are the best in the world, not to mention that each of them has numerous allies and supporters. At that time, even if it was filled with a sea of human lives, it would be enough to fill up the Nine Realms Kingdom. Thinking about this, he was getting up. Slowly, he said, Sea Eagle Nation. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th mobile warfleets, all of which departed 2 days ago, have arrived at their designated positions. 20 military bases overseas, and all of our allies are fully prepared. Yuan, we, for sure. In the meantime, above the island, quantum computer fabrication completed. The quantum computer at hand is a complete success. 3 meters long and wide in size, with a body size of nearly 9 cubits. In front of ordinary computers, it is already considered a behemoth. But in front of those supercomputers, it is so small that it is almost negligible. Quantum computers are extremely complex inside, but the periphery is black through and through, with virtually no ports to connect to, and it's all in one piece. But there is a hidden agenda here. If the switch is turned on, an energy tank will appear inside the quantum computer. The energy for the quantum computer was provided by the blue flame crystal, and a single unit crystal of the same size could be consumed for almost half a year. Information transfer is entirely dependent on the internal wireless connection. This wireless connection is not the very susceptible wireless on Blue Mercury. This wireless connection is extremely stable, and for energy consumption is greatly reduced. The quantum computer is now in a completely undefended state, able to take over all of its information if any data enters it. This is an extremely dangerous state of affairs. But here, it's just them. At this moment countless spectators tensed up at the sight of this scene. Is this the complete body of a quantum computer? It only took 2 or 3 days to make all of them. What kind of terrifying speed is this? The quantum computer's computing power is extremely powerful, countless times more powerful than all the electronic devices on the island combined. I bet he'll break through the boundaries. So, the world is about to be exposed? Someone was worried. This program has given them countless passions since its inception. A lot of people watched this show day and night and didn't put it down even when they were working. And the networks are pretty much all over the show every day. They wake up every day and open their eyes to see Yuan. But now it's finally come to this. If Yuan's side is completely shattered, then the show will go bankrupt. They couldn't help but feel a little melancholy as they remembered the journey. A few small images in the big screen picture are of participants from several other countries tirelessly engaged in survival activities. Though some of the behaviors some people do are beyond ugly, but there are others who are getting better and even doing several amazing things. But now even if they do something amazing, even if they suddenly invent the missile, and no one will pay attention to their side anymore, because even the missiles were insignificant compared to Yuan. It's live around the world. People all over the world are praying that the live stream will go on. When the show opened, the hosts had sworn to the fact that they were powerful enough to get things back on track. But looking at this scenario now, there were already so many defense forces around him. Can they even do it now? They are constantly making inquiries to the program. But the program went into silence as if it had disappeared. Only the two hosts were consoling them and saying things that didn't matter. There are some words that even they don't believe. Not even in their own minds. At this very moment the show is in full remedial mode, mobilizing every supercomputer at its disposal. But because of the alien invasion a new lab was set up and a number of supercomputers were called in. So now even if you want to apply to call some more you can't. At this moment, the technical department of the program behind the scenes, all the members were already standing by. They are building firewalls like crazy. They had learned their lesson after the last incident, and had prepared for anything by building dozens of firewalls on the ports that the islands connected to. But according to the present situation, it has reached the most precarious point, and they do not have any confidence. And the orders they received were to defend the area closely, at all costs. Even if you can't stop it, try to stall for as long as possible. Otherwise, if they miss the big event, all of them will not be able to live well, especially the several key persons in charge of them, who will have to bear the main responsibility. The chief of the technical department wanted to curse when he received this order. This was simply a naked threat, but he knew deep down what kind of character was behind this, and he simply couldn't afford to offend. What made him feel even more desperate was that all the members of the technical team of the Nine Realms country had already been evacuated. It made him shiver a little with anger. The house is falling apart, and all of their vacated positions need to be filled, increasing their workload even more drastically, and many of the positions will require some acclimatization. He tried to stay, but it turned out the other man was as determined as iron. The members of the working group of the Nine Realms nation had long been dissatisfied with them, and this time, they had to besiege their countrymen, which made them even more upset. In the midst of the dilemma, word came from above to evacuate them all. Just as they were using all their strength to prepare for a siege and delay, Jin's massive data instantly entered the quantum computer, taking over all the organizations within it. At the same time the wireless connection begins to connect to all of the above electronic devices. If you are able to see the dispersion of information from above the island, for a brief moment, a massive torrent of data was launched from the electronic computers, affecting every electronic device on the island. This deluge of data took over the entire island's network in just a second. Countless amounts of data and data capabilities hit the port immediately afterward. Even if the quantum computer is not a full body and may only have 1% of the strength of a peak quantum computer, but it's not something these supercomputers can compare to. Even if dozens of supercomputers are powered together, as well as dozens of layers of firewalls laid out in advance, it didn't even manage to block for a few seconds under the powerful onslaught. The ports all broke through in a matter of seconds. All firewalls collapsed instantly. Countless amounts of data invaded the world's networks in an instant. This is the true strength of Jiner. With a quantum computer as her home medium, she has become the most powerful AI on the planet. Even all the supercomputers in the world combined are inferior to her. The most powerful force of a quantum computer is cracking. The data invaded all the electronic equipment around them in a flash. Full takeover. The surrounding even that one fleet that existed in the Nine Realms Kingdom was invaded in a short moment, taking over all the information. And all this without them realizing it. If the current Jin moved to kill, then hardly any of the entire fleet would be alive, and all would be buried under the fire of their own people. Immediately after, various regions of Blue Mercury were taken over one after another, that even if some countries knew in advance, they couldn't find any hint of it in their own national networks. Those subroutines were deeply rooted in their systems like ghosts. There is no way to remove it. Kingdom of the Nine Regions, Kingdom of An, Kingdom of the Night Sakura, Kingdom of the Hibiscus, successive falls, immediately following the flood of data into space. The satellites fell. All nanocameras are fully exposed. Jane was getting these messages. Sharing is also realized. All the images of the invaded places appeared in Yuan's mind scene by scene. If he hadn't already had his mental power raised to a terrifying level, it all crumbles as this information enters his mind. A scene from one place to another, anywhere in the world, even the most secretive corners, as long as there was a network in place. Even if there was no network connection to the outside world, Jean Eyre was able to invade. Even though Yuan had experienced so many things, he still couldn't help but be moved when a picture flashed through his mind. Fake, everything is fake. Turns out it's a program done in conjunction with the Human Destiny Coalition. The reason behind this program turned out to be the attribution of the Potion of God. And according to the information searched, this potion can increase one's strength drastically. Maybe this kind of thing was a temptation to others, but it was just chicken feed for him. Under the aggression of quantum computers, there is nothing to hide from even the most secretive information in this world. Contestants from 8 countries, participation of the 5 top decision-making countries, hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses, and the guest commentators, and the audience watching around the world. Everything he had done was exposed under the nanocamera. That means one no longer has any secrets to keep except for that small area outside the bathroom. He was also relieved at the thought. Thankfully, I didn't do something indescribable under the screen. Otherwise it's a real social death. There's also the fact that every technological invention of his own causes a sensation all over the world. He skimmed through every piece of news that related to him. Every denigration and countless negative comments those have ever made against themselves. Some of the comments were beyond low, and more than anything, they wanted to nail him alive to a pillar of shame. If it wasn't for the fact that his character was already firm to a point, if another person saw these remarks, they would probably have to be so angry on the spot that they would turn their backs. It is amazing how disgusting these Western countries can be. Although he had heard about it for a long time, he didn't think they could really be this shameless. He let out a deep breath and continued reading. Especially with all the posts that have been made on the internet over the past 2 days. It is thought that he should contribute all of his technology to the world in its entirety, because he himself is a treasure that belongs to the world. And there's going to be a place built for him in the League of Human Destiny where he's going to stay for all eternity. Especially the odd comment about hating to squeeze all his resources out of him. Some even feel that the technology in him is a key element in the fight against alien life. Sacrificing him alone could save all of humanity on blue water. It was the best deal. The Special Sea Eagle State stands on the moral high ground, pointing the way as if it were the savior. This is the most disgusting form of moral abduction. In particular, the party led by the Sea Eagle country had entangled other top decision-making countries, as well as quite a few smaller countries, and some big powers, preparing to make a move against him. All their forces, they have surrounded the island. It's closing the circle. And this time the forces they have entangled almost include more than 70% of the world's major powers. Once they were out, they pretty much swept the world. Under such a wave, the 9 regions state could not stand alone, even under full power war. It is also bound to lose. Moreover, they had managed to start such a big war with great difficulty. They would definitely not let the 9 realms kingdom go easily. At the very least, they would have to drag it down, preferably making it split and completely unthreatening. They did these disgusting things with the knowledge that an alien creature was about to invade blue water. But they did it anyway. They do it for their own wolves. It is amazing that the world is not united, but is fighting among itself, given the crisis of its extinction. That's all, and you still think you're a savior. And this kind of savior is not at the expense of others, but at the expense of Yuan. The only thing that made him feel relieved. 9 Domains Nation. Although there are some publicists and holy mothers on the internet attacking him, but the whole national level, instead of having too much negativity towards him, is thinking of ways to save him. The country's top brass, in particular, have no intention of abandoning him, going to war with the world for him, and that's with the knowledge that possibly the world has united. He sighed. The favor was owed big time. He looked up into the air. Those nanocameras had all been labeled in his mind. He stared at them coldly with his eyes open like he could see those nanocameras. These idiots. This time the alien creatures, they could totally destroy blue water. Surprisingly, he was still thinking of hoarding and grabbing what he had on him. It's really stupid. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 regions had been trying to stop them before, I'm afraid that I would have already been buried under the tiger's jaws of these countries when I had just invented all this technology before I had even built the battleships out of it. It's also fortunate that it was delayed until now. The key systems of his battleship had all been made. Give yourself a little more time. One will be able to step outside the board and truly become the one who manipulates the board, rather than being a pawn whose well-being can only be determined by others. Don't you want to kill me? The day my battleships, cause this is the day of my thunderous retaliation. A country that has murderous intentions towards him. He made a mental note of the names. There is an old saying in the 9 Realms kingdom called blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. You guys, go ahead. As for whether or not killing them would drastically cut down on Blue Water Planet's defense force, he didn't even consider it. These scum exist. It was only then that the safety of Blue Mercury would be jeopardized. If you want to morally kidnap him, you have to have that strength too. He could pretend he didn't know anything and leave in silence. But does he? Does he care? There was a nanocamera right in front of him. He stepped forward and looked at the nanocam. At this moment the world's screens changed to his face. So close you could see every micro-expression on his face. But the crowd couldn't help but feel a layer of gloom in their hearts when they looked at this face. And the other party's eyes looked like they could see them. Able to see their hearts through countless spaces. And his eyes looked like they could take in the soul. Especially those who had their hearts in the right place were instantly a little weak. Couldn't help but take a step backward. Only to see. Yuan coldly looked at the screen. Spat out the words faintly. I'll wait for you here and see how you kill me. After he said that, the world screen suddenly lost all the images of the island where Yuan was. Thousands of cameras all cut off. Yuan declared war on the world. His voice and behavior went along with the message to the world, and then cut off from there, never to be seen again. From the moment he finds out the truth about this program, it will all go down the drain. At the same time, his words shook countless hearts. Their pupils clenched. The heart was full of mixed feelings and waves, and could not be calmed at all. Yuan, it's amazing that he actually found out the truth about the world. This is something they never expected. But how dare he? Dared to expose it so openly to the world. If he didn't have any technology on him, even if he found out the truth about the world and exposed it, it wouldn't be a big deal. The big deal would just be a different person. But now, the technology on him is like a mountain of gold. Even just digging a small piece out of him would be enough to make a country take off. What a great power. Side by side. It's also a testament to how seductive the tech in him really is. That's why they're angry about it. If they had discovered the existence of these cameras, they would have kept the secret and then secretly fled the island, hiding in a secret corner of the world before making a deal with the 9 Realms Kingdom. They believed that with all that technology in him was enough for any country to risk everything to shield him, not to mention that it's secretly escorted. This is the optimal solution approach. But how could they not expect that Yuan would be exposed so easily? Doesn't he realize how many countries are watching him? It is conceivable that countless countries are bound to unite under such a scenario. No matter how strong the 9 Realms Kingdom was, at most, it could only help privately, and definitely could not stand up to the union of all the other countries. They shook their heads, putting them in the position of the 9 Realms Kingdom. They would surely not go to his rescue in the open. Even with so many countries united, they might just give up on him, because once this war is fought, it will be a war of annihilation. Sacrifice a man for peace. It's a number that any person would count. Why didn't he think of that? They sighed. What kind of world was this? Could it be that those who stood at the top of the world's technology could only be fished out just because they didn't have the strength to protect themselves? Most of the people who were worried about Yuan were from the 9 regions country. As for other countries, it's hard to say, except for a very few. The vast majority of them hate him for not dying. Even if some good people chose to remain silent under this surging tide, the ass determines the head, because as long as they choose to be silent, then their country will get countless scientific and technological achievements that will be applied to them in the future. Especially that potion. This is literally the water of God. They will all be sick in the future, and may even get extremely serious cancers as well as malignant diseases. But by taking this potion, any disease can be cured. As a precaution, this kind of thing is a must-have for them, and quite a few of them are harboring illnesses right now, and they are the biggest supporters of this war. And some of them are even donating money to the military already, just for a privileged spot that you can take first. So in that mood, 80% of the world wants him dead. That is a sadness, but also an honor. This is something that no one in the world has ever done. Sea Eagle Country. Military personnel are briefing Madison. The 9 realms are evacuating the world. As well as the 9 realms scientists in the Blue Mercury Shield labs are being evacuated. May we stop them? Madison laughed coldly at that, not taking the matter to heart at all. What's the point of evacuating? Just to reduce casualties a bit. It seems that the other side is determined to engage in a war with them. There's no use keeping these people anyway. When the time comes for your own country to withdraw its personnel from their country as well, then let them do so. Let them withdraw. Humph. When the alien creatures descend, they will know that this world is only the Sea Eagle Kingdom, the safest. Let them regret it. Notify all parties to get ready. After 24 hours, all members must arrive at their designated positions and wait for orders to be ready to attack at any time. He possesses a great deal of self-confidence, although the arsenal was half destroyed. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and with half of their arsenal destroyed, they can still occupy the throne at the top of the world's force. Not to mention the fact that they get all that cutting-edge technology when the time comes. With powerful artificial intelligence, in just a few days, they can have an incomparably strong defense and offense. The production line of technology that Yuan possessed was insignificant compared to them, with only less than 1%. Moreover, if the Nine Realms Kingdom stubbornly wanted to go to war with them, they would surely be killed and maimed by then. Complete loss of all defenses. It will surely be the first to be destroyed. He couldn't wait to see the looks of fear and regret on the faces of those people. He laughed happily at the thought. Everything is under control. From now on they would know who was the real hegemon in this world. Only the country of the Sea Eagles will always stand at the top of the world. Above the island, Yuan watched his madness. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Under Jiner's invasion, any hidden corner of the world could be known to him, and even if the other party's palace possessed such a powerful security system, it would only be a matter of minutes if he wanted to crack it. 24 hours? Just right. That way the Nine Realms can just about complete the evacuation, and 24 hours later one's spaceship should be all built. Well, let's wait another 24 hours. The last 24 hours. He looked up. Now that all the cameras had been cut off, the feeling of being spied on was finally gone from the void. Jiner, connect. Chief decision-maker of the Nine Domains Kingdom. Yuan said. Yes, Master. After Jane had a quantum computer as her body, her own arithmetic power had long since reached a terrifying point. Not to mention that quantum computers are the best at cracking. Even though the computer defense of the Nine Domains country was already at the top of the world, it was still cracked in seconds. Elder Lin, the chief director, was discussing combat matters with several military leaders in a military base somewhere. But the top-secret electronic screen in front of them suddenly flickered. Yuan appeared in the picture. The scene came out of nowhere, took them by surprise. Several military chiefs were even more ugly. This was one of the most heavily defended military, and I didn't think it would be cracked to come here. Not to mention that it was in front of the chief executive. More embarrassment for them, but no matter how they tried to maneuver, they could not retake control. The other party was like a huge mountain that they couldn't shake even if they tried their best and used all their strength. At ease, Elder Lin reached out to stop them after his surprise. It's that if it were anyone else, he would have been in a state of shock, but this is Yuan. It's understandable that it can get to that point. Good day, Elder Lin. Yuan bowed slightly, gave him plenty of respect. He, who deserves to be treated like this? Elder Lin saw this bow of his. The heart suddenly felt like it had dropped a boulder. A dark nod. Yuan was able to break through all the boundaries and appear in front of them through the electronic screen, which was something he had long expected. He just didn't think it would be this fast. But to be honest, although Yuan has long had many analyses, the other party is not an ungrateful person at all, and still conserves his modesty and kindness. But after all that had happened, there was no guarantee that he would still be able to hold on to his heart, because no matter who in the world has mastered so much cutting-edge technology, there is bound to be a certain change in mentality, and even an incomparable expansion and an overwhelming sense of self-importance. But now here, he was looking at Yuan on that side through the electronic screen. Just a glance though, he could already tell that the other was still the same bright, kind child. It made him feel overwhelmed. After all, he had expended so much manpower and energy that no one would think of shielding a white-eyed wolf. But now, looking at this performance of the other party, it was clear that they already knew what they had done. Lin Lao revealed a kind smile. Yuan, hello. Yuan saw this one, a face that had appeared on the news countless times before, and felt incomparably close. Although it was only a short 15 days on top of the island, it was as if countless days and months had passed. Although he was able to overcome this loneliness, he still felt a sense of warmth after seeing people from his home continent. It's the warmth of a home. Elder Lin, I already know all the things my motherland has done for me, even going so far as to go to war with the other 4 major powers of the Human Destiny Alliance. Thank you very much. But this war will involve countless innocent people, and since every soldier in our 9 Realms Kingdom is not only a father but also a son, I don't want them to die in battle for me. Leave the next thing to me. I'll let all those who come to encroach know that the 9 regions kingdom still stands at the top of the east, and no one is allowed to get their hands on it. A subject of the 9 realms kingdom shall not be forcibly taken away by any nation except for crimes against the law, or he will suffer thunderous retaliation. He spoke the strongest stance in the plainest of words. As long as the battleships cause it, no matter how many people came from the other side, he wasn't afraid. It could even bury them all in the ocean. When stepping into the territory of the 9 realms kingdom, they were no longer innocent people. If not the main culprits, they were accomplices, trying to get his hands on something by moral kidnapping. Do they deserve it? What's he got to do with whether they live or die? The deaths of people in other countries have no relevance to him. You can only want what I give you. You can't take what I don't give you. If you come to rob me, then I'll just turn the table over. And as many people as you come, I'll bury them all here, and smash your house to pieces in the process. He would show no more mercy to these people. Are you sure about this? The opponent is a union of the 4 top countries. Not to mention they have countless horse frontiers. Elder Lin was very worried. Don't you worry. The country has entered a level 1 state of war readiness. All areas are under military jurisdiction, and retired veterans have all stopped their vacation recalls. As long as they dare to come, they will surely leave countless corpses here, because the other side is not just one country, but a coalition of many. Even he was cautious as hell. The heart was ready to die, because the other party wasn't just rushing towards Yuan, but was actually rushing towards them as well. This battle could not be avoided. Don't worry, Elder Lin. I know what's in my heart. Even if the entire opposing team presses in, I can guarantee that they will all be buried here. Yuan was incomparably confident. He's got it. Lin Lao didn't know why, looking at his confident expression, his heart suddenly settled down a lot. Still, after much hesitation, he said, Yuan, what I'm about to say may make you a little uncomfortable, but I still have to say it. Now that alien creatures have pressed in, Blue Water Planet is in danger of extinction. And although I hate these countries beyond measure for falling on their swords, they are still a living force against alien invasions. So I hope that when the war comes, they can be let live. Not for their sake, but for the sake of all life on Blue Water. In his words, he had already treated this war as a war that he would surely win. Yuan was slightly surprised after hearing his words. If it were an ordinary person, they would hate to be driven out of business. However, this kind old man in front of him, after the other party had made such a vicious decision to invade, instead of thinking of letting the other party be wiped out, he still decided to let the other party off the hook, which made him admire him, though he still has the ability to destroy the alien creatures above this world after defeating all of his opponents. But in the face of this kindly old man's plea, he nodded anyway. Don't worry, Elder Lin. I won't kill them all, but if they go too far, I won't stay my hand. Yuan said, this is natural. There is no such thing as the other party can only hit us and we can't fight back. Lin Lao nodded his head. He continued, since you've been completely exposed, there's no need to stay on top of that island. I'm ordering the fleet to go pick you up now. Yuan shook his head. There's no need. This is my main battlefield. I'll go back when it's time to go back. In the meantime, evacuate this fleet along with them. I don't want them to suffer from the war. Elder Lin subconsciously tried to hold back one more time, but looking at the expression on his face, the words in his mouth stopped. Well, in that case, everything will go your way, but you must be safe. I will order all fleets to be ready to support you at any time. Yuan nodded, then exited the page. The electronic display is back to normal. Elder Lin pondered for a moment. Pass on my order that the country remains in a state of first-degree readiness, and that all units enter government jurisdiction, especially the public opinion departments, to keep the propaganda media clean. Overseas evacuation operations are accelerated. It doesn't matter if it's a double or triple the price. Try to persuade the other party to come back, because the 9 regions country may become the safest place in the world. If they are really reluctant, let's see what God wills. At the same time, the entirety of that fleet outside of the island where Yuan is located was evacuated. Also, notify the other government and military chiefs to hold an emergency military meeting immediately. Yuan exited the chat page. Back in the middle of the island, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Battleships, too, are due to be introduced. Ship come. With a soft whimper from him, suddenly the silhouette of a battleship appeared above the island. Battleships over a kilometer. In the midst of this warship, more than 10,000 points of light were lit up. There is key technical support in almost every area of the system. The talent value in the system was being drastically depleted. In a short period of time, close to 50,000 talent value was consumed. But at the same time, above the island, countless objects were rising in the air in various areas. It disappeared into the battleship's shadow. Pale Eagle Alloy. nuclear power reactors, mechanical battle group, space drones, 108 secondary guns, 36 main guns, quantum computers. On top of that, there are countless other substances above the island. Battleships, which were being constructed frantically, or about to come out. This moment is a moment to show the creator's magic. Countless points of light erupted with a frightening light. The entire island was bathed in this light. It was a gentle power that one couldn't help but feel, and it shone on one's body with an even warmer feeling. In the midst of this light, all of the countless substances that flew into the sky and merged into the battleship, all of them became part of the construction of the battleship. Everything that followed was out of his hands. With the system in place, everything will evolve to perfection and restore the battleship to what it was meant to be. This scene would have fallen into the eyes of others. I'm afraid I'll be amazed. Even thought I was dreaming, because it's a complete impossibility and totally against any science. But the emergence of the system was supposed to be the most metaphysical thing in the world, and the construction of the battleship was naturally acceptable in this environment. Luckily, all the cameras on this island have been removed. Even the satellite surveillance in the sky is blocked. Otherwise, if this video were to be circulated to the human world, it would definitely cause an uproar. Many would even look at him as if he were God. But he doesn't need to. Those illuminated points of light now build the battleship bit by bit. The previously created Cthulhu alloys had made their way into the outer armor system, which had been produced day and night, and had long since accumulated enough for battleship assembly. At the same time, all metals in the battleship will be composed entirely of Cthulhu metal. Some other micromaterials will be selected from the islands. Those points of light, built into a component of one place in the battleship, were here at this time, and they played their part. It's been traded for countless hours of knowledge. It even consumed tens of thousands of his talent value. If he hadn't already accumulated enough for a while, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to finish it. But that's enough for now. 24 hours was more than enough time for him to finish the build. Previously, the battleship was just a shadow, with countless lines forming it, but now all of those lines had been transformed into something substantial. By the time all the lines were transformed into steel battle armor and all the systems of the battleship were complete, the ship would be a true success. Meanwhile, the one fleet that was on the periphery to blockade the sea also saw the intense light that erupted above the island. But the radar shows nothingness over there. No presence of anything. But with such a large island in front of us, how could it show a void? The conductor looked back a few times. He had received orders for the full fleet to retreat and return to the Nine Realms Kingdom to recuperate. Although he was very uncomfortable with the decision, he had no choice but to follow the advice from above. But before going back, he was still very worried. Would Yizhen be able to carry through this time without their protection? He had never thought that the Nine Realms Congress would succumb to the pressure from all sides, because it was almost impossible, especially when he looked at the white light above the island. He had countless speculations in his heart, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that a sea change was going on the island right now. Immediately after that, at the last moment before leaving, he saw the island suddenly look like it was fogged up, incomparably huge, slowly enveloping the entire island. It became mysterious and unknown. After they withdrew, the island became an island unto itself, not to mention that it is closest to the border. In the event of war, it is virtually isolated, and with the other side being able to quickly replenish their troops into the fight from manhwa, and with so many large military bases, it was an almost lopsided battle. The Nine Realms State, a state of war, has been entered into at level 1. Since the founding of the Nine Regions State, only 5 or 6 times had it entered a state of first-degree combat readiness. And this time it's not just a state of war, it's a state of war. All military personnel outside have been recalled, along with 3 million retired soldiers. Schools are closed, the factories were all shut down and converted, and the troops began to take over. The army was deployed from bases stationed in the regions to exercise military jurisdiction over all traffic. Intelligence agents that exist in various countries are turned on in all directions at this moment, using a number of means to monitor the enemy. The logistical support system will be fully supplied for the use of the army, and all combat units will be in a state of mobility 24 hours a day, ready to be mobilized for combat. The nuclear submarines are all out of port, carrying nuclear warheads, into the depths of the ocean in silence. The fighters are fully fueled and ready to take off at a moment's notice. The missiles are fully fueled and ready for devastating bombardment of targets. All tanks are out of storage, including the newest version of the King of Weapons, the Steel King that will destroy everything on land. Millions of troops have been deployed on the country's borders. They are not the first ones who will go into battle. Modern warfare is about non-contact warfare, and it's possible that all the armies will be completely destroyed before anyone sees them. This is the power gap between large and small countries. These troops are deployed to prevent a short war when it comes time for all of a country's air defenses to collapse, especially in the face of the threat from the north. Countless tanks of the king of the land had been lined up and were ready to fight the other side. War is imminent, but both sides of the countries are exercising restraint, because if it breaks out, it will be a worldwide disaster, and there has to be enough benefit gained to make it worth their while. No one wants to be used as a pawn by anyone else in the midst of a war that bets on the fate of the nation, all thinking about going in together. There is a state of extreme mental tension in countries all over the world. Southern WW are on the verge of tears, although their Sea Eagle country father had already informed them a long time ago, and would even promise to send troops to protect them. But looking at this situation now, where is this protection for them? This is simply treating them as a target. Whenever there is a war, they are the first ones to get hit. Apart from them, the manhwa country is also in a panic. To get into few countries are closer than they are. Moreover, they had a military radar center laid down by the Sea Eagle nation within their country, and it was feared that in the first instant of the war, this military base would be destroyed to the point that not even crumbs would remain. And they can't even if they don't join the war. Who made you a human son? Can your dad go out and fight without you? This is a contemporary template for fatherly kindness and filial piety. The cameras of the island where Yuan was located had all been destroyed, and they couldn't know the news there firsthand. But now that the decision has been made to go to war with the outside world, all the intelligence services have been fired up. It soon became apparent that the one fleet beyond the island he was on had withdrawn, and the two islands were shrouded in a white fog that made it impossible to see anything inside. The intelligence guys didn't take any liberties, and time messages were all passed back to keep a close watch on the place. Over time, huge hordes of the Sea Eagle State War Army came through Anguilla. The 1st through 10th Sea Eagle Nation war fleets had blocked off the waters, encircling the entire island. Airtight, the countless radar blanketing the sky above would ensure that not even a single bird could fly off this island. But what made them feel strange was this: the kingdom of the 9 regions. At this point in time, but there was no sound. The 9 realms nation pressed on. This caused many of their preparations to all fall through. But according to the intelligence, the 9 regions country had entered a state of first-degree war. All the ex-soldiers have been recalled. The guns are loaded and the missiles are ready to fire. This is to say that it's not a state of war and they have their heads cut off. But to their immense surprise, the 9 realms kingdom had been keeping silent. Even if they had invaded the country and surrounded and blockaded the island, the 9 realms kingdom still didn't make any moves. It's like when they don't exist at all. They couldn't even wrap their heads around the idea. But they didn't figure out what the hell was going on. It was reasonable to say that even if the other party didn't come to stop them, they would still pick up Yijin back to the middle of the 9 regions country. But now the other party didn't have any of that intention at all. Could it be that Yuan wasn't even in the middle of this island? How is that possible? Although all of their cameras have been completely destroyed, they have sent intelligence agents to operate in this area. That fleet of the 9 realms kingdom didn't even come into contact with Yuan on the island, and also all withdrew not long ago, leaving no backhandedness at all. And with so many bizarre changes on top of the island, they couldn't figure out who else could do it besides Yuan. Their radar kept scanning that island, and although they found nothing, the weirder it got, the more certain they became. At the same time, there was no radar to sweep this side of the ocean over the already supporting information to make sure there was no ambush down there. Yuan became their caged bird, and was able to suppress him with the flip of a hand. This settled their hearts a little. Moreover, their main purpose was still Yuan, and they were still thinking that it would be best not to have a war if it didn't happen. Besides, as long as Yuan is captured, even if there is no military crippling of the 9 realms nation, their influence will be discounted internationally. For what great power is there to speak of in terms of prestige when it cannot even keep important members of its own nation? This is devastating to the prestige of a nation, even more deadly than the weakening of military power. It's like you often say you're strong, but when you get knocked out by someone with a single punch, that's a showboat. The bizarre scene that happened here quickly spread to the other 3 top-tier countries. They are also now facing off at the border, but they still sent a joint army to cooperate with the Sea Eagle Kingdom. They are not trusting the Sea Eagle Kingdom. They are afraid that the Sea Eagle Kingdom will get these good things and run away. It's better to see it with your own eyes. That's why they didn't make a move at the border either, but rather, they were facing the 9 realms country's army from a distance. And in reality, they didn't have a bottom in their hearts, not knowing if they could fight through it or not. The Iron Bear Nation played a holding role. After all, the 2 countries had quite a history of diplomatic relations, and he was well aware of the strength of the neighboring countries. So although they were also immensely jealous of the degree of development and reforms of the 9 realms kingdom, but the other side isn't a soft target to be bombed at will. It's best not to fight if you can. This was no longer the time when they were casually trying to encroach on the northeastern domain territory of the 9 regions kingdom. It wasn't as if the Night Sakura country didn't know what their old neighbor was capable of. And the more they did, the more they thought about if they could break him down. The fertile territory of the 9 Regions Kingdom was their aspiration, except for the Night Cherry Kingdom. It's the Peacock and Hibiscus countries that are screaming the loudest. One is a man who has been beaten before, but never learns from his mistakes, and always feels that he is the world's great power and should be in the League of Human Destiny as the one in charge. They believed that the 9 Realms Kingdom had not only taken their seats, but was also doing everything possible to obstruct them in order to safeguard their own interests. So it's hard to have this opportunity, they must retaliate back. And the Sea Eagle Nation also promised that if they made a very bright performance in this war, then they might join the Destiny of Man Alliance as a power holder after the war. Getting that promise could make them almost go all out and fast out of the house. All those weapons and fighters that he usually bought from the Sea Eagle, John, and Iris countries were sent out. The Hibiscus country is just purely brain-dead and thinks it's the world's #1. And the 9 Realms country is so bloated and the whole society simply doesn't make sense. They're the world's #1. Now they felt that they had even almost become a subsidiary of the 9 Realms Kingdom in the past. This was simply a history of shame. And they wanted to use their blood to teach him what it meant to be #1 in the world. As for Anhwa and Sulu, they are completely jumping the gun and trying to take advantage of the fire. But this war has drawn almost all the nations of the world with a high degree of military power. The very center of the island's core had been surrounded by the 4 top countries, while those smaller countries could only be on the periphery. The people inside ate meat, they could only have soup. And if they went slow, they couldn't even eat hot shit. With their strength they didn't dare to go to those fringe areas, because without the top decision-making countries backing them up, if they went over there, they would probably even get the shit beat out of them. They still have this compulsion in their hearts. In the middle of the Joint Command and Operations Room of the Sea Eagles Nation, the situation beyond the island was being relayed back to them in real time, requesting their instructions. Madison frowned lightly. Still no movement from the 9 Realms Kingdom? That's what he couldn't figure out. Yuan, the importance to the 9 Realms Kingdom was self-evident. What's more, in every way, the 9 Realms Kingdom had to step in, but none of them are moving now. Could it be fear? Surrendering Yuan to the world? Come to think of it, that's the only possibility. Could it be that Yuan is no longer there? The military commander of the Iris Kingdom said. Madison shook his head. No, the bizarre events inside are something only he can do, and besides, our military intelligence personnel are closely monitoring that area. And the 9 Domains Nation fleet has suddenly left, and they haven't even made contact yet, so Yuan must still be in here. However, Yuan has an artificial brain in his hands, and he has quite a few created weapons. We still need to be cautious, John Country's military commander said. Don't worry, he's not yet a man of the cloth. Cannons can't be powerful in the hands of a child. This is our best chance, since the 9 Regions Kingdom doesn't care. Don't blame us for being impolite. After this incident, I'll see what prestige they still have to speak of. Give the order for all combat units to land quickly. I want to see Yuan and all his technology within the hour. He gave the order to attack the blockading army outside the island. Upon receiving orders to do so, the operation was quickly landed. Tens of thousands of elite troops, armed with a wide variety of weapons and covered by tank helicopters, quickly landed for battle and entered the white fog. They were extremely fast and had obviously practiced in many simulations. And all those who could come here to fight were elites. And the troops could even be called ace troops. Everything looks as if it's a sure thing. The faces of the elite troops of the Sea Eagle country were very grave. Even though the other party was just an ordinary person, they still didn't dare to take it lightly, because those technological weapons that the other party possessed were extremely destructive. They already knew the mission of their trip: capture Yuan alive. Take all the technological weapons on this island as well as the defense systems. As long as it was related to Yuan, they were going to take it away. Not a single thing. They had done this sort of thing countless times and had long since become familiar with it. Although the other side was strong, they weren't eating their words. In the face of such a problematic situation, sooner or later, there are countless preliminaries. Before the start of the war carried out countless deductions. It would have been actually possible for them all to land without landing. Just one large sonar round going down would have been able to turn the entire island into a ghostly place. Because this sonar segment only targets living creatures, it is capable of instantly destroying all internal organs. Even after losing their lives, their appearance remains as it is. But inside they have lost all their organs and their appearance is just an empty shell. They once experimented in a certain country and easily destroyed a town. It is precisely because of this toughness, which is contrary to humanitarianism, that it has been sealed. But now in getting to this situation, they are no longer going to take some of this into account. They are going to break the rules. But what they want is not a dead Yuan. Instead, it's a living, breathing Yuan with a sense of independent thinking. A living Yuan is so much more valuable than a dead Yuan that they can pay any price for this kind of living. It's not as if they don't have counter weapons in their hands. Although tens of thousands of people had landed, only a marginal blockade of the island had been imposed, and only a few dozen special forces had actually carried out the mission. Each level of special forces carries a special type of sonar bomb. Within 100 meters, all living things will fall into a coma. As soon as one of the squads discovered them, they would immediately turn on the bombs, and at that point, even if the other side had monstrous power, they wouldn't be able to stop it. There was no escape within 100 meters. Anyone with monstrous power, as long as you're still an ordinary person, and only with their hands tied, they were well prepared and were determined to win this operation. In fact, they still wanted to have a single fight with Yuan, who possessed magical changes, and wanted to see how much of a gap there was between their two sides. They didn't believe that the force they had trained for so many years and could slaughter a region would be unable to suppress Yuan. But it's all just a thought, and everything has to be stabilized. Getting the job done is the first priority. Dozens of special squads, from all directions of the island, began to enter the island. The white fog in front of them seemed to get thinner and thinner as they continued to go deeper and deeper. They can't even see what's going on inside from the outside. Even with powerful night vision, you can't see clearly. It was as if there was a layer of mysterious substance that hindered all of their sight, all within 3 meters. They can only take one step at a time, but as they went deeper and deeper, they found nothing to hinder them. None of those legendary weapons appeared. Instead of relaxing them, they became more tense. It's the unknown that's the most frightening thing. As they walked further inside, the more they realized that the view became open, and when they reached the center area, they saw a burst of white aura that was incomparably dazzling. But this dazzling light made them feel very comfortable all over, as if they were immersed in warm water. For a split second they all wanted to put down their guns and blend into that glow. But this was the extremely trained special forces they were, and immediately came to their senses after just a few moments. After coming to their senses, they saw a scene they would never forget, and one of the most shocking. They actually saw a 1,000-meter-long warship, rising up and floating in the air. Countless lines and substances are being constructed. It's nearing completion. Their pupils slammed, incomparably horrified. Their mouths open, almost able to stuff down an egg. Subconsciously, even their own mission to come here have forgotten what it is. Staring blankly at the top. What's that? Someone asked. It seems like a battleship, but why is it able to rise up in the air? A man muttered, as if answering him, and as if talking to himself. No, this isn't a battleship at all. Look at its appearance, it doesn't exist in any battleship in the world. What the hell is this? They had memorized Yuan's information long before they arrived. They had seen all of those technological weapons he had invented, but never something like this. This was very important information, and they subconsciously wanted to pass it on, but realized that their communication tools were not working at all. After realizing that the communication tools weren't working, they turned their attention to the top. Yuan stood on a high platform. They looked up from below as if they saw an immensely lofty mountain with its back to them, and it was as if the other side hadn't even noticed them. Farewell, Yuan. Everyone detonate together. The captain of the special forces immediately made a decision after a short moment. With those words, they immediately detonated the sonar bombs on their bodies at the same time, and they were within 100 meters of Yuan. As long as the sonar bomb was detonated, there was no way for Yuan to escape or avoid it. No matter how monstrous your power is, you will fold under the sonar bomb. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel an uneasiness in their hearts. All the sonar on this squad of 9 men was detonated for insurance purposes. In the turn of an instant at the center of the sonar, they were instantly stunned, and because it was a simultaneous detonation, they would suffer some mental trauma even if their lives were not in danger. At the time, they were willing to pay whatever price they had to pay to achieve their goal. The sonar bomb produces sound waves that spread out in an invisible state to the surroundings. It was fortunate that no other animals existed in this place. Otherwise, under such powerful sound waves, I'm afraid that the nerves would be irreversibly damaged and become demented. But from start to finish, Eugene never once looked back. Powerful sound waves swept over him, lifting his hair. But that's about it. It didn't do a single ounce of damage to him. If the few people lying on the ground looked at the scene in front of them, they would surely go crazy. But they can't see it anymore. Yuan looked back at them after they fainted and turned his head to continue looking at the space battleship. Almost there. It's 95% done. A second special forces unit arrived immediately afterward and saw the 9 men lying on the ground. It was discovered that they had detonated the sonar bomb. However, Yuan still stood there without turning back. They were able to see through their night vision that it was a living, breathing human being. Then they saw Yuan slowly turn his head. Indifferently, he looked at them. They then all detonated their sonar bombs as well. Madison watched the island side through the information screen. It's been an anxious wait. The military commanders of other countries were originally filled with confidence in their hearts, but no matter how they waited, they never waited for good news to come from there, and the island in the electronic screen was shrouded in white mist, an eerie change that never dissipated. And there was no news coming from the special forces that went inside, making them feel a little uneasy in their hearts, wondering what had happened to them in there. Originally they weren't too worried because every special forces soldier had sonar bombs on them. All it takes is for one person to detonate it, and all living things within 100 meters will fall into a fainting state, never able to move or think again. If 9 people detonated at the same time, the destructive power produced would be almost exponentially increased. They had tested it. Even if an ordinary person's mental power increased by 30 times, nor can they remain conscious under such sonar bombs. That's why they thought they had a sure thing. But now there was still no information coming through, so they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Madison walked around in the middle of the military conference room. The heart was extremely anxious. How could there be an accident? That's dozens of hand-picked special forces from the Sea Eagle Nation. Each member was a veteran of hundreds of battles, having experienced countless lives and deaths, and had long since become indifferent to life. And they are extremely experienced and almost always over-deliver. He kept reassuring himself that there should be no accidents, but the reality of the situation shattered his illusions. A whole hour had passed and they had been waiting outside for an hour. But within the hour, there is no news at all from the middle of the island. There's no change either. It's like a pool of stagnant water. Could it be that something unexpected has happened here? But why hasn't any news come through? It's like they disappeared when they entered the white mist? The military commander of John's country said, "It's logical that it shouldn't be. Even if it doesn't work, there should be news. And their communicators are some of the most advanced in the world." The military commander of the Iris country analyzed. The military commander of the Iron Bear Nation had been on the sidelines and hadn't expressed an opinion. Of the combined fleet, they sent out the fewest members. The task they were charged with was primarily to hold the North at bay. But now the situation doesn't look as if it's going well. His eyes kept flickering, not knowing what he was thinking about something. Madison immediately gave orders to the Sea Eagle Nation commanders over there. Trial and error again. This time, a full 100 teams entered at the same time, and all the weapons they carry are advanced. Even if they couldn't escape in time, they would make some noise inside. And once they entered the island, they had to keep in touch at all times to ensure that information was synchronized. Hundreds of special squads re-entered, with their strength and the power of their weapons enough to fight a large hot war in a localized area. The commander of the combined fleet of the Sea Eagles Nation had been staring continuously at the electronic screen. This time, they entered with many means of communication. In addition to infocomms, airwave comms, e-dogs, etc. Even the most primitive of biological transmissions, they used. He thought to himself that there shouldn't be any accidents this time. At least he could detect clearly what the situation was inside. Otherwise his heart would always fall to the ground. But something happened that broke him. 5 minutes after they stepped onto the island, all communications are completely cut off. They tried in recovering, but realized that they couldn't be found no matter what. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The people from the communication and liaison department held back the horror in their hearts and looked towards the island. Does this island eat people? How else should this be explained? It was full of mystery and the unknown, like a forbidden piece of land with its devouring mouth open. They waited again. There is still some hope in the mind, because in addition to their electronic communication devices, they had brought the most primitive biological communication just in case, but they had been monitoring the outside of the island, only to find that not even a bird had flown out of it, much less seen their communication creatures. They were in utter despair. In the islands, the battleship was finally constructed. A battleship full of sci-fi looking types. Dark black outer armor, cold light, 108 secondary guns and 36 main guns, all hidden under iron armor. If such a warship was placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause an incomparably huge stir. It will be coveted by the whole world. But here it only belongs to Yuan. No one is allowed to get their hands on it. Let's call you the Dawn. The moment before the dawn of humanity opens, it will shine on the world of men and dispel all calamities. Dozens of sections of platform ladders suddenly hung down above the battleship, all the way to the high platform, right up to Yuan's feet. Yuan brought Jenner directly onto the battleship. Upon entering the battleship, he was also very surprised to see the interior. He figured he was probably the first person to board an alien space battleship of a tertiary civilization. 7 systems, all completed. And this battleship was considered in extreme detail. Every part of it is so thoughtfully detailed that if an award were given to the designer, it would surely win the Best Design Award. He came to the command room. It was already in the center of the battleship, heavily protected and the safest place to be. This is a space of a few dozen square meters, like a small conference room. There were dozens of screens presenting the location of various parts of this battleship, and quantum computers are hidden behind those screens. Except for the command room, The living quarters are also laid out with lounges, swimming pools, movie theaters, gyms, wine stations, game rooms, and a host of other amenities to help ease the fatigue of those on the strategy. In addition to this, there are hibernation pods in the vitality system. These hibernation pods can be used to both treat injuries and for extended periods of hibernation. All very well thought out. And the battleship had several floors. It's like a small living system. Accommodating hundreds of people to live is not a problem. He was still very pleased with the construction of the battleship, so that he wouldn't have to worry about being incredibly boring during the space journey. Jane came to his side. Master, the intruders have been spotted again. There are close to 1,000 on the other side, and each of them is carrying the same sonar bombs as before. Are they all detonated? Yuan revealed a cold smile. It's time to settle the score. Some things can hurt if you hold back too long. Detonate them all, he said coldly. Those bombs were worthless to him now, and even 9 of them stacked on top of each other couldn't hurt him. And with the battleships already inflicted, that's even less to fear. It's time to show the power. Soon there were hundreds of explosions on top of the island. All of their sonar bombs were hacked and detonated. In an instant, hundreds of teams were wiped out. Before the full force of a quantum computer invasion, there is hardly any place to hide in the entire world. And no matter how hidden you are, you can be found out. Not to mention the fact that this island is within the range where the quantum computer is located, which is literally in the very center of the area. And their sonar bombs are controlled by advanced equipment inside. But the more advanced, the easier it is to be invaded. And once they are invaded, it represents the end of them. Even people whose mental power exceeded 30 times that of ordinary people still could not survive under such sonar bombs. Not to mention that their spirit is just 23 times stronger than the average person. Far from standard. These hundreds of special forces teams were all but wiped out in a split second, completely out of their element. Even they were a little more pitiful, worse than the dozens of special teams before, because they didn't even see Yuan's face, and fell directly in the middle of this war without smoke. Yuan entered the cab. The protective light shield slowly opened, gradually move outward. It didn't stop until it reached the edge of the island, because there are countless other creatures present in the middle of the island. They didn't deserve this kind of undeserved disaster, not to mention the fact that it was in the middle of the island, a domain that belonged to him. Not a single point of his domain could be damaged. The people who were blockading the edge of the island suddenly sensed that an invisible shroud of light was enveloping the entire island, and they couldn't even get within 10 meters of the light shield. As long as they got within 10 meters, they would feel the endless burning heat. Not to mention fighting, they failed to retain even a complete thought, so they could only withdraw. The commander of the combined fleet in the outside world also saw the bizarre scene, and his pupils tightened. It was clear in his mind. This is the light shield that was made. But how was the range able to expand to such an extent that it enveloped the entire island? He was puzzled, but soon came down to kill again. Pass on my order. The whole army pulls back and the missiles make preparations to test the waters. Now that this bizarre change has occurred, I'm afraid my hands will be tied if I try to catch them alive again. He was responsible for all the officers and men of the combined fleet and could not let them die easily in this war. Those politicians can make deals with them, but they're soldiers, and these were elite troops, so losing even just a few hundred made their hearts ache. Not to mention the fact that those special teams that went in before are nowhere to be found. From this situation, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad one. Your Excellency, Commander, shouldn't we be cautious since there are still our soldiers present inside? A military staff officer said worriedly. We've already delayed for more than an hour. We can't delay any longer. No one can predict what kind of things happen after that, and I'm afraid that the current ones are already in a bad way. If they are killed in this battle, we'll put this debt on the head of the 9 regions country, and retaliate back with a thunderous vengeance. He transferred his hatred to the 9 realms kingdom. After his order, several missiles blasted directly into the island. The missile threw itself directly into the island with fire, instantly stirring up countless flames over the island, the shockwaves spreading outward, and the seawater in the island kicking up a burst of waves. Such a powerful shockwave dispersed the white fog quite a bit. However, they could see clearly that the missiles had actually exploded at a range over the island. It was like an unreadable layer of clear glass that insulated the missile's impact from the outside world. The commander's pupils shrunk as he watched the scene before him. But these missiles were just a test run. But the scene in front of him still eluded him somewhat, out of his league, because he thought that even if he didn't shatter the protective shield, he would at least be able to cause some pressure and turbulence to it. But surprisingly, not a single thing has changed. Is this light shield really that strong? Countless greed rose in his heart. The stronger it was, the more he wanted it in his heart. He had seen something similar on top of those alien spacecraft before, but before they could acquire it, their labs were destroyed. So seeing the technology in front of them is even more eye-catching. If it is placed in their country, It will definitely make the scientific and technological strength further. The missiles took off again, this time more powerful than before and 10 times larger in number. He simply didn't care about Yuan's death anymore at that point. The orders he received were that it would be best to capture Yuan alive if he could, but if he really couldn't cooperate, then he would be killed completely, making him disappear above this world for eternity. The attack caused by dozens of missiles was dozens of times more intensified than before, and these missiles have blanketed almost all ranges of the island. In a matter of moments, the missiles swept across the ranges of the Battle of the Islands. Even after they had withdrawn tens of kilometers away, the powerful shockwaves still set off countless waves, and their warships shook. But a scene that made them fearful happened. Even with such a large dose of bombing missiles thrown in, it still didn't get the results it should have. How is that possible? So many large doses of missiles, enough to level a mountain. But not even being able to shake the light shield was a living hell. Put in sonar bombs, the commander said coldly. He just couldn't believe that all the missiles would be insulated. This sonar bomb is hundreds of times more powerful than the ones carried by those special squads before. As long as this sonar bomb, once put into the middle of the island, instantly the entire island's living creatures will die. Even if any of their special forces were still alive from before, they wouldn't have survived a sonar bomb like this. The decision was beyond ruthless. Count on genocide. But he still does it. Sonar bombs were dropped. These sonar bombs are invisible, with hardly any shockwaves or fireborne. But the killing power is more powerful and bizarre than those bombs. Although the center of the island was the center of the explosion, countless sea creatures on the fringes were all dead. The flurry of people coming up to sea level is nothing short of spectacular. But the shroud of light still hadn't disappeared. They were also unable to determine if the acoustic sonar bomb rounds had worked. Did it work? No, but this body shroud hasn't gone away. Wherever there's sound, sonar can propagate through. And no human can survive in the midst of such destructive forces. But how do you explain this scene before you? Could it be that the shroud of light is running on its own? Right in the middle of all the chatter, the white mist slowly dissipated. But soon they saw a scene they would never forget. The moment the white mist dissipated, a huge battleship suddenly appeared above the island. It's full of sci-fi. It's like coming from the future world. Yuan, standing right on top of the battleship, looked at them coldly, right in between their dismay. A missile struck Yuan with uncanny accuracy. Yuan was surrounded by endless fire, instantly annihilating everything. This sudden scene left the crowd incredibly stunned. They looked to the area where the missiles had originated. There's a guided missile destroyer there. The scene was a complete surprise, and even the fleet commander didn't see it coming. This was because he was directly in shock when Yuan had just appeared, completely missing the fact that it was possible to kill him outside of the light shield. Although that missile destroyer had launched an unauthorized attack without his orders, he was still very satisfied with the result. The joy was so great that he wanted to jump up and down even more. This was because he had just seen Yuan appear from above the light shield, completely off the island. Then it was hit by a missile. The lethality of such missiles is immense, with powerful shock waves that can destroy everything within a width of several square kilometers. What's more, Yuan was at the center of the missile launch, even less likely to survive. Moreover, this attack was directed at him personally, and although he didn't know where that one thing that looked like a battleship had come out from, if they could get what was in it, then their country's strength would soar to an unprecedentedly terrifying level, and he will go down in history for this war. A sense of pride filled his heart. In the middle of the military command room of the Sea Eagle Nation, Madison also saw the scene in front of him in synchronization. He cursed Yuan for being stupid while doing so. One side of his heart was filled with joy. The other side is really stupid. Isn't it good to hide in a turtle shell? Had to pop up and take a missile from them. This is the Nine Realms Nation? Like to be cocky? I didn't realize I'd gotten myself into this. They could receive the legacy that Yuan had left behind, and with those things, even if they had once lost half of their arsenal, the Sea Eagle Nation would still be able to become the strongest nation in the world. At the same time would be the safest place on the planet above. The armies of the world would expel those alien creatures under his leadership, and then he would become the most admired commander in the history of mankind. It's still up to him to decide which countries are under his protection when the time comes. Holding the actual power of the world, something that no chief decision-maker in Sam's country has been able to do, is now being done by him. He will even be the father of the country of the Sea Eagles. No, not just the Sea Eagles country, but the whole world. He was so excited at the thought that he trembled. He himself is the one who is destined. The other military commander's eyes glowed with flattery. Madison listened to the flattery, even if it was fake, and every pore in her body was so comfortable she wanted to moan out. As for the consequences of this war? Wars are written by the victors. Not to mention that almost half of the world's media mouthpieces are in their hands. Just portray Ye as an alien spy, And all those things he created were made to destroy Blue Mercury, and they were the ones who recognized his plot. It was only then that a thunderous attack was launched to set Blue Water's development back on track. As for whether they'll believe it? That's nothing to worry about. Most of the world's internet users are stupid. They can only see what the internet can show them. Just list the myriad of supporting evidence and they will slowly believe it. What's more, those things that Yuan invented were not at all something that he himself could grasp. And if he were to say that he was an alien, there would definitely be 80% of the people who would believe it. The Nine Realms Kingdom also received intelligence at this moment. It was within their country, after all, and even if they weren't involved in the war, the intelligence network was spread all over the world, and the images from there were being transmitted back in real time. Seeing the scene in front of me, Elder Lin's heart fell to the bottom. There was a moment of silence behind them. Why? They did nothing wrong, so why did they lose? The word most of all is embodied in blood in this world. It kept them at bay for a long time, but just when their despair was at its peak, the fire above the island went up slowly, and Yuan was still standing on top of the battleship. Not a scratch on the body. Clothing is intact. Only a gentle breeze caused the corners of his coat to flutter slightly, but he stood there like a sea pin standing in the middle of the sea, overlooking the countless earths. Seeing this scene, everyone in the combined fleet was shocked. Simply unbelievable. But they repeatedly confirmed where Yuan was. It was clearly out of the protective range of the light shield. And again, the missiles hit head-on, almost killing them in the face. How is it possible to be unharmed? They simply can't believe it. But the truth was right in front of their eyes and they had to believe it. Is he the devil? How can someone be hit head-on by a missile and remain unharmed? Yuan's indifferent gaze slowly looked at them. The missile did hit him head-on, but all the missile fragments and shockwaves stayed in front of him, because as long as he stood within this battleship, then he was invincible, and no weapon in the world could harm him for a single point. Countless shrapnel stayed within a meter in front of him as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Then it slowly fell. Today he is no longer the watched one who is at the mercy of others. He has stood outside the chessboard of the world. Although he didn't do the maneuvering, he possessed the strength to turn the board over at any time and take all the retribution. That kind of strength is scarier than a manipulator. Yuan gazed as if he had seen through countless spaces and saw them, even if it was tens of kilometers away, across the ocean. They were all able to feel Yuan's gaze fall on their bodies. Madison's scalp tingled when she saw the gaze, like being stared at by a beast after waking up. Kill him. He snapped off the order, and in this moment he no longer wanted a living soul, because he felt the threat of death under that gaze. This makes him want to destroy Yuan despite everything, but the moment the order was given, Yuan, looking at them, slowly spat out a sentence. You guys, have you had enough of fighting? It's my turn next. The crowd couldn't hear the voice, but a creepy feeling came over them as they watched the shape of his mouth. In a flash all the missile destroyers instantly fired their missiles. Hundreds of missiles took off straight away. Now that's a real missile wash. It's an unbelievably spectacular scene. It was also the biggest war in several decades, but the next moment all the officers and men of the combined fleet, their eyes exploded, because of those missiles that flew out. There was a sudden sideways turn as he rushed towards the island to go. It flew back again, and these missiles were surprisingly aimed at them. The fleet. How is that possible? Are these missiles being controlled? No way. Never. The missile system is the most top secret system that no one can hack into. But the scene in front of them they simply couldn't explain. Soon they won't have to think about it anymore either, because the missile has hit them. In an instant, endless flames exploded above their battleship. The world was shocked by this scene. It became the grandest beauty of the war. The hundreds of missiles that had just been fired out. This was one of the strongest series of missiles they had brought in this batch. These are not the goods they sell to those poor countries. Each missile costs more than hundreds of thousands of US dollars. If it were to be exchanged for the currency of the Nine Realms Kingdom, the equivalent of over $1 billion floating in the sky above. So much money, enough to fill a whole large bedroom. Not to mention it's just one round of flak, because they thought this one was going to be a semi-extinction war. That's why the ammunition they carried this time was beyond adequate. That's the kind of money that war requires. When the guns go off, there's a lot of gold. All the missiles attacked on top of those warships with precise accuracy, and the positions they attacked were at the weakest point of each warship. With the presence of an artificial brain, these weakest points have long been calculated, and some of the missiles detonated the arsenal on top of the battleship. In a split second, countless battleships erupted from within. The fire engulfed all objects within the battleship, especially in confined environments. It makes for even more explosive power. It's just a few moments. Dozens of warships were destroyed in the attack. The eyes of the strategic commander who witnessed this and Madison inside the distant military command room nearly exploded. The heart aches so much it wants to spit blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He lost his voice and shouted. This blow, it was just too big for him. It must have been a fluke. Have your networks been compromised? Cut off all your networks and destroy him. I'll make him pay in blood. Madison yelled wildly. Until now he has never recognized his mistake. What's more, even if he recognizes it, he won't admit it, because that's what great power prestige is all about. Just one step back, and that would be the end of the prestige. It would be fine if so many ships were lost in the middle of a battle with the Nine Realms Kingdom, because war is supposed to be a means of hurting the enemy. Besides, the Nine Realms Kingdom was a great power of the same level as them. They have long been prepared for war losses. But what is it now? They had already lost dozens of ships without even touching the enemy. Not to mention that these battleships were not an empty shell with thousands of combined fleet soldiers inside. Under this round of attacks alone, they lost over 100,000 people. Not to mention that every soldier is an elite unit, the kind that can become a basic officer in any decentralized general army. Their hearts dripped even more blood. Madison's mind was even more exploding, wanting to pass out immediately, not wanting to see this scene in front of him that humiliated him beyond belief. But he didn't dare to faint because he didn't even know the other party's methods. It is even less clear whether the other side will be able to carry out a second strike. The commander of the combined fleet was no soft touch. He didn't just sit in this position by virtue of his family lineage. He had also experienced dozens of wars of blood and fire, and he's commanded several mega wars, more than hundreds of thousands of dead in each war. But even he, now, didn't know how to give orders. For a moment all the fleet fell into silence. They didn't dare to launch the missiles at all, because they didn't know if the target they were aiming at after the missiles were launched would be themselves. They looked at Yuan. It's like looking at a demon. How could anyone have the power to have control over missiles if they weren't the devil? The information department of the United Fleet reacted quickly, thinking that the other party was attacking their information transmission system, so they quickly checked themselves, but no matter how much they checked, they couldn't find those traces that the other party had left behind in their information transmission system. Not to mention they are LAN. There is no connection to any network, no ports of any kind. It's like a house without a door. But the house with no doors was stolen without a trace. That's what puzzles them. Can't blame them. They simply don't understand how powerful quantum computers are. This invisible invasion doesn't even require contact with the outside network. They are invaded just by being in the vicinity of this island. Yuan took a look at the scene in front of him. He also didn't know that Jiner's destructive power was so strong. He was also a bit saddened by the sight of the soldiers in the midst of the battle and in the water. But there's no way around it. This is war. He's not a saintly mother either. He knew exactly what these people were here for. If one did not have the ability to protect oneself, after being captured by them, one might be imprisoned in a place for eternity, never able to leave. If the Nine Realms Kingdom entered the war, then these people would become the most very trashy executioners, slaughtering them completely. Since they are still unwilling to leave, let them experience it once more. Yuan said indifferently. From the time of that attack until now, they still don't want to leave. Obviously a fluke. Then we'll uncover their scars once more, present the bloody wounds to the world, and from then on, no one in the world will be able to beat themselves up. Master, I understand. Jiner's gaze flickered. She was a robot, and while human emotions existed, she didn't feel as much guilt when it came to destroying these humans. The powerful information systems department of the combined fleet suddenly realized that all the missile systems had actually begun to activate on their own. They were wide-eyed and simply couldn't believe it. Every missile is a top priority. Several layers of secret keys were needed at the time of launch, but now the chambers have been completely unlocked. Like outlaws who have been unchained, it exploded in a flash. Whether it's a guided missile destroyer or a guided missile nuclear submarine, all of their missile guidance systems began to activate on their own without orders. The information and networking department was bombarded with frantic messages, but they simply couldn't offer an explanation. It took everything they had to take back control. And it's the fact that these missiles weren't even launched after control was taken away from them. Instead, they stayed inside the missile launch. In this moment of missile lag, the message is beyond misplaced. The pressure spiked like crazy. The portion of their electronic screen that shows the missile area is in an extremely dangerous red state. All were warned, is fleeing frantically. It took everything they had to jump out of the battleship and away from the area of the missiles. Countless life preservers were grabbed. They didn't even think that a life preserver at this moment would be their only saving grace. It was as if Jane was precisely controlling the variables of the missile, deliberately giving them another chance to escape. But even if they fled, there was no way out, for the outside world was a vast ocean, and even the nearest island was tens of kilometers away. Not many people make it through alive. The moment the countless soldiers jumped out of the battleship, the missile boomers exploded, detonating the weapons depot. Countless flames filled the interior of the battleship, and none of those soldiers who hadn't fled survived under the powerful shockwaves, and hundreds of battleships exploding together. The sensation caused was almost overwhelming. Luckily, Jenner still knew the importance of the situation and didn't detonate their strategic nuclear missiles, or else this area would have been turned into a dead zone. But even so, a mobile war fleet of over 10 ships, it was also overthrown in a matter of moments. Not 1 in 10 survives. Far away inside the military command room of the Sea Eagle Nation, Madison and a group of senior military commanders from other countries, it was in a thick state of shock. Weakened, each collapsed on top of the couch behind himself. That's a whole lot of hundreds of battleships. It's all their full-fledged troops. Many battleships cost as much as $10 million US. In just a moment, hundreds of billions of dollars evaporated in a flash. Even if they are one of the few richest and most powerful countries in the world, nor can they face such massive losses. The only thing that made them feel relieved, at least half of the soldiers who had somehow been spared a fight still survived, but they jumped into the middle of the sea, and even though there were life preservers and the wreckage of the battleships were present, a rough estimate showed that the damage to these soldiers who jumped into the sea was at least more than 50%. They have over hundreds of thousands of troops blockading the center area. Just within a few short minutes, the loss is close to 80%. As long as it's a miscellaneous force they send out, it's fine. Even if it's a military base's garrison, they won't be so heartbroken. But this is the foundation of the country. It's the cream of the crop. The result of the operation, which was thought to be foolproof, was not expected to be overthrown in a moment, and the battle was so tragic. How are they going to answer to the public? And how to face those politicians at home? After those stupid politicians see this, they won't feel any sadness at all. It would only climb and bite up like a mad dog, and would never let them go easily. Not to mention the fact that the loss of such a large number of their elite troops would create a certain amount of regional panic and equilibrium. Among the 4 top decision-making countries, the Iron Bear Kingdom was the one with the least losses, as their iron armor troops were all gathered in the north of the Nine Realms Kingdom, and it was only a standoff that hadn't yet resulted in a substantial conflict. After seeing this scene, he dialed the secret phone number of the Iron Bear country. Report this information as it is. At the same time, the heart was filled with gratitude. Fortunately, they took into account their previous friendship and hesitated, only engaging in a state of confrontation that had yet to produce a substantial action. Otherwise, if Yuan were to go to the northern border of the Nine Realms Kingdom, that horrifying scene would make one's scalp numb. John Nation and Iris Nation didn't care for him when they saw him on the side of a satellite phone. Their hearts were filled with remorse. It was expected to be a hand-to-hand operation. It was only then that they pressed their elite forces together and placed all the allied forces at the rear. But they didn't expect that in just a moment, all of their elite forces were all destroyed. If I had known this, I should have sent all the allied forces forward to die as cannon fodder. They weren't as big a family as the Sea Eagle Kingdom, and it didn't matter if they lost at will. They were already going downhill and their military strength has been gradually declining. After this battle, they were all able to think of what a Waterloo their military power would meet. The Nine Realms Kingdom also received information about the battlefield in the first instance. There is a time difference in the intelligence they get. The first thing they got was a covering destructive strike from all the missiles against their battleships, but before they could slow down, just saw all the missile arrows self-destruct within their battleship. The news of this article shook them beyond measure, and their hearts were even more fervent. Yuan, this time, had done what they had been trying to do for many years but were unable to do. They'd held back too long. One man singled out 4 top decision-making nations, and finished. This is an unprecedented record, and even more so, it's out of this world. If someone had said something like that, they would have thought he was crazy, but the reality was right in front of them. Even the joint fleet formed by the world's 4 major decision-making countries, with countless missiles and all kinds of new weapons, was still destroyed under Yuan's hands. Only now did they understand that those words that these Yuan had said were not arrogant at all, but rather, they had a good idea of what they were going to do. If Yuan were here, why would the Nine Realms nation worry about revival? Those imperialist countries, it will eventually come back to bite you in the ass. At the same time, they received feedback from the north. The 200,000 ironclad troops of that bear in the north are gradually withdrawing backward, so please ask if you will pursue them. Lin Lao vetoed the proposal. The Iron Bear country, although it was regrown out of a rotting corpse and its strength was not as strong as it used to be, but now they still stood at the top position of the world and possessed countless powerful weapons. What's more, this time it was just placed, and no substantial conflict arose. There would be no need for a war. At the same time, those who dared to provoke their borders were dealt a severe blow. After the order was issued in this war, the Kingdom of the Nine Domains unfolded his hideous scene. Is one of the world's top decision-making countries that easy to mess with? This was a ruthless man who had once beaten up all the people in charge of the Human Destiny Alliance. After showing his fangs, the oppressive nature of it was almost suffocating. Anhwa stood with someone behind him, and with a few of his small warships he dared to provoke at the border, and deep inland. So who will he beat if not you? When the huge mobile generating fleet opened up, Ankaku was straight up dumbfounded. They roared madly in their hearts. Isn't the Nine Realms Kingdom afraid? They were backed by the 4 top decision-making countries they had behind them, and they were right behind them. The 9 domains country was trying to start a war? They had no idea that the ones they supposedly could back up had all been destroyed long ago, and from the beginning to the end no one came to inform them at all, not treating them as human beings at all. Anguish's provocative warships were as instantly destroyed as a few broken fishing boats in front of the mobile warfleet. The Hibiscus Kingdom was just getting ready to invade the Northeast Domain, only to have the shit hit the fan with a devastating blow just as they got there. The Peacock Nation was also. They too had suddenly encountered an attack from the Nine Realms Nation, and their proud warplanes were like papier-mâché in front of the Nine Realms Nation, with one after another being shot down. But when they tried to tell off their supporters behind them, they realized that the other party had run away at some point. They want to cry. Then, it was a straight missile wash. The Night Cherry Kingdom was the fastest runner. Their intelligence system was so strong that as soon as the Combine fleet was overthrown, they made a run for it. That's why it's the most well-preserved. The counterattacks of the 9 realm states unfolded across the borders, proving that when there were no several top decision-making states, all other states were all younger brothers. Yuan was on top of the battleship looking at the soldiers struggling in the middle of the seawater in the middle of the screen. All of these soldiers were in the middle of the sea and kept encountering all kinds of bad news. Silently, he withdrew his gaze. There was no intention in his mind to save them at all. He'd be lucky if he didn't rush up to fill in. If it wasn't for the fact that I had promised Elder Lin before not to rush him to the end. Otherwise, it is not certain that these soldiers will be able to go back for even a fraction of a second. The battleship slowly dropped down and entered the island. The events of a war of this magnitude quickly became known to the world's population. All the people were dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe that these were the 4 top decision-making countries and so many allies. But, in this battle, a dozen mobile war giants destroyed, hundreds of warships destroyed, hundreds of thousands of soldiers lost their lives. This is the most gigantic war in decades. As a result, it ended with the defeat of the combined fleet of the 4 top decision-making nations. The world was shocked by the news. 2 whole days had passed since the previous war took place, but the aftermath of the war was still fresh, and countless discussions were active in the internet. However, due to the correct guidance of the online media, there were no particularly radical remarks. Especially in recent times, the online media sector has been tracking down those reactionary statements posted in the country by forces outside the country, resulting in a relatively clear internet for the time being. The 9 Realms Kingdom followed suit by releasing the causes and consequences of the war. It has even stirred up countless public indignation. They hadn't thought that the 9 Realms Congress would fake it, because the country simply didn't have any reason to lie to them. That is the credibility of a great power. All of this credibility is gathered by the fact that the 9 royal states is always the first to arrive on the scene when danger occurs and save people's lives. What's more, Yuan was originally from the 9 Realms Kingdom. With empathy, they easily substitute themselves. They were watching the live stream from the beginning to the end. They couldn't have been more clear about what happened. What's more, the outside capitalist suppression of the 9 Realms country has been ongoing, and they have long been on the same page. Many patriotic young people have gone out over the wall and have been cursing those capitalist forces on the extranet. In the midst of the cyber world, there are countless hackers that you come and go every day. The war is over, but the secret rivalry has continued. But the people all over the world who coveted Yijin could only vent their dissatisfaction on the internet, wanting to use moral opinion to force Yijin to hand over all the technology in his possession, because they are afraid to invade again. Once the invasion is over, it will be devastating again, something they can't afford to do. Even if they were mad with anxiety, it was useless. They wouldn't dare to come over at all. They'd be devastated if they did. It could only jump on the internet. But after the 9 Realms country blocked some of their remarks, it was naturally painless. There were even quite a few people who had privately contacted the 9 Realms Kingdom and were willing to spend a lot of money to purchase that magical potion. Some of the prices are a bit shocking even to the 9 Realms Kingdom. They are offering prices for strategic weapons of destruction, not to mention missiles, but they had never agreed to these prices in the face of them, because even they didn't have them, and even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily sell them, because these people might be the ones who were secretly funding the Sea Eagle Kingdom to start the war. They don't have such a mindset as returning a favor for a favor. Shit, you're hitting my doorstep, and I'm giving you something from my own house? Want a face? What's more, Yijin hadn't contacted them until now, and they couldn't contact Yijin. But here's what they could never have imagined. The whole world wants to talk to Eugene, but he himself had come into the midst of the national capital. When he returned to this familiar land, the winds that blew were familiar winds, a familiar place, a familiar world. Every piece of land here is his homeland. Although the short separation was less than a month, it seemed like decades had passed. His face was still somewhat processed, for he had impressed the whole world, and though he was not a star, yet he shone more than a star, and now he's still hot, and the posts about him are still high above the internet, and countless people are studying them. So if he appeared with his original face, I'm afraid that he would be recognized by countless people as soon as he appeared, and although it wouldn't bring him danger, there would be a little bit of trouble after all. So he avoided the uproar he caused by making some changes straight away for such a minor inconvenience. Jane was right behind him. She was a robot and the changes she made were much easier. Even though her face had changed, it still couldn't hide the kind of beauty in her face, especially walking beside him, which was even brighter than Yuan. Countless individuals turned back. There were even a few people who tried to come and strike up a conversation. There were also some people from modeling agencies who wanted to come up and invite. Yuan rejected wave after wave of people and was getting annoyed by them. How come you're not so popular yourself? He looked back left and right at Jin, rubbing his chin in thought. Then, she was given a cute mask and a sun hat from the side of the road for $15 to put on her. In a flash, it becomes earthy. Yuan nodded. It's got an internal flavor. Jane blinked her two big eyes and puffed at him, her face full of confusion. Aren't most human males attracted to girls with white skin and long legs? Why do they still cover themselves with masks and hats? Master, am I getting ugly like this? Jin spoke, her voice not exactly small. The moment he said those words, the people around him instantly looked over. Master, is that what rich people like these days? What a game! For a moment Yuan was a little embarrassed. Hurrying to pull her to a less crowded place, she said, Jin, in the future, in places with more people, just call me Gongzi, otherwise it will easily cause misunderstandings. Jin nodded with seeming understanding. He didn't open his mouth to ask again, although he was still a bit puzzled and confused. After Yuan returned to the familiar place, immediately, I was in tasting mode, eyes glowing at the sight of those snacks. That's the flavor of life. Although he was used to being alone, he still felt a warmth from the bottom of his heart in a crowded place. People are, after all, pack animals. If there were no one left, what would happen even if the wealth of the world belonged to him? It's still empty. These are living, breathing people, surviving on top of this world, able to bring more laughter and bring some warmth to this cold world. But right now these people were still too vulnerable. Even the elite soldiers in the army were not a match against those horrible alien creatures. Not to mention that he knew from all that intel he got from the extraterrestrials, the power possessed by the other side is terrifying. That is, those spaceships shown before were just one of 9, not even 1/10 of their strength. Even if they could have one, Blue Mercury would have been beaten to death. By then, the 9 Realms Kingdom, how much will be left? He didn't want certain warm scenes to be completely erased from his memories. Even if he left later and went countless light years away, there could also be a place for him to hang on to. Let that wandering heart rest. It was imperative to construct a defense system throughout the 9 Realms Kingdom, with a light shield covering the 9 Realms Kingdom. This will avoid some unnecessary losses, and under a sea of energy, as long as the energy source wasn't cut off, then their light shield wouldn't break. On top of that, it was about upgrading the physical quality of the elite soldiers so that they could have a fighting chance against the alien creatures and not be slaughtered in a lopsided manner. It was time to meet Elder Lin, the chief leader of the 9 Realms Kingdom. He thought in his mind. The place he was in now was the outer reaches of the nation's capital. The inner regions are the real economic and political centers. In fact, the location chosen for the country's capital was not considered dominant among the entire map of the 9 regions. Neither has the heavy protection of the domains, nor is it the center of the world's economic convergence. Hundreds of years ago, there was once a powerful dynasty that cried out that phrase after the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country and the king dies for the gods. The location of the nation's capital has never been the same. Back then, when the 9 regions country was founded, it also took into account many factors, and once wanted to relocate the capital of the country, because here, it was in a very dangerous position. A hostile nation could enter this area from the sea, and without strong means of defense, it would be almost flat all the way. But in order to consider the political and economic balance between the north and the south, and various other factors underneath, still, the capital of the country was set at this location. But for security, 2 domains, inner and outer, were set up around the capital to add an extra layer of protectiveness. Because of the special geographic location of the national capital, the outer domain will serve as a barrier and buffer to guard the inner domain. He boarded the intercity train and headed straight for the inner domain. They were using electronic ID cards. A system that was as difficult as heaven and earth for the outside world was as easy as pie for them. And Jenner easily accessed the system and created 2 unique ID cards for them. They were like shadows hidden in the crowd, and no one could ever find them again. If anyone thought they were fish on a chopping block, they were mistaken. The space battleship was in his mind. He could summon it whenever and wherever he wanted, and there was no place in the world that he couldn't go. What's more, if Jenner were to go all out, even if the 9 Realms Kingdom's information network defense was the crown jewel of the world, it would collapse in an instant. So he has nothing to fear at all. He alone is an everlasting army. Now he has already jumped out of the chessboard. Even those manipulators can't decide whether he lives or dies. He can destroy the whole chessboard at any time as long as he wants. Intercity trains are already approaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour. A mere 20 minutes later, he had arrived at the inner region's most prosperous capital city. After getting off the intercity train, he looked up at the ancient capital, now transformed into a modern metropolis and one of the oldest and most famous capitals standing in the east. But now there is a lot of different and unusual atmosphere on the streets. On almost every important street, there were orderlies and troops on duty, and every now and then an army truck would drive over the roadway, loaded with some supplies headed for who knows where. Because of these depressing atmospheres, there are not many people on the streets. The people on the streets seemed to be used to these army trucks, as they had seen so many of them in the past 2 days that they had become somewhat numb. Although the war was over, they wondered why the army was still exercising military jurisdiction. It was only assumed that the army was more cautious, preventing future wars. So they are fine with it. It will be a little safer and more secure for life. No one wants to get involved in a war for no reason. They would rather donate a month's salary of their own to support the front line if it is for the sake of defense and security. But among these crowds, a small group of 3 people looked at these troops above the street from the shade. A few of them were dressed to look like they had heads and a Lamborghini sports car parked beside them. Successful people in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of the uninitiated they look handsome and beautiful, young and golden, and are the objects of countless desires. Their eyes scan the interface constantly, searching for their prey and targets. They are a team that has been very hot on small videos in recent times, specializing in testing human nature with all kinds of luxury cars, watches, and mansions, and they have money in their own families. Wanted to do this show just to be famous, and they are now internet celebrities, sitting on top of all the major online media outlets with millions of followers. And the networks have the most eye-catching test programs like this. They just love to see human nature crumble when it can't stand the temptation of this kind of money. I don't know what's going on with these troops. Why are they still around? It's messing up our program. Not many people are coming out now. A long-haired beauty complained. Didn't we win the war? Why is there still martial law here? That being said, I'm really fucked up. How am I supposed to go on vacation to see Eagle Country in the future when relations with foreign countries are so frosty this time? A youth wearing glasses cursed. I can't figure out what those people up there are thinking. They have to go to war. They really want to hurt the people and spend our taxpayers' money recklessly. Can't both sides sit down and talk about it in a peaceful manner? What's the point of handing people over? It won't kill you? The suited youth in the lead spat on the ground. They also have quite a few foreign friends, all cut off from them because of this incident. They almost apologized to their foreign friends on their knees, and it didn't even come close to redeeming them. And now it is very troublesome to want to leave the country. Can't leave the country at all. Not to mention vacation. The 9 regions country has become the world's blacklist. That said, they were very upset. They should have taken refuge in the Sea Eagle country a long time ago, which is the safest place in the world. Not to mention that it's a free country where they can enjoy all the pizzazz. They already have a number of friends who have gone abroad. They can only think of looking for an opportunity to escape abroad again later. What do you guys think? If we went up there and hit on those soldiers standing guard, would it click really well? The long-haired beauty suggested. She is still very confident in her face value. Hardly any man could resist her. So what if the soldier, as long as she leaks a little more meat, she still surrendered obediently? When the time comes to cut the video off and put it online, the hits will absolutely skyrocket. Her eyes lit up a little at the thought, but looking at those loaded soldiers, and a little less daring, these ugly men of the country of the 9 regions, if in case they lose face will not be happy. Right in the middle of her tussle, the handsome young man in the suit at the head saw Yuan and Jenner beside him. Especially after seeing the latter, his eyes lit up. With his experience of reading women for so many years, this woman, with her excellent body, has a minimum score of 9. This kind of body, even if the face value is not high, the combined score is still good. And looking at the dress they were wearing, he was able to tell at a glance that the clothes they were wearing were definitely extremely ordinary goods, adding up to $1,000 all over. To drive yourself out in a Lamborghini and present a flower made of money and a fine piece of jewelry. What will this woman choose? He smiled happily at the thought. Today's hunt has it. Dudes and dudettes. Here's our prey today. Turn the miniature cameras on, props at the ready. Let's get out there. A smile curved his mouth, straightened his hair and the clothes on his back. Straight into a Lamborghini. A blast of gas. A nice fluttering tail got right in front of them.